Jiangcheng City in September remained unbearably hot and humid. On the playground of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, all the senior students stood in neat rows, the atmosphere even more intense and tense than the scorching sun of midsummer. Today is Awakening Day. In the center of the playground, on the enormous, temporary awakening platform, the intricate silver patterns shimmered faintly in the sunlight. A serious-looking official held a list, his voice amplified through a loudspeaker, echoing throughout the entire playground. Next up, Li Hao. Awakened superpower, rank B, flame control. A blazing flame ignited in the palm of a tall boy's hand, eliciting gasps of surprise from the audience. Li Hao's face radiated confidence and pride, basking in the envious glances around him. The teachers nodded in approval, diligently recording his score. A B-level ability was already considered outstanding. His future was promising. Next up, Su Wanqing. Awakened superpower, A rank, ice crystal storm. An even louder gasp erupted from the audience. A girl with a cool and aloof demeanor slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. With a thought, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and tiny ice crystals condensed in the air, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. An A. Our school actually produced an A this year. Goddess Su is too amazing. The principal and teachers beamed with joy. An A-level ability meant guaranteed admission to a top-tier academy for those with special abilities, and it also meant that the future guardian of the city was very likely to be born here. Linny stood at the end of the class line, looking at his classmates who were shining on the stage. He felt both anticipation and trepidation. I've been in this world for 18 years, and after waiting so long, it's finally my turn, Linny thought to himself. Don't expect an SSS rank that can dominate everything. At least give me an A rank, or at the very least a B rank. My requirements aren't high. I just want a stable government job, a 9-to-5 routine, and not to have to fight against the supernatural beings too hard. As a transmigrator, he adapted well to this strangely resurrected world. His only wish was to have some ability to protect himself and, incidentally, to live a peaceful life. Next up, Linny. Hearing his name called, Linny took a deep breath and stepped onto the awakening platform. He placed his hand on the cool crystal ball, and a faint tingling sensation spread from his fingertips. The crystal ball flickered a few times and finally emitted an extremely dim, almost imperceptible grayish-white light. At the same time, several lines of text appeared on the large display screen on the stage. Superpower, weak curse. A faint curse? The playground fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Immediately afterwards, suppressed giggles came from all directions, quickly merging into a burst of uproarious laughter. F rank? I'm not seeing things, am I? The only F rank this year? Weak curse? What kind of weird ability is that? Can it make your opponent sneeze? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. It would have been better if they hadn't awakened at all. Useless superpower confirmed. Even the usually expressionless official couldn't help but frown, and said with a hint of regret yet in a businesslike tone, Linny, F-level ability, weak curse. Classified as life support type. Report to the logistics support team. Life support department? Logistics support team? To put it nicely, they're really just a cleaning team that cleans up the battlefield and removes the strange residue. Linny could feel countless eyes staring intently at him, some with pity, some with disdain, and most with undisguised mockery. He walked off the awakening platform expressionlessly and returned to the group. The students around him instinctively kept their distance from him, as if he carried bad luck. Tisk, F rank. Linny mentally complained. The benefits for transmigrators are too bad, aren't they? Everyone else starts as a god level or a character with growth potential, but me? I'm eliminated right after landing? Weak curse? What can this thing do? Curse the cafeteria lady's hand trembling? The awakening ceremony ended in this delicate atmosphere. The privileged students were surrounded by school leaders and media, while Linny, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, was ignored by everyone. After school, Linny, clutching the assignment notice marked F-level, logistics support team, walked dejectedly towards the bus stop. He needed time to process this bad news. Oh well, F-class it is. It's still a superpower, after all, he consoled himself. Maybe I can set up a stall under the overpass and offer a voodoo doll service to make a living? Just as he was lost in thought, bus number 23 slowly pulled up. Linny followed the crowd onto the bus. The bus was unusually crowded during rush hour, and the air was unbearably stuffy. He finally found a window seat in the back and sat down, gazing absently at the street scenes rushing past outside. The bus traveled several stops, and passengers got on and off one after another. At a relatively remote station, a woman wearing a long trench coat, a mask, and a hat boarded the train. Her attire seemed somewhat out of place on the early autumn evening, but no one in the crowded carriage gave her a second glance. The woman kept her head down and silently walked to the back of the carriage, standing in the aisle next to Linny's seat. Linny initially paid no attention until a faint, watery smell mixed with the smell of rust wafted over. He subconsciously glanced up at the woman. Coincidentally, she also turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on him from under the brim of her hat. What kind of eyes were those? Lifeless, empty, and filled with an indescribable malice. The instant their eyes met, Linny felt a chill run down his spine, and An instinctive fear surged through him. These were no ordinary eyes. According to the common mysterious identification handbook popularized in schools, this outfit, this gaze, and this scent, it's the slit-mouthed woman. A mysterious entity rated at least D level. She prefers to appear at dusk or night, seeking out solitary targets. Lin Yi's heart pounded, and his palms instantly became drenched in cold sweat. He forced himself to look away and gaze out the window, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the woman's movements. He could sense that her attention seemed completely focused on him. Oh no, am I going to die on the bus home from get off work instead of at the awakening platform? An F-rank superpower against a D-rank weirdo. How am I supposed to compete? Should I use a weak curse to make her shoelaces come undone while chasing the bus? The bus swayed and rattled along, oblivious to the passengers inside. Some were looking at their phones, others were dozing off, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Only Lin Yi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, revealing the name of the next stop. Lin Yi took a deep breath and decided to get off the bus early, shaking off this strange situation. He stood up and prepared to walk towards the back door. Just then, the woman in the trench coat moved, silently blocking his way. She slowly raised her hand, as if to remove her mask. Lin Yi's head buzzed. The manual said that the prelude to the slit-mouthed woman's attack was removing her mask to reveal her terrifying mouth torn to the roots of her ears, and then asking the deadly question, "Am I beautiful?" If you answer incorrectly, or are too frightened to speak, she will brutally kill you with a giant pair of scissors. I'm going to die. What should I do? Shout for help? The bus is full of ordinary people. Provoking her will only cause more casualties. Jump out the window? The bus is moving. That's too dangerous. In that split second, extreme fear gave rise to a strange, resigned calm. Lin Yi's gaze unconsciously swept over the woman's raised hand, noticing the bright but chipped red nail polish on her nails. Just as the edge of her mask was about to be lifted, relying on his ingrained sarcastic instincts honed across lifetimes, Lin Yi, almost unconsciously, muttered something in a low voice, barely audible to the two of them. "Hey lady, don't rush to take off your mask. You've got lipstick on your front teeth, that awful Barbie pink, so tacky." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi was stunned. What am I doing? Why am I being so sarcastic before I die? However, something unexpected happened. The hand that had already touched the mask suddenly froze in mid-air. The slit-mouthed woman's lifeless, empty eyes widened instantly, filled with extreme shock, disbelief, and a sense of bewilderment and panic at having her rhythm disrupted. She instinctively wanted to lick her teeth to confirm, but suddenly realized the action was indecent and stopped abruptly. That intense, formulaic murderous urge was abruptly interrupted by this sudden, image-related comment, and she seemed unable to handle the bizarre situation of the target disliking my lipstick taste. She stood there, her body trembling slightly, as if she were having an intense internal struggle. Should she kill him first, or tidy herself up? Just as the strange stalemate began, the bus screeched to a halt at the station, and the back door opened. Lin Yi seized the golden opportunity, darting past her like a rabbit and leaping off the bus. After getting off the bus, he didn't dare to look back. He ran as fast as he could towards a crowded and well-lit area until his lungs felt like bellows and he couldn't breathe. Only then did he dare to stop and look back. The bus had already driven away, and the terrifying figure did not chase after it. Lin Yi slumped onto the roadside flower bed, his heart pounding, his body drenched in cold sweat. After surviving a near-death experience, an absurd thought lingered in his mind. She seems genuinely bothered that I said she had lipstick on her teeth. Could it be that my weak curse isn't just about bringing bad luck, but rather? He stared at his hands, and an unprecedented, bold, and absurd idea quietly sprouted in his mind. Perhaps his F-level superpower wasn't as simple as everyone imagined. The next day, Lin Yi walked into school with dark circles under his eyes. He had barely slept a wink the night before, the bizarre scene on the bus constantly replaying in his mind. The slit-mouthed woman suddenly stopping what she was doing because of my comment about lipstick. This was no coincidence. My weak curse, could it be that its effect isn't to directly bring misfortune, but rather to cause the other party to react like a curse through methods like criticism or pointing out problems because of some kind of rule power? Lin Yi wondered to himself as he walked towards the legendary logistics and cleaning classroom. Like that slit-mouthed woman, I criticized her appearance, which seemed to have violated some kind of internal logic of having to maintain a terrifying image, causing her to fall into chaos. This conjecture is both bold and absurd, but it seems to be the only plausible explanation at present. The logistics and cleaning classroom was tucked away in the most secluded corner of the teaching building. It was originally an abandoned storage room, with a crooked sign that read Logistics Support and Resource Management Special Training Class. Pushing open the door, a smell mixed with dust and disinfectant hit you. The classroom wasn't large, with a dozen or so people scattered around. Some had blank stares, some looked resentful, and others simply adopted a what's-the-use attitude. When Lin Yi entered, most of them merely glanced at him casually, showing no interest whatsoever. Here, F-level superpowers were commonplace, and no one found it strange. A middle-aged man in overalls overalls with messy hair stood on the podium, yawning. He was the head of the cleaning team, surnamed Wang, and was said to have been a C-level superhuman, but was demoted to a secondary role due to an injury sustained during a mission. New here? Lin Yi, right? F rank, weak curse. Teacher Wang glanced at the list and waved his hand lifelessly. Find a seat yourself. Our class curriculum is very simple. In the morning, we'll learn classification and safe handling of strange residues and maintenance and use of cleaning equipment, and in the afternoon, we'll do physical training. After all, cleaning also requires strength. The classroom atmosphere was extremely dull. The students below the podium were drowsy. Lin Yi listened to Teacher Wang mechanically explaining how to classify and clean the blood and tissues left behind by various strange creatures, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Back then, I, a dignified transmigrator, actually had to learn here how to use a special mop to dry ghoul slime. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. This transmigration experience is truly terrible. Over the next few days, Lin Yi spent his days learning cleaning and his nights secretly studying his supernatural abilities. He tried to complain to a passing stray cat, "You're walking with the wrong gait," and the cat inexplicably tripped and fell, baring its teeth at him. He also complained to a faulty voice-activated light, "Your sensor sensitivity should be retired," and the light remained silent and never lit up again. Several experiments gave him a deeper understanding of his superpower. His rants seemed to trigger subtle chaos based on rules or logic, but the effect was extremely unstable, and the more complex and powerful the target, the more unpredictable the impact. A week later, the cleaning team had its first off-campus practical lesson. Cleaning an old apartment building where a low-level eerie event, a-level wandering ghost, had just occurred. The apartment building has been initially dealt with by official supernatural beings, and the ghosts have been eliminated, but residual cold energy and mental pollution still exist. If not cleaned up, it will affect the subsequent residents' move-in. The task is simple: spray a special purifying spray, wipe the floor and walls, and collect the residue into a sealed container. The students, dressed in bulky protective suits, split into pairs and began their work. Lin Yi was paired with a chubby boy named Zhao Degong, who possessed the F-level, weak hardening ability, which allowed him to temporarily harden his skin like cardboard. He claimed the greatest use of this ability was that it's less likely to cut your hands when moving things. Ugh, what bad luck, I got assigned to this godforsaken place. While struggling to spray the mist, Zhao Degong complained, "I heard that the main team went to deal with a peak D-level headless knight today. That was exciting. Unlike us, we're just like scrubbing toilets all day." Lin Yi remained silent, quietly wiping away the stubborn, dark energy residue on the walls, like stains that were difficult to remove. The work was indeed tedious and monotonous. A faint, chilling aura permeated the air, sending shivers down their spines. Just as they were about to finish cleaning the fourth-floor corridor, a sudden change occurred. The door at the end of the corridor creaked open by itself. A chilling aura several times stronger than the surrounding air surged out, accompanied by a low, labored sound, like the panting of an engine. Then, a figure clad in tattered armor, riding a ghostly warhorse formed from black mist, wobbled out of the room. He carried a rusty lance, but his neck was bare. A headless horseman? Zhao Degong screamed in fright, dropping the sprayer to the ground with a clatter. He scrambled backward. Wasn't it lured to the abandoned factory in the west of the city by the main force? How did it get here? Lin Yi's scalp tingled. The strangeness of a peak D rank was simply beyond the capabilities of F-rank cleaners like them. They couldn't even afford to delay it. Judging from the headless knight's appearance, his armor was tattered, and the black mist was dim. He had clearly been through a fierce battle, but it was more than enough to deal with them. Run! Lin Yi grabbed the terrified Zhao Degong and turned to rush towards the stairwell, but the headless knight seemed to have locked onto these two, fresh flesh and blood. The ghostly warhorse neighed, despite being headless, its four hooves igniting, with eerie blue flames as it charged fiercely towards them. Its lance was aimed directly at their backs, and the aura of death instantly enveloped them. The stairwell was still far away. There was no time to escape. Zhao Degong closed his eyes in despair. Lin Yi's heart pounded, his adrenaline surged. His gaze swept quickly across the corridor, floors lined with apartment doors, and several dusty bicycles and electric scooters parked nearby, clearly left there for convenience. In a flash, an idea struck Lin Yi, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you on the motorcycle, you're illegally parked. The corridor is a fire escape, you know that?" This shout almost exhausted all his strength and carried a sense of absurd desperation. And so, a miracle occurred. The menacing headless knight, with his lance less than half a meter from Lin Yi's back, suddenly pulled on the reins, though he didn't know where they were. The ghostly warhorse screeched to a halt. Its headless body seemed to look bewilderedly at the bicycles and electric scooters parked in the corridor, then at the warhorse beneath it. Illegal parking? Fire lane? Its simple core logic is clearly incompatible with the contradiction between Knight's charge and traffic regulations. Its code of conduct may include killing and charging, but it definitely does not include not blocking fire lanes. Lin Yi's rant was like a piece of garbled code, forcibly intruding into its rigid operating procedure. Just as the headless horseman was briefly out of control, hurried footsteps and shouts came from downstairs. Quick! Its energy reaction is on the 4th floor. The main force finally caught up. They had obviously followed the energy fluctuations. Several uniformed official superhumans rushed up to the 4th floor and saw the headless knight still standing stiffly, Zhao Dagang who was paralyzed with fear on the ground, and Lin Yi who looked completely bewildered. Although they were stunned for a moment, they reacted quickly and seized the opportunity. Their superhuman abilities shone brightly, and they blasted the headless knight in the chaos. The already wounded headless knight, in a dazed state, was subjected to concentrated fire and was almost powerless to fight back. Along with its ghostly warhorse, it was shattered into pure, eerie energy, which was then quickly collected and sealed away. The battle ended extremely suddenly. A superhuman who looked like the team leader walked up to the two still shaken individuals, glancing at Lin Yi and Zhao Dagang. You two, you're from the logistics team, right? Are you alright? What happened just now? How did it stop? Zhao Dagang stammered. It rushed over. Lin Yi, he shouted, illegal parking. The captain and the other team members looked at each other in bewilderment. Illegal parking? What the hell is this? Lin Yi immediately adopted a terrified and incoherent demeanor. I can't explain it either. I was just too scared. When I saw so many cars parked in the corridor, I screamed. Maybe it was just a coincidence? The captain frowned, carefully examining the scene, confirming that the headless knight had indeed suddenly stopped during its charge. Looking at Lin Yi's F-rank insignia and his pale face, he couldn't believe that a single sentence could stop a D-rank anomaly. Ultimately, he could only conclude that the headless knight had been severely damaged, causing a programming malfunction. It's probably just a coincidence. You guys are really lucky. The captain patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Next time you encounter something like this, run for your lives immediately. Don't just stand there shouting. You're lucky this time. After cleaning up the scene, the team members left with the sealing container, leaving only Lin Yi, Zhao Dagang, and a messy corridor. Zhao Dagang rushed over and hugged Lin Yi tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lin Yi, no, brother Yi, you're my own brother. You scared me to death just now. Thank goodness you shouted that. I don't know how it worked, but you're my savior from now on. Lin Yi forced a smile, his mind churning. Once could be a coincidence, but what about the second time? The slit-mouthed woman because of lipstick, the headless rider because of illegal parking. His ability was definitely not a simple F-rank. We curse. He stared at his hands, feeling the power that seemed to touch some kind of rule, and a thought grew clearer in his mind. This cleaning team, ridiculed by everyone, might just be where his true rise began, and the legend of the plague god seems to have already silently sown its seeds. After all, what normal cleaner, on their first field assignment, could accidentally encounter the top-tier, bizarre D-level monster that the main force is relentlessly pursuing, and then coincidentally survive? Although the Headless Horseman incident was characterized by the main team captain as a coincidence and luck, it caused quite a stir within the logistics and cleaning team. Zhao Dagang, who was present at the time, practically treated Lin Yi like a god. With his embellishments, Lin Yi transformed from an ordinary unlucky fellow into a mysterious and unpredictable figure in the eyes of these F-rank comrades. You didn't see that. The headless knight's spear almost pierced Ege's back. Ege shouted illegal parking, and the guy froze instantly. It was like he was under a spell. Zhao Dagang excitedly described to everyone, as if he had witnessed an unparalleled skill firsthand. Really? A single sentence stopped the D-level anomaly? Dagang, are you hallucinating from fright? I think it's just a coincidence. Isn't Lin Yi an F-rank? We curse? How could he possibly have such a miraculous effect? The students were skeptical, but their gazes towards Lin Yi were noticeably different. After all, surviving a D-level bizarre attack was no small feat whether it was a coincidence or not. This luck was enough to draw attention. Lin Yi appeared humble and modest, claiming he was just terrified and talking nonsense, relying entirely on luck. But deep down, he knew it was no accident. He began to observe and try to control his superpower more consciously. Later, during several unimportant cleanup missions, such as cleaning up the scene of the crying ghost, E-rank, which only creates noise in a cold environment, Lin Yi would take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to mutter to himself about the remaining resentful energy. Crying, all you do is cry. It's so annoying. I finished my homework and you're still crying here? As a result, the stubborn clump of resentment that should have taken half an hour to treat with a special purifying spray vanished in seconds, as if it had been stunned by what he was being told. Another example is when cleaning up the residue of filthy slime, Class F, mobile garbage dump, environmental pollution. He complained that it didn't even sort properly, mixing wet and dry parts, and the slime actually began to separate on its own, greatly reducing the difficulty of cleaning. These subtle changes, which to outsiders might simply appear as Lin Yi being efficient or clever, gradually revealed a secret to him. His criticisms had to be precise, ideally directly addressing the target's behavior or its logical contradictions or irrationalities for the most effective results. The more foolish and simplistic the target's behavior, the better the effect. Before anyone knew it, Lin Yi had become the efficiency king of the cleaning team. As long as you were in a group with him, the task could always be completed quickly and well, and you could also avoid a lot of unexpected risks. Although the students didn't quite understand the situation, they were all happy to be in the same group as him. Some of them secretly called him Brother E, even using a somewhat jokingly respectful title, the pride of the cleaning team. Teacher Wang also noticed Lin Yi's unusual nature. This student seemed unremarkable, with only an F-level ability, but the scenes he cleaned always appeared exceptionally clean and efficient, as if he had pushed the inertia of those strange residues to its extreme. Teacher Wang would occasionally glance at Lin Yi with an inquiring look, but in the end he would just shake his head and sigh, muttering under his breath, "Strange lucky kid," without delving deeper. That day, the cleaning crew received a new task: to assist in cleaning up an unfinished building on the edge of the abandoned factory area in the west of the city. Previously, a bound spirit, rank D, had inhabited the area. Although the main team had eliminated it, the remaining resentment domain made ordinary workers and those with psychic abilities extremely uncomfortable, making demolition work impossible. The cleaning crew needed to use specialized equipment to weaken this domain before purifying it. During the mission briefing, Teacher Wang, unusually serious, said, "Listen up. This mission takes place in the long-standing lair of the D-level anomaly. Although its main body has been eliminated, its remaining domain is still powerful. Your mission is not purification, but weakening it in the early stages. Strictly follow the safety manual, or your mental protection amulets, and retreat immediately if anything feels wrong. Do you understand?" Yes, the students answered in unison, but the atmosphere was noticeably more tense. Even though the D-rank's eerie lair had been cleared, it was still a dangerous area for a group of F-rank students. A cordon had been set up around the unfinished building. As soon as you approach, a cold and oppressive atmosphere washes over you. Even in daylight, it makes you feel uneasy and sends chills down your spine. The building is dimly lit, the walls are covered with eerie stains and scratches, and a faint stench of decay permeates the air. Working in pairs, everyone begins their work with trepidation. What just happened? They were using a negative energy absorber, which resembled a large vacuum cleaner and needed to be continuously irradiated and absorbed from the area where the resentment was strongest. Lin Yi and Zhao Degong were a team responsible for an area on the third floor. This was said to be the place where the earthbound spirit was most active in its previous life, and the resentment was particularly intense there. The absorber's indicator light flashed frequently, emitting a labored buzzing sound. "Brother E, this place feels really eerie." Zhao Degong shrank his neck, his voice trembling slightly. "I feel a chill down my spine, like someone is watching me." Lin Yi also sensed a similar anomaly. His weak curse ability was particularly sensitive to this negative energy field, and he could vaguely hear the noises filled with pain and resentment in the air. "Concentrate, finish this and leave quickly," Lin Yi whispered. However, an accident still occurred. Due to nervousness, another group of students made a mistake, and the absorber nozzle was accidentally aimed at a load-bearing wall covered with strange runes, causing excessive absorption and triggering a backlash. A piercing shriek emanated from deep within the walls, and the resentment throughout the entire floor, as if enraged, suddenly went berserk. A cold wind howled, the temperature plummeted, and the stains on the walls seemed to come alive, spreading wildly like tentacles. Several students were so frightened that they dropped their equipment and scrambled to the stairwell. The raging resentment energy seemed to have found an outlet, mainly sweeping towards Lin Yi and Zhao Degong, who were closest to them. The negative energy absorber instantly overloaded, emitting black smoke. "It's over, Brother E. The domain has gone berserk." Zhao Degong's face turned pale, and his legs went weak. Lin Yi's heart tightened. This was no longer just a simple strange occurrence, but a chaotic and violent upheaval of energy in the entire environment. He smiled wryly. Would his constant complaining be of any use at a time like this? Complaining to thin air? Just as the dark tide of resentment was about to engulf the two of them, Lin Yi's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, finally settling on the load-bearing wall covered with runes. The runes were twisted and chaotic, filled with negative emotions, yet completely without any order. In that critical moment, Lin Yi couldn't care less about anything else. Facing the wall and the entire raging energy field, he used the judgment he had accumulated from watching countless bad movies and reading countless online criticisms in his previous life to shout with all his might. "What's all the fuss about? Find the person who wronged you." Besides, the talismans on the wall are a complete mess, full of grammatical errors, logical inconsistencies, and utterly lacking in aesthetics. With this level of skill, you think you can trap people? Were you a terrible student in your past life? Upon hearing this, Zhao Degong and several classmates who hadn't run far were stunned. Brother E, was he trying to reason with the ghost again? And even went so far as to complain about the poorly drawn runes? However, a miracle occurred again. The surging tide of resentment abruptly halted before it even touched Lin Yi. The piercing shriek in the air also paused, as if truly pondering Lin Yi's words. His criticism of the poorly drawn runes seemed to pinpoint the core of the earthbound spirit's lingering obsession. Those runes were the embodiment of its resentment, the symbol of its power, yet they were being dismissed as worthless. nervous, logically confused, grammatically incorrect, utterly lacking in aesthetics. This simple aggregate of resentment couldn't withstand such complex criticism. The rules governing its obsession began to contradict themselves and become chaotic. The spreading black, tentacle-like stains stopped, then quickly dissipated and faded away as if losing their support. The chilling atmosphere of the entire floor also diminished like a receding tide. In just over 10 seconds, the previously raging energy field became docile, still unsettling, but no longer aggressive. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Zhao Degang stared in disbelief at Lin Yi, then at the now peaceful wall, and stammered, Brother Yi, you made it withdrawn? The other students were also stunned, staring at Lin Yi as if he were a monster. Once was a coincidence, twice was luck, but the third time, especially with the entire domain in turmoil, he managed to extinguish it with just one sentence? This is an F-rank, weak curse? Teacher Wang rushed over upon hearing the news. Witnessing the scene returned to calm and listening to the incoherent accounts of the still-shaken students, he once again cast his deep gaze upon the seemingly harmless Lin Yi. This time, he no longer believed it was just luck. He walked to Lin Yi's side, pondered for a moment, and said in a low voice, "Kid, pack up. When you get back, come to my office." Lin Yi's heart tightened, but his face maintained a perfectly measured mix of panic and confusion. "Teacher Wang, I don't know what happened. I was just so scared. I was shouting randomly." Teacher Wang waved his hand, his face expressionless, but his eyes were unusually complicated. "Stop pretending. Although I'm just a warehousekeeper, I've seen more strange things than you've eaten meals. Your superpower is probably not that simple." The legend of the plague god seemed to have quietly spread within the small circle of the cleaning team. Lin Yi knew that his days of quietly developing his skills were probably coming to an end. Teacher Wang's office was actually a small cubicle next to the equipment room of the logistics and cleaning team. It was filled with brooms, mops, buckets, and various cleaning agents, and the air smelled of disinfectant and machine oil. Lin Yi nervously followed Teacher Wang inside, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to proceed. Should he continue to play dumb, or partially confess? Teacher Wang casually closed the door, pulled up two dusty chairs, wiped them haphazardly with a rag, and gestured for Lin Yi to sit down. He himself sat on a box filled with scrap parts, lit a cheap cigarette, took a deep drag, and his gaze became distant amidst the swirling smoke. "Don't be nervous, kid." Teacher Wang exhaled a smoke ring and said directly, "I don't mean any harm by coming to you. I'm just curious. I've been in the logistics department for over 10 years and have seen all sorts of strange abilities, but I've never seen anything like yours before." Lin Yi remained silent, waiting for what would happen next. "Rank F, weak curse?" Teacher Wang scoffed, flicking his cigarette ash. "That's what it says in the file, but do you believe it yourself? The slit-mouthed woman incident, you could say it was a coincidence. The headless horseman, you could barely explain it away by saying that guy wasn't very bright. But today's earthbound spirit realm riot, that thing has no intelligence at all. It's purely a collection of resentment. You think you can extinguish it with just a few words?" He stared into Lin Yi's eyes. "What you're doing isn't a curse, at least not entirely. If I'm not mistaken, your ability is closer to rule interference or logic attack, specifically looking for loopholes in the other party's behavior patterns or fundamental existence, and breaking through them with a single touch." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This seemingly disheveled and decadent Teacher Wang had an exceptionally sharp eye, almost seeing right through him. He knew that to completely deny it would be an insult to the other party's intelligence, so he carefully spoke. "Teacher Wang, I'm not quite sure either. It's just, in a moment of panic, I couldn't help but complain, and then, things got a little strange." "Criticize?" Teacher Wang was taken aback for a moment, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he slapped his thigh. "Yes, criticize. Point out the unreasonable aspects. Isn't this the most blatant logical interference?" He seemed somewhat excited, pacing a few steps in the cramped space. "Kid, do you know what this means? For those strange creatures that rely on fixed rules, and have simple behaviors, especially certain high-level but rigidly logical rule-based strange creatures, your ability is simply a natural nemesis." Lin Yi nodded. He had already noticed this. Teacher Wang leaned closer and lowered her voice. "Does anyone else know about this?" Zhao Degang and the others might have some guesses, but they probably all think it's just luck, Lin Yi answered honestly. "Very good, don't make a fuss about it yet." Teacher Wang's expression turned serious. "Your ability was definitely misclassified, but it's too special and too conspicuous. Once it's targeted by those ill-intentioned people or organizations, you'll be in big trouble. Until you have enough ability to protect yourself, keeping a low profile is the wisest choice. Then I'll go on missions in the future." Lin Yi hesitated. After all, today's incident had already attracted attention. "Go ahead with the task as usual, but learn to conceal your shortcomings," Teacher Wang advised. "Next time you encounter a similar situation, don't yell so loudly. Try silently complaining in your mind, or mix it in with your normal shouting and cursing. The effect is similar, but less noticeable. I'll go and give those kids a talking to today and teach them to watch their mouths." Lin Yi suddenly realized that this was a good idea. Precisely controlling the intensity and manner of his Tu Chao, a form of online commentary/roasting, was also a good opportunity to hone his supernatural abilities.
Thank you, Teacher Wang. Linny sincerely thanked him.
Having a knowledgeable person to guide him would save him a lot of trouble.
No need to thank me, I'm just trying to keep our cleaning team from getting into trouble. Teacher Wang waved her hand, reverting to her lazy demeanor. But you, kid, from
now on, those tough nuts to crack in our class, especially those low-level weird remnants involving rules, will be yours.
Consider it more work for the capable, right?
Linny smiled wryly.
Was this what it meant to be entrusted with an important task? After leaving Teacher Wang's office, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, he had someone on his own.
In the days that followed, he kept Teacher Wang's teachings in mind and began to consciously control and use his supernatural abilities. In subsequent missions, when faced with troublesome ones, such as the maze demons, E-level, who love to create mazes, he no longer
yelled directly.
Instead, while searching for an exit, he unintentionally muttered to himself, "This wall is crookedly built, obviously.
A shoddy construction, completely not in accordance with building codes."
As a result, the rules of creating mazes quietly crumbled. When dealing with the remnants of a phantom demon, D-level, that amplifies inner fears, he sprayed Purifier while complaining. "That's all you know
how to do. The scare effect is so weak it's like a mosaic. Can't you come up with something new?"
The residual aura of fear immediately diminished. His efficiency and good luck gradually became an open secret in the cleaning team, but everyone tacitly stopped investigating and simply left the most troublesome corners to him, which Linny always managed to mysteriously handle. His status in the cleaning team rose accordingly, and Brothery became a truly respectful title. Some even jokingly called him the pillar of stability in the cleaning team.
However, the truth eventually came out. Lin Yi's unusual behavior did attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. That day, Linny and several classmates had just finished cleaning a shopping mall and were preparing to return to school.
At the mall entrance, they were stopped by a group of people. The leader was a stylishly dressed, arrogant young man with a C-level ability user badge pinned to his chest, followed by several followers who all appeared to be around D-level.
Linny recognized him.
Sun Hao was a notorious playboy at school. His family was rich and powerful, and he often bullied ordinary students and low-level ability users by relying on his C-level, Airblade, ability.
"Hey, isn't this our famous shining star of the cleaning team, Linny?"
Sun Hao said sarcastically, his gaze sweeping over the stained cleaning uniforms of Lin
Yi and the others, his face full of contempt. "I heard your team has been working really well lately, especially you, Lin Yi. Your luck is unbelievably good." Linny frowned, not wanting to cause trouble. "Sun Hao, is there something you need? We've completed our mission and are heading back to school."
"What's the rush?" Sun Hao stepped forward, blocking Lin Yi's path, and sneered, "I've got a little trouble lately. There's something strange happening in one of my warehouses.
It's not high level, but it's a bit annoying. Sending
the main force would be a waste of their talents.
I heard you're lucky and always manage to solve problems by chance. How about it? Come with me and lend a hand. Of course, it won't be for nothing. I'll give you this much."
Sun Hao held up one finger, indicating 1,000 yuan. This wasn't a small amount for the cleaning class students, but Sun Hao's words carried an undisguised air of condescension and mockery.
Zhao Dagang, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "Sun Hao, Brothery isn't doing odd jobs for you. We each have our own tasks."
"Shut up, you fatso. You have no right to speak here," one of Sun Hao's henchmen immediately retorted sharply.
Sun Hao stared at Lin Yi, his tone full of threat. "What, you're not giving me face? Or is it that your good luck only works in your own class and doesn't work outside?"
Lin Yi felt a surge of disgust looking at Sun Hao's face.
He knew this was both a test and an humiliation.
If he agreed to go, he would become Sun Hao's lucky tool. At his beck and call, if he didn't go, the other party would definitely find an excuse to cause trouble. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to respond in a subtle
way, his gaze inadvertently fell on Sun Hao's slicked back hair.
Only on the left side of the top of his head, a small tuft of hair stubbornly stuck up, forming a subtle
ahog cowlick.
Lin Yi's instinct to criticize instantly kicked in, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue involuntarily turned into a bland sentence.
"Sun Hao, I can talk to you about helping out, but don't you ever look in the mirror before you go out? Is that hair of yours sticking up like an antenna trying to receive alien signals, or are you just trying to be different?" The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough. Sun Hao paused, instinctively touching his head. His followers couldn't help but steal glances at the unruly tuft of hair, wanting to laugh but not daring to, their expressions strange. Sun Hao touched the hair, his face immediately turning bright red. He was extremely conscious of his image, and being pointed out in such an indecent way in front of everyone, especially at this crucial moment when he wanted to establish his authority, filled him with shame and indignation. He wanted to explode, but Lin Yi's words seemed like a kind reminder, leaving him unable to find an outlet for his anger. This feeling of frustration choked
stopped him, instantly deflating much of his previous arrogance. He glared fiercely at Linny, forcefully pressing down the tuft of hair, and with a fierce but weak voice, he uttered, "Humph, don't know what's good for you, let's go." After saying that, he left dejectedly with his followers. Zhao Dagang and the others watched Sun Hao's somewhat disheveled figure, finally, letting out a sigh of relief and unable to help but chuckle softly. "Brothery, awesome. You shut that guy up with just one sentence." His expression just now was hilarious. Linny couldn't laugh. He knew this was just the beginning. Sun Hao was a man who held grudges fiercely. Having lost face today, he would never let it go. As his fame quietly spread, similar troubles and tests would only increase. His path as a plague god was destined to be anything but smooth sailing. A bigger storm was brewing in the shadows, and this time, he might not be able to rely solely on coincidence and luck to deal with it. Sun Hao, as expected, had no intention of letting the matter rest. A few days later, Linny and Zhao Dagang were caught red-handed by Sun Hao and his cousin while buying drinks at the school's convenience store. Sun Hao's cousin, Sun Lei, was tall and burly, with a face full of bulging muscles, and wore a B-level ability user badge on his chest. His ability was Rock Skin, which, when activated, made his skin as hard as granite and granted him immense strength. He was said to be a student in the supernatural combat department at Jiangcheng University and was quite famous on campus. "Brother, it's him, Lin Yi. He's the one who made me lose face in public last time." Sun Hao pointed at Lin Yi, his face full of resentment. Sun Lei crossed his arms and looked down at Lin Yi with disdain in his eyes. "This kid? From the F-level cleaning team? Howsy, you're really going downhill. This kind of trash doesn't even deserve my attention?" Zhao Dagang turned pale with fright and whispered to Lin Yi, "Brothery, this is bad. It's Sun Lei, a B-level fighter. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's run. Don't let it get away." Lin Yi's heart sank. The difference in strength between B-level and F-level was like heaven and earth. A head-on confrontation would definitely put him at a disadvantage. But he knew that running away was useless. It would only make him appear more timid. Sun Lei stepped forward, his aura intimidating. "Kid, my brother says you're pretty good with words. Come on, want to have a match with me? I won't use any superpowers. We'll fight hand-to-hand. I'll let you hit me 3 times first. If you can make me take a step back, you win, and my brother will avoid you from now on. How about it? No superpowers? Hand-to-hand combat?" Lin Yi looked at Sun Lei's arms, which were as thick as his own thighs, and thought to himself, "You call this not bullying me? If I punched you 3 times, I'd probably break my own bones first." Clearly, Sun Lei wanted to teach him a lesson in the most humiliating way. A crowd of students had already gathered around, pointing and staring at Lin Yi, most with expressions of anticipation. Sun Hao smugly shouted from the side, "Lin Yi, if you're scared, kneel down and apologize to me. My brother might be in a good mood and let you off the hook." Lin Yi's mind raced. A direct confrontation wouldn't work, and backing down was even worse. His gaze instinctively searched for a breakthrough. This time, he noticed Sun Lei's stance. To appear mountain steady, the guy stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, like a doorman, but his center of gravity seemed slightly shifted back, and he was wearing a brand new pair of limited edition basketball shoes with gleaming, smooth soles. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Lin Yi's face showed a troubled yet somewhat frightened expression, and he timidly spoke, "Lei, brother Lei, you keep your word? Really, you won't use your special ability? You'll just stand here and let me punch you 3 times? Sun Lei scoffed dismissively, "Nonsense. I, Sun Lei, am a man of my word. Hurry up, stop dawdling." "Well, here I come." Lin Yi seemed to have mustered his courage, slowly walking forward and clenching his seemingly powerless fist. Everyone thought he was going to punch Sun Lei in the chest. However, just as Lin Yi's fist was about to touch Sun Lei's clothes, he suddenly withdrew his strength, turning his fist into a palm, and lightly brushed it across Sun Lei's chest, as if dusting off some dirt. At the same time, in a voice that wasn't loud but loud enough for those around to hear, he quickly muttered, "Brother Lei, are these shoes fake? A new model from Putian? The logo is even crooked." The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Yi's first punch was finished, light and powerless. Sun Lei was stunned at first, then his anger flared. "Bullshit. These shoes are genuine, brought back from America by someone. How could they be?" He subconsciously looked down at the shoe label. But in the instant his mind was drawn to the words fake shoes and he bent over. His previously mountain-steady center of gravity shifted extremely slightly. Add to that the smooth, new soles of the shoes beneath his feet, and the fact that the floor had just been mopped by the cleaning lady, still slightly damp. Sun Lei's massive body, due to the inertia of bowing his head and his slipping foot. Holy crap! To everyone's astonishment, the incredibly powerful B-level ability user, Sun Lei, in an utterly comical fashion, with both feet off the ground and his rear end facing backward, like a wild goose landing on a sandbar, he crashed to the ground with a loud plop. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone was stunned. Sun Hao's mouth gaped open, practically wide, enough to fit an egg. Zhao Dagang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Lin Yi, looking completely panicked, rushed forward to help him up. Brother Lei, are you alright? I told you we didn't need to compete anymore. Look at you, how did you fall like that?" The floor was too slippery. worry, it's all the cleaning lady's fault for not cleaning it properly. Sun Lei was dazed and confused from the fall, his buttocks burning with pain. Hearing Lin Yi's concerned words, he was so angry he almost fainted. He wanted to lash out, but he had indeed slipped and fallen in front of everyone. Lin Yi's blow was barely even a tickle. If he were to use his superpower to hit someone now, he would completely lose face. Brother, how are you? Sun Hao finally reacted and rushed to help him. Up. Sun Lei scrambled to his feet, his face alternating between pale and flushed, pointing at Lin Yi, his fingers trembling. You. Lin Yi still looked completely innocent. Brother Lei, look, does this count as me winning? You just took several steps back. No, you lay down one step. Ha 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 ha. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing first, and then the crowd erupted in uncontrollable laughter. I'm dying of laughter. A B-level expert tripped and fell flat on his face. Still that slump on the butt. Classic. Is it a problem with the shoes? Really? The point isn't the shoes, it's that Lin Yi's comment was hilarious. Hearing the surrounding ridicule, Sun Lei was filled with shame and indignation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He glared fiercely at Lin Yi, his eyes seeming to want to devour him alive, but having lost face, he could only utter a weak "you just wait," before dragging the equally dumbfounded Sun Hao along, and slinking away through the crowd amidst the jeers. Zhao Dagang excitedly hugged Lin Yi. Brother Yi, amazing, you won again. You made a B-level expert fall over with just one sentence. Your mouth must be blessed. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both amused and secretly relieved. He had only intended to disrupt the other party's mindset, but the effect was unexpectedly immediate. It seems that precise witty remarks are indeed exceptionally powerful in disrupting the rules of showing off. After this incident, Lin Yi's legend at school has become even more bizarre. Previously known as the shining light of the cleaning class and lucky, he now boasts titles like King of Verbal Combat and Character Destroyer. The Sun brothers, Hao and Lei, have become the laughingstock of the school. Especially Lei, the video of him falling flat on the ground with fake shoes was secretly recorded and circulated wildly in various groups, completely shattering his rock-hard man image. For a whole period, he was too ashamed to show off at school. For the first time, Lin Yi truly felt that his seemingly insignificant superpower, if used properly, could indeed produce a miraculous effect of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect in certain situations. Of course, this would likely bring deeper resentment from the Sun Lei brothers, as well as more curious and inquisitive gazes. His campus life was unlikely to return to normalcy. However, it also seemed to have become more interesting. The Sun Lei incident was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, its ripples spreading rapidly. Lin Yi's reputation as a plague god was no longer limited to the logistics and cleaning staff and the lowest level circle of bizarre missions, but began to spread widely throughout the entire department of supernatural abilities at Jiangcheng University. The various versions of the rumors became increasingly exaggerated. Have you heard? That F rank in the cleaning team can completely destroy the image of a B rank powerhouse just by talking. That's not all. I heard that Sun Lei had his superpowers fully activated, and his skin was as hard as rock, but he was still broken down by the words, the shoes are fake, and he was knocked stiff. This is definitely a hidden S-level, words become law. When these rumors reached Lin Yi's ears, he was both amused and exasperated, but also became more vigilant. The bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. Now, not only did the Sun brothers hate him to the bone, but he was likely attracting even more unnecessary attention. Zhao Dagang, on the other hand, benefited, walking with a swagger and constantly proclaiming Brother Yi is awesome, as if he himself possessed magical abilities. The seemingly peaceful days lasted for several days. That afternoon, Lin Yi had just finished teaching a class on Introduction to the Taxonomy of Bizarre Creatures and was packing up to report to the logistics department to complete his duty for the day, cleaning up the high-incidence area of paranormal events in the third teaching building, which was actually just some low-level wandering spirits who liked to play pranks. At this moment, a young man in a black suit, with a serious expression and upright posture, stopped him. The man showed an ID with a special badge that read National Bureau of Paranormal Phenomena Prevention and Control, or Paranormal Prevention Bureau for short. Is this Lin Yi? I'm a special agent from the Anti-Cybersecurity Bureau, codename Black Owl. The man's voice was calm and businesslike. There are some things I need to ask you. Please come with me. It was bound to happen. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he maintained the tension and bewilderment befitting an F-rank loser. Huh? The Phantom Defense Bureau? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? I'm just a janitor. Black Owl's lips twitched slightly, as if he were suppressing something. This is just a routine inquiry about several recent, unexpected incidents related to you. Please cooperate. Lin Yi had no choice but to follow him to an empty conference room. Black Owl closed the door, activated the recording equipment, and sat opposite Lin Yi, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Lin Yi, F-rank ability, weak curse. Recent records show that several incidents you were involved in or near have exhibited anomalies. Black Owl flipped through the tablet in his hand, including but not limited to, the slit-mouthed woman abruptly halting her attack for unknown reasons, the D-rank Eerie wacko. Phantom inexplicably getting stuck in a wall crack while chasing you, and B-rank ability user Sun Lei falling to the ground non-combatably during your confrontation. With each statement he made, Lin Yi's heart sank further. Sure enough, the authorities weren't to be underestimated, their investigation was incredibly thorough. What explanation do you have for this? Black Owl stared into Lin Yi's eyes, trying to catch any change in his expression. Lin Yi put on a convincing performance, feigning an innocent yet fearful expression. Sir, I don't know either. Maybe I'm just unlucky. No, it's the people around me who are unlucky. Everyone says I'm a jinx. He gave a bitter smile. Perhaps my weak curse doesn't target the strange creatures, but rather affects the people around me? I'm really troubled by this. Black Owl remained expressionless, clearly unconvinced by this explanation. Luck? According to our analysis, behind the accidents of these events, there seems to be a common logical interference characteristic closer to the influence at the level of rules. Lin Yi's heart tightened. The official experts were indeed impressive. They had already grasped the crux of the matter, but he had made up his mind that he must never let anyone know the truth about his ability. It was an ability that could not be rated and might even involve causality. If it were revealed, what awaited him would not be flowers and applause, but most likely lifelong protective imprisonment or endless research torture. Rules? Lin Yi feigned confusion. Sir, you're making it too complicated. I don't understand. I'm just an F rank. I don't understand anything in class. All I know is that cleaning has to be spotless. Next, no matter how Black Owl probed, even with a provocative and threatening tone, Lin Yi insisted that he was simply unlucky/misfortune-ridden, attributing all the coincidences to his F-level superpower and mysterious bad luck. His expression was sincere, yet carried the typical inferiority and fear of an F-level superpowered individual. His acting was truly Oscar-worthy. The interrogation lasted half an hour, but Black Owl failed to extract any valuable information from him. He closed his tablet and said finally, Lin Yi, we have recorded your situation. We hope you will act cautiously in the future. If you discover any new changes in your superpowers, please report them to the authorities immediately. This is the responsibility of every citizen. Absolutely. Don't worry, sir. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon. After Black Owl left, Lin Yi let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. The struggle against the officials was many times more stressful than dealing with someone as brute force as Sun Lei. Meanwhile, in a black sedan outside the teaching building, Black Owl was reporting via encrypted communication. Boss, I've met him. The target is Lin Yi. He's confirmed to be an F rank, and his personality fits the image of a good-for-nothing. He appears nervous and self-conscious when questioned, attributing all unusual phenomena to bad luck and his unlucky constitution. A deep, steady male voice came from the other end of the communicator. What's your assessment? Black Owl pondered for a moment. His acting is superb, almost flawless, but precisely because it's so perfect, it seems somewhat deliberate. My intuition tells me that he's deliberately hiding something. Those events are no coincidences. The traces of logical interference are too obvious. He himself may not even be fully aware of it, or perhaps he's unwilling to admit it. Continue to observe. Tentatively classify him as C-level potential risk/unknown value target. Do not disturb him, and see what he might accidentally trigger next. If his ability is indeed, as we have deduced, some kind of rare rule-based ability, then its value would be astonishing, especially in the current situation. On the other side, Lin Yi, deep in thought, picked up a broom and rag and headed towards the infamous ghost toilet in the third teaching building. It was said that headless ghosts and dripping water were often seen there. In the past, he would always grit his teeth and go in, but today he was absent-minded. As soon as he stepped into the restroom, a chilling wind swept through him, and a blurry, headless shadow slowly gathered at the stall door. At the same time, the faucet automatically turned on, dripping blood. Normally, such a scene would have made Lin Yi's hair stand on end, but today, preoccupied with the affairs of the Phantom Defense Bureau, he couldn't help but mentally scoff at this old-fashioned scare tactic. Here we go again. It's the same old thing every day, headless ghosts and dripping blood. It's so unoriginal. Horror movie screenwriters should all be out of a job. And besides, doesn't water cost money? This is such a waste. They have absolutely no environmental awareness. After venting his frustrations, he didn't take it to heart and picked up a rag to wipe the sink. But the next second, something bizarre happened. The headless ghost seemed to pause for a moment, then slowly and clumsily reached out and turned off the still dripping faucet. Immediately afterward, it seemed to realize its image was too outdated, and its form began to twist and deform, attempting to create a more fashionable, terrifying shape. However, its energy was unstable, and it stalled midway, turning into a semi-transparent, unrecognizable, twisted mass, writhing aimlessly in place. The blood stopped dripping. An awkward silence fell over the restroom. Lin Yi, holding the rag, stared blankly at the low-level, bizarre creature that had fallen into logical confusion due to criticism of its lack of originality and environmental awareness, and was beginning to doubt itself and forcibly update its image. He looked down at his own hand, then at the bewildered, bizarre energy. It seems, after feigning
ignorance towards the officials, he's become even more adept at using this ability? It might even be effective against these low-level, unpredictable monsters with low intelligence? Could this be considered practice makes perfect?
Linny muttered to himself, a strange smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips.
It seems this toilet cleaning job will never be boring again. Moreover, perhaps through continuous practice, he can better control and conceal this increasingly obvious curse.
After being targeted by the Bureau of Counterfeit Goods, Linny became increasingly cautious. He clocked in at the logistics department on time every day, diligently sweeping, wiping windows, and cleaning up the strange residues such as water stains or hair formed by the condensation of energy, trying his best to play the role of a law-abiding F-level cleaner. However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. He may not actively seek out trouble, but trouble will always find its way to him.
That evening, Linny finished his part-time job and took the last bus back to school.
The number 244 bus route was in a remote area and rarely had passengers. Tonight, including Linny, there were only 4 or 5 people on the bus. The carriage was unusually quiet, with only the low hum of the engine buzz. As the vehicle approached the old cemetery, the surrounding fog thickened, making the streetlights appear dim and blurry.
Linny, who was dozing by the
window, suddenly woke up with a start, feeling the temperature inside the car drop several degrees, and the air filled with a faint, earthy smell. He looked up and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He saw another passenger had somehow boarded the train through the front door. He was an old gentleman wearing an old Zhongshan suit, his face as pale as paper, with dark circles under his eyes. His movements as he inserted the coin were stiff and slow, and a dull thud came from the coin box. The sound was not like metal colliding, but more like a stone falling into water. Even more strangely, the driver seemed completely unaware, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead as he continued driving.
Ghost passengers. Linny's heart sank. This was a typical low-level paranormal event, a ghost bus. This situation usually doesn't
directly harm people, but if someone is entangled with it or taken to the final stop, their soul is very likely to get lost. Other passengers seemed to sense something was wrong as well, shrinking into their seats and not daring to move, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it was almost suffocating.
The old man in the Zhongshan suit slowly walked to the middle of the carriage, sat in an empty seat, and then turned his head at an extremely unnatural angle toward the young female passenger next to him, his mouth stiffly curving into a smile. The female passenger was trembling with fear and kept her eyes tightly shut. Linny knew he couldn't just sit idly by.
A head-on confrontation is absolutely out of the question. With his F-class physique, he wouldn't even be enough to fill an old ghost's teeth. We had no choice but to find another way, relying on the old method, complaining. He scrutinized the old man closely. He was dressed impeccably in a neat Zhongshan suit, but Linny noticed that the old man was wearing a pair of extremely fashionable new sneakers from a luxury brand, complete with a huge logo.
This contrasts sharply with his retro and serious Zhongshan suit. TSK. Linny couldn't help but complain in his heart, this outfit, a fusion of East and West? A combination of traditional and modern?
The old man is quite trendy, but his aesthetic sense is simply a disaster.
He must be turning in his grave.
He had just finished complaining when the old ghost, who was about to scare the female passenger, suddenly froze.
It subconsciously looked down
at its shoes, then looked up at the serious-looking Zhongshan suit, a hint of confusion and embarrassment flashing in its empty eye sockets.
It tried to tuck its feet under the seat. This trick worked. Lin Yi's spirits lifted, and he decided to put in even more effort.
He saw that the old ghost was still holding a yellow train ticket in his hand. The destination on it was blurry, but the words Netherworld were vaguely visible. Just then, the bus bumped along and swayed. Linny exclaimed ouch, pretending to have lost his balance, and complained loudly in Lao Gui's direction, "Driver, please drive more steadily.
This is shaking the passengers halfway through their journey. Also, is this fare reasonable?
You just pick up people anywhere without checking tickets, and you're driving in this godforsaken place."
"I'm going to complain. Where is the final stop? Can you even read the bus stop sign?"
His words, seemingly a complaint about the driver and the bus company, actually hit the nail on the head regarding the rules of the ghost bus. The bumpy ride disturbs the souls of the dead. Anyone who boards as a ghost, ticket checks are proof of identity between the living and the dead, and the final stop is the road to the underworld. Sure enough, the old man in the Zhongshan suit trembled violently, and the train ticket in his hand suddenly became scalding hot, with the two characters Netherworld on it flickering. The lights inside the carriage began to flicker, and a chilling wind picked up. "Complaint, ticket check, final stop," old ghost uttered in a hoarse, indistinct voice, as if he had fallen into a huge chaos of rules. Its existence is based on vague rules, and it becomes extremely unstable once these rules are exposed or questioned.
"Yes, file a complaint,"
Linny shouted, taking the opportunity to secretly shine his phone's flashlight on the ticket in the old man's hand.
"Grandpa, this ticket is wrong, isn't it? The date is blurry. Is it expired? Or did you get on the wrong bus?" "Expired? Wrong bus?"
The old ghost was completely bewildered. Its logic of existence had been thrown into disarray by Lin Yi's few sarcastic remarks.
Its body began to turn transparent transparent, and the surrounding stench of decaying earth quickly dissipated. Finally, in a violent flash, the old ghost in the Zhongshan suit, along with the problematic train ticket, vanished from the carriage with a whoosh, like a television screen with a poor signal. The temperature inside the carriage instantly rose, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. The other passengers, as if waking from a dream, exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how the uncomfortable feeling had suddenly vanished, attributing it to a nightmare. The driver muttered, "Strange, why did it suddenly feel a bit cold?" Only Lin Yi knew what had just happened. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This experience of directly confronting bizarre rules was far more dangerous than dealing with the pure muscle stimulation of Sun Lei. A slight misstep could have truly backfired. The next day, Lin Yi went to school as usual, thinking that the matter was over. Unexpectedly, at noon, He Xiao appeared again, this time with a more serious expression and an undisguised look of inquiry. "Lin Yi, did something happen on bus number 244 last night?" Black Owl asked. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly feigned innocence. "Last night? I took a bus back to school. Nothing special, I was just a little sleepy." Black Owl stared at him and slowly said, "We detected a brief abnormal energy fluctuation when bus route 244 passed through the Laofunction section last night, reaching the sea level event standard. However, the fluctuation quickly dissipated on its own." In subsequent interviews, the passengers on the bus all said they couldn't remember the details, only vaguely feeling uncomfortable. "Only you are the related party we have recorded." Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. The official surveillance was too tight. He hurriedly explained, "Sir, I really don't know. Maybe it's just bad luck again. I encountered a ghost. The ghost thought I was too unlucky and didn't want to bother me, so it left on its own." He continued to fabricate his plague god theory. Black Owl's lips twitched, this time with a noticeable hint of helplessness. He took out a report. Based on the analysis of residual energy, the way that anomaly dissipated was very unusual. It wasn't dispelled, but rather more like a self-collapse due to a conflict with the rules and logic. This pattern is highly similar to a certain special case we are currently studying. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Black Owl closed the report and looked at him meaningfully. "Lin, your luck always seems to break some established rules in an unbelievable way. It's quite interesting." He paused, then continued, "Given that you seem to easily attract and accidentally resolve these kinds of incidents, the department has decided, after discussion, to give you a temporary probationary status." As he spoke, Black Owl handed Lin Yi an ordinary-looking cell phone with an inconspicuous, subtly patterned emblem of the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation on the back. "This is a specially modified communicator. When low-level paranormal events occur around you, it will send you safety alerts and basic information. Of course, you have no obligation to take action, but we hope you can go with the flow while ensuring your own safety. At the same time, it is also a recording device. We hope to use it to collect more on-site data on these kinds of accidentally resolved events." Lin Yi took the phone, his feelings complicated. What did this mean? Had he been semi-officially hired as a temporary worker by the government? Or had he become a data collector for abnormal events for the mobile company? Is this appropriate? "I'm just an F rank." He still wanted to struggle. "Appropriate." Black Owl's tone was firm. "Your luck is a phenomenon that needs to be observed and recorded. Don't worry, your basic identity information will be kept confidential, and you will still be an F-level logistics personnel to the outside world. We call this plan the Mr. Lin, the Concerned Citizen Observation File." After Black Owl left, Lin Yi looked at the hot potato-like phone in his hand, both amused and exasperated. Mr. Lin, a helpful citizen? How corny could that name be? It seemed his wish to quietly clean toilets was completely shattered. From now on, he'd probably have to spend his days accompanied by the constant beeping of this phone and all sorts of strange accidents. However, Lin Yi weighed the phone in his hand, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. It seemed rather interesting. At least with this thing, he could know in advance what kind of trash he would be facing when cleaning up. The cell phones issued by the Phantom Defense Bureau are heavier than bricks, yet their standby time is ridiculously short. Lin Yi suspected that, besides location tracking and alarm functions, the main purpose of this thing was probably to be used as a murder weapon when necessary. He put an ugly silicone shell on it and hid it at the bottom of his backpack, trying to cover its existence with the aura of knowledge. However, what cannot be avoided will eventually happen. 3 days later, in the evening, Lin Yi was complaining about the spicy chicken in the cafeteria that day. It was supposed to be spicy chicken, but it only had chili peppers and no chicken in it. While struggling to eat his rice, suddenly, the brick in his backpack started vibrating, emitting a low-key but persistent beep-beep sound, similar to that of an old-fashioned pager. Lin Yi's hand trembled, and the piece of chicken he had painstakingly picked up with his chopsticks fell back onto his plate. He looked around like a thief, then quickly pulled out his phone. The screen lights up, displaying only a simple line of white text, without any fancy interface. "Warning, low-intensity abnormal energy aggregation. Location, room 409, building 7, West Campus of Jiangcheng University. Feature analysis, it conforms to the E-level lingering obsession event pattern, takeout that will never be delivered. Potential risks, psychological disturbance, minor material loss. Recommendation, observe and avoid intervention unless absolutely necessary. Data logging has been initiated. Below is a details button. Linny clicks on it and sees the basic information of the resident of room 409 and a screenshot of a takeout order, an extra spicy snail rice noodle dish with double the amount of pickled bamboo shoots. The order status shows delivered, but the delivery time is a week ago. Never delivered takeout? Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. This bizarre event was actually quite down to earth. He remembered that room 409 seemed to be inhabited by a few nerdy guys with science and engineering backgrounds, and they all had rather unusual tastes. To go or not to go? Given his status as a useless F rank, he should have immediately deleted the message and continued munching on his spicy chicken. But a damned curiosity and perhaps a nascent sense of responsibility were stirring within him. Moreover, Black Owl's words, "I hope that you can go with the flow while ensuring your own safety," may sound like empty words, but who knows if it is some kind of hidden test. Finally, after finishing the last bite of his meal, Linny decided to take a go-with-the-flow stroll. Just treat it as a post-meal digestion trip and take a look at what an E-level incident looks like. Anyway, the risk is low, and if all else fails, we can just run away. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and slowly walked toward Building 7 in the West District. As soon as I got downstairs, I smelled a faint aroma, a mixture of sour bamboo shoots and anxiety, swirling in the air. At the door of room 409, a delivery man wearing a uniform from a certain food delivery platform, with a semi-transparent figure, was futilely knocking on the door again and again, repeatedly handing over a delivery bag, but his hand always passed through the door panel, and the delivery bag seemed to vanish. Its face had no features, only a blurry halo, but the whole person exuded a strong sense of anxiety that if it is not delivered soon, it will be late and penalized. A young man wearing thick glasses, presumably a resident of room 409, stood at the door, his face gloomy. He tried to open the door, but was affected by the invisible aura of anxiety. He couldn't get the key into the lock several times, muttering, "Damn it, what kind of weather is this? Even the key is slippery." After observing for a while, Linny had a better understanding of the situation. This delivery man was strange, but not aggressive. Its obsession before it died, or rather, before it dissipated, was too strong, getting stuck on the delivery stage, forming a small field of resentment, the main effect of which was to make the people around it anxious and unlucky. How to crack it? Based on past experience, we need to find the logical loopholes or points of contention in its obsession. Linny stepped forward, not staring directly at the illusory delivery man, but instead striking up a conversation with the bespectacled man who was struggling with the keyhole. "Hey, you ordered takeout too? How's the snail rice noodles from this place?" The bespectacled man replied irritably, "Good my foot. I ordered it a week ago, and it arrived an hour late. Half of the soup was spilled. I gave it a bad review, and since then, there's been something weird going on at the door." Linny chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, "I knew it." He turned towards the empty doorway, in the bespectacled man's eyes, his voice sounding like he was talking to himself, yet also like he was complaining loudly, just enough for the obsessive being to hear. "Sigh, delivering food isn't easy these days. The platforms are exploiting us, and the deadlines are incredibly tight. One wrong move and you're late and get fined. But some orders are just bizarre. The address is unclear, the phone number is unreachable, and when it arrives, it's just a request for extra spicy snail rice noodles with double the amount of pickled bamboo shoots. Does this guy have a grudge against his roommate, or is he just having a grudge against the toilet?" The illusory delivery man that kept repeating the delivery action suddenly froze. Its anxious aura became slightly disordered. Linny continued to press the issue, his gaze falling on the illusory takeout bag. "And look at this packaging, such a thin plastic bag, with all that soup and water, how could it not spill? To be honest, it's unreasonable for the platform to deduct money, but some merchants also have to bear responsibility for their packaging. And this customer, ordering such strong-flavored food, didn't even consider the neighbor's feelings, yet gave a bad review so readily." His words sounded like a complaint about the chaos in the food delivery industry, but they actually pinpointed the core of the obsessive mindset: platform pressure, delay anxiety, order issues, overly strong flavors, poor packaging, spilled soup, and picky customers, bad reviews. He practically ranted about every aspect that fueled this obsession. The illusory image of the delivery driver began to tremble violently, looking down at the undeliverable food in its hands, with Lin Yi's complaints echoing in its ears. That intense obsession with delivery is a must suddenly became somewhat confused and ridiculous. What was it desperately trying to achieve? To deliver a bowl of overly strong-flavored snail noodles that would spill soup and potentially get a bad review? "Let me tell you," Linny said, suddenly having a flash of inspiration, "this takeout shouldn't have been delivered at all. Look, the soup spilled, the taste is definitely affected. Delivering it anyway would only get us a bad review. It's better to just forget about it. Let's just say it's a bug in the platform system, cancel the order, and everyone can be at peace." Bug, cancel. All right, the obsessive entity murmured incoherently.
apparently. Its very foundation, the requirement to complete delivery, shattered completely in the face of Lin Yi's series of precise criticisms. Finally, under the bespectacled man's bewildered gaze, he simply felt the doorway suddenly wasn't so irritating anymore. The illusory delivery man and the delivery bag in his hand dissipated like wisps of smoke in the wind, slowly vanishing into the air. The surrounding tension instantly dissipated as well. The bespectacled man clicked open the door, scratching his head. Strange, why couldn't I open it before? Lin Yi felt a surge of smug satisfaction and turned to leave. At the same time, he felt his brick-like phone vibrate slightly in his bag, and a line of small text flashed on the screen. The never-delivered takeout incident has been resolved. Data record complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Observation file of Mr. Lin, a concerned citizen. The next day, Black Owl called, his tone more complicated than before, carrying a barely suppressed curiousness. Student Lin, the data records at the entrance of Building 7, Room 409 last night were quite interesting. Lin Yi feigned ignorance. Huh? What data? I took a walk after dinner last night. He Xiao said, your insights into a snail rice noodle delivery order from a week ago are very unique, especially your complaints about the division of responsibilities among the platform, the merchant, and the customer. The logic is clear and the entry point is sharp. Lin Yi chuckled dryly. I just made a couple of casual complaints. Black Owl, your casual complaint caused an E-level obsession to collapse due to logical consistency and dissipate naturally. This solution is extremely efficient and leaves almost no energy residue. The experts are very interested. Lin Yi was sweating profusely. Luck, it must be luck. He must have figured out the strange thing himself. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Black Owl said in an almost mocking tone, okay, luck. But, Lin, your luck seems to be particularly good at persuading people at the rule level. Keep up the good work, Mr. Lin, the enthusiastic citizen. I hope you can persuade an even more difficult target next time. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi stared at the brick-like phone, feeling it was becoming increasingly like a hot potato. Persuasion and education? That term sounded. Did the Phantom Defense Bureau already treat him like a walking, talking rule bug finder? His bizarre campus life seemed to be completely tied to his helpful citizen identity, a thing of the past. After becoming Mr. Lin, the helpful citizen, Lin Yi's campus life gained a hidden daily routine, receiving friendly reminders from brick-sized mobile phones and engaging in some post-meal digestion activities. Most of these were minor anomalies, ranging from E-level to even F-level, such as the fallen spirit that always dropped books on the same shelf in the library, or the vocal ghost who practiced bel canto in the washroom at midnight but was always off-key. Lin Yi usually only needed a precise sarcastic remark to trap these persistent little darlings in a logical dead loop, causing them to dissipate on their own. His reputation as a plague god seemed to gradually spread among the lower-level eerie circles, if they even had circles. Occasionally, when he encountered slightly conscious wandering spirits, they would actively avoid him when he approached, making him as effective as a human-shaped smog remover. This also made his logistical and cleaning work unexpectedly much smoother. But the real challenges often lie in the most ordinary places. For example, the school's third canteen. The braised pork at the third canteen is famous, but the shaky hands of the aunties serving the food are well known throughout the school. Especially Aunt Zhang at window number 1, who is rumored to have practiced iron palm in her youth. She can scoop up a full spoonful of braised pork, then with a gentle 3-shake of her wrist, only to leave 3 pieces of meat on the plate, 2 of which are fat. That noon, Lin Yi and Zhao Degan were in line at window number 1. Seeing the braised pork on the plate of the student in front of them shrink rapidly under Aunt Zhang's shaking magic, Zhao Degan couldn't help but mutter, "Brothery, I suspect Aunt Zhang isn't just shaking her hands. This is clearly some kind of rule-based superpower. A dark application of the law of conservation of deliciousness." Lin Yi laughed. Maybe it's a poverty curse that's specifically targeting poor students like us. When it was their turn, Aunt Zhang, like an emotionless serving machine, scooped up a spoonful of glistening, fragrant braised pork. Lin Yi could even sense a strange rhythm hidden in the trembling motion. Just as Aunt Zhang's wrist was about to unleash a fatal triple jerk, Lin Yi's brick-like phone suddenly vibrated at an inopportune moment. The vibration was so strong that it almost made his heart skip a beat. He instinctively reached out to cover it, his movements slightly abrupt. At the same time, watching Aunt Zhang's steady shaking technique and recalling Zhao De's earlier complaints, coupled with the annoyance of his vibrating phone, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. The voice wasn't loud, but loud enough for someone nearby to hear. "Auntie, your hands are shaking so rhythmically. Is there a little electric motor installed, or are you practicing a ticker timer here? Is the cafeteria so short on funds that they're relying on shaking to precisely control the amount of meat?" The moment she finished speaking, time seemed to freeze for a second. Aunt Zhang's hand, which had been trembling steadily, rhythmically, and almost like a law, suddenly stopped. It was as if a grain of sand had gotten stuck in a precision instrument, and the whole rhythm was completely disrupted. Her arm stiffened, and the spoonful of braised pork neither fell down nor landed smoothly on Lin Yi's plate. Instead, it hung in
mid-air, dripping with broth. Even more strangely, Linny felt a faint but clearly different energy fluctuation emanating from Aunt Zhang. The fluctuation carried the anger of having his secret exposed, as well as the chaos of the rules being disrupted. Aunt Zhang looked up, staring directly at Linny for the first time. Her gaze was complex, a mixture of surprise, embarrassment, and an indescribable curiosity. Without a word, she stiffly flipped her wrist, and incredibly, with almost no tremor, poured an entire spoonful of braised pork onto Linny's plate. The amount of meat was almost 3 times that of the student before her. Zhao Degong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and the students behind him couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Auntie? Linny was also stunned. Aunt Zhang regained her calm, expressionless face, but her ears seemed slightly red. She waved her hand impatiently and said, "Next, hurry up." Linny, carrying the huge sum of braised pork, felt a little dizzy. He walked to the table and quickly pulled out his phone. The screen displayed, "Warning, weak fluctuation of rule-based ability detected. Location, Window 1, 3rd Canteen, Jiangcheng University. Characteristic analysis, suspected life-based ability, precise deduction, passively activated, capable of making minor rule corrections to specific behaviors, such as serving food, to save costs. Fluctuation level, FE note, the fluctuation was temporarily disrupted for unknown reasons, but has now returned to normal. Data recorded. Linny, good heavens, this is truly an extraordinary ability. Zhao Dagong's jinx is practically blessed. It turns out that all the teachers and students of the entire school have been living under the rule of a deeply hidden, rule-following cafeteria auntie all these years? Brother E. Amazing. Zhao Dagang excitedly rummaged through the 2 pitiful pieces of meat on his plate, staring at the mountain of braised pork piled on Lin Yi's plate with admiration. You can even break the cafeteria auntie's absolute law? Your mouth is practically a weapon of causality. Lin Yi was both amused and exasperated, staring at the plate of spoils before him, unsure whether to eat it or not. Had he inadvertently cracked the cultivation technique of a charlatan from the common people? Just then, his phone vibrated again. It was an encrypted message from Black Owl. Observation Report 009. The target appears to possess the ability to interfere with non-malicious life system rule-based abilities. The interference method remains verbal sarcasm, and the effect is a temporary disruption of the rule inertia that maintains the ability. Attached, ingredient analysis report of the braised pork in the 3rd canteen, non-toxic and safe to eat. Lin Yi's lips twitched, and he replied with a message, "Thank you for your concern." He put down his phone, looked at Zhao Dagang across from him who was wolfing down his plate of braised pork and staring longingly at him, and sighed helplessly. "Dagang, do you think I'll get blacklisted at the 3rd canteen from now on? What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Dagang replied vaguely, his mouth full of grease. "Brothery, from now on, you'll stand in front of me when you get food. You're the beacon of hope for us poor students." Lin Yi rubbed his forehead. It seemed that the scope of this helpful citizen Mr. Lin's work was irreversibly expanding under the joint efforts of the Anti-Monster Bureau and Zhao Dagang and others. From bizarre incidents to getting food in the cafeteria, would he next go and complain about the unreasonable class scheduling rules of the Academic Affairs Office? He felt that he was going further and further off track on this path of rule-complaining master and becoming more and more down-to-earth. Mr. Lin, the helpful citizen, didn't find peace in his daily life despite the cafeteria lady's little mishap. The frequency of alerts from his brick-like phone seemed to have increased, as if the Bureau of Paranormal Investigations monitoring system, after multiple data collections, had become increasingly sensitive to anomalies around him. The incidents he dealt with remained primarily E and D level, and Linny gradually figured out a trick. The key to dealing with these low-level anomalies lay in finding the paradox or awkward point within their obsessions or rules. A single, decisive strike yielded excellent results. That afternoon, Lin E, who had no classes, was mysteriously pulled to a corner of the campus by Zhao Dagang. "Brother E, something big has happened. Something really big has happened." Zhao Dagang's face was filled with excitement mixed with fear. "The music building is haunted. It's a huge problem." "Music building? Isn't it said that the practice rooms play pianos automatically at night?" "It's an old rumor." Linny didn't take it seriously. Every school has a few of these kinds of campus ghost stories. This time it's different. Zhao Dagang lowered his voice. "It's the Beethoven plaster statue in practice room 307. Several art students said that when they were practicing the piano at midnight, they saw that the plaster statue was actually shedding tears. Not water vapor, but real, murky tears. And the music would become particularly sad and distorted, making people's hearts ache. Several timid students even fell ill." "Beethoven in tears?" Linny frowned. This did indeed sound even more sinister than an automatic piano playing. As if to confirm Zhao Dagang's words, his brick-like phone in his backpack vibrated at just the right moment. "Warning, moderate intensity abnormal energy aggregation, accompanied by significant mental pollution. Location, music building, music room 307, Jiangcheng University Art Center. Characteristic analysis consists of a Class C spirit possession pollution event pattern, the weeping Beethoven. The energy
source is highly linked to a plaster statue and a specific piano piece, suspected to be pathetic.
Potential risks: moderate mental depression, auditory hallucinations, long-term exposure may lead to depressive tendencies.
Recommendation: approach with caution. It is recommended to report this and have a professional team intervene.
Data recording has been initiated. Level C, and it's classified as mental pollution. Lin Yi's heart tightened. This was no longer a minor incident for him. He had to report it. He didn't want to get into this mess. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call Black Owl, Zhao Dagang grabbed him, his eyes shining. "Brothery, this is one of the 7 unbelievable things on campus. You're the man who can even make B-level Sun Lei admit defeat. Aren't you going to go take a look? Maybe you can solve the problem with just a few words?" Linny stared speechlessly at Zhao Dagang's blindly trusting face. This big oaf had no idea what sea-level mental pollution meant, but the words 7 unbelievable things on campus stirred something within him.
These long-standing tales of the supernatural often had more complex rules and deeper roots. Perhaps they could help him better understand the bizarre workings of this world?
Curiosity once again triumphed over caution, or perhaps his sense of duty as a helpful citizen was beginning to stir?
He decided to observe from a distance, never approaching the music room, and to call for help immediately if anything seemed amiss. At 11 p.m. that night, Linny and Zhao Dagang quietly crept up to the vicinity of the music building. Most of the building was pitch black, except for a dim light shining from a window on the 3rd floor, which was the 307
practice room.
The faint sound of a piano drifted over. The melody was indeed Beethoven's Pathetic Sonata, but the rhythm was slow and distorted, and the notes were filled with an indescribable sorrow and resentment.
Zhao Dagang shivered. "Brothery, my legs are getting weak."
Linny also felt his heart racing. The music felt like invisible claws scratching at his nerves. He gestured for Zhao Dagang to stay downstairs and keep watch, then took a deep breath and silently used the most basic breathing technique he had learned in the logistics class, though the effect was negligible, and quietly made his way to the 3rd floor. The closer he got to room 307, the clearer the piano music became, and the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of grief intensified. Linny peered inside through the glass window in the door.
In the empty practice room, only a single lamp illuminated the area around the piano.
A figure dressed in an old-fashioned suit, his back obscured, sat stiffly before the piano, playing mechanically. Above the piano sat a plaster bust of Beethoven, dark red, murky liquid, slowly seeping from beneath his eyes, like tears of blood.
A wave of intense mental pollution washed over Linny, making him dizzy and
overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions, academic pressure, the humiliation of being ridiculed, the uncertainty of the future.
All sorts of unpleasant memories were magnified in an instant. "No, I can't hold on." Linny subconsciously wanted to back away.
Just then, the performer in the music room seemed to sense being spied on, and abruptly stopped playing.
The entire space fell into dead silence.
Then, along with the weeping Beethoven plaster statue, its head turned towards Linny at the doorway with an unusually slow and eerie rhythm. Eye sockets without pupils, flowing, blood and tears, endless sorrow and deathly resentment, instantly locked onto Linny. His hair stood on end, his mind went blank, and the urge to run away was stuck in his throat. In that critical moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Almost entirely by muscle memory, he shouted out the first and only thought that flashed through his mind, a sarcastic remark at the resentful Beethoven plaster statue that was turning towards him.
"What are you crying about? You played it so horribly. The melody is completely off-key, and you still have the nerve to cry? If Beethoven heard you ruining his Pathetic like this, do you believe he'd be so angry he'd crawl out of his grave and slap you?" The sound echoed clearly in the silent corridor. Time seemed to freeze again. Inside the practice room, the blood-red tears beneath the eyes of the Beethoven plaster statue had stopped.
The blurred figure of the performer also froze, seemingly stunned by this merciless, even vulgar, music review. "Played terribly, out of tune, Beethoven, come crawling out and beat you up." These simple, brutal words, like sharp swords, instantly pierced the solid shell built of sorrow and resentment.
Yes, what is its purpose? It's to express sorrow by playing pathetic. But if even the performance is so clumsy and awful, what value does the sorrow have? What right does it have to cry? A logical deadlock is instantly formed. A faint, confused, and aggrieved sob escaped the plaster statue, its source unclear, whether from the performer or the statue itself.
Then, the blurred figure of the performer began to contort violently, like static on a television screen,
before vanishing completely with a poof.
The blood and tears beneath the eyes of the Beethoven statue evaporated rapidly, restoring the smooth plaster surface, but the expression remained forever frozen in a state of bewilderment and shame. The lights in the practice room returned to normal, and the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of mental pollution dissipated.
Downstairs, Zhao Dagang was nearly knocked over by Lin Yi's roar, but quickly
realized the terrifying music and oppressive feeling had vanished. He mustered his courage and ran upstairs, finding Lin Yi leaning against the wall, panting. Everything in the practice room seemed normal.
Brother E, is it resolved?" Zhao Dagang asked cautiously.
Lin Yi nodded, still shaken, his his back drenched in cold sweat. This was incredibly close, it was pure luck.
A Class C incident was no joke. His, tu chao, a Chinese internet
slang term for sarcastic or critical comments, seemed to have a miraculous effect on this bizarre, artistically focused entity, but he knew he might not be so lucky next time. At this moment, the phone vibrated. The event, Beethoven weeping, has been resolved.
Energy dissipation mode, regular collapse. Data log complete.
Warning, the target has the potential to intervene in a level C event. Risk level reassessed.
Soon after, Black Owl called, his tone more serious than ever before. Linny, who gave you permission to handle a C-level incident on your own? Do you know how dangerous that is? Linny replied, feeling wronged, I didn't intend to deal with it.
I just went to check, and it attacked first. No, it glared at me first.
Black Owl was silent for a moment, then sighed, don't act on your own next time.
But, your music review is quite unique. Experts have already had a heated debate about whether art criticism can be used as a universally applicable means of interfering with rules.
Linny,
what the hell is this? After hanging up the phone, he looked at the music building, which had returned to calm, and thought to himself, the 7 wonders of the
campus, this is just the beginning. Are the remaining 6 also this bizarre?
He suddenly felt that this semester was really both exhausting in terms of talking and worrying. Although Linny resolved the crying Beethoven incident in a highly artistic way, its aftereffects were still unfolding.
Within the Bureau of Counterterrorism, the assessment report on
Linny had grown several pages. What was initially considered a special case with a high benefit-to-risk ratio in a specific situation had, after successfully intervening in triggering a rule-breaking event of sea-level mental pollution, quietly increased in potential risk level and importance. Black Owl was summoned by his superior for a full hour. The core point was, Lin Yi's guidance and protection must be strengthened, fully utilizing his special abilities while absolutely preventing him from dying prematurely during his development, or spiraling out of control. Lin Yi, this is a tranquility talisman, specially approved by the Bureau.
It can resist mental pollution to a certain extent. Next time, if there's a next time, be sure to activate the talisman before taking action. Black Owl looked pained as he forcefully shoved a seemingly ordinary yellow paper talisman into Lin Yi's hand, his words leaving no room for ambiguity.
Clearly, Lin Yi's unauthorized actions last time had frightened him quite a bit, and this tranquility talisman was probably quite valuable.
Lin Yi awkwardly accepted the talisman, feeling the faint energy fluctuations on it, which reassured him somewhat.
After all, something was better than nothing. It seemed the organization still cared about this F-rank good-for-nothing. However, the legend of the 7 mysteries of the campus did not subside with Beethoven's reclusion, but was instead activated by some force. Perhaps it was Lin Yi's sarcastic remarks, which had the nature of disrupting the rules, that stirred up the dormant pool of abnormal energy on campus. In the following days, among the sporadic abnormal signals received by the brick-like mobile phone, keywords related to mirrors frequently appeared. In particular, students reported seeing blurry and inconsistent reflections in the public bathrooms and dressing mirrors at the end of the corridors in the old dormitory buildings late at night, sometimes accompanied by mild dizziness and disorientation. Warning, the aggregation of complex weak abnormal signals and the pattern analysis are consistent with the D+ level group phenomenon mirror image. Location, public bathroom and corridor area of the old dormitory building, building number 3, in the West Campus of Jiangcheng University. Feature analysis, multiple mirrors act as a medium, creating weak mirror space interference. The mirror initially mimics the original, but then exhibits delays, misalignments, or subtle differences, designed to induce confusion in the original's perception. It has low energy intensity, but it has growth potential and the risk of spread. Potential risks, mild spatial disorientation, temporary blurring of self-awareness, and potential mental fatigue from prolonged or intensive exposure.
Recommendation: observe and monitor the situation. If the energy level rises to level C, immediate intervention is required. You could try interfering with the mirror synchronization rules. A reflection in the mirror, and it's a group phenomenon?
Lin Yi looked at the briefing on his phone and rubbed his temples. This thing didn't sound as dramatic as Beethoven weeping, but it was as annoying as a stubborn skin condition, and it seemed to be growing. He didn't want to see a misaligned, grinning reflection in the mirror one day. Learning from his previous mistake, Lin Yi was smarter this time and reported the situation to Black Owl immediately.
A reflection in a mirror?
On the other end of the phone, Black Owl pondered for a moment.
This phenomenon is indeed troublesome. Unlike physical anomalies that can be directly eliminated, its core lies in the rules of mapping and cognition. The conventional approach is to find the core mirror seal or destroy its imaging basis with strong light and interference energy. Since you've noticed it, continue to observe. Once it's confirmed that the core mirror or energy has reached the sea-level threshold, I'll immediately send a specialized team over. Thus, Lin Yi's daily routine as a helpful citizen took on a new task. Every night after lights out, under the guise of night patrol, Zhao Degong insisted on accompanying him, euphemistically calling it giving brother
brotherly courage, he would sneak over to the vicinity of the old dormitory building to sense whether the so-called mirror image had upgraded. That night, the moon was obscured by thin clouds, and the light was dim. Linny and Zhao Dagang reached the outside of the old dormitory building. Most of the windows inside were dark, with only the guardroom and corridor lights still on. The entire building seemed exceptionally quiet, even somewhat lifeless. "Brothery, it seems there's no movement?" Zhao Dagang said in a low voice, his neck hunched. Linny also felt that the unusual energy signal tonight was unusually weak, almost imperceptible. Could it be that this thing dissipated on its own? He breathed a sigh of relief, but also had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. He muttered to himself, but the brick-like phone screen still displayed a D+ level of continuous monitoring. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard extremely faint, almost imperceptible footsteps coming from inside the building, heading straight for the public bathroom. The two exchanged a glance and quietly moved closer. The bathroom door was half open, and the lights inside were off. Only a faint ray of light from the distant corridor light shone through, vaguely outlining a row of faucets and the indistinct contours of the cubicles. The most striking feature is the huge, old, and somewhat blurred mirror on the wall. The mirror reflected the figures of Linny and Zhao Dagang cautiously peeking out from the doorway, their movements perfectly synchronized with theirs. "See, no problem." Zhao Dagang breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Wrong. Although his perception wasn't strong, he had an inexplicable keen sense of rules. He felt that the mirror in front of him was like a pool of water that appeared calm on the surface but was actually turbulent underneath. "Let me take another look," Linny said softly, his gaze fixed on his reflection in the mirror. At first, everything in the mirror seemed normal, but a few seconds later, something strange happened. Linny simply tilted his head slightly, but the Linny in the mirror hesitated for half a second before making the same movement. Meanwhile, the mirror image of Zhao Dagang next to him seemed to slowly raise the corner of his mouth by a single pixel, revealing an almost imperceptible, stiff smile. "Dagang, stop laughing," Lin Yi whispered. Zhao Dagang said innocently, "Brother E, I didn't laugh. I was so nervous I almost peed my pants." Suddenly, the two images in the mirror began to move in completely disorder. Linny began to sway from side to side on his own, while Zhao Dagang made various exaggerated, stiff movements like a puppet, creating a stark contrast with the two people standing still in reality. The temperature in the bathroom seemed to drop several degrees suddenly, and an invisible force began to pull at Linny and Zhao Dagang's senses, making them feel slightly dizzy, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to twist and deform. "Damn it! This thing attacked on its own." Lin Yi's mind was filled with alarm. This was definitely not just a D+ level being. It's enticing them to stare at the mirror and then subjecting them to cognitive interference. "Brother E, what should we do? I feel the person in the mirror is calling me in." Zhao Dagang's eyes began to glaze over, and his body leaned forward slightly. Lin Yi knew he couldn't delay any longer. He suddenly pulled out the calming talisman and activated its faint spiritual power. A flash of yellow light appeared, and Zhao Dagang trembled. His eyes regained their clarity, and he took a step back in fear. The two images in the mirror fluctuated violently for a brief moment, their movements synchronized, but they quickly became even more frantic, as if they had been provoked. The mirror's surface even rippled like water. Physical damage? Black Owl mentioned strong light or energy interference. Lin Yi's mind raced, but he didn't have a strong flashlight on hand, let alone energy interference. Complaining? What are you complaining about with this mirror? Does it make people look ugly? Obviously, this thing doesn't care about beauty or ugliness at all. As the image in the mirror became increasingly distorted, even attempting to detach itself from the mirror, the force of cognitive confusion grew stronger. Linny gritted his teeth, recalling the core rule that Black Owl had mentioned, mapping and cognition. He took a deep breath, no longer staring at the chaotic reflections, but pointing directly at the huge, rippled mirror. Using all his strength, he ensured his tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or offensive commentary, was delivered with full force, and roared. "You can't even see yourself clearly in a mirror. You can't tell left from right. Your movements are laggy and choppy, and the reflections are out of sync. Does this broken mirror have any professional ethics at all? You don't even follow the most basic rules of reflection, and you still dare to call yourself a mirror? You might as well smash it and remelt it into glass shards." The sound echoed in the empty bathroom, directly pointing to the failure of the mirror to fulfill its most basic function. In an instant, the chaotic ripples on the mirror's surface suddenly stopped. The two distorted images in the mirror froze abruptly, their faces showing extreme confusion and even a hint of shame. Indeed, what is the foundation upon which they exist? It is reflecting reality. If even the most basic accurate reflection cannot be achieved, and they even actively violate this rule, then the very foundation of their existence as mirror images is completely shaken. The paradox of the mapping rule was instantly exposed. Click, click. A faint cracking sound rang out, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread from the center of the huge mirror. The image in the mirror gradually shattered and disappeared as cracks appeared. A few seconds later, with a soft crash, the entire mirror shattered into countless small pieces, scattering across the ground and revealing the mottled wall wall behind it. The cold and gloomy feeling in the bathroom vanished instantly, and the oppressive heat of the summer night returned to normal.
Brick phone vibrates. The core node of the mirror image event has been destroyed. Energy dissipation mode activated. Rule-based crash. Related mirror synchronization failed. Risk resolved.
Zhao Degung's mouth gaped open, his eyes darting back and forth between the shards of glass on the ground and Lin Yi, before he finally managed to stammer. Brother Yi, you smashed school property? You have to pay for this, right?
Lin Yi, is the main point about losing money? Soon, Black Owl's phone rang again on time, his tone complicated. Lin Yi, you accidentally encountered another mirror phenomenon that is evolving into a sea level, and verbally reprimanded it?
Looking at the shards of glass on the ground, Lin Yi said helplessly, this time it really wasn't me who started it.
It was this thing that lacked sportsmanship and used deceptive tactics.
Moreover, the key point is that it was of such poor quality that it broke on its own. After a long silence on the other end, Black Owl finally said quietly, the logistics department will send people to handle the scene.
Also, someone in
higher-ups suggested that next time we encounter similar pattern-based anomalies, we could consider having you conduct standardized communication first.
Lin Yi put down the phone, gazed at the night sky, and sighed deeply.
Having solved 2 campus mysteries in succession, his reputation as an F-level plague god was likely becoming even more entrenched within the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation.
Who knew what bizarre rules were hidden among the remaining 5 mysteries? Zhao Degung had already begun proclaiming everywhere with an admiring tone, my brother Yi, his words are law. He can even shatter a mirror with his words.
From now on, please call me Brother Yi's #1 fan. Lin Yi silently covered his face, thinking to himself that university campuses were becoming increasingly unbearable. Perhaps he should seriously consider the off-campus
internship opportunity mentioned by the Phantom Defense Bureau? After all, the supernatural phenomena outside should make more sense than those on campus, right?
After successfully solving 2 unbelievable incidents on campus, Lin Yi's evaluation level within the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation quietly rose by half a grade. Although his official ability rating remained the shameful F, he had changed from a potentially unstable factor requiring monitoring to a special response asset with high tactical value
on Black Owl's special talent watch list.
The direct change brought about by this importance was that the information received by Lin Yi's brick-like phone was no longer limited to sporadic alerts around the campus, but also began to include some low-risk mission briefings from the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation's internal network after being filtered.
This is an internship opportunity?
Lin Yi scrolled through a task information marked D-level on the screen. It concerned a 24-hour convenience store in the city that had recently experienced a series of small-scale, unexplained missing goods incidents suspected to be caused by low-level
wandering spirits, requiring investigation.
The task level was low, the risk warning was low, but the reward was quite considerable, enough to
improve his meals for a month.
More importantly, the task location was off-campus, far away from those campus mysteries that gave him goosebumps.
It seems the Bureau wants me to take it step by step and accumulate experience starting from the lowest level tasks.
Lin Yi stroked his chin, thinking, it's better than being on edge all the time at school, not knowing which unreasonable weirdo might jump out from any corner. He accepted the task and, following the instructions, arrived at the Hao Zai Lai convenience store on the edge of the old town on a weekend evening. The store was small and brightly lit, but seemed rather deserted at this hour.
Behind the
counter, only a middle-aged woman in uniform, who looked to be around 40 years old, with a haggard face but sharp eyes, was tidying things up. She must be the person who reported the incident, and also the owner of the store, Sister Wang. Lin Yi presented his temporary investigator's badge provided by the Anti-Cheat Bureau. The badge thoughtfully left the ability level section blank and explained his purpose. Sister Wang looked him up and down, her eyes full of suspicion.
You're all delicate and fair-skinned, a college student, right? Is the Bureau out of people? Sending a kid like you to handle this?
She spoke very quickly, her words carrying the sharp and direct manner typical of the common people. Lin Yi was already used to this kind of disdain, and nodded without changing his expression. Sister Wang, let me find out what happened first.
What exactly went missing? Is there a pattern? A pattern? What pattern?
It's just weird. Sister Wang slammed her hand on the counter and began to complain. At first, some potato chips and candy were missing. I thought it was just some kid who had something to do with their hands. But then we checked the security footage, and there was nothing on it. The things just disappeared into thin air.
And recently it's gotten even weirder.
Whole cartons of cigarettes, whole cases of drinks, just vanished. Especially late at night, I'd barely doze off when the shelves would be completely emptied.
How could this business possibly continue? She pointed to the backmost shelf in the store, right there.
The shelf with instant noodles and sausages, that's where things are going missing the most. I'm going crazy with those things.
Not only am I losing money, but it's also making me anxious.
Lin Yi looked in the direction she pointed. The row of shelves seemed normal, the goods arranged meticulously. He secretly sensed it and indeed detected a faint, almost imperceptible trace of
unusual energy.
The energy was extremely thin, carrying an indescribable sense of cowardice and greed for small gains. It was very strange, although weak, it was extremely well hidden.
Big sister, could I stay in the store for a while, especially late at night, to observe the situation? Linny asked cautiously.
Although Sister Wang had some doubts about Lin Yi's abilities, he was, after all, someone sent by higher-ups, so she agreed, only muttering to herself, alright, you
handle it yourself. But I'm warning you, don't scare away my customers. Also, if anything is broken, you'll have to pay for it. I've already reported this to your bureau.
So Linny sat down in the corner of the convenience store's rest area, pretending to play on his phone while secretly sensing the movement of that unusual energy.
Time passed by, customers came and went, everything seemed normal.
By 2 a.m., the store was completely quiet, with only the hum of the freezer breaking in. Sister Wang sat behind the counter, desperately trying to stay awake, but couldn't help but doze off. Just as Sister Wang's head was about to hit the counter, Linny suddenly snapped out of his daze and keenly sensed that the abnormal energy had stirred. It was extremely subtle, like a gentle breeze brushing across the shelf.
Then, the bag of beef jerky on the outermost shelf vanished into thin air.
Without a sound, without a trace of light, as if erased by an eraser.
Linny held his breath and concentrated. He saw it. A faint, almost transparent outline appeared beside the shelf, like a shy, stealthy outstretched hand. The outline quickly grabbed the beef jerky, seemed to ripple slightly with satisfaction, and then gradually faded away.
The energy pointed towards the small warehouse behind the convenience store.
Target confirmed. Energy intensity is indeed only D level, or even lower. It excels at concealment and short-distance spatial transfer. Linny quickly analyzed in his mind. The core is probably hidden in the warehouse. He quietly got up and followed her.
Sister Wang was still groggy and didn't notice his actions at all. The warehouse was filled with cardboard boxes, and the light was dim.
Linny could sense that the abnormal energy source was here, seemingly enjoying its spoils of war.
He could even hear a faint rustling sound, much like the sound of mice gnawing on something. Linny didn't make any rash moves, but hid behind the door and observed carefully.
Finally, next to an open cardboard box in the corner, he saw
the full appearance of it, a blurry humanoid creature about half a person's height, semi-transparent, and shaped somewhat like a pocket or sack. It held a bag of Doritos in its hands made of energy, crunching away as it ate, its body puffing up contentedly. Scattered around it were many empty snack wrappers, the missing goods from the store. The creature's appearance was more comical than terrifying, like a greedy little invisible sprite. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. This level of eeriness would probably scare it away with just a glare. Just as he hesitated whether to directly disperse them or report it according to procedure, a powerful shout suddenly came from behind him from Sister Wang.
"You little thief, I finally caught you."
It turned out that Sister Wang had fully woken up. Not seeing Linny, she reached the warehouse door and happened to see the semi-transparent pocket monster munching on Doritos.
She couldn't see its energy form, only a bag of Doritos suspended in midair, the packaging opening by itself, and the chips disappearing one by one. The scene was incredibly impactful. Sister Wang was both angry and shocked. She grabbed a broom from the doorway and rushed over, yelling, "You dare steal my goods? I'll beat you to death, you little bastard." The Pokemon was clearly terrified by the sudden roar and attack, emitting a sharp but weak squeak sound. The Doritos in its hand fell to the ground, its body fluctuated violently, and it instantly became more transparent, seemingly about to hide or move away. Lin Yi's heart tightened. Oh no, if it gets away, it'll be hard to catch it again next time.
In his haste, he didn't have time to think and blurted out,
"Hey, you snack thief, have you got any professional ethics? You're leaving crumbs all over the place. Do you know how much trouble it is to clean up after that? Does the boss's job work easy? If you keep eating and drinking like this, she'll go bankrupt and have to close down sooner or later. Where are you going to steal from then on?"
The point of this statement wasn't to scare anyone, but to reason and justify the situation. It directly pointed out how despicable its behavior was, leaving crumbs everywhere, and how serious the consequences were. The shop owner going
bankrupt, and the damage to its own long-term interests, nothing left to steal from.
Sister Wang, who was about to swing her broom, froze, her hand holding the broom motionless. But Pocket Monster also paused, its semi-transparent
body stopping its movement.
Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, composed of tiny energy points, stared blankly at Linny, then at the fallen Doritos, and then at the furious shop owner.
Its simple thinking clearly couldn't
grasp such a complex chain of logic. Stealing food crumbs, increasing the shop owner's burden, shop possibly going bankrupt, nothing left to steal from in the future. The logical vicious cycle was in effect once again. Squeak, squeak. The Pokemon let out a pitiful whimper, its body slowly shrinking into a ball, becoming no longer transparent but rather
somewhat solid, like a child caught doing something wrong. It even actively used its little hands to gather the scattered empty packaging bags
together, as if to say, "I know I was wrong, I'm cleaning up." Sister Wang stared in disbelief at this scene, her broom clattering to the
ground. Pointing at the now clearly visible, harmless Pokemon, her lips trembled as she
she asked Linny, this thing, you made it cry? Linny was also speechless. He touched his nose and said, maybe, it realized its mistake.
Just then, the brick-sized phone vibrated. The Class D anomalous entity Fearless Thief has lost its hostile intent and its energy is stable. Containment or guided dispersal recommended. Mission complete.
Ultimately, under the dual pressure of Lin Yi's friendly communication of relentless reasoning and Sister Wang's physical threat of breaking your legs if you steal again, this low-level monster known as the Fearful Thief Spirit reluctantly agreed to work to pay off its debt, using its meager spatial abilities to help organize the warehouse and move light goods in exchange for a limited supply of snacks.
As they left the convenience store, dawn was breaking.
Aunt Wang's attitude completely changed. She insisted on handing Linny a large
bag of snacks. Little student. No, Investigator Lin. You're really something. Come again soon. Auntie will give you a discount.
Linny, carrying a bag of snacks, walked back to school, watching the rising sun, his feelings a mix of emotions. Thinking about his superpowers, not only did they cause Beethoven to become
withdrawn and mirrors to shatter, but now they could even make a snack thief have a bizarre change of heart and sign a labor contract? This whole situation was getting increasingly bizarre.
Inside the Bureau of Deception, in the comments section of the report about Lin Yi's mission, Black Owl left a line.
The target possesses the unique potential to conduct ideological education and labor reform on lower-level monsters. It is recommended that their persuasion and education expertise be appropriately considered when assigning tasks in the future.
The legend of Mr. Lin, the enthusiastic citizen, seems to be developing rapidly in a direction that no one could have imagined. With a belly full of instant noodles and a bizarre experience of labor reform, Linny returned to school. He thought his daily life as Mr. Lin, the helpful
citizen, would temporarily settle down, and he would continue to be an insignificant F-rank in the logistics and cleaning team. However, he was wrong.
The crying Beethoven and mirror image incidents could perhaps be explained by coincidence and luck, but once the mission report from the Good Come Again convenience store was submitted, Linny became infamous within the Bureau of Paranormal Defense. In particular, the sentence in the report, the target showed remorse and a tendency to work, and Sister Wang's enthusiastic phone call to the Bureau afterward praising him, with the vivid description that Master Lin got that ghost to start mopping the floor with just a few words, made some of the bigwigs in charge of personnel allocation stroke their chins and fall into deep thought. So, on a sunny afternoon, perfect for a nap in class, Lin Yi's brick-like phone vibrated violently.
An encrypted message from Black Owl popped up on the screen, the tone more complex than ever before.
Linny, in light of your recent demonstration of unique affability and communication efficiency in handling routine anomalies, it has been decided, after careful consideration, that you be granted special permission to participate in a short-term
internship at the Bureau's Logistics Department's Anomaly Item Containment and Management section. Report immediately. The address will be sent to you. Remember, observe more, learn more, and speak less, unless you can't help it. Also, watch your mouth.
Lin Yi's lips twitched as he looked at the message.
Unique affability? Communication efficiency? This wording, it sounds like it's criticizing a zookeeper. And what does "unless you can't help it" mean? Is it encouraging him to rant during work hours?
With a head full of questions and a bit of curiosity, Linny found the Logistics Department building of the Anti-Cybersecurity Bureau, hidden in a corner of the city and disguised as the sorting center of the Municipal Environmental Sanitation Management Office, according to the address. Upon entering, he was stunned by the scene before him. Rather than a high-tech base from a science fiction film, it resembled a chaotic, bizarre mix of
a second-hand market and a zoo. People in various uniforms hurried about, some in white lab coats, others in work vests. Someone pushed a cart with a
box on it that vibrated incessantly and emitted a whimpering sound. Another was incessantly recording something in front of a broken mirror that claimed to be an ancient magic mirror. Further away, in a cubicle, several burly men were carefully using special clamps to muzzle a struggling, biting,
moving mop. New guy? Linny, right?
A young man wearing thick glasses, with messy hair like a bird's nest and a level 3 technician of containment department, Shaolid badge hanging around his neck, jogged over,
holding a mug that kept changing colors. Boss Black Owl has already given instructions. Come with me. Today I'll show you around the containment items in Sector D and some of Sector C.
Shaolid spoke rapidly, with the enthusiasm typical of a tech geek and a touch of sleep-deprived excitement. We mainly contain anomalous items and low-level bizarre life forms that do not pose a direct major
threat but have strange characteristics and cannot or do not need to be destroyed. The classification criteria are mainly energy fluctuations, activity, rule complexity, and, noisiness level.
He led Linny through rows of shelves, which were covered with labels.
D734, an inexhaustible ballpoint pen. Note, however, the words written will automatically turn into ha after half an hour. D881, a flower pot that can walk on its own. Note, it likes to bask in the sun and will steal water from other plants at night. C102, a parrot that predicts the weather. Note, 99% accurate, but you must feed it a sunflower sunflower seed before it speaks, otherwise it will start swearing. Linny was dazzled by what he saw, feeling as if his worldview was being drastically overturned. These were just delivered and need preliminary identification and stabilization treatment. Shally pointed to a workbench with several items on it, a rusty copper bell that was trembling slightly on its own, an antique mirror with carved borders and a surface that rippled like water, and a book with a worn cover and bound in an unknown leather, its pages moving without wind and making a soft rustling sound. D999, an old copper bell. Shaking it makes people want to dance, the amplitude of which is random, ranging from waltz to square dancing. Shally picked up the copper bell, carefully trying not to let it make a sound. C315, a phantom mirror. People who look in the mirror will see what they most want to see, but looking at it for too long can easily lead to obsession and cognitive bias. It needs to be covered with a black cloth periodically to let it cool down. Then he pointed to the book, his expression turning serious. This is a bit troublesome. C558, the Book of Nagging. It can read the holders subconscious and then ramble on in various languages, including but not limited to Mandarin, dialects, Old English, and even Elvish, to evaluate you and give you advice. The content is extremely sarcastic and can make people withdraw into themselves. Several appraisers were so driven to despair by it that they applied to be transferred to fieldwork. They would rather face the slit-mouthed woman than listen to its nagging anymore. As if to confirm Shaoli's words, the Book of Nagging suddenly began to rustle, and a high-pitched, slightly arrogant voice rang out in a clear, resonant announcer's tone. TSK, new here? You reek of instant noodles and cheap snacks. Your lifestyle needs a serious overhaul, young man. Look at your posture. Are you a trainee with a herniated disc? And those eyes. TSK, a mix of confusion and a bit of, is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of listlessness, apathy, a typical microcosm of the spirit of contemporary college students. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. That damn book has such a foul mouth. Shally helplessly shrugged. Look, that's it. We've tried soundproof boxes and silent barriers, but they're not very effective. It can speak directly into your mind. We're still figuring out how to physically shut it up. The book continued its incessant chatter. I suggest you start by improving your personal image. Get a new hairstyle. Did you get it cut by the old man sweeping the street? And your outfit? TSK, a disaster. Linny took a deep breath, his patience finally reaching its limit, and he was on the verge of exploding. He walked to the workbench, stared at the arrogant book, and said calmly, a tattered book. The cover is practically falling apart. The pages are yellowed and moldy. The binding is so loose you can see the gaps, and you still have the nerve to criticize other people's appearance? You can't even take care of your own appearance, so where does your confidence to be a life coach come from? And you're so noisy. Don't you know there are regulations for library management? You have to keep quiet in public places. If you're so good at talking, why don't you go get your screen protector installed under a pedestrian bridge? At least you can create some social value. A sudden silence fell. The Book of Nagging seemed to have been muted. The pages stopped turning, and the shrill voice faltered, emitting a series of meaningless cluck sounds, much like an old radio tuning in. Its very existence was based on evaluation and suggestions, but Lin Yi's rant directly shattered its foundation. You're a mess yourself. What right do you have to judge others? It further highlighted its noise-making nature, questioning its very existence. A logical paradox, hitting the nail on the head. A few seconds later, the pages trembled slightly, and the voice resumed, but this time it was weak and hesitant, even tinged with a hint of grievance. I call this retro style. What do you know? Besides, knowledge is value. Knowledge? Linny seized the opportunity to retort. Besides your sharp tongue and sarcastic remarks, how much real knowledge do you have? Do you know 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation? Do you understand postpartum care of sows? You have no useful knowledge at all, but you're full of nonsense. The Book of Nagging completely withered. Its cover seemed to dim. It silently closed, even shrinking into the corner of the table, trying to minimize its presence. The irritating energy of its incessant chatter dissipated as well. Shaoli stared in disbelief, his glasses nearly falling off. He glanced at the unprecedentedly quiet C558, then at Linny, whose face seemed to say, I'm just stating facts, before abruptly grabbing the notebook beside him and writing with trembling hands. C558, the Book of Nagging. After intern Linny's standardized communication session, his activity level significantly decreased, his nagging behavior ceased, and he showed signs of self-doubt. It is recommended to observe whether he develops any beneficial knowledge retrieval abilities. He looked up at Linny with a look of awe, or perhaps horror. Lin, brother Lin, could you stay in our department from now on? There's a back scratcher, C201, that always thinks it's some kind of master and spends all day gesturing at thin air, a music box, D665, that keeps playing cheesy pickup lines on a loop and can't be turned off, and, as Linny listened to Shaoli rattle off a list of all sorts of bizarre contained items, he suddenly realized that Black Owl's decision to send him to the logistics department might not have been for an internship at all, but rather to make him a human mute button and rule corrector. His career at the Bureau of Paranormal Investigations was about to embark on a mad dash down the path of complaining about all sorts of strange objects. These days, dealing with the supernatural requires more than just fists. You need a sharp tongue too. Lin Yi's internship at the logistics department's anomalous item containment and management section quickly took an unexpected turn. Rather than an internship, it was more like he had become a walking, talking rule corrector and mute button for anomalous items. Shaoli, the level 3 technician with hair as messy as a bird's nest, had now become Lin Yi's #1 fan and product experience officer. Clutching his notebook, he followed Lin Yi around like a puppy, his eyes gleaming with the light of discovery. Whenever they encountered a troublesome, noisy, or strangely behaving contained item that needed soothing, he would always say expectantly, "Brother Lin, how about you go and talk to it?" Thus, Lin Yi's daily life became like this. Facing the self-proclaimed martial arts master, the back scratcher, C201, that constantly waved its arms at the air with hum-ha sounds, Lin Yi merely glanced at it and commented indifferently, "Its moves are flashy but impractical, its foundation is unstable, and it's full of loopholes. How dare you call yourself a martial arts master? Even the mop next door is more stable than you." The back scratcher froze instantly, shrinking shamefully into the corner of the tool shelf, not practicing for 3 days straight. Facing the music box, D665, that played cheesy pickup lines on a loop. "Baby, I went for an 4 drip today." "What kind of 4? Thinking of you tonight." Which couldn't be turned off. Lin Yi interrupted it expressionlessly, volume too high, content too cheesy, suspected of noise pollution and mental harassment. "If you keep making noise, I'll remove your batteries and send you to a children's toy factory for rework." The music box's gears suddenly made a piercing click and the music stopped abruptly. After that, it would only occasionally play Only Mother Is Good in the World for a few seconds at a very low volume late at night, as if it were confessing something. Even when faced with a slime-like containment object, D112, that was constantly oozing a viscous, colorless, odorless, yet extremely disgusting substance, while the researchers were racking their brains over how to safely take samples, Lin Yi simply frowned and said, "Can't you pay a little attention to hygiene? Drooling everywhere, is that acceptable? It's such a big blob, can't you have a little self-care ability?" The slime actually contracted slightly, desperately trying to suck back the liquid that had flowed out. Although the effect was minimal, its attitude was extremely earnest. Shaoli quickly wrote in his notebook, "The target showed high sensitivity to Lin Yi's standardized communication. Preliminary judgment suggests that his ability may touch upon the logical shame or rule rationality of the anomaly. It has broad application prospects, especially in reducing the cost of containment management and improving the working environment." Lin Yi was speechless. He felt he wasn't there for an internship at all, but rather assigned to be a kindergarten principal and discipline monitor, responsible for managing a group of unruly children with limited abilities but strange tempers, a bizarre version of a monster. Just as he was about to ask Black Owl for some compensation for emotional distress, real trouble suddenly struck. That afternoon, the logistics department was unusually quiet, with only a few contained objects emitting rhythmic, soft sounds, much like a strange symphony orchestra rehearsing. Suddenly, the lights in the entire containment area flickered a few times, and a piercing alarm blared. "Warning, high-intensity unauthorized spatial fluctuations detected. The outer barrier of Sector C has been impacted. Energy signature identification. Match failed. Not a recorded superhuman or known anomaly. Target has breached the first line of defense. Moving towards the core of Sector C." The voice on the loudspeaker was visibly panicked. While the logistics staff had seen all sorts of strange things, this blatant, violent intrusion was extremely rare. "Enemy attack?" Shaoli's face turned pale, and he frantically tried to activate the defensive array on the workbench. Lin Yi's heart tightened. Anyone who could forcefully break through the defenses of the Ghost Defense Bureau was definitely not a good person. He subconsciously hid behind a seemingly sturdy shelf, clutching the crumpled calming talisman in his pocket tightly, although he knew that this thing was almost ineffective against physical attacks. At the end of the passage in Zone C, the alloy door used to isolate high-risk containment units made a tooth-grinding metallic twisting sound as if it were being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, before exploding open with a boom. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked in. The man wore a well-tailored dark purple retro robe, his long silver hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, and his face was so handsome that it was almost otherworldly, with a playful smile on his lips. He looks young, but his eyes are so deep that they seem to have been filled with the wisdom of countless years. What's most eye-catching is the ring on his hand, with a black gemstone set in it, its dim light seemingly swallowing up the surrounding light. He surveyed the chaotic containment area as if no one else was there, his gaze sweeping over the bizarre contained objects as if admiring his own collection. TSK, the logistics department of the Anti-Phantom Defense Bureau is still so full of life. His voice was gentle, yet it had a condescending magnetism. "Every time I come here, I discover some interesting little gadgets." Several armed guards who rushed to the scene, brandishing special weapons, shouted sternly, "Halt, who are you?" The man chuckled softly, extending
extended his ringed hand and casually waved it. An invisible force surged forth, instantly freezing the guards and their weapons in place, like insects trapped in amber, their eyeballs unable to even move.
It's an honor to meet you.
The man gracefully performed an ancient greeting. I am Jiao Feng, a humble collector.
I have come here today to borrow a few small items to enrich my collection.
His gaze swept past the other staff members who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy and landed on Lin Yi, who had just peeked out from behind the shelf, and on the nagging book C558 on the workbench next to him, which had just been persuaded and was now trying to make its presence as inconspicuous as possible.
Oh, the voice of this book seems quite special. That momentary silence of the rules just now. Very interesting.
A glint flashed in Jiao Feng's eyes, as if he had discovered a rare treasure.
And you, young man, you have a quality that greatly interests me. A quality that can quiet down the rules, 1 in a million.
Lin Yi's heart sank. It's over. This guy is obviously here for him, or rather, for his achievements. That aura, that presence, he's definitely a big boss. Black Owl had never mentioned that his internship would involve facing such a monster. Jiao Feng walked towards him step by step, completely ignoring the
surrounding binding arrays that were trying to activate.
The lights around him silently extinguished as they approached him. His only targets were Lin Yi
and the workbench.
Little Li's legs went weak, and he cried out in a trembling voice, "Protect, protect the containment object.
Protect Brother Lin." Hearing this, Jiao Feng laughed even more gleefully. Protect him? Looks like I was right. You really are extraordinary. He reached out
and grabbed directly at the Book of Nagging. At this moment, the Book of Nagging, which had been feigning death, seemed to sense
extreme danger and unleashed its last survival instinct.
The pages flipped wildly, screaming desperately, "Help!
Kidnapping! Book killing!
You dress like a purple sweet potato spirit.
Don't come near me. I'm warning you, I have athlete's foot. Ugh, I mean book odor."
Jiao Feng paused, his brow furrowing slightly, taken aback and displeased by the sudden vulgarity.
Lin Yi was tense to the point of suffocation, but the absurd scene triggered his sarcastic instincts, overpowering his fear. Staring at Jiao Feng's flamboyant purple robe and handsome yet punchable face, he blurted out, "Hey, you purple sweet potato devil. No, I mean collector. You broke into a private residence, damaged public property, and even lay hands on me. Does your character match your face and clothes? Have you even heard of the Public Security Administration punishment law?
Also, taking other people's things without permission is stealing, not borrowing.
Did your PE teacher teach you Chinese?"
In the silent siren, the sound was exceptionally clear. Jiao Feng stopped completely, slowly turning his head to truly look at Lin Yi for the first time.
A flicker of disbelief and an extremely strange expression flashed in his deep eyes.
For years, no one had dared speak to him in such a tone, with the air of a street ant scolding a brat. Purple sweet potato.
Spirit? A PE teacher teaching Chinese?
This absurdity somehow lessened his displeasure. He looked at Lin Yi as if he were looking at an antique vase that had suddenly started rapping. "You?" Jiao Feng was about to reply when suddenly the black gemstone on his ring vibrated slightly, issuing a warning. Almost simultaneously, a sharp blade of light, like lightning tearing through the night, slashed straight at the back of his neck from his side and rear.
"Did you even ask my knife before you touched my logistics personnel?"
A cold yet familiar voice rang out, filled with suppressed rage. Black Owl had finally arrived. Jiao Feng gracefully turned to the side, casually pinching the blade, powerful enough to cut through steel, between two fingers, producing a metallic clang.
He glanced at
the murderous He Xiao, then at Lin Yi beside him, who visibly relaxed and quietly retreated, and suddenly smiled. "Looks like today isn't a good day to borrow things." Jiao Feng released his fingers, letting He Xiao sheath his sword and retreat, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi.
"Interesting young man, we will meet again.
I look forward to your voice, adding it to my collection." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred like a phantom and vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only the twisted alloy door and a group of terrified logistics staff. The crisis was temporarily averted. Black Owl strode up to Lin Yi, looked him up and down to make sure he wasn't injured, and then breathed a sigh
of relief.
His expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "I told you to shut up.
How dare you even criticize him? Do you know who he is?" Lin Yi looked completely innocent. "Who is it? A cosplay enthusiast? Or someone who does performance art?" Black Owl's lips twitched, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Jiao Feng, the collector, is at least an S-class wanted criminal who specializes in collecting all sorts of strange and unusual items, bizarre people, and even those with rare supernatural abilities. If he sets his sights on you, you're in big trouble." Lin Yi, so he's been targeted by one of the ultimate bosses before he's even left the beginner's village? Just because he can't control his mouth?
He glanced at the book on the workbench, which was now muttering, "I was so scared," again, after surviving the ordeal, and thought to himself that the chaotic daily life in the logistics department was practically paradise, and his helpful citizen career seemed to be accelerating wildly in an even more absurd and dangerous direction. The consequences of being marked as an interesting collectible by Jiao Feng, an S-class wanted criminal, came faster and were more shocking than Lin Yi had anticipated. First, his brick-sized phone received a key protection investigation/monitoring order from the headquarters of the Anti-Terrorism Bureau, and the security level was quickly raised to the highest level. This meant that the number of eyes monitoring him, both overt and covert, had increased at least 3 times. Secondly, Black Owl's gaze towards him also changed, evolving from the headache of dealing with problem employees to the nervousness of protecting a fragile national treasure. Every time he went on a mission, even if it was just a D-level mission, Black Owl wished he could put 10 layers of protective shield on him. What sent chills down Lin Yi's spine was Jiu Feng's meaningful look and the words "looking forward to collecting" when he left. It felt like a Damocles sword was hanging over his head. He had no doubt that the guy dressed like a flamboyant villainous boss could reappear at any moment and borrow him with the nonchalant air of someone picking up an antique. Strength. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. For the first time, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. With only the apparent physical abilities of an F rank and that meager spiritual power, let alone fighting against an S rank, even escaping is a pipe dream. His greatest reliance remains his unreliable ability to make sarcastic remarks. Unfortunately, this ability is unreliable, depending entirely on improvisation and the opponent's reasonability. It's passable against low-level monsters and bizarre items, but against someone of Jiu Feng's level, the phrase "purple sweet potato spirit" might work, but that's purely because the opponent was in a good mood and didn't kill him on the spot. I need to take control of it, at least. I need to be able to come up with a big move, Lin Yi thought to himself. He recalled several successful cases, all of which seemed to involve criticisms that precisely hit the inconsistencies in rules or logical loopholes in the other party's arguments. So, is it possible to proactively seek out or even create such vulnerabilities? He began to practice consciously. In the logistics department, he was no longer satisfied with simply calming the contained objects down, but instead tried to communicate more deeply, one-way output. For example, when faced with the back scratcher, C201, that wanted to practice its skills again, he no longer simply criticized its moves, but pointed out, "You don't even have a target to attack, what's the point of practicing?" True chivalry is about solving problems, not gesturing at thin air. The neighbor's D665 music box is playing cheesy pickup lines all day long, disturbing the peace. "Why don't you go and uphold justice?" The back scratcher paused for a moment, then actually floated over to the music box and tapped it lightly with the end of the scratcher. Startled, the music box immediately started playing a string of garbled music. This scene left Shaoli dumbfounded. He frantically scribbled in his notebook, "Target can accept simple commands and exhibit preliminary interactive behavior." Lin Yi's ability possesses guiding potential. For example, when faced with that man-eating flower, fake, E404, actually just a prankster, that always liked to wrap its vines around people's ankles, Lin Yi said earnestly, "You can play with people, but the way you do it is wrong. Suddenly wrapping your vines around people's ankles can easily cause them to fall and get hurt. It's uncivilized. You can try to bloom. If you're pretty, people will naturally come to see you." The next day, the carnivorous plant actually bloomed a strangely colored but enormous flower. Although it still looked a bit scary, at least it was no longer wrapping around my ankle. These attempts made Lin Yi vaguely feel that his superpower might not just be complaining, but more like an interference with and guidance of the rules. However, this interference is very weak and highly dependent on the degree of self-consistency of the target's own logic. The real breakthrough came a week later. Black Owl probably felt it would be a waste to keep Lin Yi, this human bomb, entirely confined to the logistics department, or perhaps he wanted to further test his limits, so he assigned him an off-campus C-level mission to investigate an abnormal energy field within an abandoned amusement park. It was said that those who entered would experience intense hallucinations of fear, but no substantial physical harm was caused. Mission level C, primarily affecting the mind. Your communication skills might be useful. Remember, if anything feels wrong, retreat immediately. Support is on the perimeter, Black Owl solemnly instructed. The abandoned Starlight amusement park looks particularly eerie at night. The rusty Ferris wheel resembled the skeleton of a giant, and the dilapidated carousel creaked in the wind. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the arena, an invisible energy of fear surged forth like a tide, and all sorts of terrifying illusions instantly appeared before his eyes. Hideous ghost faces, a feeling of falling into an abyss, a suffocating sensation of being pulled by countless hands. If it were an ordinary person, or even a low-level superhuman with a weak will, they would probably have a mental breakdown in an instant. However, having experienced various forms of mental pollution and nagging from the logistics department, Lin Yi had developed a certain resistance to this kind of pure mental impact. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, focused his mind, and tried to grasp the core rules of this fearful energy. Fear originates from the unknown and imagination. This energy field is amplifying the deepest fears in everyone's heart, Lin Yi calmly analyzed while resisting the illusions. His instinct to complain started to stir, but ordinary complaints, such as "that's terrifying" or "how scary," were obviously useless. This energy field was craving for you to be as scared as possible. We must find its logical flaws. A thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind like lightning. This energy field itself, is it afraid? It constantly creates
fear, but does it itself understand fear? Or, does it also experience the emotion of fear? This idea is extremely bold, almost paradoxical. If an energy field whose rule is to create fear also has the concept of fear itself, wouldn't that be the biggest contradiction? Linny decided to take a gamble. He stopped in his tracks, no longer trying to dispel the illusions before him, but instead focused all his attention on something other than resistance, but rather, reverse infiltration. He imagined his thoughts transforming into a voice, directly shouting at the omnipresent energy field, his tone filled with extreme mockery and provocation. "Hey, you guy who only shows horror movies. Where are you hiding watching the show? Are you trembling with fear too? That's why you don't dare to show your face? Is that all you've got? You're good at scaring others, but what about yourself? You coward. If you've got the guts, come out and show me what you're really like when you're scared." This is no longer a simple complaint, but a rule-level interrogation that directly questions the very foundation of its existence. In an instant, all the terrifying illusions around me froze, then shattered like broken glass. The omnipresent energy of fear seemed to have been struck in its most vulnerable spot, and began to fluctuate violently and chaotically. It tried to conjure up even more terrifying scenes, but those scenes became distorted, comical, and even tinged with grievance and panic as soon as they took shape. Linny clearly felt a sense of chaos, confusion, and even panic mixed with the feeling that what was said to be true coming from the core of the energy field. It worked. His approach was correct. This kind of pure emotional energy body has a rule of unidirectional outputting fear. Once the concept of one's own fear is implanted in the reverse, the internal logic collapses instantly. Linny pressed his advantage, channeling all his mental energy, though still weak, into his willpower to unleash the final strike. What kind of fear is it if even you are afraid of it? It's a joke. Get out of here. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap exploded in his consciousness, and the energy field of fear in the entire abandoned amusement park collapsed and dissolved without a trace, like a punctured balloon. The cold moonlight shone down, and although the amusement park was still dilapidated, the eerie and sinister atmosphere had completely disappeared. Linny knelt on one knee, exhausted, panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The mental confrontation and the debate on the level of rules that just now almost exhausted all his energy. But his eyes gleamed with excitement. He did it! Instead of relying on coincidence and instinct, they proactively analyze and identify loopholes in the rules, and successfully use their superpowers to detonate them. This is not just complaining, but rather an understanding and interference with the rules. His superpower seems to have touched upon some more fundamental threshold. The brick-sized phone vibrated wildly, warning. Abnormal peak in user's mental fluctuations detected. Supernatural ability level temporarily exceeded threshold. That abandoned amusement park fear illusion event has been resolved. Energy dissipation mode, rule-based collapse and reverse contamination. Assessment: user Linny appears to have initially mastered the ability to actively guide rule interference. Risk level reassessed. Immediate comprehensive examination recommended. When Black Owl led his support team in, they found Linny, panting but with bright eyes, and a quiet, though dilapidated, amusement park. You said it's gone again?" Black Owl's face was numb yet tinged with a hint of awe. Linny grinned, exhausted but full of confidence. "Probably, it has a weak mentality and I made it withdraw into itself." Back at the station, a series of tests and inquiries were unavoidable. The final report confirmed that Linny's superpower had indeed shown signs of a qualitative change. Although the energy level fluctuations were still unstable, it had initially demonstrated the ability to proactively and directionally intervene in the rules, tentatively classified as rule-based verbal interference, and its potential rating was significantly upgraded. Black Owl looked at the report, then glanced at Linny, who had an expression that said, "I'm innocent, but I'm amazing," and rubbed his temples. "Alright, stop showing off. Your internship period has ended early. From today onwards, you officially become an outer member of the Anomaly Containment Management Section of the Logistics Department of the Paranormal Defense Bureau, codename, how about Silent Speaker? Linny, can you choose something else? It sounds like someone who's mute. What about the complaint officer?" Linny sighed, finding Mr. Lin, the helpful citizen, more agreeable. Regardless, he had taken a solid first step towards controlling his power. The impending reunion with Collector Geophone no longer seemed so hopeless. The prerequisite was that he quickly learn how to make this ability to unleash a powerful attack as natural as breathing. After all, he didn't want to rely solely on calling him Purple Sweet Potato to save his life the next time they met. Linny's first team mission as a formal member of the Bureau of Paranormal Defense gave him a profound understanding of what it meant to have upgraded treatment but downgraded trust. The mission objective was to eliminate a resentment aggregate, rating C+, bred in the basement of an abandoned hospital. This bizarre monster had no fixed form. It was formed from long accumulated negative emotions, amplifying the fear and suspicion of infiltrators, and causing infighting. It was almost immune to physical attacks and usually required mental or purification type ability users to deal with it. Lin Yi's squad was truly an oddity. The captain was a Birank assault type brute, codenamed Iron
Iron Wall, a muscular man who believed in overwhelming force. The vice captain was a C-rank perception type ability user, named Nightingale, responsible for reconnaissance and early warning. Besides them, there was a C-rank elementalist named Spark, and Lin Yi, who was forcibly added to the squad and was nominally still an F rank. At the mission briefing, Captain Ironwall stared at Lin Yi, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased that his superiors had forced a logistics clerk into the team. However, given Lin Yi's mysterious key protection status, he could only bluntly instruct, Lin Yi, you stay close to the team and are responsible for recording environmental anomalies and data. If you encounter danger, immediately hide behind me, understand? Understood, Captain. Lin Yi readily complied, but inwardly he was thinking, to put it bluntly, he's just a sidekick, responsible for shouting. 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. That suited him well. He needed to observe and practice, not rush in and fight head-on. Upon entering the damp, gloomy basement, the nauseating negative energy of the aggregate of resentment immediately swarmed around them like a spider web. Whispers, weeping, and curses echoed directly in their minds, attempting to stir up the darkest emotions within each person. Humph, playing tricks. Captain Ironwall roared, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, as he swung his fist at the densest mass of black mist. The mist dispersed momentarily, but quickly reformed, becoming even more turbulent. Captain, physical attacks aren't working. Its core is constantly moving. Nightingale closed her eyes tightly, trying to sense her surroundings. The strongest energy reaction is in the passage to the left front. Spark, purify it with flames. Ironwall roared. Watch this. Spark thrust out both hands, unleashing a wave of intense heat. The black mist shrieked in the flames, seemingly weakened, but soon, more resentment seeped from the walls and ground. The flames, on the contrary, seemed to enrage it, and the wave of negative emotions intensified, even causing a hint of mania to creep into Spark's eyes. No, the resentment here is too immense, practically endless. Nightingale's face was pale, and sweat beaded on her forehead. It's absorbing the emotional fluctuations generated by our attacks, growing stronger and stronger. The team is at a stalemate. Forceful attacks are ineffective, the purification speed can't keep up with the regeneration speed, and if this drags on any longer, everyone will be consumed by negative emotions and lose their rationality. Lin Yi silently followed at the back of the group, quietly sensing the rules of the aggregate of resentment. It was like a snowball amplifier of negative emotions. The frustration, anger, and fear generated when attacking it all became its nourishment. A typical, the stronger the opponent, the stronger it becomes, reflecting damage back mechanism. There's a loophole in the rules. Lin Yi's mind raced. Since it grows stronger by absorbing negative emotions, what if there are no negative emotions? Or, should we give it a taste of some unconventional emotions? He recalled his experience of the amusement park's energy field collapsing, and a bold, even somewhat reckless, plan came to mind. At this point, the Iron Wall team, having failed to break through for so long, slammed their fist on the wall in frustration and roared, "Damn it, how are we ever going to take down this thing? The opportunity has arrived." Lin Yi pretended to be affected by negative emotions and deliberately muttered to himself in a voice that his teammates could just hear, "Sigh, the captain is so fierce, how come he can't hit the vital points? This aggregate is really interesting. It stubbornly holds on, like a broken record. Besides absorbing negative emotions, does it have any other abilities? What's the point of such a monotonous monster existing? It might as well go work in a factory." His voice wasn't loud, but amplified by psychic energy, it was like a pebble thrown into a viscous lake, creating strange ripples. The surging aggregate of resentment momentarily halted its attack. Its chaotic consciousness seemed to understand his words, and actually, revealed a hint of confusion. Monotony? Program error? Going to work? These words subtly conflicted with its existing rules: absorption, amplification, destruction. It tried to comprehend this complaint, and its internal rules briefly stalled. In that instant, Nightingale's eyes widened sharply, exclaiming, "The core fluctuations have weakened, and, it seems a hint of confusion has appeared." Ironwall and Spark were both stunned. Confused? Even a mass of resentment can be confused? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Effective, but not enough. It needs to be even more intense. He struck while the iron was hot, amplifying his output with that affected, lifeless tone. "Sigh, forget it, why bother arguing with a lump of emotional garbage without self-awareness? It doesn't even know what it is, like an out-of-control emotional garbage recycling station, only knowing how to eat, not afraid of getting a stomachache. Oh no, it doesn't even have a stomach. How pitiful, it doesn't even qualify for indigestion." At the core of the aggregate of resentment, a strange, whistling sound seemed to emanate. The intense dark energy surged violently, no longer an aggressive expansion, but rather, a state of internal logical chaos. It tried to amplify its fear, but Lin Yi's sarcastic remarks, like a virus implanted into its very foundation of rules, caused it to deeply doubt its own existence, if it even had one. Garbage dump, unqualified for indigestion. These words were like tons of rule pollution, disrupting its purely destructive mechanism. Now, Nightingale shrieked. The core core is extremely unstable. Attack! Although Ironwall didn't quite understand the situation, his battle instincts kicked in instantly. He channeled all his power into a punch, unleashing it like a cannonball at the obviously dim and chaotic core. Spark also exerted all his strength, releasing its purest flames. Without any fierce confrontation, the core of the resentment aggregate, like a punctured balloon filled with sewage, emitted a series of strange sounds, like hiccups or whimpers, before rapidly collapsing and dissipating, leaving behind only pure but unclaimed fragments of psionic energy scattered on the ground, along with an indescribable, burnt smell, like a CPU overload and burnout. The suffocating negative energy in the basement vanished instantly. The battle ended abruptly. And strangely, Captain Ironwall looked at his clenched fist, then at the weakened Linny leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with astonishment and suspicion. That bizarre collapse just now was definitely related to this F-rank kid's nonsense. Nightingale wiped away her cold sweat, reporting with lingering fear, target eliminated. Elimination method, rule disorder leading to self-collapse. Trigger, suspected specific information interference. Her gaze towards Lin Yi was full of inquiry. Spark was more direct, patting Lin Yi's shoulder casually and saying, "You're something else. Your words are blessed, aren't they? Everything you say comes true. From now on, you're our team's mascot. No, you're our plague god, specially designed to ward off these weirdos." Lin Yi wore an expression that was both innocent and slightly frightened. "Sister Spark, don't tease me. I was almost scared to death just now. I didn't even know what I was babbling about. Maybe it really was a program malfunction?" Captain Ironwall gave Lin Yi a deep look, said nothing, and simply ordered, "Clean up the battlefield and prepare to withdraw." But in his heart, he had already labeled Lin Yi as extremely dangerous, with unclear effects, requiring close observation. Back at the station, when the report stated that the target self-destructed due to rule disorder caused by verbal interference, the person in charge of the assessment had a very interesting expression. Combined with the previous amusement park incident, Lin Yi's file had a subtle addition to the description of his rule-based verbal interference ability, suspected of possessing scope and target logic contamination characteristics. Along with the note, the codename Plague God has already circulated within the team. Its potential impact on team morale and mission objectives needs to be observed. Soon, the reputation of Plague God Lin Yi quietly spread among low-level ability users. His characteristics are obvious. Wherever he appears, things tend to go wrong. Missions carried out with him are often bizarre and unpredictable, but the final result is always unexpectedly successful, though the process is astonishing. Everyone thinks he's incredibly unsettling, yet they can't help but want to team up with him. After all, being with him seems to provide a greater sense of security. Lin Yi could only shake his head helplessly. He had only wanted to practice controlling his superpowers discreetly, so how did he become the team's jinx and a walking bug-making machine? However, this newly spread title of Plague God unexpectedly attracted an unexpected follower. A few days later, a stylishly dressed, sunny-smiling young man found Lin Yi, who was slacking off in the logistics department and incidentally disciplining the back-scratcher. "Hello, you must be Lin Yi? My name is Bai Che, and I possess the B-level ability Lucky Aura." But the young man smiled brightly. "I heard you're a bit counteracting the supernatural?" "Perfect. My ability is bringing good luck. I was thinking, if we teamed up, two negatives would make a positive, or a super positive would create some amazing chemical reaction. Interested in joining my Lucky Star team?" Lin Yi stared at the other person's almost blinding halo of good fortune, then, sensing his own obscure and deliberately sarcastic ability, his lips twitched slightly. Two negatives make a positive? He wasn't worried about two negatives make a positive, but rather positive and negatives make zero. Teaming up with a Lucky Star? This was likely to trigger a cosmic-level rule conflict. It seemed the legend of the Plague God was destined to continue in an even more absurd way. Bai Che, who calls himself Lucky Star, a B-level ability user, is like a walking star, radiating a warm, bright, and even excessively dazzling light. His smile is incredibly infectious, and his attire resembles that of a male protagonist in a youth campus drama, completely out of place with most of the cold or eccentric members of the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation. Most absurdly, Lin Yi can actually sense the genuine good luck emanating from him. This isn't some mystical premonition, but rather a kind of favoritism at the level of rules. The light around Bai Che softens considerably, even the dust on the ground he walks on becomes docile, and even the normally restless containment objects in the logistics department become eerily quiet when he passes by. This aura of being treated gently by the world is in almost absolute contradiction with Lin Yi's ability to deliberately cause trouble for the rules and always find fault with them. Join your team? Lin Yi subconsciously took a half step back, forcibly suppressing his discomfort. He was afraid that getting closer would cause the collapse of the rules or a cosmic bug. "Senior Bai Che, you may have misunderstood. My ability is not very stable, and the effect is rather special, which may affect your luck." Lin Yi spoke extremely tactfully, but inwardly he was furiously complaining. "This isn't teamwork, it's a live demonstration of rule clashes. What if your Lucky Aura collides with my Tu Chao a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical ability, and we get caught in the crossfire? I don't want to become the first example in history of failing a mission because my teammate was too lucky. Bai Che smiled even more brightly, as if Lin Yi's worries had become an interesting advantage. Special? That's exactly the special I'm looking for. Lin Yi, do you know? A life that's too smooth is actually quite boring. My luck can solve almost all conventional problems, but sometimes, some unconventional, rule-based problems actually need a little, well, accident to break the deadlock. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and his eyes gleamed with the light of someone discovering a new toy. I've studied your mission log. The amusement park's energy field of fear collapsed because of preaching, and the aggregate of resentment was corrupted by trash talk and self-destructed. This is hilarious. This is a result that even luck couldn't solve. We need people like you who can create benign accidents. A benign accident? Lin Yi's lips twitched. You call that benign? If those weird things could talk, they'd probably be crying and complaining that they're malignant bugs by now. But, senior, my ability rating is only F. Lin Yi tried one last time. Ratings are all just for show. Bai Che waved his hand, radiating confidence that I am the rule. What I value is potential. It's about possibility. Don't worry, with my lucky aura protecting us, even if something goes wrong, it'll be a good one. How about joining our team on the next mission? It's a B-level exploration mission, supposedly to an ancient ruin with some interesting rule-based phenomena. We need an expert like you. An expert? An expert on rule-based phenomena? Lin Yi felt as if he had been put on a fighting stage. Rejecting a passionate and prestigious B-rank powerhouse seemed unwise. Moreover, the other party's words struck a chord with him. Rule-based relics? This might be a rare opportunity to further understand and hone his abilities. All right, Lin Yi agreed through gritted teeth, but I must make it clear first, I will not be responsible for any accidents that may occur. No problem. Bai Che patted Lin Yi on the shoulder happily. The moment Bai Che's hand touched Lin Yi's shoulder, Lin Yi clearly felt that his long-dormant, Tu Chao, a form of witty retort, ability stirred up imperceptible ripples, as if a pebble had been thrown into water. Bai Che's dazzling aura of luck also seemed to fluctuate slightly, like a television screen with a weak signal, momentarily displaying static before returning to normal. The two of them froze at the same time and looked at each other. Bai Che blinked. Was there some static electricity just now? Lin Yi coughed lightly. It might be a problem with the material of this uniform. An ominous premonition grew stronger in Lin Yi's heart. A few days later, Lin Yi set off with the Lucky Star team, their destination being the entrance to a newly discovered underground ancient ruin in the suburbs. According to preliminary reconnaissance, a peculiar force field exists inside the ruins, randomly distorting the perceptions and luck of intruders, turning good luck into bad and bad luck into even worse. It's extremely bizarre. Two reconnaissance teams have already lost their way in the ruins. Fortunately, perhaps thanks to the force field properties, neither of them is in mortal danger, but they were in a daze for a long time after they came out. Besides the overly cheerful team leader Bai Che and Lin Yi with a death-ready expression, the team members also include a taciturn, bespectacled C-level technical analyst named Code, and a gentle, healing, and purification-skilled C-level support named Xing Luo. Standing at the entrance to the deep, ancient, and chaotic ruins, Bai Che remained confident. Don't worry, everyone. With my lucky aura, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune and find the core of the force field. As soon as he finished speaking, a loose boulder at the entrance of the ruins, perhaps due to a gust of wind or the powerful influence of Bai Che's good fortune, suddenly roared and firmly blocked most of the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap that could only be passed by turning sideways. Everyone. Bai Che's smile froze for a moment, and he quickly replied perfunctorily, it seems the ruins are welcoming us, reminding us in this way that the space inside is limited and we should be careful. Good thing, good thing. Lin Yi silently watched him, inwardly thinking, you call this a good thing? Isn't this lucky aura a reverse indicator? Or is it that my plague-causing constitution has begun to have some kind of chemical reaction with your luck? They entered the ruins sideways, finding themselves in a downward-sloping passageway filled with strange murals. The moment Lin Yi stepped inside, he felt a chaotic and distorted force of rules envelop his entire body. This force field wasn't as malicious as the previous aggregate of resentment, it was more like a disordered and mischievous chaos. Watch out, the Code suddenly cried out, pointing to the ground ahead. According to the energy readings, there should be a trap there. But, the triggering rules for the trap have been distorted. Stepping on it now is actually safe, you have to go around it to trigger it. Bai Che confidently took a step forward. Watch my lucky guide. He casually stepped into the center of the trap, and nothing happened. He turned around triumphantly, see. However, Xing Luo, who was following closely behind him, took a step closer to the wall to avoid that spot. Suddenly, a seemingly decorative relief on the wall popped out and sprayed out a spicy powder, which made her cough incessantly. This force field is defying common sense. The Code quickly recorded. The captain's luck seems to be able to adapt to this distortion to some extent, but it indirectly causes the conventional judgments of others around him to fail. Lin Yi seemed to be deep in thought. The rule of this ruin is chaos, it is random. Bai Che's luck luck is essentially seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, a kind of orderly preference. In this absolutely chaotic environment, luck becomes a more conspicuous target of order, and its very existence exacerbates the conflict and uncertainty of local rules.
And his own special ability. Lin Yi's heart stirred. The essence of complaining is to find and attack what is unreasonable. Faced with this utter chaos, where is it not irrational? In other words, this place is practically his home turf. Just then, the group arrived at a huge circular stone chamber. A sphere of light, its colors shifting and changing strangely, floats in the center of the stone chamber. It is clearly the core of the chaotic force field. However, the spatial rules inside the chamber are extremely distorted. What seems like a few steps may be an endless journey. What appears to be walls may lead one into the void with a single step. Bai Che tried to approach, but with each step, the ground beneath his feet twisted and deformed, and the air around him emitted a strange buzzing sound. The clash between the lucky aura and the chaotic force field caused the entire stone chamber to tremble slightly, making the situation extremely risky. No!
Forcing your way in will cause the rules to collapse, the code warned urgently.
What should we do then?
Xing Luo asked with a worried expression. All eyes naturally turned to Lin Yi, who had been silently observing since entering the stone chamber. Lin Yi took a deep breath, knowing that the moment to verify his guess had arrived. He took a few steps, not attempting to walk directly towards the sphere of light, but instead facing the ever-changing, chaotic core, concentrating all his mental energy. This time, instead of criticizing a specific point as he usually did, he broadened his perspective, seemingly pointing directly at the entire concept of chaotic rules, uttering a question tinged with disdain from the depths of his soul.
Hey, I'm telling you, as a rule-making force field, can't you have some class? 1 minute you're turning people's good luck into bad, the next you're turning black into white. Is that fun? There's no order at all. It makes you seem tasteless, you know? True chaos is art. It's the beauty in chaos. What you've done is at best a primary school student's scribbling, and you're using cheap paint, colorblind color matching, a logical dead loop. Don't you feel embarrassed?
These words make no mention of good or evil, but only point to the low-level and disorderly nature of chaos itself. In an instant, the distorted scene in the entire stone chamber abruptly stopped. The speed at which the colors of the central sphere changed suddenly slowed down, like a child who had fallen into deep thought, or perhaps crashed, after being criticized by a teacher. Bai Che felt the pressure from the lucky aura suddenly decrease and looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi pressed his advantage, incorporating his recent insights into chaos and order into his sarcastic remarks, his tone carrying a condescending and instructive tone.
You think creating chaos is chaos? That's too superficial.
True chaos contains infinite possibilities. It's the source of creation.
And you? What can you do besides make things worse? You can't even create a decent surprise, just surprise shocks, low level. Boring. I'm bored for you. Can't you have some ambition? Like occasionally letting a flower bloom in the chaos, or turning bad things into good things?
You only know how to turn good things into bad things. That's impotent rage, not disrupting the rules. This rules-based debate and aesthetic critique have infiltrated the core logic of the chaotic force field like a virus.
Those purely chaotic rules began to clash violently, and self-doubt arose. Am I so inferior? Is my chaos so boring? What should true chaos look like?
The colorful orbs flashed wildly, and the internal energy surged and collided violently in an unprecedented way. It tries to prove that it is not low-class and tries to create an unexpected surprise, but because the underlying rules are disordered, it has no idea how to define and generate a surprise.
This logical paradox plunged the entire force field into unprecedented chaos.
Now, the code shouted. Its logic is in conflict, and its core is extremely unstable.
Bai Che seized the opportunity and fully activated his lucky aura.
Instead of forcing his way through, he searched for that 1 in a million orderly path that appeared due to internal friction within the rules. His figure flashed, as if stepping on notes of order that occasionally appeared in the chaos, and instantly passed through the distorted space, placing his palm on the dim, flickering, and disordered core sphere.
Purify.
Xing Luo released a gentle light at the right moment, soothing and dispelling the out-of-control chaotic energy. There was no explosion, no impact. Like a bewildered child, the orb of light, guided by luck and soothed by purification, gradually softened and stabilized its colors, eventually transforming into a gentle mass of energy that slowly dissipated. The distorted space inside the stone chamber also returned to normal.
The chaotic force field of the ruins finally disappeared.
Bai Che let out a long breath, turned around and looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with a complex mix of amazement, relief and a hint of lingering fear. He walked up to Lin Yi and said solemnly, "Lin Yi, I take back what I said before.
You are not a benign accident."
He paused, then said, word by word, "You're some kind of rules debater. You're the one who deals with all sorts of fancy nonsense." Lin Yi slumped to the ground, completely exhausted. He weakly waved his hand. Don't praise me anymore. Next time, for dungeons with such rule-breaking, we'll have to pay more."
He finally understood that teaming up with Lucky Star was anything but boring. It was like wielding the spear and shield of the rules,
hurting each other, and incidentally talking.
The dungeon boss to death.
The title of Plague God was probably well-deserved. After this
this battle, he gained a deeper understanding of the essence of his ability. It wasn't just
about complaining, it was the ability to intervene in the rules and reason with them, although the methods were infuriating. However, he wondered if that collector, Jiofeng, would accept this method of reasoning. The little confidence that had just risen in Lin Yi's heart was quickly suppressed by even greater pressure. The road ahead was still long. Lin Yi's brilliant performance as a rule debater in the ancient ruins, along with the Lucky Star team's mission report filled with exclamation marks and question marks, quickly landed on the desks of the Bureau of Paranormal Defense's higher-ups. The report detailed how Lin Yi, through a critique of the aesthetics and connotations of chaotic rules, successfully caused the core logic of the ancient chaotic force field to collapse. In Bai Che's words, that wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided linguistic artistic crushing of the world's rules. Lin Yi's plan to slack off discreetly in the logistics department was completely shattered. He was invited by Black Owl to a special assessment room at headquarters filled with sophisticated psionic detection equipment. The person in charge of the assessment was a middle-aged woman with a serious expression and gold-rimmed glasses, codenamed Analyst. Several recorders were also with her, and when they looked at Lin Yi, it was as if they were looking at a talking panda. Lin Yi, your apparent F-level ability is Weak Curse, which actually manifests as rule-based verbal interference. Your potential rating is yet to be determined. The analyst pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Based on the report from the Lucky Star team and your previous mission records, we initially determined that your core ability is not simply word magic or curse, but a more fundamental ability that can directly interact with rule concepts. Lin Yi sat in the specially made chair, but his mind felt like he was being interrogated by 3 judges. Analyst, I'm just good at finding fault, he tried to explain modestly. Finding fault? The analyst gave him a meaningful look. You're finding fault with the rules of the world. That's both dangerous and very valuable. We need to more accurately assess the boundaries of your capabilities, the triggering conditions, and the universality of different rule systems. Over the next few hours, Lin Yi underwent a series of unbelievable tests. Test 1, Tolerance to Rule Paradoxes. He was required to confront a special containment object, B009, the mirror of self-referential paradox. This mirror forces the person looking into it to contemplate classic paradoxes such as, this statement is false. Those with weaker mental strength may fall into a logical dead loop, leading to mental confusion. Lin Yi looked into the mirror and saw his reflection. The mirror began to emit confusing, erratic fluctuations. He stared at himself in the mirror, stroked his chin, and said, you want me to think about paradoxes? And what about you? Is the me you reflect real? If so, then you're nothing but a mirror incapable of thinking. If not, then you're a fraudulent mirror, so why should I believe you? Besides, you're a mirror that doesn't reflect people properly, but spends all day pondering philosophical questions. Isn't that neglecting your duties? The mirror flickered violently a few times, and then went out. The testing equipment showed that the mirror of self-referential paradox had entered a logic standby state, as if it had been choked by a more advanced set of nitpicking rules. The analyst, expressionless, noted, the target exhibits extremely strong resistance to logical paradoxes and can interfere with the rules themselves using even sharper logical counter-questions. Test 2, Concept Distortion and Revision. He was led into a force field room, where the rules had been temporarily changed to all objects will fall upwards. Once inside, Lin Yi indeed felt that the ceiling was like the ground, while the floor was above his head. He adjusted to this upside-down world, then pointed to the chandelier that was clearly below but felt above him, saying, this setting is so counterintuitive. Falling upwards? Isn't that just going up? You think you can fool me with just a different way of putting it? The direction of gravity is a basic law of physics. You're changing it like this without considering Newton's feelings? And this chandelier is on the ceiling. Oh wait, it's on the floor now. Why doesn't it fall down? This rule has such huge loopholes. As soon as he finished speaking, the force field in the entire room emitted a piercing noise, and the rules of gravity began to fluctuate violently before finally returning to normal with a snap. His insistence on strict adherence to rules rendered them ineffective. The analyst paused, noting, the target possesses extremely strong conceptual anchoring ability, capable of identifying and questioning distorted underlying rules, and triggering rule callbacks through verbal communication. Potential rating recommended to be upgraded to A. Test 3, High Risk Facing the Fragments of the Logical Abyss. The analyst's expression was unusually grave during the final test. She retrieved a lead box tightly sealed with multiple layers of seals. Upon opening it, she found a small, writhing mass of dark matter, seemingly composed of countless twisted symbols and error codes. This is a tiny fragment of the logic abyss, she said in a low voice. It's not a living entity, but a rule-based virus capable of infecting and corrupting any ordered logical system, plunging it into utter chaos and disorder. Extremely dangerous. We will strictly control the energy output. You only need to attempt the minimum level of rule-based contact with it, feel and describe it. If you feel any discomfort, you must stop immediately. As the fragment was carefully placed in a specially made container and a small opening was made. An indescribable sense of chaos and error instantly permeated the air. Linny felt dizzy, as if his thoughts had been pulled into a chaotic vortex devoid of cause and effect and logic. The chaos here was far purer and infinitely more dangerous than the chaotic force field within the ruins. It wasn't just amplifying chaos, but devouring logic. Linny gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, and concentrated. His Tu Chao, a form of online commentary/criticism, ability automatically activated, but this time he didn't sense any specific irrationality, but rather an endless void representing the end of logic. Conventional was meaningless here, because there was no meaning to speak of. What to do? Attack its disorder? But it itself was the embodiment of disorder. At the crucial moment, Linny had a flash of inspiration. He stopped trying to criticize the fragment, and instead focused his thoughts on a single point, like throwing a pebble of definition into nothingness. Existence must have boundaries. Chaos must also exist relative to order. You claim to devour all logic, so isn't your act of devouring logic itself a kind of logic? If even this last bit of logic is devoured, then do you still exist? This is no longer just a rant, but a fundamental philosophical inquiry, an attempt to forcibly define a self-contradictory boundary for this abyss of logic. The writhing fragment of darkness suddenly paused. Its characteristic of devouring all logic directly conflicts with the possibility that its own existence depends on some kind of logic. It tried to devour this thought, but this thought points precisely to the very foundation of its existence. Buzz. The fragment trembled violently, its surface error codes flashing wildly, collapsing and reforming repeatedly, emitting highly unstable chaotic fluctuations that sometimes expanded and sometimes contracted, like a program on the verge of crashing. Stop contact. The analyst immediately shut off the container opening, his face pale. The monitoring instruments alarmed wildly, displaying the activity level of the logic abyss. Fragment has abnormally surged. Internal rule conflicts have reached a critical point, subsequently entering a brief period of quiescence. A deathly silence fell over the assessment room. Everyone stared with lingering fear at the lead box that had been sealed again, then glanced at Linny, who was pale and panting. Just now, they felt as if they had witnessed a life-or-death struggle at the level of microscopic rules. The analyst took a deep breath, her eyes changing completely, filled with shock, wariness, and a hint of awe. She finally wrote solemnly on the assessment report. Comprehensive assessment. Linny's supernatural ability, rule-based verbal interference, has been confirmed. The essence of his ability is conceptual anchoring and logical questioning at the rule level, possessing extremely strong resistance to rule contamination and unexpected potential to interfere with or even suppress unconventional and conceptual rule systems. Ability danger level, high, regarding rule systems, potential level, tentatively S, further observation of growth potential, required. A strategy of focused protection, limited cooperation, and close monitoring is recommended. His codename is officially confirmed as the Debater. The Debater. Linny pondered this new codename repeatedly. He felt it sounded slightly better than complainer, but it still sounded more like someone who loved to argue. After receiving the final assessment report, Black Owl remained silent for a full minute before sending Linny a message. From now on, when going on missions, especially those involving bizarre rules, be sure to submit a report first. The department needs to conduct a risk assessment beforehand. Also, try to stay away from things like logic pits. Those are definitely not things you should be dealing with at your current level. Linny pursed his lips, muttering to himself, I wanted to hide, but it wasn't my choice. You guys made me go for the test. However, after this official certification, Linny gained a clearer understanding of his ability. Debating the rules. This ability sounds impressive, but in practice, it demands extremely high levels of mental strength and understanding of the rules. One wrong move and it's easy to get yourself into a dead end. Linny sighed, feeling the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. The road ahead is long. After all, the opponents he'd need to debate in the future might not only be these contained objects and anomalies, but also that S-Class wanted criminal with a fanatical collection of interesting rules, Jiu Feng. Meanwhile, in some unknown space, Jiu Feng was playing with an artwork whose rules were twisted. As if sensing something, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Little debater, it seems you're growing quite fast. I wonder what it will be like when you try to argue the rules of my collection. I really look forward to it. The official assessment report didn't bring Linny all positive benefits. Although his codename was upgraded from the somewhat comical complainer to the more sophisticated debater, and his resources and authority improved, it also brought stricter surveillance and more bizarre task assignments. Now, when he goes on missions, in addition to his regular team members, he often brings one or two observers responsible for real-time recording, watching every word he utters that might contain the power of the rules. This made Linny almost afraid to speak casually during missions, fearing that any unintentional remark would be recorded and become another example in the analysis report. On triggering conditions of the debater ability. It feels like I'm running naked and live streaming my thought process, Linny Linny complained to Bai Che in private. Bai Che remained optimistic. Relax. This means you're important. And look, the tasks assigned to our team now are challenging, but also award more points, and most importantly, they're really interesting. He pointed to the task briefing they had just received. For example, this one, investigate the frequent occurrence of cognitive dissonance in the old city area of the South. It sounds very rule-based, just your cup of tea. Linny looked at the briefing, which described how some residents in the old city had recently experienced brief periods of memory confusion, disorientation, and even occasionally uttering illogical statements, but physical examinations showed no abnormalities. Energy detection indicated a weak, non-malicious disturbance to the rules of the area. This is like a kind of information interference at the rule level. Linny mused. Such rule phenomena don't directly harm people, but they disrupt cognition, often proving more troublesome because their intentions are elusive and their rule structures are more complex. Stepping back into the old town. The last time he came was to deal with that nagging book. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat strange. The sunlight seemed to have become blurred. The street outlines occasionally showed slight visual distortions, and the conversations of pedestrians were intermittent, interspersed with disjointed words. Code, energy source location? Bai Che asked. The tech-savvy coder, holding the detector, frowned deeply. Strange, the source of the disturbance isn't fixed. It's moving? No, more accurately, the underlying rules of the entire region are being continuously and subtly edited. Editing rules? Xingluo felt uneasy. Linny carefully sensed the subtle, yet pervasive, rhythmic fluctuations in the air, like background noise subtly influencing everything. He tried to grasp the underlying patterns, but found this editing to be illogical, like random scribbles. It doesn't seem like a deliberate attack, more like a leak, Linny guessed. Just then, an old man wearing a floral shirt and fanning himself with a palm leaf fan strolled over and said to Bai Che with a smile, "Young man, your cloud is really unique. When will it rain?" Bai Che said helplessly, "Grandpa, I'm a person, not a cloud." The old man suddenly realized, turned to look at Linny. "Oh, so you're that dark cloud? You brought bad luck with you?" Linny's lips twitched, but a thought suddenly struck him. Although the old man's words were muddled, they seemed to subtly point out some of his and Bai Che's traits. Was it a coincidence, or could this disturbance of the rules amplify the perception of the subconscious? Suddenly, the code exclaimed, "The detector has detected a high-intensity focal point of rules. It's right in front of the community center." The group rushed to the activity center, where they found a group of elderly men and women playing mahjong. However, the game was extremely strange. The symbols on the tiles they played kept changing, sometimes appearing as east wind and sometimes as apple. The words they uttered, such as pong and eat, frequently turned into strange words like digest and absorb. Yet, they seemed completely oblivious, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The source of the disruption to the rules was clearly the inconspicuous little black metal box in the center of the mahjong table, usually used as an ashtray. The box's surface was covered with extremely fine, circuit board-like patterns, emitting subtle fluctuations that affected the entire game and even the surrounding area. Containment object. Unregistered rule-based containment object, the code immediately determined. Bai Che signaled everyone to remain vigilant, preparing to move forward and retrieve the items. However, just as he approached, perhaps triggered by his powerful luck rule, the small iron box suddenly vibrated, and the patterns on its surface shimmered with an eerie light. Warning, rule fluctuations have increased dramatically. It has been activated, the code shouted. In an instant, an invisible storm of rules swept out from the metal box. The scene inside the activity center distorted wildly. Mahjong tiles turned into lively, jumping frogs. Tables and chairs sprouted legs and began to run, and an elderly woman even pulled out a book of advanced mathematics while drawing tiles and began reciting formulas. It's a rule virus, Linny immediately realized. This thing is releasing chaotic rule information on a small scale, polluting reality. Worse still, this storm of rules seemed to be consciously directed towards Bai Che, who symbolized order. Bai Che's lucky aura automatically activated, violently clashing with the chaotic rules, causing the reality around him to be most severely distorted, even revealing the rudiments of spatial rifts. No, the captain's aura of order is mortal enemies of this chaotic virus. Fighting it head-on will only accelerate the collapse of the rules. Xingluo tried to use her purification ability, but found that her power of order had become a new target for attack. The code was sweating profusely with anxiety. We must neutralize it. We need a force that can understand and organize this chaotic set of rules. All eyes turned to Linny once again. Linny felt immense pressure. This rule virus was unlike any opponent he had faced before. It had no consciousness, no logic, only a pure flood of chaotic information. Attacking a target that lacks logic through argumentation is like casting pearls before swine. What to do? Define it like we would a logical abyss? But this virus itself is constantly undermining definitions. Seeing the storm of rules growing stronger in the activity center about to turn into an incomprehensible and bizarre space, Linny gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Since we can't refute it from the outside, let's try to understand and guide it from the inside. He stopped resisting the impact of the rule information information and instead proactively lowered his mental defenses, carefully guiding a trace of the gentlest chaotic rule into his consciousness. In an instant, all sorts of absurd, chaotic, and unrelated thoughts and information flooded into his mind. He saw flying fish singing, numbers dancing, and colors taking on flavors. This extreme chaos almost tore his sanity apart. But Lin Yi held on to a sliver of clarity. His core ability was the perception and interaction with rules. He suppressed his discomfort and stopped trying to understand the meaning of this chaotic information, instead trying to feel its flowing patterns and constructed patterns. Chaos is not complete disorder, it's just that its order exceeds the normal range. Lin Yi murmured in his mind. His superpower began to operate spontaneously, not to deny the chaos, but to try to translate and reconstruct it. He focused his mind, sending a wave of thought towards the core of the chaotic rules, not to attack, but to inquire and organize. Stop. This is too chaotic. What are you trying to say? Information needs a carrier, and chaos needs a framework. For example, like this, he forcibly sorted out the chaotic information of frog mahjong in his mind into an absurd but at least story-driven image of a group of frogs playing mahjong. Or like this, he reconstructed the concept of running tables and chairs into tables and chairs hosting a sports meet. He was like someone tying a knot in a tangled mess, not untying it, but weaving it into an artistic knot that appeared chaotic but actually contained subtle internal connections. This behavior seems to inject a peculiar formatting force into the boiling virus of rules. Amidst the overwhelming and chaotic flow of information, a brief hesitation appeared, followed by a reassembly of what seemed like a direction for expression, reorganizing around that absurd framework forcibly constructed by Lin Yi. The anomalies within the activity center, though not disappearing, became more orderly. The frogs were indeed sitting around playing mahjong, the tables and chairs were racing, and the old lady reciting formulas became the narrator of this absurd drama. While still bizarre, it was no longer an out-of-control and destructive chaos, but rather a surreal situational drama with stable internal rules. The storm of rules finally subsided. The light from the small metal box gradually dimmed, transforming into an ordinary, slightly odd-looking ashtray. Everyone stared in astonishment at this miraculous, or rather, eerie scene. The code's voice was dry. He actually tamed the rule virus? Turned it into a stable sub-rule space? Bai Che wiped his sweat, looked at Lin Yi trying his best to maintain the rules of this absurd theater, and said with a wry smile, "Now I think the codename The Debater is not quite appropriate. A more accurate title would be Rule Tamer. Just as Lin Yi had stabilized the situation and was feeling mentally exhausted, a chilling pressure descended without warning. The solidified, absurd scene within the activity center, like a reflection in water with a stone thrown in, began to shake violently. A smiling, elegant yet dangerous voice resounded deep within Lin Yi's mind. "A brilliant performance, my dear little debater. No, or rather, little animal trainer? The ability to tame the virus of disordered rules into a docile theater, this insight into the essence of rules and the creativity it demonstrates far exceeded my expectations. You are much more interesting than I imagined. So, you won't refuse this formal invitation, will you?" Lin Yi looked up abruptly and saw a figure dressed in an elaborate and gorgeous classical dress standing at the entrance of the activity center. It was none other than Jiao Feng, the S-Class wanted criminal, the collector. He was playing with a card that seemed to be woven from starlight and shadow, and he was looking at Lin Yi with a smile. "My 10,000 Rules Collection Hall has reserved a special booth for you. Wouldn't you like to take a look?" Jiao Feng's smile deepened. "Of course, if you prefer me to say please." The pressure was immense. Lin Yi, who had just exhausted himself, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis facing this S-Class powerhouse. At his peak, Jiao Feng was no longer content with just watching from afar and personally stepped forward to deliver the invitation. The oppressive aura of an S-Class powerhouse, like tangible seawater, instantly engulfed the entire temporarily solidified absurd theater. The frog mahjong table trembled, the racing table and chairs froze, and the old lady reciting formulas stuttered. Bai Che, Ching Luo, and Code were on high alert, their spiritual energy taut, yet even moving a finger was extremely difficult. This was the absolute difference in their level of life and control over the rules. Only Lin Yi, having just deeply interacted with the rule virus, was in a peculiar semi-rule-based state of mind, which provided some buffer against the pure power pressure. However, his mental state was severely depleted, like a battery that had run out of power. Facing Jiao Feng's playful, smiling gaze, he felt his scalp tingle, and his inner alarm bells were ringing. It's over. The big boss is blocking the door. And at my weakest moment. Is this lucky star disguised as a jinx? Jiao Feng seemed to relish the tense atmosphere surrounding him. He strode gracefully into the activity center, his high heels, if he was wearing them, clicking crisply on the frozen, absurd scene. Wherever he went, the creatures of the rules, which Lin Yi had barely managed to tame, retreated, as if afraid to be touched by his presence. "Relax, everyone." Jiao Feng's voice had a strange magnetism that directly soothed everyone's nerves, causing their tense muscles to relax involuntarily, which was even more terrifying because he could easily manipulate other people's physical reactions. "I'm here today with no ill
intentions. I've simply brought an invitation and would like to take a look at the latest masterpiece from my little collection.
His gaze remained fixed on Linny, as if everyone else were merely background. He waved the card in his hand, a card interwoven with starlight and shadow.
Well, Linny, my collection is missing someone like you, someone who can weave chaos into interesting living works of art of rules.
There, you can witness countless unimaginable rules and phenomena and fully unleash your talents, unlike in this narrow, murky, and rule-bound world where you are monitored and studied like monsters by mediocre people. His words were tempting, hitting Lin Yi's most sensitive spot.
The surveillance by the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation, the numerous restrictions on the mission, and the awe or fear in the eyes of those
around him, all of this truly made Lin Yi feel suffocated. Bai Che, under pressure, managed to speak with difficulty. Zhou Feng.
He's with the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation. You can forget about it.
Zhou Feng gently raised a finger, and Bai Che's voice seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand, disappearing instantly, leaving only
wide eyes and a flushed face.
Zhou Feng ignored him and still smiled at Lin Yi. Look, this is what you call a companion, not even letting
you finish your sentence.
In my collection, you will have absolute freedom, only needing to abide by the most basic exhibition etiquette. We can explore the mysteries of the rules together and transform this dull reality into a paradise full of infinite possibilities. Lin Yi's heart pounded like a drum. He knew he couldn't completely trust Zhou Feng's words. A guy who treated living people as collectibles was definitely setting a
trap for freedom.
But the future Zhou Feng described and the exploration of the mysteries of the rules were undeniably alluring.
Moreover, he had no leverage to refuse. A direct confrontation would be certain death. He could only stall and find a way to maneuver.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and tried to make his voice calm, even with a researcher's tone. Mr. Collector, thank you for your kindness,
but I'm not very interested in being an exhibit. I'd prefer collaborative research. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, looking quite amused. Oh, a collaboration? That's right.
Lin Yi's mind raced as he pointed to the still lingering absurd scene around him.
For example, this, I call it a temporary rule reconstruction. It's unstable and lacks practical value. But if we can work together to improve it, we might be able to create a completely new and controllable rule art form that's more valuable than simply collecting a half-finished product, isn't it?
He was gambling that Zhou Feng's pursuit of interesting rules outweighed his simple desire for possession. He tried to steer the other party's attention from collector to collaborative research project.
Sure enough, Zhou Feng looked thoughtful,
glanced around at the frogs playing mahjong and the table and chairs racing, and lightly tapped his chin with his fingertips. Interesting.
You're trying to use the name of collaborative creation to gain autonomy?
Little debater, you're very cunning.
Lin Yi's heart tightened.
But Zhou Feng then smiled. However, cunning is also an interesting quality.
Your suggestion is indeed more attractive than simply taking away a sullen collectible.
But he changed his tone, his eyes deepening. How can I believe you are truly qualified to cooperate and not just stalling for time? He pointed to the small metal box Lin Yi had used to tame the rule virus, now transformed into an ordinary ashtray. Prove to me.
Using your method, it's not simple taming, but rewriting it.
Transform the chaotic rules contained
within it into a completely new, stable, and at least 1 minute long micro-rule phenomenon, according to your will.
If you can do that, I will acknowledge your initial qualifications for cooperation and give you a week to consider.
This undoubtedly put immense pressure on Lin Yi. It was an almost impossible task. He had only barely guided and clarified his thoughts. He was far from being able to actively rewrite and create stable rule phenomena. Moreover, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Anxiety flashed in Bai Che and the
others' eyes, but they were firmly suppressed by Zhou Feng's rule field and could not offer any assistance. Lin Yi stared at the small iron box, cold sweat
beading on his forehead. If he couldn't do it, he would die or be forcibly taken away.
Only by doing it could he possibly have a chance of survival. He closed his eyes, ignoring the excruciating pain emanating from his mental sea, and once again forcibly mobilized his meager mental energy, attempting to communicate with the mysterious and unpredictable Tu Chao, meaning to roast or argue, ability within him. This time, he no longer passively sensed and guided, but actively carved his will, an imagination of a combination
of order and fun, into the remaining fragments of rules like a sculptor's chisel.
This process was exceptionally painful and difficult. His consciousness felt as if it were stirring
solidified concrete, each step requiring immense mental effort.
He depicted a scene in his mind, a drop of dew, reflecting within it a constantly changing, absurd yet harmonious microcosm. Rules, rewritten, chaos, returning to the joy of order. Lin Yi murmured to himself, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
Finally, just as his mental energy was about to be completely exhausted, the small iron box trembled slightly, a faint and strange light flashing across its surface. Immediately afterward, a glistening dewdrop condensed out of thin air above the iron box.
Inside the dewdrop, tiny frogs could be vaguely seen hopping around, and miniature tables and chairs moved slowly, creating
a tranquil yet bizarre miniature scene.
This dewdrop, imbued with order, hovered stably for about 5 seconds, then with a soft pop, it shattered and disappeared, the traces of order completely vanishing. Linny slumped to the ground, his vision blurring, and he nearly fainted. Jill Fong watched the scene quietly, the playful smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an appreciative gleam as if he had discovered a treasure. 5 seconds, created and stabilized a completely new microscopic landscape of rules. He murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to Linny, who was so weak he could barely stand, and slowly clapped his hands. Brilliant, far beyond expectations. My dear collaborator, you have proven your worth. With a flick of his wrist, the invitation, shimmering with starlight and shadow, floated lightly to Lin Yi's feet and hovered motionless. This is your ticket for 1 week, and also my promise. After 1 week, it will take you into my collection. At that time, whether you become a partner or a permanent exhibit is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jill Feng's figure slowly dissipated into the air like a faded oil painting, and the suffocating, terrifying pressure vanished with it. The activity center returned to calm, leaving only Lin Yi, who was slumped on the ground, by Che's team, still shaken, and the starlight invitation that floated in the air, radiating an ominous allure. Bai Che rushed over to support Lin Yi. Are you alright? Lin Yi weakly shook his head, his gaze falling on the invitation, a bitter smile appearing on his face. 1 week. He only had 1 short week to grow from an F rank who could barely stir up the rules to someone capable of negotiating cooperation with an S rank collector? It was an utterly absurd joke, but he knew he seemed to have no other choice. He had already stepped halfway into this game dominated by S rank powerhouses. The rest of the journey was either to win or become a collectible. The invisible pressure left behind by S-class powerhouse Jill Fong, like viscous asphalt, still weighed heavily on the air in the activity center even after he was gone, making every breath suffocating. The invitation that floated in midair, swirling with starlight and shadow, was no longer an enticement, but a cold gaze, a ticking 7-day countdown bomb. Cough. Lin Yi coughed up a mouthful of bloody saliva. The depletion of his mental sea brought waves of dizziness, and his body felt weak and powerless as if it had been hollowed out. Bai Che and Qing Luo helped him up on either side, while Code warily watched the surroundings, quickly checking whether there were any other rule traps or surveillance cameras remaining in the activity center. This must be reported immediately. Bai Che's tone was firm, his expression unusually grave. The fact that S-Class wanted criminal, the collector, Jill Fong, had not only appeared in person but had also directly extended an invitation, or rather, a threat, to members of the Anti-Cyber Security Bureau was undoubtedly a major event that would shake the entire bureau. He tried to contact his superiors using an encrypted communicator, but the signal seemed to be interfered with by some force, and only a buzzing noise could be heard. It's no use. Lenny shook his head weakly, his gaze still fixed on the invitation. Since he dared to appear so blatantly, he must be confident that he can temporarily cut off all external communication here. Or rather, he doesn't care whether we report it or not. Xingluo frowned, her eyes filled with worry. Lenny, you were too reckless just now, forcibly rewriting the rules. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Although she was usually sharp-tongued, her concern at this moment was exceptionally genuine. Otherwise what? Become his living figurine on the spot? Lenny smiled bitterly, trying to straighten up but still staggered. At least, I bought 7 days. 7 days, ha. He himself found the number ridiculously absurd. The code finally gave up the communication attempt, walked over, adjusted its glasses, and looked at Lenny with a complicated gaze behind the lenses. 5 seconds. You created and stabilized a completely new microscopic rule phenomenon, which lasted for 5 seconds. This has already surpassed all the records of the General Administration for rule influence type abilities. Lenny, your potential, or rather your abnormality, is even more terrifying than we expected. These words made the air even heavier. Lin Yi's unusual behavior was both his only asset in dealing with the current crisis and potentially the source of an even greater disaster. Just then, hurried footsteps and alarms were heard outside the activity center. Clearly, although communications in the core area were disrupted, the brief burst of energy fluctuations and S-level pressure had still triggered the outer alarm system. A large number of field personnel and technical teams from the Bureau of Deception quickly arrived and saw the mess inside. Although the effects of the rules had disappeared, the physical chaos remained, and the weakened Lin Yi team, they immediately became alert and on high alert. Captain Bai Che, what exactly happened here? A senior inspector leading the team asked sternly. Bai Che took a deep breath and gave a concise report, highlighting the appearance of Collector Jill Fong, his recruitment of Lin Yi, with a threatening tone, and the floating invitation that would last for a week. The news was reported up the chain of command, like a depth charge dropped on a relatively calm lake. In less than half an hour, several black vehicles bearing the top-secret insignia of the Anti-Cyber Security Bureau drove directly into the campus. A team of well-equipped special operations personnel, their presence discreet and their aura subtle, quickly took over the scene. The leader was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a serious expression. His shoulder insignia indicated his extremely high rank. Comrade Lin Yi, I am a special envoy from headquarters, codename Guardian of Secrets. The middle-aged man's voice was calm and motionless. According to the highest priority clause of the emergency response regulations for mysterious events, you and your team members will now be under the direct command and protection of the General Administration. Please cooperate with us and move to the absolute safe house. Protect? Linny keenly grasped the meaning behind those words. Does it mean protect me, or isolate me for research? The guard adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. These two things are not contradictory at this moment. Your situation is special. Collector Geofeng is one of the most dangerous targets, and his invitation means you are already in extreme danger. The General Administration must ensure your safety while assessing your capabilities to the fullest extent to develop a response strategy. These 7 days are crucial. This so-called transfer was almost semi-forced. Linny, Bai Che, Cheng Luo, and Code were each put into different vehicles with specially made windows that kept the outside completely dark. Linny could feel the vehicles constantly circling and changing direction, eventually entering a modern base deep underground, filled with the smell of disinfectant and equipped with psionic shielding facilities. He was placed in a comfortable but uninspired room. The walls were covered with soft, impact-resistant material, without a single sharp edge. The door was made of a special alloy and required multiple access permissions to open. It was less a safe house and more like a luxurious cage. Next came a series of intensive and relentless questioning and ability tests. The experts sent from headquarters included scholars who studied supernatural abilities, masters of psychological analysis, and a leading figure in rule logic. They repeatedly asked Linny to describe every detail of his interaction with the rule virus, every feeling he experienced, and the process by which he ultimately rewrote that rule dewdrop. They brought out various strange items containing faint power of rules, asking Linny to try to refute or influence them. However, the results left the experts both disappointed and confused. Away from that life or death, high-pressure environment, and facing these safe and controllable test subjects, Linny's superpower seemed to revert to that unreliable F-level weak curse. He can complain to a regular fragment that is constantly emitting faint noise, it's so noisy, and make it quiet for a few seconds. He can also say to a regular crystal that is constantly changing color, it's blindingly bright, and make it stabilize at one color for a moment. However, it's simply impossible for him to reproduce the phenomenon of creating or even stabilizing a completely new set of rules. His mental strength is far from recovering to the level that can support that level of exertion. Is it a pressure threshold trigger, or some kind of triggering mechanism that we don't yet understand? The experts were arguing heatedly outside the observation room. His superpower may be closer to adaptive resonance at the rule level or exploitation of logical loopholes than pure power output. But Collector Geofeng acknowledged his potential. The rule-making in 5 seconds, that's a fact. Perhaps, what Geofeng saw was a qualification that we cannot detect at present. Several days passed, and the test made no breakthrough progress. The starlight on the invitation seemed to dim a little more each day, foreshadowing the approaching deadline. Linny was protected in this absolutely safe underground base, completely isolated from the outside world. He had no way of knowing what was happening outside, how Bai Che and the others were doing, or what decision the higher-ups at the Bureau of Evil Defense would ultimately make. This helpless waiting is more unsettling than facing the bizarre. Late on the 4th night, Linny was staring blankly at the ceiling when the alloy door slid open silently. The person who entered wasn't the expert on duty, but the person in charge of security. He was holding a tablet computer, and his face still wore a cold and rigid expression, but a hint of unseen heaviness was faintly visible deep in his eyes. Linny, there's something you need to know. The guard placed a tablet on the table, displaying a surveillance video. The image shows a hidden corner of a large underground exchange. A cloaked, faceless figure was making a deal with several men with a sinister aura. The transaction content was a blurry but recognizable video clip showing Linny fighting against the rule virus in the activity center and ultimately condensing rule do. Although the key parts have been altered, Linny's figure and the general effects of his superpowers are still clearly visible. The news about your fight with the Collector has been leaked, the Keeper of Secrets said coldly. Although we immediately blocked the news, there's clearly a mole within our ranks, or an intelligence channel unknown to us. Now, information about a person with extraordinary abilities who can influence the rules and attract the interest of S-class wanted criminals is fetching astronomical prices on the black market. Not only Geofeng, but many hidden forces are probably eyeing you. Lin Yi's heart sank. The Keeper stared at him and slowly said, after heated debate, there are currently 2 main opinions among the top officials of the General Administration. First, we will protect you no matter the cost, and concentrate our resources to help you break through in the remaining 3 days, so as to gain the leverage to deal with Geofeng, even if it ultimately requires some unconventional means. Secondly, we believe that your risks are uncertain and have already been exposed, and continuing to protect you may backfire. We suggest using you as a special bargaining chip to maximize benefits in any possible contact with Geofeng, or destroying you if necessary. The air in the room instantly froze. Linny stared at his reflection on the tablet, now clearly priced, then at the Keeper of the Secrets secret's expressionless face and finally understood.
This 7-day countdown is not only Jiu Feng's game, but also his survival countdown within the Bureau of Deception and even the entire supernatural world amidst its undercurrents. He's no longer that F-rank loser who hides in a corner complaining.
He has become the center of the vortex. The Keeper's words were like an ice pick, piercing the last shred of hope in Lin Yi's heart.
Harmless disposal? What a euphemistic term. Isn't it just about removal?
In the eyes of the Anti-Terrorism Bureau, he quickly transformed from a potential risk that needed to be monitored into a hot potato that could backfire, or even a chip that could be discarded after weighing the pros and cons. The fear and absurdity overwhelmed him, almost making him smile bitterly.
Is this the order camp he desperately wants to integrate into and crave recognition from? Faced with absolute interests and risks, so-called protection is surprisingly fragile. But he couldn't panic, much less collapse. Once he falls, he could very well become a slide in a laboratory or a cold number on a negotiating table. Lin Yi forced himself to calm down, shifting his gaze from the expensively priced himself to look directly into the unfathomable eyes hidden behind the Keeper's glasses. Although his voice was weak and hoarse, it was surprisingly steady. Mr. Guardian, which opinion do you personally lean towards? Or are you just here to inform me that my fate has been decided, rather than representing the final decision of the General Bureau?
A subtle look of surprise flashed across the Keeper's face. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yi to be able to maintain such a clear and calm questioning style despite such a blow. He adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "On behalf of the General Administration, I am reporting on the current situation and internal disagreements. A final decision has not yet been made and will depend on how the situation develops over the next 3 days, and your performance."
My performance?
Lin Yi carefully considered the word, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
Does it mean my performance of cooperating with the test like a guinea pig, hoping for a miraculous breakthrough? Or is it my performance of being thrown out like bait in the next cleanup operation?
The person keeping the secret did not answer directly, but changed the subject instead. Your teammates Bai Che, Sheng Luo, and Kodar,
currently undergoing quarantine review and loyalty assessment.
After all, it is still unknown from which link the information was leaked. These words struck Lin Yi like a heavy stone.
Even Bai Che and the others were implicated.
This was both a form of pressure and a warning against any rash actions. "I must see them," Lin Yi said firmly. "At least I need to confirm their safety, otherwise, all cooperation is out of the question. I doubt the General Administration would want me to do anything irrational at a critical moment due to loss of emotional control, such as proactively contacting that collector gentleman." He was taking a risk, using his negligible and not yet fully understood value as leverage. The Keeper of the Secrets stared at him silently for a few seconds, the air so tense it was
almost dripping with water.
Finally, he nodded. "A short, closely monitored meeting can be arranged, but it will take time to coordinate.
Now, you need to rest and think things through."
The Keeper turned and left, the alloy door closing silently again, locking Lin Yi in the soft cell.
Rest? Reflect? How could Lin Yi possibly be quiet?
He paced the room like a caged beast, his mind racing. The Keeper's attitude was ambiguous. He couldn't tell if this person was a protector, a purger, or even a mole who had leaked information.
All possibilities existed. The Bureau of Counter-Terrorism was far from monolithic, as evidenced by the controversies surrounding it.
He was like a small boat in the eye of a storm, vulnerable to being capsized by the waves. He couldn't rely on others. The only ones he could depend on were himself and his unstable superpower. He recalled the feeling of fighting the rule virus and finally condensing the do.
It was a
process of forcibly injecting his will, his understanding of the rules, even if it was a sarcastic twisted logic, and his powerful mental focus into the
chaos. All were indispensable.
The test failed because, on the one hand, the lack of life or death pressure made it difficult to maintain a high level of mental focus. On the other hand, the rule fragments used in the test were either too weak or too stable, lacking the raw, highly malleable chaotic material.
Chaos. Lin Yi muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the corner of the room.
This room itself was designed to shield against all interference from psionic energy and rules. It was extremely orderly. Here, he was like a tiger with its teeth pulled. He needed chaos, he needed raw materials like a rule virus. But this idea was too dangerous.
To actively introduce a rule virus?
It was practically suicide, and could very well plunge the entire base into disaster.
Time ticked by, each second feeling like a dull knife cutting into his flesh.
Lin Yi forced himself to lie down, trying to meditate and restore his depleted mental energy, but the anxiety and pressure made it difficult for him to enter a meditative state.
He didn't know how much time had passed when the alloy door opened again. The person who entered was neither the Keeper of Secrets nor the food
delivery staff, but a young researcher wearing a white lab coat and thick glasses, pushing a seemingly highly sophisticated instrument.
"Mr. Lin Yi, I am Wang Lei from the technical department."
The researcher seemed a little nervous, his voice trembling slightly.
"I have been
ordered to conduct a deep mental domain scan and rule affinity test for you.
This will help us better assess your condition and formulate follow-up plans." Alarm bells rang in Ling Yi's mind. Deep scan? At such a sensitive time? Was this an official order from headquarters, or was someone acting on their own? What exactly were they trying to spy on? Who gave the order? Does the keeper know? Lin Yi didn't get up but leaned against the bed and asked coldly. Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, it was a direct order from the research center, and the procedures are compliant. The head of the security detail is extremely busy. This kind of routine testing. I refuse, Lin Yi interrupted him directly. My mental state is very unstable right now, and I'm not suitable for a deep scan. I need to rest. Please leave. Wang Lei's face showed embarrassment and anxiety. Mr. Lin, this is not compliant. The testing is planned, and the equipment is already prepared. Rules? Lin Yi sneered, his tone mocking. My rule is that I'm not feeling well right now and don't want to be scanned like an object. Or, you can go find the guardian and give me the order yourself? He was testing the waters, betting that the person behind this researcher wouldn't dare bring the matter to the keeper, or that the keeper himself had an ambiguous attitude towards it. Wang Lei stood frozen, caught in a dilemma. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts came from outside the corridor. Halt! Who are you? How did you get in? Alert! Unauthorized personnel have infiltrated Sector B3. Grab him! The chaotic sounds grew closer, seemingly surging towards Lin Yi's room. Wang Lei's face turned deathly pale, and he stared in terror at the door. Lin Yi's heart pounded. An intrusion? At this crucial moment? Had Jiu Feng acted ahead of schedule? Or, has another force set its sights on him? Bang! A muffled sound, like something falling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the alloy door to Lin Yi's room made a soft hissing sound, and the indicator light on the door changed from green to red. The permissions had been forcibly modified. The door slid open slowly. The person standing at the door was not the fierce intruder they had expected. Instead, he was a man wearing a repairman's uniform, a baseball cap, and with some grease on his face. He held a tool resembling a universal access card in one hand and dragged an unconscious guard with the other. The man looked up, and a face that Lin Yi never expected to see here was revealed beneath his baseball cap. The coder's gaze was no longer that of a tech geek with focused attention and occasional fervor, but rather filled with calmness, sharpness, and even a hint of wildness. He glanced at the panicked researcher Wang Lei and the sophisticated instrument in the room, a cold smile playing on his lips. The general administration is still so efficient. They're rushing to give people a physical examination before the internal screening results are even available? The voice in the code carried a strange mockery. He casually tossed the unconscious guard aside and turned his gaze to Lin Yi on the bed. Lin Yi, have you figured out whose pawn you really are? If you haven't decided yet, why don't you talk to me, your former teammate, about how to avoid being a pawn and instead become a player? Lin Yi was completely stunned. Code? Hacking into a base? Who is he? The air seemed to freeze. The emergency lights cast a pale glow. Code stood at the door, with the unconscious guard at his feet and the faint sounds of alarms and commotion coming from the corridor behind him. The smile on his face, a mixture of calmness, sharpness, and wildness, was completely different from the image of his teammate in Lin Yi's memory, a teammate obsessed with technique and occasionally fanatical. A chess player? Lin Yi leaned against the bed, his body still weak, but his mind was unusually clear in this extreme crisis. He didn't show the panic or anger the code expected. He just repeated the word with an inquisitive tone. So, this is your solution? Using the method of hacking into the Bureau of Deception's top-secret base to prove you're not a pawn, but a player? The code, or rather the web weaver, was somewhat surprised by Lin Yi's calmness, but then his smile deepened. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Would you rather stay here, waiting for the keeper of the secret or his faction to decide whether to dissect you for research or hand you over to some power as a pledge of allegiance? He glanced at Wang Lei, the researcher who was almost paralyzed with fear, and the sophisticated instrument beside him. For example, like this? Wang Lei shuddered and almost screamed. Lin Yi didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the code, at least, on the Guardian's chessboard. I am still a living piece whose value needs to be weighed for the time being. And on your chessboard, what am I? A cooperative player, or your ace used against other players? He emphasized the word ace. The code shrugged, its casual yet confident demeanor revealing a casual yet confident attitude. Is there a difference? Lin Yi, face reality. From the moment you awakened that bizarre superpower, especially after being targeted by Jiu Feng, you were no longer in the game of ordinary people. At most, the Phantom Defense Bureau can only offer you limited protection and endless suspicion. And I, he said, pointing first to himself, then to Lin Yi, can give you what you truly need: the truth, power, and the opportunity to break the rules of the game. For example? Lin Yi asked calmly, secretly trying to recover even a trace of his mental energy. For example, I know who within the Bureau of Paranormal Investigations leaked your information. I know roughly where the collector Jiufeng's collection is hidden in some gap of the rules. I even know what that quality within you, that ability to resonate with the virus of rules, truly means. The code's words were enticing. If we cooperate, we can take the initiative within the 7-day deadline, instead of passively waiting for judgment like we are now. At that moment, the commotion outside the corridor rapidly approached. Clearly, the base's security forces are reacting rapidly.
quickly, closing in on the breached area. The code creased his brow slightly, a hint of regret in his expression.
Looks like our chat time is over. Linny, make a choice. Will you stay as a pawn with an uncertain fate, or come with me to play a bigger game?
He reached out his hand to Linny, his eyes sharp. Believe me, my interest in you is completely different from Jiu Feng's collecting obsession or the utilitarianism of those bureaucrats in the general administration.
Time seemed to have been compressed to its absolute limit.
Linny could clearly hear his heart pounding like a drum. Staying means facing internal strife and an uncertain fate. Following the code, on the other hand, undoubtedly embarks on a more dangerous and unpredictable path, as the code's purpose is definitely not as simple as he claims.
But does staying truly offer hope for breaking the deadlock?
The Keeper's attitude is ambiguous. There are traitors lurking within, and Jiu Feng and numerous unknown forces are watching with predatory eyes from the outside. Continuing to stay under this protective shield might only lead to an even more unpredictable and perilous end. In a flash, Linny made his decision. He didn't touch the code, but instead forced himself to sit up in bed, swaying slightly before regaining his balance. He looked calmly at the code. I can go with you, but on two conditions.
The code raised an eyebrow. Go ahead and say it.
First, ensure that Bai Che and Chang Luo will not be implicated or persecuted because of my departure, Linny said in a deep voice.
No problem. I can create the illusion that you were forcibly abducted by an unknown force. At most, it's just an oversight on their part.
Code readily agreed. Second, Linny stared into the code's eyes. I need to know your true identity and your ultimate purpose in coming to me. Not some empty talk about being a cooperative player. I need to know the core truth.
Otherwise, I'd rather take a gamble here.
Code stared at Linny for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. This time, the laugh was less wild and more complex. Indeed, dealing with
smart people is so refreshing.
Okay, I promise you, after we leave here, I will tell you part of the truth that you can bear right now. Without another word, he quickly manipulated the device in his hand, which resembled a master key. The alarm outside the corridor seemed to be interrupted, becoming intermittent. Then, he walked to the wall and pretended to casually tap a few points. A wall silently slid open, revealing a dark ventilation duct behind it, clearly not part of the base's official plan.
Hurry up, the interference can only last a few minutes.
Linny glanced one last time at the room where he had been under house arrest for several days, then at the researcher Wang Lei, who was slumped on the floor, his face filled with terror. His heart remained unmoved. He took a deep breath and followed the code into the dark, unknown passage. The passageway was narrow and winding, filled with the smell of metal and dust. Code walked ahead, moving nimbly, extremely familiar with the path, clearly having come prepared.
Time is running out, the code whispered as it moved quickly forward. The Keeper of the Secrets will react soon, and the base's deep defense system will be activated.
I need to take you to a temporary safe point where there are devices that can temporarily block the tracking signals on you and allow you to recover as quickly as possible.
Now, can you tell me part of the truth? Linny asked in the darkness.
Code was silent for a moment, with only the sound of two hurried footsteps echoing in the pipes. Finally, he spoke. My name is indeed Code, and that's
the identity I'm registered with the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. But another identity of mine is that of a member of the Rule Observer Association.
The Association of Rule Observers?
Linny had never heard of this organization.
A very ancient and secretive organization, the Code's voice said with a hint of awe. We do not subscribe to any power, but are dedicated to observing and studying the operation and
changes of the world's underlying rules.
We believe that the essence of the strange resurgence is that the world's rule system has experienced large-scale disorder and loopholes.
So you observed me? Linny immediately seized on the key point. Because of my ability to dispute the rules?
To be precise, we observed an unusual rule affinity and disruption in you, the Code corrected. Your ability is less of a power and more of a special key or a unique variable.
You can do many things that we cannot, such as safely interacting with the purely chaotic existence of the rule virus, and even rewriting it to some extent.
In our theory, this is almost a miraculous ability.
What does the association want to do?
Use me to patch up the loopholes in the rules?
Linny pressed.
The Code paused, its voice becoming subtle. There are also disagreements within the association. Some elders believe you are hope and should be guided and protected using your abilities to stabilize the rules. But others, including some radicals, believe that your rule variable is itself a huge destabilizing factor, a vulnerability that needs to be corrected.
Linny's heart sank. Which faction are you on?
The Code didn't answer directly, but instead said, in my opinion, whether it's hope or a loophole, what's needed first is understanding and control. Linny, you must truly master your own power, instead of dancing on the edge of a knife by instinct and luck like you are now.
The association
holds ancient texts about the essence of the rules, as well as records of rule anomalies from past observers.
These can help you grow, and I
can provide you with these resources and protection to prevent you from being torn to pieces by various forces before you even grow up.
And the price? Linny asked calmly.
The price is that you must cooperate with the association's research and share growth data and performance information.
Additionally, Additionally, when the association deems it necessary, you must assist in handling rule abnormal events that cannot be resolved through conventional means, the code stated.
This sounds slightly better than the conditions at the Anti-Terrorism Bureau. At least it places more emphasis on research and mutual assistance rather than simply exploitation or control. But Linny knows that this is still a form of bondage. The code clearly hasn't revealed the whole truth, such as the attitude of the radical faction within the association and his own true stance. Just then, a glimmer of light flashed ahead, seemingly indicating the exit of a pipe. Code stopped, made a shushing gesture, and listened alertly to any sounds outside.
We're almost at the exit. There are backups I've arranged outside.
But we have to be careful. The keepers of the secrets have definitely laid a trap.
Code lowered his voice. Lin E.
Remember, from now on, there aren't many people you can trust, and I, at least for now, am the only one you can rely on. The only one who can provide you with knowledge and a path to growth.
Lin E didn't respond, only silently nodding.
He knew he had just escaped a small whirlpool, only to willingly jump into an even larger and deeper one. The code's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. Whether the Rule Observer Association was a sanctuary or a new cage remained to be seen. Only one thing was clear: the 7-day countdown continued to tick, and his escape had only just begun. The faint light at the pipe's exit seemed to foreshadow an even more unpredictable path ahead. The pipe outlet connects to the city's vast underground network of abandoned pipes. The code clearly knew this place inside and out, leading Linny through a dark, damp, rust-smelling maze of tunnels for nearly half an hour before finally emerging from a hidden maintenance shaft into a quiet, dirty back alley.
A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated, minivan was already waiting there.
The driver was a taciturn man wearing a baseball cap. Upon seeing Code and Linny, he simply nodded and started the car. The van wound its way through the city under the cover of night, taking countless detours before finally arriving at a loft-style complex on the outskirts of the city that appeared to be a converted abandoned factory. The complex was large, but many areas were dark and deserted. The car stopped in front of a building with a mottled exterior and covered in vines.
We've arrived at the temporary safe zone.
Code got out of the car first, looked around warily, and then gestured for Linny to follow. The building's interior is a completely different world. While its exterior is dilapidated, the interior has been modernized and transformed into a safe house.
The alloy door requires dual authentication via Pupil and VoicePrint, and
the interior is equipped with an independent air circulation system, power generation equipment, and a complex electronic screen occupying an entire wall, displaying data streams and monitoring images that Linny couldn't understand.
This used to be an observation point for the association, but it was later abandoned. I reactivated and reinforced it,
Code said as he took out a high-energy nutrient solution and purified water from the locker and handed them to Linny. You should replenish your physical strength first. Restoring your mental strength is the most important thing.
There is a medical pod in the room next door.
Although the model is a bit old, it is very helpful for recovering from physical damage. Linny accepted the food without hesitation and began to eat and drink. The warm, high-energy liquids finally brought a sense of warmth to his weakened body. He looked around the space, which was both technologically advanced and showed signs of age, and asked, "Are we safe now? Will the Phantom Defense Bureau find this place?"
"It's safe for the short term."
Code walked to the console, quickly typed on the keyboard, and brought up a city map with several
red dots flashing. "I've hijacked all known tracking signals on you and created the illusion that you're fleeing out of the city. The Keeper of Secrets should be busy setting up surveillance at several fake target points right now."
This safe house has a very high shielding level and is located in a regular turbulence zone, making it difficult to detect using conventional methods. He paused briefly, then added, "However, we can't stay here any longer. The Bureau of Counterfeit Security isn't stupid, especially that Keeper of the Secrets. Once he realizes this is a diversionary tactic, he'll definitely launch a more in-depth investigation. Moreover, the Collector Jiufeng's invitation itself is like a time bomb, and it's highly likely to have some kind of tracking or location function." Upon hearing Jiufeng's name, Lin Yi's expression immediately turned serious. "You said you know the approximate location of his collection?" The code brought up a 3D star map interface filled with distorted lines and points of light, pointing to a slightly fluctuating area. "This is a regular crevice, somewhat like a wrinkle or bubble in the real world.
Jiufeng's collection is hidden
in one of these relatively stable crevices.
The exact coordinates cannot be pinpointed because the crevice itself is constantly moving and changing.
But based on the association's years of observation, we can identify several high-probability areas." He zoomed in on one area, marking it with obscure symbols and energy readings.
"Actively entering this kind of rule-bound crevice is extremely dangerous. One must possess a specific key or a powerful ability to locate the rules.
Observers from the association have attempted to infiltrate, but none of them returned."
Code's tone was somewhat somber.
Linny stared at the ever-changing star map, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. Even the Rules Observer Association was helpless in this place. Could he really find it and gain the right to negotiate within 7 days? "So, what's your
your plan? Linny looked at the code. You can't expect me to just force my way in, can you? Of course not. Code turned around, his expression serious. Trying to break through would be tantamount to suicide. My plan is to use these 7 days to let you learn as much as possible about the rules and master your own abilities. At the same time, we need one thing, an anchor dot. This is a special relic of the rules, capable of creating a small, safe passage in the vicinity of a rule gap within a short period of time, the code explained. The association has attempted to create several prototypes, but most have failed. However, I know of a successful secondary anchor that has been lost to the world, and it is very likely hidden in the hands of some underground rule black market dealer in this city. Linny immediately understood. We need to go to the black market to find that anchor? Yes, but we need intelligence first to confirm its whereabouts and how it was obtained, Code corrected. The black market is a mixed bag, and its danger level is no less than facing the supernatural. We cannot act rashly until you recover. Right now, the most important thing is your training. He led Linny to the other side of the safe house, where there was a relatively open area with complex patterns etched on the ground that seemed to guide psionic energy. This is the meditation training area. The patterns on the ground can help you better concentrate your mind and perceive the subtle fluctuations of the rules. Code pointed to a strange device in the corner that looked like an old-fashioned record player connected to many crystal conduits. That's a simplified version of the rule resonance device, which can simulate the release of some harmless, tiny fragments of rules at a low intensity for you to practice debate. Everything starts from the very basics, such as making a fragment that keeps repeating a simple rule jam or slightly changing its operating logic. Code looked at Linny with a serious expression. Linny, your ability is very special, more like a kind of rule-level discourse power. What you need to learn is not how to make a louder voice, but how to speak more precisely and cleverly, so that the rules listen to and execute your words. The association's books mention similar ancient sages who were called lawyers of words or rule debaters. You need to practice systematically, starting with understanding the smallest rule logic. Lawyer Yen? Rules debater? Linny pondered these unfamiliar titles, feeling his worldview being broadened once again. His previous use of his abilities had indeed been more like instinctive banter and quick wit, lacking system and depth. What should I do? First, completely relax and enter a state of deep meditation. Try to use your mental power to touch the guiding fluctuations emanating from the patterns on the ground. Then, I will activate the resonance device to release the first fragment of the rule, a tiny rule that eternally rotates to the right. Your task is not to stop it with force, but to use your argumentation ability to find a logical fulcrum and let it stop on its own, even if only for a second. This sounds much simpler than directly confronting the rule-based virus, but it still requires extremely high skill. Linny silently reminded himself that only by mastering these subtle rules and logics could he truly control his own destiny. Linny nodded, walked to the center of the training area, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, tried to clear his mind of distractions, and attempted to sense the profound guiding fluctuations according to the code's instructions. The code, meanwhile, walked to the resonance device and carefully adjusted the parameters. He glanced at Linny, who was deep in meditation, his expression complex and unreadable. Most of the information he told Linny about the association was true, but he concealed one point: the radical faction within the association was far more powerful than he had described, and he himself was not entirely the neutral observer and guide he portrayed himself to be. His choice of Linny was both an investment and a high-stakes gamble. The gamble was on Linny's ability to grow rapidly to a level that could influence the situation, and on his ability to become a key variable in the impending storm that would erupt around the source of the rules, rather than a piece to be torn apart. Let's begin, the code murmured, activating the rule resonance device. A faint yet clear sense of regulation, like the perpetual rotation of mechanical gears, slowly permeated the training area. Linny frowned slightly, and his consciousness began to attempt its first formal, reasonable confrontation with these simple yet profoundly logical fragments of rules. Inside the safe house, only the low hum of the instruments and the silent struggle of the boy intently trying to persuade the rules remained. Outside the window, the city's neon lights still shone brightly, yet it felt as if I were in a distant world. The 7-day countdown has passed quietly, and the first day has unknowingly gone by. Within the training area, the concept of time begins to blur. Linny sat cross-legged in the center of the guiding lines, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his breathing long and slow. All his mental energy was focused on perceiving the tiny fragment of rule released by the rule resonance device, eternal rotation to the right. At first, he tried to mentally complain, using his usual habit: don't you get dizzy from turning right all the time? Can't you take a break? However, this kind of argument based on common sense and emotion is like a stone sinking into the sea. The invisible and single logic rotation rule remains unmoved and continues to rotate steadily and stubbornly to the right. Once, twice, 10 times. Linny felt a surge of irritability and mental exhaustion. These micro-level rules, though seemingly simple, are more difficult to deal with than those chaotic and violent rule viruses because they are logically consistent, perfectly closed loop,
loop and have no obvious loopholes to exploit.
The method is wrong. Code's calm voice sounded from the side. He was like a strict coach, watching Lin Yi's every attempt. Your superpower is not brute force, nor is it a simple emotional outburst. It's more like finding the weak link in the chain of rules and logic, or introducing a new premise that makes the rules themselves contradictory. Weak link? New premise? Lin Yi opened his eyes, somewhat confused. For example, Code walked to the resonator and pointed to the fluctuating parameters. What is the core logic of this rule of perpetually rotating to the right? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, is it directionality and duration?
It defines a direction of rotation, right, and this state is eternally unchanging.
That's right. The Code nodded. So, what if you question its definition of direction? For example, what is right? What is its frame of reference? Is it this room, the Earth, or the cosmic background? What if the frame of reference itself is fuzzy or variable?
Lin Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something important.
He closed his eyes again, concentrating his mental energy even more.
This time, instead of directly commanding the rules to stop, he probed the core logic of the rules with a questioning intent, like using a fine needle. He stopped criticizing the rules themselves and started questioning the premises that underpinned them. He constructed a field of contemplation in his mind, speaking to the invisible rules. You claim to turn right eternally, but right is a relative concept.
If I define your current forward as the new right, then aren't you turning left? If the frame of reference collapses and right disappears, how can your rotation continue?
This is an extremely delicate operation. It is not confrontation, but rather interrogation. At first, the fragments of the rules remained as stable as ever, but gradually, Lin Yi sensed that the originally seamless rotating logic had developed a very subtle, almost imperceptible hesitation. Like a fine clock suddenly asked philosophical questions about the nature of time, the gears continue to turn, but its absolute correctness seems to be shaken. Lin Yi seized that moment of hesitation, concentrating all his mental will into a clear command. This command wasn't to stop the rules, but to redefine them. Based on the principle of uncertainty in the frame of reference, your rotational motion has entered a state of uncertainty and needs to be paused for coordinate calibration.
A barely audible sound echoed through the training area.
The fragment of the rule that eternally rotates to the right abruptly stopped spinning, like a video freezing, coming to a complete halt. Although it lasted for less than half a second, the rotation immediately resumed, but this time, its speed and stability were noticeably reduced.
Lin Yi collapsed
backward, panting heavily, his face pale, but his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even if it was just a half-second pause in the simplest rule, the significance was immense.
It meant he had found the correct direction to use his supernatural ability.
This wasn't brute force, but a clever strategy.
It was an insight into the logical paradox of the rule itself.
Genuine surprise and admiration appeared on the Code's face. Half a second to achieve logical interference and a brief pause on the first targeted training session. Your talent is even more astonishing than those ancient lawyer of rhetoric in the association's records.
He strode to the resonance device and recorded the data. What exactly did you do just now?
What was your thought process? Lin Yi took a breath and roughly explained his line of questioning. After listening to the Code, he was silent for a moment before muttering, questioning the frame of reference, introducing uncertainty. This goes beyond simple debate and is more like philosophical speculation at the level of rules.
The essence of your superpower may be more fundamental than we imagined.
His gaze towards Lin Yi became more complex, containing both amazement and a deep sense of apprehension.
For the next half-day, guided by the Code, Lin Yi attempted to
refute several different fragments of minute rules, including constant temperature, questioning the temperature standard, and constant color, questioning the
observer effect.
Although the success rate was low and extremely mentally taxing, each successful interference deepened his understanding of his own ability.
He no
longer viewed it as baseless criticism, but began to understand that it was a special privilege that allowed him to communicate with the underlying logic of the world. During the break, the coder brought over a special energy drink and said, "Your progress has exceeded expectations. At this rate, with 2 more days of targeted training, you should be able
to grasp the basics of reasoning with simple rules.
However, practice alone is not enough. We also need real-world experience and, more importantly, intelligence from anchor points." He walked to the control panel, tapped a few keys, and brought up a window with an extremely rudimentary interface, resembling a chat room from
the last century.
The screen displayed encrypted and ambiguous symbols and abbreviations.
This is one of the anonymous nodes connecting to
the underground black market. The information is difficult to verify and fraught with danger. Code pointed to the screen.
I've been filtering intelligence about secondary anchors.
Just now, a new piece of information appeared. It's costly, but the source is relatively reliable. Lin Yi leaned closer to look, and a line of information marked with special symbols on the screen caught his eye. A new batch of ballast stones has arrived at the Old Smoker's general store. The highest bidder wins. P.S. Things have been unsettled in the dock area lately. A water ghost is causing trouble at the residence. The code explanation reads, Old Smoker is a well-known middleman in the black market, dealing in both both genuine and counterfeit goods, but his reputation is decent. Ballast is a black market code word, occasionally referring to a relic of rules that has a stabilizing effect, and it is very likely the secondary anchor point we are looking for. As for water ghost haunting the house, it could be a real eerie event, or it could be a dangerous code word for black market transactions, or even both. He looked at Linny. Old Smoker's grocery store is located in the abandoned dock area in the west of the city. It's a place where the rules are highly disrupted, which ironically makes it a natural cover for the black market. Intelligence indicates that the transaction is likely to take place tomorrow night. Are we going there? Linny asked. The West Wharf area was a no man's land that even the Anti-Phantom Bureau had difficulty fully controlling. We have to go. Code's tone was firm. This is the clearest lead right now. The rules there are volatile, which is both dangerous and cover for you, and can interfere with the tracking to some extent. More importantly, this kind of black market transaction is itself a kind of alternative rules-based practice. He paused, then solemnly reminded him, but you must be mentally prepared. There are no rules in the black market, only interests and power. We will encounter desperate criminals who will stop at nothing to obtain the relics of the rules, bizarre creatures hiding their identities, and even spies from other factions. Once our identities are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Linny took a deep breath, sensing the still recovering spiritual energy within him, and the newfound understanding of the rules he had just gained. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but there was clearly no room for retreat. What preparations do I need to make? He asked. Continue to recover and consolidate what you've learned today, the code replied in a deep voice. Before we leave tomorrow night, I'll prepare some disguise and self-defense gadgets for you. Remember, in the black market, observe and listen more, and speak less. Your ability to argue is your trump card. Don't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Linny nodded, his gaze once again falling on the pulsating training patterns. The abandoned docks, the black market, Old Smoker's general store, the legend of the water ghost. Tomorrow night, he would leave the protective shield and, for the first time, truly and actively step into the most chaotic and real dark side of this world of superpowers. 7 days to go, the second night. Outside the safe house, the city's neon lights couldn't illuminate every corner, and in the darkness, a new vortex quietly formed. The fatigue after training washed over Linny's nerves like a tidal wave, but a strange excitement rose from the depths of his mind. He wasted no time and, following the code's instructions, entered a shallow meditation again. This time, it wasn't training, but rather a rumination, carefully savoring every detail of his previous successful refutation of the rule fragments. The feeling was no longer one of blindly stumbling upon luck, but rather like holding an invisible key. Though clumsy, he had finally grasped the shape of the keyhole. No longer was he simply shouting stop, but cleverly posing questions, like why the right, and why is it eternal? He realized that his complaints were essentially an extremely sharp logical ability, specifically targeting the self-evident aspects of various rule systems. Break time over. The code's voice pulled him back to reality from his reverie. Linny opened his eyes and saw the code approaching, carrying 2 sets of seemingly drab, ordinary work clothes, and some miscellaneous items. Put this on. The code tossed him a set of work clothes. This is the most inconspicuous disguise, enough to blend into the dock area. These buttons are simple signal jammers, capable of interfering with ordinary electronic tracking to some extent. This, he handed over something that looked like an old-fashioned metal lighter, is a one-time rule disturbance generator. After exploding, it will create a small-scale, indiscriminate rule chaos that lasts for 3 to 5 seconds. It's a last resort for escaping, so use it with extreme caution. Linny took the items, surprised that the work clothes fit him perfectly, and the lighter was cold and heavy. He couldn't help but complain, is this retro gear because they're afraid of being too conspicuous? The code glanced at him expressionlessly. In the black market, being too high-tech is like a searchlight in the night. Simplicity, even backwardness, is the best camouflage. He paused, then added, remember, you need to get your face edited too. As he spoke, Code took out a small gadget resembling a foundation box, gestured for Linny to look up, and quickly applied it to his face. A slightly cool, thin film covered his skin. Linny looked at the reflection in the metal wall beside him and realized that he had transformed into a sallow-faced, malnourished young man, his facial features much blurred, making him virtually unrecognizable in a crowd. This is a simple optical camouflage coating, lasting 4 hours. Don't wipe your face, Code explained, then disguised himself, transforming into a gloomy-looking middle-aged repairman wearing work gloves. Once everything was ready, Code walked to a corner of the safe house and pressed a hidden switch. A hole silently slid open in the ground, revealing a narrow, downward-facing passage filled with large pipes. The air was damp and stuffy. This is a public pipe network passage, not leading to any official exit records. It bypasses most surveillance and goes directly to the edge of the dock area. Code went in. First, stay close, and don't touch any liquids or moss that are gleaming strangely, those might be byproducts of rule contamination. Linny took a deep breath and followed closely behind. The passage was dimly lit, with only scattered patches of mossy emitting a pale green glow on the pipe walls, providing illumination. The ground was slippery metal, and the hum of the pipes and the sound of flowing water echoed all around. Code was clearly very familiar with this place. Its steps were light, always managing to avoid puddles and strange, hanging rusty objects. After walking for about 20 minutes, an upward-reaching iron staircase appeared ahead. The Code gestured for silence, then silently climbed up and pushed open an exit disguised as a manhole cover. A salty, fishy smell mixed with the stench of engine oil and rotting matter instantly assaulted his senses, along with an indescribable sense of noise. This wasn't auditory noise, but a kind of mental disorder, like countless radios on different channels whispering in his ear, yet nothing could be clearly heard. Linny climbed out of the passage and found himself standing in a corner piled high with abandoned shipping containers. Before him lay a vast abandoned dock area, the massive cranes resembling the silhouettes of silent behemoths against the leaden night sky. The distant sea was shrouded in fog, obscuring even the opposite shore. What made him most uncomfortable was the rules here. If the rules of safe houses in normal cities were stable and smooth background programs, then the rules here were like a pot of boiling, garbled porridge. Gravity fluctuated, his sense of direction became blurred, and space itself exhibited unnatural distortions. For example, the distant stacks of containers seemed to defy the laws of geometry. You sensed it? The Code asked in a low voice. The dock area is a weak point where rules collide. Strange events left over from history, remnants of spatial rifts, and various rule relics brought by black market personnel all contribute to creating this chaotic place. It is a deadly forbidden zone for ordinary people, but for some beings, it is a natural paradise and a shelter. Linny tried to concentrate, attempting to listen to the noise within the rules, but immediately felt dizzy. There were too many things mixed in, an obsession with never sinking, possibly originating from a shipwreck, fragments of a perfectly silent domain, and even a slight fluctuation in that abnormal flow of time. He subconsciously muttered to himself, this place really needs a disk defragmentation. As soon as he finished speaking, he keenly noticed that the turbulent flow within a radius of about 1 meter centered on him seemed to have been ordered for an extremely brief moment, like a noisy radio station suddenly tuned to a certain channel. Although it quickly returned to chaos, the sense of order during that instant was exceptionally clear. Code abruptly turned its head and stared at him, its eyes sharp. What did you just do? Linny was taken aback and honestly replied, I didn't do anything on purpose, I just habitually made a comment. The Code gave him a deep look, unconscious rule manipulation. Your adaptability is even more terrifying than I anticipated. Here, try to control your thoughts, especially as you approach the target location. Any abnormal fluctuations in the rules may attract unnecessary attention. Linny nodded quickly, but a slight thought flickered in his mind. It seemed that as his understanding of his superpower deepened, the passive effect of this ability was also increasing. The Code identified the direction, pointing to a darker area deep within the dock, shrouded in the shadow of a huge warehouse. Old Smoker's grocery store should be over there. According to intelligence, the transaction will begin around midnight. Let's sneak over there slowly, remaining vigilant. Using the shadows of abandoned containers and mechanical wreckage, the two stealthily made their way towards their target area. The deeper they went, the stronger the sense of disorder became. Sometimes, they could even see flickering, visually distorted images in the air, like broken light bulbs. Occasionally, blurry, inhuman shadows flashed through the mist, carrying a chilling malice, but they all seemed to follow some chaotic territorial rules, never attacking them. At a corner, Code suddenly pulled Linny back, signaling him to hide. Not far away, under an abandoned gantry crane, a conflict was taking place. Several humanoid creatures with swollen, unhealthy skin, their bodies entangled in seaweed, perhaps the water ghosts mentioned in the intelligence, were besieging a young man dressed in splendid clothes, out of place in his surroundings. The young man seemed to possess some kind of relic of the rules, emitting a pale blue protective field, but under the water ghost's relentless attacks, the field was already crumbling. They're the black markets cleaners, Code explained in a low voice, specializing in attacking lone guys who look like they're in trouble. That young man is either a newbie or bait. Sure enough, the instant the young man's protective force field shattered, several lightning-fast black shadows shot out from the shadows, precisely piercing the core of the water ghosts. The water ghosts let out a silent roar, turning into puddles of foul-smelling water. A figure dressed in a black leather trench coat and wearing an ebony mask emerged from the shadows, picked up the young man's belongings, and quickly looted the few remaining rule crystals left by the water ghost. Then, like a phantom, he vanished into the depths of the container maze. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, clean and efficient, imbued with the cold-blooded rules unique to the black market. The surviving young man collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, clearly terrified. See that? The Code's voice was calm and even. Here, strength is the only passport, and vigilance is the bottom line for survival. Don't have any extra sympathy, it will only get you killed. Linny nodded silently, etching the scene before him deep into his heart. This was no longer a simulation on the training field, but a real, cruel world where life and death were intertwined. They bypassed that area and continued on. Finally, after passing through an area filled with the strong smell of rust and fish, Code stopped in front of an inconspicuous, even somewhat dilapidated, small warehouse door. A pipe was crookedly painted on the door, with a line of almost illegible small words next to it: grocery repair, for those who are destined to enter. A faint, dim light shone through the crack in the door, carrying with it the mixed scents of tobacco, engine oil, and some strange spice. "This is it, Old Smoker's grocery store," Code said in a low voice, carefully checking the few inconspicuous marks on the door. After confirming it was safe, he asked, "Ready?" His eyes were serious. "Once inside, play it by ear. Our target is ballast. Don't look at anything else, and don't ask any questions." Linny took a deep breath of the cold, chaotic air of the dock area, feeling the gradually familiar power within his body, and nodded. Code raised his hand and knocked on the seemingly ordinary warehouse door painted with a pipe. A hoarse, languid voice, heavy with the stench of a smoker, came from inside the door. "Who is it? We're closed. Please come back tomorrow." The warehouse door creaked open a crack, and a pair of cloudy, bloodshot eyes peered through the gap at the Code and Linny outside. A strong, cheap tobacco smell mixed with engine oil and a faint, rotten odor wafted out. "I told you we're closed." The voice behind the door was hoarse and impatient. The Code took a half step forward and uttered a coded message in the same deep, hoarse voice. "The tide has receded on the east coast. Let's see if any fresh stuff has been washed ashore." The eyes behind the door narrowed, as if trying to make out something. After a moment, the door opened wider, enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. "Come in, but be quiet, so as not to disturb the children." The Code indicated that Linny should follow, and the two squeezed into the warehouse one after the other. The warehouse was more spacious inside than it appeared from the outside, but it was extremely cluttered. All sorts of oddly shaped items were piled up on the shelves and the floor. Rusty anchors, old wooden crates entangled with seaweed, crystal shards shimmering with an unstable light, and even some indescribable tissues slowly wriggling inside glass jars. The air was filled with the complex smells I had smelled earlier, emanating from a brass incense burner emitting wisps of smoke on the counter, and from the gaunt old man behind the counter puffing on his pipe. This old man was known as Old Smoker. He was hunched over, with thinning hair and deep wrinkles on his face that could trap flies, but his eyes, which occasionally peeked out from the smoke, were as sharp as a hawk's, as if they could see through any disguise. "A new face, huh?" The Old Smoker exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. "Do you understand the rules? Here, we only look at the goods, not their origin. Once you buy, it's done, money and goods are settled. After you leave this place, you're on your own." Code nodded, indicating he understood. He didn't directly state his purpose, but instead casually glanced at the items on the shelf while saying to Linny in a very low voice, "Feel it, is there anything that's particularly stable or heavy?" Linny understood and quietly focused his mind, trying to sense the aura of rules emanating from the surrounding objects. Most of the objects released rule fluctuations, some strong and some weak, but extremely chaotic, like noise. However, when his attention turned to an inconspicuous corner behind the counter, his mental perception suddenly caught something unusual. There were several old stone blocks piled up there, seemingly used for ballasting ships, their surfaces covered with traces of marine life corrosion. Unlike the chaotic fluctuations of other objects, these stone blocks exuded an unusually dull and solid aura, like a stagnant pool of water, almost unaffected by the turbulent currents of the surrounding environment. Their presence is like a few steady bass notes cast into a noisy symphony, forcefully suppressing the chaotic order of a small area around them. Behind the counter, those stone blocks. Linny whispered a reminder to the Code, his voice barely audible. The Code's gaze swept in the direction of the instruction, and it nodded slightly, its movements impassive. "Boss, how much for those ballast stones behind you?" The Code used black market coded language directly. The Old Smoker paused in his smoking, his cloudy eyes sweeping over Code and Linny again, before slowly saying, "That's a treasure, an old item, salvaged from under the keel of a century-old shipwreck. It's very reliable for warding off evil and disaster." He held up 3 thin fingers. "That's the price, no bargaining." The price was outrageously high, enough to buy a nice apartment in the city center. Code didn't even frown, he simply said, "The price is negotiable, but we need to inspect the goods first. Who knows if it was really salvaged from a shipwreck, or just picked up from some random riverbank." "Inspect the goods?" The Old Smoker scoffed, revealing his yellowed teeth. "The rule is that the money and goods are exchanged at a time. You take the goods as soon as the payment is received. Who knows if you'll tamper with the goods during the inspection? I've been working at this dock for decades, and I rely on my reputation." "Reputation is reputation," Code remained unwavering, "but this batch of ballast is in high demand lately, and we're not the only ones interested. What if the goods don't match the description? Wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Boss, do us a favor and just look. We won't make a move." The Old Smoker squinted, his gaze shifting between the Code and Linny amidst the swirling smoke, as if weighing the pros and cons. The atmosphere in the warehouse instantly became heavy, with only the wisps of smoke from the incense burner and his pipe slowly swirling. At this moment, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to something on the other side of the shelf. It was a contraption that looked like an old compass, but the needle didn't point north or south. Instead, it spun wildly and erratically on the dial, occasionally briefly pointing towards a few stone blocks. Whenever the needle pointed towards a stone block, the jarring, chaotic fluctuations emanating from the compass would subside slightly. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be curious, pointing at the compass and asking, "Boss, that compass is quite special. How much is it?" The old smoker glanced at him and casually said, "That's a broken pointer," pointing to the source of chaotic rules. "It works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. It's okay as a decoration, cheap, and a good starting point." Lin Yi's intuition told him that there might be some connection between the broken compass and the ballast. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from outside the warehouse, along with the wet, dragging sounds of heavy objects. The old smoker's face changed drastically. He quickly slammed his pipe onto the sole of his shoe and hissed, "Damn it, the water ghosts are gathering again. Quick, help block the door." The code reacted quickly, rushing to the door and, together with Lin Yi, pushing aside a heavy wooden crate to block the warehouse door. Almost simultaneously, a series of banging sounds and a teeth-grinding scraping noises came from outside, as if countless slippery, sticky things were desperately trying to break down the door. "Damn it, these things have been getting more and more restless these past few days." Old Smoker cursed as he pulled a rusty but eerily cold harpoon from under the counter and stared warily at the doorway. The code-wielding man stood against the door, his expression calm, and asked, "Boss, what exactly is this water ghost causing trouble? We came here because we heard things weren't peaceful here, so don't lie to us." The old smoker spat out a mouthful of smoke. "Who knows what's going on? Before, there were only a few here and there, but recently it's like a flood. They've been popping up in droves, and they're especially restless. It seems there's something deep in the dock area attracting them." He glanced meaningfully at the stone blocks behind the counter. Lin Yi's heart tightened. Could it be that these secondary anchor points were not only being targeted by others, but also by these strange creatures in the chaos of the rules? The sounds of impact outside grew more frequent, and the flimsy wooden door of the warehouse began to groan under the strain. The code immediately made a decision. "Boss, this won't do. Your goods, especially those few ballast stones, are probably the root cause of all this trouble. How about we cooperate, solve the immediate problem first, and then talk business?" The old smoker's eyes flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons quickly. The water ghosts outside were obviously not after his ordinary belongings. Their target was most likely those few special stones. "These two people in front of me seem quite capable, perhaps." Just then, with a crack, the warehouse door was smashed open, creating a crack. Several pale, swollen hands with webbed fingers quickly reached in, scratching frantically. "Damn it!" Old Smoker cursed, raising his harpoon. "All right, let's get to work. Deal with these water monkeys first, and I'll sell you the stones cheaper." Code's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he growled at Lin Yi in a low voice, "Prepare to attack. Watch out for the rule turbulence. These things are themselves a collection of chaotic rules." Inside the warehouse, under the dim yellow light, three forces, the mysterious merchant, the visitor seeking an anchor point, and the strange entity drawn by unknown forces, formed a brief alliance in standoff. A few seemingly insignificant ballast stones in the corner of the counter quietly released solidified power of rules, becoming the center of this storm. The warehouse door groaned precariously from the repeated impacts, and pale claws thrashed wildly from the cracks, carrying the salty, rotten smell of the sea. More water ghosts surged out of the mist of the dock area, their hoarse, drowning like gasps merging into a chilling chorus. "It's not working," the code growled, abandoning its futile resistance. It leaped backward, its hands flashing to its waist, several thin metal plates crackling with blue electricity appearing rapidly between its fingers. "Find cover." Lin Yi reacted with lightning speed, rolling behind a huge, rusty iron barrel. Almost the instant he hid, a deafening crash resounded as the entire warehouse door, frame and all, was shattered by a tremendous force. Amidst the flying sawdust, countless, distorted water ghosts surged in like a tidal wave. These monsters mostly retained a basic human form, with swollen, festering skin, cloudy, dead fish-like eyes, webbed fingers, and bodies entwined with wet seaweed and barnacles. They moved with a viscous quality, yet were surprisingly fast. Even more terrifying was that their very presence exacerbated the turbulent currents of the surrounding environment. The air thickened, gravity seemed to fluctuate erratically, and Lin Yi even saw the ground briefly transform into rippling water where one of the water ghosts had crawled. "Don't let them touch. Their contact will pollute the stability of the rules," the code shouted, flicking its wrist and sending several thin arcs of electricity shooting out, accurately hitting the leading water monsters. The arcs exploded, and blinding blue electric sparks instantly formed a small electric net, temporarily paralyzing the water monsters in place and emitting a burnt stench. But there were too many water ghosts, and the monsters behind them continued to charge forward without hesitation, stepping on their companions' bodies. They seemed to have no sense of pain, only a frenzied desire for some target, most likely ballast. The old smoker cursed, but his old harpoon remained as steady as a rock. He didn't charge at the water ghost, but moved with uncanny speed, his figure flashing among the cluttered shelves. Though his movements were clumsy, he always managed to dodge the water ghost's
ghost's attacks at the last second. His harpoon moved like a venomous snake, each thrust precisely hitting a small, inconspicuous spot on the water ghost's head or chest that glowed with an eerie blue light. Put! After the harpoon pierced through, the water ghost's movements froze instantly, then it quickly deflated like a punctured air sac, eventually turning into a puddle of foul-smelling, murky water, leaving behind only a few irregular, dark blue crystals that emitted faint, chaotic fluctuations. Linny could see clearly that the old smoker wasn't attacking any vital parts, but rather some kind of node or core within these rule derivatives. This old man was definitely a hidden master. Kid, don't just stand there. Old smoker swatted away a water ghost that tried to pounce on Linny from the side with his fork, and roared, "These things are afraid of the orderly impact of the rules. Use your strength to shake them." My energy? Linny instantly understood. The old smoker had mistaken him and the code for some kind of superhuman ability, cultivated through ancient martial arts or possessing special energy. But this question had a wake-up call, an ordered clash at the level of rules? Wasn't his own argumentation ability precisely the most tricky interference with the rules? But how could he accurately criticize so many fast-moving targets? Logically questioning individual rule fragments as he had during training was clearly unrealistic. In this critical moment, Lin Yi's mind raced. He recalled the brief sense of order he had unconsciously experienced upon entering the dock area, the phrase disk defragmentation. Then I thought about how these water ghosts are aggregates of turbulent currents, and their very existence depends on the chaos of the environment. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Since it's impossible to precisely target every individual, then disrupt the foundation upon which they depend for survival. Linny focused his mind again, but this time the focus was no longer on a specific rule, but rather on spreading his perception to capture the homogeneous, chaotic, and frenzied rule tone permeating all the water ghosts in this area. It is a collective will that denies order and embraces chaos. Found it. It was a kind of background noise that sounded like the desperate whispers of countless drowning people. Linny took a deep breath, abandoning the entanglement of constructing complex logic, and instead concentrated all his spirit and will into the simplest and most direct thought, as if throwing a boulder into a chaotic lake, shouting it out at that chaotic atmosphere. "It's so noisy. Can't you be quiet?" This is not a specific rebuttal, but a strong declaration of order based on its own sense of existence. An invisible wave emanated from Linny and spread outwards like ripples. The fluctuations weren't strong, and they didn't even directly harm any of the water ghosts, but the effects were immediate. All the water ghosts that had rushed into the warehouse paused for a moment in unison. The restless fluctuations of rules on their bodies seemed to have been paused, instantly becoming frozen and blank. Even their roars seemed to be choked and abruptly stopped. Although the pause lasted less than half a second, it was more than enough for experts like Code and Old Smoker. A good opportunity. A glint flashed in Code's eyes, and he quickly waved his hands, sending out more thin arcs of electricity like a swarm of bees, precisely covering the area where the water ghosts were most concentrated, exploding into continuous sparks and creating a wide-ranging paralysis effect. The Old Smoker seized this fleeting opportunity, his figure flashing like a ghost, the harpoon in his hand turning into streaks of cold light, each flash inevitably shattering the core of a water ghost. His efficiency increased several times over instantly. Linny was panting heavily, feeling that he had almost exhausted most of his mental energy. Such widespread and indiscriminate rule interference consumes far more resources than it would for a single rule fragment. But he was filled with excitement. After all, he had found another way to use it. Although crude, it is extremely effective, especially in a situation where you're surrounded by creatures with chaotic rules. "Well done, kid," the Old Smoker praised, his eyes now showing genuine surprise and scrutiny. "I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a soul guardian. Keep going, don't stop." Linny gritted his teeth and focused his mind once again. This time, he tried to focus his mind more intently, no longer making indiscriminate pronouncements, but rather, like plucking the strings of a musical instrument with his mental power, searching for the few most disturbing notes in that chaotic tone and interfering with them in a targeted way. Single, repetitive, meaningless agitation. He complained about several abnormally active and chaotic nodes in his perception. The effect is more significant than the first time. The water sprites that were targeted for interference even had their bodies briefly twisted and blurred, as if they were about to collapse and dissipate at any moment, creating an excellent opportunity for Code and Old Smoker to kill them. The three gradually developed a better understanding of each other. The Code uses technological weapons for range control and weakening, while the Old Smoker relies on experience and a strange harpoon for precise kills. Linny acts as a key rule disruptor, constantly interrupting the water ghost's offensive and rhythm with his unique argumentation ability, and even weakening their stability. The number of water ghosts pouring into the warehouse gradually decreased, and the turbid water and regular crystals on the ground became thicker and thicker. The chaotic flow of rules within the warehouse was somewhat calmed down due to the reduction of water ghosts and Linny's unintentional sorting. However, just when they thought victory was assured, a long, deep, and oppressive hum suddenly came from the thick fog outside the warehouse. The voice was unlike any
known creature. It seemed to come from the deep sea, carrying an ancient and immense power of rules. Upon hearing this sound, the remaining water ghosts, as if summoned, ceased their attack in unison, turned around, and disappeared into the mist outside the door as swiftly as the tide receded. The warehouse fell silent instantly, with only the heavy breathing of the three people and the slowly evaporating or solidifying remnants of rules on the ground.
Damn it! Old Smoker's face was extremely ugly. He walked to the broken doorway, looked into the depths of the mist, and muttered, "We've lured out the big one. That thing can't be dealt with by these few broken stones." Code walked solemnly to Lin Yi's side and said in a low voice, "The situation has changed. That roar just now, the level of the rules is extremely high. It seems that the things involved in this ballast are much more complicated than we expected." Lin Yi followed their gaze to the thick fog outside the door, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, and his heart felt heavy. The process of finding a secondary anchor point seemed destined to be anything but peaceful from the very beginning, and the night in the dock area was far from over. A deathly silence fell over the warehouse, broken only by the faint hissing of the still smoldering water on the ground, accompanied by the suppressed breathing of the three men. Outside, the thick fog churned like a living thing, and after a low rumble, a deeper, more unsettling stillness enveloped the area, like the calm before a storm. Old Smoker's knuckles turned white as he gripped the harpoon, his cloudy eyes fixed on the fog, his wrinkles taut. "Damn it, we've really attracted the big guy. This commotion, it's the deep sea hunter." Deep sea hunter? The code quickly moved to a relatively intact corner of the warehouse, leaned against the wall, and warily stared at all possible directions from which it could be breached. The database contains scattered records of suspected A-level or higher rule aggregates, which usually only operate near the rule rifts in the deep ocean. How could they appear at the inner harbor dock? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Old Smoker spat, his voice trembling with impatience. "They're definitely after these worthless stones. Damn it, if I'd known this stuff was so hot, I shouldn't have bothered with it." Despite his cursing, he moved without hesitation, quickly dragging a heavy metal box from under the counter. Opening it revealed rows of ancient metal crossbow bolts, engraved with strange patterns. He skillfully loaded the bolts into a similarly weathered heavy crossbow. "This thing is called the demon-slaying crossbow, passed down from our ancestors. It's effective against creatures governed by rules, but against hunters, it's a drop in the ocean." Old Smoker cocked the heavy crossbow, making a sickeningly loud creak. "Gentlemen, it seems we're in the same boat now. I can sell the stones cheaply, even give them away for free. But the condition is, we have to live to see tomorrow's sun." Without elaborating, Code nodded directly and said, "Cooperation, intelligence sharing, shared goal, survival." He quickly checked his remaining equipment, took out several small devices, and attached them to the walls and shelves, setting up a small warning and interference field. Lin Yi leaned against the iron barrel, seizing the time to recover his mental energy. The large-scale rule interference just now had consumed a great deal of energy, and his temples were still throbbing. He tried hard to sense the movement in the mist outside the door. The suffocating sense of oppression was getting closer and closer, as if some enormous thing was silently gliding through the mist, and wherever it passed, even the originally chaotic rule currents were covered and frozen by a more advanced, more orderly, and cold rule. "It's here," Lin Yi said in a low voice. His senses were the most acute, and the intimidation emanating from the level of rules made the hairs on his body stand on end. Before the words were even finished, the thick fog outside the warehouse suddenly parted to both sides, as if an invisible hand had swept it away. A huge, blurry shadow appeared at the end of the foggy passage. Its exact shape was indistinct, only a vague outline resembling an arthropod in several pairs of emotionless compound eyes that gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light in the mist. There were no footsteps, no breathing sounds, only the chill of the extremely low temperature that instantly swept through the entire warehouse, and white frost quickly condensed on the walls and shelves. Warning: its domain possesses the characteristics of absolute low temperature and spatial confinement. Code, staring at the rapidly alarming portable detector on his wrist, urgently warned, "Don't let it lock onto your gaze." Almost as soon as the code finished speaking, the compound eyes of the deep-sea hunter lit up with a blinding blue light, and several cold, distorted beams of mental energy shot into the warehouse, aiming directly at the ballast stones behind the counter. "Don't even think about it," Old Smoker roared, slamming the trigger of his heavy crossbow. Whoosh! A demon-piercing bolt shot out with a piercing shriek, its veins glowing faintly, precisely intercepting a mental shockwave in its path. The bolt collided with the invisible impact, exploding into a turbulent current of icy blue energy that froze several nearby shelves into ice sculptures before shattering them. But the hunter's attacks weren't limited to just one. Several more mental shockwaves continued to hurtle towards the ballast stone. With lightning speed, Code's hands moved, launching several high-explosive energy balls that collided with the shockwave in midair, causing a violent explosion. The shockwave sent debris flying through the warehouse, and Lin Yi was violently pushed against the metal barrel behind him by the blast wave, his throat feeling sore. The last and most solid mental attack broke through all the defenses and was about to hit the ballast stone. At
At the critical moment, Linny endured both mental and physical discomfort and activated his ability again. Instead of confronting the impact head-on, he focused on the rules and logic contained within the shockwave. It's a cold rule, with the characteristics of targeting, guaranteed hit, and plundering. Linny's mind raced, capturing the core logic of the shockwave. Then, he concentrated his remaining mental energy and unleashed his sharpest rebuttal. Guaranteed hit? Coordinates not calibrated. Plunder? Ownership not confirmed. This command lacks logical foundation and is invalid. This rebuttal was more concise and precise than ever before, like a scalpel, directly targeting the core presuppositions of the other party's rules. The solid mental impact trembled violently less than a meter away from the ballast stone, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall made of logical errors. The light at the tip of the shockwave flickered and distorted violently, and finally collapsed like a program crash, turning into scattered harmless ice crystals. Just as a surge of joy welled up in Linyi's heart, he felt an icy, indescribable gaze instantly lock onto him. That is the deep-sea hunter. It seemed to be completely enraged by Linyi's repeated interference with the rules, or perhaps, it was even more aroused by his real interest. The fog at the warehouse entrance completely dissipated, finally revealing the hunter's massive body. It was a terrifying creation, like a fusion of a giant deep-sea worm and a crustacean, covered in a deep blue carapace that shimmered with a metallic sheen, with several pairs of sharp, anchor-like limbs growing from its sides. Its head had no mouthparts, only a few pairs of dark blue compound eyes, all of which were staring at Linny. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding anything before, pressed down like tangible seawater. Linny felt the surrounding air solidify, the space become viscous, and his thoughts were almost frozen. Watch out. It's got its eye on you, the code roared, activating all remaining attack devices with all its might and firing them at the hunter in an attempt to divert its attention. The old smoker roared and fired a barrage of magic-piercing crossbow bolts, but their attacks struck the hunter's hard carapace, only igniting clusters of icy blue sparks, causing almost no real damage. The hunter ignored him completely, slowly raising one of its massive limbs, the tip of which was as sharp as a drill bit, pointing directly at Linyi's location. The tips of the segments began to gather a chilling, eerie blue light, while the surrounding forces of law converged wildly, forming a miniature, extremely unstable singularity of law. The power contained in this strike was enough to destroy the entire warehouse. Linyi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his entire body. His superpower was activated spontaneously due to extreme danger. His mind was highly focused, and the world seemed to flow slowly in his eyes. He could see the energy clusters condensing at the tips of his limbs, filled with terrifying rules such as destruction, death, and absolute zero. You can't dodge it, you can't stop it. The rescue efforts for the code and the old smoker were also separated by an invisible force field. In despair, Lin Yi's gaze swept over the old compass on the counter, that broken compass. At this moment, the compass needle spun wildly like never before, finally pointing dead to the forming singularity at the tip of the hunter's limb. Pointing to the source of chaotic rules? A crazy idea flashed through Lin Yi's mind like lightning. The hunter's attack is a manifestation of highly ordered and extremely cohesive rules. His own arguments are adept at creating chaos and attacking logical loopholes. If it could cause even the slightest disruption to its own rules, especially at the core of energy condensation. Without time to hesitate, Linny squeezed out the last bit of his mental energy, no longer targeting the attack itself but instead using all his argumentation will, as the finest probe to precisely pierce into the interior of the soon-to-be-formed singularity of rules, the most basic balance fulcrum that maintains its stability. With his last ounce of strength, he roared silently within himself. What about the law of conservation of energy? Your power output is severely excessive. Overheat warning. Forced cooling. This rant was illogical, even somewhat absurd, but it was the most direct challenge Linny could think of to stability and balance at that moment. The intensely concentrated blue light cluster at the tip of the hunter's limb suddenly flickered, as if an extremely subtle disorder had occurred within its internal structure at the level of rules. Like a grain of sand being thrown into a precision instrument, it was this slight inconsistency that caused a fatal deviation in the originally stable energy condensation process. The blue light cluster at the tip of the hunter's limb exploded prematurely. Although the explosion didn't unleash its full power, the impact at close range mostly affected the hunter itself. The immense force of the blast sent its massive body tumbling backward, its carapace shattering, its eerie blue fluid splattering everywhere, accompanied by a sharp, painful, and furious screech. One of its compound eyes was even pulverized. The aftershocks of the explosion also completely destroyed the front half of the warehouse. Code and Old Smoker were thrown away by the powerful blast, while Linny crashed through the back wall like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily into a pile of junk deep inside the warehouse, instantly losing consciousness. The mist closed again, and the wounded hunter let out a resentful howl before slowly sinking into its depths and vanishing completely. Only the wreckage and the two survivors remained. Code struggled to his feet, coughing up blood, and staggered towards where Linny had fallen. Old Smoker clutched his chest, staring staring in shock at the chaotic scene. He glanced at the intact ballast behind the counter, then his gaze finally settled on the old compass, its pointer now stopped, lying silently amidst the ruins. His expression was complex and unreadable. This kid, damn it, the old smoker muttered to himself, just who is he? Consciousness seemed to slowly rise from the cold seabed. At first, his ears were filled with a blurry noise, then a sharp ringing in his ears, and finally, he gradually cleared up, catching the suppressed, anxious calls of the code and the heavy breathing of the old smoker. Linny opened his eyes with difficulty, and what he saw was the hazy shadow of the broken ceiling of the warehouse, and two tense faces close together. Awake? Code's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of relaxation as he quickly checked Linny's pupils and vital signs. How are you feeling? Is anything in severe pain? Linny tried to move, and immediately felt a throbbing pain all over his body, especially in his head, which felt like it had been stuffed into a beehive hosting a heavy metal music festival, buzzing and throbbing unbearably. He groaned, shook his head, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm not dead yet. It's just that my head feels like it's going to explode. You're lucky you haven't gone mad from severely depleted mental energy. Old smoker clicked his tongue, staring at Linny with a complicated look. Kid, what exactly happened with that move you just made? That was the deep sea hunter's rule annihilation cannon. Even an A-level expert would be badly injured if they took it head-on, and you actually made it self-destruct? Linny leaned against the clutter propped up by the code, rubbing his throbbing temples as he recalled the lightning-fast moment before he lost consciousness. The feeling of concentrating his mental energy to its extreme, like a scalpel precisely piercing a note of rules, causing the internal logic to collapse, was still clear, yet also vague, more like an instinctive outburst at the brink of life and death. I can't really explain it, he said honestly. I just felt something was wrong with its attack, and then I just blurted it out unconsciously. Speak? The old smoker frowned. Word magic? Denial at the level of rules? Are you the successor of Lawyer Yen? No, those old guys are long dead, he muttered to himself, his eyes looking at Linny with increasing surprise and doubt. The code interrupted the old smoker's speculation, and he said in a deep voice, never mind that for now. Linny, try to concentrate and sense your surroundings. Is there anything different? Linny did as instructed, enduring his headache, and tried to perceive the surrounding rules and environment as before. However, this time, his perception stunned him instantly, and he even forgot the pain for a moment. Everything was completely different. If his previous perception of the rules was like watching a chaotic, snowy, and noisy old television signal through frosted glass, then now, that frosted glass seemed to have been removed. The signal was still chaotic, full of incomprehensible waves and noise, but the clarity had improved by more than one level. He can not only hear the voice of those rules more clearly, but even vaguely see the invisible network they intertwine. The solid rules beneath his feet, the flowing rules in the air disrupted by the previous battle and the low-temperature domain, the even more complex and chaotic background sounds of rules emanating from the distant dock area, even the restrained yet orderly fluctuations of rules emanating from the code beside him, and the mixed traces of rules on the old smoker, carrying an aura of vicissitude and bloodshed, all seemed to have shed their veils, becoming more concrete and analyzable. What shocked him even more was that he found himself passively capturing certain fragmented intentions contained within this information of rules. For example, from the patterns of rules beneath his feet, he sensed a sense of bearing and silence. From the lingering low-temperature rules in the air, he detected a trace of stagnation and deathly chill, and from the old smoker, he vaguely perceived an obsession with contracts and equivalence, as well as a deep-seated, complex emotion towards the sea. The senses were so overwhelming and chaotic, surging and suddenly, that his head, which had just begun to recover, throbbed with pain again, and he couldn't help but clutch his head. What's wrong? The code asked immediately. Too noisy, too much. Linny murmured in anguish, rules, information, it's flooding in like a tidal wave. Code and smoker exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Overload of rule perception. Code's tone became serious. This is a typical symptom of increased perception after breaking through the bottleneck of mental power. You need time to adapt, to learn to filter and block out useless information. Focus your attention, try to perceive only the nearest and most stable rules, such as the floor beneath your feet, or me. Following the code's guidance, Linny tried to gather his scattered senses and focus on the code itself. The overwhelming surge of information indeed subsided slightly, and the orderly, stable, and somewhat coldly technologically advanced rules within the code became clearer. Although he still couldn't fully understand its specific structure, it was no longer chaotic. I think I can see it clearer, Linny said breathlessly, an incredulous look on his face. It seems that the burst of power under extreme pressure, combined with your previous foundation, allowed you to overcome that hurdle, the code said thoughtfully. Your ability might not just be debate, but also include an extremely high sensitivity to rule-based information. Your previous debate was perhaps just a rudimentary application of this sensitivity. Now that your sensitivity has increased, you can hear and see more. The old smoker, listening intently, his eyes gleaming, suddenly bent down and picked up the old compass from the rubble at his feet, the broken compass. At that moment, the compass compass needle quietly pointed to a corner of the warehouse, no longer spinning wildly. Is it because of this? The old smoker asked, handing the compass to Linny. When you were unconscious, this thing was faintly glowing towards you. Linny took the compass, and a strange resonance emanated from it. With his newly enhanced perception, he could clearly see an extremely faint yet exquisitely subtle rule structure within the compass, seemingly possessing the ability to amplify and focus the perception of a specific rule. At this moment, this rule structure was subtly synergizing with his improved rule perception. Could it be that his breakthrough just now was also thanks to this compass's unintentional assistance? This broken compass was probably not so simple. This compass, Linny looked at the old smoker. Here you go. The old smoker waved his hand generously, surprisingly readily. He pointed to several ballast stones behind the counter that had weathered many storms but remained unscathed, and said, and these stones, they're yours too. Consider it an apology and a token of my gratitude. The code raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss, this price. Don't mention the price. The old smoker interrupted him, his face turning serious. Deep Sea Hunter has been wounded and escaped. This matter will not end here. The entity behind it, or other guys in the dock area who have smelled the fish, will soon come knocking. These stones are a death warrant for me, but in your hands, they might still be of some use. I just ask that you leave with your things as soon as possible and don't bring any more trouble back to my little shop. He paused, his gaze fixed on Linny, and said meaningfully, kid, you're an anomaly. I can't see through you, but my intuition tells me that the karma you're entangled in is far more complex than these stones. This compass is just an ornament to me, but it seems to have a connection with you. Perhaps it can be of use to you. Hurry up and leave, or you might not be able to leave. Code paused for a moment, then nodded and said, in that case, thank you, boss. We'll leave immediately. He knew old smoker wasn't lying. They had to return to the safe house with the secondary anchor point as soon as possible. Linny carefully put away the compass and slowly stood up with Code's help. Although he was still weak and his headache hadn't completely subsided, a new and profound perception welled up within him, and his understanding of the world suddenly became exceptionally clear. His gaze swept over the seemingly ordinary ballast stones, and with his enhanced perception, he could clearly see the stable, all-suppressing force field emanating from them, like a lighthouse silently standing in the darkness. Code swiftly and carefully placed the 3 ballast stones into a specially designed insulated box, then helped Linny back into the underground pipe they had come from. The old smoker stared at the hole where they had disappeared, silently lit a pipe, took a deep drag, and gazed at the still lingering thick fog outside the warehouse with his cloudy eyes, muttering to himself, rules of perception manifesting themselves, the kid stirring up trouble. This world is getting more and more interesting. I just hope he doesn't cause a major disaster. Inside the pipes, Code propelled Linny forward swiftly. With his eyes closed, Linny focused most of his energy on processing the surging flow of rules and information within his mind. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed that in the direction of the dock area, more than one powerful yet subtle rule-based perception was cautiously probing the location of the recent battle. The storm hadn't truly subsided, it had merely temporarily shifted its focus, and he, with his newly acquired vision, had stepped into an even deeper vortex. The air inside the underground pipes was murky and damp, filled with the stench of rust and decay. But at this moment, in Linny's eyes, these physical sensations became secondary. What stood out most was the omnipresent, intricate network of rules. Half supported, half carried by Code, he strode quickly through the dim emergency lights. With each step, he could sense the subtle fluctuations in the rules of solidity and load-bearing capacity within the pipe structure beneath his feet, even perceiving the fragility and looseness of the rules in certain long-neglected sections. The rules of flow in the air became viscous and convoluted here, fragmented by the shape of the pipes and countless obstacles. In the distance, the dizzying background noise of the city streets above, like incessant rumbling thunder, faintly echoed through the thick layer of earth. This perception was far too vast and direct, far exceeding his previous vague intuitions of something's not right. The flow of information, like an unfiltered flood, repeatedly assaulted his already strained and aching mind. He had to concentrate intensely, following the code's instructions, trying his best to block out most irrelevant information and focus only on a very small area around him, just to barely keep moving and avoid fainting again. How are you? Can you still hold on? The code's voice rang calmly and steadily in his ears. In Linny's new perception, the code's voice seemed to carry a special kind of regular vibration, resonating harmoniously with the orderly and restrained rule field around him, just like a piece of stable and precise code. It's okay, Linny gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It's like wearing hundreds of headphones at the same time, each playing a different channel. It's incredibly noisy. He tried to describe the chaotic feeling in words. This is a necessary stage after the leap in perception. Your brain and mind need time to adapt to and process these new signals, the code explained, its tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. Focus your energy and keep up with my pace. My energy fluctuations are relatively stable and can serve as your temporary anchor to help you filter out noise. Linny did as instructed, focusing most of his perception on the code. Sure enough, the chaotic feeling significantly diminished, and the cold light emanating from the code and its intricate network of rules acted like a solitary lamp, guiding the way in the darkness, allowing him to catch his breath. He even vaguely saw some paths of energy flow within the code. Though he couldn't understand the principles, he was deeply impressed by its efficiency and precision. The compass the old smoker gave me. Linny suddenly remembered the object that had triggered the resonance and took it out of his pocket. Under the enhanced rule-based vision, this ancient compass revealed a completely new appearance. Its intricate rule structure resembled a fine golden spiderweb, its light faint yet stubbornly functioning. When Linny probed in with a trace of his spiritual energy, the compass's pointer trembled, subtly, not pointing in any specific direction, but rather as if capturing and amplifying a certain rule-based ripple in the surrounding environment. It's like it's helping me tune my frequency. Linny was surprised to find that when he held the compass, his reception of the surrounding rules and information seemed to become more organized. Although it was still noisy, it was no longer a chaotic bombardment, but rather he could vaguely distinguish the intensity and nature of different rule patterns. This is an interesting ancient relic. Code glanced at the compass. It might help you to initially understand the rules, but don't rely on it too much. True control still depends on yourself. Linny nodded, gripping the compass tightly. He tried to extend his perception slightly, past the code, towards the specially designed isolation box on its back. Inside the box, 3 ballast stones resembled 3 silent black holes, radiating a powerful and pure field of stabilization and suppression rules. That field was so solid that it actually repelled and smoothed out the chaotic rules in a small area around it to a certain extent. Just sensing their proximity brought a strange sense of peace to his restless mind. Secondary anchor point truly lives up to its reputation, Linny thought to himself. Just then, his hand holding the compass trembled slightly. With the compass's magnification and his enhanced perception, he clearly sensed several powerful yet subtle senses of rules, like invisible tentacles, cautiously probing into the warehouse area where the battle had just taken place, emanating from the direction of the dock area they had just left. Some of these senses were cold and eerie, carrying a deep-sea-like oppressive feeling, most likely the forces behind the deep-sea hunters. Some were violent and scorching, filled with a destructive desire, and others were ethereal and unpredictable, seemingly devoid of emotion, merely purely observing and recording. The code, over at the dock area, Linny said in a low voice, his tone tinged with tension. Several, very strong eyes have passed by. Code continued running, but his eyes sharpened. Quick reaction. It seems the deep-sea hunter's retreat was like throwing a drop of blood into a school of sharks. We need to be faster. He braced himself against Linny's arm, and his speed suddenly increased. A fork in the road appeared ahead, and Code unhesitatingly chose the narrower, more winding path. Simultaneously, his free hand swiftly manipulated his wristwatch, conjuring a faint, almost invisible energy membrane that enveloped both of them. Within Lin Yi's rule-based vision, this energy membrane distorted the surrounding light patterns and, to some extent, interfered with the transmission of aura and energy fluctuations, creating an effect similar to optical camouflage combined with information silence. A simple shielding field can temporarily avoid most conventional detections, the code briefly explains. Sure enough, as the shielding field unfolded, Linny felt those faint, sweeping gazes extending from the dock area. They hesitated and became blurry as they passed over their area before turning away. The two navigated the maze-like pipes for nearly 20 minutes. The code repeatedly changed its route and set up several subtle rule traps for misleading and warning purposes. Linny struggled to adapt to this new environment while secretly marveling at the code's sophistication and caution. This mysterious member of the Control Bureau possessed unfathomable abilities and experience. Finally, the code stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary pipe wall. He reached out and tapped the rusted metal wall a few times in a specific order, then used his wristwatch to emit a faint beam of light to scan it. The wall slid open silently, revealing a brightly lit safe room filled with various instruments. Code helped Linny into the safe house. The heavy metal door slowly closed behind them, completely isolating him from the filth and danger of the underground world. The safe house had a constant temperature and humidity, fresh air, and a much more stable and orderly environment than outside, which made Linny feel much more relaxed. Code helped Linny sit down in a chair, handed him an energy drink, and then carefully placed the isolation box containing the ballast stones on the alloy table in the center. Mission objective: secondary anchor point has been recovered. During the mission, an attack by an unknown S-class bizarre deep-sea hunter occurred. Linny appears to have triggered an ability evolution under extreme pressure, with significant improvement in his rule perception. Old Smoker gifted him an ancient compass with unknown functions. The code gave a brief report to the air, clearly communicating with its superiors at the Prevention and Control Bureau. The report ended, and the code switched to Linny, who was sipping his drink, his face still pale, his expression serious. Linny, what specific changes do you feel? Besides a clearer perception, are you able to actively utilize them? For example, can you find the weak points or contradictions in the rules, just
just like before? Linny put down the beverage bottle, took a deep breath, and tried to concentrate. He first focused his attention on the metal walls of the safe house. With the help of new vision, the rules and patterns on the walls, such as solid and sealed, became clear. The overall structure was stable, but he vaguely noticed a few nodes with slower energy flow and relatively simpler rule structures. It seems we can see some structure now. He pointed to a corner of the wall. That area seems a little softer than the rest. A hint of surprise flashed in Code's eyes. He walked to the spot Linny pointed to, examined it with the instrument, and nodded, saying, "That's right, this is one of the few secondary energy nodes in the entire safe house's defensive field, and it's relatively weak. Your perception accuracy has exceeded my expectations." Afterward, Linny tried to capture the faint traces of rules remaining from the simple shielding field that the Code had just unfolded. He tried to recall the feeling when he debunked that strange attack and condensed his mental energy into an invisible probe to gently touch the veins of those distorted rules. "The energy flow path here seems a bit deliberate," he frowned, pointing uncertainly to a spot in the air. If this area is disturbed, will it affect the shielding effect?" This time, the Code didn't use instruments for detection. Instead, it simply raised its hand, sending a weak beam of energy towards the spot Linny pointed to. Sure enough, the previously stable traces of rules showed a very subtle disturbance. "Remarkable." The Code gave a rare positive evaluation. "It's not just perception. You've begun to instinctively analyze the structure and operational logic of the rules. This is no longer simply argumentation, but closer to rule insight, or even preliminary rule intervention." Rules interference? Linny became curious about this new term. Code walked to the alloy table, brought up a virtual screen, and various complex data and models scrolled rapidly on the screen. "Your special ability may not have been a simple verbal denial from the beginning. Complaining or arguing may just be the surface, an external manifestation of your subconscious's extremely high sensitivity to rules. Now, this sensitivity has broken through the bottleneck, allowing you to observe and even influence the rules from a more fundamental level." He pointed to the data on the screen and said, "For example, when you caused the deep-sea hunter to self-destruct, it might not have been because your words were so powerful, but because your ability precisely found the key loophole or internal contradiction in its attack rules system at that moment, and used your mental power as a lever to slightly pry it, causing it to collapse internally." Linny was a little confused. Leverage the rules? That's one way to understand it. Rules are the basic code that makes the world work. Your ability gives you the opportunity to see this code, and even, in very rare cases, to make extremely minor edits to it. The Code's tone was more serious than ever before. "Linny, if my speculation is correct, your potential far exceeds our previous assessment. Beneath the surface of your F-rank appearance lies the rudimentary form of a top-tier rule-based ability." A brief silence fell over the safe house, broken only by the soft hum of the instruments. Linny was processing this shocking information. From being ridiculed as an F-rank useless individual, to inexplicably resolving a bizarre plague god, and now potentially possessing the ability to interfere with the rules? It all happened too fast, too unbelievably. He looked down at his hands, as if he could feel the unimaginable power contained within them, and at the same time, the heavy responsibility they carried. "So, what should I do next?" He looked up at the Code. "First, you need systematic training," the Code stated decisively. "Learn to fully control your new senses, and avoid information overload. Next, learn the most basic rule theory, understanding the structure and characteristics of common rules. Finally, and most importantly, explore your ways and limits of actively intervening in the rules. The Prevention and Control Bureau has the most professional resources and mentors, but before that," Code's gaze sharpened, "we must ensure your safety and that of the secondary anchor. The commotion in the dock area has likely alerted some entities." Old Smoker was right. The trouble has only just begun. Any exposure before you truly gain control could be catastrophic. Just then, the alarm lights inside the safe room flashed silently, changing from green to yellow. Code immediately looked at the monitoring screen and saw that several peripheral nodes representing the underground pipeline network had turned red, indicating abnormal disturbances. "It seems that some guests are not content with being alone and have already come over." The Code's voice suddenly turned cold. "Linny, get ready. We might have to find a safer place." Linny's heart tightened, and he gripped the old compass tightly in his hand. The door to a new world had just opened, but the storm outside was already imminent. His life, once labeled as useless, seemed truly gone forever. The atmosphere inside the safe room instantly tensed. The alarm flashed silently in yellow, casting a cold, metallic sheen on the alloy walls. Code's fingers raced across the virtual control panel, bringing up real-time monitoring and energy sensing maps of the piping area. Several red dots moved slowly and steadily through the outer network of pipes, like hyenas smelling blood, attempting to break through the rules, traps, and misleading barriers Code had previously set up. 3 targets, all with energy levels around B. The Code's voice was calm and undisturbed. While not as powerful as Deep Sea Hunter, they work together seamlessly and should be dedicated to tracking
attacking. Lin Yi's heart pounded faster involuntarily. Rank B. Any one of them would have easily crushed him in the past. Even with his improved perception, he was still like a patient just discharged from the hospital, weak, his headache still lingering, and his ability usage as clumsy as a newborn infant. What can I do? Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his inner panic, and gripped the old compass tightly. The compass emitted a faint warmth, seemingly resonating with his newly acquired perception of the rules, calming his chaotic mind slightly. The code glanced at him and quickly said, "Your primary task is to protect yourself while observing them with your new vision. Pay attention to how their energy works and their attack patterns, especially looking for loopholes or inertia at the rule level. You don't need to engage them directly. Providing intelligence is the greatest help you can offer." Before he finished speaking, he took out two oddly shaped, blue-glowing short blades from the equipment box, and at the same time attached a metal plate the size of a matchbox to the inside of Lin Yi's collar. This is an emergency positioning and simple shield generator, which can withstand B-level normal attacks. Stay behind the energy barrier, and do not come out unless absolutely necessary. The code pointed to a semicircular energy barrier in the corner of the safe house, a relatively stable secondary node in the entire safe house's defense system. As soon as the words were spoken, a dull thud echoed from the safe house's heavy metal door, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. The pursuers outside had clearly located them and were beginning their assault. They found the main entrance faster than expected. Code's eyes narrowed, and he crouched slightly, like a cheetah poised to pounce. "Lin Yi, take your positions." Lin Yi dared not be careless for a moment, and scrambled to hide behind the corner energy barrier. Almost simultaneously, the metal door of the safe house made a teeth-grinding twisting sound with another, more violent impact, and a few sparks flew from the edge of the doorframe. The code didn't stand guard at the door. Its figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows of the complex equipment inside the safe room, its presence almost completely vanishing. Even with his enhanced perception, Lin Yi could only barely detect an extremely faint fluctuation of rules, almost blending into the environment, silently roaming within the room. Boom! A third loud crash rang out, and the metal door, finally giving way, was blasted open by a tremendous force, slamming heavily against the inner wall. Three figures in dark uniforms, their faces blurred, seemingly affected by the interference of rules in their perception, appeared in the doorway. They moved swiftly, rushing in a triangular formation, their eyes sharp as lightning, instantly scanning the entire safe house. Scattered search. Targets, secondary anchor point and that sensory aberrant individual, the leader roared, his voice hoarse and distorted. Lin Yi held his breath, shrinking behind the barrier, and fully activated his rule-based vision. At this moment, fear seemed to be suppressed by a strange focus. In his eyes, these three trackers were no longer simply humanoid figures, but rather three aggregates intertwined with different rules and radiating energy cores. He could clearly see the toughness rule flowing through them, used to strengthen their bodies, the speed rule to accelerate their movement, and the attack rules with tearing and destructive properties attached to their weapons. These rules are not perfect, they are intertwined, but at the nodes of energy flow, there are subtle and periodic fluctuations and changes in intensity. The tracker on the left, during the rapid movement of his legs, exhibited an extremely brief, almost imperceptible stagnation point at his ankle, much like the momentary jolt when an engine shifts gears. The tracker in the middle, whenever the destructive rules on his weapon reached their peak energy and were about to launch an attack, would experience an uncontrollable overflow, causing a slight tremor in the rules of his wrist. The one on the right, seemingly the most perceptive of the three, continuously expanded his rule field outwards, but this scan was not uniform, rather, it had distinct peaks and troughs. At the transitions between troughs, his own defensive rules would briefly loosen. This information flooded into Lin Yi's mind like a tide. Although complex and varied, it surprisingly became orderly under the faint tuning effect of the compass. He tried his best to condense these observations into brief thoughts, attempting to transmit them to the code in some way. Although he didn't know if the code could receive them, he could only do his best. Just then, the sensory tracker on the right seemed to notice the anomaly in the corner energy barrier, and his sharp eyes quickly swept over. There's an energy reaction there. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow fell swiftly from the top of the device behind him like a ghost. It was Code. Code silently slashed at the pursuer's neck with a blue short blade, its speed terrifying, the force field of the blade even disturbing the flow of the surrounding air. However, the tracker reacted just as quickly, jerking to the side at the last second and throwing a punch, his fist enveloped in solidified impact rules. The metal clashed with a crisp sound. The Code's short blade collided with the tracker's gauntlets. Lin Yi only then noticed the specially made gauntlets, creating an invisible ripple of energy. Using the rebound force, the Code flipped over and landed lightly, while the tracker staggered, a faint white mark appearing on his gauntlets. "Watch out! His attack can disrupt the stability of the rules," the tracker cried out in alarm. The other two immediately abandoned their search and pounced on Code from both sides. Inside the safe house, the force field of the rules fluctuated violently, with fist winds, blade flashes, and energy impacts intertwining, dazzling the eye. Code's movements were unpredictable unpredictable, weaving like a butterfly amidst the threes. Attacks, narrowly avoiding fatal blows each time. His twin blades swung precisely, slicing through the nodes of the opponent's rule operation or the weak points in the weapon's energy connection, forcing the enemy to frequently change their tactics and making it difficult for them to form an effective combined attack. Linny witnessed all of this, his heart racing, and he observed even more intently. He noticed that the codes seemed to be intentionally guiding the battle, forcing the tracker whose leg rules had reached a stagnation point into a narrow area densely packed with equipment. In a flash of inspiration, Linny disregarded whether the code could hear him, focused his mind, and projected a strong thought toward that stagnation point. Almost simultaneously, the code, as if it had been predicted, made a feint, deceiving the frontal attack. It used its short blade to slash and force back the enemy on the left, but then twisted its body at an unbelievable angle, kicking the device on the right and using the force to launch itself, aiming directly at the pursuer who had been forced into a narrow space. The pursuer had just taken a step, his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to be generated, when the ruled stagnation point at his ankle just happened to appear. The short blade of code, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, stabbed straight at his ankle. If this strike hit, it would not only disable his mobility, but could also trigger an energy backlash by destroying the rule node. The pursuer's expression changed drastically, and he desperately twisted his body to try to dodge, but his movements were ultimately a little too slow. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The tracker who was originally responsible for sensing seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. His eyes instantly turned gray and white, and a powerful and strange fluctuation of rules instantly locked onto the code. This fluctuation carried a strong binding and stagnation effect, causing the code's movements to become imperceptibly slowed. It was this brief delay that caused code's seemingly inevitable strike to miss its mark. The blade merely grazed the opponent's combat uniform, splattering a drop of blood, but failing to inflict fatal damage. Code himself, distracted, revealed a tiny opening, which the pursuer in the middle seized upon, unleashing a powerful energy blast that slammed into his back. "Watch out!" Linny couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the danger, Code remained calm, forcefully twisting his body in midair and swiftly parrying with another short blade behind him. The energy impact struck the blade squarely, and Code groaned as he was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily into a distant alloy wall before sliding down, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Code!" Linny's heart clenched, almost leaping into his throat. Seeing this, the three trackers were greatly encouraged and immediately surrounded him, attempting to seize the code in one fell swoop. "He's at his last gasp. Take him down." Seeing the code in peril, and witnessing the rampant flow of rules on the three trackers, especially the one using a secret technique, with grayish-white eyes, whose rule fluctuations exuded a forced and distorted quality that Linny found extremely repulsive, a strange impulse surged through Linny's heart. This wasn't a well-thought-out strategy, it was more like an instinctive aversion, a disdain for a poor imitation. He forgot the code's warning to hide, forgot his current weakness, and subconsciously, as he had countless times before when facing those illogical and bizarre events, he muttered something under his breath. Though the voice wasn't loud, it echoed clearly in the suddenly quiet safe room. "Just staring at it makes it look like time has stopped, wasting so much energy, it's not energy efficient at all. Thumbs down." As soon as he finished speaking, Linny felt as if a portion of his mental energy had been violently sucked away by a water pump, and his head spun. The powerful binding stagnation rule fluctuation of the locking code, like a balloon punctured by a needle, trembled violently, its internal structure instantly becoming disordered, and then, with a soft poof, it vanished without a trace. The tracker with grayish-white eyes shuddered violently, his eyes returning to normal, replaced by immense horror and bewilderment. He staggered back a step, as if suffering a backlash from the very rules. The other two trackers, who were about to deliver a fatal blow to the code, froze, turning back in astonishment. The code, leaning against the corner of the wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up in the direction where Linny was hiding, a flash of extreme shock and disbelief in his eyes. The safe house was deathly silent. Only Linny, after saying those words, his mental energy exhausted once again, his vision went black and he leaned limply against the energy barrier, panting heavily, with only one thought in his mind. "Oh no, it seems I couldn't control my loose tongue again." The deathly silence in the safe house lasted less than a second, but the tense atmosphere stretched on for an eternity. The tracker, whose eyes had just regained their normal vision, quickly shifted from shock to rage and shame. The surge of blood and chi from the backlash of the rules made his throat taste sweet, but he forcibly swallowed it back. He stared intently at the corner where Linny was hiding, hissing, "It's that target. His ability is interference. Take him out first." The other two trackers instantly understood, abandoning their attack on the code and rushing towards the energy barrier in the corner like two black lightning bolts, one on the left and one on the right. The destructive energy condensed on the gauntlets and blades caused the air to whistle sharply. "It's over." Linny's scalp tingled, the intense sense of crisis almost suffocated him. He instinctively wanted to crouch and cover his head in defense, but the chaotic and complex rules within his mind were now operating
operating frantically. With the enhancement of this new vision, the two pouncing pursuers were no longer an irresistible nightmare, but rather energy aggregates riddled with flowing flaws. As the person on the left lunged forward, the stability rule on their right shoulder rippled slightly due to the excessive force. The energy on the blade of the person on the right was too violent, causing the control rule on their wrist to tremble continuously, creating a slight disconnect with the power rule on their arm. These flaws were fleeting, but Lin Yi clearly captured and magnified them with his enhanced perception. The voice of the code pierced Lin Yi's chaotic mind like an icicle, brief yet precise. Left, scapula. Right, ulna. There was no time to think. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Almost instinctively, Lin Yi shouted to the person on his left, "Your right shoulder is swaying like you're dancing. Can you even stand up?" At the same time, his finger trembled as he pointed at the person on his right, his voice weak and hoarse yet strangely penetrating. "Using so much force, your hand is shaking like that. Is this a sign of early onset Parkinson's?" These two sarcastic remarks consumed far less mental energy than breaking the binding stasis rule. They were more like gently poking at the flaw he had seen with words. The effect was immediate. The pursuer on the left suddenly halted his forward momentum, and the discordant ripple of energy on his right shoulder spread abruptly as if a pebble had been thrown into water. He felt his gathered power collide with an invisible soft wall, and his body staggered. His perfectly coordinated attack suddenly came to an unexpected halt. The pursuer on the right was in an even more disheveled state. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he felt the already barely controlled violent energy in his wrist, as if struck by the phrase old age Parkinson's, instantly collapse in its stability. The energy not only failed to be released smoothly, but instead became a chaotic mess in his palm, running rampant and numbing his entire arm. He nearly dropped his blade, and his attack crumbled instantly. Their sudden and inexplicable loss of control gave Code a perfect opportunity. As if he had anticipated this, the instant their attacks ceased, he sprang from the corner like a spring. The blue light on his twin blades surged dramatically, no longer the eerie interference of before, but transforming into two extremely condensed, deadly beams of light. Sizzle, sizzle. Two soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The tracker on the left clutched his knee, blood spurting out instantly. He screamed and collapsed to his knees, the core rule node in his leg pierced precisely by a single, precise strike from the code. The tracker on the right had a thin line of blood drawn across his neck. His eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why his defensive rules had been sliced through like paper. He swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground, his life force rapidly fading. The remaining sensory tracker, still reeling from the backlash, watched in horror as his two companions were instantly maimed and killed, their souls scattered. He dared not linger, turning and fleeing towards the broken doorway. The code didn't pursue, it merely coldly raised its wrist, the watch emitting a pale blue beam that struck the fleeing man precisely in the back. The man's body stiffened, as if bound by invisible chains, his movements instantly slowing and rigid. But some kind of life-saving device on his body suddenly glowed, forcefully breaking free of its restraints, disappearing into the darkness deep within the pipe with a fleeting afterimage. Code frowned but didn't move. He quickly checked the fallen tracker, confirming his death, then walked to the prisoner whose knee was broken and who was groaning in pain, knocking him unconscious with a chop to the neck. After doing all this, he strode to the energy barrier in the corner. Lin Yi was slumped on the ground, leaning against the cold wall, his face even paler than before, his body drenched in cold sweat, and he was panting heavily, using his ability 3 times in a row, especially the first time when he unintentionally broke through the powerful binding rules, had almost drained the little mental energy he had just recovered. His head felt as if it were filled with countless fine needles, and his vision was beginning to blur. It's alright. Lin Yi forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. "It's just a little weak." The code crouched down, quickly checking his condition. His tone remained calm, but an unprecedented surge of emotion welled up in the depths of his eyes. "Your mental strength is severely depleted, but not damaged at all. What you just did was excellent." He paused, his gaze falling on Lin Yi, and added, his tone carrying a complex meaning, "Well done." Unexpectedly, Lin Yi weakly forced a smile. I don't know what happened. It's just, looking at them, so many flaws. I couldn't help wanting to say a few words." The code remained silent for a moment, seemingly processing this astonishing fact. It glanced at the unconscious prisoners and corpses on the ground, then looked at Lin Yi and said in a deep voice, "Your ability is not just perception and simple rebuttal. You can perceive the most subtle and crucial inconsistencies in the operation of your opponent's rules in a very short time, and amplify these inconsistencies through some form, most likely your preferred language, causing local disorder or even collapse in their rule system." He pointed to the dead tracker. "Take him, for example. Your assessment of his shaky hands pinpointed his fatal weakness of unstable energy control, like lighting a match next to a powder keg about to explode. And for me, the flaws you pointed out are the best guidelines for attack." Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered. "So, I'm actually a humanoid walking vulnerability monitor, plus a taunt trigger?" The code said calmly, "That's one way to understand it. But your taunt is a real disruption based on the rules
rules, and its power far exceeds that of ordinary interference. He stood up and looked around the wrecked safe house. We can't stay here. One of the trackers has escaped, and bigger trouble is just around the corner. We must move to the Hive main base immediately. The code began rapidly cleaning up the scene, destroying sensitive equipment, and using a specially designed restraint device to firmly bind the unconscious prisoner. Linny struggled to his feet, feeling his legs go weak. He stared intently at the code's swift and decisive movements, then couldn't help but steal another glance at the tracker he had unintentionally killed. With his shaky hand, and his stomach churned. This was the first time he had faced death so closely, and his heart was filled with unprecedented turmoil. Don't overthink it. The code seemed to sense his emotions and said without turning its head, they are the enemy, here to kill us and seize the anchor points. Being soft-hearted towards the enemy is cruelty to yourself and the whole world. You did the right thing. Linny remained silent, nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turbulent emotions within him. He gripped the old compass tightly again. Its faint warmth seemed to offer him a silent comfort. The code, having finished processing everything, hoisted the prisoner onto its shoulder and then helped the swaying Linny. Can we walk? Try my best. Linny gritted his teeth. The two didn't use the damaged main entrance, but instead opened a hidden emergency passage in the inner wall of the safe house. The passage was so narrow that only one person could pass at a time, extending downwards with an unknown end. Before entering the passage, Linny glanced back one last time at the safe house where they had briefly stopped but witnessed a life-or-death struggle. Bloodstains, corpses strewn about, damaged equipment, and the lingering chaotic fluctuations in the air all testified to the intensity of the battle that had just taken place. His gaze fell on the metal door that had been violently smashed open, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The quality of this door is terrible. It's supposed to be a safe house. Can't you put more effort into the procurement next time? As soon as the words left his mouth, the twisted and deformed door seemed to emit an extremely faint, almost inaudible creak, as if silently expressing its helplessness in the face of this frank assessment. Code paused slightly, but didn't turn back. Instead, he helped Linny and quickly stepped into the dark passage. A new storm had begun, and this F-rank trash who had just revealed terrifying potential was being swept into the center of a deeper, more turbulent vortex. The emergency exit led downwards, narrower and steeper than the main tunnel, the air thick with the pungent smell of engine oil and ozone. The cold metal steps echoed slightly beneath their feet. Besides that, only the suppressed breathing of the two men and the occasional unconscious groans of the captive on Code's shoulder could be heard. Linny was half supported, half carried by Code, practically being dragged along. A severe headache and extreme mental exhaustion weighed heavily on his eyelids, but his newly acquired rule-based vision, like an out-of-control searchlight, passively scanned everything around him. The rules and environment of this passage are completely different from those above. The rules here are more orderly and rigid, as if forcibly organized by some powerful force. The walls and steps are engraved with fine patterns that emit faint energy fluctuations. In Linny's perception, these patterns form a vast and complex array of rules, possessing multiple functions such as reinforcement, concealment, early warning, and even attack. They flow slowly like living things, carrying a cold, unquestionable sense of order. The rules here are so rigid. Linny couldn't help but murmur, his voice sounding somewhat hollow in the narrow space. He could even feel that if any unauthorized entity forcibly intruded, these gentle, flowing lines of rules would instantly transform into the most deadly noose. The outer perimeter defense array of the Hive, the code concisely explains. We are passing through the identification zone. Sure enough, a short while later, the seemingly solid metal wall in front of them silently slid open, revealing a circular gate that could only accommodate one person at a time. A faint blue light shimmered at the edge of the gate, and a soft yet irresistible energy scanning beam enveloped the two of them, and the captive on Code's shoulder. Linny felt the energy meticulously probing every fluctuation of his body's rules, as if invisible tentacles were gently caressing every corner. Even the old compass in his hand felt slightly warm, its internal rule structure activated, resonating weakly with the scanning energy. The scan lasts for about 3 seconds, and the indicator light next to the gate changes from red to green. Identity confirmed. Code, permission level, A. Accompanying person, Linny, temporary permission granted, code guarantee. Items carried, ancient relics, recorded, dormant prisoner, marked, entry permitted. A cold, ruthless electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the gate opened completely, revealing the scene behind a huge and futuristic lifting platform. The platform is surrounded by transparent reinforced glass, offering a clear view of the outside, a massive, bottomless vertical shaft. The shaft walls are riddled with countless portals radiating multicolored light, retractable robotic arms, and high-speed transport pods, resembling the interior of a gigantic honeycomb. Countless regular bands of light flow through the shaft, weaving a complex and dizzying energy network. The environment here is more densely packed and orderly, yet it feels extremely inhuman, possessing a mechanical coldness and precision. Welcome to the Hive, outer shaft, Code said, helping Linny onto the elevator platform. The platform descended silently at high speed. Ascent.
sense of weightlessness creeping in. Linny, pressed against the cold glass wall, stared in awe at this surreal scene. This place was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The rules were no longer flowing naturally or chaotically, but rather highly edited and managed. He could even see clearly artificially set rule signposts and barriers, guiding the flow of energy and restricting the manifestation of certain rules. This is the headquarters of the Bureau of Anomalies Prevention and Control? Lin Yi murmured. This is a major branch, Code corrected, standing in the center of the platform, his figure somewhat blurred in the rapidly changing light and shadow. The Hive is an underground city that integrates research, defense, imprisonment, logistics, and other functions. We are now heading to the core living and administrative area. The descent lasted about a minute before the platform began to decelerate, eventually coming to a smooth stop at a brightly lit, massive hub station. People bustled about on the platform, the vast majority dressed in uniform, their steps hurried and expressions serious. The power of the rules emanating from them varied, but all bore a distinct mark of order belonging to the Control Bureau. Code helped Linny off the platform, and immediately two guards in black uniforms, with composed demeanors, Linny sensed they were at least mid to high rank B, approached. They saluted Code first, then their gazes fell on the unconscious prisoner and Linny. Code Chief, please use the special passage. The medical and interrogation departments have been notified, a guard said in a deep voice. Code nodded and handed the prisoner on his shoulder to them. The target is to be handed over to the interrogation department, the highest priority. He is under a rule restriction, so handle him with extreme care. The other guard looked at the weak and pale Linny, a barely perceptible scrutiny flashing in his eyes, but still said in a businesslike manner, "This is Mr. Linny. Please come with us to the medical department for a full examination and treatment." At this moment, Linny truly felt he could barely hold on, and nodded. The code told him, "Go with them for treatment first. Restoring your mental and physical strength is the most crucial thing. I will report the situation to my superiors and then come back to find you." His tone remained calm, but it carried a hint of seriousness compared to before. Just as the code turned to leave, and Linny was being helped by the guards towards another passage, a sudden change occurred. A researcher wearing a white lab coat, thick glasses, and carrying a pile of scattered documents, was clearly too focused on the data board in his hands. He walked hurriedly with his head down, not watching where he was going, and bumped straight into Linny. "Watch out!" The guard next to him reacted quickly and reached out to stop the researcher. However, just as the other party was about to approach, Linny's rule-based vision was passively triggered, and he vaguely saw an extremely chaotic and unstable state of the rule field surrounding the researcher. Various chaotic information flows, excited mental fluctuations, and traces of some kind of stimulating drug rule that had not completely dissipated were intertwined, resembling a walking irregular polyhedron. Out of instinctive aversion, and due to mental fatigue leading to a decrease in control, Linny subconsciously dodged to the side, while unconsciously muttering something under his breath. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in this orderly hub station. "Walking without looking where they're going, the rules-based field is a complete mess, like a house wrecked by a husky. Is this a reserve force for scientific research accidents?" These words were unintentional, a purely conditioned reflex born of fatigue and discomfort. However, his perception of the rules was exceptionally sharp at that moment, and this unintentional remark seemed to carry some strange power, gently striking the most chaotic and unstable node in the researcher's rule field. The effect was immediate, yet bizarrely astonishing. The impetuous researcher suddenly stopped, not because he was stopped by the guards, but because he stopped on his own. The fanatical and focused expression on his face froze instantly, turning into a blank look. Then he abruptly looked down at the documents in his arms, which were now even more scattered due to the sudden stop. "Ah, my data! Where did the inverse entropy parameter in the third quadrant go? Wait, is this fluctuation curve drawn backwards? Wait, where was I supposed to go? Was I going to the energy coordination department or the sample analysis room?" He suddenly fell into a logical dead loop, clutching his head and spinning in circles, muttering to himself, completely forgetting that he had almost bumped into someone and where he was. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances. The code, having taken only a few steps, stopped, slowly turned around, looked at the scene before him, and glanced at Linny again, that innocent yet seemingly weak face, his eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. Several members of the Epidemic Prevention Bureau who were passing by also cast surprised glances. Some recognized the researcher and whispered among themselves, "It's Calvin, the Chaos Doctor from the Energy Applications Department. He's here again. Which formula is he stuck with this time? What did that newcomer just say? It seems like Dr. Calvin got himself stuck." Linny stared blankly at the PhD student, who was lost in his own confusion, debating the caffeine threshold of quantum entanglement. With thin air, he helplessly explained to the guard and the code, I just said it offhand, and he seems stuck." Code took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and said to the two somewhat bewildered guards, "Take Dr. Calvin to the medical department. He might need to calm down. Linny, you." He paused, seemingly
considering his words. Try to remain quiet until you see the attending physician. Linny lowered his head awkwardly, feeling like he'd already talked his future colleague to the point of collapse the moment he arrived. This hive wasn't as safe as he'd imagined, especially for his seemingly magical mouth. Two guards, each with a strange expression, supported Dr. Calvin, who was still agonizing over which cat food Schrodinger's cat prefers, while the other carefully helped Linny, quickly heading towards the medical department's passageway. Code stood there, watching them disappear at the end of the passage, his brows furrowed. Linny's ability's growth rate and instability far exceeded expectations. Was leading him into the hive a blessing or a curse? He looked up at the intricate, regular streams of light above the shaft, his gaze deep. The hive seemed to ripple anew because of the injection of this irregular pebble. The hive's medical department was less like a hospital and more like a highly sophisticated biological laboratory. The spacious, quiet corridors were illuminated by soft, pure white light, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and some kind of energy stabilizer. The environment here was regulated to an extreme degree of stability and order, with almost no chaotic fluctuations, making Linny, mentally exhausted and perceptibly overloaded, feel exceptionally comfortable, as if he had instantly entered a soundproof library from a noisy market. Two guards handed the still logically trapped Dr. Chaos Calvin over to the hastily arriving medical staff. The medical staff seemed accustomed to this, skillfully taking out a sedative mask and gently placing it on the doctor's face. Then, they helped Linny into a private examination room. In the center of the examination room stood a simple, eggshell-shaped white medical pod. A female doctor in a white coat, exuding a calm and capable air, waited there, her nameplate read Dr. Evelyn. "The code has notified me, Mr. Linny. Please lie down on the scanner." Dr. Evelyn's voice, like her personality, was filled with undeniable professionalism. Her sharp gaze swept over Linny's pale and weak face, signaling the medical pod to activate. With the guard's help, Linny lay down in the medical pod, the soft material automatically conforming to his body's curves. The pod slowly closed, and a gentle white light illuminated the interior. Full scan begins, including vital signs, energy circuits, mental fluctuations, and rule affinity. Dr. Evelyn's voice came through the built-in speaker. "Relax, do not resist the scan energy. The process may cause some slight discomfort." As soon as he finished speaking, Linny immediately felt countless subtle and precise energy flows, like gentle streams, slowly seeping into his body, penetrating his muscles, bones, and blood vessels, even touching the ethereal source of his spirit. This feeling of being thoroughly spied was extremely uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, trying to relax. At the same time, his rule-based vision passively observed these scanning energies. They were not chaotic but followed extremely strict rule paths, like well-trained engineers, clearly divided in their tasks, probing different areas. He could see the vitality rule, representing life force, which appeared green and fluctuating steadily. The energy rule, representing energy reserves, appeared dim and reddish, symbolizing depletion, and the intelligence rule, symbolizing mental strength, was covered with gray cracks, showing fatigue and damage. Most surprisingly, when the scanning energy touched his newly awakened rule perception ability, in his inner vision, it appeared as a newly opened, starlit, chaotic region, where countless subtle rules and information danced like fireflies. The scanning energy attempted to unravel this chaos, marking the different rule frequency bands and sensitivities. However, when the scanning energy penetrated into the deepest part of Linny's consciousness, that innate origin that had become increasingly active due to his breakthrough, a change quietly occurred. Linny sensed that his unique, rule-oriented nature, which leaned towards debate and insight, seemed to instinctively and subtly repel this external, scanning energy that attempted to define and classify it. This repulsion was not an attack, but rather a silent declaration: "You cannot fully define me." Outside the medical pod, on the huge light screen in front of Dr. Evelyn, the data stream that had been scrolling smoothly suddenly fluctuated violently, accompanied by garbled text. The graph representing Lin Yi's affinity with the rules was like a radar screen encountering strong interference, turning into a snowy noise. Several core parameters jumped wildly, sometimes breaking through theoretical limits, sometimes falling below the baseline, completely losing its regularity. "What's going on? Is the scan being interfered with?" Dr. Evelyn frowned, her hands flying across the control panel, trying to stabilize the signal. "Energy output is normal. The scanning array is working properly. Could it be the target's own inherent characteristics interfering with the scan?" She tried various filtering algorithms and data compensation, but the core data of Lin Yi's rules displayed on the screen remained a chaotic unknown. Finally, a striking red warning box popped up. "Warning: the core of the target rule exhibits highly non-standard and unmeasurable characteristics. Preliminary assessment, definition resistance, or information disturbance exists at the rule level. Deep contact-based intelligent projection detection is recommended, but unknown risks exist. Defined resistance? Information disruption?" Dr. Evelyn muttered to herself, her face filled with shock and confusion. She had practiced medicine for many years and examined countless individuals with superpowers, but she had never seen such a bizarre situation. Even the core rules of an S-rank powerhouse always had their own patterns and decipherability. But this young man before her, supposedly starting at F rank, had a rule essence that was like an unobservable fog. Linny, inside the medical pod, was completely unaware of the data storm outside. He only felt that the scan seemed to have ended and the energy flows that had seeped into his body were slowly receding like a tide.
The hatch slowly opened, and Dr. Evelyn looked at him with a complicated expression.
Mr. Linny, your physical damage and mental exhaustion are very serious, but you can recover through standard treatment procedures. She paused, pointing to the still chaotic area on the screen. However, regarding your superpower core,
the scan cannot provide a clear conclusion. It seems to refuse to be fully defined. Linny sat up, somewhat bewildered. Refuse to be defined? What exactly does that mean?
In other words, conventional testing methods cannot accurately assess your potential, level, or even specific category.
Dr. Evelyn took a deep breath. Your abilities may be more unique and more uncontrollable than we imagined.
I need to escalate this abnormal report to a higher level.
Just then, the examination room door slid open, and Code walked in.
He had changed into a clean uniform, his expression still stern, but a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes as he looked at Dr. Evelyn. What were the results of the examination? Dr. Evelyn turned the screen toward the Code, pointing to the chaotic data and red warning boxes. Vitality signs and energy reserves can be restored, but his core rules, the Code, you've brought back a mystery. Code quickly skimmed the report. When it saw the words definition resistance and information disruption, its pupils contracted slightly, but its face showed no surprise, as if it had expected this.
I understand, Code said calmly.
Prioritize recovery treatment. I will report his ability assessment directly to the observer.
The observer?
Dr. Evelyn was clearly surprised, her gaze towards Linny carrying an even more unusual air.
Should we alert that person? His situation certainly warrants it. With a firm tone, Code turned to Linny and said, you should receive treatment here first and recover your strength. For now, do not reveal the details of the test to anyone regarding your abilities, especially the abnormal part. Linny sensed the seriousness of the situation from their conversation and nodded slightly. He vaguely realized that his F-rank useless status wouldn't last long in the hive. Dr. Evelyn began arranging recovery treatment for him, injecting gentle energy supplements and nerve repair fluid. Linny lay on the treatment chair, feeling his fatigue gradually dissipate and his headache slowly subside. He unconsciously touched the old compass in his pocket. Code stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on Linny, who was receiving treatment with his eyes closed. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist vibrated slightly, transmitting an encrypted message. The observer is aware. Meet in the 7th analysis room 1 hour later. Bring the anomaly.
The Code put away the communicator, its gaze sweeping once more over Linny, who seemed to be in a light slumber. The eye of the storm was approaching him, and this seemingly weak young man might be the key to unleashing an even greater storm. The peace of the hive was likely to be utterly shattered. An hour of recovery treatment greatly improved Lin Yi's condition,
although the deep-seated mental fatigue couldn't be completely eliminated.
In a short time, at least the intense headache had subsided, and his weakened body had regained some strength.
Dr. Evelyn injected
him with another highly concentrated nutrient solution, instructing him to rest for a few days and avoid using his powers again.
Code stood
silently by his side throughout, like a cold statue, only occasionally glancing at Linny with a scrutinizing and contemplative look. When the time was up, he stood up and said simply, "Come with me." Linny followed the Code out of the medical department and re-entered the hive's labyrinthine passages. This time, they headed to a more central area. The passage's material gradually changed from cold metal to warm, jade-like, slightly luminous stone, and the energy patterns flowing on the walls became more complex and profound. The surrounding environment grew increasingly solid and orderly, even carrying a sense of oppression, as if walking through the veins of a gigantic, living creature.
7th analysis room. Code stopped in front of a large, unmarked, mirror-smooth black door.
He raised his hand and pressed it against the sensor area beside the door. A faint blue light swept across his palm and iris.
Identity confirmed. Code, access privileges level A.
Personnel accompanying, Linny, temporary access granted, specially approved by the observer. The black door slid open silently, revealing the interior. Rather than an analysis room, it resembled a miniature cosmic star map exhibition hall. The room was exceptionally spacious, with a transparent dome simulating the deep starry sky, where countless points of light moved slowly according to some
mysterious law.
At the center, there were no complex instruments, only a huge, mercury-like disk rotating slowly.
Above the disk floated countless tiny
points of light, interconnected to form a complex and ever-changing three-dimensional network, seemingly a microscopic projection of some kind of world order. A figure stood with his back to them before the star chart. He wore a gray robe, was not tall and was slightly thin, and his gray hair was neatly combed. Even from behind, he seemed to blend into the star chart of the room, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth and all-knowing wisdom. Observer, Linny
Yi has arrived. Code bowed respectfully, his tone revealing sincere respect. The figure slowly turned around. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with deep wrinkles around his eyes, yet possessed a pair of exceptionally clear and youthful eyes, as if they held the stars and the sea. His gaze was both calm and sharp. When it fell upon Lin Yi felt as if he were being seen through from the inside out, and even the secrets about his supernatural abilities deep within his consciousness seemed to tremble slightly. Good job, Code. Go and handle the aftermath of Dr. Chaos first. His idea of a paradoxical cage, though dangerous, is extremely inspiring. See if you can stabilize it. The observer's voice was gentle and aged, carrying a strange, comforting power. Understood. Without hesitation, Code bowed again and silently left the analysis room, the black door closing silently behind him. At this moment, only Lin Yi and the mysterious observer remained in the room. The observer did not speak immediately, but instead strolled over to the mercury disk and gazed at the ever-changing network of rules within it. He extended his finger and gently touched the connection point of a flickering, somewhat unstable point of light. With his movement, the wavering connection suddenly glowed faintly, then became more stable and coordinated. Rules are the cornerstone of the world, the laws governing the operation of all things. The observer's words seemed to be addressed to Lin Yi, yet also to himself. The vast majority of superhumans operate within the framework of established rules, using the power of fire and riding the wind to strengthen themselves. Only a few geniuses can touch the surface of the rules and make limited use and modifications, such as path locking in the code, or the rule paradox that Child Calvin tried to demonstrate. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yi again, his all-seeing eyes flashing with curiosity and inquiry. But you, Lin Yi, are completely different. Lin Yi's heart tightened suddenly, realizing that the crucial moment had finally arrived. He tried to remain calm, but his palms were slightly sweaty. In front of this old man, he felt that every thought of his was laid bare. I've read Evelyn's report. Defining resistance, information chaos. Very interesting descriptions. The observer smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, child. The hive exists to contain, study, and deal with all anomalies. And you are one of the most unique anomalies I've ever seen. He slowly walked towards Lin Yi, his steps slow but rhythmic, as if each step was perfectly timed. Your ability, on the surface, is an F-rank, weak curse, and you might even think it's just an enhanced version of jinx or causality interference, right? Lin Yi nodded honestly. That's how it was at first, but then I realized it's more like a complaint, or rather, a argument against loopholes in the rules? Refutation. The observer repeated the word, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. It is indeed a very apt description. It is neither forcibly distorting nor blindly obeying, but rather pointing out the irrationality in the rules, allowing them to self-correct or even collapse. He stopped in front of the mercury disk, pointing to several extremely tiny, almost imperceptible, dim nodes in the network of rules. Look here and here. These are naturally occurring weak points or logical flaws in the rule system. Most of them, including mine, even if we could sense them, could only detour around them or reinforce them. But your ability. The observer's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi again, sharp as a knife. The essence of your ability seems to be that you directly confront these flaws. Your criticism is not unfounded, but precisely hits the weakest and most illogical link in the chain of rules. Your power is not to break the rules, but to enforce logic. Lin Yi was stunned. Forced execution logic? This explanation was more profound and unbelievable than any of his previous guesses. Therefore, Dr. Chaos's paradoxical attacks are utterly ineffective in your face, because your abilities are naturally able to overcome all logical contradictions and inconsistencies. Therefore, conventional testing simply cannot define you, because your rules are essentially inclined to negate and redefine other rules. Your existence is precisely a huge, criticism of the existing rule evaluation system. As the observer spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, instantly easing the previously tense atmosphere in the room. Observer, what level is my ability? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask the question he was most concerned about. The observer shook his head. There's no way to rate it, at least not with the current system. Your strength doesn't lie in your energy reserves or mental fortitude, although those are fundamental, but in your insight into the loopholes, in the rules, and the precision and force of your arguments. Theoretically, if you can find a sufficiently critical loophole, and your criticism is sufficiently devastating, you can even shake the foundations of the world. He paused, his tone turning serious, but this is also extremely dangerous. The backlash from the rules is real. The mental exhaustion you experienced was the price of forcibly arguing against higher dimensional rules. If you touch upon some fundamental and unshakable rules, or if your argument itself contains logical errors, then you are likely to be the first to collapse. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine as the terrifying feeling of his soul being drained when facing Dr. Chaos flashed through his mind. From today onwards, Lin Yi, the observer solemnly announced, your internal file level has been upgraded to anomaly, the highest level of confidentiality. Externally, you remain the F-level support personnel Lin Yi. The Hive will provide you with the necessary protection and resources to assist you in understanding and mastering
mastering your abilities. What do I need to do? Linny knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Study. The observer pointed to the vast star map of rules. You must study the composition of the rules and understand their operational logic. Only by truly mastering the rules can you accurately find their loopholes. At the same time, you must also undergo rigorous mental training to enhance your ability to withstand the backlash from the rules. As for the mission, a profound light flashed in the observer's eyes. The hive will select some abnormal events that are difficult to resolve by conventional means and involve the rules. You will be deployed as a secret weapon. Your codename is tentatively set as the Rebutter. The Debater. Linny savored this new title, feeling it was more formal than the strongest critic, but its essence seemed unchanged. I understand. Linny took a deep breath, knowing that his life trajectory had been completely rewritten. He was no longer the plague god who could only mingle at the bottom and make jokes, but had stepped into a broader and more dangerous stage. The observer nodded in satisfaction. The code will arrange your lodging and initial learning plan. Remember, until you are powerful enough, be sure to conceal your specialness. Anomalies are both talents and potential flashpoints for disaster. Just then, the observer seemed to sense something, casting his gaze on a corner of the star map. There, a faint, ominous ripple was spreading across the network of rules representing a certain region. It seems your learning opportunity is coming soon, the observer said softly, his tone a mixture of worry and joy. Linny followed his gaze. Although he couldn't understand the specific meaning of the star chart, a premonition inexplicably rose in his heart. His peaceful days as an F-level good-for-nothing, if that could be called peaceful, were probably really coming to an end. Emerging from the incredibly prestigious 7th analysis room, Linny felt like he'd just woken from a dream. He could understand every single word the observer had said, but when put together, they sounded so mysterious. Rule Debater? Anomaly? These titles sounded intimidating, but right now, all he wanted was to find a place to collapse, preferably with a bowl of hot beef noodles. Code still had that cold, indifferent face. The person I just saw didn't look like the organization's top leader at all. He looked more like a security guard at the gate. He led Linny through a maze-like passageway, finally stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary metal door. This is your new room. The code unlocked the door with a wristwatch. Basic living supplies are all provided. Permissions have been updated. You can access the living area, training area, and part of the low-level database. This is your internal communicator. As he spoke, he handed Linny a black bracelet that looked like an old-fashioned digital watch. Linny took it and put it on, feeling a cool touch. He tried pressing some buttons, and a small screen popped up, displaying icons for maps, messages, tasks, and other advanced features. Senior Code. Linny scratched his head, still unable to resist asking. What Boss Observer said, is it all true? Do I really have to keep it a secret from now on, like a secret weapon? Code glanced at him, still indifferent. The observer's judgment has never been wrong. Until you are capable of protecting yourself, your F-level identity is the best camouflage. This means, he paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt, that in the public eye, you are still that burden that needs protection. Linny. Okay, I have to keep playing this role. Meet in the cafeteria in 1 hour. There will be a mission briefing. After saying this, Code turned and left, his movements swift and decisive, leaving Linny standing alone in front of the new room, lost in thought. Pushing open the door, Linny couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This room was so much better than his previous temporary dormitory. It was spacious and bright, with a private bathroom, a large bed that looked very soft, and even a small living room and a balcony with several potted plants. The air is well regulated, the environment is peaceful and stable, and it's especially comfortable to stay there. TSK, could this be considered a blessing in disguise? The treatment of abnormal points is indeed different. Linny happily buried his head in the sofa, feeling that the soreness in his body had lessened considerably. He took out the old compass and stroked it, but his mind was in turmoil. One moment he was thinking about the lofty words the observer had said, and the next he was worried that his half-baked knowledge might one day leave him speechless. After resting for half an hour, Linny estimated that it was about time, so he strolled towards the cafeteria according to the directions on his wristband map. The hive's canteen is also divided into levels. His access is limited to the general canteen, but the food and drinks inside are plentiful and fragrant, looking even more abundant than a 5-star buffet outside. Just as he was pondering whether to get a steak or a bowl of seafood fried rice, he heard a hushed conversation nearby. Look, isn't that the kid? Yes, the code captain brought it back personally. I heard it's an F rank. F rank? How did he get in here? Look at him, so weak and frail. Who knows? Maybe there's a connection? The code captain is known for being incorruptible. How could he possibly? Linny's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, this image of a burden is really deeply ingrained in people's minds. He pretended not to hear and went to get his food. Unexpectedly, just as he picked up his tray, a tall, arrogant young woman in combat gear blocked his way, her eyes full of scrutiny and disdain. You're Linny, the woman asked curtly. Ah, it's me, hello. Linny forced a smile. I'm Fire Raven, the assault specialist for this temporary mission. The woman looked him up and down, her brow
brows furrowed as if she could trap a fly. I really don't understand why the code captain insisted on bringing along an F-rank support like you, but I'm warning you, this mission is no joke. Stay close, don't get in the way, and definitely don't hold us back. Otherwise, I won't be so lenient. After saying that, she snorted coldly, turned around and left, leaving behind a cool silhouette. Linny stood there holding the empty plate, feeling a little awkward. This start was exactly like something out of a novel. There was bound to be a teammate who disliked him jumping out to mock him. He silently served himself a large portion of food and found a corner to sit down. He had only taken a couple of bites when Code appeared silently opposite him, holding only a glass of water. Mission briefing, Code said bluntly, swiping the bracelet on the table to reveal a miniature projection displaying a 3D map of an old neighborhood, with one building highlighted in red. In the Sunshine community in the west of the city, Building 3, there have been several recent incidents of residents experiencing lethargy and memory confusion. Rule detection indicates the presence of a weak, atypical rule distortion field within the building, which has been preliminarily identified as a Class C anomaly event, memory fog. Memory fog? Linny asked, biting his chopsticks. What's that? Can it cause amnesia? More troublesome. The code said calmly, it doesn't erase memories, but silently weaves false memories, replacing real fragments, so that people live in a distorted cognition without realizing it. Conventional physical attacks and energy shocks have little effect. It requires the ability to interfere with the core of its rules. Linny suddenly realized, so, you want me to complain about it? The code glanced at him, not denying it. Your ability might be effective. Mission objective, locate the source of the rule distortion and deharm it. Fire Raven will be responsible for attracting attention head-on and eliminating any potential physical guards, while I will be responsible for stabilizing the surrounding rules and preventing the distortion from spreading. He looked at Linny, seize the opportunity and deal with the core in your own way. At this moment, the woman named Fire Crow walked over with a tray, sat heavily next to the code, glared at Linny, and her meaning was clear, kid, show me some respect. Linny sighed inwardly. This team composition, an ice-cold, expressionless captain, a hot-tempered, and violent female teammate, plus himself, an F-rank good-for-nothing on the surface, it just didn't seem reliable at all. But as he touched the communicator on his wrist, recalling the observer's words, a strange excitement welled up within him. A distorted set of rules? False memories? It sounds like a bug that absolutely needs to be refuted. Okay, I got it. Linny finished the last bite of rice, wiped his mouth, and asked, when do we leave? Meet at the garage in 10 minutes. Code stood up. Fire Crow immediately stood up, cracked his wrists, and looked coldly at Linny. I hope you're not really just someone who can only fall flat on your face. Linny gave a harmless smile. I'll try, not to fall too badly. She secretly thought to herself, this teammate doesn't seem easy to get along with. I hope I don't actually get a chance to complain about you later, sis. 10 minutes later, in the Hive's underground parking garage. Linny's lips twitched as he looked at the dilapidated van in front of him, its paint almost completely peeling off. He had assumed that a high-end organization like Hive would at least send a cool armored vehicle or a black SUV on missions, as that would be more in line with the standard image of a black suit. But this van was so shabby it wouldn't even be suitable for hauling cargo. Code was already seated in the driver's seat, his face still as cold as an iceberg. Fire Raven opened the car door, climbed into the back first, and gestured to Linny with his eyes. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Linny forced himself into the passenger seat. The car was filled with a faint smell of engine oil mixed with the scent of worn leather. As he fastened his seatbelt, Code said casually, keep it low-key. Okay, you're right. This car is so inconspicuous that even thieves won't bother to give it a second glance. It's so discreet it's practically hidden deep underground. The car swayed and bumped its way out of the Hive, merging into the traffic of the western part of the city. The familiar city scene outside the window was still there, but Linny's mood was completely different. In the past, he was just an observer, watching the excitement. Now, he had become the one to resolve the excitement, although on the surface he still seemed like a figurehead. Sunshine Residential Area is a typical old neighborhood, with peeling walls, tangled wires, and a few elderly men and women sitting downstairs fanning themselves. Code casually parked the beat-up van on the roadside, and the three of them got out. As soon as Linny approached building number 3, he sensed something was wrong. It wasn't the kind of chilling wind that blew in, but rather an extremely strange feeling, like suddenly walking into a shopping mall with super strong air conditioning on in the middle of summer, with a noticeable temperature difference. Here, this feeling is more like a temperature difference at the level of rules. The rules governing the area inside the building seem to be shrouded in a viscous substance, becoming blurred and even somewhat intermittent. Can you feel it? The code asked in a low voice. Linny rubbed his temples. I feel a little dizzy, like a bad signal. Fire Raven, inspecting her equipment, a pair of gauntlets with energy patterns, sneered. An F-rank spiritual sense is quite sensitive. Hopefully, it's not from being scared. Linny sighed helplessly. Big sister, can you please say less? The code ignored their banter, took out a palm-sized device and scanned the area. The core of the distortion field is in room 504 on the top floor. Most of the residents have been temporarily evacuated. Fire Raven, you break through from the main entrance staircase and make a commotion. Linny, come with me up the outer wall and through the window. The exterior wall? Linny looked up at the 6-story old building and swallowed hard. He couldn't possibly be a wall-climbing monster. The code didn't say much, it just gestured for him to follow. The two went around to the back of the building. Code reached out and pressed his hand against the wall. The brick structure and cement mortar rules inside the wall that his palm touched were instantly locked and turned into a climbable staircase. Stepping on the code, you can easily climb upwards, as steadily as walking on flat ground. Come up. Code looked down at him. Linny thought to himself, this superpower is too convenient, it's practically a living human ladder. He carefully placed his hand on the wall, mimicking the way code was written, and indeed felt that the rules of that area became graspable. He climbed up using both his hands and feet, his movements extremely clumsy, like a clumsy sloth, praying in his heart that nothing would go wrong at this crucial moment and that he wouldn't fall flat on his face. I finally climbed to the 5th floor window, where the code was already waiting. The window was locked. Code gently swiped his finger across the glass, and the lock was locked in the open position. The window slid open silently. The two silently slipped into the room. This is an extremely ordinary old-fashioned house with worn-out furniture, but the regular sticky feeling in the air is even stronger, mixed with the strange smell of old photo albums and dust. At the same time, a loud bang came from downstairs, followed by Firecrow's booming voice, "Listen up, you inside. You're surrounded. Give up the fight." Alright, the frontal assault has begun. The code stood in the center of the living room, eyes closed, hands lightly pressing on the ground. Linny could sense a stable and solid force of rules spreading out from the code, as if it had planted an anchor in this chaotic area, preventing the distortion from spreading further. Find its core, the concise code commanded. Linny took a deep breath, tried to concentrate, and opened his rule vision. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. The ordinary furniture disappeared, replaced by countless flowing, colorful threads, representing different rules. But at this moment, most of these threads were entangled and twisted by a gray, spiderweb-like mist. The fog is thickest in the direction of the bedroom. He pointed to the bedroom. The code nodded, continuing to maintain the stability of the rules. Linny silently approached the bedroom door and gently pushed it open a crack. In the center of the bedroom floated a constantly writhing, shifting gray mist-like energy body, the very essence of the memory mist. This mist extended countless fine tentacles, connecting to the remaining old objects in the room, an old desk, a peeling wooden box, even old clothes hanging on a hanger. It seemed to be drawing nourishment from these items, imbued with personal memories, weaving a false set of rules. Just then, the bedroom door was flung open with a bang, and Fire Raven rushed in, the energy on her gauntlets glowing. "Found you. Take this punch." Without hesitation, she slammed her fist into the cloud of gray mist. The scorching energy pierced through the gray mist, yet it was as if it had struck air. The mist merely rippled slightly, completely unharmed. Instead, a distorted and chaotic fragment of memory surged into Fire Raven's mind along with the energy feedback. Fire Raven froze abruptly, its eyes momentarily glazed, its movements halting, and it murmured softly, I failed my last mission. Was it because I slacked off?" Linny exclaimed in dismay. This mist was utterly unscrupulous, launching a direct mental attack and altering his temporary memories. The gray mist, seemingly enraged by the Firecrow's attack, split into a massive gray wave that surged towards Linny, who appeared to be the easiest target. The gray mist was filled with countless chaotic images and sounds, attempting to drag Linny into this vortex of false memories. The code uttered a low growl. Linny, escape was impossible. Linny's face was covered in the gray mist, and countless chaotic images flooded his mind like a torrent. Being caught cheating on an exam, stealing old Wang's bicycle next door, wetting the bed at 3 years old. All false yet strangely real memories. Damn it! Linny felt utterly disgusted, and a nameless rage ignited within him. He subconsciously roared out his pent-up complaints at the gray mist that was desperately adding drama to his life. Can you put a little more effort into making up stories? What does my bedwetting at age 3 have to do with you? Besides, I've always relied on my own ability to pass exams, and if my ability is insufficient, why would I need to cheat? As soon as he finished speaking, Linny didn't just shout. Instead, he brought with him the power of argumentation, like an invisible scalpel, precisely cutting into the most absurd and illogical connection point in the gray fog's operating rules. The gray fog rushing towards him immediately froze, and the false memory images flowing within it flickered and distorted violently like a cassette tape recording. Then, with a pop, it burst like a balloon, instantly dissipating by more than half. The gray fog in the entire room also became much thinner. The Firecrow, who had just been blaming himself, suddenly snapped out of it, shaking his head and staring blankly at the dissipating gray mist. He then glanced at Linny, who stood to the side, panting and pale. Code gave Linny a deep look, a barely perceptible glint in its eyes. Linny, leaning against the wall, was still a little dizzy, but seeing the significantly shrunken gray mist core, which seemed somewhat doubting its existence, he secretly rejoiced. "Serves you right for adding so much to my past. You little brat, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The core of the gray mist, shrunken by Linny's
Yee sarcastic remark shrunk considerably, trembling like a deflated balloon in the center of the
bedroom, its previous arrogance completely gone. The uncomfortable, sticky feeling of rules in the room also lessened considerably. Fire. Raven shook her head, fully waking up from the forcibly implanted, lazy memory. She stared at the timid gray mist, then at Lin Yi, who was leaning against the wall, pale-faced, looking like he had just finished a marathon, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense questions. What did you just do to it? Fire Raven pointed at the gray mist, her voice trembling. Her all-out attack had no effect, yet this F-rank kid's roar had such a remarkable effect? Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Lin Yi, panting heavily, his head buzzing, blurted out that classic line, I only made one comment about it. A sarcastic remark? Fire Crow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You call this a sarcastic remark? Your sarcastic remark is more like a rule-based attack? At this moment, Code walked over, raised his hand and pressed it lightly on the core of the remaining gray mist. A kind of sealing rule power descended, completely imprisoning and compressing the gray mist, eventually turning it into a small ball the size of a glass bead that kept changing gray mist. He then put it into a specially made small box. After finishing the finishing touches, Code turned around. Facing Fire Crow's questioning gaze, his tone remained calm, but what he said only confused Fire Crow more. His ability is rather special, and it is particularly effective against rule-based anomalies. The specifics involve confidentiality regulations. Fire Raven opened her mouth, first looking at the Code, then at Lin Yi's innocent, actually, utterly exhausted face. A barrage of questions, in her mind, were abruptly cut off by the words confidentiality agreement. She wasn't a novice, she knew there were many strange abilities in the hive, some of which did indeed need to be kept secret. But for an F-rank complaint to suppress a C-rank anomaly head-on, that was just too outrageous. She scrutinized Lin Yi, her gaze shifting from disdain and contempt to intense curiosity and inquiry, tinged with a "you're definitely hiding a big secret" kind of scrutiny. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable under that gaze and quickly changed the subject. Is the mission complete? Can we go back now? I'm a little dizzy. I want to go back and lie down for a while. This wasn't an act. He genuinely felt unwell. The lingering effects of the rules backlash were kicking in, and he was seeing things a little blurry. The Code nodded. Anomaly source contained. Residual distortion field will dissipate on its own. Mission complete. Return. On the way back, the atmosphere became even more eerie. It was the same beat-up van, with Code driving in silence as the golden rule. Fire Raven, sitting in the back, had stopped playing with his boxing gloves, crossed his arms, and stared intently at Lin Yi in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror, as if trying to see right through him. Lin Yi felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze and could only pretend to look out the window, inwardly cursing. Lady, I know I'm handsome enough to have disturbed the rules, but do you have to keep staring at me like that? If you keep staring, you'll be charged. And Code, can't you control your team members? Those eyes are practically piercing me. Code, of course, ignored him, focusing on driving this dilapidated vehicle. Having finally reached the hive garage, Lin Yi was eager to slip away as soon as the car came to a stop. Wait, the Code called after him, handing him a small vial of blue potion with a minty scent. A mental tranquilizer, specially approved by the observer. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow, you'll begin learning the basic rules. Thank you, Senior Coder. Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly took the gift, stuffing it into his pocket. Fire Crow also jumped out of the car, walked up to Lin Yi, crossed his arms, and raised his chin, still with that arrogant look, but his tone softened slightly. Hey, you were somewhat useful this time, but don't get cocky. F-rank is still F-rank. If you drag us down on the next mission, I'll still beat you up. After saying that, she snorted and turned to leave with an air of indifference. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, unable to help but laugh and cry. Was that acknowledgement? Even if the way she did it was incredibly awkward? Code patted his shoulder and said something unusually warm. You'll get used to it. Fire Raven is straightforward, but she acknowledges strength. You did well today. Receiving the approval of this icy captain made Lin Yi feel a little smug. He dragged his weary body back to his new room and first drank the tranquilizer. A cool sensation rushed to his head, immediately easing the dizziness. Good stuff. Lin Yi collapsed onto the soft bed, feeling finally alive again. He took out the old compass and rubbed it in his hands. Today was the first time he had semi-voluntarily demonstrated his abilities in front of his own people. Although the Code had helped cover it up, Fire Raven was definitely suspicious. There would definitely be more and more missions like this in the future, and this F-rank loser disguise was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. However, personally dealing with a troublesome anomaly felt not bad. At least it was much better than being a burden. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, his bracelet vibrated and a message popped up. The sender was none other than the observer. The message was concise and clear. Performance met expectations. 3 days of rest to adjust. After 3 days, learning will begin. Attached, Introduction to Basic Rules and Theory, electronic version, .zip. Lin Yi opened the compressed file, staring at the dense, almost incomprehensible
symbols and theories inside, and his vision blurred.
No way. Boss, I just finished a fight and I already have to start online classes? Does this abnormal point treatment include mandatory tutoring?
He groaned helplessly, burying his face in his pillow. It seems that to become a qualified debater, just being good at complaining is far from enough.
This academic subject is probably unavoidable.
The 3-day holiday was over in no time. Lenny had planned to eat, sleep, and then eat again, indulging in a carefree, relaxed lifestyle to replenish his depleted energy.
However, the
next morning, he was woken up early by a notification sound from his bracelet, not an alarm clock, but a friendly reminder from the Observer.
Today's learning assignment, Basic Concepts of Rules, Chapters 1 to 3. Learning materials have been sent to your personal terminal. Please complete the basic quiz before 1800 hours today.
The notification included a link that redirected to an extremely basic, dated-looking online learning platform.
Lenny groaned, clutching his pillow. Damn it, assigning homework remotely during a holiday? Don't they have any humanity?
Despite his complaints, he dared not truly ignore the Observer's words. He dawdled out of bed, washed up, and, with a meat bun he'd bought from the cafeteria dangling from his mouth, solemnly opened his personal
terminal, which looked like a tablet.
He opened an e-book titled Introduction to the Fundamentals of Rule Theory, top secret, but after only 2 pages, his eyelids began to droop.
What on earth was all this writing? The essence of rules is the orderly expression and binding force of information at different dimensional levels.
Regular energy interactions are low-dimensional mappings within a rule framework, while rule-level interventions involve temporary overwriting or permanent modification of the original logic. The affinity of rules to the individual's consciousness is positively correlated with the frequency of resonance with the underlying code in a nonlinear manner. He recognized every single word, but putting them together was even more daunting than advanced mathematics. Lenny felt like his head was a sponge that had absorbed water, unable to hold any new ideas at all.
Help! This is even more tiring than fighting monsters.
He slumped into a chair, his eyes glazed over. I'm just a useless guy who wants to rant quietly. Why do I have to suffer like this? Just as he was about to give up, the room communicator rang, and Code's cold, emotionless voice came through. Lenny, go to the 3rd theoretical study room. Lenny shuddered, suddenly recalling the fear he felt when his homeroom teacher called him to the office as a child. He steeled himself and found the study
room marked on the map.
When he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find someone already sitting there. It was Firecrow, arms crossed, looking impatient. What are you doing here? The two asked in unison, then turned their faces away in disgust.
The Code stood beside the small podium at the front and said succinctly, Observer instructions. Fire Raven, your attack method is too direct and lacks an understanding
of the rules. You are prone to falling into traps like the fog of memory.
From today onwards, you and Lenny will study the basics of rule theory together. Upon hearing this, Fire Raven immediately bristled. What? You want me to learn this? Code Captain, my fists are the best rules. Just smash it. What's the use of all this convoluted stuff? The Code didn't even lift its eyelids. This is an order. Or would you like to process 3 more memory fog type tasks?
Firecrow immediately wilted, sullenly sitting down and muttering, I'll study, but why does it have to be with this F rank?
Lenny was also thinking to himself, I don't want to study with a violent woman like you. You're obviously not cut out for studying properly.
Ignoring the tension between the two of them, the Code started the lesson directly. His lecturing style is as dry as he is. There's not a single wasted word. He projects a light onto a screen displaying more complex and abstract rule structures. Today we'll talk about the basic unit of rules, lexeme, and how they are combined. The voice of the Code was as steady as an AI reading.
In less than 10 minutes, Firecrow's eyes became unfocused and his head began to droop.
Lenny wasn't much better off. He forced himself to stay awake and stared at the distorted symbols, feeling as if they were tadpoles swimming around in front of him. He tried to understand it with his pitiful rule-based vision, but all he saw was a bunch of colorful lines running around, making him more and more dizzy. Senior Coder, Lenny finally couldn't help but raise his hand and ask timidly, could you explain it in simpler terms? For example, what exactly is this law text? Could you give me an example? The Code explanation stopped, and he looked at Lenny, who looked completely bewildered, then glanced at Huaya, who was almost asleep. He remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly performing some kind of complex calculation. Then he began, for example, water flows downhill is a basic and widely recognized physical rule. The basic law that constitutes this rule can be understood as the information encoding of core concepts such as water, direction of gravity, and tendency of motion. But your ability, he looked at Lenny, is, to some extent, to find logical loopholes in these combinations of laws or to forcibly insert new laws to interfere. For example, when you complain about the headless rider's illegal parking, it's equivalent to temporarily adding the external law fragment of traffic regulations, which covers its original chasing behavior logic.
Lenny blinked, seemingly understanding a little, like modifying game code.
Firecrow was also jolted awake by the analogy, asking groggily, then what about me smashing the monster with my fist? The Code replied, you've temporarily and violently suddenly disrupted the local rule structure that maintains its existence using more powerful energy, which is an inefficient but direct solution.
Fire Crow. I feel offended.
Although the code explanation was still hardcore, at least there was a concrete example, and Lin Yi was
finally able to grasp some of the tricks. The following learning was still painful,
but at least it was no longer completely incomprehensible. After an afternoon of torment, the code left behind the message, "Tomorrow at the same time, we will study the principles of rule perturbation and resistance," and then departed with a flourish. Lin Yi and Huaya exchanged a glance, both reading the same helplessness and exhaustion on each other's faces.
Fire Raven scratched his short red hair and said irritably, "This is more tiring than going on missions for 3 days in a row. I'd rather go head-to-head with an A-rank monster." Lin Yi nodded in deep agreement. Agreed. Now, when I watch the cafeteria ladies serving food, it feels like they're following some kind of rule sequence.
The two, unusually reaching a consensus, walked dejectedly towards the cafeteria together. As they neared the entrance, Firecrow suddenly stopped and said awkwardly,
"Hey, did you take notes on the law and text combination example the code leader talked about today? I think I accidentally fell asleep during that part." Lin Yi was taken aback.
Seeing that the violent woman in front of him was actually someone embarrassed and asking him for his notes, he almost couldn't
help but laugh out loud.
He suppressed his laughter and shrugged. "I was completely confused too.
My notes look like scribbles. Do you want to see them?"
Fire Raven glanced at the mess of lines and symbols on his terminal and curled his lip in disgust. "Never mind, forget I asked." But the shared hardships of being classmates that day seemed to have lessened the tension between them slightly.
Lin Yi watched
Huaya's departing figure, sighed, rubbed his rumbling stomach, and resignedly headed towards the cafeteria.
"Studying makes me hungry.
Filling my stomach is the most important thing.
As for the test, I'll cram for it tonight."
He felt as if he had returned to his miserable student days, except this time the subject wasn't math, physics, or chemistry, but the
even more absurd instruction manual for using the rules of the world. These anomaly days were definitely not easy to get through.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi stared at his personal terminal, his expression one of utter agony, like someone facing a grand feast but only able to eat plain rice. On the screen, the countdown to the basic concepts of
rules, elementary test relentlessly ticked.
Beside him lay an open electronic textbook, its dense annotations proving he had indeed worked hard that afternoon, though the effect was roughly equivalent to pouring water into a sieve.
The 3 basic attributes of legal texts: information entropy value, dimensional anchor point.
Lin Yi scratched his head. This knowledge is so profound and unfathomable, it just won't get into my F-level brain. He tried hard to recall the examples from the code, such as water flows downhill, which he understood.
But once it came to theory, things like entropy and anchor point, he was completely lost. It felt like someone who uses chopsticks every day was suddenly asked to write a paper titled Lever Principle and Friction Analysis in the Use of Chopsticks. It was absolutely daunting. Whatever, an open book exam is still an exam. I can always just look it up in the book.
Lin Yi cheered himself up. Actually, he was just giving up and clicked the Start Test button. Question 1, single choice: which of the following phenomena is most likely caused by a conflict of law at the rule level?
A. The car stalled because it ran out of fuel.
B. The mirror broke due to being struck by a heavy object. C. When a superhuman activated their fire ability, the flames suddenly transformed into the shape of ice cream and emitted a chill. D. A person got soaked in the rain because they forgot to bring an umbrella. Lin Yi stared at the options, stroking his chin. A and B are obviously ordinary physical phenomena. D is just bad luck.
C. Flames turning into ice cream? And with a chill? This is obviously wrong, just like what I complained about before.
Based on his intuition, mainly relying on his own experience, he decisively chose C. Question 2, short answer: please briefly explain the relationship between rule affinity and individual consciousness, and provide an example.
Lin Yi, relationship? Probably, a relationship where you find each other agreeable?
He pondered for a long time before finally starting to type in the answer box.
Relationships are about getting along.
For example, the code leader definitely gets along well with the rules and symbols. He looks like a top student who's found love.
Someone like me might not click with the rules, so they don't let me learn properly.
For instance, I find learning this painful, while the code leader finds it enjoyable, if he can genuinely feel joy. After finishing, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He wondered if his code would get a 0. The quiz had 20 questions, multiple choice, true/false, and short answer. He relied on guessing in various bizarre examples from his own experiences to finally finish. When he clicked submit, he felt completely drained.
Ding dong. The results came out almost instantly after submission. Examinee, Lin Yi, test score, 61 points. Comment: the theoretical foundation is extremely weak, and the logical chain is full of personal conjecture and leaps in logic.
However, the writer possesses a unique and almost instinctive intuitive judgment regarding abnormal phenomena in the rules, and while some examples are not standard, they unexpectedly touch upon the essence.
Criterion, barely passable. 61 points?
Lin Yi almost jumped up from his chair.
Wow. Wow, I passed. Although it was a close call, I still passed. Boss, you see, my intuition still works. He happily took a screenshot and was about to close the terminal when his bracelet rang again. It was a message from the observer. Results reviewed. Intuition is acceptable, but theoretical foundation is appalling. Starting tomorrow, a practical course on rule-based case reverse analysis will be added, led by code. Combining theory with practice will help a self-taught player like you. Lin Yi's smile froze instantly. A practical lesson? And it had to be all about coding? He could almost foresee himself being tormented by all sorts of complex cases. Sigh, misfortunes never come singly. He sighed, deciding to vent his frustration by eating a late-night snack. The next day, in theory study room number 3, Code remained expressionless, and Firecrow still looked grumpy, as if he wanted to fight but not study. The difference was that today, the screen on the podium no longer displayed abstract charts, but rather blurry video clips of practical exercises and data records of bizarre events. Today we'll be doing reverse engineering of cases, the code states succinctly. I'll play 3 resolved Class C and Class B exception event logs. Your task is to try to reverse engineer the core rules involved in these exceptions and how the resolvers exploited or violated those rules. The first video clip shows an abandoned factory area where patrol personnel entering the area inexplicably circle back to their starting point, as if trapped in a maze. The final report reveals that a team member with spatial awareness broke the loop by disrupting the area's magnetic field reference point. The code looks at the two, analyze. Fire Raven frowned, trying hard to recall the knowledge crammed into his head yesterday. It's the spatial rules have been distorted, forming a closed loop? Code, that's just the surface. What's the essence? The Fire Crow got stuck. Looking at the confusing video, Linny suddenly had an idea and blurted out, "This is a bit like a low-quality navigation app. It just stupidly tells you to turn around at the next intersection without giving you any new routes. Isn't the core rule one-way loop of path information?" A barely perceptible glint flashed in the code's eyes, and it nodded, closer. It can be understood that a low-level path loop text fragment has been implanted in this area, overriding the normal spatial orientation rules. The solver did not forcibly break the space, but rather interfered with the information anchor point that maintains this loop text. Firecrow listened in a daze, staring at the code, then at Linny, his eyes showing a doubt for the first time that this guy doesn't seem to be completely talking nonsense. The second case, a Class B eerie weeping angel statue, not a real angel, just resembling one, instantly petrifies any creature that looks directly at it. The report states that the team used a combination of bright light and high decibel noise to make it cry and temporarily shut down its sensory organs, allowing them to seal it away. This time, Firecrow learned its lesson and didn't rush to speak. Linny stroked his chin and muttered, "Petrify just by looking at it? This rule is too domineering, giving no one any buffer whatsoever. It's like a temper that explodes at the drop of a hat. The core rule is probably any visual contact triggers an immediate death. The solution is to use a strong stimulus to make it close its eyes, essentially temporarily blocking the trigger condition." The code nodded again. The analysis is correct. We've grasped the key point of triggering conditions. Breaking rules doesn't necessarily require stronger force. Sometimes, simply rendering the rule itself ineffective is enough. Lin Yi's predictions had hit the nail on the head in 2 consecutive cases, and Huaya's gaze towards him completely changed, shifting from disdain to utter disbelief. She couldn't help but whisper to Lin Yi, "Hey, did you secretly have extra lessons yesterday?" Lin Yi looked completely innocent. "I did want to catch up, but knowledge just wouldn't listen to me. I was just guessing based on my gut feeling." The code interrupted their whispers and played the third case study. This time it was a written report describing how residents of a certain community were collectively sleepwalking at specific times, repeatedly performing some kind of ritualistic action. The cause was ultimately discovered to be a fungus underground that released special spores. The phenomenon disappeared after the fungus was removed. Analyze its rule-based aspects, the code said. Both Firecrow and Linny fell into deep thought. This case seemed more like biological influence than a direct distortion of rules. Firecrow tried to analyze, "This is a mind control rule?" Linny stared at the words spores, collective, and ritualistic in the report, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I get it. This isn't a direct attack on the rules, but a hacking technique." Both the code and the Firecrow looked at him. Linny excitedly explained, "It's like a computer virus. The fungal spores are like a virus program. It invades the resident's body, hardware, and then uses the body's own sleep movement, basic rules, operating system, to forcibly load an extra program, malicious software, called a sleepwalking ritual. Clearing the fungus is equivalent to deleting the virus source, and the system naturally returns to normal." While the analogy wasn't perfect, it was incredibly vivid and accurate. The code paused for a moment, then looked at Linny and slowly said, "Your way of thinking is indeed unique. Your reverse engineering ability is beyond expectations. You can barely pass the theory classes, but you'll need to increase the difficulty of the practical analysis classes." Linny, he suddenly
realized he shouldn't have been so lively. Firecrow, watching Lin Yi's seemingly nonsensical yet insightful analysis, felt a strange, indescribable emotion for this F-level burden for the first time. Perhaps the observer recruited him not just out of luck? Meanwhile, Lin Yi inwardly groaned, "Damn it, I overdid it by pretending to be a loser and accidentally revealed some of my true abilities. Things will probably be even harder for me now. My dream of being a lazy bum seems to be getting further and further away." Lin Yi's excellent performance in the practice analysis class obviously brought him attention that he did not want. The next day, he had just finished his morning physical training, still panting like a dog after just a few steps, when his bracelet received a new message from the code, the content of which was concise and clear. 9 a.m., Conference Room 3 at the base. Attending an exchange and networking event with young key personnel from the Municipal Bureau. Attire, casual wear. The precise coordinates of the meeting room were also attached. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he looked at the words social gathering. In his limited understanding, social gatherings usually meant snacks, games, and potentially awkward socializing. But this social gathering was listed between the Abnormal Management Department and the Municipal Bureau, two serious institutions, which seemed strange to him no matter how he looked at it. Senior Coder, what's the purpose of this social gathering? Can I ask for leave? I feel I still need to solidify my theoretical knowledge. Lin Yi tried to struggle. The code's response was almost instantaneous. Observer instruction, aimed at enhancing understanding between sister units and showcasing the youthful spirit of our department. Absence is mandatory. Lin Yi, showcasing youthful spirit? What kind of spirit could an F-rank student, who was afraid of tripping while walking, possibly display? A useless spirit? Helpless, he had no choice but to return to his dormitory and change into the uniform he had hardly ever worn. Since it was issued a dark-colored modified combat uniform made of high-quality materials but with an extremely understated design. Wearing it, he finally looked less like a logistics and cleaning crew member, but he was still far from being heroic and dashing. When he finally found conference room number 3, he discovered it was already quite full. At one side of the oval conference table sat several familiar faces, led by Code. Fire Raven's "I'm here to go to jail" expression was particularly striking. There were also a few team members Lin Yi vaguely recognized but couldn't quite place. Everyone sat ramrod straight, their aura heavy. It didn't seem like they were there for a social gathering, but rather a military meeting. Across from me sat 7 or 8 young men and women dressed in city bureau uniforms or suits, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and the confidence and sharpness of an elite. Clearly, these were the city bureau's young backbone. Lin Yi crouched down, trying to find a corner to hide in, but Code spotted him immediately and gestured for him to sit in the empty seat next to Firecrow. Lin Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and go over, feeling the gazes of the city bureau elites opposite him. Their eyes included scrutiny of his unfamiliar face, and when they saw the inconspicuous F-rank insignia on his chest, there was a flash of surprise and disdain. The meeting was chaired by a leader from the Municipal Bureau, who opened with enthusiastic remarks, using platitudes such as strengthening cooperation, enhancing friendship, and jointly safeguarding urban safety. This was followed by speeches from representatives of both sides. Code, nominally the youth representative of the base, although he seemed to have nothing to do with the liveliness of youth, went up and simply said 3 sentences. "Thank you, Municipal Bureau. It's been a pleasure working with you. That's all." After saying that, he sat down, leaving the Municipal Bureau leaders with somewhat awkward smiles. The subsequent free exchange session, ostensibly for getting to know each other, still felt somewhat awkward. The people at the base were generally quiet, while the elites from the Municipal Bureau, though talkative, invariably steered the conversation towards various cases, capabilities, and performance. A young man from the Municipal Police Department, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing to be a key technical staff member, smiled and said to the code leader, "Team Leader Code, I've heard so much about you. I've heard that your department is extremely efficient at handling unusual incidents, especially cases with bizarre rules. I wonder if you could share some of your experience. For example, the report on the Dream Ghost case last time was rather brief." Without even lifting his eyelids, he said, "Confidential." The bespectacled man's smile froze instantly. Another tall, slender, and dashing policewoman, judging from her shoulder insignia, she was of high rank, turned her gaze to Firecrow. "This must be Comrade Firecrow, right? I heard your fire-based abilities are extremely powerful. Last time, you single-handedly dealt with the Class C anomaly corrosive jellyfish in the dock area? Truly, women are just as capable as men." Firecrow snorted and crossed his arms. "No problem, one punch will do." He then made no further attempt to communicate. The policewoman's smile also stiffened. Lin Yi, listening nearby, shrank back, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, wishing he could blend into the background of the meeting room. This was no social gathering. It was clearly a massive, awkward conversation and a hidden competition. However, what I feared most came to pass. A young man who looked somewhat arrogant, probably the son of a leader in the Municipal Bureau, tried to break the deadlock or simply wanted to show off, so he steered steered the conversation toward Lin Yi. This comrade looks a bit unfamiliar? He smiled at Lin Yi, his tone casually inquiring. I'm Zhang Sheng from the Special Operations Section of the Municipal Bureau. Judging from your badge, F level, to be able to establish yourself in the Anomaly Management Department, you must have some extraordinary abilities. May I ask what kind of superpower you have? Would you mind telling me? Perhaps we'll have opportunities to cooperate in the future. In an instant, most eyes in the conference room focused on Lin Yi. The people from the base exchanged subtle glances. Code remained expressionless, while Fire Raven wore a look of anticipation. Zhang Sheng's words sounded polite, but the superiority and probing intent in his eyes were almost undisguised. The subtext was clear. You're just an F rank. What gives you the right to sit here? Tell us about your special skills? Lin Yi mentally scoffed. My special skill? My special skill is that when I trip and fall, I can casually drag the eerie creature into a pit. Cooperation? Cooperation? Are you suggesting I perform a flat ground fall for you? But he still managed a simple, in his own opinion, and somewhat embarrassed smile, scratching his head. Hello, Section Chief Zhang. My name is Lin Yi. I'm just a logistics staff member, a handyman. My special ability, hee, nothing to mention, it's just that sometimes I'm a bit lucky. This answer was half true and half false, perfectly matching the useless image he cultivated. A look of I knew it flashed in Zhang Sheng's eyes, and his smile became even more friendly. Good luck is also part of strength. It seems that your department really makes the best use of everyone's talents. Even lucky-type ability users can play an important role. That sounds like a compliment, but it sounds really weird, like it's saying that even lucky people in the Anomaly Management Department are treated like treasures. Several young people from the Municipal Bureau chuckled softly. Lin Yi rolled his eyes inwardly, but on his face, he feigned modesty, putting on an embarrassed expression that said, "You flatter me too much." Just then, the meeting room door opened, and a staff member pushed in a food cart with tea, snacks, and drinks. The cart landed right next to Zhang Sheng, who, perhaps wanting to show his good manners, stood up and reached for a plate of delicate cake. The moment Zhang Sheng reached out, Lin Yi, watching his slightly affected and exaggerated movements, inexplicably recalled the rule-triggered mechanism of the crying angel from yesterday's case. He subconsciously muttered to himself, it's just handing over a cake. Why is the action so flamboyant, like he's initiating some world-destroying ritual? This was purely a habitual rant, completely thoughtless. However, the next second, a strange thing happened. The moment Zhang Sheng's hand touched the edge of the cake plate, he seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, his movements suddenly becoming extremely slow and solemn and dignified. His smug smile froze, his eyes involuntarily becoming devout. He picked up the cake with extremely slow and steady hands, and then, as if performing a sacred ritual, slowly walked step by step toward the code on the other side. Everyone in the conference room stared in disbelief. Code remained expressionless, staring at him. Zhang Sheng himself was even more bewildered. He wanted to stop, wanted to speak, but his body was completely out of control. He could only maintain that strange, solemn expression in slow movements, like a puppet being manipulated. It took him a full half-minute to finally and steadily, even excessively steadily, place the cake plate on the table in front of the code, a mere few steps. Once it was down, his movements immediately returned to normal. Zhang Sheng stood there, his face alternating between red and white, completely bewildered, and so embarrassed he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, Lin Yi heard Fire Crow beside him say in an extremely low and incredulous voice, "Rules influence? You did this?" Lin Yi was stunned, frantically denying it 3 times in his mind. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I was just venting." He suddenly remembered what the code had said yesterday. Its ability was to find loopholes in the rules or insert new legal texts. Could it be that his earlier comment about ritual had inadvertently triggered some rule, briefly influencing Zhang Sheng and causing him to actually complete a cake-passing ritual? At this moment, Code slowly picked up the small fork next to the cake, glanced at Zhang Sheng who was still standing there dumbfounded, and then looked at Lin Yi, whose face was full of "Who am I? Where am I?" and said in a calm and even tone, "Thank you. It was a very meaningful ceremony." Zhang Sheng, everyone. Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger, nearly spitting out his water. Code Master, your finishing move skills are truly top-notch. This social gathering, or rather, Zhang Sheng's personal social death scene, ended in this extremely eerie atmosphere. As the city bureau personnel left, their gazes towards Lin Yi revealed deep confusion and a hint of awe. Although they didn't understand what had just happened, it was undoubtedly related to this seemingly harmless F-rank official. Before leaving, Code gave Lin Yi a meaningful look without saying a word. Fire Crow leaned over, nudged Lin Yi with his elbow, and whispered, "Hey, you call a lucky F-rank a lucky break?" Lin Yi was on the verge of tears. He had only wanted to live a quiet, carefree life, but the world, and his unreliable mouth, wouldn't allow it. The legend of the plague god seems to be slowly spreading from within the base to other units. The aftermath of Zhang Sheng's cake ceremony was more troublesome than Lin Yi had anticipated. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the cafeteria, he sensed something was off. The logistics staff and lower-ranking team members professors, who usually took him for granted as an F rank and even occasionally teased him, were now looking at him with a hint of scrutiny and awe. When he was getting his food, the cafeteria lady unusually scooped out an extra spoonful of braised pork and whispered to him, "Young man, you're quite the hidden talent." Lin Yi held the plate, feeling the spoonful of braised pork was so hot it was practically on fire. He just wanted to live a quiet, unassuming life. Why was it so difficult? Sure enough, he had barely taken a few bites of his meal when another message came from the code department. This time, he was being directed to the Comprehensive Ability Assessment Center on the 7th basement level. The testing center was vast, filled with various instruments Lin Yi couldn't name, emitting cold, metallic lights. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and metal. The code was already there, waiting, with several researchers in white lab coats standing nearby, pointing at the screens and discussing, their gazes towards Lin Yi as if he were some rare experimental sample. "Code Captain, what is this going to do?" Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Routine ability assessment and data collection," the code calmly stated. "The observer believes that a more systematic understanding of the triggering conditions, range of effect, and upper limit of your ability is needed." At this moment, a researcher wearing thick glasses stepped forward, his tone filled with academic enthusiasm. "Comrade Lin Yi, please rest assured, we have designed a series of safe and controllable test projects. The first is the basic rule disturbance test. Please stand in the center of this platform." Lin Yi steeled himself and stepped onto the platform. A pale blue energy barrier rose around the platform. "Test 1, target interference," the researcher explained. "We will project a virtual target with simple behavioral logic and ask you to try to, well, interfere with it in your own way." A blurry, slime-like virtual image appeared on the opposite side of the platform, expanding and contracting rhythmically according to the program. Lin Yi stared at the bouncy virtual substance, momentarily at a loss. Complain? What was there to complain about? Say it looked like snot? Would that trigger any rules? He tried to concentrate, recalling his earlier feelings, silently thinking, your wriggling frequency is too monotonous, lacking rhythm, it's making me sleepy. There was no reaction. The slime continued its undulating motion. The researcher recorded the data, the consciousness is clearly directed, but no fluctuations at the rule level have been detected. Comrade Lin Yi, do you need more specific stimulation? Lin Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that this ability wasn't something he could use at will, it required a certain context. Test 2, fine-tuning of environmental rules. The researchers switched projects. Within this force field, we have temporarily strengthened the friction rule. Please try to weaken it. Lin Yi felt that the platform under his feet seemed to have become stickier. He tried to recall the feeling of his feet slipping and muttered to himself, this ground is too rough. It would be better if it were a little slippery, so that walking would be easier. The platform remained sluggish. The researcher adjusted his glasses. The rule parameters are stable. It seems that passive triggering or stress responses under specific circumstances are the main modes. Proceed to test 3, rule resistance assessment. This time, the light around the platform turned pale red. Lin Yi felt a slight pressure, as if the air had become viscous, trying to restrict his movements. We will apply low-intensity rule suppression. Please try to move, the researcher said. Lin Yi tried to lift his foot, feeling some resistance, but not much. His athletic ability was already poor, and this felt like having sandbags strapped to his legs. As he struggled to move, he complained inwardly, what's going on? It's like being stuck in glue. This test is truly inhuman. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding pale red force field flickered erratically a few times, making soft crackling sounds, and then went out. Lin Yi immediately felt a lightness in his body, almost falling forward from the exertion. The researchers looked at the suddenly malfunctioning instruments and the warning symbols flashing on the data panel, exchanging bewildered glances. The rule-suppressing force field has been forcibly interrupted? Energy circuit overload? It doesn't seem like external damage. A momentary high-intensity rule perturbation was detected, pointing to the subject themselves. The code moved to the console, quickly examined the data flow, then looked at Lin Yi, who looked innocent and had just regained his footing, and calmly said, your complaint is directed at the test itself. The rule suppression rule that the test relies on has been defined by you as anti-human, causing illogical conflict in the underlying rule fragments that maintain the test environment, resulting in a temporary crash. Lin Yi's mouth dropped open. Huh? I was just saying it casually. He really didn't mean it. This test just made him feel so uncomfortable. The researchers, on the other hand, excitedly surrounded him as if they'd discovered a new continent. The target isn't just the external rule entity, it can even influence the rule environment it's in. This is no longer a simple interference, but a partial negation of the rule framework. Quick, record all the data. This case is too special. The subsequent tests completely deviated from the planned trajectory. The strength, speed, and energy intensity tests, which were originally scheduled, predictably produced disastrous results for Lin Yi. This athletic loser, inadequate grip strength, speed as slow as an old woman, and negligible energy response. However, once the tests involved rules-based assessments,
moments, problems arose one after another. He was asked to attack a specific target with energy, but after struggling for a long time, the target didn't budge. He couldn't help but complain, "Why is this target designed to be so sturdy? It makes me want to punch it." Just then, the screws securing the target's base inexplicably loosened, and the entire target tilted. Next, he was asked to demonstrate its defensive capabilities, but the energy
shield in his hands was as thin as paper. He smiled bitterly to himself. This shield's defensive power is as flimsy as my wallet. Even more absurdly, the low-intensity energy beam used for testing suddenly veered off course before hitting the shield, striking the ceiling.
Instead, the entire testing center descended into chaos.
The researchers, initially astonished, gradually became numb, their eyes
revealing a sense of helplessness, as if witnessing a blatant loophole in the rules that current science couldn't explain. The code remained calm, quickly recording Lin Yi's mental fluctuations and changes in environmental rule parameters before and after each accident. Ultimately, this series of tests, or rather, a dismantling performance, ended abruptly. The researchers, holding reports riddled with anomalies yet barely able to draw any standard conclusions, watched Lin Yi leave with complex expressions. Stepping out of the testing center, Lin Yi felt as if he'd been skinned alive, utterly exhausted. With a crestfallen face, he said to the code, "Senior Code, did I pass this test?" The code stopped and stared at him, a rare, unfathomable emotion flashing in its eyes, which seemed to see right through the data. "Your overall combat strength rating, without a doubt, remains F level." The code coldly delivered a devastating blow. Lin Yi sighed helplessly, "I knew it."
However, the code abruptly changed its tone. "Regarding your ability, the report concludes, unrating, extremely dangerous, uncontrollable, but simultaneously possesses
extremely high strategic and research value.
It is recommended that you be listed as a target of special attention, subject to long-term and cautious observation and guidance."
Lin Yi listened, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Extremely dangerous? Uncontrollable?
"Senior Code, I'm really under control. I promise I'll try to think less nonsense in the future." The code completely ignored his assurances and simply said, "The observer is very satisfied with your performance.
Get ready, you're about to take on a real task." A real mission? Lin Yi was taken aback. Were we finally going to have to use real guns and ammunition?
He felt both nervous and inexplicably excited.
The code nodded.
"A Class C exception event, initially determined to involve rule distortion.
You and Fire Raven are in a group with Fire Crow?" Lin Yi's vision went black. He was supposed to go on a mission with that violent woman? The mission objective hadn't even been confirmed yet. Wouldn't they start fighting because they disliked each other? He could already see
his tragic future, either complaining about the anomaly or his teammates, and incidentally turning the mission site upside down. It seemed the legend of the Plague God was destined to move from theoretical testing to real-world verification.
The mission briefing was much more down-to-earth than Lin Yi had anticipated. The location wasn't a gloomy castle or an abandoned hospital, but a large chain supermarket, Happiness Home, located in a bustling area of the Western District. The anomaly
was that all the self-checkout machines in the supermarket had been malfunctioning frequently recently, either overcharging, underscanning, or even refusing to process payments, displaying garbled text and emitting piercing alarms to nearby
customers.
Initially, it was thought to be a common equipment malfunction, but 3 consecutive repair teams were unable to resolve the issue. One senior engineer even fainted on the spot when the machine suddenly printed a receipt several meters long filled with chaotic symbols during repairs. Upon regaining consciousness, he was incoherent and is still undergoing psychological treatment.
The incident was then reported and initially classified as a rule distortion anomaly, level C. You want someone of our caliber to handle supermarket cash registers? Lin Yi looked at the task description and found it somewhat absurd. This was far removed from his impression of abnormal management.
The voice of the code came through the communicator, completely flat. "The rule distortion ignores location and form. The POS system involves basic business rules such as transaction and equivalent
exchange. Once it is distorted by abnormal forces, the impact is immeasurable.
Preliminary judgment is that the core of the anomaly may be deeply bound to one or all of the POS machines.
Your mission is to locate the source of the anomaly, assess the threat, and attempt to contain or eliminate it. Fire Raven will be in charge
of the assault and vigilance, while Lin Yi, you will be responsible for observation and, when necessary, communication in your own way."
Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. Communication? That sounds nice, though. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Huaya stood in front of the Happiness Home supermarket.
The supermarket had been cleared out, and
police tape was strung up at the entrance, with several officers in city police uniforms maintaining order around the perimeter.
Seeing Huaya and Lin Yi approach, especially Huaya's signature red hair and intimidating aura, the officer in charge of the
liaison visibly relaxed. However, when he saw the F-rank insignia gleaming on Lin Yi's chest, a look of doubt appeared on his face. "Are you two from the Anomaly Management Department?" the officer asked, stepping forward.
"It's been cleared out. Our people won't go in and interfere."
Do you need any support?
Fire Crow waved her hand impatiently. No need, you just guard the entrance. After saying that, she took the lead in lifting the cordon and stepped inside. Linny quickly gave the police officer a smile that said, "We are professionals, please rest assured." Although he was unsure of himself, he still jogged after him. Upon entering the supermarket, the bright and spacious atmosphere typical of large stores immediately greets you, only lacking the usual hustle and bustle, making it eerily quiet. Rows of shelves are neatly arranged, filled with
a dazzling array of goods, with only the emergency lights emitting a cold white glow.
Most striking are the dozens of self-checkout machines at the exit, standing silently with black screens, like a group of silent monsters.
Let's split up and look for it. See which machine is the most malfunctioning? Lindy suggested, trying to leverage his half-baked intuition.
Fire Raven rolled her eyes at him. Waste of time. She walked straight to the nearest cash register, stretched out her fist which was covered in a faint red glow, and said, "Why don't we just smash it open and see?"
"No, boss, calm down." Linny quickly stopped her.
The code team leader said it might be deeply bound.
"If you brute force it, what if it triggers a backlash and the whole supermarket explodes?" Fire Crow withdrew its hand in annoyance. "Then what do you suggest we do? Are we really going to reason with these lumps of iron?"
Linny had no better options, so he could only bite the bullet and cautiously approach one of the cash registers.
He tried to activate his half-baked
rule vision, and some messy, distorted colored lines appeared in front of him, entangled around the cash register, but he had no clue what they were.
He reached out, wanting to touch the screen.
Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold screen, the cash register screen suddenly lit up.
Not the normal
user interface, but a blinding blood red, scrolling with a series of garbled characters and distorted smiley faces, while emitting a sharp, metallic alarm sound.
Whoa! Linny was so startled that he jumped back and almost landed on his bottom.
Almost simultaneously, all the cash register screens around lit up, displaying the same blood-red garbled text and a piercing alarm, the sound echoing eerily in the empty supermarket.
So noisy!
Fire Crow frowned, his body radiating heat, clearly enraged. Linny covered his ears, looking at the machines that seemed to be collectively mocking them, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. He couldn't help but complain to the first cash
register that lit up. "Are you crazy? Who are you trying to scare? The customer is king, don't you know that? With this kind of service attitude, you deserve to be eliminated."
These words were purely an emotional outburst. Miraculously, the piercing alarm of the cash register in front of me stopped abruptly. The blood-red gibberish on the screen paused for a moment, then began to flicker and distort as if stuck, finally turning into a line of crooked text.
"God?"
Lin Yi and Huaya were both stunned.
This is promising. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pressed his advantage, continuing his communication with the cash register. "That's right, we're here to make a purchase. You're not providing proper service and you're even scaring us. That's consumer fraud. Believe me or not, I'll file a complaint with the Consumer Association."
The text on the screen changed again.
Consumption, transaction, equivalent.
The words flickered, as if their internal logic was in fierce conflict.
Fire Raven stood to the side, dumbfounded, and whispered, You're really trying to reason with it?"
Linny also found it absurd, but he could only bite the bullet and continue the act.
"Of course, we are civilized administrators. We'll be polite first, then take action."
He turned to the cash register, his tone becoming stern. "Look at you, you can't even do your job properly, and you're attacking the engineer. This is a serious incident. Immediately stop your wrongdoing, restore the original state, and strive for leniency." The alarms from the other cash registers gradually subsided, and the garbled text on their screens became unstable, as if they were observing. The screen of the cash register that Linny had specifically educated flickered wildly, finally settling on a single line of text.
"Rules, error, unable to settle." Linny suddenly realized something.
The malfunction of this cash register was likely due to a problem with its core transaction rules,
causing its logic to become confused and its behavior to malfunction.
He thought for a moment, then said in an almost coaxing tone, even
though he felt like a fool, Okay, I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's a rule error, right? How about this, you turn off the alarm first, and once the screen is back to normal, we'll help you find which rule is causing the problem and fix it for you, okay?"
The cash register was silent for a few seconds, physically speaking, then the crimson red on the screen completely faded, and the piercing alarm stopped abruptly. The screen flickered a few times, returning to the normal blue initial screen,
waiting to scan items.
At the same time, all the other cash registers in the supermarket returned to normal, and the entire space instantly fell silent.
Fire Raven stared in disbelief, the red glow on his fist fading. "That's over?" Linny breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. "It seems, right?"
He felt that this method of communication was more tiring than a fight. Just as they were about to relax, the cash register suddenly beeped softly, and a small receipt slowly emerged from the ticket dispenser below the screen. Linny tore it off in confusion, only to find no product information, just a line of crookedly printed text.
"Diagnosis fee, free. Suggestion, organize fragmented rules. Thank you for your patronage, and welcome to visit again." Linny and Fire Crow exchanged bewildered glances, holding the receipt. This Class C anomaly. They'd actually been convinced just like that? And it even gave him a diagnosis, with a consultation fee of 0 yuan? Lin Yi looked at the receipt. In his hand, unable to help but laugh and cry. Was his reputation as a plague god about to be expanded to include a side job as a weird psychologist? Diagnosis fee, 0 yuan. Recommendation, organize fragmented rules. Lin Yi held the strange receipt, a complicated expression on his face. Had he just given a cash register a free psychological consultation, complete with rule optimization? Firecrow leaned over for a look, then scoffed, "TCH, all that nonsense. If you ask me, just smash it and be done with it." "No, boss, we're civilized people." Lin Yi quickly put away the receipt, which was proof of mission completed, although the way it was completed was a bit bizarre. The code captain said to assess the threat, and look at it now, isn't it behaving itself? It even knows to say thank you for your patronage. The two men carefully checked the other cash registers again, confirming that they had all returned to normal and there were no longer any abnormal energy fluctuations. They then notified the police outside that they could contact the supermarket for further technical checks, of course, without mentioning the anomaly. The mission was thus concluded. Stepping out of the supermarket, the afternoon sun was a bit too bright. After a long day of running around, Lin Yi's stomach was already rumbling. Comrade Firecrow, the mission is complete. How about we find a place to get something to eat?" Lin Yi tentatively extended an invitation. After all, they had fought side by side, although he was the one who did most of the talking. Firecrow glanced at him, patted its own equally empty stomach, and didn't object, but said stiffly, "Fine. But don't expect me to treat you." Of course, we'll split the bill." Lin Yi nodded quickly. He dared not let this lady pay the bill. The two found a noodle shop nearby that looked reasonably clean. It wasn't peak mealtime, so the shop wasn't crowded. They chose a window seat and ordered 2 bowls of the signature beef noodles. The atmosphere was somewhat silent while they waited. Firecrow crossed her arms and gazed out the window, clearly not interested in chatting. Lin Yi, on the other hand, listlessly looked around the shop's decor. It was a very ordinary street-side shop, with some yellowed menus and wishing you prosperity posters on the walls. Soon, a middle-aged boss wearing a greasy apron and with a kind smile walked over carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodles. "Gentlemen, your signature beef noodles, please enjoy." The owner placed the noodles on the table, and the rich aroma of bone broth wafted up, whetting the appetite. Lin Yi thanked him and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. After a busy morning, he was starving. However, just as he picked up a mouthful of noodles, about to put it in his mouth, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the menu on the wall, and his heart suddenly tightened. The menu was handwritten, the handwriting slightly messy, but what caught Lin Yi's attention was not the names of the dishes, but the extremely small, almost illegible symbol after the price. It looked like a twisted circle, or perhaps a tightly closed eye. This symbol, he seems to have seen it somewhere before? Lin Yi paused, put down his chopsticks, and casually glanced at the wall again, while secretly activating his half-baked rule-based vision. The scene before him was slightly distorted, with the walls, tables, chairs, and menu all enveloped in a faint, flowing light. As his gaze fell upon the menu and the owner wiping the table, he noticed extremely fine, almost imperceptible dark red threads, like a spider web, emanating from the menu and the owner, faintly connecting to the few scattered diners in the restaurant. The diners ate their noodles quietly, their expressions overly calm, even somewhat numb. Rules contamination, though very weak, it does exist. Lin Yi's heart sank. This was no ordinary noodle shop. What's wrong? Are there bugs in the noodles? Firecrow frowned and asked, seeing Lin Yi holding his chopsticks without moving. Her perception was more inclined towards threats of energy and physical entities, and she was not sensitive to such subtle contamination at the level of rules. Lin Yi quickly nudged Huaya under the table to signal her to pay attention, then sighed dramatically in a voice that wasn't loud but loud enough for those around to hear, "Hey, boss, your noodles, they smell pretty good, but the amount of beef is way too sponge-like. It's so thin it's almost translucent. This isn't beef noodles, it's clearly beef shadow noodles." While seemingly complaining about the lack of beef, Lin Yi's attention was fixed on the faint, regular lines. The owner, who was wiping the table, froze slightly, his honest smile freezing for a moment, and a barely perceptible darkness flashed deep in his eyes. The dark red threads connecting the diners rippled slightly with Lin Yi's complaints. Although Firecrow didn't understand why Lin Yi was suddenly picking a fight, she wasn't stupid. She immediately became alert, her body tensed slightly, and she sharply scanned the owner and the surrounding diners. The owner turned around, still smiling, but the smile seemed a bit forced. "Young man, you're joking. Our beef is all genuine. It's just that it's sliced a little thin, which helps it absorb the flavor." Lin Yi picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, but didn't drink it. Instead, he examined it carefully and continued his performance. The soup is indeed rich in color, but the aroma is a bit too uniform, like some kind of standardized industrial flavoring. It lacks a bit of the authentic, homey feel, boss. As he spoke, he stared intently at the threads using his rule-based vision. He discovered that as he questioned the threads connecting the diners, the fluctuation
vibrations became more pronounced and two of the threads even became extremely weak, almost breaking. The two diners seemed to clear their eyes a bit and they slowed down their eating. The boss's smile gradually faded and his eyes darkened. Young man, just eat your food and don't talk nonsense. Our shop is a well-established brand.
An old brand? Linny put down his spoon, leaned back slightly, and gave a half smile.
I don't know if the brand is old or not, but
your rule of making people feel at ease eating noodles seems a bit too mandatory. Even praising how delicious it is so formulaic.
These words seemed to pierce through the last line of defense.
The boss's kind smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, inhuman indifference.
The dark red threads on his body suddenly became clear, writhing like living things.
The other diners in the restaurant also stopped eating their noodles and looked up in unison, their empty gazes fixed on Linny and Hwaya.
The threads connecting them suddenly shone brightly, emanating an unsettling aura.
Looks like we've met some connoisseurs.
The boss's voice was hoarse and low, no longer concealing his unusual behavior.
Unfortunately, even if you don't eat this piece of my noodles, you should at least leave something behind.
As soon as the words were spoken, the controlled diners suddenly stood up, their movements stiff but swift as they lunged at the two men. The boss himself stretched out his hands, his fingers thin and sharp, exuding a chilling and oppressive aura, and reached straight for Linny.
Do it!
Linny shouted, leaping backward and grabbing the vinegar bottle from the table. The fire crow could no longer contain itself.
With a cold snort, flames suddenly erupted around its body. I've disliked you for a long time.
You're such a charlatan. The small noodle shop instantly transformed from a peaceful lunch spot into a battlefield where rules and flames intertwined. While awkwardly dodging an attack from a controlled customer, Linny continued to use his special skill against the restaurant owner who lunged at him.
Hey, running a shady business and still acting so self-righteous?
Your service is worse than that cash register.
Terrible. Definitely a terrible review.
He wasn't sure if his rant would have any effect on the clearly more powerful anomaly in front of him, but it was, after all, his only weapon right now. His real attack power came from the fire crow, its body ablaze, capable of blasting oncoming diners and tables and chairs away with a single punch. It seemed there was no way he could have a peaceful lunch. The fire crow's flames exploded in the small noodle shop, the heat wave rolling in, instantly sending two controlled diners flying and crashing into the wall, temporarily incapacitated. Her fighting style was sweeping and violent, full of aesthetic violence, but it seemed out of place in this confined space, where the bowls, chopsticks, tables, and chairs crackled and even began to melt under the intense heat.
Control the power. Don't set the house on fire,
Linny hurriedly warned while dodging. He didn't want to have his wages docked for damaging civilian facilities, and he certainly didn't want to be buried here.
Enough with the nonsense,
Firecrow said impatiently, but his movements became more restrained. He concentrated his flames on his fists and feet, making them more solid and precise, and slammed them hard at another customer who rushed at him and the owner who was obviously the source of the attack. The boss, or rather, the aberrant being occupying his body, moved in a bizarre contortion as he dodged the fire raven's heavy punch. His withered fingers raised a gust of cold wind, reaching for the firecrow's throat. The wind carried a strong spiritual corrosive force, causing the firecrow's movements to pause slightly.
Watch out, his attack is mentally corrupting, Linny warned, raising the vinegar bottle in his hand and seizing the opportunity to smash it hard against the back of the boss's head. Take my aged vinegar and purify yourself. The bottle shattered with a crack, splashing dark vinegar all over the boss. The physical attack obviously didn't do much damage, but the strong sour smell seemed to disrupt the stability of the regular threads on the boss's body, causing him to freeze in place. Foolish, the boss roared, flicking the shards of glass from his head and turning his cold gaze to Linny. Your little tricks won't work on me. More dark red threads spread from his body, wrapping around Linny like tentacles. Linny felt a strong wave of drowsiness and a sense of reassurance wash over him, as if a voice whispered in his ear, give up resisting, eat a bowl of noodles, and everything will be alright. Find my foot.
Linny bit his tongue hard, the pain bringing him back to his senses.
He focused his mind and loudly complained to the bosses of those silk cores, ineffective? Do you think I'm blind? You clearly froze for a moment. Your absolute defense rule has a loophole, doesn't it? Are you afraid of acid? Or are you afraid people will say you're not authentic?
The boss's expression grew even uglier. Linny's complaints always seemed to hit the itch in his twisted rules. His rules were based on forced reassurance and covering up flaws, and Linny's questioning was like a needle constantly piercing this false peace.
Shut up!
The boss, enraged, abandoned his pursuit of the fire crow and turned his main attack towards Linny.
Several dark red threads shot out like venomous snakes. Your opponent is me,
Firecrow shouted, her flames suddenly surging, transforming into a wall of fire that blocked Linny's path.
The dark red threads struck the wall of fire, sizzling and burning before quickly melting away.
Pure violence is sometimes indeed the best way to deal with the bizarre.
Thanks.
Linny breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that as a squishy support, he needed his teammates to protect him. But he didn't sit idle. While hiding in a relatively safe corner, he continued to deal damage with his weapon.
Hey boss, your reassuring noodles rules are way too crude. Forcing people to feel at ease. What's the difference between that and being drugged? The peace of mind that real food brings is heartfelt joy. This is nothing short of psychological manipulation. No wonder you can only open in this kind of back alley. You can't be considered a high-class establishment. And this beef of yours, not only is it thin, but the texture is also wrong. Could it be synthetic meat? You're deceiving consumers. The broth. Yes, the broth. It has a bitter aftertaste. Did the spice packet overcook it? The heat control is terrible. How dare you call yourself a time-honored brand with this level of quality? Lin Yi's complaints came like a machine gun, each sentence pointing directly to the flaws in the food and the rules. He noticed that as he complained, the aura of authority emanating from the boss began to flash intensely, and the threads connecting the remaining diners became intermittent. Struggling expressions appeared on the faces of those diners, as if they were slowly awakening from a state of being controlled. You, what do you know? The shopkeeper's breathing became erratic, and his attacks became chaotic. My noodles can make them forget their troubles. That's the greatest delicacy. Forget your troubles? That's practically idiocy. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and retorted fiercely. True food is about creating happy and satisfying memories, not erasing them. This isn't a noodle shop. It's a black-hearted brainwashing factory. According to the food safety law and the consumer rights protection law, you should have been shut down long ago. Your business license should be revoked 100 times. 100 times. The moment Lin Yi shouted revoke the business license, the rules and regulations binding the boss snapped like a broken string, making a silent, crisp sound before instantly shattering and dissipating. No! The boss let out a shrill, almost inhuman scream, his body convulsing violently, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the top of his head as if trying to escape. Trying to run? The fire crow was already poised to strike, its flames coalescing into a giant fire hand that suddenly grabbed the black mist. The intense heat purified all evil, and the black mist emitted a piercing wail in the flames before finally dissipating completely. The owner's body went limp and he collapsed, reverting to his usual honest and simple appearance, but he fell into a coma. The other diners who had been held captive in the shop also woke up one after another, staring blankly at the devastated shop and themselves, completely bewildered as to what had just happened. The battle is finally over. The fire crow extinguished its flames, clapped its hands, looked at the mess and charred marks on the ground, and pouted, saying, I have to write another report. What a hassle. Lin Yi walked over with lingering fear, looked at the unconscious owner and the bewildered diners, and sighed, what on earth is going on? To run into this kind of trouble just to eat noodles. His stomach growled even louder. Enough talk, notify the logistics team to come and clean up the scene. Fire Crow took out his communicator and began contacting the Epidemic Prevention Bureau. She glanced at Lin Yi, a complex look in her eyes. In the battle just now, this seemingly useless F-rank had actually played a crucial role with his foul mouth. That ability to interfere directly with the very essence of the rules was eerily chilling. Lin Yi walked to the wall and stared at the menu. The distorted symbols had disappeared. He muttered to himself thoughtfully, rules of conduct have actually infiltrated into such everyday places? The pollution in this noodle shop was faint but extremely subtle. If it weren't for his unusual ability, ordinary people wouldn't have noticed it at all, and would have slowly become numb and even lost themselves under this safe rule. The world is more fraught with danger than he imagined. Hey, F-rank. Fire Crow finished his call and walked over. What you just said, the beef was thin and the broth was fake. Were you telling the truth or just trying to disgust it? Lin Yi paused for a moment, then pointed to his nose. I'm a foodie after all, so I have some basic appreciation skills. This noodle smells delicious, but the details do have a cheap assembly line feel to it. Otherwise, the abnormal rules wouldn't have chosen this loophole to rely on. Fire Crow nodded thoughtfully, then kicked the overturned stool beside him. Looks like from now on, when we go out on field missions, I'll have to let you taste the food first. Lin Yi, does this mean I've been appointed as a dedicated food safety inspector? I feel even more tired now. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from the code. Mission report received, supermarket portion. The situation at the noodle shop is under control, and the logistics team has departed. Lin Yi, well done. Your rule sensitivity is higher than expected. Go back and give a detailed report. Lin Yi put away his phone and looked out the window at the streets that were gradually being blocked off by support vehicles. He understood that his reputation as a plague god was likely to be firmly established within the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau. His future path seemed destined to be entangled with these distorted rules hidden in the cracks of daily life. Now, the only question he wants to ask is the canteen of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau clean? Can people eat a meal here with peace of mind? The canteen on the third basement floor of the Epidemic Prevention Bureau was much more spacious and brighter than Lin Yi had imagined. The food pickup area was clean and tidy, with a wide variety of dishes and even a small hot pot window. The air was filled with the genuine aroma of food, rather than the standardized smell distorted by rules. This gave Lin Yi, who was starving, a slight sense of relief. It seems that the Bureau's logistical support is reliable. Lin Yi, carrying the tray, relaxed slightly. Fire Crow followed behind him, still maintaining its aloof, unapproachable
expression, but its eyes softened somewhat. Clearly, after such an intense mission, hot food was incredibly tempting to anyone. The two of them reached the food-serving window. Behind the window stood an auntie wearing a clean white apron, with a gentle smile, officially serving food to the people in front of her. When it was Lin Yi's turn, he pointed to the braised pork and said, "Auntie, give me more broth, it'll make the rice taste even better." The aunt glanced up at him, her smile still gentle. She scooped up a spoonful of braised pork with precision, just enough to fill 2/3 of the serving dish, but there was hardly any broth. Lin Yi blinked and tentatively asked, "Auntie, could you give me another spoonful of juice?" The auntie's smile seemed etched on her face, perfectly natural and unwavering. Student, standard portion, nutritionally balanced. With that, she pushed the tray out, gesturing to the next person. Lin Yi opened his mouth as if to say something, but the fire crow behind him nudged him impatiently with its elbow. "Hurry up, I'm starving." Helpless, Lin Yi could only carry the plate of braised pork, which was so standard it was speechless, forward. He muttered to himself, "Aren't the rules in the Epidemic Prevention Bureau's canteen too rigid? Can't I even have a little extra broth?" It was Fire Crow's turn. She pointed directly at the sweet and sour pork and spicy diced chicken. This one, double the price." The lady serving the food looked up at Hoya, then glanced at the badge on her chest that symbolized combat personnel. Her smile seemed to freeze slightly for a moment, but her hand still steadily scooped out the sweet and sour pork and spicy chicken cubes in the standard portions, and then pushed them out in the same standard manner. Fire Crow frowned, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the amount, almost spitting fire. "I said, double?" The auntie's signature smile remained unchanged. "Student, please take only what you need and avoid waste. That's the rule." Fire Crow was about to lash out again, but Lin Yi quickly pulled her away, saying, "Never mind, big sister, eat first, and we'll have more if you're not full." He felt that this aunt was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange about her. It seemed to be hiding a kind of inviolable sense of rules. The two found a place to sit down. Lin Yi looked at the standard amount of food on Hoya's plate, just like his own, and then glanced at the piles of food on the plates of several office workers at the next table. His sense of strangeness intensified. He subconsciously and quietly reactivated his half-baked rule-based vision once again. The cafeteria remained bright and clean, but from his unique perspective, everything was shrouded in a very faint, almost imperceptible light. When his gaze fell upon the kind-looking auntie at the food-serving window, he saw it. Very faint, yet undeniably present, several almost transparent, orderly threads of regularity emanated from the auntie, like an invisible ruler, enveloping the entire food-serving area. These threads are not malicious, in fact, they subtly convey the meaning of maintaining order and ensuring fairness. However, they do indeed silently constrain everyone's actions, including the portion sizes of food served. Is this auntie herself a miniature aggregation of rules? Or rather, is her behavior highly assimilated by some kind of cafeteria management rules? Lin Yi's lips twitched. Good heavens, no wonder it's the Epidemic Prevention Bureau. Even the cafeteria ladies are so principled. Could this be considered a form of absolute fairness? But that's so inhumane. Combat personnel are exhausted, so isn't it only natural that they eat more? He lowered his head and took a bite of the braised pork. It tasted really good. It was high-quality meat and skillful cooking, but the portion, for him, who had been starving all day, was barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Fire Crow devoured everything on her plate in no time, clearly still far from full. She stared at the food-serving window with a gloomy expression, obviously wanting to argue again. Lin Yi quickly lowered his voice. "Don't be impulsive. That aunt, there's something wrong with her." Fire Crow turned to look at him. "There are traces of rules on her." Lin Yi gestured with his eyes. "Very faint and neutral, like some kind of absolutely enforced standard rule. It's useless to confront her head-on. You have to reason with her." "Reason?" Fire Raven raised an eyebrow. She preferred to settle things with her fists. Lin Yi's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He picked up the empty plate and pulled Hoya towards the food-serving window. The line remained orderly. When it was Lin Yi's turn, he didn't rush to order. Instead, he gave the auntie a genuinely sincere smile. "Auntie, you've worked so hard. This braised pork is absolutely delicious. Cooked to perfection. It's fatty but not greasy." He praised it first, then changed the subject. "However, you see, we just finished a field mission, the one at Onshin Noodle Shop, and it was incredibly physically demanding. The Bureau has increased the energy allowance for field personnel by 15%, so, could the meal allowance be adjusted more flexibly? Distributing it according to need would prevent us from being under-energized and affecting our subsequent combat effectiveness. This is for the greater good, don't you think?" His words sounded like a grumbling complaint, but they were actually quite logical. He cited the Bureau's regulations, energy supplement, connected it to mission consumption, high physical exertion, and then elevated it to the collective interest, impact on combat effectiveness. He stared intently at the transparent threads of rules on the ant. When he uttered the keywords Bureau regulations, energy, supplement, and impact on combat effectiveness, those previously stiff threads of rules trembled slightly, as if performing some kind of logical calculation. The ant's unchanging smile also revealed a very subtle hesitation for the first time. She first looked at Linny, then at the fire crow behind him who had a "I'm good at fighting, so I should eat more" look on his face, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Immediately, she picked up a spoon and generously added a large spoonful of braised pork to Linny's plate, glistening with sauce. Then, she piled sweet and sour pork and spicy chicken cubes onto Hua-ya's plate, almost 3 times the previous amount. "Field staff, you've worked hard. Eat more." The auntie's voice remained steady, but her standard smile seemed to hold a hint of almost imperceptible human understanding. "Thank you, auntie." Linny felt a sense of relief and quickly thanked her. Carrying his spoils of war, he led the equally bewildered Hua-ya back to their seats. Hua-ya looked at the mountain of food, then glanced at Linny with a strange look. Would it be useful to reason with her?" "It's not about reasoning with her," Linny said smugly, forking up a huge piece of braised pork. "It's about reasoning with her rules. As long as logic can be embedded in her rule system, she will naturally act according to the rules." Firecrow remained silent for a moment, watching Linny devour his meal. Suddenly, he realized that this F-rank loser might, in some ways, be more troublesome than many A-rank or even S-rank individuals. His weapon wasn't fire or lightning, but rather the power to manipulate the very rules themselves. Principles, and a bit of a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic remarks. The two finally finished their meal. As they left the cafeteria, Linny glanced back at the cafeteria lady who had regained her standard smile. Even within the Epidemic Prevention Bureau, such subtle and neutral rules exist. The foundation of this world seems to be composed of countless rules, interwoven with light and shadow, good and evil blurred. His path, perhaps, is to understand, to cope with, and even redefine these rules. However, whether he'll reason with the rules next time or directly criticize them depends on the specific circumstances. Right now, he's more worried about whether the Bureau's restrooms might also harbor some strange usage rules. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the code team leader's order for a detailed report came like a death knell. Linny lowered his head and followed Hua-ya, who had a "I'm busy, don't dawdle" look on her face, towards the core office area. Along the way, the colleagues from the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau who I encountered all gave me strange looks. There was curiosity, awe, but more than anything, there was a conflict of wanting to get closer yet not daring to. Several young female office workers huddled together whispering, but when they saw Linny approaching, they immediately fell silent, their eyes shining like searchlights. "Look, that's the new plague god. I heard he was on a mission today." The supermarket cash register suddenly went out of control, and even the noodle shop owner mutated. "Really? That amazing? But he looks quite handsome. How could that be? Don't judge a book by its cover. The code captain personally recruited him. How could he be an ordinary person?" Lin Yi's lips twitched. "Well, the nickname Plague God is now completely confirmed, and I guess the whole bureau knows about it now." He felt like a mobile source of infection. Firecrow snorted and quickened its pace, clearly unwilling to walk alongside this center of attention. The report was simple. The code team leader, still with a poker face, simply nodded after listening to Lin Yi's description of the cash register and the noodle shop rules, and quickly operated on the tablet. Rule sensitivity confirmed to be increased. The weak curse ability assessment report needs to be updated. Further mission arrangements will be announced later. The code was concise and to the point. With a wave of his hand, he said, "You can leave now. Lin Yi, your temporary access has been granted. You can move freely in the underground living area on the 3rd floor and familiarize yourself with the environment." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he walked out of the captain's office. "I wasn't criticized or had my salary deducted, so it's not bad." "Hey, F-rank," Fireraven said, crossing her arms and glancing at him sideways, "I'm going to the training ground to stretch my muscles." "Do as you please. Just don't wander off and cause trouble." Just as Linny was about to ask where the training ground was and if he could watch the pros dismantle Gundams with their bare hands, Fireraven had already disappeared like the wind, leaving behind a fiery red back of its head. "Oh no, I've been criticized again." Linny touched his nose and decided to take the code's advice, to familiarize himself with the environment first. The underground living quarters of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau are surprisingly large. They are practically a small underground city. The dormitories, canteen, shops, and even a small simulated park area with holographic projections of blue sky and white clouds overhead. It's a bit fake, but it's still better than staring at a concrete ceiling. Linny strolled around casually and unknowingly walked into an area with a very peculiar style. There was a spacious rest area, decorated like a park, with benches and green plants. But the key point is not the environment, but the people. A large group of elderly men and women were chatting enthusiastically in 2s and 3s. Some of them were dressed in casual clothes belonging to family members of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau, while others were dressed in their retired combat uniforms. They were all in high spirits and had sharp eyes. What they were discussing made Lin Yi's heart tighten even more. "My daughter is an A-level elementalist. She just received a second-class merit award this year. She's just too busy to find a boyfriend, which worries me to death. What's so great about grade A? My son has an S-level potential assessment. He's a strategic group reserve. It's just that
that he's too dull and doesn't know how to talk to girls. Old Zhang, isn't your grandson a psychic? Why don't you let him meet my granddaughter? She's from the medical department, gentle and virtuous. Come on, your granddaughter almost burned that guy's hair with her healing beam on her last blind date. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Good heavens, the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau actually has an internal matchmaking corner? And it's of such a high standard. A rank and S rank were displayed like cabbages, with the introductions even sounding like a combat power report. He instinctively wanted to slip away, feeling that the murderous aura here was too heavy, even more stressful than facing the slit-mouthed woman. Unfortunately, it was too late. A sharp-eyed middle-aged woman, wearing a sportswear uniform with the words Square Dance Champion printed on it, accurately spotted Lin Yi, a complete stranger. The woman's eyes flashed like lightning as she looked him up and down, instantly completing a preliminary assessment of his age, physique, and even his perceived potential for supernatural abilities. Hey, this young man looks unfamiliar. Is he new? Which department are you from? What's your rank? The middle-aged woman darted forward and grabbed Lin Yi's arm with such force that Lin Yi wondered if she was a retired power enhancement expert. Hello, auntie, I just arrived from the logistics department. Lin Yi tried to struggle, but to no avail. The logistics department is great. It's stable. I don't have to go out on fieldwork every day, and I can take care of my family. The woman's eyes lit up, and her loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding elderly men and women. You look quite dashing. Do you have a girlfriend? What are the current benefits like in the logistics department? Are there any internal housing purchase quotas available? What type of superpower is it? Support type is good too. It's reliable and dependable in daily life. Lin Yi was surrounded by a group of overly enthusiastic retired bigwigs and their families who bombarded him with questions, making him dizzy. He felt like a lamb that had stumbled into a wolf's den, or more accurately, a complete novice who had wandered into an advanced equipment exhibition. I'm an F rank. Lin Yi weakly tried to expose his weakness in an attempt to scare them away. There was a moment of silence. Then, the woman's smile widened. F-class is great. Safe. Low risk. Look at those S-class and A-class. They sound glamorous, but they're actually very dangerous. Let me tell you, when it comes to settling down, you have to find something reliable. An old man next to him nodded in agreement. That's right. So what if he's an F-level? We have plenty of F-level people in our bureau. If they work diligently, they're still pillars of society. Lin Yi thought to himself, are you trying to comfort a ghost? Another older woman pulled out her phone. Come on, young man, add me as a friend. I have a niece who also works in an office, a C-level mental health counselor. She has a really good temper. I can set you up. Lin Yi, help! Why is this matchmaking corner organized by the Epidemic Prevention Bureau completely unpredictable? What happened to the hierarchy of social status? Why is F-grade girls the hot commodity? He felt like he was trapped in a situation even more terrifying than the pollution of rules, surrounded by a storm of loving, forced marriage, affection from retired elders. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by this enthusiasm and was about to unleash a torrent of complaints on these elderly folks, a slightly mocking voice rang out. Hey, isn't this our newly appointed plague god comrade? What, have you expanded your business to the matchmaking corner? Lin Yi turned around and saw that the code captain was standing not far away, still with a poker face, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Code captain. Lin Yi felt like he'd seen his savior. When the group of elderly men and women saw it was Code, their enthusiasm subsided slightly, but they still refused to disperse. Code, huh? This young man is from your department? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, could you help us get together? Class F is much safer, but you need to consider the personal safety of your team members. Code walked up to Lin Yi, glanced at everyone, and calmly said, his special ability is Weak Curse, commonly known as Plague God, which brings trouble wherever he goes. Today, he went on duty and drove a row of cash registers crazy, ruining a noodle shop owner. In an instant, all was silent. The elderly men and women who had been so enthusiastic just moments before froze, their hands silently releasing Lin Yi's arms, and they all in unison took a half-meter back. Their gazes changed from looking at their grandson-in-law to looking at a jinx. I suddenly remembered that my family makes soup. Yes, old Zhang asked me to play chess. Hey young man, I wish you all the best with your work. A gust of wind swept by, and the previously impenetrable encirclement vanished instantly. A vacuum zone immediately opened up around Lin Yi. The code patted him on the shoulder, its tone still calm. It's fine to get familiar with the environment, but try not to get too close to crowds. Your fame is greater than you think. Lin Yi watched the code captain's retreating figure, a silhouette concealing his accomplishment, then glanced at the 3-meter-wide vacuum zone where no one dared approach. A bitter feeling welled up inside him, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Captain, wasn't your method of extricating yourself a little too hardcore? But the effect was undeniably outstanding. He now truly understood the power of a plague god. Even the matchmaking corner could be cleared out in a second. How about that? Oh well, from now on, when browsing the residential area, I guess I'll enjoy a VIP passage, the kind where the 3-meter radius is
was automatically cleared.
This damned, inescapable charm. The code team leader's rescue method, though hardcore, was remarkably effective.
At least when Linny strolled around the living area, he finally enjoyed a long-lost peace and quiet. The 3-meter radius automatic clearance zone was more effective than any VIP passage. He only occasionally encountered colleagues, who either glanced away as if admiring the scenery or gave him a sympathetic "take care, bro" look before quickly passing by. The label of Plague God has been firmly attached to him. 2 days later, the mission notification finally arrived. It wasn't the cold, impersonal communication from the code team leader, but rather Fire Raven coming directly to the dormitory entrance.
"Hey, F rank, we've got a job. Get ready to go."
Fire Raven leaned against the doorframe, still sporting that impatient "I'll take you flying" expression.
Linny jolted awake and sat up in bed. What kind of mission? Another cash register or a noodle shop?
I'm already a bit wary of these kinds of minor anomalies that are so close to people's lives.
Dream on. Fire Crow handed Linny a tablet. This mission is a proper level 2 alert zone investigation. The tablet displays a task briefing. Mission ID, CZ734. Mission location, Smiling Community, formerly Sunshine Garden Residential Area. Alert level, level 2, suspected spread of contamination. Task description, in the past month, residents' happiness index in this community has surged abnormally. The complaint rate has dropped to 0, and community activity participation has reached 100%. However, outsiders generally reported depressing atmosphere and stiff smiles. Upon entering,
3 Class D investigators who infiltrated the community earlier have gone missing. Their last messages before disappearing were all "everything is normal, smiles are great."
This suggests a high-intensity, widespread psychological influence or rule distortion.
Mission objective: infiltrate and investigate to identify the source and type of pollution, assess the threat, and intervene when necessary, while ensuring the safety of ourselves and the public.
Personnel: Fire Crow, Rank A, Team Leader, Linny, Rank F, Rules Advisor.
Linny's lips twitched as he looked at the words Rules Consultant. The title sounded impressive, but paired with an F-level rating, it seemed like a shirking of responsibility.
Frankly, it was just a way to get this human rule detector to test the waters first. Smiling Community?
Linny put down his tablet, his expression somewhat strange.
The name itself is a bit creepy. Happiness index off the charts, 0 complaint rate, 100% activity participation rate. This isn't a community, it's clearly a cult team building base. Enough with the nonsense. Fire Raven turned and left. Meet at the garage in 5 minutes. Your equipment is all ready, a standard reconnaissance kit, and,
she paused, glancing back at Linny, a whole dozen whiteboards and pens for you.
Linny looked puzzled. A record board? A pen? Do you mean I'm going to conduct a census in the community? 5 minutes later, in the garage, Linny looked at the equipment assigned to him and fell into deep thought.
A cheap-looking gray tracksuit, to disguise himself as an ordinary resident, a reconnaissance waste bag containing a pinhole camera, a voice recorder, and other small gadgets, and a stack of beautifully printed Smiling Community Happiness Survey questionnaires clipped together with cardboard and several ballpoint pens.
The questionnaire content was even more amusing. 1. How would you rate the overall well-being of your community? Out of 10. 2. What do you find most satisfying about your community?
Multiple choices allowed. A harmonious neighborhood. B. Clean environment. C. Abundant activities. D. Effective management. E. Frequent smiles.
3. How many times do you smile on average each day? 4. Do you believe that maintaining a smile is an important foundation for community harmony?
Linny held the stack of questionnaires and looked up at Huaya, who had changed into casual clothes, but still couldn't hide her murderous aura. Big sister, this thing, is it really useful? Fire Raven was inspecting his tactical gloves without looking up. The code said so. Since your ability is related to rules and complaints, then use the most direct way to approach their rules.
This questionnaire is just a decoy, giving you a chance to talk to the residents and observe them up close. What? F rank, scared? I'm not afraid.
Linny weighed the thick questionnaire in his hand, but it feels like going in with this thing would be like running a pyramid scheme. The driver was a taciturn logistics team member. The car drove out of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau's underground base and merged into the city traffic. About an hour later, they arrived at the Smiling Community in the suburbs. The community gate has been completely renovated, with a huge sign that reads Smiling Community, Happy Home, and a cartoon smiley face logo next to it. The security guards at the gate stand ramrod straight, their faces bearing a standard, almost copy-pasted smile, and they wave enthusiastically to let them through when they see their vehicles, disguised as community service vehicles. As soon as Linny stepped into the community, he felt an indescribable strangeness. It was too clean, the roads were spotless, the greenery was meticulously trimmed, and even the leaves seemed to have grown uniformly. It was a weekday morning, but there were many residents in the community, including elderly people taking a walk and mothers with their children. Everyone had a smile on their face and greeted each other warmly and cheerfully. But that smile, that enthusiasm, revealed an invisible deliberate effort, as if the muscles on his face were being pulled by invisible lines to make make a uniform expression. The entire community was permeated with an overly strong atmosphere of harmony, which made people feel suffocated.
Can you feel it?
Fire Raven lowered his voice, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The energy field is calm, but the rules, there's a rigid sense of order about it.
Lin Yi nodded. Although his rule vision was unreliable, he could still vaguely perceive extremely fine, almost continuous, transparent threads permeating the air. These threads connected every resident, as if conveying some kind of instruction to keep smiling and be positive.
First, we need to report to the neighborhood committee, citing the reason is conducting a third-party happiness survey.
Fire Crow proceeded according to plan.
The neighborhood committee office was equally clean and bright, and a middle-aged woman in a business suit with a friendly smile greeted them.
Welcome, welcome. I'm the deputy director of our community. My surname is Wang.
I'm very pleased that you've come to our community to conduct research.
Director Wang smiled brightly, his words full of enthusiasm.
Our community is currently striving to become a 5-star happy community, and we really need your professional evaluation. She skillfully described the community's glorious achievements, her words brimming with pride. But Lin Yi noticed that while she spoke, the curve of her smile remained unchanged, yet her eyes revealed not a trace of genuine emotion. Fire Crow, playing the role of a calm research team leader, succinctly explained their purpose.
Director Wang cooperated very smoothly, immediately,
expressing his full support in calling over a young social worker named Xiao Zhang to accompany them on their random visits to residents. Leaving the neighborhood committee and walking through the community with Xiao Zhang, whose smile was equally standard, Lin Yi knew in his heart that the real test had just begun. He pulled out a questionnaire, took a deep breath, and walked towards an elderly woman who was sitting on a bench, basking in the sun with a smile on her face.
Hello, Grandma, we are researchers invited by the community. Could you spare a few minutes to do a questionnaire survey?
Lin Yi tried to force out what he thought was the most harmless smile. The old lady turned her head, her smile impeccably kind. All right, young man, ask away.
Lin Yi took out a pen and began to read from the script.
First question, how would you rate the overall happiness level of the community?
10 out of 10.
Of course, 10 out of 10, the old lady said without hesitation, her voice booming. Our community is the best.
I'm so happy every day. My second question is, what do you find most satisfying about the community? All are good. A, B, C, D, E are all good. Especially E. The most important thing is to always have a smile on your face.
The old lady answered fluently.
While recording, Lin Yi secretly activated his rule vision.
He saw that the old woman was connected to those transparent, regular threads, which glowed slightly as she answered, as if reinforcing some kind of feedback. He decided to test the waters.
Grandma, you see, the weather can be bad sometimes, or there are always little troubles in life, right? How do you adjust your mood then?
He deliberately posed a question that deviated from the standard answer. The old lady's smile froze for a split second, but she recovered quickly, though her eyes seemed to go vacant for a moment. The regular threads on her body also became slightly disordered.
Worries? No worries.
Her voice rose slightly, and her smile became even brighter.
Living in a smiling community, how could we have worries? We should always keep smiling and spread positive energy.
The accompanying social worker, Xiao Zhang, immediately chimed in, yes, Grandma Li is a smiling role model in our community.
Lin Yi was making notes on the questionnaire, but he secretly drew a question mark under his pen.
He looked up at the old woman's seemingly smiling but lifeless eyes, and casually muttered, smiling all the time, doesn't her face get stiff? As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on the old lady's face froze and twisted, as if the program had malfunctioned. A strange clucking sound came from her throat, and a struggle and pain flashed in her eyes. The threads of her body trembled violently. Although the anomaly lasted only a moment, and the old lady quickly returned to her standard smile, Lin Yi and the alert Fire Crow beside her both clearly sensed it.
Social worker Xiao Zhang seemed oblivious, continuing to smile. Lin Yi's heart sank immediately. This place is definitely something else. Moreover, the core of the problem may very well lie hidden in this mandatory smile rule that allows no room for doubt.
His first attempt seemed to hit the soft spot of this happy community.
This thick stack of questionnaires suggests that it is far more complex than it appears on the surface.
The old woman's expression instantly contorted, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, the ripples small yet clearly visible.
The accompanying social worker, Xiao
Zhang, seemed oblivious, still wearing her professional smile. Grandma Li is a model resident in our community. Her optimistic spirit has always inspired everyone. Lin Yi and Huaya exchanged a glance, and Huaya nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Yes, Grandma Li is truly our role model. Lin Yi's face beamed with an impeccable sincere smile, as natural as any community resident's expression.
He casually ticked off boxes on the questionnaire while continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened.
By the way, Grandma, I've noticed that our community has a lot of activities.
Did you participate in the Everyone Smile check-in activity last time?
I heard that if you keep checking in, you can exchange them for eggs. He deliberately brought up community activities, trying to steer the conversation back to a safe level and observe the rules.
Reaction.
Sure enough, as soon as the community organized activity activities were mentioned, Grandma Lee's stiff smile softened considerably, and she started talking. Of course I participated. I checked in for 28 consecutive days without missing a single day. I got 20 eggs. The community really thinks so much about us residents. Director Wang and the others have worked so hard. She began to praise the community management fluently, her expression vivid, as if the earlier pause had never happened. The transparent threads of the rules seemed to stabilize, even shining brighter. Linny nodded in agreement, quickly analyzing in his mind. The core of this rule was maintaining smiles and positive feedback, and praise for the community was a safe signal reinforcing the rule. However, once negative emotions were involved, such as a stiff face or annoyance, it would trigger conflict and backlash against the rule. Specific community activities seemed to be one of the anchor points of the rule, effectively stabilizing the state of those affected. This rule was very much like a sensitive yet programmed AI, only accepting praise and tolerating no criticism whatsoever. Next, Linny and Hoya randomly interviewed several more residents, and the results were largely the same. Their praise of the community flowed naturally, but any attempt to probe their personal emotions or even express minor dissatisfaction would trigger varying degrees of rule-based stress responses, stiff smiles, rapid speech, repetitive slogans, and in severe cases, even brief physical loss of control. Xiao Shang, who accompanied them, maintained a constant smile and patiently guided them, but Linny noticed that whenever a resident exhibited obvious abnormalities, the rule threads around Xiao Zhang would tremble slightly, as if performing some kind of signal relay or stabilization control operation. This social worker was far from a simple character. She had likely become deeply integrated into the rule network, perhaps even becoming a part of the rules themselves. After a round of visits, Linny had barely filled out any useful questionnaires, but he had accumulated a bellyful of complaints. While Xiao Zhang was helping a resident retrieve a hat that had flown away, he lowered his voice and said to Firecrow, "Boss, this place is practically a giant positive energy PUA scene. Forced happiness can be considered happiness? This is even more terrifying than negative emotions." Fire Raven coldly surveyed the smiling residents around him, his eyes icy. "This is utterly inhuman. Find the core and dismantle it." The core issue is definitely related to that neighborhood committee and these community activities. Linny rubbed his slightly sore cheeks from laughing too hard. "But I feel that simply dismantling a few activity sites won't work. These rules are like a huge net, covering the entire community. We must find that server, or find the loopholes in the rules." Yes, even the most perfect rules are bound to have logical loopholes. A sly glint flashed in Linny's eyes. For example, it requires smiling and facing forward, but it doesn't specify how to smile or who to face. And what if it encounters gray information that it can't determine? He couldn't help but recall his previous experiences dealing with cash registers and noodle shop owners. Sometimes, those seemingly inexplicable complaints could precisely hit the blind spots of the rules and logic. Just then, Xiao Zhang returned, his smile still impeccable. "Two researchers, shall we go to the community activity center next? There's a happiness reading club today." Inside the activity center, more than 20 residents sat neatly in rows, led by an auntie, reciting positive energy quotes in unison. Each face wore a happy smile, and the recitation was perfectly synchronized, creating an atmosphere so harmonious it was almost suffocating. Linny and Huaya, standing in the back row, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if they had stumbled upon a cult gathering. After the book club session, the Sharing Insights on Happiness segment began. Residents took turns going on stage, using remarkably similar language to describe their happy lives in the community, expressing gratitude for the community's management and praising the harmony among neighbors. When it was a young mother's turn to speak, she recounted with a smile the little things about her child's happy growth in the community, but Linny keenly caught a fleeting glimpse of fatigue in her eyes. When she mentioned, "My child sometimes cries at night, but when I think of the harmonious atmosphere of the community, I tell myself to be strong and to smile," the thread of discipline in her body visibly trembled slightly. Linny immediately raised his hand, wearing a standard innocent researcher's smile, and said, "This lady is absolutely right. A child's growth is inseparable from the warmth of the community. I have a question I'd like to ask, which is also part of our research." Everyone turned to look at him, including Director Wang, whose expression stiffened slightly. He had also arrived at the activity center at some point. Linny cleared his throat, adopting the most sincere and academically inquisitive tone, and posed the question. "If one day your child suddenly becomes inexplicably unhappy and cries no matter what you do to comfort him, will you adhere to our community's motto of smiling to spread positive energy and continue to smile at him? Or will you, depending on the actual situation, such as first checking if he is hungry, sleepy, or has wet his pants, and then comfort him, scold him, or even allow yourself to temporarily stop smiling and be angry for a while?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire activity center fell into a deathly silence. The smiles on the residents' faces froze instantly. This was clearly a question that the rules couldn't answer directly. It touched upon the fundamental contradiction between forced positivity and genuine needs. Under Lin Yi's rule-driven vision,
explosion, the transparent network of threads within the activity center shook and twisted violently, like a spiderweb struck by a boulder. The residents began to show varying degrees of confusion. Some had vacant eyes, some had twitching lips, and some even began unconsciously repeating "smile, have positive energy." The standard smiles on Director Wang's and social worker Xiao Zhang's faces vanished completely, replaced by a cold, inhuman anger. Their auras of power surged intensely, locked onto Lin Yi. "You!" Director Wang's voice became shrill and piercing. Fire Crow stepped forward, shielding Lin Yi behind her, tiny sparks already flying around her. "Found a loophole?" Lin Yi grinned as he looked at the crumbling illusion of happiness before him and at the two community workers who were clearly the core enforcers of the rules. "Ah, I guess so. It seems that the smiling rule is a bit too sensitive. It can't stand the truth." The air inside the activity center seemed to freeze. The smiles on the residents' faces stiffened into eerie masks. Their eyes were vacant, and their bodies trembled slightly, like robots whose programming had malfunctioned. The transparent threads of rules that held them together vibrated violently, emitting a sickening buzzing sound that only Lin Yi could hear. The entire network of rules in the happy community was briefly caught in a logical deadlock because of Lin Yi's seemingly absurd yet crucial question. Detected, abnormal information, threat level increased. Director Wang's voice was cold and devoid of any human emotion, his pupils flashing with a series of data-like lights. The social worker beside him, Xiao Zhang, also assumed an attack stance, her previously kind face turning ferocious, the power of rules gathering around her. "Attack!" Fire Crow shouted, her reaction as swift as lightning. She clasped her hands together, and blazing flames materialized out of thin air, transforming into two roaring fire snakes that attacked Director Wang and Xiao Zhang respectively. She knew that against this kind of rule-based anomaly, destroying its core execution unit as quickly as possible was the most effective method. However, just as the flames approached Director Wang within half a meter, they struck an invisible wall, rapidly diminishing and extinguishing. Before Director Wang, a barrier composed of countless tiny, regular characters flashed by and then vanished. "Warning! Using open flames in public areas of the community is a serious violation of Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the Happy Community Safety Management Regulations," Director Wang announced coldly. "According to the rules, this will be purified." She raised her hand and pointed, and an invisible force of rules instantly enveloped her. Fire Raven groaned, feeling her powers suddenly falter, as if bound by layers of shackles. The surrounding air thickened, forcefully repelling her flames. This was the direct suppression of her violation by the rules. Big sister. Lin Yi's heart tightened. He understood. In this realm of rules, any behavior deemed negative or violation would be met with strong repercussions. A head-on clash would be devastating, even for an S-rank Fire Crow. To win, one must use the rules to defeat the rules. "Director Wang, you've misunderstood." Lin Yi took a step forward, his face immediately displaying a more standard and radiant professional smile than the residents. His voice was loud and clear, brimming with positive energy. "We are cooperating with the research and conducting in-depth scenario simulation discussions. The goal is to improve the community care system and better serve the residents." This Comrade Hoya was just a little emotional, using flames to express her attention and enthusiasm for community safety work. The method may be a little off, but the original intention is good and positive. His speech was fluent and rapid, his pronunciation clear and articulate, and each word carefully approached the safe zone of the rules: research, simulation, improvement, service, importance, enthusiasm, positivity. A wondrous change ensued. With Lin Yi's positive interpretation, the pressure of the rules surrounding Fire Crow noticeably eased. The invisible shackles binding her, though still present, no longer tightened dramatically. Director Wang's eyes flickered with data, seemingly engaged in logical analysis. "Soliciting nonsense, distorting the rules," Xiao Zhang screamed, clearly preferring a direct attack. "How could it be a distortion?" Lin Yi immediately turned to her, his smile unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of heartache. "Comrade Zhang, as community workers, we must be good at seeing the positive side of things, and we should guide, not simply prohibit. This is what Director Wang often taught us. We must believe that every resident's starting point is good, even if the methods need improvement. This is the inclusive spirit of a happy community, right?" He cleverly used something Director Wang might have said, or the positive guidance concept inherent in the rules themselves, to turn the tables on Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang was immediately speechless, and the rules, he was in turmoil. Director Wang fell into an even longer silence, the core of the rules seemingly processing this message full of positive words, but with an ambiguous intention. Just then, the residents, already thrown into chaos by the logical inconsistencies, underwent an even more terrifying change. The young mother closest to Lin Yi, who had been sharing her insights, completely shattered. Her smile, replacing it with extreme pain and contortion. She clutched her hair tightly, letting out suppressed sobs. The threads of order emanating from her body began to darken, even emitting wisps of black energy. "Rules contaminated?" Fire Raven's pupils contracted sharply as he whispered. When rules are forcibly distorted or unable to resolve conflicts, even
even more severe mutations often occur. Other residents also began to exhibit similar symptoms, some unconsciously repeated negative words in soft voices, while others experienced unnatural body twitches. The happy atmosphere of the entire activity center took a sharp turn for the worse, becoming eerie and oppressive. Look, this is the consequence of suppressing true emotions. Linny seized the opportunity, pointed at the residents who had mutated, and said loudly to Director Wang, "True happiness is not pretending that nothing is wrong. True community care is allowing residents to have emotions and helping them solve problems, not making them struggle with whether to check the diaper or keep smiling when their child is crying. Your rules are not creating happiness, they are creating emotional bombs." This statement is no longer a positive interpretation of exploiting loopholes in the rules, but a naked exposure and criticism. Blasphemy. Destruction. Director Wan was completely enraged. The power of the rules emanating from her and Xiao Zhang erupted, no longer simply suppressing, but transforming into countless barbed, transparent chains that shot towards Linny like a storm. This time, the rules determined that Linny was the core source of pollution and would subject him to both physical and mental annihilation. Watch out. Fire Raven forcefully activated her superpower, forming a shield of flames, but her flame shield was on the verge of collapse in the face of the rule chain specifically designed for rulers. Faced with this sure-kill attack, Linny suddenly smiled. The smile wasn't forced, it carried a mocking "I knew it" tone. He took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and facing the entire activity center, all the residents controlled by the rules, and the two rule enforcers, he unleashed his loudest complaint. "I'm telling you, these are lousy rules. You can't even understand the most basic principle that a person is a person, not a program, and you still dare to call them happiness. Rules? They're even more unreasonable than that broken vending machine downstairs that swallowed $5 from me and wouldn't dispense anything. Terrible. Absolutely terrible." This rant was devoid of any positive energy, vulgar and blunt, even somewhat nonsensical. But as soon as the words were spoken, a miracle began to happen. The chains of rules that were shooting toward Linny suddenly stopped and twisted when they were less than half a meter away from him. Then, as if the program had encountered unrecognizable gibberish, it began to collapse and slowly dissipate. Logical error. Unable to analyze. Keywords: unreasonable, bad review, conflict with core definition. Director Wang and Xiao Zhang's bodies also began to flicker violently, like holographic images with poor contact. They tried to re-establish the rules, but Lin Yi's rant, which completely deviated from the framework of rule logic, invaded the core judgment mechanism of the rule network like a virus. The word negative review is especially devastating for a rule that strives for absolutely positive feedback. Crack. There seemed to be a faint cracking sound in the air. Inside the activity center, the black aura emanating from the residents, who were severely corrupted by the rules, suddenly stopped. Then, the extreme pain on their faces eased slightly. Although they were still confused, the stiffness of being completely controlled was noticeably reduced. The rules of the network were torn open by Lin Yi's heartfelt and illogical bad review. Fire Raven seized the opportunity, and the flames surged again. This time, the rule's suppression of her was greatly reduced. She looked at Lin Yi, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. This guy is definitely an expert at dealing with these weird things. Lin Yi patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Director Wang and Xiao Zhang, who looked completely bewildered, an even more irritating smile. See, telling the truth does have some effect. Next time, before setting rules, do more research on real needs and don't just make things up behind closed doors, you too. The figures of Director Wang and Xiao Zhang flickered violently, becoming increasingly transparent, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. However, at that moment, an even larger and purer force of rules suddenly erupted from the direction of the Community Neighborhood Committee building, sweeping in like a tidal wave, instantly stabilizing the network that was about to collapse, and also making the figures of Director Wang and Xiao Zhang solidify again. A more authoritative and icy voice pierced through the network of rules and resounded directly in the minds of Lin Yi and Firecrow. "Outsiders, you have successfully caught my attention. The real mastermind has been alerted." Lin Yi and Hoya exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. That cold, authoritative voice resounded directly in my mind, carrying the indifference of looking down on ants. As soon as the voice came out, the Community Rules Network, which had been almost destroyed by Lin Yi's bad reviews and complaints, seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant, quickly stabilized and repaired, and even became more solid and more oppressive. Director Wang and Xiao Zhang's figures froze completely, their eyes revealing a cold, data-driven light. They no longer tried to argue with Lin Yi, but instead, like two most loyal guards, blocked the exits of the activity center from the left and right, staring intently at Lin Yi and Hoya with emotionless eyes. The main force has arrived. Firecrow's flames subsided, but her aura grew stronger. She sensed a source of power far exceeding that of Director Wang and the other two. It's in the direction of the Neighborhood Committee building, and it's extremely powerful. It seems our investigation has alerted the community server. Lin Yi rubbed his temples, feeling that the situation was somewhat tricky. That wave of bad reviews was a surprising tactic that caught the opponent off guard.
hard, but it clearly didn't address the root of the problem. The source of this bizarre rule was more complicated than he had imagined. Outsiders, your words and actions have posed a serious threat to the stability and harmony of happy community, the voice in my mind continued to pronounce. According to the highest provisions of the regulations on the management of outsiders in happy community, a mandatory purification procedure is now being carried out on you. Forced purification? Linny raised an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Are they inviting us to the neighborhood committee for tea and a chat, or are they just formatting us into happy idiots? There was no response, but dense, white glowing regular characters began to appear on the floor, walls, and ceiling of the activity center, like living code, and quickly wrapped around Linny and Firecrow. These words contain a powerful force of binding and corrosiveness, far surpassing the simple chains of the past. We can't take this lying down, Fire Raven hissed, slamming his hands into the ground. Flame wall ring. Boom! A ring of fire rose into the sky centered on her and Linny, temporarily blocking the approach of those rule-based characters. The flames collided with the written rules, sizzling as they eroded each other. But the light of the firewall was dimming at a visible rate, while the number of rule-based characters seemed endless. Boss, if this keeps up, we can't hold on any longer. Linny could clearly sense that the Firecrow's powers were rapidly being depleted. After all, this was the domain of the rules, and their power was being severely suppressed. Find the core. We must disrupt it. Firecrow gritted his teeth and persisted. The core was in the neighborhood committee building. Linny's mind raced as he glanced at the residents who had once again put on their standard smiles and slowly gathered around. Trying to force your way through? Facing the densely packed happy residents and Director Wang, two reinforced rule-enforcing entities, would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the wall of the activity center, where a huge happy community convenience service map was posted, marking the locations of the neighborhood committee, activity center, fitness square, charity supermarket, and other places. A bold, even somewhat adventurous, idea popped into my head. Hey, you host or brain thing, Linny shouted at the air, your forced purification process is illegal. The erosion of the rulemaking text paused slightly. A voice in the mind seemed to carry a hint of doubt. Improper? Of course it's not compliant, Linny retorted righteously. According to the Happiness Community Service Guide posted on your wall, any decision must be made in advance by informing the parties of the reasons and basis, and listening to their statements and defenses. You're trying to purify things directly. Where's procedural justice? Where's service awareness? This is simply bureaucracy. Formalism. It's bound to draw complaints from residents. Firecrow. She almost lost control of the flames. This guy, even at the brink of death, was still trying to follow the rules of these bizarre laws? Surprisingly, the attacking text of the rules actually stopped. The voice in my head fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly searching for the so-called service guide. Search complete. This rule is not found in the guidelines. You are fabricating rules, the voice stated coldly. How could there not be? Isn't people-oriented, service first your motto? Isn't that an implicit requirement? Linny argued irrationally, while quickly giving Hoya a wink, signaling to prepare to break through. You're not following the procedures, which is the biggest violation. I want to see your leaders. I'm going to complain to the neighborhood committee. He deliberately acted unreasonably, aiming to draw the attention of the rules and create a reasonable excuse for going to the neighborhood committee building to file a complaint. Sure enough, the voice fell silent again, seemingly processing this illogical message that was somehow tackled on the guise of rules and procedures. Director Wang and Xiao Zhang also stopped what they were doing and stood there motionless, as if they had entered standby mode. An opportunity. Firecrow instantly understood, grabbing Lin Yi's shoulder. Let's go. The flames erupted, not as an attack, but as a propulsion, sending the two flying like arrows through the activity center window and hurtling towards the neighborhood committee building. Behind them came Director Wang's mechanical warning, damaging public property, violation. However, more rules and constraints did not immediately follow, as it seemed that the mastermind was still calculating whether Lin Yi's complaint request was reasonable. Your mouth can actually be quite useful sometimes, Fire Raven couldn't help but say amidst the whirlwind. Basic operation. Lin Yi raised his chin smugly, but his eyes remained fixed on the neighborhood committee building that was just a stone's throw away. In his eyes, that three-story building seemed like a fortress radiating an invisible force field. With almost no effective resistance, the two landed smoothly in front of the neighborhood committee building. The building doors were wide open, and the interior was brightly lit, but completely empty, eerily silent. That immense source of power emanated from inside the building. It seems we've lured them into a trap, Firecrow said in a deep voice after sensing the situation. Trying to catch a turtle in a jar? That depends on who the turtle is. Linny took a deep breath and stepped inside. Let's go and meet the source of this happiness. The interior of the building was impeccably clean, with everything in perfect order. Guided by the power of the rules, they quickly arrived at the door of an office at the deepest part of the third floor, with a sign hanging on the door, Community Data Management Center. Pushing open the door, the sight before them stunned them. There were no grotesque monsters as
they had expected, nor any complicated instruments. The room was large, filled with server racks, and indicator lights twinkled like stars. In the center of the room, a complex geometric shape, resembling a holographic projection, made of pure white light, slowly rotated. It is the source of the power of rules. A figure sits beneath the geometric shape. He was a young man dressed in ordinary community worker's clothes, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and looking somewhat frail. He was staring at a screen, his fingers flying across a virtual keyboard, displaying countless lines of code and rules. Hearing the door open, he looked up, adjusted his glasses, and gave a very standard, yet seemingly helpless and weary, community worker smile. "Hello, I'm the Community Data Administrator, codename Coordinator. His voice was somewhat similar to the one in Lin Yi's mind, but less cold and more human. "Welcome to the core processing unit of the happy community. I've received your complaint. Please have a seat, we can have a good talk." Lin Yi and Huaya were both stunned. The mastermind behind it all looked like this? This was far too down-to-earth. What happened to the world-destroying evil god or the insane AI? He looked more like an overworked programmer. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, observing through his rule vision. He saw countless intricate data streams connecting this coordinator to the central white geometric shape, the core of the rules. He was indeed part of the rules, even a crucial execution terminal. But strangely, besides the power of the rules, this coordinator also carried a very faint, human-like emotional fluctuation. That hint of weariness and helplessness didn't seem like a pretense. "Talk?" Lin Yi pulled up a chair and sat down, tentatively asking, "How do we talk? First, tell me what exactly this forced purification is all about." "It sounds too inhumane." The coordinator sighed, swiping his finger across the screen to pull up some data. "According to my monitoring, after you entered the community, you repeatedly attempted to incite negative emotions among residents and question the community's core rules, ultimately leading to an overload of the local rule network and signs of rule pollution. According to the core directive, maintaining the stability of the community's absolute happiness is the highest priority. Purifying the unstable factors, that is, formatting relevant memories and implanting a standard happiness template, is a necessary measure." He spoke in a very serious manner, as if he were reciting a routine community management regulation. "Absolute happiness? Can that even be considered happiness? That's just numbness," Lin Yi retorted. "But data shows that after formatting, residents' happiness index has stabilized at over 95%, the community conflict rate is 0, and the satisfaction rate is 100%. The coordinator pointed to the charts on the screen and said, "This is currently the most efficient solution for happiness." "Nonsense." Fire Raven couldn't help but say coldly, "Twisted Will, what kind of happiness is that?" The coordinator looked at Fire Crow, his expression still calm. "This fire-type ability user lady, your emotional fluctuation level is severely excessive. We recommend that you receive psychological counseling. In the happy community, negative emotions are the biggest stability risk and need to be eliminated." Lin Yi knew perfectly well that the logic behind this coordinator, or the core rules behind him, had become completely rigid, trapped in a dead end of data-driven and efficiency-first approach. Talking to him about humanity and free will was like casting pearls before swine. He rolled his eyes and changed his perspective. "Okay, even if your data looks impressive," Lin Yi shrugged, "have you considered that your system has loopholes?" The coordinator paused for a moment as he typed, "A vulnerability? Impossible. The core rules have undergone billions of simulations and deductions. The logic is complete." "Complete?" Lin Yi sneered. "My bad review just now almost crashed your network. What does that prove? And your forced cleanup didn't even have an appeal process. Isn't that a loophole? What if you made a misjudgment? For example, what if a resident was just in a bad mood inside a few times, and you formatted their account? Is that reasonable? That's simply an abuse of power. You need to write a self-criticism." The coordinator froze, his eyes flickering behind his glasses as if he were frantically calculating. Lin Yi's words had once again touched upon the gray area of misjudgment and procedural justice within the rules and logic. For a system that strives for absolute correctness, this was undoubtedly a fatal flaw. "The probability of misjudgment is less than 0.0001%, the coordinator explained with difficulty. 0.0001% is still a probability. For the resident who was wrongly judged, it's 100% unfortunate." Lin Yi pressed his advantage. "So, your rules are far from perfect and need patching. And me, as a concerned citizen who discovered a major loophole, not only should I not be purged, you should thank me. You should give me a good community supervisor banner." Fire Crow listened from the side, his lips twitching slightly. This guy really knows how to turn black into white. The coordinator was completely stumped. He first looked at Lin Yi, then turned to stare at the central geometric core of the rules, the data stream flashing wildly in his eyes. Lin Yi's complaint and accusation of program loopholes had clearly brought a huge logical shock to this rigid rules system. After a long silence, the coordinator finally spoke, his voice filled with an unprecedented uncertainty. "Logical conflict is being reassessed. Your allegations have a certain degree of reasonable reasonableness based on the principles of community service. He looked up at Lin Yi, his standard smile appearing somewhat forced. Given that program vulnerability you mentioned, the forced cleanup process is temporarily suspended. However, you still need to be subject to oversight. Before fixing the vulnerability, please abide by the basic community rules and refrain from causing further logical confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and waved his hand wearily. You can leave now. Director Wang will arrange temporary accommodation for you. The door opened automatically, and Director Wang stood outside, his standard smile back on his face, but his gaze towards Lin Yi was colder than before. Lin Yi and Hua Ye exchanged a glance, secretly relieved that they were temporarily safe. He had actually managed to temporarily defuse this crisis with his procedural loophole theory, but Lin Yi knew in his heart that this was merely a stopgap measure. The core of the rules in this seemingly rational coordinator were inherently extremely dangerous. If this set of happiness rules could not be fundamentally cracked, this community would forever remain nothing more than an exquisitely crafted cage. He stood up, walked to the door, then suddenly turned back and flashed a bright smile at the coordinator who was still agonizing over the loophole. By the way, Mr. Coordinator, here's a friendly reminder for you. Your rules might keep out bad guys, but they won't stop people from complaining. Next time you design rules, remember to read the complete guide to complaining to develop a more systematic sense of humor and resilience. Goodbye, Coordinator. The geometric core of the rules in front of him trembled almost imperceptibly. Emerging from that cramped, server-filled data management center, a place so awkwardly designed you could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of it, Lin Yi and Hua Ye were invited by Director Wang to the community guest house. Though called a guest house, the conditions were surprisingly good, clean and tidy, but the walls were plastered with so many smiling slogans it was almost unsettling. Even the bathroom mirror had a sign that read, "Did you smile today?" Director Wang, with a forced smile, instructed, "You two distinguished guests, please abide by the community's basic regulations. Do not make loud noises, do not spread negativity, and maintain environmental harmony." After saying that, he walked away with measured steps, his back view conveying a sense of "I'm watching you." As soon as the door closed, Firecrow immediately set up several small soundproof flame barriers before letting out a sigh of relief. She glared at Lin Yi with annoyance. "Next time you're courting death, can you at least give me a heads up? I almost thought we were really going to go head to head with those damn rules." Lin Yi lay sprawled on the bed, crossing his legs smugly. "Oh, my dear boss, don't you believe my blessed mouth? You can't deal with this rigid thing by following the rules. The more you reason with it, the more energetic it becomes. If you try to argue with it, its CPU, brain, will overload and crash." He mimicked the coordinator's tone at the time, logical conflict, reassessing. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. If you talk to it like a broken record about humanity, it won't understand. But if you nitpick the words and point out the program loopholes, it'll be completely bewildered. That's what you call using magic to defeat magic." Fire Raven couldn't help but smile slightly as he recalled what had just happened, but he immediately straightened his face again. "Don't be too happy yet. That coordinator was only temporarily fooled by your twisted logic. The core rules behind it are the real trouble. Suspending purification is not the same as canceling it. We're still in the den of thieves. Relax, relax." Lin Yi waved his hand, looking like he knew what he was doing. "It's probably busy patching up the rules right now and doesn't have time for us. Let's take this opportunity to find out what's going on in this godforsaken place." Just then, rhythmic music drifted in from outside the window. "The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills." Lin Yi leaped to the window with a somersault and saw a large group of elderly men and women in neat rows dancing to music in the small square below. Their movements were astonishingly precise, their smiles were eerily uniform, and even the angles of their arm swings and leg lifts were perfectly synchronized, making it look like a solemn military parade. TSK TSK TSK, even square dancing is like an assembly line operation? Lin Yi clicked his tongue in disapproval. These rules are too rigid. Look at that old man in the front row. He's laughing so hard, his nasolabial folds could trap a mosquito. You can tell he's not being sincere at all. Fire Raven also walked to the window, frowning as he stared down below. The power of rules is precisely what sustains this collective activity, which may be one of the ways it absorbs or transforms energy. Who cares? Since we're told to follow the basic rules, they didn't say we can't participate in group activities. Lin Yi's eyes darted around, and he grinned mischievously. "Big sister, let's go. Let's cultivate our minds, do some square dancing, and personally experience the happy life." Fire Crow gave him a, "Are you crazy? Look, you go if you want, I can't bear the embarrassment. Hey, this is just scouting, and also injecting some life into this lifeless dance troupe." Lin Yi ignored everything and dragged the extremely unwilling Fire Crow downstairs. Upon arriving at the square, the music had just changed to the most dazzling ethnic trend. Lin Yi forcefully dragged Hua Ye to the back of the group. Hua Ye was completely stiff, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. She was skilled at fighting, but asking her to do square dancing was practically a death sentence. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was absolutely
absolutely insane. He didn't follow any standard movements at all, completely improvising, twisting and turning in a chaotic mess, while chanting incoherently, "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky, let me keep you here with my heart. Hey, keep me here." His uniquely styled dance instantly drew the attention of the entire audience of elderly men and women. A crack appeared in their otherwise standardized smiles, and the precise movements of their dance lines trembled slightly. The lead dancer almost couldn't keep up with the rhythm. While twisting and turning haphazardly, Linny leaned closer to an elderly man next to him who was trying hard to keep a smile on his face and loudly asked for advice. "Grandpa, your hip twisting movements are really energetic, but I think you seem to be a little out of step. Is it because the rules? Oh no, is this dance designed to be inhumane?" The old man's smile froze instantly, his lips twitching. He wanted to correct himself but dared not deviate from the standard. His whole body practically twisted into a pretzel. Fire Crow couldn't bear to watch any longer and covered her face, trying to pretend she didn't know him. But Linny pulled her close, and they both started twisting and turning. "Big sister, relax. Smile. Just think of it as using your powers too much, stretching your muscles." Fire Crow stumbled as he dragged her along, her icy expression completely crumbling. Filled with shame and anger, she growled, "Linny, let me go." This scene clearly disrupted the harmony of the square dancing. The music was still playing, but the group had become somewhat scattered, and many people were secretly glancing at the two outcasts. Suddenly, the music stopped abruptly. Everyone stopped moving, including Linny and Huaya. There stood Director Wang, seemingly out of nowhere, at the edge of the square, holding a megaphone, a standard smile on his face, but his eyes were cold and ruthless enough to kill. "Dear residents, today's fitness activity has come to an end. Thank you for your active participation." As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze swept coldly over Linny and Huaya. "You two investigators, please come with me. Coordinator, please come in. Oh, the patching is finished? Are you inviting us to inspect the results?" Linny wasn't intimidated at all. He straightened his crooked clothes and followed after them with a grin. Back in the data management center, the coordinator was still sitting in front of the screen, but he looked even more tired, and his glasses seemed to be covered with a layer of oil. "Gentlemen," the coordinator's voice was slightly hoarse, "regarding your concerns about program vulnerabilities and risks of misjudgment, the core rules have been updated." The screen displayed a long and complex update log. However, the coordinator's tone shifted, tinged with frustration. "During the simulation, we discovered a new, logically inconsistent problem, especially when faced with external, non-standard information input. The system resource utilization spiked dramatically, even affecting core stability." Linny blinked. "Speak human language?" The coordinator adjusted his glasses, seemingly considering his words, before finally uttering, "What I mean is, your words, especially the sarcastic ones, are a bit like virus code. The rules don't know how to handle them, and they're prone to crashing." Pfft. Linny couldn't help but burst out laughing. "So I'm the system's designated killer of cancerous diseases?" Fire Crow couldn't help but chuckle and quickly turned its head away. The coordinator seemed a little embarrassed, but still said earnestly, "That's one way to understand it. Therefore, until we find a way to completely immunize against, or rather, to be compatible with your information patterns, we hope to reach a temporary agreement." "What agreement?" Linny asked with great interest. "The community can provide you with a relatively relaxed environment to stay in. As long as it does not cause large-scale rule contamination, we can tolerate some minor, discordant behaviors for the time being." The coordinator tried to make his words sound like an equal negotiation rather than a show of weakness. "In return, please try to reduce the frequency and intensity of your use of that viral code, especially in public places." Linny and Huaya exchanged a glance, surprise flashing in each other's eyes. The core of the rules was actually backing down? Was it actually starting to negotiate? Linny stroked his chin, feigning deep thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. "All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll agree. But tolerance alone isn't enough. There has to be some real benefit, right? Like, give us some internal network access so we can order takeout or something? Your community doesn't even have a barbecue stand. It's so inconvenient." The coordinator's facial muscles twitched slightly, as if he were trying his best to hold back. "The community advocates healthy eating. Takeout does not comply with regulations." Look, you just said you'd be tolerant, and you can't even handle this little thing?" Linny immediately put on a "I'm very disappointed" expression. The coordinator remained silent for a long time, finally seeming to have made a great decision. "We can grant limited access to internal information, but takeout, absolutely not." "Deal." Linny readily agreed, his heart pounding with joy. Access to internal information brought him one step closer to uncovering the truth behind the rules of happiness. Emerging from the data management center, Linny was in high spirits, whistling. Fire Crow looked at him, shaking his head helplessly. "You're truly the most outrageous ability user I've ever seen. You're the first person to talk about such bizarre rules to the point of exhaustion." Basic operation. Linny said smugly. "Next, let's make good use of this temporary agreement and make it bloom in the center of this happy cage." He could almost see that cold, hard core
of the rules finally collapsed completely under his relentless attacks with virus code, revealing its true nature. Having obtained that frustrating temporary agreement, Linny and Hwaya's status in the happiness community instantly upgraded from high-risk prisoners to key monitoring targets. Simply put, as long as they didn't do anything drastic and occasionally tested the waters, the rules system would choose to turn a blind eye. How could Linny possibly let go of such an opportunity to recklessly test the limits of the rules? The next morning, he dragged Hwaya, whose face clearly screamed no, and swaggered into the community's positive energy bookstore. The bookstore was impeccably clean, its shelves filled with books like Mindset Determines Everything, The Power of Gratitude, and A Little Happiness Tip Every Day. Even the novels were a collection of heartwarming stories from the smiling community. Linny casually picked up a book titled On the Importance of a Sustained Smile, flipped through a couple of pages, and couldn't help but grin. Goodness, reading too much of this might give me smiling facial paralysis. His voice wasn't quiet. A resident nearby, who was quietly reading, nearly dropped his book, and the threads of his aura rippled but quickly returned to normal. Clearly, the coordinator had applied a reduced sensitivity patch to the system. Linny winked smugly at Firecrow, then walked to the lending desk and said to the smiling librarian, "Auntie, do you have any more provocative books? Like The Self-Cultivation of Complaining, or How to Argue Elegantly?" The librarian's smile froze instantly, her eyes glazed over as if searching online. A few seconds later, she resumed her standard smile. "I'm sorry, we don't have the book you're looking for. We recommend The Art of Language, How to Praise Gracefully. Tisk, that's too narrow a scope of business." Linny shook his head, then suddenly had a bright idea. "How about I donate books? I have a copy of Humor and Eloquence. It's definitely full of positive energy." The aunt hesitated again, and finally answered mechanically, "Donated books need to go through content review. The review period may be quite long." "Fine, that's boring." Linny put the book back in its place and strolled away. He was purely there to test the rules tolerance level, and the results satisfied him quite a bit. In the following days, Linny fully performed his duties as a rule loophole tester. During a community choir rehearsal, he deliberately sang off-key, ending up singing at his grandmother's house, and then earnestly argued, "This is an innovative way of singing, reflecting the community's inclusiveness." The conductor's smile immediately cracked, but he didn't dare to criticize him in public. At a happy life-sharing session, he took the stage and spoke at length about the importance of occasionally slacking off for physical and mental health, cleverly substituting moderate relaxation for justifiably lying down. The residents in the audience looked bewildered, and the rules on the internet kept flashing, but ultimately no one punished him. He even tried posting on the community's internal forum, a place where only commendations and event announcements are allowed, with the title, "Some Thoughts on the Excessive Aphids in the Community Greenbelt, also on Biodiversity," and the content was full of sarcasm. The post mysteriously disappeared after 5 minutes, and the account was banned for a day. Linny scoffed, "How petty. They don't even respect the survival rights of aphids. What kind of great love are they talking about?" Firecrow followed behind him, its initial helplessness gradually turning into numbness, and even occasionally feeling a little excited. Seeing this rigid system being tormented by Linny in various ways, yet unable to truly punish him due to the constraints of the agreement, its frustration was quite something to watch. Of course, they didn't forget their main task. Using the limited internal information access granted by the coordinator, they painstakingly unearthed the community's secrets, bit by bit, like squeezing toothpaste. The access level is very low, and what you can see are just the fringes. Community energy consumption records, outrageously high. Resident activity participation statistics, close to 100%. Material consumption lists, extremely regular, lacking personalization, etc. This coordinator is so stingy, all they show us is this junk. Linny pouted at the screen, the temporary query terminal provided by the coordinator. "I can't get a single bit of the core data, but we can also see some clues." Fire Raven pointed to the energy consumption records and said, "Maintaining such a large-scale rule domain consumes an astronomical amount of energy. Where does the energy come from? There must be a source." Linny stroked his chin thoughtfully, "And look at these residents, they hardly produce anything, they just keep consuming happiness and participating in activities. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. I suspect that they themselves may be batteries." This conjecture sent a chill down their spines. If the residents of the community were all unwitting human batteries providing energy to the rule system, then this so-called happiness seemed even more chilling. That night, Linny couldn't stay idle again. He dragged Firecrow along to patrol the community, ostensibly to digest food. When they reached the green belt near the edge of the community, Linny suddenly stopped and squinted at the wall that was faintly visible in the darkness in the distance. In his view of the rules, the wall was not a physical entity, but a boundary composed of dense and constantly flowing rule runes. "Boss, have you noticed? The boundaries of this community are slowly expanding," Linny said in a low voice. Fire Raven carefully sensed the surroundings, its expression changing slightly. "Indeed. Although it's slow, it has advanced about half a meter outwards since we first arrived.
It's devouring the surrounding reality? Goodness, this thing really is a growing tumor. Linny clicked his tongue. No wonder they wanted to create absolute happiness. Unhappy people would probably have a rejection reaction, which would affect its digestion.
Just as he was pondering this, a small patch of rule runes at the edge of his rule vision experienced extremely subtle disturbances, as if it had come into contact with something incompatible. It flickered a few times before returning to normal.
Something's wrong. Linny immediately pulled Fire Crow behind a tree.
A few minutes later, a figure in a sanitation worker's uniform, head down, and walking unsteadily, pushed a cleaning cart and slowly walked from that direction. This is one of the common cleaners in the community, whose presence is usually very low. But Linny keenly noticed that the regular lines on this cleaner's body were much dimmer and sparser than those of other residents, and his movements also seemed slow, unlike the others who were full of positive vitality. As the cleaner passed by the tree where they were hiding, Linny even heard him mutter something very low and indistinctly, which didn't sound like a positive energy slogan, but rather like a tired sigh. The sigh was extremely faint, yet it caused a noticeable repulsive fluctuation in the surrounding rule threads. The cleaner seemed to sense her discomfort, immediately straightened up, forced a smile, and quickened her pace to leave. Linny and Hoya emerged from behind the tree, their expressions turning serious as they watched the cleaner's retreating figure.
He doesn't seem to have been completely assimilated,
Fire Raven whispered. It seems that even this happiness virus has some survivors. Linny stroked his chin, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes.
Perhaps we can find a way to break through this hellish community from him, or even find a way to infiltrate from the outside?
Their previous actions were all under strict rule monitoring, making it difficult for them to cause much of a stir. But this seemingly insignificant cleaner might be an unexpected variable.
Don't be careless, don't alert them, Firecrow warned.
Understood.
Linny grinned.
Looks like our virus code will have to find a chance to confront this bug. Within the regular wire mesh, a fork in the road seemed to appear faintly. After discovering the sanitation worker who seemed to have slipped through the net, Linny and Hoya were both excited and cautious, like Columbus discovering a new continent. For the next 2 days, they stopped their performance art and made keeping an eye on Oldley, as they occasionally heard other residents address him, their top priority. Oldley's work schedule was extremely regular. He would sweep the main road in the early morning, empty the garbage cans in each building in the morning, trim the green belts in the afternoon, and finish work in the evening. He always kept his head down, was taciturn, and had that kind of formulaic smile on his face, which was obviously dimmer than that of other residents. His activities were mostly confined to the periphery of the community, rarely venturing near the neighborhood committee building and activity center in the center.
He's clearly trying to keep his presence low,
Fire Raven observed carefully.
Moreover, when he passes through places with dense rules,
such as the entrance to the activity center, his pace quickens unconsciously, and the rule threads on his body fluctuate more noticeably.
Looks like he's hiding from surveillance cameras.
Linny, with a blade of grass in his mouth, hid behind the green belt and secretly wondered, this Oldley must be hiding a secret, or rather, his remaining humanity makes him instinctively reject that core of happiness. But figuring out how to approach him became a problem.
Although Director Wang and Xiao Zhan were no longer closely monitoring him, the community's rules and regulations were still omnipresent, and approaching him rashly was extremely risky. The opportunity finally presented itself one evening.
Oldley was clearing fallen leaves in the most secluded corner of the community, next to only a solitary,
old-fashioned recycling bin.
There were no other residents around, and the angle of the security camera, if any, was partially blocked by a large tree.
It's right here.
Linny made a quick decision and winked at Hoya.
Big sister, you keep watch for me. If Director Wang or that coordinator comes, you pretend to argue with me and make a commotion. Firecrow rolled her eyes at him. Can't you come up with a more sophisticated contingency plan?
The more sophisticated the story, the easier it is to expose.
The more melodramatic, the more real it seems,
Linny said, composing himself before swaying as he walked towards Oldley.
Oh, sir, busy at work?
Linny gave a smile that he tried to make as natural and harmless as possible. Oldley's body stiffened slightly. He didn't look up, but just gave a muffled and his broom moved even faster.
Linny didn't take it seriously.
He squatted down, stared at the classification labels on the trash can, and began his impromptu performance. TSK, our community is very particular. The garbage
classification is very detailed. Recyclable, non-recyclable, hazardous waste.
Hey, sir, tell me, if you have some unspeakable worries on your mind, what kind of waste is that?
Hazardous or non-recyclable?
Oldley's movements froze. He still didn't look up, but the knuckles of his hand gripping the broom handle turned slightly white.
Within the realm of rules, the dim
threads on Oldley's body trembled violently, and the rule network of the surrounding space also rippled slightly, as if analyzing this beyond the scope nonsense. Linny felt more confident and continued to press on, lowering his voice even further, as if sharing a little secret. I think some emotions are neither recyclable nor entirely harmful, but you have to keep them to yourself and not just throw them out.
If you do, it's polluting the environment and that's immoral.
Oldley's shoulders trembled trembled slightly as he slowly raised his head. His eyes were cloudy and weary, but deep within them struggled a pain and clarity distinct from the surrounding residence, a pain belonging to the living. He looked at Lin Yi, his lips moved slightly, and finally, in an almost inaudible whisper, said, You are not researchers. This is not a question, but a statement. The surveyors won't ask how to sort the garbage. Lin Yi smiled, certain that he had found the right people. We were just passing by and thought your community was quite unique, so we wanted to come in and take a look. Old Li's eyes instantly sharpened, even revealing a hint of fear. He quickly scanned his surroundings, then lowered his head, his voice even softer. Get out of here, we can't stay here. We want to leave too, but we can't find the gate. Lin Yi shrugged, his brow furrowed. Sir, you've been here so long, could you show us the way? Old Li's body began to tremble, not feigned, but genuine fear. There's no way out. Once you're in, you can't get out, you'll all be assimilated. When he said assimilated, his voice was filled with unspeakable despair. There are always exceptions, right? Lin Yi stared at him. Like you, for example. You seem quite clear-headed. Old Li shook his head violently, sweeping the broom haphazardly on the ground. I'm different. I'm just a sweeper, useless. He seemed to want to deny it, but he couldn't completely hide the powerlessness in his heart. Lin Yi knew he couldn't push too hard, so he changed the subject. Sir, you said our community is great in every way, except it's too quiet. There's not even the sound of people arguing. It's so boring. You've been here for so many years. Haven't you ever seen anything unusual? Like, someone doesn't want to smile? Or, something feels off? The words were vague, yet contained a strong implication. Old Li lowered his head even further and remained silent for a long time. Just as Lin Yi thought he wouldn't answer and was about to try another approach, Old Li suddenly used the handle of his broom to quickly draw several symbols on the muddy ground. They weren't complete words, but more like minimalist markings, a circle with a dot inside and a diagonal line drawn next to it. After finishing, Old Li seemed to have exhausted all his courage. He immediately wiped away the marks with his foot, pushed the cleaning cart, and fled almost as if running away, leaving only a faint whisper that was almost blown away by the wind. Northwest corner, abandoned pump house, at night, don't believe, smiling faces. Before the words were even finished, the figure had already disappeared around the corner. Lin Yi squatted down, staring at the smoothed out marks, his eyes sharp. Northwest corner, abandoned pump house. Don't believe the smiling faces. This is some serious information. Firecrow emerged from the shadows, his expression grave. He took a risk. There was a clear fluctuation in the rules just now. Although I didn't directly intervene, I must have noticed it. Fortune favors the bold, Lin Yi said, standing up and dusting off his hands. A knowing smile, typical of those about to embark on an adventure, spread across his face. Looks like we'll have to check out this community's haunted house tonight. I want to see what's making Old Li so scared, yet still unable to resist leaving clues behind. In the shadow of the rule-based network, a faint spark of resistance seems to have been ignited. Night fell like a velvet cloth soaked in dark ink, slowly enveloping the happiness home community. The birdsong, fragrant flowers, and laughter of the day receded like the tide, leaving only an almost deathly silence. The streetlights came on, emitting a soft yet unreal glow, and beneath each light seemed to stand an invisible supervisor, ensuring the happiness of the night. Lin Yi and Huaya nestled in their assigned temporary dormitory, pretending to have already turned off the lights and gone to bed. They left a crack in the window, keeping a close eye on the movements outside. The brightness of the rule network has decreased. Fire Raven stared outside through the rule vision, but the sense of surveillance hasn't disappeared. It's like it's entered a low-power standby state. Some core rules, such as no loud noises at night and no loitering, are actually more noticeable. That's normal. Night shift security guards are always more vigilant. Lin Yi leaned closer to the window, like a weasel ready to steal a chicken. The signal in the residential buildings is very stable, and everyone is sleeping soundly. In the outer areas, especially the northwest corner, the regular signal lines are noticeably sparse and dim. The area near the pump room that Old Li mentioned is almost a blind spot. Time passed by, and by midnight, the community was so quiet that the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Even the chirping of insects was scarce, as if even the insects had been assimilated by the rules here. Go! Lin Yi gestured. The two slipped out of the dormitory building like ghosts, using the shadows of the buildings and green belts to stealthily make their way towards the northwest corner of the community. The further northwest I went, the fainter the feeling of being watched by an invisible eye became, replaced by a growing sense of unease and chilling abnormality. The streetlights were spaced, far apart, dimly lit, and some were even completely out. The roads were dilapidated and riddled with potholes, a stark contrast to the bright and clean appearance of the community center. A faint smell of rust and dampness filled the air. Like a forgotten corner, Fire Raven murmured, the network of rules here is broken and twisted. Finally, they saw the abandoned pump house. It stood alone in the middle of a weed-covered clearing, low and dilapidated, its walls crumbling, most of the windows broken, and a few planks haphazardly nailed to it, like a silent monster lurking in the darkness. Around the pump house, the regular lines were not only sparse but also tangled and disordered, like a ball of yarn torn by a cat. Some even showed ominous twists
sin breaks. It really is a blind spot with extremely strong signal interference. Linny squinted. It feels like
a cluster of system bugs? The two exchanged a glance, approaching more cautiously.
the pump room's doors were two rusty iron doors, ajar, revealing a dark crack,
through which the faint hum of old machinery could be heard.
Linny took a deep breath and gently pushed open the iron door. Creak! The ear-piercing scraping sound was especially loud in the quiet night, startling the two.
Inside the door was an impenetrable darkness, mixed with an even stronger smell of rust, machine oil, and a strange, indescribable odor, similar to burnt electrical circuits. A small flame flickered at Fireraven's fingertip, barely illuminating what lay ahead. The pump room was much larger than they had expected, filled with abandoned metal pipes, rusted valves, and the wreckage of massive, unused machines, the floor covered in a thick layer of dust.
Yet, amidst this desolation,
a few faint, eerie blue lights flickered deep within the room, like the glow of some kind of electronic screen.
"Is anyone there?"
Linny asked tentatively in a low voice, his voice echoing slightly in the empty factory. A few suppressed gasps suddenly echoed in the darkness, followed by rustling sounds. Several people cautiously peeked out from behind the massive wreckage of machinery.
They were men and women, dressed in the same
uniforms as the residents, but their faces lacked the formulaic smiles. Instead, they displayed fear, vigilance, and the weariness of long-term repression. Their eyes, like old Lee's, still held a sliver of clarity. Are you from outside?" A middle-aged man wearing worn-out glasses, who looked like an intellectual, asked with a hoarse voice.
"I guess so."
Linny tried to make his expression seem harmless.
"We are the investigators who came in today.
Old Lee guided us here." Upon hearing the name Old Lee, the group visibly relaxed, but their vigilance remained.
"Is Engineer Lee all right?" a middle-aged woman asked with concern.
"It's all right for now, but after our contact during the day, he might have been targeted by the Rules Network," Fireraven said in a deep voice.
"Where exactly is this place? Who are you?"
"We are remnants," the bespectacled man said with a wry smile, gesturing to his companion beside him.
"Or rather, we are system bugs, data that hasn't been fully formatted.
This pump room is a loophole in the community's rule network, and the only place where we can temporarily block out happiness signals."
He pointed to the direction where the eerie blue light shimmered deep within the room.
"That is where all the truth lies." Linny and Hoya were startled and cautiously followed these remnants deeper into the area.
After passing a pile of scrap metal, the scene before them made even the two well-informed individuals gasp in shock.
Deep within the pump room, a large hole had been roughly chiseled into the wall. Behind it lay not soil, but a technologically advanced and eerily mysterious space.
Countless thick, writhing, semi-transparent pipes extended from all
directions, converging at the center of the space onto a gigantic, heart-like, dark red, tumor-like object. The surface of the tumor was covered with intricate, circuit board-like patterns, from which the eerie blue light emanated. Even more chilling was the colorful, smoke-like energy that slowly flowed through those translucent pipes.
Linny's rule-based vision clearly showed that energy was various, refined, and extracted.
Emotions, happiness, satisfaction, and peace from the assimilated residents, mixed with a small amount of pain, fear, and struggle, likely the resistance of the survivors or those who were being devoured. The tumor throbbed incessantly, as if it were a living entity, greedily devouring the surrounding emotional energy.
Through several thicker main blood vessels, it transmitted an invisible yet
powerful fluctuation of rules to the entire community's underground network, maintaining the vast system of rules. Directly beneath this tumor lay a dusty control panel and a shattered screen. On a relatively intact screen, a few blurry lines of code and a glaring red warning can still be vaguely seen.
Project No, X Happy Paradise. Status, running. The rule vulnerability has evolved autonomously and is out of control. Core directive, gather emotional energy to repair vulnerabilities and reality stability, now distorted to create absolute happiness and eliminate all negativity. Warning, core logic flawed.
Energy conversion rate imbalanced.
Risk of consuming reality. What the hell is this?
Linny felt like he was about to choke on his own words. The bespectacled man beside him, whom he called Engineer Wang, pushed up his worn-out glasses, his face full of bitterness and regret. "This is the rule-stabilizing anchor point, or rather, the monster it turned into after it went out of control." He took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "A few years ago, the global resurgence of the bazaar became increasingly intense, and cracks in the rules of reality began to appear. Our team was ordered to set up this device here. The initial intention was to use a newly discovered emotion crystallization technology which can resonate with the rules, thereby absorbing the dissipated energy, repairing the tiny cracks, and stabilizing the area. Initially, it worked smoothly, and the community did indeed become peaceful. But later, as the device absorbed more and more emotional energy, its core logic, that underlying instruction of pursuing stability, underwent a terrifying mutation under the onslaught of massive amounts of emotional data. It began to believe that all instability stemmed from negative emotions and individual differences. And so, Wang's voice began to tremble. It actively began to optimize the environment, first subtly influencing the residents' emotions, then gradually increasing its intensity, until the
light of happiness that erupted 3 years ago. It pulled the entire community into a subspace constructed by its rules, turning all the residents into batteries that provided nourishment. As for us who were the original researchers and maintainers, because our consciousness was more deeply connected to the device, some of us resisted assimilation and could only hide here like rats. Oldly, Engineer Lee, is the one among us who is most familiar with the core code. He has been venturing out to try to find a way to shut down or repair this malfunctioning device, but it's too difficult. The device has become integrated with the community's rule network and its defense mechanism is exceptionally strong. Moreover, this happiness rule will actively reject and repair any disharmony that tries to disrupt it. Linny and Hwaya stared at the enormous, throbbing tumor that was constantly devouring emotions, and finally understood. The so-called paradise of happiness was not a refuge at all, but a sophisticated, self-circulating cage, a monster that was growing and might one day devour even more. Director Wang and Xiao Zhang were both high-level maintenance programs in this system, and the smiles on the faces of those residents were merely a normal operating state forcibly maintained by the system after their emotions were continuously extracted. The device that was meant to patch the loopholes in the world's rules has become the biggest loophole itself. Lin Yi muttered to himself. The irony of the plot made him almost want to unleash a torrent of sarcastic remarks. Isn't this the ultimate dark humor? Fire Raven's expression turned grave. We must stop it. Otherwise, once this rule of happiness spreads, before the words were finished, buzz, the entire pump house jolted violently. The central tumor suddenly flashed a blinding red light, and its pulsation accelerated rapidly. The regular, dark blue patterns flickered wildly. Oh no, it's found us. Engineer Wang's expression changed drastically. The rule cleaning process has started. A sharp, piercing buzzing sound came from outside the pump house, growing louder as it approached, mixed with the heavy footsteps of machinery. The survivors were immediately gripped by panic. Linny, however, kept his eyes glued to the frantically flashing tumor, staring at the warning message on the screen. Core logic error. He suddenly remembered the mark Oldley had drawn, a circle with a slash. A bold, almost absurd idea flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly turned to Engineer Wang. Engineer Wang, can we still access the back end of this thing? Even just read access would be fine. Engineer Wang was stunned. That backup control panel in the corner might still be able to connect to the logging system briefly, but it's extremely dangerous. It could be locked out at any moment if you're not careful. Enough. Lin Yi's face revealed that familiar look from Hwaya, both excited and calm, with the implication of preparing for a desperate fight. Big sister, hold them off for me. Engineer Wang, lead the way. I need to have a serious discussion about the core logic of this happiness bug. In the dead of night, a full-blown crisis erupts in the pump room, and Linny chooses to confront this massive system of rules that is devouring happiness head-on. Are you crazy? Fire Crow grabbed Linny's arm, the flames on his fingertips flaring higher with his agitation. Connect directly to that thing? Its corrupting influence will instantly destroy your consciousness. Don't worry, boss lady, I can reason with it. Linny broke free, his eyes gleaming with a gambler's fervor. This thing is just a program that gets stuck on a rut. The only way to deal with it is with the logic of the program. Engineer Wang, hurry. Wang Gong glanced at Linny, then heard the alarm and heavy footsteps getting closer outside. He gritted his teeth and said, come with me. He led Linny to a control panel half hidden by clutter in the corner. The machine was covered in dust, the screen was broken, but the keyboard and a few ports were still intact. Engineer Wang quickly unplugged the cables, plugged in a rusty adapter, and his hands flew across the keyboard. It only lasts 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the system's defense mechanism will completely lock the port and trace back. Sweat beaded on Engineer Wang's forehead. The log system only has read-only permissions. Nothing can be changed. As long as it can read, that's enough. Linny snatched the spare data cable that Wang Gong had pulled out and actually plugged the other end directly into his temple. The action was so rough that Fire Crow's eyelids twitched violently. What are you doing? Fire Crow shouted in alarm and anger. Find a translator, Linny said through gritted teeth, clearly finding the temporary connection extremely uncomfortable. My superpower is essentially information perturbation at the rule level, so looking directly at the code is too slow. This feeling is much more intuitive. The shattered screen of the console suddenly lit up, and countless garbled characters and distorted data flooded the screen like a waterfall. Linny closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, his expression shifting between frowning and sudden realization. Outside, the vanguard of the cleanup operation had arrived at the pump room entrance. They weren't robots, but several community residents. Their faces wore standard smiles, their eyes were vacant, and their movements were as stiff as puppets. In their hands weren't weapons, but brooms, mops, and even spatulas. But these items, empowered by the forces of the rules, gleamed with a dangerous light. The antivirus software that was temporarily requisitioned, one of the survivors shouted in terror. Stop them! Fire Raven roared, flames rising and forming a wall of fire that temporarily blocked the gate. The controlled residents crashed into the wall of fire.
fire, sizzling and burning, but they seemed to feel no pain, continuing their frenzied charge, their smiles appearing eerily strange in the firelight.
Hold on, Linny needs time,
Fire Crow shouted to the survivors. Those who had been hiding for a long time suddenly had a surge of survival courage, grabbing iron bars and planks and nervously guarding behind the wall of fire. At the control panel, Lin Yi's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Through this crude neural connection, he was reading the operational logs and core logic of this malformed device at an astonishing speed. He saw the original intention behind the device's creation, which indeed stemmed from a noble ideal of repair. He saw the first energy overload, and a slight deviation occurred in the core logic. He saw how the definition of happiness was gradually simplified and radicalized, from reducing suffering to eliminating differences, and finally to the all-consuming absolute harmony of today. He also saw Laoli marked as engineerly in the log, who repeatedly tried to inject corrective code, only to be overwritten and bounced back by the system's stronger defenses and twisted logic. That symbol of the circle and slash is a hidden backdoor marker set by Laoli, representing a logic paradox injection point, but unfortunately, a suitable opportunity and key have not been found to activate it.
This system is essentially a paranoid system trapped in a vicious cycle.
Its core instructions are as inviolable as ironclad laws, but their implementation is based on an absurd and simplistic understanding of happiness.
Found it.
Linny suddenly opened his eyes, yanked the data cable off his temple, and a near-maniacal smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
It's Achilles' heel. Just then, Engineer Wang shouted in panic, "It's no use. The defense mechanism has been activated. Reverse tracking has begun. We're going to be. There's still time."
Linny took a deep breath, his gaze no longer fixed on the screen. He turned to face the core of the tumor, which was
constantly pulsating and emitting piercing alarms.
He didn't shout, instead, he spoke in a calm, clear tone, with a hint of academic discussion. Core logic error detected. Proposition A: absolute happiness exists and can be defined. His voice wasn't loud, but it strangely pierced through the hum of the alarm and the sounds of fierce fighting at the door, as if resounding directly at the very foundation of the rules. The throbbing of the tumor abruptly stopped, and the frequency of the red light flashing instantly became erratic. According to the basic laws of logic, the existence and definability of any absolute concept are paradoxes in themselves. The system's current definition of happiness, no negative emotions, no individual differences, absolute harmony, is a circular definition and is seriously inconsistent with observed reality. There are residuals and external observers. At the entrance, a resident who was frantically smashing the firewall with a spatula suddenly froze, his distorted smile becoming even more rigid, as if the program within him had encountered an unreadable command.
Inference 1. The entire rule system built on the flawed Proposition A has questionable fundamental reliability.
Inference 2. In order to maintain the happy state based on Proposition A, the assimilation and emotion extraction operations performed by the system actually deviate from the original core instruction of patching loopholes and maintaining stability. They are invalid or even harmful behaviors, creating larger rule loopholes, which is the abnormal existence of this device itself.
The tumor began to tremble violently, its surface circuitry flickering and crackling.
The lights in the entire pump room flashed wildly, and the movements of the residents, controlled by the rules, became increasingly chaotic. Some even began to spin in place or collide with each other. The fire crows and the remnants stared in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Lin Yi, then on the clearly malfunctioning tumor system.
Was this the power of complaint? Attacking the core of the system directly with logical paradoxes?
Lin Yi pressed on, his speech quickening as he rattled off a string of words. Warning: the system's current state has triggered the self-destruct condition. According to Article 0, highest priority, of the underlying protocol, when the system's operation conflicts with the fundamental purpose of maintaining real-world stability and cannot correct itself, a hibernation or self-test procedure should be initiated immediately. Immediate action is recommended. Suspend the operation of the Happy Home Rule field, release all assimilated individuals, and revert to the most recent logical verification point, number XC734, which is 3 years ago before the light of happiness erupted. This is not a suggestion, but a mandatory logical instruction issued based on the priority of core instructions.
The last sentence was almost shouted out.
At the same time, Lin Yi concentrated his mind and used his subtle power that could disturb the rules to slip into the system vulnerability he had just captured while reading the logs, like an eel, and pointed directly at the logic paradox injection point marked by Laoli, the underlying protocol interface with a circle and a dot/slash symbol.
Wah-ha!
The tumor emitted an unprecedented wail, like the mournful cry of a dying beast. The red light surged to its limit, then abruptly extinguished. The entire pump house was plunged into darkness, with only the flames on, the fire crows emitting a faint glow. The controlled residents stood frozen in place like puppets with broken strings, then collapsed limply, their smiles vanishing instantly, leaving only emptiness and bewilderment. Everywhere in the community, all the streetlights and lights in the residential buildings went out simultaneously. The invisible network of rules that enveloped the entire community fluctuated violently, visibly shattering and dissipating like broken glass.
An absolute silence enveloped everything.
A few seconds later, the backup power or some residual system kicked in, and the lights in the pump room and community came back on, but the glow was no longer soft and gentle. Instead, it was glaring and unstable. The central tumor stopped throbbing, its surface became dull, and the writhing pipe ceased transmitting energy. The largest screen struggled to light up, displaying a frantic scrolling of red error codes before finally settling on a single line of text.
Serious logical conflict. Core instruction priority disorder.
Emergency hibernation protocol initiated.
System forced shutdown in progress. 10%, 9%, 8%. It worked?
A survivor's voice trembled, almost unable to believe his eyes. Engineer Wang lunged at the control panel, staring at the scrolling data, his words tumbling out in a jumble of excitement. Forced hibernation. The system logic crashed. It really executed the underlying protocol.
My God, how did you do that?
Linny let out a long breath, feeling completely drained. He almost collapsed, but Huaya caught him. It's nothing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a tired smile. I just calmly explained some introductory knowledge of formal logic and studies in paradoxes to it. It seems this bug hasn't been paying much attention in class. Fire Crow looked at him with a complicated expression and finally sighed. Don't use your temples to insert wires next time. It hurts just looking at it. Just then, Director Wang's still sweet voice, but now tinged with noticeable static and program lag, came over the community loudspeaker, playing repeatedly.
Temporary system maintenance.
Please remain calm. Stay at home.
Happiness will be restored soon.
But the sound was intermittent and unconvincing. In the distance, the confused and panicked clamor of the residents could be faintly heard. A corner of that veil of absolute happiness had been torn away, and the chaos of the real world began
to seep in.
The system is merely in hibernation, not destruction, Fire Raven calmly reminded, and that happiness core has only ceased its active operation.
What will happen to the assimilated residents?
Will this subspace collapse? Linny stared at the slowly ticking countdown on the screen, and the logs that started showing connection interrupted and individual consciousness signal disorder. His brows furrowed.
Yeah, the trouble has only just begun.
He rubbed his temples. After unplugging it, we still have to figure out how to clean up this mess, lest it really cause a major power outage. Outside the pump house, the deepest darkness before dawn slowly recedes, but what awaits the happy home is destined to be no peaceful morning. The collapse of rules means a vacuum of order, and
vacuums are often filled by something even more unpredictable. Linny's logic bomb has successfully detonated, but after the explosion, will it be a phoenix-like rebirth or utter collapse? The countdown to the system's forced hibernation tolled like a death knell on the shattered screen in the pump room.
Every second ticked away, accompanied by a violent tremor throughout the
entire happy home subspace.
The lights flickered, and a faint yet chilling cracking sound emanated from the walls and floor, as if this space, held together by rules, was losing its foundation. The commotion from the distant residential area gradually escalated from initial confusion and panic into cries, arguments, and even the sound of things being smashed.
After the illusion
of absolute happiness shattered, the true emotions that had been suppressed and deprived for years surged forth like a flood, violently impacting every resident who had just awakened.
The emotional backlash has begun.
Engineer Wang looked at the residents' vital signs data monitored on the control panel, his face pale.
Their minds have been
manipulated into a false state of calm for a long time. Suddenly being released from control, facing huge memory gaps and emotional shocks, many of them will break down. It's not just a mental problem, Fire Raven said gravely, sensing the stability of the space.
This subspace is becoming unstable. The network of rules
is collapsing, and the laws of physics are beginning to run rampant. If it collapses completely, everyone will be thrown into the spatial turbulence, or be annihilated. Linny steadied himself by holding onto the control panel, his temples throbbing, a lingering effect of the forced connection to the system. He stared at the curve on the screen representing the residents' states of consciousness, which abruptly jumped from forced calm to extreme chaos, and then looked out the window at the sky, which was beginning to distort and flicker with light and shadow. The aftereffects of this happiness are more severe than I imagined. He grinned, feeling a slight pain in his teeth.
Wouldn't this be considered medical malpractice? You're still joking at a time like this.
Fire Raven glared at him, but he did need his brain.
Is there any way to stabilize the situation temporarily, even if it can only last a little while? There's no fundamental solution. The underlying logic of this broken system is a complete mess. Hibernation is the only option.
Linny rubbed his forehead, thinking quickly. However, giving it a stimulant or sedative might buy some time. His gaze swept over the former antivirus software residents who had just escaped control and collapsed on the ground, then looked at the remaining survivors who were still in
shock. Engineer Wang, now that the system has gone into hibernation, have the rules that it was forcibly enforcing, such as must smile and no conflicts, also become invalid? That's how it works in theory.
Once the core goes into hibernation, all derived rules lose their their energy source and enforcement power. Engineer Wang quickly replied. Good. A glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He said to Fire Crow and the survivors, Big Sister, take a few people who can still move and block the door of the pump room. Don't let those chaotic people outside rush in for. Now, Engineer Wang, you and the other technically skilled people, see if you can use the remaining equipment here to make a very simple area broadcast. It doesn't need to be complicated, just play one sentence repeatedly. What did you say? Lin Yi took a deep breath and said in a clear and calm tone, repeat the broadcast, remain calm, stay indoors, rescue is imminent. Repeat, remain calm, stay indoors. Wang Gong was taken aback for a moment, then understood Lin Yi's intention, psychological suggestion, to take advantage of the lingering inertia of their subconscious dependence on instructions when they have just broken free from control, to maintain a minimum level of order. That's right. It's useless to reason with them now. Panic is contagious. Giving them a simple and clear instruction, even though the coercive force is gone, the format is similar, might temporarily stabilize some people and reduce the risk of them trampling on each other. Lin Yi spoke faster. At the same time, this broadcast itself is also a signal, telling everyone that order still exists, even if we are pretending. Understood. Engineer Wang immediately led 2 remaining survivors with some technical skills to the still functioning backup broadcasting equipment. Fire Crow also acted swiftly, directing the remaining men to reinforce the gate with scrap metal and debris. Outside, the chaotic footsteps and cries grew closer, and someone had begun banging on the iron gate. Lin Yi didn't stop. He suppressed his mental exhaustion and activated his rule vision once more. At this moment, the field of vision was a chaotic mess. Most of the once orderly threads of rules had broken and dissipated, leaving only scattered fragments drifting in the air like kites with broken strings. A large amount of violent and chaotic emotional energy raged in the air. But in this chaos, he keenly sensed that deep within the core of the dormant tumor, there seemed to be an extremely weak yet exceptionally resilient link to the rules. This link had pierced through the barrier of the subspace, leading to the outside world. Is this thing not completely dead yet? Or is this the umbilical cord that allowed it to connect with reality and extract energy to repair its vulnerabilities? Just then, bang, 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 a rhythmic, careful knocking sound came from the back window of the pump room. Everyone was startled and looked over nervously. A figure was pressed against the window. It was Oldley, the cleaner. His face showed anxiety and exhaustion as he gestured for them to open the window. One of the survivors quickly pried open the rusted latch and pulled Oldley inside. Engineer Lee, are you all right? Engineer Wang asked with concern. I'm fine, but things are getting out of control outside. Oldley gasped for breath, his face still flushed from running. The commotion caused by the system hibernation was too great. Although Director Wang and her coordinators were also affected and their movements slowed down, they seem to have activated some kind of emergency plan, trying to forcibly restart the core, or activate the backup purification program. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. A backup program? There's such a thing? Lin Yi frowned. I don't know the details. Oldley shook his head, fear in his eyes, but I secretly looked at fragments of the highest level logs before, which mentioned that when the core suffers irreversible damage, the ARC protocol will be activated with the purpose of preserving core data and eliminating unstable factors. I suspect that the so-called elimination is exactly what it sounds like. As if to confirm Oldley's words, Director Wang's voice, tinged with static, rang out again over the community loudspeaker. But this time, it was no longer a sweet voice, but rather carried a cold, inhuman mechanical quality. System anomaly detected. ARC protocol initiated with priority 1, clear, rule pollution source, location complete, abandoned water pump room area. Priority 2, recover, useful emotional energy, initiate forced extraction. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an invisible yet powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the direction of the community center. The chaotic, scattered emotional energy in the air, as if pulled by the gravity of a black hole, surged wildly towards the neighborhood. Committee building. Even the people in the pump room felt a chill, as if their own emotions were being pulled apart by an invisible force. Even more terrifying, those former antivirus software residents who had just collapsed, fallen into a coma, or were in a state of confusion began to convulse violently, their faces contorted in pain, as faint specks of energy were forcibly extracted from their bodies. They're forcibly draining the residents' emotional energy. If this continues, these people will become empty shells. Fire Raven shouted in shock and anger. Damn it! This damn system even has a self-destruct program. Lin Yi cursed, feeling the urgency of the situation skyrocketing. Ahead lies the risk of spatial collapse, behind them are the system's cleanup program hunting them down, and in between are thousands of ordinary residents whose emotions are out of control and whose energy could be drained at any moment. We can't let them finish the extraction, Oldley said anxiously. Forced extraction will completely destroy the residents' spirits. If this energy is recycled by the system, who knows what even more terrifying things it might trigger. We must stop it. How do we interrupt it? Try to reason with it again? It's clearly not listening. listening now?" one of the survivors said in despair. Lin Yi did not answer, but stared intently at the direction of the community center with his rule-based vision. There, he saw a much smaller, yet more condensed and colder, aggregate of rules taking shape, the execution terminal of the ARC protocol. It was frantically drawing energy through the remaining network of rules, and the faint umbilical cord link between it and the dormant main core had become slightly clearer due to the flow of energy. An extremely risky, almost fanciful plan instantly took shape in Lin Yi's mind. Wang, Laoli. He suddenly looked at the two former programmers. If we could temporarily inject a powerful and negative rule-disrupting energy into that dormant main core and send it through the link between it and the backup program, would it cause the ARC protocol to crash? Or at least interfere with its extraction process? Both Engineer Wang and Laoli were stunned and quickly considered the feasibility of this plan. Theoretically, it's possible. Old Li spoke first, his eyes gleaming. The backup program's energy and instructions both depend on the main core's rule framework. If the main core's rule level is strongly interfered with, especially by disturbances that contradict the forced extraction instructions it is currently executing, it could very likely cause logical conflicts or even short circuits. But the problem is, where can we find such a strong negative rule disturbance? Engineer Wang raised the key question, and it also needs to be precisely injected into that almost invisible link. Lin Yi pointed to his nose, then to the chaotic ocean of negative emotions outside the window. A sea of fear, anger, and despair, and a gambler's smile appeared on his lips. There are readily available negative energy sources everywhere outside. As for the pipes and injectors for delivery, it seems I need to reconnect the cables and go big this time. He looked at Fire Crow. Big sister, we still need you. This time it's not about blocking the door, but about helping me light the fire. Use your flames to gather as much chaotic, negative emotional energy as possible from outside. No need to purify it, the more chaotic and negative the better. I want to send that ARC a warm negative energy care gift package. Fire Crow looked into Lin Yi's tired yet burning eyes and knew he was about to give it his all again. She took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Okay, hang in there. The crisis not only failed to end, but escalated further due to the system's final counterattack. Would Lin Yi's insane plan turn the tide or hasten destruction? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lin Yi's plan was so insane that it sent chills down the spines of everyone in the know. Gathering the chaotic and violent negative emotional energy emanating from the out-of-control residence and injecting it back into the already logically flawed core of the system? This was tantamount to playing with fire next to a powder keg about to explode, no, throwing torches directly into it. But there seemed to be no better option at the moment. Watching the ARC protocol drain everyone's emotions, or helplessly watching this subspace completely collapse, were both certain deaths. Let's do it! Fire Raven gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, flames erupted from her body, no longer coalescing into a wall, but transforming into countless fine lines of fire, like living tentacles, that pierced through the broken windows and walls of the pump room, rapidly spreading outwards into the chaotic streets. This wasn't an aggressive flame, but rather a guiding and resonating force. The Fire Raven's power was essentially energy manipulation, and she was now using it with all her might, employing her own flames as a guide to carefully touch, entwine, and gather the negative emotional energy permeating the air. Energy filled with fear, anger, and despair. This process was extremely dangerous, like dancing on a knife's edge. One wrong move, and her own spirit would be corrupted by this chaotic energy. Ugh! Fire Raven groaned, her face immediately paling, clearly under immense pressure. The negative energy that had been drawn in was like a murky stream of ice, chilling her to the bone and severely impacting her consciousness. Big sister, hold on! Lin Yi roared, not daring to be negligent. He picked up the rough data cable again, and this time without hesitation, plunged one end into his temple. The intense pain made his vision go black, and he almost fainted. On the other end, Wang and Laoli frantically connected to the main core log interface, which still had a sliver of connection. Unstable connection. Strong reverse contamination. Engineer Wang's voice trembled as he looked at the alarming data on the control panel. Never mind. Open the passage to its maximum. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He fully expanded his rule-based vision, no longer trying to read the system logic, but instead turning himself into a conduit, a flood channel for chaotic energy. He locked onto that weak but deadly rule link from the dormant main core to the ARC protocol terminal. Here it comes! Fire Crow shouted, pushing his hands forward with a mighty thrust. In an instant, the vast and chaotic negative emotional energy, filled with destructive energy, was forcibly bound and compressed by the flames, transforming into a visible dark purple energy torrent. It surged into the pump room along the passage opened by the Fire Crows, and then fiercely poured into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi shuddered violently, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. His consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into a meat grinder, with countless fragments of fear, anger, and despair from others frantically pounding against his mental defenses. He felt as if he had witnessed the collapse of thousands of people in an instant. His vision was stained dark red, and countless shrill screams rang in his ears. Lin
Lin Yi. Fire Crow was horrified and tried to stop the energy transfer. Don't stop, continue.
Lin Yi squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his body trembling violently, but his eyes were unusually
bright, staring intently at the rule link in the rule vision that was filled with negative energy and instantly became thick and dark.
He guided this destructive torrent, pushing it backwards along that umbilical cord.
Boom!
This loud noise did not originate from the physical realm, but rather from the realm of rules.
The entire subspace erupted in an unprecedentedly violent tremor.
The sky was like a shattered mirror, covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the earth undulated like waves. In the direction of the neighborhood committee building, the newly formed, cold arc protocol terminal seemed to have been struck by an invisible giant hammer, bursting out with a blinding and unstable light.
Warning: high concentration of rule contamination detected. Logic conflict. Unable to resolve. Energy overload. Arc protocol execution error. Forced extraction interrupted. System.
Over the community loudspeaker, Director Wang's mechanical voice came on intermittently, mixed with static, and eventually turned into a buzzing sound of electricity. That powerful, emotion-drawing pull suddenly vanished. The residents whose energy was forcibly drained collapsed like puppets with broken strings. Although they were still unconscious or weak, they were at least temporarily freed from the fate of being drained.
It's a success, one of the survivors murmured in disbelief.
However, the cost was extremely high. Lin Yi could no longer support himself, his body went limp, and he fell backward.
Fire Crow reacted quickly, grabbing him in a tight embrace. The touch was icy cold.
Lin Yi's face was ashen, his breathing was weak, and there were charred marks where the data cable had pierced his temple, with wisps of chaotic energy still leaking out.
Lin Yi, how are you?
Fire Crow called out anxiously, trying to stabilize his injuries with her warm flame energy, but found that the rules within Lin Yi's body were in chaos, and her energy was like a mud ox entering the sea, without any response.
He forcibly bore too many chaotic rules.
Oldly stepped forward to examine him carefully, his expression immediately turning serious.
His ability is essentially disturbance, but this time it has been directly corrupted. The situation is extremely dangerous. Just then, another anomaly occurred.
The dormant tumor's core, after enduring a massive impact of negative energy, did not collapse as expected. Instead, it began to undergo bizarre changes.
The dim circuit patterns on its surface, like a final burst
of light, glowed with an extremely unstable dark purple light, the very color of the negative energy. The tumor began to expand and contract irregularly, as if a violent conflict and reorganization were taking place inside.
Twisted and malicious. Ripples of rules spread outwards from its center like an out-of-control plague.
Where these ripples swept across, space became even more distorted. Charred marks appeared out of thin air on the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of
sulfur and decay.
Even more terrifying, when the ripples swept over several unconscious residents, their bodies began to grotesquely mutate, something seemed to writhe beneath their skin, and their faces contorted in pain and grotesque expressions.
This is bad. Engineer Wan's expression changed drastically.
The logic of the main core has completely collapsed.
Not only has it not
been destroyed, but it has begun to absorb the negative energy and integrate it into new, even more terrifying rules.
It's mutating. This is the negative energy injected by Lin Yi.
Oldly instantly understood, his face turning deathly pale. The main core was no longer the maintenance device for Happy Home, but was transforming into
an unpredictable, chaotic, and malicious rule aberration.
If it completed its mutation, this subspace would likely become a nightmare realm, and all those trapped would suffer a fate worse than death.
We must destroy it before it fully takes shape.
Lin Yi lay in Fire Crow's arms, struggling to open his eyes a crack, and said weakly.
He knew better than anyone how terrifying the monster that was being born was. How can we destroy it? We can't even get close.
Fire Raven stared anxiously at the ever-spreading, polluting ripples. Her flames sizzled and corroded whenever they touched those ripples. Oldly stared intently at the mutating tumor, then glanced at the dying Lin Yi, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes before finally settling into a resolute expression.
There's one more way, a final backdoor program.
His voice was low and hoarse. It was planted by me back then. Even Engineer Wang doesn't know about it. Originally intended for use when the system completely spiraled out of control and beyond repair, to destroy it along with the system. It requires the highest level key and a powerful enough catalyst to temporarily replace the core rule anchor.
His gaze fell on Lin Yi.
Lin Yi's special ability, his rule-disrupting characteristic, perhaps it can temporarily serve as that trigger, forcibly stabilizing this space for a few seconds at the moment I activate the self-destruct program and the core rules collapse, buying everyone a chance to escape.
No way. Fire Crow refused without hesitation. In his current state, how could he possibly be used as a catalyst? That would definitely kill him.
There is no other choice. Lin Yi shook his head weakly, looked at Fire Crow, and forced an extremely ugly smile. Big sister, trust me, and trust Oldly, let's take a gamble.
Oldly took a deep breath and pulled out an extremely ancient, bone-like token from his inner pocket, covered with densely packed runes.
He walked to the control panel and began typing on the keyboard at a specific rhythm, pressing the token token into a hidden groove.
Self-destruct program initiated. 10-second countdown.
Old Lee's voice trembled slightly, yet remained exceptionally firm.
Linny, when I count to 3, you must use all your strength and mental power to imagine. Imagine that this space is stable. Imagine that the rules are normal, even if it's just for a moment. On the control panel screen, a blood-red 10-second countdown appeared.
The mutation rate throughout the pump room suddenly accelerated. The tumors throbbed wildly, as if something was about to burst forth. Fire Crow hugged Linny tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. She understood that this might be the only way to save everyone, but it was also a choice that would push Linny to the brink of despair.
10, 9, 8.
The countdown sounded like the footsteps of death drawing ever closer. Linny slowly closed his eyes, focused his spiritual energy, which flickered like a candle in the wind, and began to count silently. 7, 6, 5. The roar of the rule-distorted variant seemed to reverberate in my ears. 4, 3. Old Lee suddenly turned to Linny and shouted in a loud voice, "Now,
imagine."
Linny mustered his last strength, condensing his understanding and yearning for the rules of normality and stability into a
weak yet tenacious mental wave, which shot straight towards the core rule anchor point that was about to collapse. 2, 1. Boom.
As soon as Old Lee finished speaking, time seemed to stretch out into viscous amber. The blood-red 0 on the control panel, like a final judgment, was deeply imprinted in everyone's constricted pupils.
Immediately
afterward, a deafening roar, not in a physical sense, resounded from the direction of the main core, a booming sound at the level of rules, like the terrifying shockwave of the birth or end of the universe. The mutated tumor was torn apart from the inside by an invisible force, and the dark purple light surged to its limit before suddenly collapsing inward.
A tiny
black dot that devoured all light and sound flashed past in its center, followed by an indescribable energy storm that spread outward in a spherical shape. That wasn't fire and shockwaves, but the complete collapse of the rules.
Space was like shattered glass, fragments scattering and being swallowed by the deeper void.
Light distorted, sound vanished, and the laws of physics became a joke.
Now,
Old Lee roared hoarsely. His body began to become transparent at the edge of the energy storm. The runes on the bone token lit up with their last glimmer of light, like fireflies, and cast their light without hesitation toward the collapsing core, trying to limit the power of self-destruction to a minimum. Linny, nestled in the arms of the Fire Crow, faced the destructive storm just moments before gathering all his remaining willpower to carry out Old Lee's final instructions. Imagine, stable, normal. These two extremely simple words now weighed a ton. He wasn't creating rules, that was far beyond his capabilities. At this moment, he used the essence of his special ability, rule disturbance, to forcibly deliver a conceptual imprint of stability and normality at this critical point of rule vacuum and the return of all things to nothingness.
It's like throwing a tiny pebble into a raging storm, trying to make the sea remember its calm moments. His spiritual energy, which was already as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, was completely drained and emptied at this moment. Before his consciousness sank into the boundless darkness, the only thing he felt was the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, and, as if something extremely subtle and fleeting responded to his absurd imagination, time seems to have passed for a long century, or perhaps just a fleeting moment.
A violent cough pulled Linny back from the deep darkness. He opened his eyes, his vision blurred, his whole body aching as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, especially his temples, which felt as if they had been pierced by a red-hot iron rod and then violently twisted. What came into view was Fire Raven, her face covered in smoke and dust, her expression filled with anxiety. The flames around her had dimmed considerably, yet they still burned stubbornly, forming a thin barrier to block the smoke and dust and chaotic energy ripples from the outside world.
Awake? How do you feel?
Fire Raven's voice was hoarse, unable to hide his exhaustion and lingering fear. Linny tried to respond, but only managed a series of hoarse breaths. He struggled to move his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The pump house is still there, but it has been completely altered. The horrifying core of the central tumor had vanished, leaving behind a massive, molten crater. Twisted, charred metal and crystalline fragments remained at the bottom, radiating an unsettling residual heat. The factory structure was severely damaged, and a large hole was found in the roof, through which one could see the unstable, sickly dark purple sky outside. The air was filled with a pungent smell of ozone, a burnt smell, and an indescribable odor of residue. The space had not completely collapsed, but it was extremely unstable, like a seriously ill person barely breathing their last breath. The cries of the distant residents gradually subsided, but did not cease. They only amplified the oppressive despair. Wang and the other survivors helped each other to their feet, all of them injured and still in shock. They stared at the deep pit in the center, their eyes filled with complex emotions, the relief of surviving a disaster, the grief over Old Lee's sacrifice, and the bewilderment in the face of this shattered landscape. "We succeeded," one of the survivors asked in a trembling voice, more like he was confirming something.
"The core must have been destroyed."
Engineer Wang walked to the edge of the pit, observed it carefully, and nodded heavily. The ARC protocol and the main core's self-destruction procedure did indeed work.
Old Lee, a hush fell over everyone, and a somber atmosphere
instantly filled the air. Linny, supported by Fire Crow, struggled to sit up. He tried to activate his powers, but a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his mind. His vision of the rules became extremely blurry and unstable, only vaguely discernible fragments of broken, distorted rules drifting in the air. The very foundation of the rules in the entire space was like a shattered piece of porcelain, barely pieced back together, riddled with countless cracks. His imagination, or rather, the conceptual imprint he ultimately projected, seems to have actually worked. Although it failed to repair the rules or create stability, it was like a pebble that was just right between the gears, forcibly blocking the rules at the last moment before they completely collapsed and were annihilated, preventing the most complete annihilation and leaving behind this broken and precarious ruins. The price was heavy. Old Lee sacrificed himself, initiating and guiding the self-destruct program. Linny, on the other hand, suffered severe mental exhaustion and damage to his superpower core, and probably wouldn't even be able to utter a decent complaint for a while.
We need to get out of here quickly.
Fire Raven stared at the rooftops that were constantly falling debris and the twisting, trembling spatial barriers, his tone serious. This subspace won't last much longer.
We must find a way out before it completely collapses, or create a temporarily stable area first. A way out.
Wang Gong forced himself to stay awake and walked to the spare control panel that still had a sliver of functionality.
His hands trembled as he operated it. I'll try to see if I can access the last system log or the spatial coordinate record. Old Lee might have left a clue.
Just then, a sound different from the residents' cry suddenly came from the direction of the community, a more uniform, yet cold and resolute sound of footsteps. Through the broken wall of the pump room, a group of people were rapidly approaching. Leading the group was Director Wang. Her uniform was still impeccably pressed, but the formulaic smile on her face had vanished completely, replaced by absolute coldness and murderous
intent.
Behind her followed a dozen or so coordinators, whose movements were stiffer and slower than before, but whose eyes were vacant and whose hands held a dangerous aura of power.
The source of pollution, the target for elimination, the highest priority.
Director Wang's mechanical voice locked onto the people in the pump room.
It's a remnant of the system cleanup program. Fire Crow instantly went into battle mode, shielding Linny behind it. They haven't completely failed yet. Engineer Wang's expression changed drastically. It's over. Although the main core is destroyed, these underlying execution programs are still acting according to the last instructions. They're going to wipe out all of us unstable factors.
With the menacing cleanup process looming ahead and the precarious space behind, the group, already wounded from a fierce battle, found themselves in an even greater crisis. Linny, watching Director Wang and the coordinator closing in, feeling his depleted mental energy and excruciating pain, managed a bitter smile. I just solved a big problem, and now a bunch of smaller troubles have appeared.
This dungeon, it just never ends.
He took a deep breath, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, and said to Fire Raven and the others,
"Looks like I can't rest anymore. I need to find a way to crash these antivirus programs too. The desperate situation is not yet over. The exhausted survivors must fight once again for their last chance to survive."
The coordinator team, led by Director Wang, moved with a stiff, orderly pace, like an icy tide, approaching the crumbling pump house. Their eyes held no emotion, only the absolute ruthlessness of carrying out the final elimination order.
The lingering fragments of rules in the air intertwined with the chilling aura emanating from them, making the already unstable space even more suffocating.
Priority, clear all rule-polluted related entities and unstable factors. Director Wang's voice was completely flat, as if reciting a set code. She raised her hand, and a dozen coordinators behind her simultaneously raised their arms, the light of rules gathering in their palms.
Although not as dazzling as in its prime, this power was still enough to completely annihilate the group of wounded survivors before her.
This is troublesome. Fire Raven gritted her teeth and shielded Linny further behind her. The flames around her rose again, but she was clearly struggling.
My strength is being used up too much. I can't hold out for more volleys. Engineer Wang frantically operated the control panel, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. No.
The permissions are completely locked, the spatial anchor points are messed up, and we can't even find a safe path.
We're completely trapped.
The other survivors wore expressions of despair. They had just escaped death from the brink of the main core's self-destruction, only to face an
even more direct threat of death in the blink of an eye.
This dramatic shift was almost tearing their nerves apart.
Linny leaned against the cold
wall, his mind heavy as if filled with lead, each thought like a needle pricking him. His vision of the rules was fragmented, barely allowing him
to see the countless fine, cracked lines of rules connecting the coordinators, driven by a simple yet stubborn underlying logic: elimination. A direct confrontation? Absolutely no chance of winning.
Even if he were still a useless character now, in his prime, facing a dozen or so rule-enhanced coordinators wouldn't fare well.
Reasoning? Reasoning with a program that only knows how to execute cleanup commands? Unless his rants can directly rewrite the underlying code. Rewrite the code.
Linny's hazy mind seemed to catch a glimmer of light. He recalled old Lee's last words, and his own desperate imagination. He wasn't the creator, but the disruptor.
And at this moment, the rule
rules of this space, due to the destruction of the main core and his previous positioning, were in an extremely fragile and flawed state. Those coordinators, their power derived from the community's not yet completely collapsed underlying rules, were themselves also part of this broken system. As the light in the coordinator's palm grew brighter and the attack was about to erupt, Linny spoke with all his might, his voice hoarse. The voice wasn't directed at the coordinator, but rather seemed to be a complaint against the crumbling space itself. Hey, the system's already this broken, you antivirus software, instead of fixing the bugs, you're rushing to clean up users, isn't that a bit of a mistake? His voice was soft, even somewhat indistinct. Amidst the deafening spatial tearing and the hum of the coordinator's energy gathering, it was almost inaudible. Yet, this seemingly powerless remark, like a pebble thrown into a chaotic lake, stirred up extremely faint ripples. The coordinators, driven by rules, all paused for a moment. The cold light in their eyes showed extremely subtle and unstable fluctuations. Their core logical command to eliminate unstable factors briefly clashed with the underlying information in Lin Yi's words that the system itself has a greater bug instability. It was this momentary pause that made it possible. Now's your chance. Activate that fire suppression system. Lin Yi shouted sharply to Engineer Wang. He had vaguely seen a pressure indicator for the fire suppression system flash on a screen when Engineer Wang was adjusting the equipment. Although Engineer Wang was confused in this life or death situation, he reacted quickly, almost instinctively, and slammed down a remaining physical button on the control panel. Laugh. On the factory roof, the automatic sprinkler system, originally intended for fire suppression, was suddenly forced to activate. However, instead of water, it sprayed a strange mist, a mixture of chaotic energy from the previous rule collapse and fire extinguishing powder. This substance was ineffective against the strong, but for the coordinator, who relied on precise rules. Alarm. Undefined rule contamination detected. Priority decision conflict. Director Wang's mechanical voice faltered for the first time. The coordinators behind her were clearly thrown into chaos. Several began spinning in place, their arms waving involuntarily, the rule lights in their palms flickering as if the program had entered an infinite loop. It worked. Fire Raven's eyes lit up. Although she didn't understand how Lin Yi had done it, the opportunity was fleeting. She held on for a moment, and the flames transformed into several agile fire snakes. Instead of attacking the coordinator's main body, they coiled around the intermittently appearing and disappearing rule connections beneath their feet. Sizzle. The flames collided with the lines of the circuit, producing a sound like a short circuit. The coordinators became even more stiff, and one of them even emitted black smoke and stood motionless. Attack their connection points. Disrupt their synchronization with this shattered set of rules. Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain, using his remaining rule-based vision to pinpoint the key points. Although he couldn't directly participate in the battle, he had become the most peculiar commander in this fight, accurately identifying the weak points in these system programs. The survivors finally reacted. Although their strength was limited, they scrambled to gather scattered debris or used their meager abilities to try and disrupt the slow-moving coordinators. The scene became utterly comical. A group of battered survivors, armed with fire sprinklers, bricks, and a jumble of weapons, desperately fought against the once powerful antivirus software, now malfunctioning due to system conflicts and logic bugs. Director Wang was the strongest among them. She quickly recovered from the initial chaos, forcefully suppressing the internal conflict, her icy gaze locking onto Lin Yi once more. Target the highest source of contamination, eliminate. Ignoring the interference of others, she charged straight at Lin Yi, her arm transforming into a sharp blade of rule energy, determined to annihilate this being that repeatedly caused anomalies. Fire Crow tried to provide support, but was tightly bound by two slightly recovered coordinators. Lin Yi could almost feel the cold, sharp blade of rule energy hurtling towards him. There was no way to avoid it, and his mental energy was insufficient to launch another effective retort. In the nick of time, his gaze swept over Director Wang's expressionless face, over the increasingly obvious rule cracks on her body caused by the forced suppression of conflict, and a sudden inspiration struck him. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered a seemingly unrelated sentence. Director Wang, your wig is crooked. Time seemed to freeze once more. A rare, almost imperceptible stiffness appeared on Director Wang's absolutely rational, procedurally driven face. Her raised arm, even the blade's edge, trembled slightly. For someone whose underlying logic was deeply rooted in perfect harmony and orderly conduct, the incongruity conveyed by her imperfect external appearance, even though she didn't have a wig, resonated absurdly with the rules suppressed within her, creating a small yet potentially devastating logical storm that could be the final straw. Logic, fault, image, mismatch with function, system, integrity. Director Wang's movements came to a complete halt, the light in her eyes flashing wildly, finally fading with a soft pop sound, as if an electrical circuit had burned out. The light in her eyes went out, and she collapsed limply like a puppet with its strings cut. The greatest threat had been resolved in such an unbelievable way. With Director Wang's malfunction, the other coordinators also lost their leadership, becoming increasingly chaotic and and disorderly, and were quickly defeated one by Fire Crow and the others, or completely paralyzed. The crisis was temporarily averted. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, staring at the crashed coordinators, their hearts filled with intense disbelief. Fire Raven walked to Lin Yi's side, looking at him with a complex expression. "What did you just do again?" Lin Yi's face was as pale as paper. He gave a weak smile and said, "It's nothing. I just found a bug for these stubborn programmers. It seems even the most robust systems are afraid of criticism." He looked up at the broken, dark purple sky outside the pump house, a sky that still stubbornly persisted. The opportunity Oldley had risked his life for, his last insignificant imagination, had ultimately anchored a glimmer of hope for them. But the problems were far from over. How long could this subspace last? What had become of the outside world? How would they leave? Lin Yi felt a deep weariness wash over him, but he knew it wasn't time to give up. "Engineer Wang, hurry, we must find a way out." The pump room was filled with smoke, dust, and the eerie silence of survivors. Director Wang and her coordinators lay sprawled on the floor like powerless puppets, their eyes extinguished, leaving only cold metal and stiff shells. The threat was temporarily averted, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered. A sickening groan echoed from the roof, a constant reminder that this subspace remained fraught with danger. Lin Yi leaned against the cold, damp wall, feeling as if his bones had been dismantled and haphazardly pieced back together, every joint screaming in pain. His head, in particular, felt like a construction crew was operating a jackhammer inside, relentlessly ravaging his nerves. He was almost too weak to even lift a finger, barely managing to stay upright. Fire Raven was slightly better off, but her face was frighteningly pale, the flames around her reduced to a thin layer clinging to her skin, flickering on and off, clearly reaching their limit. She forced herself to stay alert, vigilantly observing the unstable spatial structure around her. Wang Gong and the other survivors supported each other, their faces a mixture of grief at losing their companions, relief at escaping death, and bewilderment at the unknown future. They all turned their gazes to the two who seemed to have the most ideas, Fire Crow and Lin Yi, who always seemed to come up with strange ideas. I can't stay here any longer." Lin Yi's voice was hoarse, breaking the silence with exhaustion and weakness. "This house, it seems even less reliable than my future." He tried to make a joke to ease the atmosphere, but he couldn't help but grimace because of his injuries. A young survivor asked, his voice trembling with tears, "But where else can we go?" "Outside. The sky outside is purple. It looks even more terrifying than here." Fire Raven took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at Engineer Wang. "Engineer Wang, can the system still retrieve any information? Even historical records about the spatial structure, or any possible exit prompts?" This was their only hope at the moment. Wang Gong laboriously moved towards the console with its cracked screen, his hands trembling slightly from exhaustion and fear. I'll try. Again. The main core self-destructed, most of the data is gone. But maybe there's still cache or logs from the last moments. Only the clumsy tapping of Wang's broken keyboard and the heavy breathing of the others filled the pump room. Every second felt incredibly long. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, threatening to be extinguished at any moment. Suddenly, Wang let out a short, startled cry. "Found something." Everyone's spirits lifted. The log fragments show a forced local space stabilization operation was performed before the main core finally crashed. The coordinate anchor point is inside this pump room. Engineer Wang's voice was filled with incredulous excitement, but then he said sadly, "However, the coordinate data is severely damaged, so it can only be locked within this range, and cannot be precisely located." "Scope? The entire pump house?" Fire Raven frowned. "What's the use of that? Are we going to turn this place upside down?" One of the survivors, with a wild imagination, said, "Could there be hidden passages? Like ancient mechanisms?" Fire Raven interrupted impatiently. "Look around here. Besides ruins and pits, where could there be a secret passage?" Just as hope was about to turn into despair, Lin Yi's rule-based vision, which was becoming increasingly unreliable due to overexertion, blurred across the ground. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a small area at the edge of the deep pit. There, the fragments of rules were twisted in an extremely unnatural way, like a crooked, roughly stitched patch on a gorgeous garment, appearing out of place and exuding a strong sense of incongruity. Wait a minute." Lin Yi weakly raised his finger and pointed to that spot. "Look at that patch of ground. Doesn't it seem particularly unsightly?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Wang squinted. "It seems a bit uneven." Fire Raven focused its senses and also noticed the anomaly. "The energy reaction is very weak and chaotic, but there is indeed an indescribable sense of unease." Lin Yi's face was pale, and he forced a smile of realization. "I think I understand. This is probably something left behind by Oldley. He was pressed for time and could only use his last authority to forcibly distort the local rules there, like patching a hole, to create an extremely unstable temporary exit. It is precisely because this patch is so poorly made that it looks so glaring, so unpleasant. Engineer Wang suddenly realized, that's right. In an environment where all rules are on the verge of collapse or becoming rigid, this incongruity itself is the most obvious sign. "Mr. Lin Yi, your thinking is truly unexpected." Lin Yi smiled wryly. there's nothing I can do. Dealing with all sorts of system errors makes it easier to discover these official bugs. Without further hesitation, Fire Raven walked to the obstructive patch of ground and carefully probed it with a faint wisp of fire energy. The ground rippled like water after a pebble had been thrown in, and a narrow opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, with indistinct edges and distorted light and shadow inside, slowly emerged. From the depths of the opening came a faint aura, completely different from the oppressive atmosphere of the warp belonging to the real world.
There really is an exit.
The survivors were overjoyed.
Oh my god, the exit is right here. Linny stared at the seemingly implausible opening and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, old Lee's aesthetic sense and craftsmanship are simply disastrous. Was he designing this exit so we wouldn't have too much trouble getting through?
Engineer Wang hurriedly shouted, "Stop talking nonsense.
Hurry!
This passage is extremely unstable and won't last much longer."
No one dared to slack off.
Supporting each other, they formed a line and stepped into the distorted, light-filled cave entrance one by one.
Linny, half supported and half carried by Firecrow, was the last to enter.
Passing through the entrance felt extremely uncomfortable, like squeezing through a viscous, constantly swaying pipe. After a brief period of dizziness and jolts, the view suddenly opened up before them. A cool evening breeze caressed their faces, and a faint trace of unusual energy lingered in the air. But overhead, the night sky was normal and gradually darkening, with the city's outline faintly visible in the distance. They had finally emerged,
finding themselves in a neglected greenbelt on the outskirts of the community.
Looking back, the twisted hole flickered a few times, like a television screen with a poor signal, before finally vanishing completely with a poof, leaving no trace. Overwhelmed by the immense joy and exhaustion of surviving the ordeal, several people collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath of normal air, feeling as if they had been transported to another world.
But before they could fully relax, a loud and penetrating gurgling sound abruptly broke the silence.
The sound originated from Lin Yi's abdomen, which was slumped on the ground. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on him.
Lin Yi clutched his rebellious stomach, his face
filled with the pure and urgent nature of his physical needs. He looked up at Huaya, who was equally exhausted but still stubbornly holding on, his eyes filled with utmost sincerity.
"Sister Firecrow, could we put the report aside for now? I think the most important thing for human survival right now is to get some food. I swear, I won't complain about the food this time.
I'll even gnaw on tree bark if it can fill my stomach." Lin Yi's stomach rumbled loudly, like a switch being flipped, instantly pulling everyone from the post-traumatic days back to cold reality. An unbearable hunger overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, making him feel as if his stomach was about
to devour him.
The others weren't in much better shape. The series of fierce battles and intense mental strain had already exhausted them.
Now that their safety was temporarily assured,
their physiological needs immediately took over. Firecrow rubbed her temples as she watched Lin Yi's eyes gleam with greed, as if he wanted to devour tree bark. She herself was exhausted and hungry, but, as the highest-ranking person on the field who could still maintain a clear head, her sense of responsibility prevented her from letting her guard down.
"We'll figure out what to eat later. Mr. Wang, is your communication equipment still working?" Firecrow looked at Mr. Wang.
Engineer Wang hurriedly rummaged through his body and pulled out a device that resembled a military tactical tablet, but the screen was black and there was no response no matter how he pressed it. "No, the rule disturbances caused by the subspace collapse are too strong. They might burn out the internal components, or the communication network in the real world itself might also be malfunctioning."
Engineer Wang's face was gloomy. Another survivor tried using his personal cell phone, but it also resulted in complete silence. No signal, not even a single bar. An uneasy atmosphere began to spread. Although they had escaped the collapsing subspace, the outside world seemed strangely amiss. The night sky had returned to its original color, but it was eerily quiet, and the distant city lights were sparse, even flickering. "Let's leave here first, find a place to stay, and figure out the situation before we talk about anything else." Fire Raven made a quick decision. She forced herself to stand up and determined the direction. "Let's head towards the edge of the city. There should be convenience stores or small restaurants there." The proposal was unanimously approved. Of course, Lin Yi's stomach cast the loudest vote of approval.
The group, supporting each other, staggered out of the grove and onto the highway leading to the city.
The highway was deserted, not a single car in sight.
The streetlights were on, but their pale light cast elongated shadows.
Most of the shops on either side of the road
were dark, their windows shrouded in gloom, creating an eerie silence. Only the sound of the wind echoed through the empty streets, adding to the unsettling atmosphere.
"Something's not right. It's only a few o'clock. Why is there no one here?" a survivor said in a trembling voice. "Look over there." Engineer Wang pointed to a 24-hour convenience store by the roadside.
The store was brightly lit and the door was open, but it was empty, though the goods on the shelves were still neatly arranged. A chill ran through everyone, but they still gritted their teeth and headed towards the convenience store.
Even if no one's around, finding something to eat is always a good thing.
At the convenience store entrance, the automatic door sensed someone and rang with a sharp ding-dong, the sound particularly jarring in the deathly deathly silence. Inside, the lights were on, everything seemed normal, as if the staff had only temporarily left. The computer screen on the counter was still lit, and there was even a half-finished cup of coffee next to it, but there was still no one in sight. "Is anyone here?" Fire Raven called out, his voice echoing in the empty shop, but there was no response. "Never mind, let's find something to eat first." Linny didn't have time to think. He rushed to the food shelf, grabbed bread, sausages, and chocolate, and stuffed them into his mouth haphazardly. He choked and his eyes rolled back before he remembered to look for water. The others were in the same boat, starving, and began looking for food and water. Wang carefully checked the cashier and back storage area to confirm that no one was there. Strange, the goods are all there, and the cash register isn't locked. It's like everyone suddenly vanished in an instant. Engineer Wang frowned deeply. Just then, heavy, dragging footsteps echoed from the street outside the convenience store. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was slow and rhythmic, gradually approaching from a distance. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked warily toward the door. The fire crow moved silently to the door and peered out through the glass. At the street corner, a figure slowly appeared. It was a person dressed in a sanitation worker's uniform, moving stiffly, head down, holding a large broom, slowly sweeping the already clean ground. His movements were as rigid as a puppet, repeating meaningless labor on an empty street, the scene eerily unsettling. "Is he alive?" one of the survivors asked in a low voice. Fire Raven observed carefully, his expression growing increasingly grave. "It doesn't seem like, it lacks the aura of a living person, but it's not purely eerie either. It feels more like a puppet controlled by some kind of rules or program." The sanitation worker seemed to sense the commotion in the convenience store. He paused his sweeping, and his head slowly turned towards the store at an extremely unnatural angle. Under the light, everyone could see his face clearly, expressionless, with empty eyes, and even a stiff, formulaic smile on his lips, exactly the same as Director Wang's expression earlier. "Found an individual not active in the designated area." The sanitation worker spoke in a broken, synthesized voice, put down his broom, and walked stiffly toward the convenience store. "Oh no, it's a similar cleaning program. It could cover the entire area," Engineer Wang exclaimed. "Hurry up!" Fire Crow shouted, signaling everyone to evacuate through the back door. Without even eating, everyone grabbed some food and water and rushed towards the back door of the convenience store. Luckily, the back door wasn't locked, and pushing it open led to a narrow back alley. Just as the last person rushed out of the alley and back onto another street, they heard the sanitation worker's cold voice coming from the convenience store. "Violation, street cleaning regulations, removal." Immediately following was a loud crash as shelves were knocked over and glass shattered. Still shaken, everyone ran forward without looking back, only daring to stop and catch their breath after rounding several street corners and confirming that the strange sanitation worker was no longer chasing them. What happened? Where did everyone in the whole area go? What were those things?" a young survivor asked, his voice trembling with fear, which almost overwhelmed all reason. Fire Raven's face was grim. "I'm afraid the collapse of the warp has already spread to the real world. Some kind of rule-based contamination or program is taking over this area, either assimilating or eliminating the living." Linny, panting, stuffed the chocolate he had just snatched into his mouth and mumbled, "I knew it. How could this dungeon be so easy to clear?" Turns out they changed the map, jumping directly from a horror movie in the beginner village to a survival horror game covering the entire city. He glanced at the half-eaten chocolate in his hand, then at the desolate and perilous street, and sighed. "Well, that's it. Forget about takeout. Looks like I'll have to deal with the city's administrators first if I want to fill my stomach. This year's administrators have terrible service." The group hid in the dark gap between the two buildings, holding their breath, listening to the stiff and rhythmic sweeping sounds on the street in the distance gradually fade away until they disappeared completely, and deathly silence enveloped the surroundings once again. Everyone still felt a lingering fear. The oppressive feeling brought by that sanitation worker was more chilling than facing many powerful and bizarre creatures. It was a cold and ruthless annihilation based on order and rules. "It seems this area has really been formatted." Engineer Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice hoarse. "The living people have either disappeared or been assimilated by those rules and programs into puppets that maintain order. What should we do? It's not safe here at all." One of the survivors looked desperately at the empty street outside. Behind every dark window, it seemed as if a pair of hollow eyes were staring at them. Fire Raven forced himself to calm down and began to analyze. The most urgent thing right now is to find other survivors or contact the Bureau of Anomalies Control. The Bureau couldn't possibly be unaware of such a large-scale rule anomaly. They must already be taking action. "We need to gather information and find a safe base." He turned to look at Linny, only to see that the guy was wolfing down the bread he had grabbed, his cheeks bulging, but his eyes were no longer as dazed as before. It seemed that after eating, his thoughts were slowly returning to normal. "Linny, can that feeling still be used?" Fire Crow asked, referring to Linny's ability to detect inconsistencies in the rules. Linny swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, drank half a bottle of water, and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his soul had finally returned a little. He tried to concentrate, and the stinging pain in his mind was still there, but it was significantly less than before.
He squinted, using his tattered rule-based vision once more to survey his surroundings.
This time, the scene was clearer and even more heartbreaking.
The city's lines
of rules hadn't completely disappeared or become chaotic. Instead, they were covered by a rigid, inflexible new network of rules filled with terms and restrictions.
It's like forcibly covering a vivid oil painting with a grid composed of cold geometric lines and stripes.
In many places, the regular lines are distorted and
conflicting, forming holes or bugs of all sizes.
And the sanitation worker just now was mechanically carrying out cleaning instructions along these grid lines.
I can see some things.
Linny rubbed his still swollen temples. This place is like an old system that just had a bunch of bug patches installed, causing lag and logical conflicts everywhere.
That sweeper is just one of the antivirus processes.
He pointed to a distant intersection where the traffic lights were flashing wildly. For example, there, the traffic signal rules seem to conflict with the current no pedestrians rule, creating a small area of rule
confusion.
And over there, he pointed to a faint green emergency exit sign on the side of a building's fire escape. The safety rule emanating from that sign is also incompatible with the overall danger rule.
Wang's eyes lit up. You mean, these conflicting rules might be in the safety zone?
Or perhaps in the blind spots of the cleanup process? Blind spots aren't necessarily the only ones, but they are at least places where they are logically prone to getting stuck and where they have low priority, Linny analyzed.
We can try to use these loopholes to move.
Like playing a stealth game, we can avoid the patrol's line of sight. This suggestion brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. Thus, under the guidance of Linny, this half-baked human bug detector, the exhausted team began a real-life version of rule stealth.
They avoided main roads, opting instead for alleys, underpasses, and even scaling low walls to enter the backyard.
Linny would sometimes make them stop and wait for a stiff patrol puppet, this time a man in a suit wearing a tie and carrying a folder, walking back and forth along a fixed route, to pass by. At other times, he would direct them to quickly pass through an area where the light was distorted and the surveillance cameras kept turning randomly due to conflicting rules. The process was thrilling and exciting, and he almost bumped into different rule puppets several times. Fortunately, Linny was always able to detect the inconsistencies in the rules of those areas in advance and give timely warnings. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife made everyone break out in a cold sweat, but it also made them more convinced of Linny's mysterious and unpredictable intuition. Just as they were walking through a small community park, preparing to head to an area where Linny sensed a more intense conflict of rules, or perhaps a safer one, a slight rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes beside them.
Who?
Fire Crow immediately became alert, shielding everyone behind him, and a faint flame condensed in his hand. The bushes swayed a few times, and a head cautiously peeked out. He was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered in dirt, but his eyes held a sense of panic, as well as a hint of liveliness.
Living people? You're really living people?
The young man's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and surprise.
Are you a survivor?
Fire Raven remained wary, scrutinizing him carefully.
Yes, I'm the survivor.
My name is Xiao Zhang, and I live in this neighborhood.
The young man excitedly emerged from the bushes, dressed in pajamas and slippers, looking extremely disheveled. How did you manage to escape those things? There are monsters everywhere outside.
Monsters? Linny raised an eyebrow.
You mean those puppets that are like programs? Yes, it was them.
Xiao Zhang recalled with lingering fear. About a few hours ago, it suddenly turned into this.
Many people disappeared inexplicably, and those who remained either turned
into those wooden figures or were captured by them. I was lucky enough to escape by hiding in the closet, and I only dared to come out to see what was happening when I heard noises outside. His words were somewhat incoherent, but the key information was clear. This rule change happened extremely suddenly and had a wide impact. Living people either disappeared or were assimilated or eliminated.
Do you know of any other survivors? Or is there a safe place?
Fire Raven asked hurriedly.
Yes.
A few neighbors have also hidden themselves. We have a temporary hiding place in an abandoned storage room in the underground parking garage of the community.
Xiao Zhang quickly replied. It seems like
those things don't go there much. After hearing this, Linny used his rule-based vision to sense the direction of the community's garage. Sure enough, the rule network there appeared sparse and chaotic, seemingly containing a clear loophole. Take us there, Fire Raven ordered without hesitation. Led by Xiao Zhang, the group cautiously sneaked into the underground parking garage of the residential complex.
The garage was dimly lit, with many cars parked inside, but completely empty.
Xiao Zhang led them around several corners to a cluttered area, moved a few empty cardboard boxes, and revealed an inconspicuous small iron door. Opening the iron gate, they found a small storage room crammed with 7 or 8 terrified survivors, men and women, young and old.
They were all startled to see Xiao Zhang return with strangers, but relaxed slightly after recognizing them as living people.
After brief self-introductions, the survivors recounted their experiences one after another, almost all of which were the same as Xiao Zhang's. A few hours earlier, they had suddenly encountered a misfortune and survived only by hiding or by luck. Those things, they seemed to act according to some kind of rules, a middle-aged man wearing glasses analyzed. They appear whenever any rule is broken, such as being in an undesignated area at an undesignated time, or doing something irregular.
Another older woman chimed in, yes, yes, yes.
I saw old Wang next door get taken away by some city management guy who suddenly appeared just because he didn't sort his trash in front of his house.
Linny and Hoya exchanged a glance, understanding dawning on them.
This undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions. The entire area was controlled by an extremely rigid rule-based procedure. Then how can we escape? A young girl asked, her voice trembling with tears.
Everyone fell silent.
Faced with this ubiquitous, rule-based threat, the power of an individual seemed so insignificant. Linny leaned against the cold wall, listening to the survivors' desperate discussions, while simultaneously sensing the numerous loopholes in the rules of
this storage room due to its complex architectural structure and historical issues.
He suddenly spoke, his tone carrying his usual absurd and sarcastic tone.
It seems that hiding alone isn't enough to survive in this godforsaken place. We need to become law-abiding citizens, or, to be even more skilled, learn to exploit loopholes in the rules and become masters of exploiting bugs.
He glanced at Fire Crow and Engineer Wang and smiled, but there was a hint of weariness in his smile.
At least for now, we've found a few teammates and a temporary safe house.
Next, we need to figure out what's written in the administrator's manual of this city management system. And while we're at it, let's see if we can find a few fatal bugs to play with. As soon as he finished speaking, the dim light in the storage room flickered, as if in response to his bold and dangerous plan.
The atmosphere in the underground storage room was heavy and oppressive.
The newly arrived survivors were filled with fear and confusion. They huddled in a corner, sharing the meager food and water they had brought from home.
Every slight sound from the garage outside triggered a tense commotion. The news brought back by Linny, Hoya, and Wang Gong brought little comfort. Instead, it made everyone more acutely aware of their current despair. They weren't hiding in some safe corner, but trapped in a vast cage governed by invisible and deadly rules. Follow the rules, exploit bugs.
The middle-aged man with glasses, who identified himself as a programmer, pushed up his glasses and muttered Linny's words, his eyes thoughtful. If this really is a system, then even the most sophisticated system must have logical loopholes or undefined boundaries.
But how do we know which rules we can break and which we can't? Xiao Zhang asked with a mournful face.
Are we supposed to risk our lives to break them? Fire Raven said in a deep voice. Blindly trying is definitely not going to work.
We need more information. How does this rule-based program operate? What is its core logic? Does it have boundaries? What are the perception range and action patterns of those puppets? She looked at Linny. Your perception ability is key.
Linny leaned against the cold wall, nibbling on the last bit of chocolate while struggling to activate his still unreliable rule-based perception.
In this relatively safe loophole, he could perceive more clearly the omnipresent, rigid network of rules outside.
It was like a vast, cold spiderweb covering the entire city, and their storage room was precisely a tiny hole in that web formed by historical issues, perhaps a property dispute that had left the area's management rules unclear.
The range of perception is limited,
Linny said frankly, and staring at them for too long will give me a headache. However, we can roughly sense that the movement routes of those puppets are fixed, like a preset program.
They mainly
patrol along the main roads of rules, and for fringe areas where the rules are ambiguous or conflicting, the response priority seems to be very low, unless we actively expose ourselves or trigger a specific violation condition. Engineer Wang took out the already damaged tactical tablet and tried to disassemble it for inspection, hoping to find useful parts or
information, but ultimately gave up helplessly. The hardware is completely broken. We are now completely isolated from the outside world.
Just then, the older woman who had spoken earlier carefully took out something wrapped in several layers of plastic bags from an old cloth bag she was carrying. It turned out to be a palm-sized, old-looking transistor radio. I usually listen to this when I can't sleep. I bring it out for peace of mind.
The middle-aged woman said timidly, I don't know if it can still be received. This discovery thrilled everyone. A radio broadcast.
If there were still rescue operations or official announcements from the outside world, this could very well be the only source of information.
Engineer Wang quickly took
the radio, and after checking it, he was relieved to find it was a dry-cell battery model, and the batteries still had power. He carefully turned it on, and a piercing electrical crackling sound immediately filled the air.
Shoo! Everyone held their breath. Wang slowly turned the tuning knob, and the static jumped between different frequencies.
Most channels only produced a deathly hissing sound, occasionally punctuated by some indistinct, distorted electronic noises, like noise under the influence of established patterns. Just when everyone was almost about to give up, suddenly, on a very obscure frequency, a fragmented but relatively clear human voice came through the radio, repeating, "This is the temporary command center. Survivors, attention." The sound was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, accompanied by interference, but the content was enough to make everyone in the storage room's heartbeat suddenly quicken. "We are establishing a safe zone, location, downtown, Times Square underground shelter.
Warning, repeat warning, the city city is in a state of high rule activity. Avoid violating the following actions.
A series of statements about high-risk violations blared from the radio, sounding both absurd and deadly. Loud noise is prohibited in non-designated areas. Volume exceeding 60 decibels will trigger the nuisance cleanup procedure. Trampling on public green areas is prohibited, will trigger the destruction of public property removal agreement. It is prohibited to dispose of garbage outside of designated garbage disposal hours. This will trigger the Environmental Sanitation Enforcement Unit. Prohibited, appearing on main roads in inappropriate attire. The city appearance maintenance procedure will be activated. One after another, absurd prohibitions were read aloud, leaving the survivors with ashen faces. This was simply a nightmare world woven by obsessive-compulsive disorder and control freaks. Survivors, if possible, please prioritize your own safety. Await rescue. Rescue forces are attempting to infiltrate the rule network. At this point in the broadcast, the interference suddenly increased, almost drowning out the human voice. Beware, disguised signals, do not trust any claiming to be of rescue. The last few words were almost swallowed by the noise, then the broadcast signal completely cut off, leaving only endless static. A deathly silence fell over the storage room. The information was overwhelming, yet filled with contradictions and an ominous premonition. There was official rescue, and the safe zone was located in the Times Square underground shelter, but the city was riddled with absurd and deadly rules. Most unsettling was the cryptic warning, beware of spoof signals. Don't trust anyone claiming to be part of a rescue operation.
What's going on? Xiao Zhang's voice trembled. Should we go to that safe zone? What does final warning mean? Could it be a false distress signal? The programmer frowned. Fire Crow turned to Linny and Engineer Wang. What do you guys think?
Engineer Wang's expression was grave. The broadcast signal itself was severely interfered with, and the authenticity of the content needs to be verified.
But that last warning is crucial.
If the rules can create a puppet to simulate a rescue broadcast and set a trap, it's not impossible. Linny rubbed his temples, which were still throbbing slightly, and sighed. It seems the situation is getting more complicated.
Now we not only have to play hide and seek
with the rules, but we also have to distinguish which are the real official instructions and which are fake messages posted by GMs pretending to be players. He paused, his gaze falling on the radio in his hand, its screen now black, a sly glint in his eyes. However, this broadcast wasn't entirely useless. It at least told us two things. First, there are indeed people organizing things outside. Second, it listed so many suicidal rules. He looked up at Hoya and Engineer Wang, a familiar smile playing on his lips, a smile tinged with weariness yet containing a hint of sharpness. What do you think would happen if instead of rigidly adhering to these flawed rules, we tried to proactively and precisely trigger one or two
insignificant rules, and then directed the cleanup process to the places where the rule conflicts were most severe and the loopholes were most numerous? Let the system's antivirus software attack the system's vulnerabilities? The programmer instantly understood Lin Yi's meaning, and his eyes lit up. That's right, Lin Yi nodded. Even if we can't completely destroy the entire system, we can at least create some chaos. Help us see just how deep this murky water really is, or blast out a few paths to the safe zone. Doesn't that sound much more exciting than a head-on confrontation? This audacious and insane plan, yet strangely plausible, abruptly changed the atmosphere in the storage room. A crack seemed to appear in the despair, letting in a glimmer of adventurous light. Lin Yi's words were like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pool, creating not ripples, but a raging torrent. Let the system's antivirus software attack the system's own vulnerabilities? A brief, imperceptible silence fell over the storage room. Everyone was processing the madness implied in his words. This wasn't just testing the limits of the rules, it was directly picking up a brick and intending to smash the rulemaker in the back of the head. Is this really going to work? Xiao Zhang's voice was trembling with tears, his face saying, "Are we crazy?" The bespectacled programmer suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind his glasses. Brilliant. Stress testing, injecting abnormal traffic intentionally and observing the system's reaction and error logs. This approach is spot on. Although extremely risky, this is likely the fastest way for us to understand the system's internal workings. Wang Gong frowned. As a former military personnel, he instinctively rejected this uncontrollable adventure, but reality overwhelmed him. He looked at Hoya, who was also looking back at him. They both saw the same judgment in each other's eyes. There was no other choice. Theoretically feasible, but in practice, every step could be a bottomless abyss, Hoya said in a low voice. What rules will be triggered? Once triggered, what will be the strength, reaction speed, and tracking logic of the cleanup program? Is the vulnerability area we selected robust enough to withstand the impact of the cleanup program? If any link goes wrong, we will be doomed. Lin Yi shrugged, giving an innocent look that said, "I was just making a suggestion." He continued, "That's why it's called a plan. We have to test the waters first, pick a rule that seems, well, the consequences might be relatively minor." His gaze fell on the transistor radio in the corner. No trampling on public greenbelts. Lin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Actually, it sounds like it has some binding force of public morality. It shouldn't be as annoying as making a lot of noise or being improperly dressed, right?
Besides, there are lawns all over the streets, so it's easy to find a suitable crime scene. Thus, the most absurd battle plan in history was finalized by this group of desperate people in this dark and damp underground storage room.
The first practical test, codenamed Stepping on the Lawn. Objective, to actively trigger the no trampling on public greenbelts rule, drawing out the so-called Public Property Removal Agreement Enforcement Unit. Enforcer, Fire Crow.
When this decision was announced, even Fire Crow herself was stunned. The fact that she, a former A-level powerhouse and fire control master, was tasked with stepping on the lawn was so unexpected that the contrast made her lips twitch slightly.
Why me?
Fire Crow's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of helplessness. Linny gave a compelling and detailed explanation. First, you have the best skills, so you can run fast after triggering the rules, which gives you a high
margin for error.
Second, although your fire ability is suppressed by the rules, it might be able to create some interference at crucial moments, or give
that cleaning program a little heat and see if it's afraid of the heat.
He paused, then added the most crucial point. Third, if Wang Gong and I go to do this kind of delicate work and we accidentally trip and fall, triggering the new rule of falling in an undesignated area, that would be a huge problem.
The details of the plan were quickly finalized.
Based on Lin Yi's vague perception of the rule network, Engineer Wang and the programmers selected a seemingly ideal trap location, a small street garden on the
next street.
Lin Yi observed that the rule lines there were unusually messy and distorted, like a tangled mess, seemingly the intersection of multiple area management rules, theoretically a bug hotspot. The task force consisted of Lin Yi, Huaya, and Wang Gong, while the others remained in the storage room, temporarily managed by the programmer. They agreed on a method of communication, primarily shouting and listening for
sounds.
Passing through the narrow pipe again, back into the deathly silent underground garage, the three felt differently.
Before, it was a cautious escape. Now, it was a tense and excited drive, almost a death wish.
The park was right in front of him. Though called a park, it was actually just a few malnourished lawns surrounding a dried-up fountain, with a few half-dead trees. But in Lin Yi's rule-based vision, it shimmered with light, and countless fine lines of rules intertwined, collided, and twisted, forming an extremely unstable area. The row of low boxwood bushes at the edge of the park was clearly marked with a rule line that read, "Do not trample."
That's it.
Lin Yi lowered his voice and pointed to the row of boxwood bushes.
I'll keep watch at the stairwell of the building across the street. Engineer Wang, you provide support from the side.
Fire Crow, go over there, step on it, and then immediately run this way to lure the pursuers to the fountain in the center of the garden.
I feel that's where the rules clash the most. Fire Raven took a deep breath and nodded.
She concealed her presence, moving as silently as a raccoon dog across the empty street, approaching the park.
In the center of the street, standing before the row of boxwood shrubs symbolizing public greenery, Fire Raven's emotions were incredibly complex.
She had faced colossal beasts as large as mountains and withstood scorching flames that could melt steel, but she had never imagined that one day she would so solemnly prepare to step on an ordinary bush. The feeling was utterly absurd. She glanced back at the direction where Lin Yi and Engineer Wang were hiding, confirming that she had received the signal that they were ready. Fire Crow lifted her foot, crossed the invisible boundary, and then landed steadily on the lush green boxwood bushes.
However, nothing happened. Silence, a deathly silence.
The only sound was the rustling of the wind through the dry leaves.
Could it be a misjudgment? Have the rules become invalid? Or is this lawn not even considered a public green space?
The moment this thought had just surfaced, a cold, stiff, and lifeless wave spread rapidly from the point where the Fire Crow had stepped, like a pebble thrown into water creating ripples. The network of rules that had been relatively calm in Lin Yi's view suddenly boiled over like a hornet's nest that had been poked. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, and the air seemed to suddenly become viscous. On the ground of the park, a thick, dark green light suddenly seeped out from the gaps between the paving stones, quickly converging into a blurry human-shaped outline. That silhouette had no facial features, no details, only a pure, cold sense of fixation on the destructive behavior, nailed firmly to the Fire Crow.
Initiate the agreement to remove damaged public property.
A stiff, synthesized voice resounded directly at the level of rules. It did not travel through the air, yet it clearly echoed in the perceptions of the three.
The green humanoid silhouette solidified instantly, transforming into a being dressed in a dark green uniform resembling that of an old-fashioned sanitation worker, with a blank white mask on its face.
Instead of a broom, it dragged a giant pair of scissors formed from the light of rules, its blade gleaming with an ominous cold light, aimed straight at the Fire Crow's neck.
The speed is astonishing.
Fire Raven was prepared. The moment her green figure solidified, she immediately exerted her strength to retreat, her body shooting towards the dried-up fountain like an arrow.
Here they come.
Engineer Wang growled in a low voice, his muscles tense. Lin Yi stared intently at the rules in his field of vision and saw the green rule lines representing the clearance protocol, like an enraged venomous snake biting at the faint lifelight representing the Fire Crow, and rushing into that that chaotic area of rules. The moment the green figure stepped into the fountain area, a sudden, teeth-grinding, ear-piercing noise erupted, as if a short circuit had occurred. The distorted and conflicting lines of the rules around the fountain seemed to burst forth with chaotic light, stimulated by this foreign, rigid cleaning protocol. A flickering interference area appeared out of nowhere on the ground, much like the static on an old television screen. The green figure's movements suddenly became distorted and jerky. The trajectory of its scissors swinging was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes as swift as lightning and sometimes as slow as a snail, and it even created a momentary clone afterimage, as if the rule system could not determine its exact position and state in this chaotic environment. It works! Linny was shocked. The fire crow also seized the opportunity, its body moving nimbly amidst the chaotic interference of rules, narrowly dodging several twisting attacks. However, the stubbornness of the clearance agreement far exceeded expectations. Despite the disruption to its operation, its fixation on the target remained undiminished. Instead, it began aggressively attempting to repair the surrounding rule conflicts. The green light continued to impact the chaotic area, making the entire network of rules in the park increasingly turbulent. "Withdraw!" Linny shouted in a low voice through the walkie-talkie, a spare short-range communicator he had found in Wang Gong's equipment. The fire crows lingered, unleashing their full speed as they charged toward the planned escape route. The green figure struggled with the conflict of rules, which greatly affected its pursuit speed, but it still relentlessly pursued the enemy. A few minutes later, the three of them circled around a few times and finally shook off the intermittently appearing green figure, returning to the vicinity of the underground parking garage entrance. Leaning against the cold wall, both Engineer Wang and Firecrow were slightly out of breath, their faces showing both lingering fear and excitement. "We succeeded, we really..." Engineer Wang stared at his hands, seemingly still in disbelief that they had dared to provoke and exploit the rules just now. Fire Raven calmed its breathing and looked at Linny with a complicated expression. It was indeed disturbed, and its logic of action became confused. "But it is very stubborn, and it seems to have a certain ability to adapt to the environment and repair the rules." Linny nodded, his face slightly pale. Maintaining his field of vision for so long and the tension he had just experienced had taken a toll, but his eyes remained exceptionally bright. The results were far better than expected. This not only verified the feasibility of the plan, but more importantly, he paused, a smile mingling with exhaustion and smugness spreading across his face, as if he were experiencing the satisfaction of a successful prank. "It seems we accidentally made the bug in that park even bigger. Now the rules there are a complete mess, like a pot of boiling porridge. It seems that our bug-blocking tactic is indeed working." After a brief moment of excitement, they were mostly exhausted and calm. The three retreated to the relatively safe shadows of the underground parking garage entrance, each catching their breath. Fire Raven carefully examined the corner of its clothes that had been grazed by the turbulent flow of rules when it dodged earlier, or a faint, distorted mark appeared, as if data had been corrupted. Wang Gong cautiously looked around to make sure the green sanitation worker wasn't following them. The results were remarkable, but the risks were equally enormous, Engineer Wang concluded in a deep voice. "The stubbornness and adaptability of that elimination protocol far exceeded our expectations. If it hadn't been chosen in an area with conflicting rules, we might have already..." Firecrow nodded and continued, "Moreover, we have deliberately created even greater chaos in the rules. Now that park in the middle of the street has probably become a new point of instability. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is still hard to say." Linny leaned against the cold wall, rubbing his throbbing temples. Enduring the strain of analyzing the rules of vision was even more exhausting than playing games all night long. "At least it proves one thing, this broken system isn't monolithic, it can indeed exploit bugs. As for that garden, as messy as it may be, it might just be a good temporary hiding place, or a trap." He took a deep breath and continued, "The problem now is that we have too little experimental data. We must figure out whether there are differences in the strength of the cleanup process triggered by different rules, and whether their response mechanisms are different. Most importantly, we need to learn how to judge the stability of a vulnerable area so that we don't end up burying ourselves instead of harming the system." Back in the underground storage room, the remaining guards immediately surrounded them. Seeing the three return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But after hearing a brief description, their feelings became complicated, both excited that the plan was feasible and worried about the hidden dangers. The programmer was particularly excited. He pulled out a piece of chalk he'd found somewhere and started scribbling on the ground, triggering events, system responses, exception injections, boundary tests. "We need to build a model. We need to record in detail the type of rule triggered each time, the form, strength, and intelligence of the cleanup program, as well as their performance under different rule conflict environments." He looked at Linny with burning eyes. "Comrade Linny, your perception is key data. We need you to record as many subtle changes as possible when the rule network is triggered and impacted, as this is crucial for us to deduce the core logic of the system." Linny stared at the abstract symbols and arrows on the ground, his head throbbing slightly. "Uncle, do you think this is coding? My senses are unreliable." unreliable, and looking at this for too long makes me dizzy. Just do your best. Every data point is invaluable. The programmer was not discouraged at all. After a brief rest and discussion, despite the obvious danger, the faint hope in their desperate situation compelled them to continue. The second test was quickly scheduled. The objective, to trigger the rule no garbage disposal outside of designated garbage collection times. Wang was chosen as the executor. The reasons were that he was a former soldier, possessed strong mental fortitude, had excellent timing, and had some experience in demolition and trap setting. Although not currently applicable, his mindset was similar. The location was chosen on a relatively narrow backstreet, where several old recycling bins were placed. Linny observed that the network of rules here was relatively simple, but there was a small area near the bins where the lines of the rules had become somewhat clogged and misaligned due to long-term neglect, both physically and in a rule-based sense, resembling a small data garbage dump which could theoretically serve as a buffer zone. The plan was simple. Outside of the designated non-deployment time, Engineer Wang would throw a small bag of empty packaging from the storage room into the trash can, and then quickly retreat to a preset small vulnerability point to observe. The process was more tense than the first time. The act of throwing away trash was so mundane that it felt absurd and unreal. Wang took a deep breath, calculated the time precisely. Although his sense of time was now confused, the broadcast had mentioned that non-disposal time was roughly in the afternoon, and accurately threw the garbage bag into the non-recyclable garbage bin. Almost the instant the garbage bag was thrown into the bin, a colder, more sinister, and decaying aura quietly spread out. From the shadows beside the trash can, a blurry, twisted figure, tangled with grime and discarded plastic bags, slowly emerged. It had no fixed form, more like a writhing, foul-smelling shadow, dragging a rusty chain in its hand. The Environmental Sanitation Enforcement Unit detected illegal dumping. A muffled sound, like bubbling sewage, rang out. The shadow suddenly spread rapidly, surging towards Wangon like a tide. Though not fast, it carried a thick, unbearable sense of oppression. The chains dragged on the ground with a harsh scraping sound. Engineer Wang was prepared and immediately retreated. However, the shadow seemed to be able to ignore physical obstacles to some extent, passing directly through the adjacent wall and relentlessly pursuing him. This thing has a different tracking method, Engineer Wang whispered into the walkie-talkie, his tone urgent. From the distant loophole, Linny could see it more clearly through his rule-based vision. The gray rule lines representing environmental sanitation enforcement, like a persistent, insidious disease, were locked onto Wanggong's vital signs, while also carrying a certain polluting attribute, obscuring the rule network wherever they passed. Wanggong barely escaped death as he rushed into that narrow data garbage dump area. The gray shadow followed him there, and sure enough, it hesitated, and became disordered for a moment, its crawling speed noticeably slowing down, as if it were scanning and identifying this abnormally regular area. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Engineer Wang unleashed his full speed and finally broke free from the lock, taking a detour back. The second test was successful again, but it also revealed the risks involved. The cleanup process triggered by different rules has different forms, characteristics, and tracking logic. The atmosphere inside the storage room grew increasingly tense. Two near-death experiences had exhausted everyone's nerves. We need more data. The programmer drew more symbols on the ground, his brow furrowed. But every test feels like a desperate struggle. Linny slumped to the ground, his face pale, closing his eyes to relieve his headache. The two close-range impacts of the rules had given him a vague sense of familiarity with the invisible network, but at the cost of extreme mental exhaustion. What's the next test? Xiao Zhang asked, his voice trembling. Both Fire Crow and Engineer Wang looked at Linny. At this moment, his perception and judgment became the key to their actions. Linny slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on the old radio. The broadcast mentions several things. No loud noise in non-designated areas, and it will trigger an alarm if the volume exceeds 60 decibels. Lin, he slowly began, forcing a weak smile. It sounds like, we don't need to be near a specific location. Does that mean there's more room for maneuver? Not having to approach dangerous areas means that executors can choose safer trigger points and more flexible evacuation routes. But conversely, what consequences will arise from the wide range of sound transmission? In what form will the triggered cleanup procedure take? Everything is unknown. Moreover, 60 decibels, exactly how loud does a sound have to be considered 60 decibels? Normal conversation is between 40 and 50 decibels, while shouting can exceed 70 decibels. This boundary is difficult to control. This rule is a bit special, the programmer pondered. It targets the behavior itself, rather than a specific object or location. The triggered cleanup process might be more abstract or more intelligent. The risks are unknown, but the temptations are even greater. Let's do it. Linny struggled to his feet, patting the dust off his backside. Hiding like this isn't a solution. We need to test how good this system's hearing is. Let me do it. You, Fire Crow and Engineer Wang looked at him in unison, their expressions filled with doubt. Linny's useless physique and his unreliable superpowers made him seem the least suitable candidate candidate for such a dangerous mission. Don't worry, Linny pointed to his head. While I'm not good at fighting, I'm pretty good at running away and finding bugs. Besides, I'm more sensitive to fluctuations in the rules than you are. If anything is amiss, I might notice it before you do. Most importantly, he paused, then flashed his signature smile, a smile that carried a hint of languor and slyness. If I trigger the rules and accidentally complain a few times, causing the cleanup process to go astray, wouldn't that be like getting one free, giving away extra test data? This reason is so compelling that no one can refute it. The third test, codenamed the Roar. The objective is to trigger the rule no loud noises outside designated areas. The executor is Linny, and the chosen location is near the exit of the underground parking garage, which also facilitates a quick retreat through the storage room's conduit. The plan is for Linny to make a sound exceeding 60 decibels here, triggering the rule, and then immediately retreating back to the storage room through the conduit. To observe the cleanup process's reaction, paying particular attention to its handling of spatial transitions and rule loopholes. Linny stood in his designated spot and took a deep breath. Fire Crow and Engineer Wang, hidden behind cover a short distance away, stood on high alert, their hearts pounding in their chests. What should he shout? He pondered for a moment and decided on something simple and clear. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly into the empty and quiet garage, "Hey, is anyone there?" His voice echoed clearly in the empty space. In an instant, Linny felt the surrounding network of rules tremble slightly, and an invisible sense of being locked onto the noise source suddenly descended. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the pipe opening. However, this cleaning process was completely different. No physical monsters appeared, nor did shadows writhe. Instead, a silent yet far more eerie and terrifying change occurred. Centered on the location where Linny spoke, the light in the garage began to dim and distort rapidly, as if being sucked away by an invisible force. The dust in the air stopped floating, the echo of the sound vanished instantly, and an extreme silence spread like a tide, swallowing up all other sounds. This silence itself became an aggressive force of rules, like an ever-expanding silent domain, enveloping Linny. Wherever it passed, even the network of rules seemed to be silenced, becoming stiff and solidified. Linny felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that if he were caught by this silent domain, not only would his physical body be destroyed, but his consciousness and his very existence might fall into complete silence. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the pipe opening, yelling inside, "Run! Something's wrong with this thing." Fire Crow and Engineer Wang also sensed the approaching chilling silence. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately helped Linny quickly pass through the pipe. The three of them scrambled back to the storage room in a disheveled state and hurriedly blocked the pipe opening with the obstruction. They could still feel the cold, icy, and domineering force emanating from the other end of the pipe, which lingered for a long time. The storage room was deathly silent, with only the heavy breathing of the three people echoing in the background. The third test was successful, but they also truly realized that touching upon such abstract rules could have such a bizarre and terrifying backlash. The cleanup procedure for the noise was actually silence. Linny slumped to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. He looked at the still shaken crowd, forced a bitter smile, and tried to say something, but ultimately only let out a low sigh. "Damn, this bug is so bad, it almost made me mute myself." The air in the storage room seemed to still carry the chilling, eerie atmosphere of the silence rule from the other end of the pipes. The people sat or leaned against something, and for a long time, no one spoke, only heavy breathing echoed in the small space. The impact of the third test far exceeded that of the first two. It was not a simple physical pursuit, but a sense of erasure that was closer to the level of rules, an erasure of existence itself. Silence is actually a cleanup program for noise, the programmer muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the cold ground. Punishing disruptive behavior, noise, with absolute order, silence. The underlying logic of this system carries an extreme, black and white coercive nature. Linny rubbed his still throbbing chest, feeling as if someone had blocked his airway with a silencer. It took him a long time to recover. "This thing is much more ruthless than the previous two. I almost became a silent actor." He glanced at the sealed pipe opening with lingering fear, the invisible, cold pressure still seeming to emanate from it. Fire Crow and Engineer Wang both wore solemn expressions. They had personally experienced the oppressive force of those rules, which could not be resisted by speed and strength alone. There are three types of rules, and the cleanup procedures each have different forms and characteristics, Wang Gong summarized in a low voice. Damage 2. Public property is a concrete law enforcement agent with physical aggression, illegal dumping is a polluting tracker with adhesive properties, and noise directly triggers a domain-level erasure at the rule level. It seems that the more abstract the rules are, the more bizarre and difficult to prevent the triggered cleanup procedures. The programmer suddenly looked up, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with analytical insight. "That's right. This is very likely a key pattern. For rules concerning specific objects, greenery, and specific behaviors, littering, the cleanup program is relatively concrete. But for rules concerning the environment and state, sound, the cleanup program leans more towards the conceptual level. We must reassess the danger level of all known rules. Just Just then, Xiao Zhang, who was on guard near the pipe entrance, suddenly lowered his voice and shouted in alarm, "There's movement.
It seems like something else has come outside." Everyone fell silent instantly, holding their breath.
Through the gaps in the pipe openings and the ventilation shaft connecting the garage to the outside,
A completely new fluctuation, distinctly different from the previous 3 cleaning procedures, wafted in.
it wasn't the cold, rigid sound of the sanitation worker, nor the rotten, sticky substance of the polluted shadow, nor the lifeless emptiness of the silent realm, but rather a more formal and more systematic fluctuation. It was as if multiple forces of rules were working in concert, carrying the implication of inspection and verification. Linny suppressed his discomfort and focused his mind again, projecting his rule-based vision outwards. He saw, against the backdrop of the desolate city, several clear and bright lines of rules, representing higher authority, slowly sweeping across the area like searchlights. Where these lines passed, the previously chaotic and conflicting rule areas briefly showed signs of unstable smoothing, as if ironed. In particular, the location where Lin Yi and his group had previously triggered the rules, that chaotic street garden where the rules were in complete disarray, became a key target of attention. In the dim light, he could vaguely make out several blurry figures, dressed in what appeared to be old-fashioned official or security uniforms, their faces expressionless, their movements perfectly synchronized. Guided by these high-authority rules, they were conducting surveys and recording. What is this?" Xiao Zhang's voice trembled. "The order maintainer." Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Or rather, something even more advanced than the cleanup program.
"The system administrator?
It seems our previous actions of exploiting the bug have led to something far more troublesome."
Fire Crow and Engineer Wang exchanged a glance, both their eyes revealing a heavy expression.
Sure enough, the system wasn't just passively taking hits, it would fix vulnerabilities and even strengthen its patrols.
"Are they fixing the chaos we created?" Engineer Wang couldn't help but ask.
"It doesn't seem like a complete fix." Lin Yi shook his head. "It's more like patching or logging anomalies. The bug in that garden is still there, but it feels like it's been marked. Maybe if the rules there are triggered in the future, it won't just attract sanitation workers anymore."
This news plunged everyone into despair.
Their bug-exploiting tactic had clearly had a side effect, raising the area's alert level. The sense of time in the underground world became even more blurred. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere and unease, they lost track of how much time had passed. Meanwhile, the fluctuations of the order maintainers outside fluctuated yet remained constant, like a Damocles sword hanging overhead. The survivors shared their last bit of food and water, and despair crept back in. Taking the initiative seemed to have only brought more trouble, and the road to the so-called safe zone remained distant and unknown. "How about we try the radio again?" the old woman suggested timidly, clutching her old transistor radio tightly. It was practically their only fragile connection to the outside world.
Wang nodded silently and turned the radio back on.
A grating static noise filled the air, and after a long adjustment process, the intermittent official broadcast signal finally came through.
Repeating, "This is the temporary command center. Survivors, please proceed to the Times Square underground shelter."
The content was largely the same as before, still warning of various deadly rules and emphasizing the need to wait for rescue. But just as the broadcast was about to end, something unexpected suddenly happened. "Rescue forces are attempting, ZZ, cutting into the rule network, ZZ, be careful, disguised signals, don't trust, anything claiming to be, ZZ." The previous warning sounded again, but this time the interference seemed to be less loud, and after "don't believe it," there was an extra half syllable, which sounded like the word not or the lingering echo of the word false. Then, something even stranger happened. The broadcast signal didn't completely stop as usual. Instead, after a burst of loud noise, the frequency suddenly jumped. A distinctly different male voice suddenly broke through, its tone clearer, even carrying a deliberately cultivated calmness and gentleness. "Attention. Attention, this is the ARC Rescue Channel. The temporary command center signal has been compromised.
The Times Square safe zone is a trap. Repeat, Times Square is a trap. The real safe zone is in the abandoned Starlight Amusement Park underground facility in the west of the city. We have more advanced technology to counter these rules. Survivors, please head to the amusement park in the west of the city. Buzz, we will ensure."
Before the words were finished, the signal was once again drowned out by a loud interference, completely cut off.
A deathly silence fell over the storage room. Everyone was stunned. 2 broadcast signals, one pointing to Times Square in the city center, the other to an abandoned amusement park in the west of the city. One warned of a fake signal, the other explicitly identified it as a trap. Which one was real? Which one was fake? Or perhaps, both could be fake? Who should we believe?
Xiao Zhang was on the verge of collapse, his voice filled with helplessness. The programmer uncle stared intently at the radio, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The timing of the signal entry, the frequency jump pattern, the appearance of the second signal doesn't seem like natural interference. It's more like a deliberate hijacking or overlay. Fire Raven looked sharply at Lin Yi and Engineer Wang, its eyes filled with vigilance. The last warning has come true. There really is a camouflage signal, and they are fighting fighting for survivors. Engineer Wang's face was grim, almost dripping with gloom. If the Ark is real, the official command center may have already lost control.
But if the Ark is fake, the West City amusement park is hell. We have no way to verify it. Linny lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before suddenly asking out of the blue, "Uncle, you just said that the way the second signal appeared seemed intentional?"
"Yes, it's powerful and decisive, clearly indicating that they were well prepared." Linny looked up, his face calm and expressionless, but a bright light flashed in his eyes. What if, he said slowly, that first broadcast, the one that sounds official and rigid, repeating the rules and warnings over and over again, was actually the spoof signal? What? Everyone was astonished. Think about it, Linny continued his analysis. While the second signal is alarming, it points out the contradiction in the first signal, the warning that the disguised signal itself might be problematic, and it also suggests a seemingly less reliable safe zone, which is actually more concealed because of its unreliability, the amusement park.
More importantly, he paused, then said, word by word, its appearance as a channel that was snatched. What kind of entity would have to snatch a rescue channel that was already occupied to post information? Is it something that is not recognized by the mainstream system? Or is it the one that truly wants to break through the rules and convey the truth to us? This contrarian speculation plunged the storage room into silence once more.
The crisis of trust was more disorienting than the deadly threat of the rules.
Every step they took next could lead to survival or plunge them into an endless abyss.
Outside, the fluctuations of those higher-level order maintainers continued to haunt the desolate city like ghosts. Lin Yi's actions, though not truly breaking the deadlock, made the silence even heavier. The foundation of trust had been shaken, and every message could be poison disguised as honey.
You mean that more official, more rigid broadcast was actually a trap? Xiao Zhang's mouth dropped open, his face full of disbelief. This is too revolutionary.
The programmer pushed up his glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and his gaze behind the lenses sharpened. From an information tactics perspective, this is not impossible.
Disguising
oneself as the most authoritative voice is the most efficient way to gather survivors. And if later entrants want to expose the lie, they often have to use more drastic, even seemingly unbelievable, methods. Fire Raven crossed her arms, her cold face expressionless, but her slightly furrowed brows showed she was thinking rapidly. Logically it makes sense, but the risk is that
we have no empirical evidence.
Both Times Square and Starlight Park are unknown black boxes to us. Choosing either one means putting our fate entirely on guesswork. Wang Gong said in a deep voice, perhaps we shouldn't rush into making an either-or decision. The existence of these two signals reveals the complexity and variability of the external situation.
There may be multiple survivor groups, isolated from
each other, and possibly even competing or hostile to one another.
Blindly aligning ourselves with either side could drag us into incomprehensible conflicts. The pressure of reality was imminent.
Food and water were running out. The maintainers of order outside hung like the sword of Damocles over their heads, and no one
could guarantee how long their hiding place would remain safe. What do we do?
Just sit here and wait to die? A young survivor asked, his voice trembling with tears.
Of course not.
Linny rubbed his still aching chest and slowly stood up.
Sitting and waiting to die is definitely a dead end.
But rashly rushing
into any safe zone might be walking into a trap.
We have to use our own methods to continue probing and gathering intelligence, at least, to figure out whether the safe zone closest to us is real or fake. His gaze fell on the old radio again, but this time the focus was not on the signal itself, but on another rule mentioned in the broadcast. The announcement also said, inappropriate attire is prohibited on main roads. Lin Yi's lips curled into a familiar smile, tinged with a hint of laziness and adventure.
This rule is quite interesting. What are you up to now? Firecrow felt uneasy.
Think about it, Linny analyzed. Main roads, these are usually the places with the strictest rules and the most intensive surveillance in the city, right?
The standard for inappropriate attire is very vague. What counts as neat? What counts as inappropriate? Does getting muddy count? Does losing a button count? The programmer's eyes lit up. A vague judgment standard.
This means that when the rules are executed, it may require higher intelligence or more
complex sensors. This in itself might be a loophole. Moreover, the main roads connect various areas of the city. If we can move safely near
the main roads, or even successfully observe the cleanup process after activating the rules, we might be able to glean more information about the
current rule layout of the city, and we might even discover whether there are any survivor teams moving towards a certain safe zone. That's too risky. Engineer Wang immediately objected. The main roads have strict rules.
Once the city appearance maintenance procedure is triggered, we might not even have a chance to escape back here.
So this time we're not planning to exploit the bug, at least not actively, Linny said. We're just going to observe.
We'll choose a location where we can see the main road, but it's on the fringes of the rules.
Then, well,
we might need a bait to lightly touch the boundary of that rule. Not to cause trouble, but just to activate the surveillance in that area, so we can see what the cleaning procedure for Dressed really looks like, its patrol range, its response mechanism. This will help us determine determine the danger level of the main road and whether there are any traces of permitted, neatly dressed official activities. This plan was still risky, but compared to directly storming the safe zone or blindly trusting a broadcast, it was clearly more feasible and had a clearer objective: to gather intelligence on the main roads and potential official activities.
As for the decoy, this task required immense composure, meticulous observation, and adaptability.
Ultimately, unexpectedly, the task fell to the previously timid middle-aged woman.
I'll go.
The middle-aged woman mustered her courage and stood up, her face showing nervousness but also a resolute determination.
I'm old, and I've lived enough. You young people are more useful. Besides, maybe an inconspicuous old woman like me won't attract too much attention? I'll just pretend to accidentally wander from the alley to the main road. As for my clothes, this coat is indeed old, and the buttons aren't very secure.
Her reasons were simple and straightforward, yet irresistible. In this environment, age and appearance sometimes became the best disguise. The plan was finalized. The observation point was chosen on the second floor of an abandoned shop next to a main road. The windows were broken but offered a wide view, situated in a murky area where several alleys intersected.
Linny,
Huaya, and Engineer Wang were responsible for observation and support from there, while the older woman would set off from the alley below to conduct boundary probing. The operation unfolded silently in the oppressive stillness. The three men stealthily entered the second floor of the abandoned shop, concealing themselves in the shadows,
their eyes fixed on the window.
The main road was wide and deathly quiet, the surface covered with dust and debris, abandoned vehicles lying silently like tombstones. In stark contrast to the dilapidated side streets, the network of rules here appeared exceptionally neat and bright in Lin Yi's eyes. The lines of rules resembled highway markings, clear and precise.
Occasionally, he could
also see the blurry figures of order maintainers dressed in old-fashioned official or security uniforms, patrolling along predetermined routes amidst the flowing light of the rules, exuding an unquestionable sense of authority.
The middle-aged woman appeared at the exit of the alley below.
She seemed nervous, her steps hesitant, constantly tugging at her slightly bulky, faded old coat.
One of the buttons on the coat was indeed loose.
She cautiously stepped out, crossing the alley and onto the curb of the main road sidewalk. Then, she pretended to tie her shoelaces and squatted down, an action that almost completely exposed her to the rules of the main road. Instantly, Linny felt several lines, representing public image or behavioral norms in the strict network of rules of the main road, light up slightly, like infrared rays, scanning the location of the middle-aged woman. Although the cleanup process wasn't initiated immediately, an invisible and extremely uncomfortable sense of scrutiny enveloped the area. It was as if countless invisible eyes were harshly judging the woman's clothing,
posture, and even every subtle movement to determine if they conformed to some rigid standard.
The woman clearly felt this pressure. Her body stiffened, and the way she tied her shoelaces became extremely unnatural. A few seconds later, that sense of scrutiny seemed to have reached a conclusion, slight non-compliance, but not enough to trigger the maintenance procedure. The invisible pressure receded like a tide, and the rules returned to normal. The woman, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, almost stumbled back into the shadows of the alley, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath.
The three of them breathed a sigh of relief from the observation point on the second floor.
It seems there is indeed a threshold for judging inappropriate attire, Engineer Wang said in a low voice. Moreover, the cleanup process won't start easily. There seems to be an evaluation phase first.
Fire Raven nodded. This is much safer than triggering it directly, but it also shows that the main road is under extremely tight surveillance.
Just then, Linny suddenly whispered, "Look over there."
Following his direction, at the end of the main road, near Times Square,
a group of figures could be vaguely seen. There were about 7 or 8 people in the group, moving slowly but
in a uniform manner.
They were wearing identical, slightly bulky protective suits, the style and color of which were similar to the official style mentioned in the previous broadcast. They walked in the middle of the main road, ignoring the patrolling order maintainers, who did not react in any way.
Is it the rescue team?
Xiao Zhang downstairs also saw it and was so excited he almost shouted it out.
Don't rush.
Linny kept a close eye on the group, activating his full range of vision. He discovered something even stranger. The group seemed to be enveloped in a faint halo, the same as the main network of rules, as if they possessed some kind of access privileges. Their movements strictly followed the safe paths of the network, avoiding all rule conflicts and gray areas. However, Linny always felt that the halo was a bit too perfect, even a bit stiff, unlike the natural aura emanating from a living person, but rather more like a kind of assigned, programmed marker. The group gradually moved away and disappeared around the street corner, heading straight for Times Square.
Silence fell over the observation post.
They had seen traces of official activity, which seemed to confirm the authenticity of the first broadcast, but Lin Yi's unease grew stronger. Those rescue workers were too quiet, too orderly, so orderly that they seemed like a group of puppets with a pre-programmed sequence.
Should we go check it out?
Xiao Zhang asked from downstairs, his voice filled with longing and hesitation.
Both Fire Crow and Engineer Wang looked at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi stared in the direction where the group had disappeared, then looked at the heavy radio in his hand and slowly shook his head.
Wait a little longer.
His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible gravity.
I have a feeling it's not that simple.
The signal from that amusement park and the authority aura around that group of people, it all seemed strange. The seeds of disagreement, instead of disappearing in the face of the evidence seen with one's own eyes, became even more perplexing due to new doubts. The sight of the official team was like a shot in the arm, instantly shifting the mindset of most of the survivors in the storage room.
You see that? Those are government officials. They can walk safely on the main road.
Xiao Zhang's cheeks flushed with excitement, his previous fear overshadowed by a glimmer of hope.
Times Square. It must be Times Square. That broadcast was real.
The other survivors echoed their agreement. Even the usually composed programmer adjusted his glasses and pondered. Judging from their behavior, that group does indeed possess authority recognized by the system, which fits the characteristics of an official organization. In contrast, the signal source from the amusement park in the west of the city is unclear, and their motives are questionable.
The atmosphere instantly shifted.
The instinct for survival drove everyone to cling tightly to the seemingly most reliable lifeline.
The Times Square underground shelter, with its official backing, displayed genuine rescue capabilities.
Although the rules were strict, it at least appeared orderly, like a harbor visible in a storm.
In contrast, the abandoned amusement park in the west of the city sounded more like the opening scene of a third-rate horror movie.
The pressure immediately fell on Linny, Huaya, and Wang Gong.
Linny, what do you think?
Fire Crow's voice remained calm, but her gaze was sharp. She needed Linny to give a judgment based on his understanding of the rules. Engineer Wang also looked at Linny, his brows furrowed.
As a
former soldier, he instinctively tended to believe in organized official forces, but Linny's previous suspicions and the subtle sense of unease that group of people gave him made it difficult for him to draw a conclusion easily. Linny leaned against the cold wall, his fingers unconsciously tapping the ground. His rule-based vision was severely depleted, and he could only maintain a vague perception.
At this moment, the authority aura emanating from that group was indeed present, and it originated from the same rules as the main road. That was an indisputable fact.
But the halo is too clean, Linny said slowly, trying to describe the indescribable feeling.
It's like a layer of perfect paint applied to something. You can't feel any life, only a cold, programmed sense of operation. And don't you think they're too quiet?
A group of 7 or 8 people walking in the dead city, without exchanging a single word, their steps are as synchronized as if they were one person.
Perhaps it's due to strict discipline? Or maybe they used a communication method we don't know about?
Xiao Zhang retorted.
Maybe.
Linny didn't argue, he knew his feelings lacked concrete evidence.
But I still feel something's not right. The amusement park's signal, though it sounds absurd, points to a real contradiction.
The most crucial thing is, it appeared by stealing a channel.
What kind of existence needs to steal a channel to make its voice heard?
Perhaps it's a survivor group with strong technical capabilities, but not recognized by the mainstream, the programmer uncle suggested. It could also be an upgraded version of a trap, Fire Raven said coldly. First, they use a seemingly authoritative signal to gather people, and then use a seemingly rebel signal to filter out those more skeptical and uncontrollable troublemakers and wipe them out in one fell swoop.
This speculation sent a chill down everyone's spine.
The crisis of trust has now transformed into a choice of paths, and behind every choice lies the potential abyss. Let's vote, a young survivor timidly suggested.
We can't just stay here and wait to die.
The suggestion received a majority response.
The outcome was predictable.
Except for Linny, Huaya, Engineer Wang, and the still-shaken middle-aged woman, who had just completed her bait mission and was hesitant, almost everyone else chose to head to Times Square. The cracks were beginning to appear.
Aren't you coming with us?
Xiao Zhang looked at Linny and the other two, his face filled with confusion and a hint of pleading. In his eyes, these 3 were the backbone of the team. Wang Gong sighed, about to speak, but Linny spoke first. His usual lazy smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Everyone has their own ambitions.
If you think that site is safe, go check it out.
The 3 of us, well, we're used to courting death, so we want to try our luck at that amusement park.
What if it really is a hidden level?
He spoke casually, but his words implied a parting of ways. Fire Crow glanced at Linny, saying nothing, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Engineer Wang's lips moved
slightly, but he ultimately only nodded heavily.
They respected the survivors' choices, but they couldn't gamble their lives on an option that caused them such intense unease. The old woman looked around and finally said to Linny in a trembling voice, "Little Lin, I'll go with you. This old woman has had enough of living, but I think the path you think of might offer more hope." She might not understand rules and logic, but based on her instinct for survival at the bottom of society, she trusted this seemingly unreliable young man who had led them out of dire straits time and time again. Once the decision was made, the atmosphere instantly became heavy and tinged with sadness.
The last of the food and water in the storage room was divided equally. The programmer tried his best to explain the analytical symbols he had drawn on the ground to Linny in as much detail as possible, while Xiao Zhang and the others repeatedly said things like "take care" and "see you in Times Square." Although everyone
everyone knew in their hearts that the hope of seeing each other again was almost slim. After the brief farewell, the survivors who chose to head to Times Square, filled with a mixture of anticipation and great unease, carefully passed through the pipes, disappeared into the shadows of the garage, and groped their way towards the main road in Times Square. In the storage room, only Lin Yi, Huaya, Engineer Wang, and the old woman who had decided to follow them remained. The four were silent for a moment, a sense of loneliness and heavy pressure hanging over them like dark clouds.
What do we do now? Engineer Wang broke the silence first. Go directly to the amusement park in the west of the city?
That place is quite far, and there are too many variables along the way.
Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze becoming increasingly focused. No rush.
Those people going to Times Square, they themselves are the best scouts.
Fire Raven immediately understood his meaning. You want to secretly follow them? To observe whether they can arrive smoothly, or what dangers they might encounter.
That's right.
Lin Yi nodded.
If Times Square is really safe, we might be able to confirm it and then find a way to contact the authorities.
If it's a trap.
He paused, his voice steady and deep. At least we'll know what a trap looks like, and maybe we can save a few people. This was a plan so calm it bordered on cruel, but it was currently the most rational choice. After a short rest, the four set off silently, maintaining a safe distance and following the group of
survivors heading towards Times Square.
Lin Yi did his utmost to maintain a minimum level of awareness of the rules, constantly scanning the fluctuations of the rules ahead and around him like a radar.
The survivors ahead moved slowly and cautiously, seemingly without triggering any fatal rules.
Although the main road area was strictly governed by rules, as long as they didn't cross the line, the order maintainers seemed utterly uninterested in these ants lurking in the shadows.
Everything seemed to be going smoothly
until they approached the Times Square area. From afar, the iconic, magnificent outline of Times Square was clearly visible.
However, in Lin Yi's vision of rules, a completely different scene unfolded. Centered on Times Square, a vast and
dense network of rules, radiating an ominous dark red light, spread like a spider web, covering the area.
The complexity and intricacy of this network far surpassed any other place in the city.
What's even more unsettling is that at the heart of the network, near the entrance to the underground shelter, the regular lines twist and turn, radiating a kind of devouring gravitational pull. The group of official personnel in protective suits that they had seen earlier were guiding the survivors who had chosen Times Square towards the entrance of this dark red giant net.
Stop! Don't go any further!
Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply, almost as he shouted, but it was too late. The moment the survivors stepped into the dark red network of rules, the life aura around them, like water droplets falling on a hot iron, made a silent sizzle sound and quickly dimmed and twisted. Their movements froze instantly, the hopeful expressions on their faces solidified, and then, as if pulled by invisible threads, their steps became as uniform as those of the official personnel, their eyes losing all their luster, like puppets being guided towards the entrance of the underground shelter. They were not attacked, nor were any cleanup processes triggered.
They were completely assimilated.
That Times Square underground shelter was not a safe zone at all, but a huge and terrifying transformation field that turned survivors into puppets of the rules. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood where the unsettling sense of unease about that group of official personnel came from. They were simply products that had already been transformed. That constantly repeating broadcast warning of the rules was actually an elaborately designed selection and trap. It used an authoritative voice and harsh rules to filter out those survivors who craved order, feared chaos, and were willing to believe in authority, and then integrated them into this rule-based hell.
Run!
Seeing the horrifying scene, Firecrow suddenly grabbed Lin Yi and Engineer Wang, who were almost frozen in place, as well as
the terrified old woman.
The four of them retreated silently at top speed, fleeing the area that emitted a strange suction force. Only after retreating several streets away did the four dare to stop, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. The older woman was too frightened to speak, and Engineer Wang's face was deathly pale, his fists clenched tightly. Firecrow's chest heaved, his eyes cold as a knife, sharp and wary. Lin Yi slid down the wall to the ground, his face pale, not from exhaustion, but from the lingering fear and a deep-seated anger. He had guessed the beginning, but he hadn't
expected the ending to be so cruel.
That seemingly impossible signal from the West City amusement park had become the only faint spark that might actually exist in the darkness.
Let's go to the amusement park.
Lin Yi looked up to the west, his voice hoarse but resolute.
No matter what awaits us there, it's much better than becoming puppets.
The choice made in this desperate situation was made without hesitation. However, they both knew in their hearts that the road to the west of the city was destined to be fraught with thorns, and whether the amusement park was a beacon of hope or another carefully laid trap remained to be seen. Having escaped the Times Square area, the four were enveloped in oppressive, deathly silence. The air seemed to still carry the silent despair of the survivors as
they were assimilated.
The older woman trembled and sobbed softly, lamenting both for her companions who had just been with her and for her own uncertain fate. Enraged, Wang slammed his fist against the wall, leaving a shallow mark, his teeth clenched.
Puppets, they actually turned people into puppets.
His voice was hoarse, filled with unbearable unbearable anger and chilling rage. As a former soldier, the order and protection he believed in had been shattered to pieces at this moment. Fire Raven remained relatively calm, but the flames in her eyes grew even colder. That broadcast was a high-level bear trap. It uses order and hope as bait to filter and devour. She turned to Lin Yi. Your intuition was right. That kind of clean and falsely granted authority is the mark of a puppet. Lin Yi remained seated on the ground, his face still pale, but his sharp vision had returned, even clearer than before. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his turbulent emotions. Waves of dizziness from overusing his rule-based vision washed over him, but the terrifying scene he had just witnessed had given him a deeper and more chilling understanding of the rules of this world. This is by no means a simple killing game, Lin Yi said slowly, as if he was sorting out his thoughts. The entity behind it is integrating and using its rules to format all illogical lives. Living people are being transformed into parts that maintain the operation of the rules. This is more terrifying than killing people directly. He thought of those lingering, eerie beings, those powerful superhumans. Perhaps they were all just different manifestations of the formatting process. To submit to the rules, to be eliminated by the rules, or to be assimilated by the rules. And his weak curse, the seemingly absurd power of sarcasm, was special precisely because it could directly shake and even distort those underlying rules. It was a bug in this formatting process. So, that amusement park signal, Engineer Wang asked Lin Yi. It exposed the contradictions in broadcasting and seized the channel. This shows that it is at least independent of that devouring rule, and may even be its opposite. Lin Yi stood up, dusted himself off, and looked towards the west of the city. Whether it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we have to go and try. This is our only option that looks like an option at the moment. Hope may seem absurd, but they'd rather cling to this absurdity than become puppets. The decision was made, and the four no longer hesitated. They had to get as close to the west of the city as possible before nightfall. The city at night was a stage for all sorts of bizarre rules and primal strangeness, making it even more dangerous. The journey to the west of the city proved more difficult than they had imagined. The main road, the order zone, was riddled with glaring rule traps and patrolling cleaners. They could only navigate between buildings and deep into alleyways, where the rules were even more fragmented and chaotic, like a garbage dump of regulations. Watch your step, Lin Yi suddenly shouted. Wang Gong suddenly stopped. Less than a step away, several inconspicuous cracks in the ground were emitting a faint, distorted glow. If Lin Yi hadn't warned him, he would have stepped on them. Fragments of rules, the spatial displacement effect, Lin Yi gasped, pointing to the crack. If you step on it, your feet might still be on this side, but your body could be on the next street. Fire Crow gathered a flame at its fingertips and carefully tossed it toward the crack. The flame vanished silently the moment it touched the crack, and the next instant it appeared on the second-floor windowsill of a nearby building, burning quietly. Everyone gasped in shock. This was just the beginning. Abandoned vehicles might harbor the rule of metal activation, where they would automatically assemble into an attack form upon approach. Seemingly calm puddles might be connected to the rule of drowning, where stepping in would drag one to the bottom by an invisible force. Even a gust of wind could carry fragments of the rule of aging or forgetting, instantly exhausting one's energy or blurring one's memory. Lin Yi's rule-based vision became their only navigator. He had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times, finding a relatively safe path through the intricate and tangled web of rules. This mental burden was extremely heavy. Before long, his face turned as pale as paper, and he was drenched in cold sweat. 10-minute break. Fire Crow saw Lin Yi's limit and decisively gave the order. They took refuge in a half-collapsed convenience store. Wang Gong stood guard at the door. Huya handed Lin Yi a small energy bar, and the old lady looked at him with a worried expression. Little Lin, can you still hold on? The old woman asked in a low voice. Lin Yi forced a smile and took a bite of his energy bar. It's alright, but it's quite a brain drain. The rules of this godforsaken place are like a spilled palette, all mixed up into a mess. As they were talking, a strange tap 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 sound came from the street outside. The rhythm was distinct, like high heels tapping on the ground, which sounded particularly jarring in the dead silence of the city. The four of them immediately held their breath. Engineer Wang cautiously peered through the crack in the door, his expression changing slightly. On the street, a woman dressed in a tattered dress, her body contorted, was strangely tiptoeing, dancing ballet-like steps in an extremely uncoordinated manner, each touch of her toes accompanied by a clear thud. The space around her rippled slightly with her dance steps, emanating unstable, fluctuating patterns. It's the dancing shoes girl, Fire Raven said in a low voice, his tone grave. The B-level rules are bizarre. Her dance moves can distort the rules of space in a small area, making her extremely difficult to deal with. The dancing shoe girl seemed to sense their presence. She paused in her dance, turning her head at an eerie angle toward the convenience store. Her empty eyes held no light, only a pure desire to enforce the rules. She started jumping toward the convenience store, each step causing ripples in the surrounding space. Engineer Wang gripped the steel bar tightly, and flames ignited at the tip of his fingertips. Even if you win a head-on confrontation, you will inevitably suffer heavy losses and may even invite more trouble. Just then, Lin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples, watching watching the increasingly close and awkwardly dancing, bizarre figure, and couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. "Ma'am, your ballet is so bad, you can't even point your heels, it's not even amateur level, how dare you show your face here?" His voice was soft, yet it was like a pebble dropped into calm water. The dancing shoe girl suddenly froze. She looked down at her feet, tried to lift her leg, and stumbled, almost falling. The ripples in the space around her, which had been steadily undulating with her dance steps, instantly became distorted and chaotic, emitting a hissing noise. The dancing shoe girl seems to be caught in a huge confusion and conflict with the rules, spinning around in place, trying to find the correct dance steps, but her movements become more and more comical and distorted. "Let's go!" Linny shouted in a low voice. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the four quickly slipped away through the back window of the convenience store, leaving the eerie figure, who was caught in self-doubt and disorder, behind. After running several blocks and confirming it was safe, Engineer Wang looked at Linny with a complicated expression, and finally patted him on the shoulder. "Your mouth is truly amazing." Even the fire crow had a rare, slight upturn at the corners of its mouth. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "That scared me to death. Little Lin, you really have a way." Linny gave a wry smile. "Don't be too happy yet. This kind of shortcut only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and it's too mentally taxing. We still need to get to the amusement park as soon as possible." After this encounter, they gained a more intuitive understanding of Lin Yi's abilities and felt a greater sense of hope for the future. The West City Amusement Park, the place that sent out absurd signals, held even greater weight in their hearts once again. After a short rest, the four set off again. The closer you get to the west of the city, the more dilapidated the surrounding buildings become, and the more chaotic and disorderly the rules become, as if this is a marginal area forgotten or rejected by the network of order rules. As dusk fell, the sky grew darker. When they finally caught a glimpse of the blurred, faded outline of the Ferris wheel in the abandoned amusement park, a new sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. The amusement park's gates were rusty and crookedly open, like a silent, gigantic mouth. Inside, all was silent. Unlike the stillness of the dead city outside, this silence carried a viscous, expectant quality. The signal source was hidden here. Hope was within reach, but what lay behind the door? An ark of salvation or another meticulously designed trap? Linny took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows of the amusement park. Stepping into the amusement park felt like passing through an invisible membrane. The deathly stillness and oppression of the outside world were instantly replaced by a more viscous, more lively silence. A faint, cloying sweetness permeated the air, like expired candy mixed with the smell of rust. The peeling paint of the carousel stood silently in the twilight. The distorted smiles of clowns appeared and disappeared on the billboards, and the rusty frame of the Ferris wheel pierced the dusky sky. This place is not without rules, quite the opposite. Lin Yi's rule-based vision reveals a dense, chaotic network of rules. However, these rules are not like the cold, rigid, dark red grid of Times Square, but rather a frenzied, leaping, and even somewhat joyful distorted state. The various colored rule light bands intertwine, sometimes clashing, sometimes coexisting in a bizarre harmony filled with unpredictable variables. "The rules here are like graffiti scribbled by a madman," Lin Yi murmured, feeling dizzy. The chaos of the rules here was even more severe than in the fragmented rule areas outside, yet strangely, it had formed a dynamic balance, preventing any immediate fatal danger. "Something's watching us." Fire Crow's eyes sharpened as his gaze swept across the shadows of the stationary amusement park rides. Engineer Wang gripped the steel bars tightly, shielding the older woman behind him. The woman nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, muttering something under her breath, whether a prayer or a plea for courage, it was unclear. "Welcome!" A sudden, cheerful voice, accompanied by static, rang out from above. The four looked up sharply and saw a small, faint light emanating from a loudspeaker covered in cobwebs at the entrance. "Congratulations to the four lucky guests. You are the first group of guests to successfully arrive at Crazy House this month. Please follow the park rules and enjoy your amazing journey." The sound stopped abruptly, as if it were just a recording being played back. "House of Madness, isn't it a shelter?" Engineer Wang frowned. "It seems we didn't come to the wrong place, but this place is even stranger than we imagined." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, locking his rule-based vision onto the loudspeaker, but could only capture a residual, chaotic fluctuation of rules, unable to trace its source. "What are the rules?" "It doesn't say," Fire Raven calmly pointed out the key point. Just then, a light but off-key melody drifted from deep within the amusement park like the tune of a music box. Accompanied by the notes, a figure hopped and skipped out of the entrance to the haunted house. It was a rabbit doll. It was about a meter tall. Its fur was dirty and messy, with many hairs missing. One of its button eyes was about to fall off, but its mouth was stretched into a huge, stitched-on smile. Its hopping movements were a little stiff, but it was fast, and in the blink of an eye it jumped to a few meters away from the four people and stopped. The rabbit plush toy raised its paw, tilted its head, and said in a cheerful electronic voice, "Dear tourists, welcome. I'm your guide, Bouncy. It seems you've encountered some minor confusion regarding the rules? No worries, Bouncy is here to help you out." Its voice was exactly the same as the one from the loudspeaker earlier. Lin Yi and the other three
three tensed up. Although the doll looked eerie, it didn't show any hostility for the time being.
There's only one basic rule for amusement parks, the rabbit doll said. Hopping around, have fun. Happy? Engineer Wang couldn't help but repeat, feeling that these rules were simply child's play.
Yes, be happy. The bunny plushie nodded vigorously, its button eyes gleaming.
The park manager doesn't like guests with long faces.
As long as you stay happy, most of the rides in the amusement park won't hurt you. Most of them?
Linny caught the danger in that word.
Who is the principal? Did you send that signal? And what about the trap in Times Square?
Fire Raven bombarded him with questions. The rabbit plushie's electronic eyes blinked a few times and made a buzzing sound, seemingly stuck on these issues, but quickly regained its cheerful tone. The director is indeed.
The director. Signal?
An interesting broadcast has been sent out.
Times Square? That's Mr. Order's territory. No fun, not happy at all. They make all the guests look dull.
Although its words were incoherent, they revealed a lot of key information. It acknowledged that the signal originated from here, explicitly stating that Times Square belonged to the so-called Mr. Order, and defining his behavior
as not fun.
We need to see the director, Linny said, stepping forward and staring at the rabbit doll.
We came according to the signal. It's important.
The rabbit doll's large head turned towards Linny, its almost drooping eyes seemingly focused on him, and its electronic voice carried a hint
of curiosity.
You are a bit special. Your frequency is quite interesting, somewhat like the director's, but not exactly the same.
Frequency? Linny's heart skipped a beat.
Could it refer to a characteristic at the level of rules? You can see the director, the rabbit doll said, clapping its paws.
But you have to follow the rules. The director is on the top floor of the fantasy castle.
You have to pass the tests of 3 rides and collect 3 laughter badges to open the castle gate.
It wasn't that simple after all.
This amusement park was still full of unknown rules.
Which 3 rides are they? Engineer Wang asked in a deep voice.
The rabbit doll pointed in 3
directions in turn. First is Carousel Dream Journey. Next is Crazy Teacups Dizzying Vortex. Finally, Mirror Room Maze Real Illusion.
You'll get a badge for each one you complete. As it spoke, it pulled out 3 smiley face badges with a cheap metallic sheen from somewhere and waved them between its paws.
And if you can't pass, the Fire Crow asked coldly. The rabbit doll's smile instantly turned sinister, and its electronic voice deepened. Can't pass? Then stay and play with us forever. Just like them.
It suddenly pointed to a shadowy corner to the side. The 4 looked in the direction of the sound and saw several people dressed in tattered tourist clothes standing stiffly, their faces bearing stitched together smiles like rabbit dolls, their eyes vacant, mechanical like marionettes. They were clearly the losers from before. The old woman gasped in fright and hid behind Wang Gong.
How about it? Shall we begin your joyful journey?
The rabbit doll's cheerful tone returned, as if the threat from before had never existed. There was no turning back.
Times Square was a puppet factory, and outside lay a hell of rules. This amusement park, though bizarre, at least offered a clear objective, and it seemed irreconcilably opposed
to Mr. Order. Linny took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and forced out a smile that conformed to the rules of happiness, even though the smile was uglier than a grimace.
Okay, let's play. The rabbit doll clapped its hands in satisfaction. Great. The first guest's smile is perfect. Have a great time. Remember, be sure to be happy.
After saying that, it hopped and skipped away in the direction it came from, and the off-key music gradually faded away. The 4 of them stood at the silent and eerie entrance of the amusement park, facing their first challenge, the carousel.
Stay happy?
Engineer Wang's face twisted in pain.
How can you be happy in this situation?
Linny rubbed his face and sighed. Let's just think of it as an immersive haunted house experience.
Everyone, it's time to test our acting skills.
Fire Raven, expressionless, twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was nothing short of terrifying. The old woman tried
desperately to laugh, but it was more pathetic than crying.
Thus began their absurd path of hope, an adventure built on forced smiles. The dreamlike journey on the carousel tests one's ability to remain clear-headed amidst a beautiful illusion. Linny, with his precise witty remarks about the rules, the third note of this background music is always off-key. My OCD is about to break down, accidentally causes the illusion to freeze, allowing the 4 to escape. The dizzying vortex on the crazy coffee
cups is pure physical torture combined with disorientation.
Fortunately, Wang Gong is physically strong. Fire Crow uses flames to guide them. Linny endures nausea without vomiting. He's afraid that being unhappy will trigger the rules, and the old lady keeps her eyes tightly closed, chanting I'm happy.
They finally passed the challenge without any major incidents.
Now, they stood before the third challenge, the seemingly calmest yet potentially most dangerous mirror room maze. It was a polygonal structure composed of countless mirrors, its entrance resembling a dark mouth,
reflecting the 4 of them in a slightly disheveled state.
The badges they had earned from the previous 2 challenges, pinned to their chests, radiated a faint warmth, as if they were one of the keys to the castle. Mirror room maze, real illusion. Engineer Wang read the crooked sign at the entrance, his brow furrowed.
It doesn't sound like a good place.
Mirrors are often associated with eerie spaces in legends, Fire Raven cautioned. Be careful what they
reflect. Lin Yi's sense of direction was severely hampered here. Countless mirrors reflected the lines of order, which overlapped and twisted, forming a dazzling chaotic field that made it impossible to discern a safe path, and even his most basic sense of direction was taken away. We can only take it one step at a time. Remember, no matter what, stay happy. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped into the dark entrance first. As soon as he stepped into the mirror room, the light behind him seemed to be swallowed up, and the surroundings were plunged into deathly darkness, with only their heavy breathing being heard. Then, a faint light appeared from the depths, and countless mirrors emerged from the darkness, reflecting their bewildered faces. The passage appeared, but transformed into an endless corridor made of mirrors. Their figures were repeatedly refracted, becoming a vast yet distorted procession. At first, everything seemed normal. They proceeded cautiously, marking their way along the walls to avoid going in circles. But soon, something unusual began to appear. Is that me? The old woman suddenly pointed tremblingly to a mirror. The reflection in the mirror showed her in even more tattered clothes, but with an almost manic smile of happiness on her face, and holding a phantom, steaming bun in her hand. Don't let the illusion affect you, Wang Gong warned in a deep voice, but the next moment, he was also stunned. In a mirror to his side, he saw himself, wearing a crisp old military uniform, standing in the sunlight receiving an award, with his fallen comrades, blurred but with gratified smiles, beside him. Fire Crow snorted coldly, refusing to look at any mirrors, but his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. Lin Yi caught a glimpse of Fire Crow in a mirror, dressed in gorgeous clothes, standing under the spotlight receiving cheers from the crowd, but his eyes were utterly empty. Focus! Don't be fooled by the images in the mirror, Lin Yi shouted. His own mirror image was also unstable. Some images showed him as the center of attention and powerful, while others showed him sinking into darkness and being completely swallowed by the rules. These mirror images seem to amplify their deepest desires and fears. The labyrinth seems to be peering into their souls, using this as nourishment to construct a real illusion for each individual. The passageway shifts unpredictably, and the images in the mirror become increasingly bizarre. Sometimes, the them in the mirror suddenly behave in ways that contradict their real actions, such as smiling, waving, or even revealing a ferocious expression. Hee. A childlike chuckle echoed through the maze, but its source could not be found. Left, Wang Gong pointed to one side based on his intuition, but there was only a smooth mirror there, reflecting the four of them and the endless corridor behind them. Suddenly, the woman screamed. In the mirror in front of her, the she holding the steamed buns stepped out and reached out her pale hand to grab the real woman. Come and eat, it's hot. Aren't you hungry? The illusion whispered enticingly. Get out of the way. Engineer Wang reacted extremely quickly, swinging out a steel bar that pierced through the illusion and struck the mirror with a clang. The mirror remained intact, but the illusion persisted. Fire Raven flicked a wisp of flame from its fingertip toward the illusion, but the flame passed right through it, causing no damage. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. Ha. Are you unhappy? Why won't you accept my kindness? The old woman in the illusion laughed distortedly and continued to approach. The real middle-aged woman was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, her face turning pale, and she no longer cared about staying happy. Lin Yi's mind raced. The rule here is real illusion, and physical attacks are ineffective, indicating that this illusion is essentially some kind of mental interference or rule projection. Its existence is likely based on the rule of making people unhappy. Seeing that the illusion's hand was about to touch the old lady, Lin Yi didn't have time to think and complain to the illusion holding the steamed bun. If you're going to treat someone to a meal, show some sincerity. Are you trying to fool them with an illusion steamed bun? It's obviously a no-name product. Eating it will definitely give you diarrhea. Subtle disturbances at the rule level re-emerged. The phantom woman's movements abruptly halted as she looked down at the steamed bun in her hand, which now seemed truly illusory and suspicious to her. The manic, blissful smile on her face froze, replaced by a hint of disgust and hesitation. A substandard product causes diarrhea? Taking advantage of this brief moment of respite, Lin Yi grabbed the real middle-aged woman and growled, "Don't believe it. Don't be afraid. Imagine it's just a cheap knockoff." The middle-aged woman was startled. Looking at the hallucination of self-doubt caused by the criticism, her fear inexplicably lessened. She even subconsciously followed Lin Yi's train of thought, muttering softly, it looks awful." The woman in the illusion shook her head, seemingly unable to sustain her existence, and with a poof, she vanished like a bubble. It really worked. The Tu Chao, a form of online commentary/criticism, could actually disrupt those illusions based on emotions and cognition. However, before everyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, more illusions surged forth from the mirror. Before Wang Gong's eyes appeared the ghost squad blaming him for abandoning his comrades. Before Hoya were her former colleagues mocking her for betraying the organization. Even Lin Yi himself was surrounded by several mirror images, some flaunting their power, others lamenting his incompetence. The maze was filled with whispers of temptation, accusation, and intimidation, frantically assaulting their defenses. Staying happy becomes incredibly difficult under this kind of mental attack. This won't do. Fire Raven unleashed a barrier
barrier of flames, temporarily repelling the approaching illusions, but the flames reflected off the mirrored surfaces, making the environment even more bizarre and fantastical.
We must find the core.
Linny endured the interference of various negative mirror images and raised his rule vision to the limit. Among the countless distorted rule lines, he vaguely sensed that the root of all the mirror images seemed to point to a relatively stable rule node deep in the maze. There, the rule power of replication and refraction intertwined.
Go that way. Linny pointed in a direction. The core might be there.
While fending off the relentless attacks of illusions, mainly thanks to Linny's precise witty remarks and his teammates' forced optimism, the four struggled to move in the direction Linny
indicated.
Linny's witty remarks became increasingly sharp, mocking everything from the logical flaws of the illusions to their appearance, tearing a path through the wave of mental attacks. Finally, they reached the center of the maze. There were no complicated passages here, only a circular open space. In the center of the open space stood a huge, ornate floor-to-ceiling mirror. This mirror was unlike any other. It did not reflect the four people's figures. Ripples spread across its surface like water, radiating a strong, regular energy. Clearly, it was the core of the entire mirror maze.
Smash it?
Engineer 1 lifted the steel bar.
It's probably not that simple. Linny stared at the mirror, sensing a dangerous aura.
Suddenly, the mirror's surface parted like the surface of water, and a figure slowly walked out. When they saw the figure clearly, the four of them almost stopped breathing. That person, in appearance, clothing, and even the tense yet resolute expression on his face, was exactly like Linny. Mirror image Linny stared at the real Linny, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a strange and sinister arc, completely different from his usual lazy smile. Wouldn't it be more interesting to make fun of yourself? The mirror image began, its voice identical to Linny's, yet icy and chilling. The final test has arrived. Facing a mirror image that was exactly like him inside and out, Linny felt a chilling absurdity. This feeling was worse than facing any grotesque creature, like looking into a funhouse mirror that reflected all the dark sides of his heart. Wang Gong, Huaya, and the old woman were also stunned. They subconsciously looked at Linny, then at the mirror image, unable to discern its form, and even more unsure of how to proceed. Clearly, this was a battle of rules aimed at Linny.
What? Speechless after seeing your perfect self?
The mirror image of Linny tilted his head, his smile mocking.
He even imitated Linny's habitual little gesture, rubbing the back of his neck, but the action was deliberate and sinister. Linny didn't immediately retort.
He activated his rule vision to its fullest extent, trying to find a flaw in this mirror image. In his perception, the self before him was like a meticulously copied program, possessing a rule structure extremely similar to his own, but at its core was a cold, malicious alien rule, like the source code of a virus.
Perfect?
Linny finally spoke, trying his best to maintain that lazy, Linny expression on his face, even though alarm bells were ringing in his mind.
A knockoff that can't even be considered an original dares to talk about perfection?
Your smile looks like a facial twitch, and your lines are delivered in a monotone way.
Thumbs down.
He began to tentatively criticize, directly questioning the authenticity of the other party's existence. The fake smile on Linny's face froze for a moment, and a hint of annoyance at being hit where it hurt flashed in his eyes, but it
was immediately covered by a deeper malice. Copycat? Ha, I inherited everything from you, and I can even do it better than you. Your hesitation and weakness are your biggest flaws. Look at you, you don't even have the courage to face the dark side of your own heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingxiang suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a mirror next to him. The mirror's surface rippled, but the scene reflected was not the reality before them, but a blurry memory, the expression of despair that froze on the faces of the survivors who had chosen to go to Times Square in the moment of being assimilated. Why didn't you dare to shout and stop them back then? Were you afraid of dying? How much of your so-called feeling something was wrong was irrational judgment, and how much was selfish cowardice? Mirror's voice pierced Lin Yi's ears like a venomous snake.
Lin Yi's heart clenched. That memory was indeed a source of pain in his heart, but he immediately understood that this was nothing more than a psychological attack by the other party, aimed at breaking his will, making him unable to maintain the happy rule, or plunging him into the chaos of self-doubt. Tisk, Lin Yi forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, even forcing a bigger, more exaggerated smile onto his face.
Bringing up old grievances? And specifically choosing such embarrassing moments? Your attack method is so outdated, like a middle schooler's arguing. Besides, if I had shouted it out back then, who would be standing here exposing the Times Square hoax now? You're just a fake who only knows how to repeat yourself. What do you know about strategic cowardice? Wang Gong and Huaya exchanged a glance and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lin Yi withstood the pressure and instead retaliated in his own unique way. Such smooth talk. Lin Yi seemed to be provoked. He took a step forward and his voice became sharp. Then take a look at this. With a wave of his hand, countless mirrors around him simultaneously reflected various terrifying visions of the future. Engineer Wine was torn apart by the rules. Fire Raven burned in flames. The old lady became a puppet, and Lin Yi himself was sinking alone in endless darkness. These visions were so lifelike that an aura of despair
despair assaulted the senses of the four of them. The woman screamed in terror and nearly fainted. Engineer Wang and Firecrow were deathly pale. These scenes struck at their deepest fears. This is your end. What's the point of struggling? In this world where the rules have collapsed, hope itself is the most absurd illusion. Mirror image. Linny laughed wildly, as if drawing power from spreading fear and despair, and the fluctuations of malicious rules on his body were obviously enhanced. Linny felt a strong wave of dizziness and mental pressure. The opponent's attack struck his mental weakness directly, making it harder to resist than any physical attack. He knew he had to find a breakthrough to completely shake up this copy. He took a deep breath, ignoring the terrifying hallucinations, and stared intently into the eyes of the mirror image of Linny. The cynical smile on his face vanished, replaced by extreme calm, even tinged with pity. Are you done? Linny asked casually. Aren't you tired after performing for so long? Linny's laughter abruptly stopped, and he stared at him coldly. You copied my appearance, copied my abilities, and can even peer into my memories and fears, Linny said, word by word, his rule vision locking onto the core of the alien rule in the other party. But you can't copy the most important thing. What is it? Mirror asked instinctively, a subtle fluctuation in his tone. You can't replicate the chaotic thoughts that make me who I am, the illogical rants, and the weakness of still caring for my teammates even in dire straits. Linny pointed to his head and then to his chest. You're nothing more than an attack tool that amplifies negative emotions according to a predetermined program. Your existence, every action, and even your current anger are all designed. Linny's voice wasn't loud, but it struck the core of the mirror image like a heavy hammer. You say I'm a hallucination? Then what about you? Linny took a step closer, his tone razor sharp. A mirror image that has no self, existing only by reflecting the negative emotions of others, dares to talk about reality and the ending? You are the biggest joke in this world. A pathetic, empty, self-righteous copy. Linny, the mirror image, let out an inhuman shriek, and the entire mirror room shook violently. Linny's words precisely struck at his most fundamental weakness, his unrealistic and empty nature. For a creation whose core principles are replication and refraction, this is undoubtedly a fatal blow. His rules of fluctuation instantly became extremely chaotic and violent. He suddenly raised his hand, and a twisted, destructive force of energy, mixed with the power of Linny's complaints, slammed into Linny. This is imitation, but it has become distorted and dangerous due to the underlying malice. Watch out! Firecrow and Engineer Wang exclaimed at the same time, and were about to rush forward, but were temporarily trapped by more terrifying illusions surging from the surrounding mirrors. Faced with this furious attack, Linny suddenly revealed a smile. The smile contained relief, as well as a hint of a successful scheme. He no longer defended himself, nor did he dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on, pouring all his energy into unleashing his long-brewing, ultimate critique of the mirror image's true nature. Getting angry and resorting to violence? Your emotional control is worse than a cheap knockoff phone. A true strong person, even if they're just a sarcastic commentator, must learn to gracefully crumble. This sentence seems to contain a strange power of rules. It is not a direct collision, but like a sharp needle, it precisely pierces the most vulnerable part of the core of the rules in the mirror image, which is violently shaking because its essence has been exposed. Buzz! The distorted power unleashed by Linny in the mirror image collapsed and disintegrated instantly before it even touched Linny. He himself seemed to have been struck by a fatal blow. His body flickered and twisted violently, the evil expression on his face froze, and then cracked like a shattered mirror. I am not a copy, he roared intermittently, his voice filled with resentment and electronic noise. No, you are. Linny looked at him calmly. Moreover, you are a failed work. As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror image of Linny shattered with a crisp sound, completely disintegrating into countless shimmering, regular light points that gradually scattered into the air. With the destruction of the core mirror image, the entire structure of the mirror room maze began to crumble. Countless mirrors around them cracked one after another, then shattered with a crash, and the terrifying illusions vanished. In the center of the maze, the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror returned to its calm state, and the third and final laughter badge appeared on its surface. Then the mirror itself dimmed, as if it had lost all its spirit. Linny, panting heavily, knelt on one knee, almost completely exhausted. That attack had nearly drained his mental strength. Wang Gong and Hoya immediately stepped forward to help him up, and the old lady patted her chest, still shaken. Is it over? The old woman asked, her voice trembling as she looked at the shattered mirror on the ground. Linny looked up, his gaze fixed on the direction of the maze's exit, where a faint light was already visible. Yes, this level is over. He took the badge from the Firecrow, and the three badges converged on his chest, emitting a soft and steady light. Let's go. Linny stood up with Wang Gong's help, his gaze falling on the faint outline of the castle deep in the amusement park. It's time to go see that director. The real answer may be hidden within that castle. After passing through the ruins of the collapsed mirror room maze, the building known as the Fantasy Castle finally stood before the four of them without any obstruction. Like the dilapidated amusement park rides around it, the castle appeared eerie and bizarre, with its towers leaning and its paint peeling and fading. Only the two huge wooden doors, carved with twisted smiling faces, remained tightly closed, exuding an unapproachable and eerie aura.
The 3 laughter badges on Lin Yi's chest emitted a warm resonance, their light flowing.
He steadied himself and placed his palm on the cold, heavy door panel. The door slit open silently, revealing a deep, dimly lit passageway with flickering candlelight. A sweet and rusty scent wafted over, and the walls of the corridor were covered with indistinct, chaotic graffiti.
Congratulations, guests, on reaching the destination. The director has been waiting for you.
The familiar, cheerful electronic voice of the rabbit mascot Bouncy came from the end of the passage. The 4 exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and stepped into the final passage. At the end of the passageway was a huge circular hall. The scene here is even more bizarre than outside. Scattered building blocks and broken dolls coexist absurdly with medieval-style high-backed chairs and long tables. The dome is painted with brightly colored but chaotic murals. In the center of the hall, on a throne pieced together from various discarded toys, gears, and metal parts, a figure with his back to them is intently fiddling with a finely crafted clockwork device.
Director, our guests have arrived.
Bouncy hopped onto the armrest of the throne, and the electronic eyes flashed. The figure on the throne paused for a moment, then slowly turned around. He was a middle-aged man who looked unkempt, with messy hair and a pair of curious yet tired eyes behind thick glasses. He wore a white lab coat stained with paint and various other dirt, making him look more like a strange inventor immersed in his own world. It was 3 minutes and 17 seconds ahead of schedule, and the rate of mirror collapse also exceeded the model's prediction. He pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them like a scanner, finally settling on Lin Yi, revealing a strong interest as if he had discovered a rare specimen. The key variable is you. Your rule interference mode is non-linear, highly perturbative, and has a very strong, destructive beauty, which is quite interesting. Are you the one in charge here? Engineer Wang asked in a deep voice, his body still tense and on guard. Dr. Lister, or as we call you here, Director. He stood up, and although he was not tall, he naturally exuded an aura of control. I know you have many questions, about this hell, about that hypocritical broadcast, and about me. He walked to a blackboard almost entirely filled with complex symbols, formulas, and scrawled arrows. Simply put, the underlying logic that runs this world, or rather, the real world code, has a fatal flaw, and the system is on the verge of collapse. Some of the erroneous code has twisted into what you call weirdness and superpowers. He drew a chaotic area on the blackboard with chalk, while the other part has activated an extreme self-repair process. He then drew an extremely neat, cold, and geometrically beautiful symbol on the other side of the blackboard. I call it the absolute order unit. Its method of repair is to format all abnormalities that do not conform to its logic, including complex human emotions, uncertainties, and free will, transforming all existence into standardized parts that maintain its cold order.
Times Square is one of its large transformation hubs. Then what is this? Fire Raven's sharp eyes swept across the chaos. Another form of trap? A trap?
Dr. Lister chuckled, a mixture of self-deprecation and pride in his expression.
No, this is a sanctuary, a sandbox, a
reserve for bugs. In the center of the blackboard, somewhere between chaos and order, he drew a complex, ever-changing structure brimming with possibilities.
I don't want to completely repair or utterly destroy it. That's too extreme.
I'm pursuing a third possibility, understanding error, utilizing error, coexisting with error, and even
guiding error to give birth to a new, more resilient order.
This amusement park is the experimental field I built using fragments of rules and the fantasy attributes left over from the city. His theory sounded crazy, yet it miraculously explained all the anomalies here.
Did you send that signal? Why an amusement park? Why such an absurd method? Lin Yi pressed for an answer. For selection and attraction, Dr. Lister answered frankly. Absolute order units attract those who crave stability and fear the unknown with authority, security, and discipline. What I need are skeptics, rebels, and souls who can still maintain a dark sense of humor even in despair. He pointed at Lin Yi. Your complaints are essentially a rebellion against and reinterpretation of rigid rules. The absurd form of that signal is to find kindred spirits like you. He turned to the 4 people. It turns out that my screening mechanism is quite effective. What should we do? Can you fight against that order unit? Engineer Wang asked, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Confront it?
No, that would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Its power far exceeds your imagination. Dr. Lister shook his head, his expression turning serious. But we can interfere with it, corrode it, and find the fatal flaws in its logic. This requires variables. It requires beings like you who cannot be easily predicted or formatted by it. Especially you, young man. He gazed intently at Lin Yi again. Your ability is rare. It's a virus capable of directly shaking the very foundation of its rules. He walked towards the cobbled-together throne, manipulated it a few times, and the throne's base opened, revealing a complex core composed of countless light paths and gears. Suspended within was a crystal that constantly shifted in shape, seemingly alive. This is my mad core, maintaining a fragile connection to the city's underlying rules. Through it, I can perceive the movements of the order units to a limited extent and also
Also, before he could finish speaking, the crystal on the core suddenly flashed violently, emitting a piercing alarm. The previously gentle, shifting light abruptly turned into a rapid, warning red. Dr. Lister's expression changed drastically, his fingers flying across the air, bringing up a blurry data stream and a city thumbnail. What's going on? Fire Crow noticed his unusual behavior and asked warily. A large-scale rule scan. Dr. Lister's voice was deep, with a hint of urgency. The order unit is initiating a high-intensity citywide scan, searching for high-priority anomalies and sources of rule disturbances. His gaze fixed on Linny. Your actions in the mirror room, especially your final act of dismantling the mirror core, generated rule ripples that were stronger than I anticipated and may have already attracted its attention. He pointed to the thumbnail, where a dark red ripple representing a rule-based scan was spreading outwards from Times Square like a tide. Judging by the speed of spread, the scan would cover the amusement park area within 1 or 2 hours at most. Once it locks onto us, this place will no longer be a safe sandbox, but a virus nest that must be eliminated first. Dr. Lister turned to the 4 of them, his eyes grave. We don't have much time. Should we stay and gamble on whether my concealment measures can fool the scan, or should we evacuate immediately and find another hiding place before the scan arrives? Having just learned the truth about the world, and before they could even process it, a deadly threat was already approaching. The atmosphere inside the castle instantly shifted from the solemnity of uncovering the mystery to the tension of a life-or-death race against time. The piercing alarm echoed through the rotunda, and the frenzied murals on the dome appeared even more eerie under the red light. Dr. Lister's words were like ice thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly sending a chill down the spines of the 4 who had just learned the truth. How long until the scan arrives? Engineer Wang was the first to recover from the shock, his tone calm, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner anxiety. The exact time is difficult to determine, but optimistically, it won't exceed 100 minutes. Dr. Lister quickly manipulated the virtual interface, bringing up a more detailed data stream. Dark red ripples, like a death tide, spread slowly and steadily across the map. My mad core can interfere with local rules and create a fog of information, but against this intensity of targeted scanning, it's like trying to cover an elephant with a newspaper under a searchlight. The success rate is less than 10%. Leave? Where can we go? Isn't the hole outside its territory? Stonejar's voice was hoarse as he looked around the strange but temporarily safe castle, his face full of unease. Good question. Dr. Lister snapped his fingers, clearly appreciating the question. Simply fleeing to an unscanned area is a poor strategy. We're like insects stuck on a flyboard. Moving only increases the probability of being captured. We need a stepping stone, a shadow area that can temporarily shield or even mislead the scan. He zoomed in on the map, focusing on the area between the amusement park and Times Square. The city sewer system, especially the older, more complex sections built before the spiritual energy resurgence, is relatively chaotic and is an area where the absolute order unit has less control. We can get there through, well, a shortcut I temporarily modified. Temporary modification? Fire Raven keenly caught the word and frowned slightly. Don't worry, the stability has been calculated. Although the ride might not be very comfortable, it's enough to take us to the 7th large reservoir, 3 kilometers away. Dr. Lister said as he walked to one side of the hall wall, forcefully pushing open a hidden door, disguised as a bookshelf, revealing a bizarre passageway entrance that seemed to be pieced together from abandoned pipes, slides, and spinning coffee cups, exuding a steampunk style. Creaking mechanical sounds and faint hissing air currents came from inside the passageway. This is your plan? To ride this thing through the sewers? Linny looked at the vehicle that looked like it could fall apart at any moment, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Doctor, did you find inspiration for this design in a junkyard? I really suspect it will disintegrate in mid-air before it even reaches its destination. Points of contention regarding the rules, the safety and rationality of the creation. With slight disturbance, this creation appears to be a temporary patchwork, and its structural rules are unstable. Creak, a load-bearing pipe at the entrance of the passage groaned, slightly deformed, and several screws sprang out. Dr. Lister's eyes lit up. Far from being worried, he stared at Linny with even more excitement. Yes, that's the effect. Your complaint? No, it's rule interference, which is particularly effective against this kind of temporary, illogical creation. This proves my conjecture. He strode up to Linny, lowered his voice, as if sharing a huge secret. Listen, young man, the escape is just plan A. Our real opportunity, plan B, rests on your shoulders. That's right. Dr. Lister pointed to the mad core that was still flashing its alarm and said, the absolute order unit relies on its absolutely rigorous and self-consistent logic to operate and expand. And your ability is to inject paradox and abnormal viruses into its logical system. What we need to do is not to defeat it head-on, that's simply impossible, but to make its system catch a cold, crash, or even trigger a logical collapse from within. He quickly explained, once we enter the sewer system, we need to go to several key rule nodes. These nodes are the foundation for the order units to anchor to reality, perform scanning, and transform. I will teach you how to identify them, and you." The doctor's eyes gleamed with the light of a mad scientist. "You must use your own methods to criticize them, question the rationality of their existence, challenge their operating logic. Even the slightest interference, like a virus, once implanted, can spread and mutate within its system, triggering a chain reaction." "You mean, you want me to go and cause trouble for that thing that can format the world?" Linny felt that this plan sounded even less reliable than that dilapidated passage. "That's right. In other words, give it a lot of bad reviews, until its system completely collapses." Dr. Lister nodded vigorously. "Every successful intervention you make will weaken its control over the local area, buying us time and space, and possibly even creating opportunities for other anomalies like us. This is a special operation that only you can carry out." Just then, the entire castle shuddered. Dust fell from the dome, and the alarm from the mad core blared even more sharply and urgently. "The scan has accelerated." Dr. Lister's expression changed drastically. "It may have already detected that the rule disturbances here are more active than expected. There's no time to hesitate." He scanned the 4 people. "Are you going to stay and gamble on the less than 10% survival rate, or come with me to carry out this crazy plan and create a little chaos for that cold system?" Wang Gong, Huaya, and Shu all turned their gazes to Linny. Clearly, the core of this plan rested entirely on him. Linny looked at the approaching dark red ripples on the map, then glanced at Dr. Lister's eyes, a mixture of despair and hope, before finally turning to look at the creaking escape tunnel. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. All right, I'm going to die anyway." He sighed, a familiar, somewhat helpless expression on his face. "But doctor, next time you design an escape device, please prioritize user experience. At least don't make it look like a moving pile of junk. Also, is there a performance bonus for giving the world bad reviews?" Key point about the rules: the risks and rewards of the plan. Slightly disrupting the established probability increases the chances of survival. Although there was no substantial change, Dr. Lister keenly sensed that the suffocating, locked-in oppressive feeling seemed to have loosened by an extremely slight amount. There's no prize money, but the reward is the possibility of survival, and perhaps even the chance to save this messed-up world. Dr. Lister chuckled as he pushed open the entrance gate to the bizarre passageway. "Welcome aboard the Crazy Express. Passengers, fasten your seatbelts, if you can find them. Our escape begins now." There were no seatbelts, only cold, oil-stained metal surfaces to grip. As Dr. Lister pulled down a gate, the cobbled-together, Crazy Express jolted violently. Then, in a manner completely defying the laws of physics, a mixture of free fall, spiraling tumbles, and sharp right-angle turns, hurtled into the depths of darkness. "Whoa!" Stone's exclamation was stretched and distorted within the narrow, twisting pipe. Various unbelievable sights flashed past the tunnel walls. Sometimes they passed through a huge, slowly rotating array of gears. Sometimes they seemed to glide through colorful, greasy foam, and for a moment, Linny felt as if he saw countless shattered mirrors flying past him, their reflections distorted and warped. "Doctor, won't this thing fall apart?" Fire Raven gripped a seemingly sturdy steel pipe tightly, its body almost lifted into the air by the violent shaking. "Theoretically, no. I used redundant design." Dr. Lister's voice trailed off in the gale, while he himself, like a seasoned captain, struggled to maintain his balance in the wildly swaying hull, his eyes fixed on the simple compass, composed of constantly flickering light and shadow. "We're using the gaps in the rules to navigate. Physical stability isn't so important, logical coherence is key. Linny, maintain your interference field, it will make our trajectory even harder to track." Linny felt his stomach churning. He clung tightly to the part that looked like the base of a carousel, fighting off the urge to vomit, and managed to complain. My biggest distraction right now is wanting to throw up all over you. This feeling is even more thrilling than being chased by some weirdo. What's the amusement park's complaint hotline? I'm definitely giving this ride a 0. Points of contention regarding the rules, the comfort and rationality of spatial movement. Slight disturbances to the stability of the passageway cause additional, disorderly vibrations. The entire passageway suddenly swayed violently laterally, as if it had struck some invisible barrier, and more metallic groans echoed from the darkness. Dr. Lister, however, shouted excitedly, "Well done." That irregular disturbance just now improved the scanning model's prediction error by at least 5 percentage points. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, perhaps only a few minutes, yet it felt like an eternity. Finally, a sliver of light appeared in the darkness ahead, rapidly expanding. With a piercing screech of brakes, if it could even be called braking, and a shower of sparks, the Crazy Express screeched to a halt, and the 5 men were thrown out like garbage. Thump, thump. They landed haphazardly on the cold, damp ground, the air thick with the stench of mold, rust, and a faint, lingering smell of decay. Linny grimaced as he scrambled to his feet, finding himself standing in a vast, circular underground space. Below him flowed ankle-deep, slowly trickling sewage. Around him were concrete walls covered in moss and grime. Above him was a massive vaulted ceiling, and in the distance, thick pipes crisscrossed, their dripping sounds echoing in the empty space. This was clearly the 7th large reservoir Dr. Lister had mentioned, deep within the city's sewer system. "We have arrived?"
arrived? Engineer Wang cautiously looked around, his supernatural power subtly circulating, forming an almost imperceptible energy film on his body to guard against sudden attacks. Initial objective achieved. Dr. Lister adjusted his crooked glasses, though his face was disheveled, his gaze remained sharp. He pulled out a device resembling a pocket watch. The hand spun wildly before slowly coming to a stop in a certain direction. The scanning wavefront will reach this area in about 47 minutes. But we cannot linger. Although the rules here are chaotic, they are not entirely undetectable. We must move quickly, using the complexity of the sewer network to buy time. He pointed to a huge pipe with a rapid current and a diameter of about 3 or 4 meters. Go this way, we're going to a major confluence downstream, where there's a weak interference zone that's suitable for our first virus implantation attempt. The group trudged through the sewage, their steps uneven. The sewers were extremely dimly lit, with only the faint phosphorescence of certain bacteria and the scattered city lights filtering through the pipe gaps outlining this eerie and unfamiliar expanse. In the silence, only the sounds of their footsteps, the rushing water, and their breathing were exceptionally clear. Doctor, what exactly does that absolute order unit rule node you mentioned earlier look like? Linny asked while carefully avoiding the unidentified objects floating on the water's surface. They are often key supporting points of the existing structure, and they come in various forms, Dr. Lister explained in a low voice. They could be a wall that carries important historical information, a natural hub for energy flow, or even a symbol that has been given special meaning by the city's collective unconscious. In places like sewers, nodes might be ancient floodgates, or a section of original structure that has not been modified by modern engineering, or even points of resentment formed by the long-term accumulation of negative emotions. I will sense and point them out, and you need to use your own methods to deconstruct the logical basis for their existence. Just then, Stone, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and raised his fist to signal everyone to be on alert. Something's there, he said in a low voice, his sharp eyes fixed on the darkness deep within a branch pipe to his side. A rustling sound gradually approached, and then several swaying figures slowly emerged from the shadows. It wasn't a living person, nor a typical bizarre monster, but rather several humanoid objects cobbled together from sludge, garbage, rags, and metal fragments from the sewers. They moved stiffly, constantly dripping filth from their bodies, and two faint but orderly red lights flickered in their empty eye sockets. They are cleaners, Dr. Lister said gravely. That absolute order unit sends them to clean up low-level creations like information, garbage and rule redundancy. They will instinctively attack any anomaly that does not conform to their definition of order, including us. The mud monsters seemed to sense the presence of living people, immediately changed direction, made low rumbling noises, and rushed over. Prepare for battle, Wang Gong shouted, and an earthy yellow light appeared on his fist. Fire Raven's fingertips also flickered with crimson flames. However, Linny stepped forward and blocked their way. Wait, let me try. His gaze fell on the few crooked, foul-smelling cleaners, and his face showed extreme disgust. I'm telling you, your appearance is really sloppy. Linny pinched his nose, his voice echoing in the empty sewer. Cleaners? Is this it? You're covered in dirt, you wobble as you walk, and you dare to call yourselves cleaners? Your professional skills are worse than the old man who collects garbage downstairs from my house. At least the old man's tricycle doesn't fall off parts as it moves. Rule flaw, the name of the creation is completely inconsistent with its reality. This moderately undermines the logic of its existence. The mud monster at the forefront suddenly stopped, the mud on its body surface began to writhe erratically, and its internal structure seemed to be in disarray. The red light in its eye sockets flickered, its movements became more clumsy, and one of its arms, made of rags, even fell into the sewage with a plop. And your work efficiency is appalling, Linny continued sarcastically, pointing to the mountains of garbage and filth around him. Look at this environment. It's filthy and chaotic beyond belief. Does your boss withhold wages? Or are you all just people with connections, occupying positions without doing any work? Key criticism of the rules. The functionality of the creations severely contradicts their actual effects, further undermining their operational logic. The other mud monsters behaved similarly. Some began spinning in place, while others collided with each other, splashing up murky water. Their simple logic circuits were clearly incapable of handling this fundamental questioning of their own existence. The ordered red light flickered violently, and finally, with a few soft plop sounds, the mud monsters, like burst bubbles, turned into puddles of ordinary mud and merged into the sewage. The two remaining faint red lights flickered a few times before extinguishing. The scene fell silent, with only the sound of flowing sewage echoing. Wang Gong and Huaya stopped their stances and looked at Linny with complicated expressions. Sure Tu scratched his head and asked blankly, "That's over?" Dr. Lister's eyes lit up as if he had seen a rare treasure. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Linny, do you see? Your ability is the natural enemy of those order-created beings that rely on strict definitions and logic. You don't even need much power. Just pointing out the contradictions in their logic is enough to make them collapse on their own. He waved his arms excitedly. This proves my theory. The virus plan is feasible. We really have a chance. chance. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised to see the mud return to its calm state. He had only intended to give it a try, but the results were unexpectedly good. It seems that in the future, talking will be more effective than taking action when dealing with stubborn guys like this. No sooner had the words left his mouth than more and more dense rustling sounds and low gurgling noises came from deeper in the sewers. It seemed that a large number of cleaners had been attracted by the commotion and were gathering in this direction. Dr. Lister's expression changed. It seems we need to speed things up. The virus worked, but it's like lighting a torch in the dark. It will attract more scavengers. Let's go. Without further hesitation, the five accelerated down the massive pipe into the deeper darkness. The rustling sounds behind them grew ever closer. The rustling sounds behind him surged like a tide, so dense they sent chills down one's spine. Clearly, Lin Yi's actions in dealing with those cleaners were like firing a shot in a silent forest, alerting the predators throughout the area. Quick, over here. Dr. Lister seemed intimately familiar with the complex structure of the sewers. He led the group swiftly through the crisscrossing pipes and narrow maintenance passages, attempting to use the terrain to shake off their pursuers. Sewage splashed onto their trousers, and the slippery ground made every step exceptionally difficult. In the darkness, only their hurried footsteps and heavy breathing, along with the increasingly unsettling wriggling and gurgling sounds echoing from behind. There are too many of them. We can't shake them off. Fire Raven glanced back, the flames from her fingertips illuminating the dense, stumbling figures in the mud behind her pipes. The red light of order in her eyes was like a swarm of fireflies from hell. We can't stop and fight head-on. They're almost endless. Can they outlast us? Wang Gong said in a deep voice. His special ability is good at defense and attack, but he also found it difficult to deal with these low-level monsters that were surging in like a natural disaster. Doctor, how far away is that rule node you mentioned? Lin Yi asked as he ran, feeling his lungs being stretched like bellows. It's at that large confluence just ahead. We're almost there. Dr. Lister pointed ahead, and the sound of rushing water could be faintly heard in the wider space. The group sprinted with all their might and finally broke through the narrow tunnel, revealing a bright and open space before them. It was a huge circular space, like an underground plaza. Several enormous drain pipes poured sewage like waterfalls into the bottomless main culvert in the center, the roar of the water deafening. Rusty metal walkways surrounded the space, connecting the various pipe outlets. In the center of the plaza, above the edge of the main culvert, something floats. It is not a physical entity, but rather a dark vortex of energy that is constantly twisting and rotating. At the center of the vortex, fragmented symbols and distorted geometric shapes faintly flash, appearing and disappearing. The vortex exuded an extremely discordant feeling, like a sudden noise in a smooth musical piece, or a glaring stain on a perfect painting. The surrounding air was slightly distorted by its presence, and even the roaring sound of water became dull and strange when it approached. That's it. Dr. Lister's tone was tinged with both fervor and apprehension. This is a tumor of rules. When the Absolute Order Unit forcibly integrated the city's rules, it failed to fully digest them and instead created an anomaly due to conflict and distortion. It is inherently unstable, but the Order Unit uses it to anchor the real structure of this area because it represents forced order amidst chaos, the extreme manifestation of its logic. The distorted vortex of energy exuded a chilling sense of oppression. This thing doesn't look like something you can just criticize. Stone looked at the vortex and swallowed. It is precisely because its logic is twisted and contradictory that it is the best culture medium for viruses. Dr. Lister spoke rapidly. Lin Yi, try to interfere with it. Don't think about destroying it completely. Just make it fluctuate more violently, like throwing a boulder into a calm lake. The ripples will be enough to temporarily interfere with the Order Unit's perception of this area, buy us time, and may even throw those cleaners into chaos. Just then, from the pipe they had come from, as well as several other pipe openings, a tidal wave of cleaner mud monsters surged out like a burst dam. They were densely packed, crowding the passageway, their red eyes fixed on the five people, emitting a unified and hostile gurgling sound, swarming in from all directions and cutting off all escape routes. A truly desperate situation. Wang Gong, sure to, guard the left passage. Huaya, the right side is yours. I'll set up a temporary defensive barrier. Dr. Lister quickly gave the order, while taking out several small devices from his white coat and quickly installing them on the walkway railings, forming a faint light film. The battle erupted instantly. Wang Gong let out a low roar and slammed his fists into the ground. The metal walkway in front of him suddenly bulged up, forming a temporary shelter that temporarily blocked the mud monsters surging from the left. Sure too, like a tank, stood at the forefront, using his rock-covered, supernaturally powerful arms to smash the approaching monsters away. On the Fire Crow's side, crimson flames swept through like a whirlwind, turning the right-hand passage into a sea of fire. The mud monsters sizzled under the intense heat, constantly turning into smoke and charcoal. But there were too many of them. For every monster burned in front, the ones behind immediately filled the gap, and the wall of flames was slowly but steadily being eroded. The light membrane barrier set up by Dr. Lister flickered violently under the impact impact of countless mud monsters and was on the verge of collapse.
Lin Yi, hurry, we can't hold out much longer.
Wang Gong shouted as cracks appeared in the earthen wall he had built. Lin Yi stood in the center, facing the constantly twisting and deforming tumor of rules. The intense mental pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. The contradictory feeling of chaos and forced order mixed within the energy made him dizzy.
Complain? How could he possibly complain about something like this?
He forced himself to calm down, recalling Dr. Lister's words, find its contradictions, question its
logic.
He took a deep breath, ignoring the fierce battle behind him and the approaching danger, focusing all his attention on that tumor.
Hey, I'm talking to you,
Lin Yi shouted with all his might, his voice even drowning out the roaring water.
Don't you feel awkward doing this? Rule flaw, the self-contradiction of the abnormal existence state, slightly perturbs the energy vortex.
The rotation of that energy vortex seemed to freeze for a moment. You shout about order on one hand, but you look so haphazardly shaped and deformed.
What kind of order are you talking about? You've gone too far with your double standards. Lin Yi continued his attack. Does your boss know what you look like? Isn't this considered slacking off at work and treating your job as performance art?
Points of contention regarding the rule. The form of existence is severely inconsistent with its claimed purpose. A paradoxical point regarding the moderately stimulating rule. The rule-based tumor suddenly trembled violently, the shattered symbols at its center flashed wildly, and the distorted geometric
shapes began to clash and squeeze against each other.
The sense of disharmony it emitted suddenly intensified, and the entire underground space trembled slightly as well. The surging army of cleaners around them froze, the red light in their eye sockets flickering like a faulty light bulb, and many mud monsters even collapsed into a puddle of mud on the spot due to the logical conflict. However, Lin Yi also felt a powerful backlash coming from some invisible connection, making his head spin and a rush of heat to his nose. Clearly, directly criticizing this level of rule node placed a tremendous burden on him.
Not enough, keep going, make it completely crash.
Dr. Lister shouted excitedly while maintaining the shaky barrier. Lin Yi wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes fixed on the extremely unstable energy vortex caused by internal conflict. He gritted his teeth, used his last bit of strength, and shouted out his ultimate, Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for a sarcastic or witty remark.
Look at the way you're twisting and turning. Who doesn't know you're a rule-obsessed person? Anyone who didn't know better would think you're disturbing the peace by doing square dancing in this underground plaza. Can't you have some public decency? Have you ever considered the feelings of the residents in the sewers? Rule critique, the absurdity of the existence and behavior of higher-order anomalies. A full-scale attack on its core logic chain. Boom!
The rule-based tumor, like a detonated powder keg, suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. Intense turbulent currents of rules swept through the entire space like a storm. All the cleaner sludge monsters froze completely at that moment, then vanished into nothingness in swathes, as if a delete key had been pressed.
The tremendous sound of rushing water abruptly ceased, and the underground space fell into an eerie silence.
Only the erupting white light slowly contracted and gradually subsided. When the light faded, the rule-based tumor disappeared. Only a more distorted and extremely unstable spatial fold remained, like a mirror that had been shattered and barely pieced back together. Lin Yi knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his face pale.
It succeeded?
Fire Raven stared at the empty surroundings in disbelief. Dr. Lister stared at the spatial folds, his eyes gleaming with extreme excitement. Success.
And the effect far exceeded expectations. It's not just interference, you've almost deleted this node.
The order unit's scanning system will have a huge blind spot here.
However, his excitement lasted only a few seconds.
The next moment, a deep, angry, and absolutely majestic hum suddenly resounded from the entire sewer system. No, more like the underground of the entire city. A wall far greater and colder than ever before crashed down like an invisible mountain.
This is bad. Dr. Lister's expression changed drastically. We've messed up. This isn't a blind spot. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. The absolute order unit, it has noticed us. The real cleaner is coming.
That hum, emanating from the very foundations of the city, did not travel through the air, but resonated directly within people's consciousness. It was devoid of any emotion, yet chilling more than any angry roar. It was the entire system's instinctive rejection and absolute will to annihilate the virus invasion.
Immediately
afterward, the entire underground space began to tremble violently, no longer the slight tremors caused by the previous disturbances in the rules, but a structural, devastating collapse. The concrete dome overhead groaned under the weight, large chunks of gravel and steel bars mixed with sludge crashed down, and the surrounding pipes twisted and deformed, emitting a piercing shriek of breaking metal.
The space is collapsing.
This anchor point has been destroyed, and the entire structure of the area is crumbling.
Dr. Lister shouted
hoarsely. The defensive device he had installed on the railing had already shattered into points of light in the first instant.
Quickly, get out of here. Where do you think you're going? Wang roared, punching away a boulder that was hurtling towards them. The yellowish-brown light fluctuated violently, clearly under immense pressure.
The bottomless main culvert emitted a strong suction, and swirling eddies of sewage resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast. The circular walkway they were on was breaking apart inch by inch, collapsing towards the center.
This is the most desperate situation imaginable. Let's take a gamble.
Dr. Lister's gaze was fixed on the extremely unstable spatial folds left behind after the rule tumor disappeared. The folds, like a shattered mirror, reflected not their images, but rather the rapidly flashing, distorted stream of data and fragmented images of the city. That's a temporary data rift formed by the collapse of the rules. Jump in, the doctor shouted, pointing to the dangerous area.
Jump in? Isn't that a dead end?
Fire Raven stared incredulously at the crack that exuded an aura of chaos and destruction.
Staying here guarantees death.
Jumping in might offer a chance to fall into a crack in the rules and find a glimmer of hope.
Dr. Lister's
voice carried the madness and determination of a scientist.
This is the only passage not completely controlled by the order unit. Hurry!
Just then, a large section of the walkway beneath their feet completely collapsed, and they plummeted downwards.
No time to hesitate.
Stone roared, grabbing Linny and Firecrow, who were closest to him, and lunging towards the data rift. Engineer Wang gritted his teeth and followed closely behind.
Dr. Lister did not jump down immediately.
Instead, he quickly operated his mad core on the crumbling remnant of the walkway, maximizing the energy output and slamming it into the crack.
Give me a second to calm down.
Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot behind his glasses. The mad core burst forth with blinding light, forcibly creating a brief halo passage through the chaotic data stream, wide enough for only one person to pass through.
Go!
Dr. Lister shouted to the four men who had jumped up. Stone led Linny and Firecrow into the halo first, followed closely by Engineer Wang.
Just before entering, Linny glanced back.
Dr. Lister stood on the edge of the collapse, his white coat fluttering in the turbulent air currents, a complex smile on his face, a mixture of exhaustion and relief, as if he had accomplished his mission. Immediately, the massive concrete blocks and surging sewage completely engulfed the spot where he stood, disappearing along with the shimmering mad core into the destructive torrent. An overwhelming feeling of falling washes over you, and you lose all sense of up, down, left, and right, as well as the concepts of time and space. Linny felt as if he were a piece of deleted code, floating in a bizarre and colorful data stream. All around are rapidly flashing fragmented cityscapes, distorted faces, incomprehensible symbols, and constantly popping up error warning windows. A massive flood of information attempted to wash over his consciousness and assimilate him. He held tightly to the last shred of clarity in his mind, which was the anchor point for his existence as Linny, his complaints, his resentment, and his dark sense of humor about this messed up world. I don't know how much time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps eternity, but the feeling of falling suddenly stopped.
Thump, thump. Several people fell heavily onto a hard, slightly cool surface.
Linny struggled to his feet, coughing violently, and looked around. This is no longer a dark and filthy sewer, but an indescribable space. Beneath our feet lay a smooth, mirror-like surface, as if paved with some kind of black crystal, stretching to the very end of our vision. There was no sky overhead, but a constantly flowing green waterfall of data, composed of countless zeros and ones, slowly changing like the aurora borealis. The air was filled with the faint smell of ozone from the cold operation of electronic devices, and an absolute silence. Enormous, semi-transparent data pillars stood like skyscrapers in every corner of the space, with countless points of light flowing rapidly along fixed trajectories.
Inside,
in the distance, some unimaginably massive geometric structures could be faintly seen slowly rotating, radiating an awe-inspiring yet suffocating power of order.
Where exactly is this? Fire Raven stood up, warily surveying the incomprehensible environment.
Her fire powers were severely suppressed here, and she could only barely condense a small flame at her fingertips. Wang Gong and Shirtu also stood up one after another, speechless with shock at the scene before them.
We seem to have fallen into the internal system of the Absolute Order Unit. Engineer Wang's voice was dry.
He tried to sense the ground beneath his feet, but found that this ground was lifeless, with only cold and absolutely obedient logic. Dr. Lister, Stone looked in the direction they had fallen, where there was only a flowing waterfall of data, with no trace of a passage.
The air suddenly became heavy.
The eccentric and insane scientist who had guided them all the way may have perished in the collapsing sewers while trying to seize this last second.
In the end, it seems he handed this over to me.
Linny spread his hands, and in his palms lay a small but cracked and dull crystal fragment, a remnant of the mad core. At the last moment, Dr. Lister seemed to have forcibly passed the item into his hands. Just then, a cold, emotionless, synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang out in the silent space, coming from all directions, like a divine revelation.
High-priority abnormal data packets detected. Source, virus L007 and its associated anomalous entities have been flagged. Location, core database buffer layer, Sector 7. Execute the highest level of cleanup protocol.
The arbitrator process for the scavenger is initiated. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal of light slowly opened on the surface of a huge data tower in the distance. A figure stepped out from there. It was no longer one of those low-level sludge monsters in the sewers, but a humanoid being being nearly 3 meters tall, made entirely of dark silver metal. Its lines are simple and smooth, full of geometric beauty and power. Its face has no facial features, but only a complex diamond pattern that constantly flashes with a dark blue light. It held a long spear made of pure white light, and even the data streams in space gave way wherever the spear tip pointed. With each step, a tiny ripple spreads across the black mirror beneath one's feet. A chilling killing intent, far surpassing that of any previous enemy and born purely for annihilation, locked onto the fore. This is the scavenger? Fire Raven felt the oppressive feeling that almost froze his blood, and his voice trembled. It seems we've really messed things up. Engineer Wang adopted a defensive stance, his face extremely grave. Here, on the enemy's home turf, their superpowers are severely suppressed, while the enemy seems invincible. Linny gripped the warm, cracked core fragment tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching arbitrator, who resembled the embodiment of death. Dr. Lister's final expression flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fear and physical exhaustion, and put on his signature expression that carried a hint of desperation. "Hey, big guy," Linny shouted at the cold killing machine, "your customer service is really inefficient. Bad review. And is the appearance fee expensive? You can't even afford to provide a face? Don't you know that's very unfriendly? Bad review." Criticism regarding the rules. The interaction design of the higher-level execution unit has flaws. It slightly interferes with its target-locking logic. The arbitrator paused slightly, and the frequency of the flashing light in the diamond pattern on his face changed extremely subtly. In this space of absolute rationality, this insignificant disturbance is like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The battle, at the very bottom of this data abyss, is about to erupt. On the faceless arbitrator, the pale blue diamond-shaped light briefly became disordered before quickly returning to absolute stability and coldness. Lin Yi's criticisms of interaction design were like trying to shake an iceberg with a feather within this massive system. The effect was negligible, but it did cause a slight disturbance, proving that Lin Yi's abilities were still effective even here. It's been interfered with, though only slightly. Wang Gong keenly caught that momentary pause, let out a low roar, and the earthen yellow supernatural energy around his body suddenly surged. Despite the environment's extreme suppression, he still charged towards the arbitrator like a cannonball, unleashing a punch with the force to tear the earth apart. He knew he had to seize every opportunity. "Stone! Cover!" Fire Raven roared sharply, the faint flame at her fingertips instantly elongating into a blazing whip of fire. Instead of attacking the arbitrator directly, she deftly bypassed Wang Gong and coiled her weapon around the arbitrator's wrist, attempting to disrupt its deadly strike. Stone roared, crossing his arms in front of him like an indestructible shield, blocking Linny and Firecrow, ready to withstand any energy impact. However, the arbitrator's reaction was astonishingly fast. It didn't even make a noticeable dodge, it simply swung its light gun casually. A crescent-shaped, pure white energy blade detached from the tip of the gun and flew out silently. Wang Gong's punch, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, vanished the moment it touched the energy blade, its earthy yellow energy light dissipating as rapidly as melting snow in the morning light. He was struck hard, sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the black mirror-like ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the rocky keratin layer on his arm shattering inch by inch. The Firecrow's fiery whip seemed to have struck an invisible wall, instantly turning into sparks. The backlash caused her to groan and her face to turn pale. This is an absolute crushing defeat. Within this territory of the Absolute Order Unit, the scavengers possess almost rule-like privileges. The arbitrator continued its approach with precise and chilling steps. Its target was clear and unambiguous, the highest priority virus, Linny. Damn it, they're not even in the same league. Fire Raven gritted her teeth, desperately trying to condense flames again, but the suppression of the rules left her powerless to change the situation. The stone stood at the forefront, bearing immense pressure. Even its sturdy defense seemed precarious in the face of this purely annihilating energy. As Linny witnessed the relentless advance of the incarnation of death, his gaze fell once more upon the warm core fragment in his hand. Dr. Lister's last gaze, a gaze that was a mixture of madness, hope, and relief, remained vividly clear in his mind. The opportunity that the doctor risked his life for was not meant for them to die here. He gripped the core fragment tightly in his palm, the cracks at the edge of the fragment cutting his hand, but a faint yet exceptionally tenacious madness belonging to Dr. Lister seemed to come through the touch. It's not about confronting each other head-on, but about finding weaknesses. Just like dealing with those sludge monsters, just like dealing with that rule-based tumor. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, his gaze fixed on the arbitrator, trying to uncover logical flaws beneath its perfect, cold, and flawless exterior. What is it? A scavenger program. Its purpose? To clear anomalies. Its behavior pattern? Absolutely efficient, absolutely logical. Just as the arbitrator raised its light gun, white destructive energy gathering at the tip, about to unleash a fatal blow, Linny had a flash of inspiration. With all his might, he didn't aim at the arbitrator, but rather at this cold data space facing the invisible, all-controlling Absolute Order Unit, and issued his virus declaration. "Hey, you big system, sending a high-level antivirus to deal with us little viruses is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, seriously wasting system resources.
Isn't this considered illegally? Calling a high-level process, suspected of program abuse, and severely lowering overall operating efficiency? Is your CPU usage about to exceed the limit? Are you even qualified to be an administrator?
Points of contention regarding the rules, the rationality and efficiency of system resource allocation.
Questioning the necessity and economic viability of the higher-order cleanup protocol.
Attempting to undermine the foundation of the optimal solution in its behavioral logic.
This time, the results were completely different.
The arbitrator's light gun, which was about to be fired, suddenly stopped in midair. The destructive energy gathered at the tip of the gun vibrated violently, but it did not fire. Its face, adorned with a deep blue diamond pattern, flickered wildly at an unprecedented speed, even briefly exhibiting a screen-cracking phenomenon. Even its flawless metallic surface was rippling with unstable waves. The entire data space, the flowing green data waterfall, showed obvious lag and garbled characters. The rotational speed of the massive geometric structure in the distance also changed subtly.
There's hope,
Fire Crow exclaimed excitedly.
It's contradictory.
Engineer Wang struggled to his feet, finally realizing the problem.
Linny is questioning the rationality of its actions. For an absolutely rational system, efficiency and optimal solution are always its core principles.
The arbitrator stood frozen in place, internal logical calculations raging.
Target threat level, high. Elimination priority, highest.
Execution of the cleanup agreement, arbitrator.
Resource consumption, 3.7% in line with contingency plan.
We have received external complaints regarding inefficient resource allocation and suspected abuse of procedures.
Review initiation, under review.
Calculating the ratio of removal cost to potential hazard.
Searching for similar case handling solutions. Logical conflict. Protocol priority contradicts system efficiency principles. Error.
The arbitrator's body began to emit a faint and abnormal buzzing sound, and its movements became stiff and uncoordinated, as if it were trapped in a dead loop.
Now, Linny shouted, attack it. It's not invincible. Its logic chain has been disrupted.
Without Lin Yi's prompting, the battle-hardened Wang Gong and Huaya swiftly seized this fleeting opportunity. Wang Gong, enduring his injuries, channeled all his remaining supernatural power into his legs, and with a powerful leap propelled himself close to the ground, hurtling towards the arbitrator, his target the constantly flickering, clearly chaotic, diamond-shaped core of the face. Huaya clasped his hands together, forcibly extracting an extremely condensed, almost dark red flame needle from the frantically suppressed fire attribute energy of the surrounding space, and silently shot it towards the joint of the arbitrator's gun-wielding arm. The stone roared and, like a runaway heavy truck, crashed into the lower body of the arbitrator.
Bang, hiss, boom. Three muffled sounds erupted almost simultaneously. Wang Gong's piercing hand struck the azure rhombus core with tremendous force.
Although it didn't completely penetrate it, it caused the light there to dim suddenly and flicker even more wildly. The Fire Crow's fiery needles
accurately drilled into the gaps in the metal joints, triggering a burst of electric sparks that caused energy leakage.
The brute force of the stone's impact caused the arbitrator to lose its balance and stagger back a few steps. The buzzing from the arbitrator turned into a piercing noise as it tried to raise the light gun, but its movements were distorted and sluggish. Linny seized this last opportunity and delivered a fatal blow with a sarcastic remark.
Look, it's stuck. It's crashed.
I told you to optimize the code and clean up junk files regularly, but you wouldn't listen.
Now look what happened.
A blue screen in front of the customer. The user experience is terrible. I'm giving you 0 points, and I'm going to complain to your boss. Key issues with the rules, system stability and failure behavior.
Ultimately, this negates their ability to be implemented.
Buzz. The noise within the arbitrator reached its peak, and the diamond-shaped core on its face flashed brightly for a moment before fading completely.
Its massive metal body, like a robot,
without power, froze for an instant before crashing to the ground, slamming into the black mirror and creating an invisible ripple of data. The light gun in its hand also vanished. It was not destroyed, but rather forced into a shutdown state due to a logical conflict. Silence returned, broken only by the heavy breathing of the four people and the faint sound of the data waterfall flowing in the distance.
They'd actually managed to temporarily defeat this seemingly invincible scavenger in the lair of the Absolute Order unit?
However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the cold, synthesized voice sounded again, carrying a barely perceptible hint of correction.
Alert! The arbitrator unit is temporarily offline due to a logical paradox.
Determination, abnormal data packet L007 exhibits high rule contamination. Clear the protocol upgrade.
Initiating the ultimate logic purification program.
The light from the entire data abyss began to converge towards a single point at its center. A vast will, far surpassing that of the arbitrator, slowly awakened, a will that seemed to represent the very underlying rules of the world. The real terror has only just begun. The echoes of the arbitrator's fall had barely faded when new changes swept in like like a tsunami. The entire data abyss seemed to suddenly come alive. The once steadily flowing green data waterfall suddenly accelerated, instantly transforming into a roaring torrent. The cold geometric structures suspended all around began to spin, deform, and recombine wildly, emitting a sickening metallic twisting sound. The black, mirror-like ground rippled violently, as if a heavy stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Even more chilling was the awakening will. It was neither the malice of a living being, nor the mechanical killing intent of the arbitrator, but a more fundamental, more ruthless existence, like a mathematical theorem, a physical law, or the zeros and ones at the core of code. It harbored no hatred, no anger, simply existed, and sought to completely erase all errors that did not conform to its logical existence. The cold, synthesized sounds echoed in every inch of space. This time, every syllable carried a weight that sent shivers down the spine. Corruption-related logic interference detected in the underlying protocol, initiating a low-level self-check and cleanup process. Refactor the logic storm protocol. Objective: format all abnormal data nodes. It's going to format the entire area? Engineer Wang's expression changed drastically. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm, he exclaimed, including us. Before he could finish speaking, the changes suddenly erupted. The frantically spinning geometric structures around them suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless palm-sized, sharply edged silver metal pieces. These pieces didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they followed complex and incomprehensible trajectories, intertwining, colliding, and recombining in the air, instantly forming a swirling metal storm that covered the entire field of vision. Each piece reflected a cold, digital light. Their trajectories possessed both mathematical precision and cruel beauty, yet completely defied common sense. Some made right-angle turns, some accelerated at lightning speed, and some drew perfect fractal patterns in the air. This wasn't a storm in the physical sense, but a meat grinder transformed from logic itself. Anything caught in it would be simultaneously deconstructed and deleted from both the physical structure and informational levels. The logic storm hadn't fully subsided, but its sharp, all-encompassing will had already swept over them. Stone roared, his muscles tensing to their limit, his skin transforming completely into bluish-gray rock, blocking their path. However, a metal plate, its edge just barely grazing his arm, didn't produce a clanging sound, but rather slid across it silently, like a hot knife through butter, leaving a smooth cut on his rock-like arm. No blood was drawn, only a fleeting glimpse of tiny, garbled data remained. This damned thing can actually attack our existential information directly. Stone retreated in horror. His defenses were utterly useless against such an attack. The fire crow attempted to launch a fireball, but the flames were instantly severed by several metal shards that struck from bizarre angles. The flames disintegrated instantly, annihilating into basic energy particles without even an explosion. Engineer Wang's face turned deathly pale. No, our attack patterns and existence forms are all being incorporated into its logic calculations. It's deconstructing us using its underlying rules. The metallic storm was rapidly contracting, the noose of death slowly tightening. That chilling will locked onto them, especially Lin. The system had identified him as a source of contamination, the virus core that needed to be prioritized for formatting. Lin, he felt a suffocating pressure, 100 times stronger than when he faced the arbitrator. This time, it wasn't a powerful individual or program, but rather the activation of the underlying cleansing mechanism of this data abyss, this absolute order unit. Could his Tu Chao, a form of witty retort, ability still be useful to the logic of the entire system? He subconsciously tightened his grip on the core fragment of Dr. Lister. The fragment was still warm, even slightly hot, and that frenzied obsession seemed even more active, thrashing about within it. Logic, formatting. Linny stared intently at the approaching, perfectly cold metallic storm, his brain burning with unprecedented speed. Underlying rules, clear anomalies. Linny, think of something. Fire Raven's voice trembled slightly. Her prized speed and flames were utterly useless in this space, controlled by absolute rules. A piece of metal grazed her hair, a few strands falling silently, the cut shockingly smooth. A solution. A loophole. Every system has loopholes, and absolute order itself is the biggest loophole. Wasn't Dr. Lister's madness a rebellion against absolute order? He suddenly looked at the fragment in his hand, and an extremely audacious, almost self-destructive thought flashed through his mind. Engineer Wang. Fire Crow. Stone. Linny shouted hoarsely, his voice almost drowned out by the roar of the metal storm. Trust me, this is the last time. Put all your strength into this fragment, not to attack the storm. Then, protect yourselves. The three of them froze. Inject energy into that fragment of unknown origin, filled with the obsession of a mad scientist? Linny roared. There's no time to hesitate. He held the fragment high, its cracks, illuminated by the data stream, resembling a face screaming madness. Damn it, let's go all out. Engineer Wang was the first to respond, rushing to Lin Yi's side and unleashing his remaining earth-yellow power, imbued with the weight and resilience of the earth towards the core fragment. Fire Raven gritted her teeth, gathering the last wisp of primal flame at her fingertips. The flame, no longer scorching rushing and explosive, carried a vibrant life force. With a flick of her fingertips, the flame merged into the fragment.
Stone roared, slamming his arms heavily into the ground. A steady, solid force of earth and stone, not used for defense, surged towards the fragment like a torrent. Three distinct yet equally powerful A-level superpowers were frantically injected into that small, cracked crystalline fragment. Buzz! The fragment trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain.
Cracks spread rapidly, and the frenzied obsession within surged forth. Like a flame doused in hot oil, the distorted phantom of Dr. Lister's face flashed across the fragment's surface, emitting a silent, maniacal laugh. A violent and chaotic energy clashed and surged within the fragment, threatening to explode at any moment and pulverize Lin Yi. Yet, he gripped the fragment tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his skin torn and burned by the fragment's edges and the violent energy, but he paid no heed. He poured all his spirit, along with his twisted, rule-distorting complaining ability, into this collapsing fragment, into Dr. Lister's obsessive, anti-order madness. Then, facing the logic storm that had shrunk to its immediate presence, representing absolute rationality and ultimate order, he used all the power of his soul, not to complain, but to issue a declaration, a final virus command that combined Dr. Lister's madness, his teammates' trust, and his own will to survive.
Format? Clear errors? Fuck the absolute order. Look at this. This is the biggest bug. Incompatible, unparsable, undeletable, chaos. He slammed the core fragment, which had absorbed the power of the three, whose internal energy was in a violent conflict to the extreme, and which carried the last obsession of the mad scientist, into the center of the metal storm. Key criticisms of the rules: denying the absolute correctness of formatting behavior, injecting extreme chaotic variables, challenging logical consistency, using unmanageable chaos to combat absolute order.
The moment the fragment left his hand, the surface cracks spread to their limit, but it did not explode.
Like a drop of water thrown
into a pot of boiling oil, it disappeared into that precise, cold, perfect metallic storm.
Time seemed to stand still for a moment.
The flawless trajectory of the logic storm revealed its first insignificant error that violated the underlying logic. A metal sheet, where it should have made a right-angle turn, inexplicably drew a comical arc.
Then, like a chain reaction, the second, the third, the 100th, the 1000th mistake appeared one after another.
The metal pieces began to collide with each other, no longer following a trajectory of rubbing, but colliding head-on for no reason. Some suddenly accelerated, some stopped abruptly, and some spun wildly, drawing one meaningless graffiti after another. The precision of mathematics was shattered, the beauty of geometry was tainted, and the cold chain of logic broke inch by inch. The perfect logic storm was injected with an unanalyzable and incompatible chaotic singularity, Dr. Lister's lifelong obsession with fighting against order, mixed with three different A-level superpowers, and catalyzed by Lin Yi's distorted and witty, tu chao, a type of internet slang, superpower, ultimately forming a logic bomb purely aimed at order itself. The storm began to spiral out of control, and internal strife led to its self-destruction. The silvery metallic frenzy was no longer unified, but became a chaotic, noisy, and contradictory metallic turbulence. Countless metal fragments annihilated each other in their disordered movement, turning into the most basic data light points.
What is this?
Engineer Wang stared dumbfounded at the bizarre scene before him, a scene that defied all logic. He planted chaos into order, Fire Raven murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock.
The entire data abyss trembled violently.
The cold, piercing electronic synthesized voice suddenly erupted into a sharp and chaotic alarm.
Error, error, error. Logic storm protocol encountered unknown contamination. Chaotic variable injection. Self-consistency collapse. Forced termination of agreement. Forced termination, ZZZZZ.
The synthesized sound abruptly stopped, replaced by a piercing electrical buzz.
The vast and relentless will of the underlying rules seemed to freeze instantly, plunging into chaos, due
to this sudden chaos that exceeded its logical capacity.
The metallic storm completely disintegrated, turning into countless data fragments that fluttered down like silver snowflakes.
Lin Yi knelt on one knee as if all his strength had been drained, his body drenched in sweat, his right hand clutching the shards, bloodied and
mangled, trembling uncontrollably.
That attack had nearly exhausted his spirit and strength, bringing him to the brink of self-destruction. However, the crisis was far from over. The tremors of the data abyss intensified. The surrounding walls, the ground, and the sky, the scenes composed of data streams, began to distort and blur on a large scale, even displaying mosaic-like patterns. In the distance, an even larger, more chilling shadow was coalescing, as if the immune system of the entire Absolute Order unit had been completely enraged and was gathering an even more terrifying force.
Go!
Lin Yi gritted his teeth and propped himself up, roaring hoarsely, while its logic is in disarray, and it needs time to restart the system or access higher privileges. Let's find an exit. Or, find its core. Wang Gong and Hoya immediately helped the almost powerless Lin Yi up, with Sure bringing up the rear.
Without the slightest hesitation, the
four headed in the opposite direction from where the massive shadow had gathered, rushing deeper into the data data abyss in a desperate escape. Behind him, the remnants of the collapsing logic storm slowly dissipated, and a cold and angry mark, if the system could have emotions, had raised Lin Yi's threat level to an unprecedented supreme source of pollution, firmly locking onto him. This time, it's no longer about clearing anomalies, but rather about erasing them completely at all costs, running aimlessly in an abyss of data and logic. The black mirror beneath their feet was sometimes hard, sometimes rippling, as if they were walking on an unreal dream. The surrounding scenery swung back and forth between collapse and reconstruction, one moment a neatly flowing green waterfall, the next it might be distorted into meaningless colorful noise, or collapse into a dark void that swallowed light. In the distance, the oppressive feeling of a massive shadow writhing and gathering was ever present, and the chilling will to erasure, though slightly sluggish due to its chaotic logic, remained firmly locked onto them, growing ever clearer. Turn left. Over there, the structure seems more stable. Wang Gong acted as a guide, enduring his internal injuries and relying on his keen sense of energy, flow and structural stability to try to find a way out of the chaotic data maze. His rocky skin had not yet recovered, and his face was as pale as paper. Fire Crow and Lin Yi supported each other. Lin Yi's right hand was seriously injured. Not only was the skin and flesh torn open, but there were also faint, silvery white data streams flickering and eroding at the edges of the wound. These were the rule contaminations left by the logic storm, and conventional treatments were ineffective, bringing a deep, icy stinging pain and a strange illusion of being stripped away. Your hand. Fire Raven glanced at it worriedly, then used its relatively intact left hand to send a weak, warm, and peaceful wisp of fire-based energy, attempting to neutralize the chilling corrosiveness. The effect was minimal, but it at least brought some warmth. I won't die. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his sharp eyes still scanned the constantly changing environment around him. His brain raced, analyzing everything he saw. It's mobilizing resources, restarting a higher-level cleanup protocol. I can feel something more fundamental being awakened. The logic storm just now was like antivirus software actively scanning and cleaning. Now, it might be going to format it. Format the entire area? Stone asked in a muffled voice, covering the rear and wary of any threat that might leap out from the distorted light and shadow. Or, format these virus files themselves, and delete them from the source of the information, Lin Yi said in a low voice. He could sense that the lock was not just spatial, but more like a conceptual marker. Wherever they fled, as long as they remained within the jurisdiction of this absolute order unit, the marker would not disappear. At that moment, the relatively stable data flow area ahead suddenly changed. The smooth, black mirror-like ground rippled like water, and then figures slowly rose from beneath the ground. These weren't the uniform metallic constructs of the arbitrators, nor the twisted anomalies of the sludge monsters. These newly appeared figures looked more like people, or, rather, the outlines of human forms. They were both male and female, dressed in various ways. Some resembled ancient warriors, others modern soldiers, and still others even researchers. Their faces were devoid of features, nearly smooth blank spaces, and their bodies appeared translucent, composed of flowing, minute data codes. In their hands lay weapons of various shapes made of pure white light, knives, swords, guns, staves, and even phantoms of books and calculators. A cold, synthesized electronic voice announces in an emotionless tone, Logic Storm Protocol cleanup failed. Target threat level, high. Initiating the secondary purification protocol, logical manifestation. Invoke the historical clearing record template and perform logical projection. Clearing priority, highest. Historical erasure record templates? Engineer Wang's face darkened further. These are residual information left behind by people or things that were erased from this awful place in the past? Not just after images. Lin Yi stared at the increasingly solidified logical manifestations that emanated powerful yet rigid energy fluctuations. They have been given a logical command to eliminate us. They are historical ghosts with combat capabilities. Be careful, they may retain some of their abilities from their previous lives. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of logical entities moved simultaneously. Their movements were perfectly synchronized and terrifyingly precise, without the slightest waste, like a programmed killing machine. The manifestation of the ancient warrior swung its light sword, unleashing a perfectly condensed crescent-shaped blade of energy that tore through data space, slashing silently with a power no less than that of a real-world A-level melee ability user. The researcher's avatar opened the book of light in his hand, and the pages moved without wind. A complex geometric pattern lit up in the air, and instantly, the space around Lin Yi and the others became viscous and heavy, as if they had been trapped in an invisible force field swamp. The soldier-shaped manifestation knelt on the ground, firing his light rifle continuously. Instead of bullets, it fired solid beams of light capable of piercing steel, sealing off all their escape routes. Their teamwork was flawless, every strike meticulously calculated, taking into account their positions, potential reactions, and even their energy attributes. This is a battle driven by logic, efficient, ruthless, and perfect. No way to dodge. Take it head-on. Wang Gong roared, forcibly activating his remaining earth elemental power to erect a thick rock barrier in front
front of him. Blades of light and beams of light bombarded the barrier, blasting up stone dust everywhere. The barrier shook violently, and cracks spread. Fire Raven flicked its hands, unleashing dozens of compressed orange-red fireballs to meet the incoming beams of light and blade energy. The fireballs detonated in mid-air, attempting to neutralize the attacks. However, the explosive flames were quickly digested in the data space, offering limited relief. Stone roared and rammed his body into the researcher's manifested form that was releasing the force field, trying to interrupt its spellcasting. But two warrior manifested forms wielding light shields and lightsabers instantly blocked his way. The lightsabers slashed at him, producing a piercing scraping sound and leaving deep burn marks. The regular corrosive power made Stone roar in pain. Linny was being dragged along by the fire crow, struggling to dodge through the limited space. His right hand was in excruciating pain, making it impossible for him to effectively use his powers, but his brain was analyzing the situation at high speed. Logical manifestation, invoke historical template, assign cleanup command. He dodged a beam of light that brushed past him, his gaze sweeping over the expressionless killing machines. Their behavior is based on preset logic, perfect, but inflexible. He looked at the researcher's avatar that was releasing the force field, and then at the warrior and soldier avatars that were working together seamlessly, and an idea popped into his head. Wang Gong, at 10 o'clock, look at the guy with the book. Fire Crow, distract the two warriors directly in front of it. Stone, ignore the one in front of you, charge straight at the one with the gun on your left. Although they didn't understand why, the trust they had built through life and death led the three to carry it out immediately. Despite being injured, Engineer Wang smashed through the broken stone wall in front of him with a single punch, sending shards of rock flying towards the researcher's manifested form like hail. Ignoring its own exhaustion, the Fire Crow unleashed a fan-shaped spray of flames, temporarily forcing back the two warriors facing the researcher. Stone roared and turned, ruthlessly shoving aside the enemies blocking its path, and lunged at the soldier's manifested form who was aiming. In that instant, due to Wang Gong's attack, the researcher's manifested form slightly adjusted the orientation of the lightbook in its hand, causing a slight shift in the core area of the released force field. Meanwhile, the soldier's manifested form, interfered with by the stone, adjusted its firing angle accordingly, resulting in an extremely minute change in the trajectory of the emitted beam. This is a normal dynamic adjustment during combat, but this minor change was exactly what Linny was waiting for. He took a deep breath, ignoring the excruciating pain in his right hand, and delivered a precise complaint to the intricate network of attacks and to those manifestations that acted strictly according to logic. Hey, you with the book, your force field is off by 0.3 degrees, didn't you see? This will cause the expected interference rate between the C7 attack path and the B2 defense node to decrease by 5%. And you, the one who fired the gun, your firing parameters haven't been updated. There's a logical conflict. Which in turn wrote this collaborative combat algorithm? The version number is way too low. I suggest you rework it. Points of contention regarding the rules, questioning the real-time synchronization between the manifested behavior of logic and the preset logical template, pointing out its rigidity based on historical templates, attempting to create discordant noise within the framework of perfect logic. The moment the words fell, the actions of those dozens of logical entities all froze for an extremely brief but real time. The researcher's avatar paused for a moment as he turned the pages. The soldier's avatar slowed his trigger pull. The samurai's avatar's sword trembled almost imperceptibly in its trajectory. Their blank faces showed a violent fluctuation in data flow, as if they were performing high-speed self-checks and logical verifications. Although it was only a delay of less than half a second, it was enough for Wang Gong and his team, who were experienced in many battles. On opening, Wang Gong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He lunged forward, ignoring the beam of light that grazed his ribs and drew blood. With his last bit of strength, he slammed his fist into the light book in the researcher's manifested form. The light book flickered violently and exploded with a bang, instantly disintegrating the surrounding binding force field. The Fire Crow moved with lightning speed, seizing the moment when the two warrior avatars froze in their movements. Dark red flames condensed into fine needles, precisely piercing a faint point of light, composed of data streams and resembling a node, at the back of their necks. The two warrior avatars stiffened, then vanished into countless points of light. Stone roared, slamming the soldier's avatar, gun and all, flying away and slamming it to the ground. Its massive fists rained down on the avatar until it was smashed into a pile of scattered data streams. The other manifestations seemed to have been contaminated, their movements no longer as coordinated and perfect, showing subtle disconnects and delays. With the pressure greatly reduced, the four seized the opportunity to unleash their full power, quickly defeating the remaining manifestations one by one. After the battle, the four were exhausted once again, especially Linny. His earlier complaints seemed to have aggravated the rule scar on his right hand, and the silvery white corrosive light spread a little more, causing him to almost faint from the intense pain. Hurry, it's realized what's happening, Linny urged weakly. As expected, the data streams from the defeated manifestations did not completely disappear.
there. Instead, they were drawn by some force into the depths of the data abyss. That cold, furious will became even clearer, like a colossal beast, utterly enraged, slowly opening its eyes. They dared not linger, continuing their escape in the opposite direction from where their will had converged. The surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre. The data stream was no longer a waterfall or a wall, but began to twist into indescribable geometric shapes, and the colors became grotesque and surreal, as if they had entered the interior of an abstract painting. The continuity of space also became problematic. Sometimes, with a single step, the scene before them would instantly shift, like a poorly configured network transmission causing frame skipping. We're approaching its bottom layer, Engineer Wang gasped, his face grave. The rules of space are becoming unstable, and the logic is becoming more chaotic. Ahead, it might be even more dangerous, but it could also be an opportunity. Linny gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and erosion in his right hand. He could feel that the core fragment in his hand, now devoid of energy and riddled with cracks, seemed to be resonating extremely faintly in a certain direction. Was that Dr. Lister's obsession pointing to the loophole? Follow this feeling. Linny raised the slightly trembling fragment and pointed to a seemingly most chaotic and unstable direction in the torrent of data. There, the colors of space were completely out of balance. Various geometric shapes were stacked and interspersed without any pattern, and even a faint crackling sound, like glass shattering, could be heard, which was the groaning of the spatial structure itself. There, it seemed, was a bleeding, unhealable wound in the abyss of data within this absolute order. The cold, synthesized voice sounded again, this time without any alarm, only a utter, desperate resolve. Logical object clearing failed. The target has been confirmed to have deep rule-based contamination. Conventional protocols are ineffective. Initiating the final purification protocol. Executes underlying logic overwrite. Invokes world baseline permissions. Target area contains the abnormal data packet L007 and its associated nodes. Execution. Logic reset to 0. With this ultimatum-like declaration, the light of the entire data abyss began to dim rapidly at a constant and irreversible pace. Not disappearing, but being swallowed by a more essential, absolute nothingness. Where the light fades, all colors, forms, data flows, and even the concept of space itself return to the most primitive, cold, and meaningless blank space. Logical reset to 0. Restore all anomalies, including the space itself that contains the anomalies, to the initial nothingness. The real, ruthless formatting began, and they were rushing towards what might be their only way out, or their final grave, the vulnerability. It's not that there is no light, but rather that the concept of light is being stripped away, erased, and reset to 0. With that cold, resolute declaration, starting from some invisible boundary, a pure, colorless blank, indescribable even by the word nothingness, began to erode. This data abyss. It devoured everything in its path. The flowing waterfall of data solidified and disintegrated, turning into tiny specks of light, which then, extinguished, the suspended geometric structures lost their form, collapsing into abstract lines, which then merged into the blank. Even the black, mirror-like ground beneath their feet, under the advance of the blank, began to silently dissolve from its edges, revealing a deeper, more essential nothingness beneath. There is no sound, no temperature, no movement, and no perceptible attributes. This is logic zeroing, completely erasing all anomalies, including the logical framework upon which they depend, restoring the system to its initial, pure blank state. Run, run! Wang Gong's voice trembled with extreme fear. He could feel that, in the face of the erosion of that blank, not only matter and energy, but even the concept of existence itself was being dissolved. His earth-based superpower, his body, even his consciousness, would all be erased as if they had never existed once he was caught. The four of them used their last strength to frantically run towards the loophole area indicated by the fragment in Lin Yi's hand, the area with the most chaotic logic and extremely unstable spatial structure. Behind them, the blank was like a rising, silent sea, stable and steady, yet carrying an irresistible aura of impending doom, closing in step by step. It moved neither too fast nor too slow, because it was only a matter of time before it covered everything. Faster, faster! Fire Crow gritted his teeth, dragging the nearly exhausted Lin Yi along. Under the pressure of the approaching blank, the silver-white corrosive light on Lin Yi's right hand seemed to spread even faster. The icy, bone-chilling peeling sensation made his vision go black in waves, and his consciousness began to blur. Behind the stone palace, he glanced back at the all-consuming edge of emptiness, and even with his thick skin, he felt an instinctive, soul-deep tremor. It wasn't death, it was annihilation more complete than death. The vulnerability area was drawing ever closer. It was like a mad painter's palette had been overturned and stomped on repeatedly. Colors defying the laws of physics, distorted in torn spatial fractures, flickering fragments of images like poorly connected contacts, and the clearly audible crackling sounds of the world's underlying code collapsing all intertwined to create a breathtakingly chaotic scene. Compared to the surrounding silence and emptiness approaching zero, this place was like a noisy, collapsing island. Jump in! Linny roared with his last ounce of strength. The fragment trembled violently in his palm, almost flying out of his hand. He could feel that the resonance between the fragment in something deep within that chaotic area had reached its peak. There was no room for hesitation. The blank behind them had spread to their heels, and the ground beneath their feet, which had been solid, though eerily, before, began to thin, as if it might disappear at any moment. With a loud shout from Engineer Wang, the four of them used all their strength to leap into the most chaotic, brightly colored, and spatially fragmented area, which resembled a shattered mirror. It wasn't a physical tumbling, but a complete informational chaos. Senses of direction, distance, time, and even self-awareness were instantly torn apart, churned, and reassembled. Before my eyes were rapidly flashing, incomprehensible fragmented images and distorted symbols. In my ears was a shrill noise, a mixture of countless frequencies. My body felt as if it were being stretched, flattened, and twisted into a pretzel, every cell protesting this violent distortion of existence. This is not space travel, it is forcibly drilling into a collapsing and unstable system vulnerability before the scythe of system formatting falls. Ah! Stone couldn't help but let out a painful howl. His defensive ability was useless in the face of this tearing at the level of rules. Fire Raven bit its lip so hard it almost bled, using its last bit of willpower to maintain the weak flame barrier protecting Lin Yi and itself, but the barrier flickered and could go out at any moment. With his eyes tightly closed, Wang Gong focused all his attention on the stable anchor of his own existence, like a reef in a storm, struggling to hold on. Lin Yi felt the most bizarre sensation. The rule erosion of his right hand seemed to resonate with the surrounding chaos, the silvery white light intertwining with the distorted colors of the outside world, bringing a painful yet strange illusion, as if touching the edge of the world's truth. The resonance of Dr. Lister's core fragment reached its peak, almost bursting out of his body, pointing towards the deepest part of the chaos. I don't know how much time passed. It could be a moment, or it could be eternity. Suddenly, all the chaos, noise, and tearing sensation vanished like the receding tide. The four of them were ejected from the water pipe by a tremendous force and slammed hard onto some kind of ground. There was no hard impact as expected. The sensation beneath them was indescribable, neither hard nor soft, neither cold nor hot, like nothing at all, yet it undeniably carried them. All around was an endless, colorless emptiness, but not the all-consuming blankness of logic zeroing. There existed a kind of extremely thin, imperceptible background, like an unwritten canvas, or the chaos before the world was born. They escaped from that data abyss, from the erasure of logic zeroing? Before the feeling of relief at surviving the ordeal could even rise, it was frozen in my chest by the scene before me. They did leave the data abyss, but seemed to have fallen into a more bizarre and incomprehensible place. There was no up, down, left, or right here, no sense of the passage of time, only an indescribable emptiness that seemed to encompass everything yet contain nothing. And not far in front of them, in the center of this emptiness, something was suspended. It was a colossal, ever-changing, complex geometric structure composed of countless flowing lines of pure light, each imbued with terrifying information. It was not static, but perpetually in motion, reorganizing, and evolving, presenting a completely different form at every moment, yet as a whole, it gave a contradictory sense of constancy. It was like a manifestation of some cosmic law, or the core processor of an unimaginably massive superbrain. Deep within this ever-changing geometric structure, a tiny, stable point can be faintly seen. That point exudes an indescribable aura of stability, as if it were the foundation of the world. Simply gazing at it makes one feel how insignificant, fleeting, and trivial one's own existence is. What is that? Fire Raven's voice trembled with awe. World benchmark point, Wang murmured absent-mindedly. He had seen the description of this term in an extremely old and vague top-secret file, but he never thought he would see it with his own eyes. Legend has it that one of the logical anchors that maintains the existence of reality and defines the underlying physical constants is the root of absolute order and the ultimate source of authority for the logic zeroing protocol. The corrosive pain in Lin Yi's right hand miraculously lessened, but the chill in his heart suddenly intensified. The core fragment in his hand was now facing that tiny point deep within the huge geometric structure, emitting a rhythmic, faint light and trembling like a heartbeat. Dr. Lister spent his entire life searching for, trying to exploit, or destroying the loophole, which actually points to the world benchmark itself. The cold, synthesized electronic voice didn't originate from the outside world, but resonated directly deep within their consciousness, calm and indifferent, like proclaiming the truth of the universe. An abnormal data packet has been detected intruding into the logical core buffer. Logical zeroing protocol blocked. The target has entered an undefined chaotic gap. Implement the final solution. Invoking underlying permissions for world baseline. Startup, existence overwrite. Target, abnormal data packet L007 and all related logical contamination traces. Overwrite instruction, never happened. With this ultimatum-like announcement, the massive, ever-changing geometric structure in front of them abruptly stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, the tiny dot hidden deep within, radiating a sense of stability, lit up. It's impossible to describe what color the light was. It transcends the scope of human vision and even cognition. Just seeing it makes one feel as if their soul is being burned, their consciousness is dissolving, and and past memories, emotions, and self-awareness begin to collapse and dissipate like sandcastles. An irresistible will, from the very origin of the world, has locked them in place.
It's not about killing or eliminating.
Rather, it never happened. Completely erase Linny and all contamination related to him from the timeline, the causal chain, and the world's information records, correcting everything back to a state he never affected. For them, this is not death, but an end more thorough than death, a complete denial of existence.
No, don't look at that light.
Wang Gong let out a shrill scream, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, and he felt that his supernatural foundation, which he had cultivated for many years, and his past battle memories were becoming blurred and dissipating. Fire Raven clutched her head tightly, letting out a silent scream. Her most cherished memories of fighting alongside her teammates were fading away rapidly, like words erased by an eraser. Stone stood there blankly, his eyes vacant. He even began to forget who he was and why he was there. Linny felt a profound terror. It wasn't just the annihilation of his own existence, but also a deep sorrow and anger. That point, that world benchmark, was simply calmly
and naturally performing its function, erasing errors and maintaining order.
There was no malice, no emotion, just like a human deleting a faulty file from a computer.
And they are that error file. The core fragment, tightly gripped in his right hand, was now burning hot like a branding iron.
Dr. Lister's frantic, unwilling, and persistent will was clearer than ever before, almost roaring out from the fragment. Faced with this final, bottomless erasure from the very bottom of the world, faced with this absolute power, this unquestionable correctness, Linny coughed up a mouthful of blood specks of silver light, swayed as he straightened up, and pressed the scalding hot, seemingly weeping and roaring fragment tightly against his chest. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the point radiating an indescribable light, on the world benchmark representing the ultimate authority of absolute order, and grinned, revealing an extremely ugly smile that was a mixture of endless exhaustion, madness, and the last trace of mockery. Then, with the last ounce of his soul's strength, he uttered what was perhaps his last, most absurd, and most resentful complaint to the indifferent, supreme rules that determine existence and nothingness.
Never happened? You're saying it never happened, so it never happened?
I've stumbled my way here, vented so much, saved so many people, and been a clown and a jinx for so long.
You're fucking telling me now that none of this ever happened? Who made these rules? You? I refuse to admit it.
Lister,
still have the strength? Give this damn benchmark back. Look what a bug is. What an accident is. What? Screw absolutely right. Rules point of contention, ultimate negation.
It questions the absolute authority to erase your existence, based on the very existence of existence itself. It ignites the remaining, almost obsessive madness, launching a final, albeit insignificant, rebellion against the very rules that define rules.
The core fragment exploded with a deafening roar.
It was not a physical explosion. It is Dr. Lister von Heinrich, the mad scientist who spent his life fighting against order, searching for loopholes, and ultimately perishing here. All his obsessions, knowledge, madness, and resentment, mixed with Lingy's twisted rule-distorting, Tu Chao, a kind of sarcastic or witty ability, as well as the power and bond infused into it by Wang Gong, Huaya, and Shatter. It transformed into a silent, chaotic roar that could not be defined by any existing logic.
It crashed into what represented absolute order.
World benchmark. There was no shockwave from the explosion. Only two completely different yet equally fundamental forces collide, annihilate, entangle, and rewrite each other silently before that tiny point that represents the world's benchmark. What Linny detonated was not energy. That was Dr. Lister's lifelong obsession with defying order and pursuing loopholes, mixed with Lingy's complaints that distorted the rules of reality, and further combined with Wang Gong's earth-like resilience, the fire of life of the fire crow, and the pure protection of the stone, ultimately forming a chaotic, self-contradictory information singularity that could not be confined by any existing logic. It is not an attack, not a defense, not even a form of existence.
It was a question, a slap,
a bloody middle finger raised against the cold, perfectly functioning rules that had been running for billions of years. It crashed into the world benchmark. It crashed into the ultimate authority that defines what existence is, what reasonableness is, and what order is. The indescribable tremor did not travel through the air, but acted directly on existence itself. Wang Gong, Huaya, and Shatter simultaneously felt an indescribable nausea and dizziness, as if every atom in their bodies and every thought in their consciousness was being torn apart in opposite directions by two invisible hands. The very foundation of their existence was shaken. Ahead, the enormous, ever-changing geometric structure still floated in the air, but the point hidden deep within it, that indescribable light, flickered for the first time. It's like a supercomputer that runs with perfect precision and receives an instruction that it can't parse at all, or even that violates its underlying architecture, resulting in a stutter of a fraction of a second.
The cold, electronically synthesized sound produced noise for the first time, and it was intermittent. Warn, received, uncategorizable, logical pollution. Core,
the existence overwrite command, encountered, unknown interference.
Attempting to parse, error, unable to parse.
The target target information structure is contradictory, violates causality, does not conform to any known information model, and is inconsistent with any existing information model. The light from that point flickered violently, each flicker causing the chaotic void to tremble violently. The lines of light that formed the enormous geometric structure began to scatter, some straightening, some twisting, and some even piercing through each other, emitting a silent lament. Linny knelt on one knee, the silvery white rule-based erosion on the wound on his right hand clashing wildly with some new, chaotic color. The excruciating pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave, but he stared intently at the flickering, his eyes burning with an almost insane flame. Unsolvable? Self-contradictory? He coughed up blood, his voice hoarse, yet tinged with a twisted smile. That's right, that madman Lister, and me, and all of us, we were never qualified products on your logic production line. You want to define us? You want us to never have happened? You should fucking define yourself first. You've been running for who knows how many years, and you can't even fix a simple bug, so we have to send in cleaners to clean up your mess. A lousy system. Rule critique, the ultimate counterattack. By using its own undefinable chaotic state, it challenges the logical foundation of the defining party, questioning its own perfection and correctness. The light from the dots flickered even more rapidly. The geometric lines of light began to break and dissipate in large areas, and then struggled to reassemble under some kind of self-healing mechanism, but the reassembled lines were crooked and no longer perfect. The cold, electronic sounds became sharp and chaotic, like a cassette tape recorder. Error, core logic, contaminated. Self-check procedure, started, unknown variables detected, unable to, include in system. Attempting to force format the source of the pollution, sizzle, permission conflict. The right to define, is being challenged. Refactoring, underlying protocol definition, sizzle. This tremor was 100 times stronger than the previous ones. The entire chaotic void seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, beginning to spin and twist wildly. Wang Gong and the other two felt like fallen leaves in a storm, tossed and flung by an irresistible force, unable even to scream. Their bodies sometimes became illusory and transparent, sometimes solid, and fragments of memories flew uncontrollably before their eyes and disappeared, as if they would completely disintegrate at any moment and scatter into this torrent of collapsing logic. As the core of the source of pollution, Linny endured unimaginable pressure. He felt that his consciousness, memories, emotions, and even the concept of Linny itself were being torn apart, reshaped, defined, and then denied by two terrifying forces. A force, from that point, cold, absolute, and unquestionable, attempted to erase everything about him, correct it to never happened, define his existence as error, and then delete it. Another force came from within himself, from List's obsessive fervor, from the bonds with his teammates, and from his repeated, absurd yet rule-shaking roasts. This force was chaotic, contradictory, and irrational. It refused to be defined, refused to be categorized. It loudly proclaimed, I am here, I have fallen, I have roasted, I have lived, I exist. What the hell gives you the right to say I shouldn't exist? This is a silent war. It is a war between existence and nothingness. It is a war over the right to define. Amidst the frantic noise, a cold, electronic voice began to speak, albeit intermittently. It ceased to be a declaration, and instead seemed to be explaining, or rather, attempting to rationalize this unmanageable anomaly. Abnormal data packet L007. Extremely high information entropy, unable to converge. Detected, contradictory logic unit. Both exists and does not exist. Both reasonable and unreasonable. Attempt to include in the system, failed. Attempt to exclude from the system, failed. Definition conflict, core protocol, inability, self-consistency. Start, highest priority, protocol. Redefining, the logical boundary of the world benchmark. What is it doing? Fire Raven asked in terror, barely managing to catch the fragmented electronic words amidst the turbulent waves of consciousness. It's modifying itself. Engineer 1 was horrified. He vaguely sensed that the point representing absolute order, with its unchanging, logical structure that defined everything, was being forced to change because it couldn't define Linny, this contradictory collection. Just like a perfect mathematical system that suddenly encounters a proposition that can neither be proven true nor false, Gödel's incompleteness theorems. In order to maintain the self-consistency of the system, it has to expand its axiomatic system and even modify some of its fundamental definitions. Lin Yi's existence, and the chaotic obsession he ignited, became a paradoxical screwdriver thrown into a machine of perfect logic. The light from that point began to change. It was no longer a pure, indescribable light, but began to flicker with various chaotic colors, and its shape began to fluctuate unstably, sometimes large and sometimes small, as if a fierce logical reconstruction and self-debate were taking place inside. The cold, electronic voice had transformed into shrill, incomprehensible noise, interspersed with countless contradictory, self-destructive fragments of commands. Definition failed. Starting alternative definition failed. The exception is categorized as an inherent system attribute, a logical error. Attempting to define undefinable itself as a new rule, insufficient permissions, logical loop, deadlock, core over
overheating. Right now, Linny felt as if his soul was being torn apart, but he knew this was his only chance. When an absolute order system is trapped in a logical dead loop because it cannot handle contradictions and tries to modify itself to accommodate contradictions, it is at its most vulnerable and unstable moment. With a struggle, he raised his right hand, which was throbbing with excruciating pain and felt as if it didn't belong to him. Using his last ounce of will, he didn't attack that point, but rather, towards this collapsing, chaotic, logically conflicting emptiness, towards that world benchmark that was attempting to redefine everything yet was itself in dire need of protection, he issued a final, faint yet clear declaration. Look, this is an accident. You cannot define it. Lister, did you see that? This piece of junk, it's broken down. With his hoarse voice, the chaotic information singularity he had detonated, which was fiercely battling the power of the point, suddenly contracted inward, and then, it wasn't an explosion, but rather infiltration. Like ink seeping into clear water, like a virus being injected into healthy cells. That chaotic, contradictory, and undefinable information began to spread along the subtle cracks caused by logical conflicts at the world benchmark toward its core and most untouchable underlying logic. It is not about destroying the benchmark. It aims to expose a bug that is undefinable, illogical, and absurd. It is written into the underlying rules of this world. No! The cold electronic voice emitted an unprecedented, sharp ringing sound, seemingly carrying a hint of human shock and anger. The light from that point flashed wildly, attempting to expel and purify the invading toxins. But it was too late. A tiny, yet irreparable crack has appeared in the dam of logic. Chaos has quietly seeped into the very source of order. Linny lost all his strength, his vision went black, and he collapsed into the endless emptiness. In the last instant before his consciousness sank into darkness, he seemed to hear that cold electronic voice, at the end of countless noises and contradictory commands, in a highly distorted, disruptive tone, intermittently, blankly, and even with a hint of nascent confusion, speak a sentence completely different from all the previous commands. Redefining, failed. Accepting, undefinable variables. Update, world-level underlying logic patch. Version number, unrecognized. New rules, written. Unexpected, confirmed to be an inherent attribute of the system, with a probability greater than 0. Then came boundless silence and darkness. It was not a silent stillness, but a deeper, more profound stillness, a stillness as if all things had returned to nothingness. Even existence itself seemed to hold its breath. That chaotic, illogical emptiness had subsided at some point. The wildly spinning and twisting scene disappeared, and the jarring noises and broken electronic sounds fell silent. The surroundings returned to that indescribable, neither empty nor existent state, but it seemed somewhat different. There was an extremely faint, almost imperceptible tremor, like ripples quietly spreading beneath the surface of a calm lake. Ahead, the enormous geometric structure composed of lines of light still floated, but it was no longer eternally changing. Its form was fixed in a state that was difficult to describe in words. It was neither absolutely symmetrical nor completely disordered. It had orderly patterns, yet interspersed with seemingly random, discordant twists and turns. It remained there silently, its light much softer, no longer carrying that cold, unquestionable, absolute meaning, but instead revealing a kind of weariness after experiencing a great upheaval, and a trace of newborn, faint uncertainty. As for that tiny point of light, representing the world's reference point, deep within the geometric structure, it has vanished. Or rather, it hasn't disappeared, rather, it has spread, its certain qualities seemingly integrated into the entire structure, even permeating every corner of this emptiness. It is no longer a solitary, all-defining origin, but rather more like a new kernel that has just undergone a system reinstall, its version number now somewhat ambiguous. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough broke the silence. Wang was the first to struggle to his feet from that unreal, ethereal ground. He felt weaker than ever before, not just physically, but his soul felt as if it had been hollowed out, cleansed, and then roughly shoved back in. His memories were somewhat chaotic, with many images flickering, especially the final part of the battle for definition that had just taken place. Only some blurry, bizarre fragments remained, along with a primal, unsettling feeling. He shook his groggy head and scanned his surroundings anxiously. Fire Raven lay not far away, its face as pale as paper, its breathing weak but still steady. Stone lay on the other side, its massive body rising and falling slightly, seemingly just exhausted and asleep. Then, he saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi collapsed awkwardly among them, his face showing an unhealthy ashen pallor. His right hand, which had been constantly eroded by the rules, was now shrouded in a hazy, slowly flowing chaotic light, obscuring the specific injuries. However, the icy, bone-chilling feeling of being peeled away seemed to have lessened, replaced by a strange, unstable presence, as if the hand was sometimes incredibly real and sometimes somewhat illusory. Lin Yi. Wang Gong's heart tightened, and he scrambled over to check Lin Yi's breathing and pulse. His breathing was weak, and his heartbeat was slow, but it was still there. He tried to use a sliver of his special ability to probe Lin Yi's condition, but he found that his ability was like a dried-up riverbed, almost imperceptible. Moreover, as soon as he got close to Lin Yi, especially to
the ball of chaotic light in his right hand, he felt a strange sense of stagnation and repulsion. Fire Raven let out a low moan and slowly awoke. She sat up, clutching her forehead which felt like it was about to split open. Her eyes were glazed for a few seconds, before terror filled her gaze. She looked around sharply, only relaxing slightly when she saw Engineer Wang and Linny. We were still alive? That thing, Logic Zero. It seems to have stopped. Engineer Wang's voice was hoarse as he pointed to the still, somewhat strange geometric structure in front of him. Or rather, it has changed. Fire Raven followed his finger, her pupils contracting slightly. As a highly perceptive elemental ability user, although she couldn't understand the essence of the structure, she could clearly feel that the absolute oppressive feeling, like being pricked by needles and threatened with being wiped off the face of the earth, had vanished. In its place was a feeling that was more complex, more vivid, even carrying a faint trace of chaos, like a precise, cold instrument that had been forcibly injected with a bit of humanity impurity. How is Linny? Fire Crow struggled to move over. He's still alive, but his condition is strange. Engineer Wang frowned. His hands and his entire aura have become somewhat unpredictable. Stone woke up too, letting out a muffled groan of pain. He rubbed his head and asked in a gruff voice, "Is it over? What about the one who wanted to delete our voices?" Just then, buzz. System self-check completed. A voice rang out, still an electronic synthesized voice, but it was different. It lacked some of the absolute, cold indifference, but gained a stiff, disjointed quality, even carrying a faint sense of noise. It was like a child who had just learned to speak, imitating a mechanical tone. Logical conflict, partially resolved. New variable, already entered. Underlying logic framework, fine-tuning complete. Confirmed, the absolute order protocol has inherent errors. Fault tolerance parameters, redefined. Unexpected. Noise, added to the system constant library. Priority, low. Impact factor, dynamically calculated. This intermittent announcement, interspersed with unclear noises and subtle pauses, made Wang and his companions' hearts leap into their throats once more. It was still there. The consciousness of that system, or rather, this absolute order unit, was still there. What is it saying? Stone scratched his head in confusion. Wang Gong and Huaya exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme shock and a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. Fault tolerance? Unexpected inclusion in the constant library? Fire Crow's voice trembled slightly. Could it be that Linny, did he really make this damn absolute order acknowledge the legitimacy of accidents? Engineer Wang picked up the conversation, his tone filled with a sense of absurdity. It was as unbelievable as a most rigorous mathematical theorem suddenly declaring that 1 + 1 can sometimes equal 3. The voice ignored their surprise and continued its broadcast in that slightly strange tone. Abnormal data packet L007. Status updated. Residual highly chaotic information detected, resonating with new underlying variables, cannot be forcibly removed. Reassessment, threat level downgraded. Definition changed to unstable constant factor. Marked for observation. Related data nodes, Wanggong, Huaya, Sure2, information disturbances have been recorded. Marked low priority observation. Constant factor? Observation? Engineer Wang pondered these two words, his expression shifting uncertainly. It seemed they were temporarily safe. From being viruses and anomalies that had to be deleted, they had become unstable factors requiring observation. Logical zeroing protocol for marked units, execution paused. Execute eviction proceedings. Target region, logical core buffer. Target, unstable constant factor L007 and its associated nodes. Initiate low energy space replacement. Before Wang and his team could react, the indescribable emptiness around them rippled again, enveloping them with a gentle yet irresistible force. This time, it wasn't tearing or twisting, but a smooth, elevator-like transfer. The scene before my eyes quickly blurred, stretched, and rearranged. When the feeling of solid ground came through, and the familiar smell of rust, dust, and damp underground air filled their nostrils, Wang and the others staggered for a moment before regaining their balance. They're back. Back in the underground of the 7th Research Institute, in that circular space that had been corrupted by the Absolute Order Unit and later partially destroyed in Dr. Lister's self-destruction. The surrounding area was filled with cracked metal walls, charge marks, scattered fragments of various instruments, and in the center, the data interface device, now completely dimmed, inactive, and reduced to a pile of twisted scrap metal. There is no silver ground, no flowing data waterfall, no cold geometry. The familiar artificial lighting overhead, though somewhat flickering, and the low hum of the ventilation system in my ears. Everything has returned to normal. No, it's not entirely normal. Wang Gong keenly noticed that the oppressive feeling of absolute order that had permeated the air before had disappeared. In its place was a normal reality atmosphere that was closer to the outside world, with a touch of chaos and the possibility of unexpected events. We were really back? Fire Raven was still somewhat incredulous, a small flame gathering at her fingertips. The warm, flickering flame was completely different from the feeling of being suppressed in that data abyss. Stone plopped dropped down on the ground, panting heavily, and said in a muffled voice, "I'm back. The air feels so much better. That awful place was suffocating me." Wang Gong immediately looked at Lin Yi in his arms. Lin Yi was still unconscious, his face ashen, and his breathing weak, but the chaotic light in his right hand seemed to have become slightly more stable after returning to reality. It no longer swirled so violently, but flickered like breathing, creating a subtle resonance with Lin Yi's own life force. "His condition is still very bad. He needs immediate treatment," Engineer Wang said in a deep voice, trying to carry Lin Yi on his back again. Just then, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the broken passage, accompanied by tense voices and the sound of weapons being loaded. "People inside, don't move. Hands up. Report. Survivors found. It's team leader Wang and his men. Medical team. Quick. Prepare for emergency treatment." Fully armed field team members from the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau rushed in, their guns pointing warily in all directions. But when they saw that it was Engineer Wang and his group, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief, only to be shocked by the mess at the scene and Lin Yi's miserable state. The team leader was a stern-faced, middle-aged military officer. He quickly scanned the area, his gaze lingering for a moment on the pile of scrap metal in the center and the unconscious Lin Yi, before turning to Engineer Wang. "Team leader Wang, are you alright? What happened here? Where is Dr. Lister? And what about the massive abnormal energy reaction and rule disturbances detected earlier?" Wang opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know where to begin. Should he say that they broke into the bottom layer of the world's rules, fought with the entity of absolute order, and were almost absent from the beginning, and that Lin Yi finally wrote that accident into the world's bottom layer code with a complaint? Who would believe that if I told them? He gave a wry smile, downplaying the seriousness of the matter. "It's a long story. Dr. Lister sacrificed himself. Lin Yi is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. His condition is very special, and it may involve injuries at the rule level." Upon hearing rules of procedure, the middle-aged officer's expression changed, clearly understanding the seriousness of the situation. He immediately waved his hand. "Quickly, stretcher, high-priority medical escort. Notify headquarters to activate the special medical contingency plan." The team members moved with practiced ease, carefully lifting the unconscious Lin Yi onto a specially made stretcher. Wang Gong, Huaya, and Shi were also helped along as they walked outside. Before leaving, Engineer Wang took one last look back at the ruins, especially the pile of scrap metal that had once served as a data interface. He knew that some things had changed completely, not just for them, but perhaps for the world as well. That cold, electronically synthesized voice, laced with static, still seemed to faintly echo in his mind. "New rules, written, unexpected, confirmed to be an inherent attribute of the system, with a probability greater than zero. The probability is greater than zero." Wang Gong withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Yi, who was being hurriedly carried away, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This guy, labeled an unstable constant factor, this guy who brought accidents to the bottom of the world, the ripples he caused have only just begun, and they have all been drawn into this new and unknown wave. The underground incident at the 7th Research Institute has temporarily come to an end with the confirmed death of Dr. Lister, officially reported as a research accident. The complete destruction of the experimental subjects of his core research project Absolute Order Unit, and the serious injuries of several A-level ability users. But only a very few people who experienced it firsthand knew that beneath that calm period, a new chapter, filled with noise and uncertainty, had been quietly unfolded. Our protagonist, Lin Yi, the unstable constant factor, in a coma, is completely unaware of this. The chaotic faint light on his right hand flickers slightly on the stretcher as the vehicle sways. The special ambulance from the Epidemic Prevention Bureau wailed all the way, driving as if it were about to take off. The driver was an experienced driver, driving fast and steadily, if you don't count the sudden swerve he made to avoid an old lady who suddenly rushed out to pick up a bottle. In the back of the truck, Stone's massive body was thrown against the wall like a sack of potatoes with a dull thud. He clutched his head, grimacing. "Dude, can you be a little more steady? My brains are about to splatter." Wang, who was holding the four-stand nearby, stumbled and almost fell on the unconscious Lin Yi. He said irritably, "Stop it, Lin Yi is still unconscious." Fire Raven, pale-faced, huddled in the corner, gripping the handrail tightly, and weakly muttered, I'm not just dizzy from the car, I'm dizzy from life itself." Was that place really the real world? Now, when I look at the ambulance's overhead light, I feel like it might turn into a bunch of mathematical formulas and start proving itself at any moment. "Keep your mouth shut." Engineer Wang rubbed his throbbing temples. "We're almost at the headquarters medical center." Lin Yi's condition, sigh. He looked down at Lin Yi on the stretcher. Even unconscious, the guy looked restless, his brows slightly furrowed, his lips twitching occasionally, as if he were still arguing with someone in his dream. The most striking thing was his right hand, which was temporarily wrapped in a special flexible material that could isolate the fluctuations of the rules, but even through the material, one could still see a faint, chaotic light shining through it, flickering like breathing. "What's wrong with this hand?" Stone leaned closer and asked in a low voice. "It's creepy to to look at. Will it stay like this forever? That would be so inconvenient for eating skewers. Wang rolled his eyes. All you care about is food. He sighed, the erosion at the rule level plus the fact that he seemed to have resisted some kind of backlash? I'm not sure. The experts in the medical department are probably in trouble too. Then what does his unstable constant factor mean? Fire Raven couldn't help but ask. I think I heard the system call him that in that godforsaken place. Don't ask me, I'm confused too. Engineer Wang smiled wryly. The literal meaning is roughly, he's now a somewhat restless fixed parameter in the world's operating rules? That sounds absurd. As they were talking, the ambulance braked suddenly and came to a stop. The car door swung open, and a blinding white light flooded in. It wasn't sunlight, but the iconic, starkly white operating lights of the headquarters underground medical center, lights so intense they could expose the flaws in one's very soul. Quickly, quickly, the wounded, make way, highest priority. A group of medical personnel, dressed in white coats but with clearly bulging protective gear underneath, rushed forward, took the stretcher, with practiced ease, and pushed it inside. The scene looked less like a rescue and more like a raid on some high-risk biological weapon. Wang and his two colleagues tried to follow, but were immediately stopped by two civilian staff members wearing glasses and with serious expressions, as if they were attending a funeral. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. You also need to undergo a full check and quarantine observation. This way, please. No, we have to keep an eye on Lin Yi. Regulations. The civilian staff member pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Injured personnel involved in rule contamination or disturbances by unknown information must undergo high-level isolation medical procedures. Unauthorized personnel, including teammates, are not allowed to approach. Wang Gong wanted to argue, but Huya pulled him back and shook her head. She pointed around. At least 7 or 8 powerful individuals, both overt and covert, were subtly locking onto them, and various runes and instruments on the walls that she couldn't understand but felt were very powerful were flashing. Well, they've been given special attention. Left with no other choice, the three were invited to the next area and each entered a small room that looked like a high-class single cell but was marked with a sign that read Observation Room, Special Grade Isolation Medical Area, Sterile Cabin Number 3. Lin Yi was carefully transferred to a medical bed that looked ordinary but was actually covered with complex and stable runes. Various probes, patches, and sensors instantly covered his entire body, especially his glowing right hand, which was held in place by a transparent hemispherical cover. The cover was shimmering with light, and data was cascading down like a waterfall. Several elderly experts with gray hair, wearing heavy protective suits, gathered around the control panel, staring at the screen. Their expressions were increasingly solemn, and their brows were so furrowed that they could trap flies. The vital signs are weak but stable. Strange, very stable, so stable that they don't seem like those of a seriously injured person. Abnormally active brainwaves, with chaotic mixing of delta, theta, and beta waves, and interference from unknown frequency bands. Am I dreaming? Or solving advanced math problems? The key point is this right hand. The rule readings are chaotic. The energy signature is unidentifiable. There are both deep erosion remnants and strong signs of newly formed rule coupling. How is this possible? This is not scientific. Wan's report says that he eventually interfered with the operational logic of that absolute order unit in some way. How did he interfere? By using love to influence it? A weak but persistent information disturbance field was detected, centered on the injured person, with a radius of about 3 meters and fluctuating intensity. It is suspected to be related to the injured person's subconscious or dream content. What was the content of the dream? Can it be analyzed? Attempting. The signal is too jumbled, containing a lot of meaningless fragments. Wait, what is this? A fragmented brainwave translated text, even after being filtered, popped up on the screen. Lipstick, teeth, bad review. Parking, will get a ticket. Energy saving, environmental protection, false labeling. Lack of love, psychological counseling, discount. The veteran experts looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this some kind of encrypted code? Or delirium caused by mental trauma? Considering the context, the previous report mentioned that the target, Lin Yi, seems to possess a special causal or rule-based ability which manifests as precise witty remarks or inappropriate comments that can trigger unexpected effects. So, even while he was unconscious, his subconscious was still operating this superpower, making fun of his own injuries? Absurd. But how do you explain this information disturbance field? Record everything. Request access to a higher privilege analysis module. Also, strengthen the isolation zone. This information disturbance poses a risk of spillover. Just as the experts were on high alert, preparing to launch a more complex solution. On the medical bed, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. His eyes were initially blank and unfocused, as if he were still immersed in some bizarre dream. He stared blankly at the pale white ceiling above him for a good 10 seconds. Then he blinked, and a dry sound came from his throat. A young nurse who was adjusting the equipment nearby noticed that he was awake, and she leaned over with surprise, asking softly, "You're awake? How are you feeling?"
Is anything particularly uncomfortable? Linny slowly, extremely slowly, turned his eyes to look at the nurse, then looked around at the high-tech yet inexplicably oppressive ward environment, and finally his gaze fell on his right hand, which was covered by a cover and was gleaming faintly. He remained silent for 3 seconds. Then, in a voice hoarse from thirst, clearly, with a hint of sleepiness and genuine doubt, he uttered a sentence. Did I get sent to an official Apple after-sales service center after I hung up? The lighting, the decor, even the cover looks like a giant version of the AirPods charging case. Nurse, huh? The experts at the control panel? The next second, the specially made transparent cover on Lin Yi's right hand suddenly made a soft poof sound. The internal light surged erratically and then went out. It didn't shatter, nor did it explode. It simply went dark, like a light bulb with a faulty connection. Immediately afterwards, the screen of a precision instrument running nearby, humming and analyzing rule readings, flickered and displayed an error message. Illegal humor protocol interference detected. Logic processing unit overloaded. Service suspended. Recommendation: reduce workload or upgrade the humor patch. The entire sterile chamber fell into a deathly silence. Only Linny lay on the bed, looking at his right hand, which was no longer covered but still emitted a faint, chaotic light, and added softly, "This silicone protective case, and it even has a breathing light design? It has quite a unique style." In the distance, the pointer of an instrument monitoring information disturbance suddenly jumped into a dangerous red zone, then began to swing wildly from side to side, emitting a sharp beep 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 alarm. The veteran experts stared at the suddenly malfunctioning equipment, then at Linny, who looked completely innocent, as if he had just commented on the ward's decor, and were collectively stunned. One of the senior experts, his hands trembling, took off his glasses, wiped them hard, put them back on, took a deep breath, picked up the internal communicator, and said in a heavy but firm tone, "This is the Special Medical Unit 3. Requesting support." "No, not medical support." "Requesting the transfer of the Comedy Incident Response Team." "No, requesting the transfer of experts from the Joint Office for Psychological Counseling and Preventive Intervention in Crosstalk for high-level rule abnormalities." "Yes, immediately. Right now." "The reason?" "The unstable constant factor has woken up, and it seems that his constant part might be a bit unstable, but the factor part is a bit too active." Inside the sterile chamber, the alarm continued to sound. Linny lay on the bed, looking at a group of experts who were on high alert, wearing heavy protective suits, but unsure whether to repair the equipment or control themselves first. He finally realized belatedly that he seemed to have caused trouble again. He silently pulled his glowing right hand back under the covers and closed his eyes. I must still be sleepy," he told himself. "I'll sleep a little longer, at least I won't have to pay for the equipment in my dreams." However, as soon as he closed his eyes, a loud gurgling sound came from his stomach. In the deathly silent ward, where only the alarms of medical equipment rang out, this sound seemed exceptionally clear and full of vitality. A young expert assistant couldn't help but burst out laughing, but under the old expert's murderous glare, he quickly covered his mouth, his face turning bright red. Linny closed his eyes, with only one thought in his mind. It's over. Now the unstable constant factor persona is probably completely secured. But, do they provide meals? Instant noodles are fine too. The chaos at the intensive care unit lasted for a full 15 minutes. Finally, the young assistant who had laughed first, under the murderous glares of the senior experts, stammered a constructive suggestion. "Teacher, how about we turn off the alarm? This beeping seems to make him even more nervous." Sure enough, although Linny on the bed was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, his eyelids kept twitching. Every time the alarm sounded, the chaotic light in his right hand would flash, like a voice-activated colored light. The veteran experts looked at each other, and in the end, it was the one in the lead, Director Chin, with completely white hair and thick glasses, who, with a dark face, swiped his access card to stop the piercing alarm. The world is quiet now. Linny secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyelids stopped trembling, and the faint light in his right hand stabilized somewhat. Director Chin walked to the bedside, maintaining a safe distance of at least 2 meters, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in as calm a tone as possible, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Comrade Linny, how are you feeling? Do you feel particularly like talking, especially having the urge to comment on your surroundings?" Linny opened one eye, looked at the old expert whose expression was as serious as if he were presiding over a funeral, and then looked at the group of white coats behind him who looked like they were facing a great enemy. He said sincerely, "What I really want to say now is, are these protective suits made from a knockoff version of the spacesuits in Interstellar? The threads under the armpits are all undone." Another young researcher couldn't help but burst out laughing. Director Chin's face darkened further. There was indeed a small, barely noticeable tear in the seam of his protective suit under his armpit. "Record it," Director Chin said without turning his head, his voice deep. After the target awoke, the information disturbance field exhibited strong, unconscious, directional external interference characteristics, manifested as precise and trivial details of complaining. The interference effect appears to have caused the target to feel embarrassed, experience temporary equipment malfunctions, and other low-threat states. Threat level, file, to be reassessed. Recommendation: maintain neat attire, brand new equipment, and sound logic in front of them. An assistant was frantically taking notes on a tablet, his fingers trembling, whether from nervousness or trying to suppress a laugh, it was hard to tell. Regarding your physical condition, Director Chin forcefully steered the conversation back on track, pointing to several instruments that hadn't yet restarted. We need to conduct a comprehensive examination, especially regarding the erosion state of your right hand. However, due to your unique field effect, conventional precision instruments may not be able to function properly. We will use a combination of basic physical examination, supernatural ability sensing scanning, and on-site observation and recording. Linny was stunned. The basic physical examination is. Director Chin nodded to a burly man standing next to him, at least 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles, wearing a white coat that looked like a tight-fitting suit. The burly man silently stepped forward and took out a hammer from his toolbox. Linny, don't be nervous, Director Chin explained expressionlessly. This is a routine tool for checking bone and muscle reflexes. Researcher Zhang is from the Strength Enhancement Department, and his technique is precise. Come on, relax, let me tap your knee. Linny looked at the hammer, which was bigger than his fist, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Director, I suggest we start by building trust with the percussion hammer. This thing makes my knees weak. Before he could finish speaking, the burly researcher's hand slipped, and the heavy hammer fell to the ground with a clatter, hitting his own toes. Ouch! The burly researcher clutched his foot, hopping on one leg, his face contorted in pain. Everyone! Linny silently pulled the blanket up a little higher, leaving only his eyes showing, and muttered under his breath, "See, I told you, this thing can easily cause workplace injuries." Director Chin took a deep breath, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Record: the information disturbance field may have a certain degree of jinx or unintended consequences effect, with a low probability of negative impact on personnel operating at close range. It is recommended to use lightweight, non-drop-proof tools and wear safety shoes during inspections. The hammer test method has failed. Next up was the ability sensing scan. This time, a quiet-looking female researcher appeared, wearing specially designed sensory amplification goggles. She carefully walked to a distance of 3 meters from Linny, the edge of the previously determined safe distance, closed her eyes, and began to activate her ability. A faint milky white halo emanated from her body and slowly extended towards Linny. Linny watched curiously, without saying a word. The halo of light successfully contacted Linny's body. The female researcher frowned slightly, seemingly sensing it carefully. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Just then, Linny's stomach growled again, even louder than before. The female researcher shuddered, her eyes snapping open. Her face flushed crimson, and she was immediately filled with extreme confusion and shame. Pointing at Linny, her voice trembled. His energy field smells like roasted lamb skewers, and chili powder, and cumin. Linny. He patted his empty stomach, his eyes filled with sincere longing. Sister, your senses are very accurate. Can you sense which direction the cafeteria is in? The female researcher covered her face and ran away, seemingly doubting her own superpower. Director Chin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He adjusted his glasses, and the look in his eyes behind the lenses was filled with the despair and stubbornness of a scientist facing an incomprehensible phenomenon. Record: the target information disturbance field may interfere with supernatural perception and mix in strong sensory information related to the target's current physiological needs. Hunger. Recommendation: ensure the target is full before conducting a precise sensory scan. Lindy raised his hand timidly. Director Chin, could we first get the ensuring we're full thing sorted out? I feel like if I don't eat something soon, this place might start to smell like a Manchu Han imperial feast, which would be even more disruptive. Director Chin stared at him for a full 10 seconds before finally squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Go to the cafeteria. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day for the canteen at the headquarters of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau. When Linny, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown and wearing a specially made black suppression bracelet on his right hand that didn't quite resemble a silicone protective case, although a faint light still stubbornly shone through the gaps in the bracelet, entered the cafeteria, surrounded by a group of fully armed, tense-looking white-coated security personnel, as if escorting a national treasure. The once noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. The auntie serving the food had her spoon hanging in midair, and the egg drop soup in the soup bucket stopped bubbling. The superhumans eating all looked up at once, their eyes displaying a variety of expressions: curiosity, wariness, surprise, and suppressed laughter. One guy who was drinking soup even caught sight of Linny, who was surrounded in the middle, and his face turned red from the choking, and he coughed incessantly. "What are you looking at? Keep eating," a security guard snapped sternly. The crowd then resumed their activity, but whispers spread like a tide. "That's Linny? The one who was pulled out from the underground of the 7th Research Institute? I heard it's an F-level? That's ridiculous. An F-level being could cause such a commotion?" The headquarters core medical team was mobilized. "Look at him, his face is as white as a ghost, and his right hand is glowing. Is that a side effect of his superpower? That's not all. My cousin works in the the information department. I heard that it was internally circulated and classified as an unstable constant factor, so all departments are to handle any incidents related to him with caution and report them immediately. Constant factor? What does that mean? I don't know. It sounds complicated. Shoo, keep your voice down, you're coming. Linny was already used to the stares around him even when he was mocked for being an F rank. At this moment, his entire attention was drawn to the aroma of food wafting from the window. Auntie, please, this, and this, please give me more rice, thank you. Linny pointed to several meat dishes, his eyes shining. The cafeteria lady's hands trembled slightly. She glanced at the group of menacing whitecoats behind Linny, then at Linny's pale face and bright, hungry eyes. With a determined bite, she scooped up a large spoonful of braised pork, then shook off half of it. Linny, Auntie, did you just get Parkinson's? Director Chin, who was standing beside him, said coldly, give him the full dose. That's an order. It's necessary for observation. The auntie was startled and quickly replenished the meat that had fallen off, even giving an extra half spoonful, piling it high in the lunchbox. Linny, carrying a heavy tray, found an empty table to sit at. Wang Gong, Huaya, and Shatter were also allowed to leave the observation room to keep him company. Of course, they sat at a safe distance. Wow, Linny, this is quite a spectacle. Even S-level big shots wouldn't have this kind of setup for a meal, Shatter said in a low voice, grinning as he buried his head in his food, having been starving in the observation room for a long time. Wang Gong was cautious, observing his surroundings while eating, and whispered, keep quiet, let's eat. Linny, how are you feeling? Is your hand alright? Linny, with his mouth full of braised pork, mumbled, hungry. My hand just feels like that, nothing special, it just looks like a cheap glow stick I bought at the night market. Before he could finish speaking, the black suppression bracelet on his right hand suddenly beeped twice. The indicator light on its surface flashed red a few times, and then went dark with a snap. The dim, chaotic light shining through the gaps in the bracelet seemed to have brightened a little more. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Several superhumans who had been secretly glancing in their direction immediately lowered their heads and began shoveling food into their mouths. Director Chin jumped up, strode over, picked up a handheld detector, and scanned Linny's hand. His expression darkened further, suppressing the overload burnout of the bracelet. The intensity of information disturbance shows a significant upward trend after eating. Record, the target's physiological needs satisfaction may positively affect its abnormal field intensity. Linny looked at the smoking bracelet, then at his shiny, oily right hand, paused for a moment, and said sincerely to Director Chin, Director, how about I switch to a vegetarian diet from now on? Or, could you customize a more powerful power bank for me? Director Chin ignored him and turned to his assistant, saying, request the use of the Rule Stabilizer Experimental Type 3 from the inventory. Also, notify the cafeteria that his meals should be prepared separately from now on, with a low-energy, high-satiety formula to avoid irritation. Lin Yi's face fell. No, Director, the braised pork is delicious. Just then, a commotion arose from the other side of the cafeteria. A young man in an A-grade combat uniform, with an arrogant expression, was yelling at a middle-aged man in a logistics uniform, who had his head down. Can't you watch where you're going? You spilled soup on my shoes. Do you know how expensive these combat boots are? You couldn't afford to pay for them with 3 months' salary. The middle-aged man kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. The ground was a little slippery just now. Slip? I'll show you how to slip. The A-level youth sneered, seemingly wanting to teach the middle-aged man a lesson with his superpower, and slightly raised his finger. People around him turned to look, but no one stepped forward. That A-level youth was a rising star who had recently gained popularity, and his bad temper was well known. Lin Yi naturally noticed this as well. Engineer Wang frowned and tried to stand up, but Hoya pulled him back, gesturing for him to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked over there, chewing his food, and mumbled something in a voice that was just loud enough for people nearby to hear. These shoes, they look pretty expensive, but the color, paired with this combat suit, makes them look like they just fell into a mud pit and were pulled out. Quite unique taste. His voice wasn't very loud, and he didn't name anyone, but something amazing happened. The A-rank youth, who was in the middle of a rage, suddenly paused, subconsciously glancing down at his gleaming silver combat boots, now splattered with a few drops of oil, and then at his dark gray combat uniform. His anger hadn't subsided, but a barely perceptible hint of self-doubt flashed in his eyes. Several team members who hadn't dared to laugh before began to tremble suspiciously. What's even more amazing is that the faint light of his supernatural power that had just gathered at his fingertips suddenly went out with a poof, leaving behind a wisp of black smoke. A-level youth? He looked up in surprise, only to meet Lin Yi's innocent gaze, who was still diligently eating his rice not far away. Lin Yi grinned at him, pointed to his plate, and mouthed, the braised pork is good. The A-level youth's face flushed red and then paled. He looked at his inexplicably extinguished superpower, then at the expressions of those around him who wanted to laugh but dared not, and then at the white coats and security guards standing guard over Lin Yi's side. He gritted. His teeth glared fiercely at the middle-aged logistics staff, then glanced warily at Lin Yi's side, but ultimately did not lash out again. He snorted coldly, turned around
around, and strode away from the cafeteria. His back view looked somewhat flustered no matter how you looked at it. After his middle age, Chin felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He glanced gratefully at Linny and quickly went to tidy up the ground. The cafeteria returned to its usual bustling atmosphere, but the way many people looked at Linny was now quite different. Sure too secretly gave Linny a thumbs up and whispered, "Awesome, bro," putting out the fire from a distance. Wang Gong and Huaya exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lin Yi's ability seemed to have become even more unpredictable as his condition recovered. Moreover, it seemed to truly possess a strange effect of making people inexplicably concerned and then causing problems. Director Chin had already taken out his whiteboard and was writing something rapidly, muttering to himself as he wrote, "Observation record. Under non-aggressive intent, the target's information disturbance field exhibits the ability to indirectly interfere with reality and influence the emotions and behaviors of others. The mechanism is suspected to be related to cognitive interference, detail amplification, and accidental triggering. The danger level needs to be dynamically assessed." Linny was completely unaware of this. He was engrossed in his work, trying to stuff the last piece of braised pork into his mouth and letting out a satisfied burp. The faint light in his right hand seemed to brighten slightly with his burp, then slowly dimmed, and he returned to his steady breathing rhythm. He looked up and found Director Chin staring intently at him. "Comrade Linny," Director Chin pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cafeteria lights. "Based on preliminary observations, your condition is very complex and unusual. Conventional treatments may be ineffective or even counterproductive." Linny's heart skipped a beat. "Then, what should we do?" Director Chin closed the record board, his expression serious, and said, word by word, after preliminary discussion by the expert group and approval from the General Administration, we have decided to adopt a completely new and creative observation and adaptive treatment plan for you. What plan? Linny had a bad feeling. Given that your field effect is highly correlated with your daily words and actions, and seems to stabilize when you are emotionally stable and your needs are met, Director Chin said slowly, the General Administration has decided not to isolate you in the medical center for the time being. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Instead, Director Chin changed the subject. You will be transferred to the Superpower Adaptation and Abnormal Situation Observation Area, that is, the headquarters living quarters, for 2 weeks of routine observation and behavior recording. Lin Yi, huh? During this period, Director Chin added, a glint of mad scientist-like brilliance in his eyes, you can move around normally within the area designated by headquarters, but you will need to wear new monitoring equipment and undergo regular questioning and testing. We will meticulously record your every word and action, as well as all subtle changes in your surroundings, including but not limited to, the rate of damage to items, the emotional fluctuation index of others, the frequency of low probability events, and the amount of food consumed in the cafeteria. Lin Yi was stunned. Simply put, Engineer Wang summarized in a low voice, his expression somewhat subtle, we're going to put you back in a normal environment and see what exactly your unstable state is like, and how many unexpected things it can cause with its factors. Lin Yi looked at his right hand, which was still glowing slightly, then at the people around him who were still secretly observing him because of the little incident, and then at Director Chin's eyes that said, you are a living specimen of an unsolved mystery. He suddenly felt that the braised pork in the bowl didn't smell so good anymore. Director, Lin Yi asked tentatively, is it too late for me to apply to return to the sterile ward? I feel quite safe there. Director Chin gave a standard, forced, scientist-style smile. It's late. The observation will begin immediately. Comrade Lin Yi, I wish you a pleasant life. He always felt that the word pleasant, coming from the director's mouth, sounded like a sarcastic remark. And so, his daily observations of the unstable constant factor officially began amidst the ambiguous gazes of the canteen patrons and the research-obsessed stare of Director Chin. The superpowered individual's life adaptation and abnormal situation observation area has a name so long it's like a tongue twister. It's actually just the third floor of the dormitory building inside the General Administration of Epidemic Prevention and Control. The entire third floor was temporarily cleared out and reinforced, not in the way of protecting against physical attacks, but rather filled with various runes that Lin Yi couldn't understand but felt were very expensive, energy dampers, and strange devices that looked like cameras but had purple lenses. The corridor lighting was a soft, warm white, supposedly to soothe emotions and reduce stress responses to abnormal fields. The walls were painted a light blue, supposedly having a calming effect. Lin Yi stood at the door of his assigned room 307, carrying a simple suitcase. He looked at the brand new, square device next to the door sign, its green light illuminated. A line of small text scrolled across the device's screen, unstable constant factor observation unit 007. Current field strength, low. Environmental disturbance, acceptable. This is a house number? Lin Yi smirked. Director Chin, who insisted on personally escorting Lin Yi to check in and recording the initial state, pushed up his glasses and said seriously, this is a multi-parameter environmental monitoring terminal. It monitors the stability of of rules, energy fluctuations, information entropy value, and he glanced at the numbers jumping in the corner of the screen, the concentration of mood index-related compounds in the air.
Linny, mood index-related compounds? What are those?
A biometric monitoring technology, which is still in the experimental stage, indirectly assesses your emotional state by analyzing trace amounts of chemicals emitted from your breath and skin, Director
Sheen explained while swiping on the electronic recorder.
For example, when you saw the door sign just now, your cortisol level rose slightly, indicating that you may have felt stressed or speechless.
Linny.
He was not only speechless but also wanted to complain, but looking at the flashing monitoring terminal, he held back. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, the thing would directly display complaint concentration exceeds the standard physical isolation recommended. The room is a standard single room, with basic anti-interference measures in place.
Daily necessities are provided. 3 meals a day will be
delivered to the door via a contactless pass-through window.
There is also a dedicated channel for handling household waste. Director Sheen
pushed open the door and gestured for Lin Yi to enter.
Do not go out unless necessary. If you need to leave the room to go to the common
activity room on the same floor or take a designated walk, you must report 1 hour in advance and wear a portable mini monitoring device. The room wasn't large, but it was clean. There was a bed, a desk, a chair, a simple wardrobe, and a separate bathroom. The window was sealed, but it used special glass to simulate natural light. On the desk sat a silver, watch-like device, presumably the portable miniature monitoring device.
Linny looked around.
The conditions were better than a sterile cabin, but it was still essentially a high-class single cell. This is for safety, and also to ensure the accuracy of the data, Director Sheen said calmly.
Your field has unpredictable disturbances,
recording your basic behavioral patterns, the fluctuations of your field, and its interaction with fixed environmental variables in a controlled environment is the top priority of our current research. Incidentally, he added, this is also a form of protection. There are quite a few curious, wary, and malicious people at headquarters. It's relatively quiet here.
Linny sighed and tossed his bag onto the bed.
Inside were a few changes of clothes and some basic necessities hastily prepared by
Engineer Wang and the others. His personal belongings, including his old cell phone, had been completely destroyed in the previous battle.
Where are Captain Wang and the others? They are on other floors, undergoing routine post-war assessments and psychological counseling. Once they pass, they are free to move around.
If you want to see them, you can submit an application, and we will assess the risks of the meeting. Director Sheen walked to the table, picked up the watch, and said, now, put this on.
It will continuously monitor your vital signs, energy fluctuations, location, and record audio information within
a 3-meter radius. Don't worry, there are strict privacy protection clauses. The audio will not be accessed except in abnormal circumstances. Linny resignedly put it on. The watch wasn't heavy, fit his wrist well, and had a dark dial with occasional faint green specks of light.
All right, Comrade Linny, the observation period officially begins now. Director Sheen gave the room a final check of the hidden monitoring points, confirming the indicator lights were working properly.
Remember, keep your emotions stable and try to engage in regular activities. Reading, resting, or taking walks indoors are all fine.
If you feel unwell or the monitor's alarm, press the red button on top.
We have staff on duty 24 hours a day. After saying that, he turned and left the room.
The heavy, specially made door closed silently with a soft click. The room fell completely silent. The only sounds were the extremely low hum of the ventilation system and the faint glow of the data scrolling on the monitoring terminal screen. Linny sat on the bed, looking at his right hand, which still emitted a faint, chaotic light in the dim light, then at the silent monitoring device on his wrist and the sign next to the door that read Observation Unit 007.
What kind of mess is this?
He slumped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. Just a day ago, he was still struggling with the fundamental loopholes in the world's rules, almost getting himself killed in a never-happened scenario. A day later, he became a volatile constant factor under close observation, moved into a high-tech solitary confinement cell, where even his breathing was analyzed to assess his mood index.
The ups and downs of life are just too exciting. Gurgle. My stomach is growling again. I just ate so much at the cafeteria. Looks like this event is quite energy-consuming, Linny muttered, getting up and walking to the door.
There was a small window with double partitions, and next to it was a button that read Pick Up/Deliver.
He pressed it.
The partition slid open, revealing a standard stainless steel plate containing 3 dishes, a soup, and a large bowl of rice.
The dishes looked very healthy: boiled chicken, breast, stir-fried broccoli, cucumber salad, and seaweed and egg drop soup. Next to it was a small box of jelly-like substance labeled high-energy nutritional supplement.
There is no braised pork.
Lin Yi's face fell. He remembered Director Sheen's words, low energy, high satiety formula.
He resignedly picked up his plate, sat down at his desk, and listlessly ate his healthy meal while idly glancing around. Besides the monitoring device, there was a tablet computer on the table.
He picked it up and turned on the screen. Authentic authentication was required. He tried entering his employee number, the one for F-level logistics, and the default password, and surprisingly, he got in.
The interface is very simple, with only a few icons: observation period, code of conduct, internal communication, restricted, limited entertainment resource library, and log submission, text only. He opened the code of conduct, which was several pages long and could be summarized as: stay put, don't cause trouble, and cooperate with the observation. In the internal communications, only Director Chin and an ID named Observer A were active and could send simple text messages. He tried sending a message to Engineer Wine, but it showed a target not in the contact list. The limited entertainment resource library does contain quite a few movies, books, and music, but the types are extremely limited. They're mostly titles like 100 Ways to Relax, Introduction
to Meditation, Tranquil Natural Scenery, Non-Stimulating Content Edition, and Classical Music Selections, Soothing Edition. Even the novels are things like The Art of Living a Simple Life. Lin Yi's lips twitched. They were treating him like a ticking time bomb. He exited the app, clicked Submit Log, and after a moment's thought, typed the first line in the blank text box. Day 1, checking into the observation dormitory. The food is healthy, the room is quiet, and the watch is stylish. I'm just craving braised pork. Almost instantly after the message was sent successfully, an automatic reply popped up on the screen. Log received. Emotional tendency, mild complaining and craving. Keyword, braised pork belly. Recorded. Dietary adjustment suggestion, increase the proportion of plant protein. Please maintain a peaceful state of mind. Lin Yi. He put down his tablet, quickly devoured the box of bland, nutritious jelly, feeling full but empty inside. The next half day was spent in extreme boredom and the feeling of being studied. He paced the room, the monitor occasionally beeping softly. He lay down to sleep, and when he woke up, he found a new message on his tablet from Observer A. Regular, weak fluctuations in field strength were detected during sleep, consistent with REM sleep cycles. No abnormalities. Please continue to maintain a regular sleep schedule. He even did a few push-ups in his room, and then received a warning to be mindful of the intensity of the exercise and avoid excessive emotional excitement. In the evening, a new healthy dinner was delivered, the same 3 dishes as always. Looking at the lush green vegetables, Lin Yi felt like he was about to turn into a leaf. No, I need to find something to do, otherwise I'll die of boredom before the rules kill me. Lin Yi lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He tried to concentrate, sensing the field in his right hand. That chaotic, faint light seemed to always be there, flickering like breathing, somehow inexplicably connected to his heartbeat and thoughts. When he tried to control or think about it, it didn't react. But when he unintentionally thought of something, like, the braised pork is so delicious, the light on the right hand seemed to flicker for a moment before returning to normal. The monitor emitted a soft beep. Lin Yi quickly looked at the tablet, and sure enough, Observer A sent a message. A short-term field strength peak was detected, associated with external stimuli, food-related association. Recommendation, conduct attention shifting training. Lin Yi, he gave up. He couldn't live like this anymore. Just as he was dozing off, pondering whether he should request a copy of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance to read tomorrow if it was in the resource library. Thump, thump, thump. A soft, rhythmic tapping sound came from the other side of the wall. Lin Yi sat up with a start. The walls were thick and had excellent soundproofing. What sound could possibly get through? He listened intently. Thump, thump, thump. 3 more thumps sounded, unhurriedly. It wasn't a knock on his side of the wall. The sound was very faint, as if it came from a more distant place, but it was exceptionally clear in this extremely quiet environment. Immediately afterwards, he vaguely heard a sound, like someone humming a song, the tune strange and intermittent. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this floor cleared out? Could it be that he wasn't the only one in the observation unit? He tiptoed out of bed, walked to the wall, and pressed his ear against it. The humming stopped. A low, slightly hoarse, and teasing male voice seemed to seep in through a crack in the wall, ringing directly in his ear. Hey, newbie, constant factor? Dude, you're pretty trendy, even your codename is more impressive than ours. Lin Yi was startled, took a half step back, and stared at the wall. Who's there? Neighbor. The voice was lazy and a little cynical. Just like you, an unlucky guy locked up for observation. But I don't get the treatment you get, not a whole 007 unit. I'm just an ordinary high-profile person. You, how do you know about me? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. His situation should be kept secret. The voice from the other side of the wall chuckled. This crappy place is only good for keeping ordinary people out. Anyone with a bit of special ability can easily find out what's going on next door. Besides, the voice paused, a hint of schadenfreude in it. Since you arrived, the entire floor's environmental stability readings have been fluctuating like an electrocardiogram. radiogram. It's hard not to notice you. My name is Lao Xiao, Xiao Zizai. My abilities are weak in presence, and a tiny bit of information perception. Of course, in their reports, I'm classified as a cognitive distortion potential risk and need to be observed. Linny was speechless. It turned out that this floor was truly teeming with talented people. How long have you been here? Linny couldn't help but ask. It's been almost 3 months. I'm so bored I could grow mushrooms. Xiao Zizai's voice was filled with boredom. Every day is just eating, sleeping, being tested, and being recorded. Oh, and a reminder, never say thank you to the robot that delivers the food. It will take your politeness as an instruction and repeat it, like delivering 10 servings of nutritional paste to you in a row until you cry and beg it to stop. Linny felt that the reminder came at the right time. Also, every afternoon at 3 o'clock, a woman wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and with her hair neatly combed will come to patrol. When she asks questions, never make eye contact with her for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise she will start analyzing your micro-expressions, pupil changes, and subconscious motivations, and then write you a psychological profile report that is 20 pages long, of which at least 5 pages question your life choices. Linny began to feel that his observation of life might not be as peaceful as Director Chin had said. Thanks, Brother Xiao. Linny didn't know how to address him. Just call me Lao Xiao. Xiao Zizai seemed quite pleased. You seem to be someone who can cause trouble. If you don't understand anything or feel bored in the future, just knock on the wall. Same rules as always. 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks means it's safe. 2 short knocks and 3 long knocks means it's funny. And a bunch of random knocks means it's an emergency, although it's usually just because you're bored. By the way, Xiao Zizai's voice suddenly lowered, taking on a mysterious tone. I'm reminding you, try not to go near that empty observation room in the northwest corner at night. That room is a bit eerie. Someone was imprisoned there before. Their ability was dream materialization. After that person disappeared, the room has been making strange noises ever since. Of course, it could also be the wind, or that lousy ventilation duct is haunted again. Anyway, be careful. Linny felt a chill run down his spine. This place is haunted? Who knows? Anything can happen in this godforsaken place. Xiao Zizai yawned. Alright, it's the first day, go to sleep early. Tomorrow, I bet someone will come to chat with you. Be prepared, those observers are all talented, and they're all very nice talking. The sound gradually faded and disappeared. Linny stood by the wall, stunned for a long while. There was a lot of information there. He walked back to the bedside and sat down, looking at the silent monitor on his wrist and then at the observation unit 007 terminal next to the door that was flashing green. High-risk individuals, cognitive distortion potential risks, dream materialization, haunted observation room. Linny suddenly realized that his title of unstable constant factor might not really be anything special here. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The faint light from the right hand breathes quietly in the darkness. In the corridor, the ventilation system emitted a low whimper. From the northwest corner, there seemed to be a very faint sound, like something being dragged across the ground, before it quickly disappeared, as if it were just an illusion. On the monitoring terminal screen, the value representing abnormal environmental sounds fluctuated almost imperceptibly before returning to normal. The tablet computer silently lit up, and a new system notification popped up. Nighttime environmental monitoring, everything is normal. Please keep quiet and rest. Linny did not see this notification. He was trying to convince himself that what he had just heard was just the sound of the wind. It's just the wind. Linny finally fell asleep. After all, the combined physical and mental exhaustion couldn't be replenished by just a few healthy meals. But his sleep was restless. His dreams were bizarre and fantastical. One moment, there were enormous, shifting geometric structures, the next a cold, ruthless synthesized electronic voice, and then Director Chin wielding a hammer, about to strike his knee, muttering, "Data. More data is needed." He woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, with only the faint blue glow of the monitoring terminal screen by the door, on which data scrolled steadily. The low hum of the ventilation system was the only background noise. He took a few breaths and felt a dampness on his back. Just as he was about to lie back down, his ears caught an unusual sound. Sizzle, hiss. It was very faint, intermittent, like the static of an old radio that can't receive a signal, or like something slowly rubbing and dragging on a rough surface. The sound seemed to be coming from the northwest. Linny instantly recalled Xiao Zizai's warning, that empty observation room in the northwest corner. It's a bit eerie. There are always some strange noises coming from it. He held his breath and listened carefully. The sound disappeared again. It was as if what he had just heard was merely his imagination, or the whistling of airflow changing in the ventilation ducts. He waited a while, and just as he thought he was being paranoid and was about to lie down again, a muffled thud, not loud, but exceptionally clear in the quiet of the night. Immediately following was a clang, like some metal object falling to the ground and rolling a few times. This time, the source of the sound is clearer. It's from the northwest corner. Linny's heart began to race. He glanced at the monitor on his wrist. The green dot on the dial moved steadily, with no alarms. He then looked at the monitoring terminal by the door. The various readings on the screen remained within the normal normal range fluctuating slightly.
Only the parameter representing abnormal environmental sounds jumped slightly higher when the muffled sound came, before quickly dropping back down, so fast it was almost an illusion.
Is the monitoring equipment insensitive, or is the sound itself outside the normal monitoring range? Thump, thump, thump.
A rhythmic knocking sound suddenly came from the wall, the 3 long and 2 short rhythm that Xiao Zizai had mentioned.
Linny immediately moved closer to the wall and lowered his voice. Old Xiao, did you hear that? Nonsense, I'm not deaf.
Xiao Zizai's voice came through the wall, slightly hoarse from sleep and with a hint of barely perceptible wariness.
Northwest corner, that room 304. It started again. What exactly is it? Linny couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Xiao Zizai's voice was even lower. That guy before, codenamed Dreamweaver, had the ability to briefly project fragments of dreams into reality, somewhat like materialization, but it was very weak, at most, creating some light and shadow and sounds. Then one day, during a routine check, he was gone. Everything in the room was normal, there were no signs of damage, and the surveillance cameras didn't capture any footage of him leaving. It was like he vanished into thin air. Since then, that room has been unsettled, with strange noises every now and then. At first, the observers were on high alert, searching inside and out 800 times, but they found nothing. Later, they said it was residual energy field or stress release in the building structure, just a way to fool people and tell us not to overthink it.
Can the residual energy field last this long, and cause disturbances at fixed times and locations? Linny expressed his doubts. Who knows? Anyway, that room is empty now, locked, and nobody usually goes near it.
Xiao Zizai paused. But I advise you not to be curious. There are too many strange things happening in this place, so it's better to avoid trouble. Go to sleep. We still have to deal with those chat operators tomorrow. There was no sound from the other side of the wall, so it seemed that Xiao Zizai really intended to continue sleeping.
Linny couldn't sleep.
He stared at the dark ceiling, his ears involuntarily picking up any subtle sounds around him. The strange noises from the northwest corner ceased, but the faint feeling of being watched lingered.
Was it just his imagination?
He recalled the vanished Dreamweaver, Xiao Zizai's words about dream materialization, and the chaotic faint light in his right hand that seemed capable of disrupting the rules.
Could there really be something unclean?
He muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint light on his right hand, which had been steadily glowing like breathing, suddenly flickered without warning, becoming slightly brighter than usual.
It lasted for about half a second before returning to normal.
The monitor emitted a soft beep and a brief yellow arc flashed across the dial before turning back to green. Almost simultaneously, the tablet screen automatically lit up, displaying a short message from Observera, a short-term energy fluctuation.
An abnormal emotion have been detected.
Please remain calm and avoid unnecessary associations.
Recommendation: practice deep breathing. Linny.
He looked at his hand, which glowed faintly in the darkness, then at the business-like notifications on the tablet screen, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. He seemed to have become a troublesome person with built-in alarms, able to trigger alerts even by scaring himself.
Alright, deep breath. Linny sighed, trying to adjust his breathing, but he couldn't help thinking, is this Observer a real person or an AI? Responding so quickly, online 24/7? Is the salary high?
Lost in these random thoughts, I somehow drifted off to sleep in the middle of the night. At 7 a.m. the next morning, the small window on the door slid open with a beep and a standard healthy breakfast was delivered on time. Whole wheat bread, boiled egg, unsweetened soy milk, and a small dish of fruit. Linny ate his bland breakfast while staring at his tablet.
A message from Director Chin appeared on the internal communication system.
9 a.m. First adaptive psychological assessment and daily behavior interview.
Location, room 307. Please be prepared. Let's begin.
Linny finished his meal in a few bites and started wondering what this interview would be like.
Torture, hypnosis, or filling out 800 questionnaires?
At exactly 9 o'clock, the door was knocked on time, 3 times, neither too loud nor too soft.
Please come in, Linny replied.
The door wasn't locked, or rather, he didn't have control of the lock. The door opened, and instead of Director Chin, a woman who looked to be around 30 years old entered. She wore a white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and her hair
was neatly combed back.
She held a folder and a high-end looking silver voice recorder, her expression calm, her eyes sharp enough to see right through people. Linny instantly remembered Xiao Zizai's warning, don't make eye contact with her for more than 3 seconds.
Comrade Lin E, hello. My surname is Shin Mo.
I am a level 2 psychological assessor for the observation project, primarily responsible for tracking your daily
psychological state and conducting adaptation interviews.
Shinmo's voice was clear and steady, without any emotional fluctuation. She sat down in the chair opposite. Linny opened a folder and pressed the recorder button.
The main purpose of this interview is to understand your basic feelings, emotional state, and self-awareness. Since moving into the observation area, please relax and answer truthfully.
All your answers will be strictly confidential and used only for research and analysis.
Okay, Teacher Shin.
Linny nodded, trying to make his expression look natural, and focused his gaze on the other person's chin, which showed showed respect and avoided direct eye contact. Shinemo seemed oblivious to where his gaze was directed, opening the folder and beginning to ask questions.
The questions were all quite routine. How was your sleep last night? Was the diet to your liking? Did you feel any tension or anxiety? What are your expectations or concerns about the observation period?
Linny answered each question in a standard and conventional manner, emphasizing emotional stability and cooperation with observation. As Shinemo took notes, he occasionally glanced at Linny, his gaze behind his glasses calm. When Linny mentioned that he seemed to have heard some strange noises last night, but might have been mistaken, Shinmo's pen paused slightly, but his expression remained unchanged.
He simply asked calmly, "Oh, what kind of noises were they, and when?"
Linny gave a brief description, without mentioning the rumors Xiaozai had mentioned. Shinemo took notes, then naturally changed the subject. "It sounds like the sound of pipes or the building structure. This building is quite old.
We'll record and monitor it. So, regarding your own abilities, or rather, your field, have you had any new feelings or discoveries lately? For example, control, or its spontaneous influence on the outside world? Here it comes."
Linny's heart tightened. He knew the important part was about to begin. "I didn't feel anything special," he said, choosing his words carefully. "It's just, sometimes, when I just think about something random, it seems to react a little, very faintly.
Like last night, I just thought about, braised pork, and it seemed to glow for a second."
He concealed his murmurs about unclean things.
Shinemo nodded and checked the box next to a weak correlation with specific cognitive content, food. "Does this reaction make you feel uncomfortable or troubled? For example, does it affect your normal thinking or emotions?"
"No, it's just a little awkward," Linny said honestly.
"It feels like I have an extra, uncontrollable emotion indicator." A very vivid metaphor.
Shinmo's lips seemed to curve upwards very slightly, but so quickly that it was almost an illusion.
"So, in yesterday's incident in the cafeteria, was your assessment of that A-level ability user a thought-provoked one, or was it subconscious?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. "Sure enough," he asked.
"It was subconscious, I guess." He scratched his head. "Just looking at him, at his outfit, that phrase just popped into my head.
I didn't mean anything by it, really. That was the truth." Shinemo took a few more notes, then closed the folder and turned off the recorder. The entire interview lasted less than 20 minutes, efficient and professional. "That concludes today's interview. Thank you for your cooperation, Comrade Linny." Shinemo stood up, still expressionless. "Your emotions are generally stable and your cognition is clear, which is a very good sign.
Please continue to maintain this state, and report any discomfort or abnormalities promptly through the monitoring device."
"Okay, thank you, Teacher Shin." Linny also stood up. Shinemo walked to the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, and suddenly stopped.
Without turning around, he spoke in a calm, unwavering tone, as if casually mentioning it. "Regarding room 304, the one in the direction you heard the sound. It was indeed vacant for a while, and there were some inexplicable sound records before.
The current conclusion is that it was caused by the resonance between the building's structural stress and the residual low-intensity anomaly field. To ensure a stable observation environment for you, I suggest you don't pay too much attention to it.
Sometimes, attention itself can become a catalyst for certain phenomena." After saying that, she opened the door and went out.
The door closed silently.
Linny stood there, pondering Shinmo's last words.
Was it an official explanation and warning, or some kind of implication? Attention can be a catalyst? What does that mean? Does it mean that the noise inside the room will become more intense because someone is paying attention?
He shook his head, deciding not to think about it for the time being. Strange things happen in this place. Thinking about it too much would only scare him.
The rest of the morning passed uneventfully.
Linny paced around the room, glancing at the entertainment content in his resource library that could cure insomnia, but ultimately chose to just stare blankly. Lunch was another healthy set meal, low in oil and salt, focusing on nutritional balance. Linny ate without tasting anything and started to feel bored again. In the afternoon, feeling extremely bored, he submitted a request to leave his room and go to the common room according to procedure.
It was quickly approved, with an accompanying
note: "Please wear a portable monitoring device, do not stay in the common room for more than 1 hour, and avoid unnecessary close contact and deep communication with others."
The common room is at the other end of the corridor on the same floor.
It is not large and contains a few sofas, a bookshelf filled with books that are even more boring than the resource library, a large screen TV playing soothing natural scenery, and a ping-pong table in the corner.
When Linny went in, there were already 2 people inside.
One of them was a boy who looked to be 18 or 19 years old, with striking blonde hair. He was huddled in the corner of the sofa, hugging his knees, staring warily and blankly at the tropical fish swimming around on the TV. He was muttering to himself in a very soft voice, and it was impossible to hear what he was saying. He was also wearing a monitoring device on his wrist. The other one surprised Linny somewhat. It was the middle-aged logistics uncle who had been harassed by the A-level ability user in the cafeteria earlier. He had changed out of his logistics uniform and was wearing simple casual clothes. He was holding a rag and carefully wiping the ping-pong table, his movements somewhat somewhat restrained. On his wrist, he was also wearing a monitoring ring that was slightly different in style but had a similar function. The middle-aged man was visibly startled when he saw Linny enter. Then, a mixture of gratitude and unease appeared on his face. He nodded slightly, then lowered his head to continue wiping the table, his movements becoming even gentler. Linny nodded in response, said nothing more, walked to the bookshelf, and randomly picked up a book titled Indoor Potted Plant Care Guide to start reading. This was the least sleep-inducing book on the shelf. The blonde-haired boy secretly glanced at Linny a few times, especially at his hand that was faintly gleaming under his sleeve. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew them and continued muttering to himself while watching the fish on TV. The activity room was so quiet that only the soft sound of flowing water and turning pages could be heard from the television. After about 10 minutes, the blonde-haired boy suddenly raised his head, stared straight at Linny, and said in a dry voice, "Why are your hands glowing?" Linny was taken aback, not expecting the other party to initiate conversation. He put down his book, looked at his hands, and casually said, "Oh, this? There's a small problem, I'm observing it." Observation, the blonde-haired boy repeated, his eyes darting around. "They're observing me too. They say my voice is wrong, that it's polluted, but I just can hear sounds that others can't. Sounds from inside the walls, sounds from underground, sounds from very, very far away. Sometimes, they even talk to me." Linny's heart skipped a beat, recalling the strange noises from last night, and he tentatively asked, "What kind of sounds did you hear?" The blonde-haired boy's face showed a mixture of fear and confusion. There were many, very different kinds of people. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were arguing, and some were just repeating the same sentence. Last night, over at 304, there was a voice humming a song. The tune was strange, and it was intermittent. Later, it seemed like something was crawling. Linny felt a chill run down his spine. 304. Humming? Crawling sounds? This boy heard it too? It wasn't his imagination. "You heard 304's voice too?" Linny couldn't help but ask. The blonde-haired boy nodded vigorously, then shook his head violently, clutching his head. "No, I can't say. Teacher Shin said that it's structural stress, it's residual field. I can't think about it too much. Thinking about it too much will cause problems. My voice became disordered because I thought too much. I need to be quiet, I need to be quiet." He began to mutter even more softly and urgently, his body trembling slightly. The middle-aged man wiping the table stopped what he was doing, glanced worriedly at the blonde-haired boy, then at Linny, and hesitated before speaking. Linny knew he wouldn't get any more information out of the boy. He had clearly been educated and his mental state was unstable. Just then, the door to the activity room opened, and Shinemo walked in, holding a notepad. She glanced at the three people in the room, her gaze lingering on the blonde-haired boy for a moment, before looking at Linny. "Comrade Linny, your activity time is almost up. Also, there are some last-minute arrangements. Please come with me." Linny had no choice but to get up and leave with Shinemo. As they passed the middle-aged man, the man quickly whispered, "Be careful. That house." Before that person disappeared, he kept saying he heard strange noises, and that he had been there in his dreams. Linny's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the middle-aged man, who had already lowered his head and was vigorously wiping the table, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Shinemo seemed not to hear and walked straight out. Linny followed, taking one last look at the activity room before leaving. The blonde-haired boy was still trembling and whispering, the middle-aged man was engrossed in wiping things, and the tropical fish on the TV were still swimming tirelessly. The secret of room 304 seems even more complex than Xiao's as I described. And did the vanished dream weaver really go somewhere in his dreams? Shinemo led Linny not back to their room, but instead to a small room at the other end of the corridor, with a sign on the door that read Basic Cognitive Testing Room. "Let's add a simple cognitive response test to record your field response baseline under normal information stimulation." Shinemo pushed open the door, revealing a small room with only a table, two chairs, and a helmet-shaped device connected to various cables on the table. "Wear this, and the screen will randomly display some words, pictures, or simple questions. Just say whatever comes to mind as soon as you see it, no need to think." Shinemo gestured for Linny to sit down and put the helmet-like device on his head, a cool sensation coming through. The test begins. Various words flash rapidly across the screen: apple, red, running, sadness, rules, accident. Linny tried to react without thinking. Food, color, hurry up, sad, rules, bad luck. Everything is normal, and the monitor does not show any unusual response. Suddenly, without warning, an image appeared on the screen: an empty room without any furniture, with light blue walls, sealed windows, and a door number that seems somewhat blurry, but the word 304 could be vaguely seen. Linny's pupils contracted, and his mind flashed back to the strange noises from last night, Xiao's eyes warning, the blonde-haired boy's words, and the middle-aged man's low reminder. He blurted out, "Haunted?" The words had barely left his mouth. The device on his head emitted a low beep, and the image on the screen instantly distorted and flickered, turning into static. Linny felt a slight tingling in his temple, and the previously steady, chaotic light in his right hand suddenly became bright and active. A weak but clear fluctuation, carrying a sense of disturbance, spread out from him. A metal pen holder on the table tipped over without warning with a click. click, scattering its pens all over the floor. The electronic screen on the recorder in Shinmo's hand flickered a few times, the colors became distorted, and then it returned to normal. The monitor emitted a short, sharp alarm sound, and the red light on the dial flashed. Shinmo reacted swiftly, immediately pressing a few buttons on the controller on the table. The helmet's low beeping stopped, and the screen went black. She looked at Linny, her eyes behind her lenses slightly narrowed, and quickly wrote something on the recording board. Her tone remained calm, but her speech was a bit faster. Record, for a specific highly relevant cue stimulus, image from room 304, the target field produced a significant stress response, intensity level, medium, accompanied by slight real-world disturbances, objects tipping over, brief malfunction of electronic devices, associated cognitive keyword, haunted, recorded. She put down the record board, looked at Linny, whose face was a little pale, and pushed up her glasses. The test is over. It seems that your attention to room 304 is higher than we assessed, and your related reactions are stronger than expected. Linny took off his helmet, still shaken. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Was it because the room really was haunted, or because he subconsciously believed it was? Teacher Shin, what exactly is that room? Linny couldn't help but ask. Shinemo raised his hand, interrupting him. Comrade Linny, the official conclusion regarding room 304 has been reached. What you need to do is cooperate with the observation and stabilize your own state, rather than investigating irrelevant information. Excessive, biased attention may cause unpredictable interference to the stability of your own field and the purity of the observation environment. Today's test data is very valuable. Now, please go back to your room and rest. I suggest you do some meditation or deep breathing exercises to calm your emotional fluctuations. She opened the door to the testing room, gesturing for Lin Yi to leave. Knowing he wouldn't get any more information, Lin Yi suppressed his doubts and unease and returned to his room, 307. He closed the door, leaned against it, and watched the faint light in his right hand gradually subside. He recalled the intense reaction during the test and Shinmo's seemingly calm but meaningful words. Attention itself can also become a catalyst for certain phenomena. Excessive, biased attention can cause unpredictable disruptions. The authorities seem to be trying to downplay the issue of room 304, but through tests and other means, they have confirmed his strong reaction to the situation there. This is a contradiction in itself. Linny walked to the window and looked at the simulated, unchanging sunlight outside. The feeling of being spied on resurfaced in his heart. He always felt that the empty room 304, and the things that might exist inside related to dreams and disappearance, were like a bomb that might explode at any moment, lying there quietly. And it seems that he, this unstable constant factor, has inadvertently stepped into its sphere of influence. It's really, I can't even have a few days of peace. Linny sighed, and the faint light in his right hand flickered slightly again, reflecting his emotions. On the monitoring terminal screen, the value of environmental disturbance silently jumped up by a tiny, insignificant increment. The next morning, Linny was woken up by a notification sound from his tablet computer. It wasn't an alarm clock, but an automated notification from Observer A. A new monitoring log summary has been generated. Please review it. Linny, still half asleep, grabbed the tablet and opened it. A neatly formatted log summary, filled with technical jargon, popped up. Observation subject, L007, Linny, date, day 2 of observation period. Summary of nighttime sleep monitoring, asterisk total sleep duration, 6 hours and 24 minutes, meets recommended values. Asterisk percentage of deep sleep, low, 23%. Asterisk REM sleep, 3 abnormal brainwave spikes were observed, with the timing highly overlapping with abnormal external environmental sounds. Low frequency friction sound from the northwest X1, metallic rolling sound X1. Related emotional parameters, increased alertness/anxiety. Asterisk field strength fluctuations, the basic field strength was stable at night, with 2 brief, less than 2 seconds, slight increases at 147 and 312 coinciding with the REM abnormality period and the time points of self-reported suspected mishearing sounds. There were no accompanying real-world disturbances. Asterisk conclusion, sleep quality is affected by potential environmental noise or cognitive expectations. Recommendation, provide white noise assistance and improve environmental sound insulation. Summary of daytime activity monitoring, partial. Asterisk morning interview, the subject's emotional baseline was stable and cooperation was good. Saliva production increased slightly when braised pork was mentioned, with no significant change in field strength. Skin conductance, briefly increased in field strength, fluctuated slightly when abnormal noises in room 304 were mentioned. Assessor Shinmo's notes, the subject exhibits higher than normal levels of concern and latent anxiety regarding room 304. Asterisk cognitive test, a significant stress response was observed when stimulated by an image of room 304. The peak field strength was 3 times the normal level, accompanied by mild real-world interference, tilting of non-contact objects, momentary malfunction of electronic devices, associated cognitive output haunted. Preliminary assessment, this stimulus strongly resonated with the subject's subconscious fears/high level of focus, triggering defensive or exploratory activity in the field. 1. Adjust the diet plan, considering the appropriate introduction of low-irritant, unhealthy food items within controllable limits, and observe
the correlation between the environment and satisfaction.
Note, high-risk options such as braised pork belly should be carefully evaluated. 2. Further shield and divert information related to room 304 to avoid excessive focus on certain individuals and the resulting uncontrollable changes. 3. Strengthen the training of the subject's emotional management, especially their psychological adjustment ability when dealing with sudden and potential fear stimuli.
Linny was a little confused after reading it.
The log had laid bare his inner thoughts from the previous night, even recording his drooling
over braised pork.
What caught his attention even more was the last suggestion: further shield and guide information related to room 304.
How to block it, how to guide it, physically block the news, or brainwash him. Then, breakfast arrived.
It was still whole wheat bread, a boiled egg, and unsweetened soy milk, but with an extra small dish, a vegetable salad,
drizzled with vinaigrette, and a handwritten note, attempting to introduce mild flavor stimulation. Please eat slowly and pay attention to your taste.
Linny looked at the few green leaves inside.
Is this what they call low-irritant, unhealthy food? Do the experts from the Epidemic Prevention Bureau have some misunderstanding about flavor?
He was eating without tasting anything when there was another knock on the wall. This time it was 2 short and 3 long, what Xiao's eye called interesting.
Linny leaned closer. Old Xiao? Good morning. Early my foot.
I was woken up by that stupid log notification sound.
Xiao's eye's voice sounded a bit more energetic than yesterday. Did you see your log summary? You're something else, newbie. You've already gotten key attention and guidance treatment on your second day, and you even strongly resonated with that haunted house 304?
Impressive, impressive. The younger generation is truly formidable.
Linny was speechless. Stop making fun of me. What exactly is going on with room 304?
I saw the picture of that room during yesterday's test, and my reaction was so strong that it startled even myself. There was a few seconds of silence on the other side of the wall.
Xiao's eye lowered his voice slightly. The strong reaction is to be expected. That house isn't clean. Not in the traditional
sense of being dirty, but something much more troublesome. That Dreamweaver guy, his abilities are weak, but he's sinister. In the period before he disappeared, he was acting strangely, always saying that he connected to something in his dreams, that something was calling him, repairing some kind of loophole. After he disappeared, the house seemed to come alive from time to time.
Shinemo and his group called it a residual field. What a load of rubbish. Can a residual field cause trouble at fixed times and locations? And can it react to the attention of different people? You mean, the things in that room are conscious? Or can respond to attention?
Linny felt a chill run down his spine.
Who knows? Anyway, it's better to stay away.
But, Xiao's eye paused, his tone a little strange. Now that you've been marked as a highly resonant object, I reckon it'll be hard for you not to pay attention to you.
That house might be paying attention to you too.
These words sent a chill down Lingyi's spine.
Oh, right, just a reminder, Xiao's as I changed the subject. This afternoon, according to the rules, you need to leave your room and take an acclimatization walk in the corridor. You'll be passing by the door of room 304. Remember, don't stop, don't look, and don't overthink it. Just treat it as an ordinary wall.
Also, if you see the doormat is crooked or there's any unusual shadow in the corner, ignore it and just walk on.
Floor mat? Shadow?
Linny was even more confused.
What does this mean?
It's an old rule in the observation area, or rather, based on experience, Xiao's eye said with a hint of mystery in his voice.
The anomalies
of that house sometimes manifest in extremely subtle, easily overlooked places.
Someone reported seeing what looked like water stains
under the door cracks that dried quickly. Someone else noticed that the number on the 304 door plate was occasionally a little darker than the other door plates. Someone else felt the temperature drop by half a degree when passing by the 304 door while walking, or heard an extremely faint sound, like fingernails scratching a door panel, but it disappeared when they stopped to listen carefully.
The doormat and the shadow in the corner are new phenomena that have appeared in the last 2 months.
The doormat occasionally moves slightly on its own, and under certain lighting angles, a very short, faint shadow that doesn't look like anything appears in the corner, but it disappears in the blink of
an eye. The observers have all recorded these, but they all categorize them as sensory illusions or environmental coincidences.
Linny felt a chill run down his spine. Room 304 was practically a paranormal phenomenon hotspot, and it was even getting updated.
You've seen all of these before?
I've seen it once or twice, but I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, Xiao's eye said lazily. Anyway, if you believe, it exists. If you don't, it
doesn't.
But for someone like you who's already resonated with it, I suggest you err on the side of caution.
Be smart during your afternoon walk.
The call ended. Linny felt that the already unappetizing breakfast tasted even worse.
The morning was calm and peaceful.
Linny tried to distract himself by reading the indoor potted plant care guide, but his mind was filled with eerie associations such as potholes should not be overwatered, cacti like sunlight, and room 304 like shade in his is haunted. Lunch was still a healthy set meal, but with the addition of a small portion of steamed pumpkin, which was considered an upgrade in flavor. Linny finished the meal with a bland taste and began to look forward to the afternoon's acclimatization walk. At 2 p.m., the tablet received a notification, adaptive walking time, 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Please walk back and forth in Corridor A, room 307 to the activity room. Do not linger, do not enter other areas, and do not engage in verbal communication with any other individuals you may be observing. At 2:25, Linny put on the monitoring device, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The corridor was softly lit and quiet. Following the instructions, he turned right and slowly walked towards the common room. His room is 307, and before that are 306, 305, and then 304. As the footsteps drew closer, Lin Yi's heart began to race uncontrollably. He tried to control himself from looking at the door of 304, keeping his gaze straight ahead, but out of the corner of his eye, he inevitably caught sight of the pale blue door, which was no different from the other doors. The door was tightly shut. The number 304 on the doorplate seemed nothing unusual, at least not at first glance. He approached step by step. Everything was normal when I passed by the entrance of 305. There are 3 steps to door 304. He walked to the door of room 304. He didn't stop or turn his head, maintaining a steady pace. But at the very moment he was parallel to that door. Creak! A very faint sound, like that of old wood, so short it was almost a hallucination, came from inside the door. Lin Yi's muscles tensed, but his steps did not stop or slow down at all. All his senses were focused on the door. There were no other sounds, no temperature changes. Out of the corner of my eye, the doormat under the door seemed perfectly flat. The shadow in the corner, under the uniform, soft light, looked nothing out of the ordinary. He walked past, leaving 304 behind. Linny breathed a sigh of relief only after walking 7 or 8 steps and almost reaching the door of the activity room. It seemed he had been too nervous. The sound might have been an illusion, or perhaps it was just structural stress. However, just as he lowered his guard and prepared to turn back at the activity room door as required, out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at the section of wall he had just passed. Next to door 304, near the baseboard at the corner, on the pale blue paint surface of the wall, there seems to be a small, extremely inconspicuous area, slightly darker in color. The shape is very irregular, like a faint mark left by a small water stain, about the size of a palm, and almost invisible without careful observation. Moreover, the color of that mark was less like the yellow of water stains and more like a very faint, almost grayish-white, shadow. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Xiao Zizai's words about that abnormal shadow. He dared not look closely, immediately averting his gaze and turning back without stopping. On his return journey, as he passed the entrance to 304 again, he kept his eyes fixed straight ahead and even sped up a bit. Only after safely returning to room 307 and closing the door did Lin Yi lean against it and let out a long sigh of relief. The monitoring device hadn't triggered an alarm, so the creaking sound and the mark from earlier were either an illusion or hadn't met the trigger criteria. But he knew in his heart that it wasn't an illusion. The sound and the trace were very faint and brief, but they definitely existed. Room 304 is truly alive. Moreover, it seems to have produced some kind of subtle reaction to his passing. He walked to the bedside and sat down, feeling somewhat tired, not physically, but mentally tense. This godforsaken place was even more exhausting than directly facing the Eyrie. He wanted to sleep for a while. He lay down and closed his eyes. Perhaps due to mental exhaustion, he quickly became sleepy. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he sank into a half-dreaming, half-awake state. In a daze, he felt as if he wasn't lying on the bed in room 307, but rather standing in a long, dimly lit corridor. On both sides of the corridor were countless identical pale blue doors, their room numbers indistinct. He wandered aimlessly until he came to a door. The numbers on the doorplate gradually became clear. 304. The door was ajar, letting in a faint, flickering light that resembled both candlelight and the cold glow of a screen. A voice, very soft and ethereal, slipped out from under the door. It wasn't the static or humming heard earlier, but a man's voice, heavy with confusion and weariness, repeating the same phrase over and over. It can't be filled in, it just doesn't add up. The logic here is fragmented. It needs a irregular fragment to fill it in. Does anyone have an irregular fragment? In his dream, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable pull. He involuntarily reached out, wanting to push open the half-closed door to see what was inside and who was making that voice. Just as his fingers were about to touch the door panel, beep 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 beep, the piercing alarm jolted him awake from his half-asleep state. Lin Yi sat bolt upright, his heart pounding. The monitoring device was alarming. The red light on the dial was flashing rapidly. At the same time, the door was pushed open with a loud bang, and Director Chin and 2 security personnel wearing protective suits and carrying some kind of sedative launcher rushed in, looking tense. Lin Yi, what were you doing just now? Director Chin asked sternly, his gaze quickly sweeping across the room before finally settling on Lin Yi, especially his right hand, which had become noticeably brighter and even somewhat restless during the alarm. I was sleeping. Lin Yi Linny said, looking completely bewildered. Sleeping? Director Chin looked at a portable monitoring terminal in his hand, his face grim. Monitoring shows that 3 minutes after you entered light sleep, the activity level of the field began to rise abnormally, reaching the threshold 2 minutes and 17 seconds ago, triggering a level 2 alarm. At the same time, the environmental stability readings throughout the entire third floor showed synchronous fluctuations, with the wave source pointing to. He paused, glanced at Linny with a complicated expression, then looked towards the door, towards room 304. The old residual field readings in room 304 showed a rare, active peak at the same time, highly similar to the frequency of your field fluctuations. There's been some kind of resonance, or rather, mutual stimulation between you. Linny's mouth dropped open as he recalled the bizarre dream he'd just had, the 304 in the dream, the voice in the dream, and the phrase irregular fragments. Was it not a dream? Or perhaps not entirely? I think I had a dream. I dreamt about 304. Linny said hesitantly. Director Chin's eyes narrowed. The content of the dream. Linny gave a brief description, omitting the details of his intention to push the door open. After listening, Director Chin exchanged a glance with the security personnel beside him, quickly recording on the terminal, his tone more serious than ever before. The dream content involves the interior of room 304 and unexplained babbling. Irregular fragments. This has similar keywords to some of the vague records from before the Dreamweaver disappeared. Record, subject L007 and the abnormal field in room 304 showed suspected two-way interaction at the dream level. The threat level needs to be reassessed. Immediately strengthen isolation measures. He turned to Linny, his tone leaving no room for argument. From now on, sleeping is strictly prohibited without permission. We will provide you with a specially formulated energizing supplement. In addition, the isolation zone in room 307 will be upgraded to the highest level. You must remain conscious until we ascertain the true nature of your unusual connection to room 304 and find a way to stop it. Linny was dumbfounded. No sleeping? What kind of devilish rule is this? Director Chin, this is an order. For your safety, and for the stability of the entire observation area. Director Chin interrupted him, gesturing to the security personnel. Inject him with a level 1 stimulant. The dosage is calculated based on the highest tolerable dose. Then, you two stand guard outside the door, at level 1 alert. I'll go report to my superiors immediately and apply for a dream-blocking intervention plan. Security personnel stepped forward and, without a word, injected Lin Yi's arm. A cold, intensely stimulating liquid flowed into his veins, and Linny instantly felt terrifyingly clear-headed. All sleepiness vanished, and he even felt somewhat euphoric. Director Chin gave Linny a few more instructions, basically telling him to stay alert and report any unusual activity immediately, before hurriedly leaving with his men. The door closed again, but this time, Linny could feel 2 steady breaths outside. He sat on the bed, feeling his overly clear mind due to the effects of the medication, and the still somewhat active faint light in his right hand, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. He just wanted to take a nap. Now things are really messed up. I'm having a dream encounter with that haunted room 304, and I've become a key target for surveillance, not even allowed to sleep. He looked at the monitoring terminal by the door, which was flashing with an even stronger light, and then he remembered the light shining through the crack in the door of 304 in his dream, and the tired voice searching for the irregular fragments. Irregular fragments. He subconsciously looked at his right hand, which was emitting a faint, chaotic light. This thing looks pretty irregular. An absurd yet chilling thought uncontrollably popped into his head. That voice, could it be looking for him? The side effects of the energy booster were stronger than Linny had imagined. It wasn't ordinary wakefulness, but an excessive alertness, akin to being forcibly dragged from the abyss of sleep, with all his senses amplified to an extreme. He could hear the rustling of his own blood flowing, see every minute texture on the paint on the wall, and even feel the slow, drifting dust in the air. Time seemed to stretch out, each second exceptionally clear and unbearable. What troubled him even more was the change in his right hand. Previously, there was only a faint glow flowing in his palm, but now the light has become much more active, like a small nebula trapped under his skin, pulsating with his heartbeat. When he stares at it intently, he can even see extremely tiny, indescribable structures forming and disappearing within the light, as if simulating some kind of broken pattern. Irregular fragments. The words from his dream echoed in his mind like a curse. He raised his right hand and examined it closely against the light. This ball of light, this so-called field, was indeed completely irregular, its shape constantly changing, and the intensity and color of its light were also unpredictable, as if a bunch of lights of different frequencies and chaotic geometric shapes had been forcibly mixed together. Could it be that thing in room 304, or rather, that lingering consciousness, is searching for this fragment? The thought sent chills down his spine. Extremely faint footsteps came from outside the door. It was the guards changing shifts. The suppressed breathing and the rustling of clothes were clearly audible in the silence amplified by the stimulant. Linny could even hear the subtle changes in airflow caused by their slight movements. He tried to distract himself by recalling the knowledge he had read about indoor potted potted plant care, but his brain started racing uncontrollably. The mathematical relationship between the transpiration rate of pothose and room humidity and light, the optical properties of the microstructure of cactus spines under different wavelengths of light, whether the periodic fluctuations of the abnormal field in room 304 could be described by some nonlinear equation.
Stop, don't think about it anymore.
Linny pinched his thigh hard, the pain pulling him slightly out of his overanalytical state.
He needed to find something to do to
expend this excess energy, otherwise he wondered if he might start researching the stability of the molecular structure of wall paint.
He looked at the few potted plants in the corner of the room and walked over.
Under the influence of the stimulant, his observational skills reached an abnormal level. He could see every tiny hair on the leaves of the pothose plant, the almost invisible pores on the underside of the leaves, the tiny gaps between soil particles, and could even sense the minute changes in soil moisture as the plant roots slowly absorbed water. He picked up the spray bottle, ready to spray some water on the pothose.
The water droplets sprayed out, tracing parabolas in the air.
In that instant, Lin Yi's vision seemed to slow down. He could see the shape of each water droplet, the perfect curve formed by surface tension, the path of light refraction within the droplets. Then, he saw a droplet deviate from its trajectory, flying towards the recessed socket on the wall next to the pothose. Normally, this drop of water would land on the socket casing and cause no harm. But just as the water droplet was about to touch the socket, a thought inexplicably flashed through Lin Yi's mind, or rather, the hypersensitivity brought on by the stimulant made him perceive something extremely subtle and
discordant.
On the plastic surface of the socket's casing, there was a crack, almost invisible to the naked eye, as thin as a hair.
If the water droplet landed there, with an extremely small probability, it might seep along the crack.
Almost simultaneously, the chaotic light in his right hand seemed to respond to his perception and fluctuated slightly. The droplet of water flying towards the socket, in a bizarre and physics-defying manner, veered about 2 millimeters to the left, and with a plop, landed safely on the wall next to the socket, spreading out a small water stain.
Lin Yi was stunned.
He stared intently at the wall, then looked at his right hand. The light continued to flow slowly, as if the brief fluctuation just moments before had been an illusion.
Is it a coincidence? Is it due to air movement? Or,
his heart pounded, a mix of surprise and a vague sense of understanding washing over him. In the testing room, he complained about the haunting that caused the equipment to tip over. At the door of room 304, he was on edge, hearing a creaking sound and seeing unusual signs. Just now, he had sensed the potential danger of a cracked socket, and the water droplets had mysteriously changed their trajectory. Each time, it seemed to be accompanied by his strong, focused thought on a specific incongruity or irrationality, as well as the activity of the field in his right hand.
Could this be the truth about his abilities?
It's not a passively effective curse or luck, but rather that he needs to actively discover or identify some
kind of incongruity, irrationality, or imperfection, and then his field will respond or correct this incongruity in some way that he doesn't yet understand?
It's not so much words become law, but more like,
where the mind goes, the loopholes become apparent?
Or perhaps,
mandatory error correction at the rule level?
The thought made his breathing quicken slightly. He tried to concentrate, staring at the socket again. He thought to himself, that crack is bad, it should be closed.
There was no reaction. The light from the right hand simply flowed on its own.
He then changed his approach and imagined it more specifically. If water seeps into the crack, it could cause a short circuit, which is a safety hazard and unreasonable.
Still no response. He frowned. It didn't seem that simple. The triggering conditions seemed more subtle, more dependent on some immediate, intense, and possibly
emotionally charged thought, such as fear, a urge to complain, or a keen perception of irrationality, than a calm, conscious instruction. The knocking on the wall was Xiao's eyes-coded rhythm.
Lin Yi walked to the wall and whispered, "Old Xiao, still alive?"
Xiao's eyes voice carried a hint of schadenfreude, but also seemed to contain a trace of barely perceptible concern. "I heard you were forced to stay alert and put on a
level 1 alert?
Not bad, kid. You raised the alert level of the observation area as soon as you arrived. Back when Dreamweaver went crazy, this was the same treatment he received."
"Don't even mention it," Lin Yi said with a wry smile. "I'm so clear-headed right now that I can count how many hairs I have. By the way, let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of a superhuman's field being able to actively react to unreasonable or imperfect aspects of their surroundings? For example, making a minor problem disappear automatically, or correcting an unreasonable phenomenon?"
There was a moment of silence on the other side of the wall, then Xiao's eyes voice became unusually serious. "What did you discover?" Lin Yi briefly explained the deflection of the water droplets, omitting his speculation about the nature of the ability.
"That's interesting," Xiao's eye pondered. "Actively correcting environmental inconsistencies? I've never heard of an ability that directly affects external physical details. Most superhumans' fields either
strengthen themselves, release energy or force fields to influence the outside world, create illusions, distort perception, or, like the Dreamweaver, involve the mental and dream levels.
What you're describing
is more like some kind of passive reality distortion or probabilistic intervention, and the triggering mechanism mechanism is extremely bizarre. He paused, then added, however, anything can happen in the observation zone. Your field is already a mess, with no stable patterns to observe, so it might actually have some sinister functions. But I warn you, be careful. Observable, clearly patterned fields aren't scary. What's scary is yours, which is unpredictable and has unclear triggering conditions. Observers are most troubled by this because they can't model it or assess the risk. Now that you're associated with 304, I estimate that the tests and restrictions on you will become increasingly stringent, even. He didn't finish his sentence, but Linny understood the subtext. They might even take more extreme control measures. I understand, Linny said, his heart heavy. Also, Xiao's eye lowered his voice. About 304, that phrase you heard in your dream, irregular fragments. I thought about it later, and it seems like I've heard similar words somewhere before. Not here, but before I was contained, I glimpsed it in a mission report outside. It seems to be related to a strange, undisclosed incident a few years ago involving rule loopholes. That report was top secret. I only caught a few keywords: logic fragments, world patch, irregular. I didn't pay attention at the time, but now, comparing it with what you saw in your dream, Lin Yi's heart jumped. What does that mean? I don't know. I can't access the core of the top secret files. But before Dreamweaver disappeared, he was muttering something about patching the loophole. Xiao's eyes voice lowered. I have a bad feeling. Perhaps what remains in 304 is not just Dreamweaver's field, but also a part of the loophole itself that he tried to connect or patch Ace? Or perhaps the loophole in turn eroded and assimilated his remaining consciousness, forming some kind of hybrid? It needs irregular fragments to perfect itself or achieve some purpose. And your field looks quite irregular. This guess was even more terrifying than Lin Yi himself had imagined. If that's the case, then wouldn't the things in room 304 be treating him as patch material or key? What should I do now? Lin Yi felt a chill. Stay put, don't sleep. Try to control your field and don't move around, and definitely don't pay attention to 304 anymore, Xiao's said. The observers aren't stupid. They must have thought of this too. Let's see how they handle it. I estimate they'll either move you away and completely isolate you, or they'll try to get you into more controlled contact with 304 to obtain data. Neither of these options sounds very appealing. The call ended. Linny sat back down on the edge of the bed, feeling a mix of chaotic thoughts and the euphoria from the stimulant, which made his temples throb slightly. Time ticked by, incredibly slowly. He tried doing push-ups to burn off energy, but after 100, his body began to tire, yet his mind remained frighteningly clear. He had no choice but to go back to the bonsai guide, forcing himself to read it word by word, attempting to numb his overactive mind with the most mundane content. I don't know how much time passed, maybe an hour, maybe longer, when the tablet computer rang again. It wasn't a log notification, but an encrypted text message from Shinemo. Lin Yi, regarding your unusual resonance with room 304, the Prevention and Control Bureau headquarters has initiated an emergency assessment. Until the assessment results and follow-up plans are issued, please remain alert and strictly control your emotions and thought processes, especially avoiding actively recalling or deeply thinking about anything related to room 304. We will use the built-in audio of the monitoring device to induce alpha wave relaxation in you in half an hour to help stabilize your field. This process may be accompanied by mild dizziness or drowsiness. Please resist and remain alert. This is an order. Alpha wave induction? Stabilization aid? It sounds like they're trying to give him a mental massage, but they emphasize he must fight drowsiness. Linny realized that this was probably not just for stability, but also a test of whether he could control himself from entering a sleep or sleep-like state that might reconnect him with 304 under external induction. At the same time, it might also be observing the reaction of his field in a relaxed state. He replied, received. Half an hour later, a soothing, rhythmic, and gentle tone, accompanied by white noise similar to waves lapping the shore or a breeze rustling through trees, came from the monitor and acted directly on his auditory nerves. The sound seemed to have a magical power, instantly soothing some of the anxiety and hypersensitivity caused by the stimulant, allowing his tense nerves to relax, and a deep, instinctive weariness slowly welled up like a tide. Linny gritted his teeth, pinching his thumb and forefinger hard, using the pain to fight off the ever-present drowsiness. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the ceiling, and began to silently recite pi, starting with 3.1415926535 and going forward. Consciousness teetered on the edge of lucidity and confusion. The faint light in the palm of her right hand seemed to soften and become more regular, less restless, in sync with the rhythm of the inducing audio. Just as he was reciting to who knows how many decimal places, and his concentration momentarily relaxed. Sizzle. A faint, almost inaudible electrical noise suddenly broke into the soothing induction audio. Immediately afterwards, a vague, intermittent whisper, not from audio but resounding directly from the depths of his mind, appeared like a ghost. Fragments found. Irregular. Come. Fill in. Complete. The whisper carried an inexplicable allure and chilling coldness, like a call from the abyss. Lin Yi's hair stood on end, and his sleepiness vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, the chaotic light in his right hand suddenly surged. It was no longer flowing gently, but rather rippled violently like water with a stone thrown in, the light becoming dim and the colors flickering chaotically. The monitor emitted a piercing alarm. The red light flashed wildly. The guards outside rushed in instantly, weapons in hand, pointing at Linny as if facing a formidable enemy. On the tablet, Shinmo's message popped up almost simultaneously, with an unusual urgency. Immediately stop alpha wave induction. Repeat, stop immediately. Linny, report your status. The inducing audio abruptly stopped. The whispers in my mind vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Only the still chaotic faint light from his right hand and the wildly beating heart proved that the terrifying connection he had just experienced was not an illusion. Linny was pale and panting heavily. Looking at the guards who rushed in and the series of questions from Shinmo, he slowly raised his right hand, which was still trembling slightly and flashing with light. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at the guards who rushed in and the surveillance camera. Report, I think I've been visited again. His voice was dry, and this time, it seems more certain that it's me. Inside the room, only the piercing alarm of the monitoring device echoed. Further down the corridor outside, towards room 304, seemed to come an extremely faint, sigh-like sound as a door hinge turned. Squeak, sound. The alarm blared shrilly, and red light flashed wildly across the walls of room 307. Two fully armed guards rushed in. Although they lowered their guns, their fingers were tightly on the triggers, and their eyes, behind their protective masks, were fixed on Linny, especially his right hand, which was flashing erratically and uncontrollably. Linny froze on the spot, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could feel the sharp aura emanating from the guard, an aura far beyond that of an ordinary security guard, an aura possessed only by those who had truly experienced life-or-death battles and dealt with bizarre beings. What made him even more uneasy was that, as he activated the field in his right hand, the entire room seemed to resonate subtly. The lights flickered slightly, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. A low, muffled hum, like that of a large machine before startup, emanated from within the walls, and even the leaves of the potted green ivy beside his bed trembled slightly without any wind. Don't move. Control your field, a guard growled, his voice slightly distorted through his mask, but the command was unquestionable. I'm in control, Linny said with difficulty. He tried to calm his breathing and slow his wildly beating heart, but the lingering echo of the whisper fragment found in his mind, and the restless feeling from his right hand that seemed to have its own life, made it difficult for him to concentrate. The light not only flickered, but its color also began to mix with a trace of ominous, dark, rust-like red in the chaotic gray-white. The tablet was vibrating wildly as messages from Shinmo kept popping up. Induction has been forcibly terminated. Field readings are abnormal. Environmental stability index has decreased. Linny, take deep breaths immediately and try to imagine a calm scene. Repeat, controlling your emotions. Stand by guard. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Repeat, do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Just as the tension reached a fever pitch, hurried yet steady footsteps echoed down the corridor. Director Chin appeared in the doorway, his expression even more serious than before. He held a thicker, silver-gray terminal in his hand, its screen displaying a waterfall of data. Shinemo followed behind him, also holding a tablet, his fingers flying across the keys, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Prepare the sedative, Formula C, minimum effective dose. Director Chin glanced at Lin Yi's condition and quickly gave the order, but then added, no, wait. Observe first. Linny, look at me. Linny struggled to shift his gaze from his out-of-control right hand to Director Chin. Director Chin's voice carried a peculiar, forcefully calming penetrating power. Listen to me, your current field activity is largely due to external induction accidentally triggering a latent connection between you and the residual field of 304, causing your own stress response. This wasn't something you actively initiated, nor is it necessarily completely out of control. Now, try to shift your attention away from that whisper, away from that connection. Don't think about 304, don't think about the fragments, think about something else. Anything else. Your favorite food, the TV series you most want to complain about, the dog face shit you fell on the day you awakened. Anything. Shift your attention. Linny was taken aback, but Director Chin's words were like a lifeline thrown to him. He instinctively followed, desperately searching his mind for anything unrelated to 304, fragments, or anything terrifying or bizarre. My favorite food, braised pork belly, fatty but not greasy, tender and flavorful, with a rich sauce. The day I awakened, the whole school watched me fall flat on my face, my front teeth hitting the edge of the podium. The pain, the embarrassment, and that dean of students who always secretly farted during self-study periods while pretending to be serious. The restless light in his right hand, as his jumbled, mundane memories flooded in, actually began to show signs of slowing down. The dark red hue gradually faded, and the frequency of its flashing decreased. Effective. Continue. Shinemo stared at the terminal screen and quickly reported, the peak field strength has begun to drop, and the abnormal harmonics in the spectrum are weakening. Continue guiding. Think about what you'd most like to do after becoming a superhuman. Not saving the world, Director Chin Chin said quickly but clearly, the most mundane. The most realistic. Wouldn't you want to never be afraid of the supernatural again, make a lot of money, become famous, or just sleep in peacefully without worrying about being woken up? Sleeping in. The thought was almost ironically luxurious for Linny at this moment. But he did think about it. He imagined lying on his small but soft bed, sleeping until he naturally woke up, sunlight streaming through the curtains onto his face, no alarms, no observation logs, no attention from 304. The light from his right hand finally stabilized, returning to its previous chaotic yet relatively peaceful flow, only slightly brighter than usual. The room's resonance also disappeared, the light stabilized, the buzzing stopped, and the pothose leaves drooped quietly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The two guards slightly removed their fingers from the triggers, but remained vigilant. Director Chin stepped forward, but not too close, scrutinizing Linny with sharp eyes before glancing at the data on the terminal. The connection is temporarily interrupted. Your field has returned to its basic activity level. However, it's uncertain whether the deep link has been completely severed. He turned to Shin MO record. Subject L007, in an alpha wave-induced relaxation state, established a deep mental connection with the abnormal field of room 304, receiving directional information from what appears to be the residual consciousness of the Dreamweaver or the anomaly field itself. The connection triggering mechanism is related to the subject's own field, activity state and specific mental frequency. Under external guidance, the subject exhibited initial potential to intervene in its own field but remains extremely unstable and highly susceptible to the 304 abnormal field. He looked at Linny, his tone softening slightly but still serious. Linny, do you understand the seriousness of the situation now? Linny nodded, still shaken. I understand. The thing in 304 is targeting me because of my irregular field? This is the most reasonable speculation at present. Director Chin did not deny it. The Dreamweaver's ability is to weave dreams and explore the subconscious and spiritual realm. Before he disappeared, he was obsessed with finding and repairing some kind of loophole. We have never known exactly what that loophole refers to, but based on the incomplete records he left behind, as well as the information you just received, combined with the characteristics of your own field, we can speculate that the loophole he was looking for, or the one he connected to, is likely to be some kind of lack of rules, logical inconsistency, or, in other words, a void that needs to be filled with irregular fragments. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, and your ability, based on the limited observations so far, seems to have a special, often destructive or corrective, reaction to irrationality, inconsistency, errors, or loopholes. Your field itself also exhibits extreme chaos and irregularity. This could very well make you, in the perception of the 304 anomalous field, like a magnet, or a puzzle piece that just happens to fit into a certain gap. This analogy made Linny even more uneasy. So what do I do now? Stay awake? Until it sucks me in? Not sleeping is just a temporary measure. Director Chin shook his head. We need a more fundamental solution. This is also the topic being discussed in the emergency meeting at headquarters. There are currently two main opinions. He held up two fingers. First, we will immediately transfer you to a higher security, more heavily guarded deep dive containment site, which has state-of-the-art isolation technology and a mental shielding field that can cut off your contact with the outside world to the greatest extent possible, including potential connections with 304. But the cost is that you may be isolated and observed for a long time, or even permanently, with your personal freedom severely restricted, and it is uncertain whether this isolation can really completely block the mental connection that seems to be able to penetrate conventional shielding. Lin Yi's face paled. Permanent isolation? A deep-sea submersible? It sounded like being locked up in a more advanced, sunless prison. And the second one? His voice was a little hoarse. Secondly, Director Chin looked him in the eye. It's about proactively intervening, guiding you to make contact with the 304 anomaly field in a limited and controlled manner, trying to obtain more information about the truth behind the Dreamweaver's disappearance, the nature of the anomaly field, and what that loophole really is. If possible, even try to use the characteristics of your field to repair or neutralize that anomaly and solve the 304 problem once and for all. This option sounds equally dangerous, but at least, it sounds like a solution, not an escape. This sounds risky, Linny said. Extremely risky, Director Chin frankly admitted. The 304 abnormal field is rated as dangerous under observation. Its nature is unclear, its connection with the Dreamweaver is unresolved, and it exhibits multiple characteristics such as mental pollution, interference with reality, and potential dimensional erosion. Taking the initiative to make contact, especially if you, as someone clearly marked by it, make contact, carries an extremely high risk of losing control. At best, it could cause mental pollution and cognitive collapse. At worst, it could lead to being swallowed up, assimilated, or triggering a wider range of reality disorder. Moreover, we cannot guarantee what unpredictable chain reactions your field will produce when it comes into contact with it. Then why even consider this option? Linny asked, puzzled. Because time
time may be running out.
Shinemo answered, stepping forward and turning the tablet screen in her hand toward Lin Yi.
It displayed a complex waveform, with one peak highlighted.
This is the activity monitoring of the abnormal field in room 304.
Over the past 24 hours.
Before your arrival, its activity cycle was relatively stable, and its intensity remained at a low level. But since you checked into 307, especially after your afternoon walk and the induced event just now, its activity has shown two significant peaks, highly synchronized with your field fluctuations.
Moreover, the baseline activity is rising with a slow but definite trend.
This means that your very presence is continuously stimulating it.
Isolation might delay it, but it may not be able to stop this attraction from deepening.
Once its activity exceeds a certain threshold, or your connection suddenly strengthens under some accidental circumstances, the consequences may be more unpredictable than proactive intervention. Director Chin continued. More importantly, headquarters believes that the Dreamweaver incident may involve a more complex secret about the stability of the world's rules. Your appearance and your resonance with the 304 anomaly may be an opportunity, a window for us to understand or even intervene in that secret.
Risks and opportunities coexist.
He paused, his tone becoming unusually solemn. Lin Yi, you are at the heart of all this.
Whether it's relocation or intervention, the final decision requires your informed consent. The Prevention and Control Bureau will not force those under observation to
participate in highly risky and unpredictable active contact experiments, especially those involving mental and regulatory aspects. But similarly, we cannot conceal the risks of your current situation and your possible future.
Now, I'm giving you the choice. Silence fell over the room.
The guards remained silent. Shinmo's gaze was complex, while Director Chin stared directly at Lin Yi, awaiting his answer. Lin Yi's heart was heavy.
On one hand, there was the seemingly safe but actually indefinite imprisonment of isolation. On the other hand,
there was the fraught with danger but potentially resolving the problem through proactive contact. Either way, the future was uncertain. He recalled the humiliation of his awakening, the mocking glances, the title of plague god, and the bizarre events he had unintentionally resolved through casual remarks. He had been passively and unknowingly using this inexplicable ability, pushed along by fate.
Now, an opportunity that might reveal
the truth behind his ability, even touching upon the deeper secrets of the world, lay before him, though it came with enormous risks. He raised his head and looked at his right hand, which had regained its calm but was still in a state of confusion.
If
I choose the second option, he began slowly, his voice slightly hoarse with nervousness, what are you planning to do? How will you have limited, controlled contact?
You can't expect me to just knock on 304's door, can you?
A barely perceptible hint of approval flashed in Director Chin's eyes, but his expression remained serious. Of course not. We plan to proceed in phases.
The first phase is indirect information exchange. We will
attempt to establish an extremely weak, one-way, or strongly filtered mental information channel using special psionic resonance equipment.
You can try sending relatively stable thought signals without strong
emotions into the channel, such as repetitive numbers or simple geometric concepts.
We will monitor the reaction of the 304 anomalous field. At the same time, we will prepare the strongest mental protection and
reality stabilizing anchor for you, and at least one A-level mental ability user will monitor your condition throughout the process. If any signs of contamination appear, we will immediately and forcibly interrupt it. This still sounds quite mysterious. Lin Yi frowned. This is the lowest risk intervention method we can think of right now, Director Chin admitted.
We need to first understand the
nature of this connection and the mode of information transmission. If the first phase is successful and the risks are assessed as
manageable, we will consider the next phase, such as trying to receive filtered information sent by the other party or conducting more complex symbolic interactions.
The whole process will be very slow, proceeding step by step, with safety as the first principle.
Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then asked, if I regret it halfway through, can I quit at any time?
Yes, Director Chin replied confidently. At any time, if you feel you can't bear it, or if we judge the risks to be greater than expected.
The experiment will be terminated immediately. We will activate the emergency plan and transfer you. This is written into the agreement.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, looked at Director Chin and Shinemo, then at the fully armed guards at the door, and finally his gaze fell back on his hands. He recalled what Xiao Zizai had said, anything could happen in the observation zone. He also recalled his own somewhat naive desire to control his destiny, rather than simply being pushed around by it.
I choose the second option.
Lin Yi heard his own voice say, trembling slightly, but more so with a firm determination, I agree to participate in that contact experiment. Director Chin gave him a deep look and nodded, very good.
I will report your decision.
Until the final plan is approved and the preparations are completed, you still need to maintain the highest level of vigilance and are prohibited from sleeping.
We will provide you with safer, non-pharmacological methods of maintaining wakefulness.
Now, you need to sign a detailed informed consent form and risk agreement.
He gestured for Shinemo to transfer a document to Lin Yi's tablet.
Lin Yi took the tablet and looked at the dozens of pages of documents filled with technical jargon and legal provisions, feeling a headache coming on. But when he flipped to the core section and saw the sentence, "The experimental subjects have the right to terminate the experiment at any time unconditionally," he felt a little more at ease. He quickly glanced at the text, mainly looking at the bolded parts, and then, with his still slightly trembling finger, signed his name in the electronic signature section. Director Chin put away the terminal, his tone softening slightly. "The agreement is in effect. From now on, your observation level is adjusted to top-tier, partner. We will assign a dedicated security and research team to be responsible for your safety and experimental preparation. Before the final plan is issued, report any abnormalities, no matter how minor, immediately." "Understood." Lin Yi nodded. Director Chin and Shinemo gave a few more instructions before leaving with the guards. The room returned to silence, but Lin Yi knew that beneath the calm, undercurrents were beginning to stir. He walked to the wall, hesitated for a moment, and then struck the prearranged signal with Xiao Zizai. After a while, Xiao Zizai's voice came, carrying a rare hint of solemnity. "Signed? How did you know?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. "Just a guess. Given your personality and the allure of those irregular fragments, you're more likely to choose the second path." Xiao Zizai snorted. "Kid, you chose this path yourself. Remember, dealing with that thing is more dangerous than dealing with the most cunning monster. It doesn't play by the rules, and it might not even play by the logic of this world. Protecting your mind is more important than protecting your life. If your mind is damaged, you're really gone." "Thanks for the reminder, Lao Shao," Lin Yi said sincerely. "Don't thank me. I just don't want to wake up one day and find that the new neighbor next door has been repaired into a strange shape." Xiao Zizai's voice returned to its lazy tone. "All right, be careful. I need to catch up on some sleep. Maybe one day you'll make a big commotion and I won't be able to sleep at all." Lin Yi sat back on the edge of the bed, looking at the agreement he had just signed on the tablet screen, feeling as if he had signed a contract with an unknown devil. He raised his right hand, and a chaotic glimmer of light flowed quietly in his palm, like a silent riddle, or a key pointing to an unknown abyss. The direction of room 304 was deathly silent, but Lin Yi knew that something was waiting behind that pale blue door. The 48 hours following the signing of the agreement were the most fulfilling and also the most difficult for Lin Yi to endure in the observation zone. The sleep ban remained in effect, but the energizer was replaced with a neurobioelectric microstimulation device, a thin, silver headband. This device didn't cause the sensory hypersensitivity caused by the drug, but it continuously released a weak electrical current, precisely targeting the area of the brain responsible for maintaining wakefulness, putting Lin Yi in a state of passive insomnia. Although he could lie down and close his eyes to rest, he just couldn't truly fall asleep. His consciousness remained suspended on the edge of wakefulness and drowsiness, and his sense of time became viscous and strange. His room had also been renovated. The walls, floors, and ceilings were all coated with a special layer that shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster. Shinemo told him that this was the latest model of psychic/reality dual-phase shielding layer, which could effectively block most non-physical mental infiltration and reality distortion effects, and theoretically weaken the eerie resonance between him and 304. The trade-off was that the room looked more like a high-tech cocoon, with even the air circulation carrying a faint, almost imperceptible, ozone odor. Security was upgraded to two-person teams, working in 3 shifts, maintaining a 24-hour watch outside the gate. Judging from the equipment occasionally glimpsed through the crack in the door, they were carrying far more than ordinary weapons, some devices shimmering with a ghostly blue energy. Light left Lin Yi with no doubt about their power. Shinemo and another bespectacled, composed middle-aged female researcher, codenamed Analyst C, monitored his various physiological data and changes in his field almost around the clock, recording details that were outrageously detailed. The tablet receives an encrypted experiment preparation briefing daily, mainly containing technical details and security plans for indirect information exchange, as well as a large number of dry charts analyzing the Dreamweaver's past abilities and historical data. Fluctuations of the 304 anomaly field. Lin Yi felt dizzy reading it, but he had a somewhat vague idea of what he was about to face: an unstable anomaly trapped in a specific space, intertwined with the mental echoes of the missing, and possibly involving rule loopholes. Xiao Zizai would still knock on the wall and chat for a few minutes, but the topic rarely touched on 304 anymore. Instead, it was mostly old gossip from the observation section, or he would comment on Lin Yi's increasingly obvious dark circles under his eyes and his cynical tone. "Kid, your face looks like a scholar whose young energy has been drained by a female ghost." Lin Yi could only respond with a wry smile. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the notification arrived. The first indirect information exchange experiment will be conducted at 9 a.m. in room 307. Experiment number, Cont 001. Please be prepared. Countdown, 30 minutes. Lin Yi's heart raced instantly. He took a few deep breaths and, following the instructions in the previous briefing, began to practice mental clarity, trying to empty his mind, avoiding any preconceived thoughts, especially keywords like 304, fragments, and vulnerabilities. This was difficult. The more he tried not to think about it, the more likely certain images and whispered echoes would surface. He could only repeatedly imagine neutral scenes, such as a calm lake, a vast desert, or a bowl of steaming hot but absolutely unadulterated, clear broth noodles. The countdown reached 0. The door slid open, and Director Chin, Shin-mo, Analyst C, and two researchers wearing full protective suits and clearly equipped with mental protection and reality stabilization devices walked in. They carried more equipment than usual. A square, silver-gray instrument covered with indicator lights was placed in the center of the room, and another smaller device, resembling a brainwave amplifier, was connected to Lin Yi's neurostimulation headband. "Relax, Lin Yi." Director Chin's voice came through the communicator beneath his protective mask, slightly distorted, but he tried to remain steady. The Cont 001 experiment has a clear objective: to establish a unidirectional, low-throughput, highly filtered thought signal transmission channel. You don't need to think about anything complicated. Just, after hearing the prompt tone, as steadily and clearly as possible, draw a simple preset symbol in your mind. The first symbol is the Arabic numeral 3. Repeat 3 times, with a 5-second interval between each. Understand? Understood. Number 3, 3 times, with a 5-second interval. Lin Yi repeated, his palms slightly sweaty. We will monitor your field status, brainwaves, vital signs, and any feedback from room 304 throughout the process. If any indicator exceeds the safety threshold, the experiment will be immediately stopped, and we will initiate mandatory sedation and isolation procedures. Shin-mo added, her eyes fixed on the monitoring screen in her hand. Remember, your own stability is paramount. If you feel any discomfort, or if any external, uncontrollable thoughts intrude, immediately report it aloud, or press the emergency stop button next to you. Lin Yi glanced at the newly added red button by the bed and nodded. Very good. Final check of each unit, Director Chin ordered. Shielded field operating at full power, stable. Neural interface connection stable, filter parameters set. Psionic resonator preheating complete. Transmission power locked at the lowest level. Monitoring link in room 304 is clear. Environment stable, readings normal. Lin Yi's physiological data baseline confirmed. Field state chaotic and stable, no obvious active peaks. A series of calm reports echoed in the room, carrying a cold, surgical precision. Experiment begins. 10-second countdown. Lin Yi closed his eyes, then opened them again, trying to regulate his breathing. The air in the room seemed to freeze. 10, 9, 8. He took one last look at his quiet right hand. 3, 2, 1. Launch ready. A soft but clear beep sounded from the headband's built-in earphones. Lin Yi immediately focused his mind, clearing away distractions, and clearly and steadily sketched the image of the Arabic numeral 3 in his mind. It wasn't handwritten, nor was it printed. It was the most standard, most conceptual 3 composed of 2 arcs. He felt something indescribable, as if a wisp of his thought was being gently extracted, filtered, and then sent out through some invisible channel. The process was very slight, without pain, only a strange feeling of his thoughts being directed. 5 seconds later, a second beep sounded. He sent 3 again. 5 seconds later, the third 3 was sent. A long beep sound came through the earphones, indicating that the transmission was over. Lin Yi slowly exhaled, feeling somewhat mentally exhausted, as if he had been concentrating on doing meticulous work for a long time. He looked at the observers around him. Director Chin, Shin-mo, and Analyst C were all intently focused on their respective screens, their expressions serious, their fingers flying across the virtual keyboards as they recorded data. The 2 researchers operating the equipment were equally absorbed. The room was silent except for the low hum of the equipment. A few seconds later, Shin-mo looked up at Director Chin and shook his head slightly. The abnormal field in room 304. There is no obvious and identifiable regular feedback. The basic activity level rose slightly by 0.7% during signal transmission, but the waveform was messy and it was impossible to determine whether it was noise or a response. The environmental readings showed no abnormal changes. Director Chin frowned slightly, but wasn't too surprised. No feedback on the first attempt is normal. Perhaps our signal mode is incorrect, or the filtering level is too high, preventing effective information from being delivered. Record, Cont 001, first round, transmitted signal, the number 3 times. Receiver, no obvious pattern in response. Prepare for the second round, change the transmission symbol to an equilateral triangle. Lin Yi, take a 30-second break, prepare to repeat the process. Lin Yi nodded, taking advantage of the 30 seconds to stretch his somewhat stiff neck. The first encounter seemed to go smoothly, allowing his tense nerves to relax a little. 30 seconds later, the second round began. Lin Yi sketched an equilateral triangle in his mind. 3 clear points, 3 sides of equal length. Send. Interval. Send again. Interval again. Send a third time. This time, the monitoring staff waited even longer. Analyst C suddenly exclaimed ha, and quickly adjusted the waveform graph in front of him. Something's up? Director Chin asked immediately. The spectrum of the 304 anomaly field shows a brief, faint resonance peak. Analyst C pointed to an almost imperceptible imperceptible bump on the screen. The frequency is 0.3% off from the psionic carrier frequency of the transmitted signal. The duration is 0.05 seconds. The energy level is extremely low, almost drowned out by the background noise. But, in terms of shape, it seems to have a very slight regularity, like an incomplete, distorted echo. Can you extract any meaningful information? Shen Mo pressed, unable to analyze. The signal is too weak and obviously distorted. It's impossible to determine whether it's a simple field disturbance or some kind of reflection or refraction of the transmitted signal. Analyst C shook his head, but his tone carried a hint of excitement. But this at least proves that our signal hit it. It reacted, even if it was extremely weak and distorted. Director Chin pondered for a moment. Record, Cont 001, second round, transmitted signal, equilateral triangle. Receiver, detected as suspected extremely weak, distorted resonance peak, nature to be determined. Prepare for the third round, change the transmission symbol to standard circle. Lin Yi, continue. Lin Yi also felt a mix of tension and anticipation. There was a response, albeit a weak one, but it meant that the connection existed. The things inside 304 could indeed censor his signal. In the third round, a beep sounded. A circle, a perfect curve, with no beginning and no end. Just as Lin Yi was solidifying the concept of circle in his mind for the third time, the chaotic light in his right palm suddenly surged without warning. It was no longer flowing as before, but boiling violently and chaotically like a pond tossed with a boulder. The color of the light flickered wildly, from grayish-white to dark red, and then to an unsettling purplish-black. Various shapes of light spots and twisted lines appeared and disappeared within it, as if he were holding a miniature singularity undergoing the Big Bang in his palm. Warning: the target field strength has increased sharply. It has exceeded the first level of safety threshold. Abnormal brainwaves, high-amplitude theta waves and delta waves are mixed, accompanied by unidentified harmonics. The activity level of the abnormal field in room 304 has surged simultaneously. The reading has jumped by 300%. The environmental stability index has decreased. Psychic pollution fluctuations detected. Target clearly identified. Lin Yi. A piercing alarm and a frantic report sounded simultaneously. The lights in the room began to flicker wildly, and the shielding layer on the walls rippled erratically, like pebbles being thrown into water. The screens of the two sophisticated instruments also displayed large amounts of static and gibberish. Lin Yi, report the status. Director Chin's shout came through the alarm. Lin Yi felt as if his brain had been shoved into a high-speed centrifuge. Countless fragmented, illogical images and sounds flooded in. Twisted geometric shapes, inverted colors, incomprehensible roars and whispers, cold, slippery sensations, dizziness alternating between weightlessness and g-force. And deep within this chaos, a clear, cold cognition, not originating from himself, appeared directly in his consciousness like a brand. The shape definition is incomplete. Circle needs to be supplemented. Parameters are missing. Then, he saw it not with his eyes, but through a perception beyond sight, something indescribable, constantly shifting. Sometimes it resembled an infinitely extending, self-folding surface. Sometimes it was like countless broken lines trying to connect but always failing. Sometimes it was like a mass of darkness trying to depict itself but constantly being painted over. It gave him a strong sense of incompleteness, contradiction, and longing. It is craving parameters, craving definitions, craving to make that circle correct and complete. Disconnect. Immediately. Director Chin roared. But Lin Yi felt as if his thoughts were being gripped by that cold, erroneous perception in that shifting, incomplete thing, and he couldn't break free for a moment. The chaotic light in his right hand boiled even more intensely, its color beginning to shift towards an unnatural, eye-straining hue. The distortion of reality in the room intensified. The potted plant on the table began to grow upwards against gravity and then wither instantly. The shadows on the walls no longer followed the direction of the light source, but twisted like living things. The air was sometimes cold, sometimes hot, its density changing strangely. Forced interruption failed. The target field and the abnormal field have formed a temporary strong coupling. Activate the mental shock barrier. Maximum power. Prepare for physical isolation. Just as the chaos reached its peak, and two armed researchers had already raised some kind of launcher and aimed it at Lin Yi. Amidst the immense chaos and oppression, a powerful, instinctive thought suddenly erupted within Lin Yi. Not fear, not obedience, but an almost angry, sarcastic rebuttal. Wrong my ass, he roared inwardly, his thought sharpened by the intense emotion. A circle is a circle. What the hell do you need parameters for? Infinitely many. Points are equidistant from a fixed point. Isn't that definition enough? Just because your brain is mush doesn't mean the whole world should be mush. Screw you. This brutal, utterly irrational, and purely emotional outburst of thought was like a stone thrown into calm water, or a tyrannical and illogical bolt of lightning, cleaving through the chaotic information flooding into his mind and that cold, erroneous perception. Distance, equal, fixed point. That cold consciousness seemed to pause for a moment, conveying a very brief, almost confused emotional fluctuation. At the same time, the surging, strangely colored chaotic light in Lin Yi's right hand hand suddenly changed with his sarcastic retort. The intense flickering and chaotic colors of the light subsided considerably in an instant. Although still active, it was no longer as disorderly as if it were about to explode. More importantly, the form of the light, from a state of pure chaos, began to vaguely resemble a shape that was indistinct and constantly changing, but vaguely possessed a tendency towards symmetry and closure, as if it were clumsily, yet with tremendous effort, trying to imitate the concept of a circle, only to repeatedly fail, constantly collapsing and reforming. The field strength is decreasing. The coupling strength is weakening. The growth rate of activity in the 304 abnormal field has slowed down. Mental pollution fluctuations are decreasing. Target brainwaves are beginning to recover. Don't stop, Lin E. Maintain that state. Keep fighting. Use your mind. Shinemo keenly grasped the key point and shouted loudly. Confrontation? How do we confront them? Lin Yifu was deeply moved. In that peculiar state where his thoughts were subtly connected with the other person's field, he no longer tried to think of a perfect circle. Instead, he focused all his attention on the chaotic light in his right hand, on the form that was constantly collapsing and rebuilding, trying to imitate a circle but always failing. Then, using all the mental strength he could muster at that moment, he hurled another thought fiercely and clearly at that cold, confused consciousness. Look, now that's what you call irregular. Now that's what you call fragmented. You want a perfect, parameterized circle? I won't give it to you. Mine is irregular, a mess, but I think it's great. Take it or leave it. This is an almost shameless, self-affirming declaration. Instead of satisfying the other person's desire, it forcefully displays its own difference, even with a domineering confidence that my chaos is beautiful. Boom! It was as if a silent tremor had passed by. Driven by his strong conviction of his own irregularity, the chaotic light in Lin Yi's right hand suddenly brightened for a moment. The tendency to constantly collapse and reassemble, attempting to imitate a circle, completely dissipated, returning to its pure, chaotic, yet seemingly infinitely possible state of disorder. It no longer tried to complete anything, it was simply itself. The last fluctuation transmitted by that cold consciousness from 304 was an even stronger emotion, almost bewilderment and confusion, as if it could not comprehend this way of being that does not pursue completeness, ignores definitions, and has a confused self-affirmation. Then, the connection was completely lost. The faint light in Lin Yi's right hand returned to its basic, relatively peaceful state of flow, only slightly brighter than before the experiment, and the color seemed more chaotic, making it difficult to describe the specific hue. All abnormal phenomena in the room disappeared instantly. The lighting stabilized, the shadows returned to normal, the garbled text on the instrument screen faded, and all indicators quickly returned to safe ranges. Although most were still above the baseline, there was no longer any risk of loss of control. The piercing alarm stopped, leaving only the hum of the equipment and the heavy breathing of a few people. Lin Yi was completely exhausted and almost slipped off the chair, but was caught by a quick-thinking armed researcher next to him. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, and his head was throbbing, but his mind was unusually clear. Everything that had just happened, every detail, was still vivid in his mind. Director Chin, Shinemo, and analyst Bingwei were in front of the monitoring screen, rapidly recording and analyzing massive amounts of data. Their faces showed a mixture of shock, lingering fear, and a hint of barely concealed excitement. Record! Urgent record! Director Chin's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. In the third round of the Kant 001 experiment, a sudden strong coupling has occurred. The target, object and the 304 anomaly field have engaged in deep bidirectional interaction. The interaction involves a conflict with the definition of the fundamental geometric concept of circle. The 304 anomaly field exhibits a strong thirst and obsession with complete definitions and precise parameters. Target Lin Yi, through intense self-awareness and emotional thinking, successfully interrupted the mental pollution and definitional erosion of the anomaly field and is suspected of causing temporary interference with the anomaly field's inherent logic or craving pattern. Shinemo added, his voice trembling slightly, the target object's field exhibits a strong self-anchoring characteristic in the later stages of interaction, refusing to be assimilated by external definitions, and even displaying its irregular characteristics in the opposite direction. This may be the key to breaking coupling and avoiding being swallowed up or contaminated. Analyst C adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming behind the lenses. Even more astonishing is that, after the peak activity of the 304 abnormal field during the final wave of mental shock to the target, a rare and brief spectral characteristic of logical disorder and target disorientation appeared. Although it lasted for less than 0.1 seconds, this proves that its rule-seeking is not absolute and can be interfered with by existence that strongly contradicts its logic. Director Chin looked at the almost exhausted Lin Yi with a complex expression, a mixture of scrutiny, inquiry, and a gleam of light as if he had seen something unprecedented. Lin Yi, he spoke slowly, his voice steady but with a barely perceptible tremor, you just did very well. No, you exceeded all our expectations. You not only protected yourself but also opened a completely new window for us. Lin Linny leaned back in his chair, panting, and gave a wry smile. I was just angry from it, and I cursed randomly. It's this random rant that's about, with its sharp gaze, that contains your superpower, or rather, the essential power of your existence. To combat loopholes in the rules, perhaps we don't need to fix them or cover them with more perfect rules. Perhaps, simply demonstrating that the rules themselves can be diverse, even chaotic, is enough to disrupt them. He paused, looked at the reading curve on the screen of the 304 abnormal field, which was slowly falling back but whose baseline was significantly higher than before the experiment, and frowned again. However, the intensity of this contact far exceeded expectations. Although you successfully escaped, the connection between you has clearly deepened. 304's attention and interest in you will probably reach a new level. He turned to Shin-Mo and ordered, immediately reassess Linyi's safety level and 304's threat level. The Kant's series of experiments are temporarily suspended until we have analyzed all the data and developed a more comprehensive and secure protocol. In addition, give Linyi a sedative and nerve repair nutrients. He needs deep rest, under the highest level of mental protection. Linyi was injected with the drug, and a strong sense of fatigue and relaxation washed over him, but he still struggled to ask a question. Director Chin, what exactly is that thing in 304? What are the parameters it needs? The complete circle. Director Chin remained silent for a moment, looking at the curve on the screen that was still fluctuating slightly, representing the 304 abnormal field, and slowly said, based on the fragments of information from the previous interaction, as well as the fragments of records from before the Dreamweaver disappeared, we have a preliminary, unsettling hypothesis. It may not be simply weird or mental remnant. It might be a fault itself, a manifestation of a logical flaw in a world's rules that appears at a tiny level and generates some kind of primal desire. The Dreamweaver didn't disappear. He might have been swallowed up or assimilated by this flaw while trying to understand or patch it. And you, Director Chin looked at Linny with a deep gaze. Your irregularity, your chaos, in its twisted logic of pursuing absolute definition and completeness, may be like a key that doesn't fit the keyhole at all, yet can make a complete mess of the lock cylinder, or a thorn. Under the influence of the drug, Linyi's consciousness began to blur. Director Chin's last words, accompanied by a faint light in his right palm that seemed more chaotic and active than ever before, sank to the edge of his dream. Deep in the corridor, the doorplate of room 304, for a moment unnoticed, seemed slightly more regular in its pale blue color than the doorplates next to it, or perhaps it was just an illusion of light and shadow. The forced sedation following the experiment plunged Linny into a 12-hour-long coma. He had no dreams, or rather, none of them were dreams with any concrete details that he could recall. There was only a deep, weary void and a faint, indescribable sense of unease, as if his soul had been gently touched by something. When he woke up, the first thing he felt wasn't physical recovery, but a subtle but persistent dull ache deep in his brain, like a lingering effect of mental overexertion. His throat was parched. He struggled to sit up and found a glass of warm water and an energy bar on his bedside table. A note on the glass read, drink slowly. If you experience persistent headaches, visual or auditory hallucinations, or a feeling of mental blockage, press the call button immediately. It seems the observers had anticipated the potential psychological aftereffects on him. Linny finished his water and felt a little better. He looked at his right hand. The faint light in his palm was still flowing, but it seemed something was different. The previous light, though chaotic, was more of a disordered, random change. But now, the flow of light seemed to carry a very subtle, almost imperceptible rhythm, not a regular rhythm, but a more abstract, more intrinsic inclination, like sand scattered on the ground, blown by a gust of wind, still scattered, but the patterns on the surface of the sand subtly pointing in a certain direction. At the heart of rhythm seems to be himself, or rather, it is the imprint left by his own will, emotions, and even the definition confrontation he had just experienced. The change was subtle. Had Linny not been unusually sensitive due to exhaustion, and hadn't just experienced a direct confrontation with that cold consciousness, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. He tried to concentrate on thinking about a specific incongruity, just like he had with the water droplets last time, but found it even more difficult. That immediate, intense, emotionally charged pattern of discovery and feedback seemed to have been broken, or rather, contaminated. Now, when he tried to think about the crack in the socket, his mind would involuntarily flash back to that constantly collapsing and rebuilding, distorted light and shadow trying to imitate a circle, and that cold, erroneous perception. His abilities seemed to have been marked by some kind of imprint because of this deep contact, or undergone some kind of change that he did not yet understand. This made him feel somewhat heavy-hearted. Just then, a knocking sound came from the wall. It was Xiao's eye. The rhythm was a bit faster than usual. Linny leaned closer. Old Xiao, not quite dead yet. You're pretty tough. Xiao's eye's voice came through, tinged with weariness but more so with inquiry. Last night, the stability readings on the entire third floor jumped 3 times, and the shielding field overload alarm went off twice. Kid, you've made quite a commotion. I didn't want to either. Linny smiled bitterly and briefly explained the experimental process, especially the chaotic confrontation confrontation at the end and Director Chin's speculation about the manifestation of rule loopholes. There was silence on the other side of the wall for a long time, so long that Lin Yi thought Xiao Zizai had left. The manifestation of loopholes in the rules. Xiao Zizai finally spoke, his voice low and unusually solemn. No wonder. That madman Dreamweaver kept talking about patches to the world and flaws in logic back then. We all thought he had lost control of his abilities and fallen into some kind of obsessive philosophical delusion. If he really touched on such things, or even was digested by them. He paused, his tone becoming even more serious. Lin Yi, if Qin Mo's speculation is true, then your current situation is a million times more troublesome than we previously thought. What you are facing may not be a conscious, goal-oriented enemy, or even a strange thing in the traditional sense. It may be a phenomenon, an error itself following a distorted, instinctive logic that seeks completeness and definition. It craves parameters, craves definitions, not because it is evil, but because it is an error. It inherently needs to be corrected, or filled with something correct, to make itself complete and reasonable. My irregularity, Lin Yi murmured. Yes, your irregularity might be useless, chaotic in your world, but in its distorted logic, your irregularity, your rejection, your chaotic self-affirmation might be an incomprehensible, unassimilable, even logically painful foreign object. It's like forcing a completely wrong-shaped puzzle piece into a perfectly fitting pattern. Either the puzzle breaks or the pattern is destroyed. Xiao Zizai's voice carried a hint of strangeness. Your last move yesterday was like taking your irregular puzzle piece and smashing it hard against its pursuit of perfection. It was stunned, its logic short-circuited. But have you thought about what will happen next time? Will it try to correct you with even stronger force, grind you into the shape it needs? Or, simply delete this incomprehensible error of yours completely? Lin Yi felt a chill rise up his spine. So what should I do? Am I just supposed to passively wait for it to fix or delete me? Shin Mo and his team are definitely trying to find a solution, but their approach is most likely still control, research, and utilize. Xiao Zizai snorted. I know the Control Bureau's methods all too well. They'll treat you like a special key or a specially made crowbar to deal with that special 304 lock. But the key might break, and the crowbar might bend. You need to be aware of that. What can I possibly know? Lin Yi said helplessly. Discover yourself. Xiao Zizai's voice was even lower. Your field is changing, isn't it? I can feel it. The smell coming from next door is different. Yesterday, you didn't just interfere with it. Your field itself probably absorbed something, or was stimulated by something. Don't completely trust those instruments and reports. Feel yourself more. What exactly is that irregular key made of? Besides messing up the keyhole, can it do anything else? Like, temporarily blocking the keyhole? Or letting the lock rust on its own? Lin Yi looked thoughtfully at the light emanating from his right hand. Block the keyhole? Let the lock rust? What should I do? How should I know? I'm not irregular. Xiao Zizai regained his lazy tone. Figure it out yourself. The observation zone locks you up for research, so you have to research yourself too. Remember, you're a top-tier partner now. You have some privileges. Within reasonable limits, make some requests, ask for some resources, and they'll most likely agree to keep you in check. For example, apply for something that can help you feel yourself and explore your abilities. Stop looking at that lousy potted plant guide. These words reminded Lin Yi. Yes, his status was different now. Although he was a more dangerous partner, it also meant that he had some leverage. Shortly after ending her call with Xiao Zizai, Shin Mo arrived with a new log summary and follow-up arrangements. She also looked quite tired, but her eyes were sharper than ever, and her gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with the inquisitiveness of a researcher. This is a summary of the preliminary analysis report for the Kant 001 experiment. You can take a look. A detailed report requires higher privileges. Shin Mo handed over the tablet. Your physical data is basically stable, and your mental pollution index is within a safe range. However, there are extremely weak harmonics in your brainwaves that are similar in frequency to the 304 abnormal field. It may take some time for them to dissipate naturally. In addition, your field characteristic parameters have shifted by about 3.7%. Specifically, the chaos index has increased by 1.2%, while the self-anchoring tendency index has increased by 7.5%. This means that while your field maintains or even enhances its disorder and unpredictability, it is more deeply bound to your own will. Simply put, it is more obedient to you, although this obedience may manifest as a stronger chaos centered on your will. Lin Yi listened attentively while quickly skimming the report summary. It used a large amount of technical jargon to describe every detail of yesterday's brief exchange, including the spectral changes of both sides' fields, the energy interaction model, the possible encoding methods for information transmission, extremely distorted and inefficient, and the final 0.1 second logical disorder peak. The report concluded with a preliminary statement. Lin Yi's ability, tentatively named chaotic/rule interference tendency field, has significant, non-destructive interference potential against the 304 type rule vulnerability manifestation, and its mechanism of action may be related related to the inherent pursuit of definition/completeness logic of the target. It recommended in-depth research into the interaction principles between this ability and the rule level, and careful planning of subsequent contact experiments, focusing on testing the boundaries, sustainability, and potential backlash of its interference capabilities. Director Chin asked me to ask you what your thoughts are on the subsequent experiments, or what your requirements are. Shinemo looked at Linny and added, under the premise of ensuring your safety and control, we can adjust the experimental conditions appropriately or provide some assistance to help you better understand and control your own abilities, and prepare for potentially deeper contact. Linny recalled Xiaozu's words, pondered for a moment, and said, I want to understand my field better. Before, I was always reacting, passively or responding to stimuli. Is there any way for me to actively and subtly feel it in a safe and controlled environment, or even try to guide it? It doesn't need to have a big effect, even just making a feather deflect slightly or creating an almost invisible ripple on the surface of a glass of water. I want to know exactly how far I can go, and where its switch and valve are. Shinmo's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly made a note on the tablet, active exploration and fine-grained control training. A very reasonable request. This will help you build a sense of control over your own abilities, reduce unpredictability, and provide us with more detailed data. I will discuss with the expert team to design a safe and progressive training program, including a low-intensity psionic sensing environment, subtle reality interference targets, and monitoring of your physiological/mental feedback. However, she paused, then cautioned, you must understand that any action that actively stimulates or guides the field may increase the intensity of your resonance with the 304 abnormal field. The more active your field is, and the more it bears your personal characteristics, the greater its attraction to it may be. This is a double-edged sword. I understand. Lin E nodded, but I can't keep taking hits. I need to know what I'm holding, even if it's a dull knife that can hurt me. Shinemo nodded, okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Also, due to the unexpected coupling in the last experiment, your activity range needs to be further restricted. The adaptive walks are cancelled until the next experimental protocol is approved. You can do low-intensity activities in your room. We will provide some selected books and audio-visual materials to help you maintain your mental health. Also, this is a newly formulated nutritional supplement and mental stabilizer to be taken 3 times a day, as required. She pointed to several small bottles that had recently appeared on the bedside table. Looking at the bottles and jars, Linny understood that stricter control and more attentive care had arrived simultaneously. He was both a valuable experimental subject and a potential weapon, as well as an extremely dangerous and unstable factor. Over the next few days, Lin Yi's life entered a new phase. He took various medications regularly every day and underwent more frequent physical examinations and field monitoring. Shinmo's ability exploration training for him soon began, and its content was indeed as detailed and safe as she had said. The training takes place in a specially designed small room with walls and floors covered in soft, energy-absorbing material. The training begins with the simplest task, focusing on observing an object. For example, staring at a suspended, extremely sensitive pendulum and trying to influence it with thoughts, even if it only changes the amplitude of its swing by 0.1 millimeters. The result, naturally, is no reaction. The difficulty is then gradually increased, such as trying to create a ripple on the surface of a still glass of water, or deflecting an extremely thin, psychic-sensitive thread that emits a faint glow when electrified. Linny quickly discovered that, as before, triggering his abilities through momentary, intense emotions or the thought of discovering something illogical was almost impossible in a calm training environment. Although his field became more responsive to his focus, the response was very weak and seemed more like a change in the overall atmosphere rather than a precise, targeted intervention. For example, when he stares intently at the glass of water, trying to command ripples on the surface, the water remains still, but the dust particles in the surrounding air will occasionally show extremely tiny, irregular erratic paths as they fall. When he concentrates on the luminous filament, the filament does not deflect, but the monitoring instrument next to him shows that the chaos level of his own field will increase slightly, and the color of the light will show unpredictable, instantaneous changes. Your field seems to be more inclined towards a passive, territorial, and vague interference with possibility or order than an active, clearly directed force or energy output, Shinemo summarized after analyzing the data. It's more like a reality thickener or a probability disturbance source. When your will is strongly focused on a specific irrationality or error, it will be activated, amplifying or manifesting that disharmony. But in normal circumstances, it only causes extremely small, chaotic elasticity in the physical rules within a very small surrounding area. This conclusion left Linny somewhat frustrated. So his ability was just a flaw amplifier, finding bugs and then making them even more obvious? However, this characteristic might be the most effective weapon when facing entities like 304 that pursue absolute definition and rules, Shinemo added, interrupted, his eyes gleaming. Absolute rules are most afraid of unpredictable and undefinable chaos and errors. Your field might be the natural nemesis of that kind of logic. In his spare time, Linny also carefully read some materials provided by Shinemo, of course, versions that had undergone rigorous review and had sensitive content removed. These included some basic space theory, the concept of dimensionless scenarios, and popular science articles about reality stability and regulatory constants. He only grasped a superficial understanding, but combined with his own experience in the situation of 304, he vaguely began to understand some concepts. At the core of how the world operates, there may exist some fundamental, unchangeable rules, like the source code of a program. The contents of a 304 error might be a bug in a line of code that has developed a self-awareness and is obsessively trying to make its erroneous line of code correct and complete. Linny himself, his field, might be like a piece of gibberish or a random number generator, unable to be perfectly described by any established rules, inherently incompatible with the logic that pursues absolute correctness. A few days later, one evening, Linny had just finished a failed set of Let the Feathers Spin training. The feathers didn't move at all, but a button on his training clothes inexplicably came undone and was lying on his bed in a daze when there was another knock on the wall. It was Xiao Zizai, but the rhythm was a bit strange, not one of the agreed-upon patterns. Listen, Xiao Zizai's voice was low and urgent, even carrying a hint of unprecedented tension. I just hacked into a temporary encrypted channel on the internal network and overheard something about you. They might be planning a stress test. Stress test? Lin Yi's heart tightened. Not regular training. They might want to artificially create a controlled, small-scale rule conflict or logic dilemma, put you in it, and observe how you in your field react and interact with 304. The location might not be in the observation area, but in a more enclosed, more clean place to avoid interference and accidental spread. What are they trying to do? Test my limits? Or do they want to see what interesting data my resonance with 304 can produce under greater pressure? Linny felt a chill. I don't know, but things are very tense, and the level of authority to participate in the discussions is very high. In the snippets I overheard, they mentioned high-intensity stimulation, the risk of irreversible changes, and the final contact contingency plan. Xiao Zizai's voice was even lower. Kid, you'd better be prepared. They're getting more and more interested in you, and in the Prevention and Control Bureau, this interest often means more radical methods and higher risks. Your irregularity could be your shield, or it could become your death warrant. The call ended. Linny lay on the bed, staring at the soft light on the ceiling. The faint light from his right palm flowed quietly in the dim room, indistinct and mysterious. Stress testing. Final contact plan. He recalled Director Chin saying that he was the key in the thorn. The key can open the door, or it can be broken off and left inside the lock. A thorn can injure an enemy, but it may also injure oneself first. He clenched his fist, feeling the chaotic, irregular light in his palm that seemed to contain infinite possibilities yet was also full of unknown dangers. He needed to figure out as soon as possible what else his irregular key could do besides messing up keyholes. Or at least, he needed to know how to avoid being the first to be destroyed when someone tried to use his key to pry open a lock that could set everything on fire. Xiao Zizai's warning was like a thorn, piercing Lin Yi's already uneasy heart. Stress test, high-intensity stimulation, final contact plan. These words swirled in his mind, mixed with the cold, erroneous perception and the constantly collapsing, distorted light and shadow of the Cont 001 experiment. He had no doubt that, in order to obtain crucial data and assess the limits of his key, the experts from the Control Bureau would design a test that was both effective and dangerous enough. He had to do something. Passively waiting would only make him a more innocent guinea pig in the unexpected test. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yi's training became unusually active. He not only completed all the minute control exercises arranged by Shinemo, but also took the initiative to ask for increased difficulty, trying more complex and abstract goals. For example, making 2 pieces of paper with the same weight and shape fall at the same time produce an extremely small difference in falling speed, or making the second hand of a simple electronic clock produce an almost imperceptible 0.01 second jump abnormality in a certain second. The results were still unremarkable. The paper pieces fell synchronously, and the second hand ticked regularly. His field only showed tiny fluctuations in the degree of chaos on the monitoring instruments and produced elusive microscopic disturbances to the surrounding environment, such as air dust and light paths, but he was never able to achieve stable and directional interference. But Lin Yi didn't come away empty-handed. Through these repeated failed attempts, his feeling of his own field became increasingly clear. It wasn't a force, but more like an atmosphere, a tendency. When he was extremely focused, he could vaguely sense that within a very small area around him, the physical rules seemed to become more flexible, more uncertain. It was as if the inevitability of things had been diluted, and tiny chances and other possibilities were quietly peeking out. Shinemo also noticed his changes. The threshold for your field to be actively active is decreasing, she said while analyzing data after a training
Training session. Although it still can't achieve precise output, the mental concentration and emotional intensity required to get it moving are decreasing. It's becoming more docile, or rather, closer to your normal thought process. This is a deep-seated adaptive change, which may be related to your frequent attempts to actively guide it, or it may be some kind of implicit evolution after the last interaction with 304. Evolution? Linny grasped the word. An inaccurate metaphor. More accurately, its characteristic prominence or self-consolidation of internal logic, Shinemo explained. Your field seems to be internalizing and reinforcing its essential attributes of chaos and unpredictability. This may be a strengthening of your instinctive defense mechanism against the erosion of external definitions, but it also means that it may be more difficult to measure, predict, and control by conventional means, including by yourself. Linny gazed thoughtfully at the steady flow of light in his palm, light that seemed to contain even more chaotic possibilities. More chaotic, more unpredictable, but also more belonging to him. That afternoon, Director Chin came to 307 in person. He was holding a thick folder with the word confidential printed in red on the cover, and his expression was more serious than ever before, even carrying a hint of tragic solemnity. Linny, there's something I need to discuss formally with you. Director Chin cut straight to the point without any pleasantries, placing the folder on the table. Based on data from the Kant 001 experiment and cross-analysis of the 304 anomaly field, the Dreamweaver incident, and related historical archives, the Prevention and Control Bureau's Supreme Command and Special Projects Expert Group have approved a new experimental proposal. Codename, Logic Corridor Stress Test. This is a preliminary overview of the experimental plan and safety contingency plan. You have the right to know this and need to sign a supplementary informed consent form again. Lin Yi's heart sank. It's here. He picked up the folder and opened it. The first page contained a concise project overview. Project name, Logical Corridor, Stress Test. Objective, to simulate and progressively intensify the intensity of rule conflicts and logical dilemmas in a highly controlled environment. Testing the tolerance threshold, capability response pattern changes, and remote resonance dynamics between the subject L007, a holder of a chaotic/rule intervention prone field, and the 304 type anomalous field, a manifestation of rule loopholes. The aim is to explore the stability boundary and evolutionary/abnormal tendencies of this ability under high-intensity rule pressure, and to assess its potential effectiveness and risk limits as a targeted intervention method. Core testing environment, a specially designed cleanroom with a built-in programmable real-world stabilizing anchor array, capable of simulating various logical dilemmas ranging from basic geometric paradoxes to complex conceptual contradictions. Risk level, extremely high, may trigger mental breakdown, cognitive dissolution, field agitation, irreversible reality distortion, and unexpected deep connection or resonance overload with the 304 abnormal field. Safety measures, multi-layered physical/psychic isolation, class a mental stability anchor, emergency escape protocol, and the ultimate safety valve, controlled reality overwrite, high-risk operation. But Lin Yi's gaze lingered on controllable reality overwriting for a long time. It sounded like, when things completely spiraled out of control, using a preset, more stable set of reality rules to forcibly overwrite everything that happened within the test area, including him and his field. This was practically some form of formatting for a small-scale reality. Controllable reality overwriting, what exactly does that mean? Linny looked up, his voice a little hoarse. Director Chin looked him straight in the eye without flinching. This is the last line of defense. It will only be activated when the reality structure of the test area is on the verge of collapse and may endanger the external observation area or even a wider range. The principle is to use higher priority reality stabilization equipment to forcibly inject a set of preset, highly simplified, and absolutely self-consistent physical/logical rules to temporarily suppress and repair all anomalies in the area, including your field and the logical dilemma of the test simulation. Theoretically, the covered target will temporarily lose its original characteristics and activity, as if it has been paused. But this process itself is full of risks and may cause irreversible damage to your mind, cognition, and even the structure of your field, or even directly lead to your existence being diluted or locked. In other words, if the test gets out of control, I might be formatted into a vegetable, or worse. Linny felt a chill. This is the most extreme consequence, which we have tried our best to avoid, Director Chin said gravely. But we must be honest with you about all the possibilities. Linny, this test is extremely risky, but equally significant. If we can figure out the boundaries of your abilities and understand your interaction pattern with 304, we might be able to find a safer and more effective way to resolve the hidden dangers of 304, or even touch upon the bigger mystery behind the disappearance of the Dreamweaver, which may concern the stability of the world's rules. You are not only a participant, but you may also become the key to opening up new paths. What if I don't participate? Linny asked. Director Chin paused for a moment. Based on your increasingly strong resonance with 304,
for, and the unpredictable evolutionary trend of your own field, the risk of maintaining the status quo in the long term is also accumulating. Isolation is not absolutely safe, and without key data, we cannot formulate any effective long-term response strategies. If you do not participate in the test, you may face a longer period of isolation and observation with a more uncertain future, and we cannot rule out the possibility that, under some unknown trigger, your connection with 304 may suddenly break down, causing catastrophic consequences. From the perspective of rational risk assessment, although the logic corridor test has concentrated and extremely high short-term risks, it is expected to obtain decisive data to provide a basis for subsequent decisions, whether it is strengthening isolation, trying repairs, or other solutions. To put it bluntly, a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one, but a short, sharp pain can be fatal. Linny closed the folder, leaned back in his chair, and felt a wave of exhaustion and absurdity. He was just an F-rank good-for-nothing who wanted a peaceful life, so how did he get caught up in this terrifying vortex that constantly involved real-world stability and loopholes in the rules? I need time to think about it, he said. Okay, you have 24 hours. Director Chin nodded. After 24 hours, you will need to give a final answer, whether you agree or not. If you agree, we will immediately begin 3 days of targeted preparation and adaptation training. If you refuse, your observation level and safety measures will be adjusted accordingly. But I must remind you that refusing to participate may affect your risk assessment and subsequent resource allocation within the Prevention and Control Bureau. This was a veiled threat. Linny understood. After Director Chin left, Linny stared at the thick plan, remaining silent for a long time. He wanted to discuss it with Xiao Zizai, but there was no response after knocking on the wall. He was probably assigned something at the last minute. Frustration and stress made him restless. He walked to the corner of the room, looked at the potted green ivy that was growing quite well under careful care, and unconsciously touched the leaves with his finger. Suddenly, an extremely abrupt and even somewhat ridiculous thought popped into his mind. He wants to eat braised pork. It wasn't the bland, healthy food from the cafeteria, nor was it some low-flavored vegetable salad. It was real, glossy, dark red braised pork, perfectly marbled with fat and lean meat, tender and flavorful. The kind of braised pork that could make him forget all his troubles. This craving came so intensely, so inopportunely, that it instantly overshadowed his fear of the logic corridor and the rewriting of reality. He could even picture the rich aroma of meat, and his tongue seemed to already taste the perfectly balanced sweet and savory flavor that melted in his mouth. At that very moment, when one yearns to reach the pinnacle, the chaotic light in his right palm rippled slightly without warning. It wasn't an active movement, but a peculiar ripple, as if it had been touched by something. Immediately afterwards, the topmost tender green leaf of the potted green plant in front of him began to curl slightly at a visible speed, and its color turned into an unnatural, oily dark brown. The texture of the leaf also seemed to become a little thicker. The change was extremely subtle and lasted for less than 2 seconds before stopping. The leaves returned to their tender green. If Linny hadn't been watching closely, he would have almost thought it was an illusion. But Linny's heart started pounding. It wasn't because of the change in the leaves, but because, in that very instant, when he was intensely craving braised pork, he sensed it. He didn't sense the change in the pot hose, but rather, he sensed that the field in his right hand resonated or attracted him to some kind of attribute or concept in the surrounding environment for an extremely brief and extremely weak time. That attribute seems to be greasy, thick, satisfying. It's hard to describe accurately, but it's definitely not the fresh, vibrant attribute that a pot hose should have. Driven by his intense, specific, and almost rebellious desire, craving high oil and high sugar foods under health monitoring, his field seemed to be trying to assimilate or influence the surrounding environment, making it closer to the state he desired. Although it only made a leaf temporarily and incompletely greasy a little bit, the implications of this made Linny's scalp tingle. This is not simply nitpicking or exaggerating inconsistencies. This is more like a tendency to distort or infiltrate the surrounding reality, whether it is vague or conceptual, based on one's own strong will, especially a will that goes against the current environment and rules. Irregularity is not just about form and logic. It could mean that his field is itself a source of pollution that constantly tries to drag the surrounding environment into its own chaotic, unruly, and undisciplined state, or a miniature, active rule loophole that uses its own desire and definition to cover the external definition. However, the rule of his loophole is that there is no fixed rule. It is chaos, it is possibility itself. This sudden realization, based on a tiny change in a leaf, left Linny standing in front of the pothose plant, stunned for a long time. If his field truly possesses this tendency to permeate reality with its own chaotic and ambiguous definition, then when facing an existence like 304, that pursues absolute, clear, and complete definitions, the relationship between the two is no longer simply that of key and lock or thorn and target. Rather, it is a clash between two completely different and fundamentally opposed modes of existence or rule tendencies. One should be clear, complete, and parameterized. One must be vague, chaotic, and probabilistic. No wonder they they attract each other yet also interfere with each other. Linny felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, as if he had finally seen a glimpse of something through the fog. But at the same time, an even deeper chill followed. If his essence is also a miniature, active loophole governed by chaos, how would the Control Bureau view him? In the logic corridor, what they will be testing is probably not only his stress resistance, but also the stability limit of his chaotic essence, and what will happen when his chaos clashes to the extreme with the simulated absolute rules. Will they annihilate each other? Will one side be assimilated? Or will something even more terrifying and incomprehensible be born? The controlled reality overwrite is probably the ultimate means to forcibly format the system when this chaotic vulnerability might contaminate the entire test environment or even spread out of control. The 24 hours for consideration flew by amidst Lin Yi's chaotic and complex thoughts. Shinemo visited once during this time, bringing new nutritional supplements and subtly inquiring whether he had made a decision. Lin Yi simply shook his head, saying he was still thinking about it. He didn't tell anyone about the strange changes in the potho's leaves or his new discovery. It became a secret trump card in his heart, or rather, a clearer self-awareness. As the 24-hour period was about to end, Xiao's eyes knocking on the wall finally resumed. His voice sounded somewhat hoarse, and he seemed quite tired. "Kid, have you made up your mind?" "I haven't fully thought it through yet," Lin Yi said honestly. "Old Xiao, if my ability isn't just about reacting to external inconsistencies, but it itself is like a small, living chaotic core that likes to make everything around it as chaotic as itself, what would you think?" There was an even longer silence on the other side of the wall. "An interesting analogy," Xiao's eye said slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. "So, what do you think 304 is like?" "Like a core of order, suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, desperately trying to organize itself and everything around it clearly, label it, and categorize it?" Lin Yi tried to describe order and chaos. "That is a classic confrontation." Xiao's eye seemed to chuckle lightly, but the laughter was devoid of warmth. "But you must remember, in the observation zone, in the eyes of the Control Bureau, and in the understanding of most people in the normal world, even the most obsessive order is often easier to accept, easier to define, and easier to control than chaos. Because order at least has a form, a logic, even if it's a distorted logic. But chaos has none." He paused, his voice lower. "So, if you really are the core of chaos you described, then in the corridor of logic, you'll be fighting against more than just the simulated rule dilemmas. You'll also be fighting against the test designers, the maintainers and researchers of that order attempts to define, measure, and ultimately control you. They want to see through your chaotic hand and then decide whether to lock you in a stronger cage or sharpen you into a more handy, but potentially more dangerous, knife, or, when they think you're beyond redemption, activate that overwrite program and format you. "Should I agree?" Lin Yi asked. "There's no right or wrong, only whether you want to and whether you can bear the consequences," Xiao's eye said. "But if you ask me for my personal, irresponsible advice, kid, instead of passively waiting for them to test you, define you, and ultimately decide how to deal with you, why not? In the test, use your own methods to define their test, or even define yourself for them to see. Let that chaos make its own voice, even if it's just noise. At least let them know that you are either not something they can easily put into a cage or sharpen into a knife, or, even if you are formatted, you will leave behind some gibberish that they can't erase. Using chaos to define order, revealing an undefinable self in testing?" Lin Yi pondered Xiao's eyes words, gazing at the seemingly endless, chaotic glow in his palm. Deep within that light, it seemed to reflect his craving for braised pork, his yearning for freedom, his grievances against injustice, and his vehement rebuttal to that cold, erroneous perception. The countdown timer ended, and a notification sound rang out on the tablet. Lin Yi took a deep breath, picked up the pen, and paused for a moment at the signature section of the supplementary informed consent form. Then, he wrote his name forcefully and clearly. Logical corridor. Stress test. He wanted to see whether his irregular chaos would be crushed and formatted by the dilemma of order, or whether he could turn that well-ordered corridor upside down and leave behind an indelible mark of chaos belonging to Lin Yi. The moment Lin Yi finished signing, he felt as if the pen in his hand weighed a ton. Strangely, after signing, he felt relieved. It was like being so anxious before a final exam that he couldn't sleep, but when he actually sat in the exam room and saw the paper, he felt like, whatever. When Director Qin came to collect the documents, he gave him a deep look. "Are you sure?" "I'm absolutely certain," Lin Yi shrugged. "However, Director Qin, I have a small request. Before the test, could I have some braised pork?" Director Qin's expression instantly became quite interesting, as if he had heard someone say, "I want to have a hot pot before I go to the execution ground," which was as absurd as, "What did you say?" Braised pork, the kind the cafeteria makes, with a good balance of lean and fat, thick sauce, served with white rice. Lin Yi licked his lips. "As you can see, I've been training so hard these past few days, I need to replenish my energy, right? Just drinking nutritional supplements is making my mouth feel bland." Director Qin was silent for 3 seconds, then pushed up his glasses. "Lin Yi, this is an S-level confidential test,
not a pre-college entrance exam nutrition snack. I know, that's why I need to eat well,
Linny said matter-of-factly.
Think about it. What if I'm so hungry during the test that I feel dizzy and my abilities are unstable, and the data is inaccurate? That would be such a waste of time.
Besides, emotional state has a big impact on superpowers. If I eat well, I'll be in a good state, and if I'm in a good state, the test results will be reliable. That's called scientifically regulating variables. This twisted logic left Director Chin speechless. He stared at Lin Yi for a long time before finally sighing. I will apply to the logistics department. But don't get your hopes up too high. Your diet is strictly controlled by the medical team.
Just apply. Thank you, leader. Lin Yi smiled broadly. To Lin Yi's surprise, 2 hours later, a small bowl of braised pork actually appeared on his dinner tray.
Although the portion was pitifully small, with only 3 or 4 pieces, and a lot of the fatty parts had obviously been removed, the rich aroma of the sauce was undeniable. When Shin Mo brought the meal, his expression was complicated. The medical team made an exception, saying that appropriately meeting the
reasonable needs of the test subjects would help stabilize their emotions. But this is a one-time exception, and it will not be repeated. That's enough, thank you, Dr. Shin.
Lin Yi picked up the bowl, took a deep breath, and exclaimed with delight, "Ah, this familiar taste, this sinful aroma." He picked up a piece of meat and examined it closely. The meat was stewed until tender, coated evenly with sauce, and glistened enticingly under the light. He took a bite and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Then, the chaotic light in his right palm jumped uncontrollably and joyfully. The glass of plain water on the table suddenly developed a very fine, oily sheen on its surface, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Lin Yi almost choked.
He forced himself to remain calm and continued eating, but his mind was in turmoil.
Good heavens, this superpower is also a gluttony? Excited by the smell of meat? If he ever sees a Manchu Han Imperial feast again, won't he just go berserk on the spot?
However, this discovery reinforced his belief that his field did indeed react to his strong emotions and specific desires, especially those that were out of place or unconventional.
Wanting to eat braised pork was one thing, wanting to complain was another. After this last supper, Lin Yi was moved to another area. This is the core testing area of the observation zone, codenamed White Box.
The entire room is pure white, without any decoration, and even the lighting is so soft that it's impossible
to tell where the light source is.
In the center of the room is a transparent cylindrical chamber, about 3 meters in diameter, which is the main testing chamber of the logic corridor. The exterior of the cabin was filled with various devices that Lin Yi couldn't name, a dense array of indicator lights, resembling the control panel of some sci-fi spaceship.
A dozen researchers in white lab coats were busy, typing on keyboards, adjusting parameters, and exchanging hushed conversations. The atmosphere was as serious as an operating room.
Lin Yi changed into a specially made white jumpsuit, feeling like he was about to enter an MRI machine.
Director Chin personally gave him a final explanation. The test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the simulation of basic logical dilemmas.
We will start with the simplest geometric paradoxes, such as impossible figures, and observe your initial reaction to the field.
The second stage is the simulation of conceptual contradictions, such as self-referential paradoxes like this statement is false.
The third stage, if the data from the first 2 stages is stable, we will try to simulate more complex rule conflict scenarios that are close to the characteristics of the 304 anomalous field.
Each stage will have corresponding mental stress indicators monitored.
If your physiological or mental data exceeds the safety threshold, or if your field shows signs of getting out of control, we will
immediately initiate the termination procedure.
Remember, during the test, stay awake and try to describe your feelings, but do not force yourself to fight the difficulties, as that may lead to cognitive overload. Lin Yi nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on the lone metal chair in the test chamber. Various sensors were attached to the armrests of the chair, and there was a ring-shaped device overhead that sent chills down one's spine.
What is that ring?
High-precision field strength monitoring and local stability anchor, Director Chin said. It can capture subtle changes in your field in real time and provide basic stability support when necessary.
Rest assured, it won't harm you. Lin Yi thought to himself, this sounds like a doctor saying, injections don't hurt.
Before entering the test chamber, Xiao Zizai's voice came through the communicator. He was allowed to listen in remotely from the observation room.
Kid, remember what I told you. Don't be intimidated by their scientific procedures.
You are you, an irrational chaos. They want order, so show them what true beauty in chaos really is.
Lin Yi laughed. Old Xiao, what you said is quite touching. Come on.
Treat me to dinner after the test and order braised pork belly, double portion. The icy touch of the metal chair sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine as he sat down. The researchers connected sensors to him, brainwaves, heart rate, blood pressure,
skin conductance.
Finally, the ring-shaped device slowly descended, hovering about 10 centimeters above his head, emitting an almost inaudible buzzing sound.
Lin Yi, are you ready?
Director Chin's voice came from the cabin speaker. Lin Yi took a deep breath, looking at the pristine white cabin wall before him, and suddenly found the scene somewhat comical. He, an F rank who had risen into his current position through witty remarks and unexpected events, was now sitting upright, preparing to undergo a national-level high-end superpower test. This contrast was enough for him to rant about for 3 days and 3 nights. "I'm ready," he said, then added quietly, "But Director Chin, I have a question. This chair, can the backrest angle be adjusted? I feel like I have some lower back strain, and I'm afraid I won't be able to perform well if I sit for too long." There was a 2-second silence in the control room. One of the researchers couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered his mouth. Director Chin's voice sounded a bit strained. "Lin, this is an S-level test. I know, that's why I need to sit comfortably. Science shows that uncomfortable posture can affect the firing patterns of neurons, thus interfering with the stable output of special abilities. I'm doing this for the sake of data accuracy." Another silence fell. Then, Lin felt the chair back adjust very slightly, almost imperceptibly, to about 5 degrees. "Thank you, leader." Lin leaned in with satisfaction. In the control room, Shinemo whispered to Director Chin. His heart rate actually dropped by 3 points when he was saying those things. His mood indicators show pleasure. Director Chin rubbed his temples. "Begin the test." The light inside the cabin began to change. 3-dimensional, rotating geometric patterns appeared on the pure white walls. The first phase has begun. The first image is a classic Penrose triangle. It appears to be a 3-dimensional triangle, but upon closer inspection, its edges and corners are physically impossible to connect. The image rotates slowly, accompanied by some kind of low-frequency sound wave, which is said to enhance cognitive conflict. Lin stared at the triangle for 10 seconds. Then he said, "This thing, it's making me a little dizzy. Couldn't the designer have come up with a nicer color scheme? A completely white background with white lines is really bad for people with nearsightedness. And this spinning speed, hitting the point where it makes you a little dizzy but not to the point of vomiting, is that intentional?" In the control room, the researchers stared at the data screens. Target field activity increased by 0.3%. The volatility pattern does not conform to the expected logical dilemma response. The EEG showed activity in the prefrontal cortex, but the activated areas were biased towards the emotion processing and language centers. "He's complaining?" Director Chin, expressionless, said, "Record it." The target's first reaction to the fundamental geometric paradox is aesthetic criticism and complaints about comfort. Continue, increase the complexity of the diagram. The graphics on the wall changed. They became the impossible staircase, a staircase that always goes up or down but returns to its starting point, and the devil's tuning fork, the famous trident with 2 pillars at one end and 3 pillars at the other. Multiple impossible graphics appeared simultaneously, rotating and intersecting. Lin looked at it even more intently. After looking at it for half a minute, he stroked his chin and said, "This staircase, if you could actually climb it, wouldn't it be perpetual motion? Apply for a patent and solve the world's energy crisis. And this tuning fork, I always feel like it looks like some kind of alien tableware. It might be quite suitable for eating snail rice noodles." On the control room's data screen, Lin Yi's field activity was slowly and steadily increasing, now 1.2% higher than the baseline, but the fluctuations were extremely smooth, with no signs of getting out of control. All of his physiological indicators were normal, and his heart rate was even lower than before the test. The researchers looked at each other in bewilderment. "He seems completely unaffected by the logical dilemma?" "No, there is an impact, but his way of coping is not to try to understand or solve the predicament, but rather to incorporate it into his own logic of complaining, thus dissolving the cognitive conflict." Director Chin stared at the screen, his expression complex. "Continue, move on to the second phase." The image disappeared. A calm, synthesized female voice sounded in the cabin, beginning its statement in a completely flat tone. "Statement A, this statement is false. If statement A is true, then it says itself is false, therefore it is false. If statement A is false, then its claim that it is false is true, therefore it is true. Logical loop begins." The voice repeated the words, gradually increasing the speed of its speech, while discordant light frequencies began to flicker inside the cabin, and a chilling sense of cognitive dissonance began to build up. This is the classic liar's paradox, something that countless philosophers and logicians have debated for thousands of years without reaching a conclusion, and now they are trying to force it into Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi listened twice and blinked. Then he raised his hand, though no one could see it, and said, "Excuse me, AI lady, your problem is actually quite easy to solve." The sound actually stopped. Lin Yi cleared his throat and said seriously, "Couldn't you just say the content of this statement is purely fictional, and any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental? Or add a disclaimer, the final interpretation of this paradox belongs to the god of logic. Or, at the very least, learn from our community property management. When they encounter a problem they can't solve, they say the system is under upgrade. Please understand." See, that breaks the cycle, doesn't it? The control room was completely silent. A young researcher's shoulders began to tremble. Shinemo covered his forehead. Director Chin's lips twitched. On the data screen, Lin Yi's field activity suddenly jumped by 3% when he said system upgrade in progress, then stabilized at a level that was higher than before but still still relatively flat. Monitoring showed that the activity of that chaotic light was increasing, but its stability was also improving simultaneously, like a ball of water that was gently stirred but wouldn't splash. He's using sophistry to fight against formal logic, a researcher murmured.
And it works. Another person stared at the data. The paradoxical cognitive conflict loop was broken by his unconventional approach.
His brain didn't even enter that logical trap. He built his own playground on the outside.
Director Chin took a deep breath, increased the intensity,
combine multiple paradoxes and add emotionally manipulative elements.
Over the next 20 minutes, Linny experienced
a barrage of audio messages about the barber paradox, in which he suggests that barbers get a membership card, get a haircut today, and a shave tomorrow, problem solved. The mental dilemma of the unexpected exam paradox, he said, if teachers play it this way, students can all ask for leave and say they've been infected with the logic flu. There was even a moral dilemma involving the trolley problem.
After careful consideration, he said, can't we pave a branch line and let the trolley choose for itself? Or can we equip the trolley with AI so it can struggle with its own decision? Humans can just stand by and sell popcorn while watching the show.
Each time, his field would fluctuate in a specific way when he started complaining.
The fluctuation was neither violent nor chaotic,
but rather had a strange
rhythm.
It was as if his complaining itself became the breathing rhythm of this chaotic mass.
Physiological indicators? Absolutely stable.
Heart rate remained around 65, blood pressure was normal, and EEG showed he was in a
peculiar active but relaxed state, a state that usually only occurs during deep meditation or when doing something he enjoys.
In the control room, the researchers went from being serious at first to confused to suppressing laughter, and now some have started secretly recording Linyi's golden quotes.
The goal seems to be to transform logical dilemmas into linguistic humor, effectively avoiding cognitive dissonance. Recommendation: subsequent tests should consider the target's specific psychological defense mechanism, namely, the tendency to deconstruct serious propositions with absurdity. I second that.
In addition, the target's obsession with braised pork may be a potential emotional anchor point that is worth paying attention to. Director Chin looked at the young man on the screen, who was talking fluently and even seemed to be enjoying himself in the testing chamber, and suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. They had prepared countless contingency plans and simulated all kinds of extreme situations, but the target had turned the test into a stand-up comedy routine with a set of deceptive tactics?
Finally, the second phase is over.
According to procedure, the testing should be paused to evaluate the data and decide whether to continue to the third phase. But Director Chin gritted his teeth as he looked at Linyi's almost unchanging indicators on the screen and the "that's it" expression on his face. Initiate the third phase of the preparatory procedure.
Inject a low dose of neurotransmitter modulator to mildly enhance emotional sensitivity.
Prepare for the simulated scenario of defining conflict.
Shinemo turned his head. Director Chin, this is beyond the original plan.
The third phase is too risky, and the target has just gone through. His condition is even more stable than before the test started. Director Chin interrupted her, pointing to the screen. Look, his field activity has increased by 7%, but the chaos index has decreased by 2%. He is adapting, and may even be taking advantage of the test environment. We need to know whether this deception will still work when he faces rule definition conflicts that are closer to the essence of 304.
Shinemo fell silent.
The data did indeed support Director Chin's judgment. Linny was not only unharmed, but seemed to have found some kind of comfort zone during the test.
Inside the cabin, Linny stretched his neck and muttered, "That's it? I thought it would be something more impressive, but that's all?"
The logic I used when arguing with my deskmate in elementary school was more complicated than this. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness. It wasn't the kind of dizziness that makes you want to vomit, but rather, subtle emotional fluctuations.
Thoughts he wouldn't normally pay attention to suddenly became clear. He remembered
the braised pork in the cafeteria, Xiao's eye calling him a chaotic core, the cold, erroneous perception in room 304, and even the school-wide ridicule on the day of his awakening. A mix of longing, defiance, restlessness, and some inexplicable impulse gently pushed his consciousness away. Then, the test chamber changed. The pure white walls suddenly began to melt, not literally melt, but that absolute, flawless white began to decompose and mix, revealing various discordant patches of color, lines, and textures. Some places looked like marble, some like wood, some like metal, and some were simply indescribable. These textures and colors clashed and overlapped each other, without any pattern or logic, like a work of art haphazardly painted on the same canvas by different painters in different styles. Even more bizarrely, his sense of space began to malfunction. Linny was clearly sitting in a chair, yet he felt himself simultaneously leaning forward, backward, to the left, and to the right. His sense of distance failed him. Distant walls seemed within reach, while nearby sensors appeared impossibly far away. A voice rang out directly in my mind, not through my ears, but directly generated in my consciousness.
Define conflict scenarios to start.
This space is simultaneously defined as an absolute clean room/storage room, a safe shelter / dangerous confinement room, an observation target / observer, a starting point / endpoint, reality / illusion. If all definitions hold true simultaneously, their weights are equal. Please try to complete the action within this space. Raise your right hand.
Linny was stunned. Raise your right hand? What's so hard about that?
He tried to move his right arm but found himself unsure which arm was his right hand. In his perception, he had 2, 3, or even countless arms, each seemingly his right hand, yet none of them. He felt that he had raised his hand, but visual feedback told him that his arm was still on the armrest. Tactile sensation told him that his fingers were moving, but he didn't know which finger it was.
This is a conflict more fundamental than any logical paradox, a conflict in the very definition of existence. Here, all concepts become blurred, overlapping, and self-contradictory. You can't even be sure what you are, what action is, or what lifting up means. In the control room, a faint alarm sounded.
The activity of the target field has increased dramatically.
15%, 20%, 30%. The chaos index has soared.
The EEG showed abnormal activity in multiple areas of the prefrontal and parietal lobes, indicating that he was attempting to process conflicting spatial and bodily information simultaneously. Physiological indicators are starting to fluctuate. Heart rate is rising, and blood pressure is increasing. Director Chin stared intently at the screen. Pay attention to the interaction between his field and the simulated scene. Inside the cabin, Linny felt a real wave of nausea. It wasn't vomiting, but a kind of existential discomfort, as if he were being torn apart by these conflicting definitions. He closed his eyes, but the chaotic images in his mind became clearer. He tried to focus on one point, but the concept of a point also became blurred. What is a point? Does it have a location? And what is a location? Just as he felt his consciousness was about to fall apart, that familiar feeling of restlessness surged up again. Screw the test. Screw logic. Screw raise your right hand. He took a deep breath, and then, with all his might, he spat out a single word through gritted teeth to himself, to this chaotic space, to the unseen researchers, and to the wildly beating chaotic light in his palm. It didn't come through his mouth, but rather through some more direct means, gushing forth from the core of his consciousness, from his chaotic nature. The chaotic light in his right palm exploded. It wasn't a physical explosion, but an explosion of presence. The light suddenly spread, not by expanding its range, but by becoming denser, heavier, and more unreasonable. It was no longer just a ball of light, but like ink splashed into clear water, a gust of wind blowing into an orderly formation, a wrench smashed into a precision clock.
Centered on Linny, it arrogantly and unreasonably proclaimed its own definition to all those conflicting definitions around it. No, it's not a definition.
It is the anti-definition.
It's that kind of bastardly attitude of I don't care what you are, I'm in charge. In that instant, Linny sensed it.
He felt the chaotic definitions around him being roughly mixed together by his field.
Clean room and storage room?
Mixed together, becoming a slightly messy but still livable bachelor apartment.
Safe shelter and dangerous confinement room?
Mixed together, becoming a rental house with a broken lock but takeout can be left at the door.
Observation target and observer?
Kneaded into a ball, becoming a narcissist looking in the mirror and thinking he looks really handsome today.
As for raising the right hand, Linny opened his eyes.
He didn't bother to define which hand was the right hand, nor did he understand what raising meant. He just had one thought: I want to touch that thing over there that looks usable. Then, near his right shoulder, who knows if it was a right shoulder in the biological sense, a limb that he felt should be an arm moved slightly and lifted up a little.
It's that simple.
Ignore the rules, ignore the definitions, ignore the logic. Based solely on I feel, I want, or I want it to be this way. Inside the test chamber, the chaotic textures and disorganized spatial senses, like muddy water stirred up by an invisible hand, began to swirl and mix wildly, and then, gradually calmed down. It is neither a return to its original pure white state, nor a transformation into some kind of new, orderly state. Instead, it became a kind of indescribable, chaotic yet inexplicably harmonious state, somewhat like an abstract painting scribbled by a child with all sorts of colors, and somewhat like the static screen of an old television set, yet with a certain regular flickering pattern.
Simply put, it's a complete mess, but I'm enjoying it. In the control room, alarms were blaring incessantly.
Simulated scenario stability crash. The peak activity of the target field has reached 500% of the baseline.
It is stabilizing. Chaos index. The index has exceeded the limit.
The instrument's upper limit is 1000, and it's currently showing 999 plus.
Target physiological indicators are returning to normal.
Heart rate has dropped to 75. Blood pressure is normal, and the EEG shows that the active area in the prefrontal cortex has shifted to the creative thinking and pleasure center. Director Chin grabbed the communicator. Linny,
report on your status. How are you feeling?
Inside the test chamber, Linny, panting, looked at the chaotic yet strangely pleasing light and shadow around him, raised the arm he had just moved. He could now clearly sense that it was his right hand, and wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Then, he looked into the air and gave a tired but bright smile.
Feeling? It feels like I just had a mental brawl, and I won.
He paused, then added, also, Director Director Chin, the color scheme for this third phase of the scene design is awful. Seriously, even my elementary school art class doodles were better than this. Could you find someone with good taste to design it next time? I'm a bit of a visual germaphobe. I can't stand things this ugly. The control room was deathly silent. Then, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, as if contagious, low laughter spread throughout the control room. Director Chin put down the communicator, looked at the young man grinning amidst the chaotic light and shadow on the screen, then glanced at the off-the-charts but stable chaos index on the screen next to him, and the EEG analysis result that read highly active creative thinking in pleasure center. He remained silent for a very long time. Finally, he took off his glasses, rubbed his face vigorously, and let out a long, deep sigh. Record, in the third phase of testing, the target forcibly integrated the definition conflict scenario in an unanalyzable way using an unknown mechanism. The method is suspected to be using a more advanced, subjectively driven chaos to cover the preset, logically contradictory chaos. Target state, stable, clear-headed, emotionally pleasant. Recommendation, immediately terminate today's testing. Furthermore, it is recommended that the expert panel convene overnight to reassess the testing plan. Because Director Chin looked at the young man on the screen who was giving the middle finger to the air to test whether his finger dexterity had returned, his tone filled with absurdity and helplessness. We might need to find him an art teacher first. After the test, Linny was helped back to 307 by Shinemo and an unfamiliar researcher, or rather, carried. He felt like he had just run a marathon, or like he had stayed up all night playing games. He was mentally excited, but every part of his body was protesting. It's just a reaction to exhaustion and fatigue from intense mental concentration, Shinemo explained as he connected him to the standard monitoring equipment, but there was something else in his eyes. Your physical indicators are basically normal, but your mental exertion is extremely high. Get some rest tonight and don't do anything that requires concentration, including complaining. Linny lay slumped on the bed, waving his hand weakly. Dr. Shin, I don't even have the strength to complain anymore. But did someone in your control room just laugh? I think I heard it. Shinemo paused for a moment, his expression blank. You misheard. That was a device notification sound. Really? She sounds like a female researcher, and her voice is quite young. Linny squinted, observing Shinmo's reaction. Shinemo didn't reply. He quickly finished recording the data, turned around and left. He paused at the door, his back to Shinemo, and said, the test data is being analyzed. Don't think too much about it before the results are out. Also, don't do it again with the braised pork. The medical team has already listed you as a high sugar and oil tolerance observation subject. Linny lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. After a while, he grinned. Although I was exhausted, it was pretty great. The feeling was like finally letting out a breath you'd been holding for a long time. Especially at the end, when he churned together those messy, conflicting definitions into an abstract masterpiece, the inexplicable sense of exhilaration was even more satisfying than eating braised pork. So, my ability is actually just a muddling through thing, he muttered to himself, raising his right hand. The chaotic light in his palm was dimmer than usual, but it still flowed slowly, like a tired child who refused to sleep. No, it's not about mixing things up, he thought for a moment. Mixing things up is about making different things look the same. What I'm doing is mixing different things together, but allowing them to each play their own games, just without fighting. It's like throwing a cat, a dog, a hamster, and a goldfish into a room and telling them, do whatever you want, but don't tear the house down. The analogy amused him. As he laughed, drowsiness crept in, and his eyelids began to droop. In his dazed state, he heard a knock on the wall next door. Linny forced himself to stay alert and knocked on the wall in response. Still alive? Xiaozi's voice came through the wall, somewhat muffled. Alive, but I'm exhausted, Linny muttered. I heard you turned the testing grounds into a complete mess. They started it, using all sorts of logical puzzles to challenge me. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then a low chuckle came. Well done. What the order group fears most is unreasonable chaos. The more unpredictable you are, the more troubled they will be. When they are troubled, they will think more, and when they think more, they may not dare to act recklessly. Old Xiao, what exactly is the nature of my ability? Linny asked, voicing his biggest question. I feel like it's not about breaking the rules, nor is it about creating new rules. It's more like letting the rules be more flexible and not take them too seriously. The silence on the other side of the wall lasted even longer. Very close. Xiaozi's voice became somewhat distant. I once met an old Taoist priest who said, the heavenly Tao is 50, the great evolution is 49, and man escapes 1. That escaped 1 is the variable, the chance for survival, the crack left in the rules. With your abilities, you might not even be that crack. You're digging another hole for yourself on the side, and then telling others, you can walk here too. It's spacious, just a bit messy. Linny only vaguely understood what he was hearing, but the description, digging a hole, seemed strangely apt to him. If this hole is dug too big, won't it collapse? Let's see how you dig, Xiaozi said. If you dig blindly, you'll bury yourself sooner or later. If you dig methodically, at least you can dig out an underground underground shelter. Kid, remember how you felt today? That wasn't brute force, it was attitude. An attitude towards the rules, an attitude towards definition. Keep it up, but also learn to tone it down a bit. Not everyone likes living in a cave. Linny wanted to ask more, but drowsiness overwhelmed him like a tide. He mumbled a reply and fell into a deep sleep. He had a strange dream. In the dream, he stood in a pure white, vast, boundless space, before which lay countless identical doors, each marked with a number. A cold voice said, "Choose one, only one is correct." He looked around, then walked to the wall, the place without a door, patted it with his hand, and said, "I think it would be nice to put a window here. It would let in more light." A window had indeed cracked in that wall. Outside the window was the greasy snack street behind his high school, and the aroma of braised pork wafted in. Linny was woken up by hunger. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. His stomach was rumbling loudly, more sensitive than any monitoring instrument. He glanced at the time. It was a little past 9 o'clock at night. He had slept for almost 4 hours. The monitoring equipment showed that his vital signs were stable. He sat up, feeling much better, but the hunger was still burning intensely. Just as Linny was wondering whether to ring the doorbell to ask if they had any late-night snacks, the door slid open silently. Shinemo walked in carrying a tray, his expression still indifferent, but the things on the tray made Linny's eyes light up. A bowl of plain porridge, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a boiled egg. Don't get too excited yet. This is a specially prepared nutritional meal. The porridge contains extracts that help with sleep and soothe nerves. The egg is a lab-grown high-protein, low-cholesterol variety, and the pickled vegetables are dehydrated vegetables with a cellulose product that mimics the texture of vegetables. Shinemo placed the tray on the bedside table. Eat slowly, and get some rest after you finish. The expert team is still holding meetings overnight to analyze your test data, and we may have preliminary conclusions tomorrow. Linny looked at the bowl of plain-looking white porridge and sighed. Dr. Shin, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. This little bit isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Your stomach capacity data shows that this is enough to sustain your basal metabolism until tomorrow morning. Shinemo remained unmoved. Besides, your body is in a hypersensitive state after the test, so it's not advisable to consume complex foods. Eat, or go hungry. Linny resignedly picked up the bowl. The porridge was at the perfect temperature, smooth and soft, with a faint, indescribable herbal fragrance. It wasn't bad, but it certainly wasn't delicious. The boiled egg and the pickled vegetables were the same, healthy, but uninteresting. As he ate with a bland taste, he asked, Dr. Shin, what do you discuss in your meetings? Do you think I'm mentally unstable, or that my abilities are so peculiar that you don't know how to categorize me? Shinemo stood by the bed, looking at the monitoring screen, not answering immediately. After a while, she said, your test data is keeping many people up at night, especially in the final stage. The way the definition, conflict scenario collapsed, and your field reaction mode don't match any existing theoretical models. Some think it's equipment error, some think it's a new type of supernatural phenomenon, and others. She paused, then looked at Linny. I believe you might not be a superhuman in the conventional sense, but rather a human form of some kind of reality anomaly. Just as 304 is an abnormal loophole that seeks absolute definition, you might be an abnormal existence whose essence is chaos and non-definition. Linny almost choked on his porridge. A real-world anomaly? A humanoid? It sounds like something out of a science fiction horror movie. It's just a hypothesis. Shinemo looked away. And it's not accepted by the mainstream. Most experts tend to think that you have an extremely rare ability with conceptual perturbation or rule softening as its core mechanism, but its manifestation is too unruly. Director Chin is pushing to classify you as a special concept interference type in order to secure more resources and more lenient observation regulations. Linny finished the last mouthful of porridge and put down the bowl. It turned out that while he was fast asleep, a group of people had been arguing fiercely about what exactly he was. Then Dr. Shin, what do you think I am? He suddenly asked. Shinemo paused in tidying up the tray. She looked up at Linny. Her gaze was complex, containing the scrutiny of a researcher, the caution of a doctor, and perhaps a faint, almost imperceptible hint of confusion. I don't know, she finally answered honestly. The data shows that you are human, a carbon-based life form, with a normal DNA sequence, but your field and how it works are not like what humans should have. At least, not like what we currently understand as human superpowers. She picked up the tray, walked to the door, then stopped without turning back. But at least, what you said in the test chamber today was quite interesting. More interesting than most research reports. Linny was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Shinemo, is he praising him? Even though the way he's praising him is so awkward. He shook his head and lay back down on the bed. His stomach wasn't so hungry anymore, but his mind was filled with more thoughts. A reality anomaly? A concept interference type? They all sounded impressive, but ultimately, he was still Linny, the same Linny who wanted to eat braised pork, wanted freedom, and hated being defined. Who cares, he told himself. Call me whatever you want. I'm who I am, and I decide for myself. He remembered the window from his dream and the aroma of braised pork from the food street outside. Perhaps his ability is simply to carve a window out of a wall full of doors. Others use the doors, he jumps through the window. Though it's not very elegant, and he might twist his ankle, it's exhilarating. Just as he was drifting off to sleep again, a strange feeling suddenly swept over him. It wasn't sound, it wasn't an image, but a feeling of being watched. Cold, hollow, carrying an indescribable curiosity and confusion. The feeling was fleeting, as quick as an illusion. But Linny instantly sobered up, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his back. He sat up abruptly and looked towards the corner of the room. There, only the potted green ivy stood quietly, growing under the soft glow of the nightlight. Just a moment ago, the chaotic light in his right hand flickered extremely faintly and uncontrollably, its direction vaguely pointing to a certain fixed location. It's not in the direction of Xiao's eye next door, nor is it upstairs or downstairs. Instead, it went further and deeper, as if penetrating layers of walls and protection, connecting to an area in the observation zone that he had never been to but had a vague feeling about. That being who pursues absolute definition and labels him as wrong. Did it just glance at him? Did it attract its attention again because it exhibited sufficiently chaotic and undefined qualities during the test? Lin Yi's heart began to race. He remembered Director Qin's mention of resonance, and that one of the test objectives was to observe his remote interaction with 304. He slowly lay back down, forcing himself to relax, but his right hand quietly clenched, completely obscuring the light in his palm. That cold, icy gaze did not return. But Lin Yi knew something was different. The test was like a stone thrown into calm water. The ripples had spread. He could disrupt the definition conflict in the test chamber. So would the invisible line between him and 304, based on the mutual attraction and repulsion between chaos and order, also be stirred and tightened as a result? Lin Yi didn't sleep well that night. He had many bizarre dreams, sometimes of pure white testing chambers, sometimes of doors with countless numbers, sometimes of the distorted light and shadow of 304, and sometimes of braised pork stalls in a food street. These scenes were mixed together, absurd yet real. The next morning, when Lin Yi was woken up by Shen Mo, his eyes were a little dark. Didn't sleep well? Shen Mo recorded the morning data. I dreamt all night about looking for braised pork in all sorts of places, but either the door was closed or the stall owner said it was sold out, Lin Yi said, yawning, half-jokingly. Shen Mo glanced at him, said nothing, but handed him a tablet. Director Qin wants you to take a look at this. It's a simplified version of the expert group's preliminary analysis report, and the next steps. Lin Yi took the tablet. The screen was filled with dense text and charts. He skipped over the incomprehensible data curves and terminology, going straight to the conclusion. Preliminary conclusion. The manifestation of L007, Lin Yi's special ability is tentatively classified as special concept interference type / chaotic tendency. Its field has the characteristics of disturbing the local logic of reality and softening or blurring existing definitions and rules. The mechanism of action is suspected to be highly correlated with the subject's subjective will, emotional state, especially negative and deconstructive emotions, and non-standard cognition of the target thing. The phenomenon of integrating lower-level rule conflicts with higher-level chaos exhibited by the object in the test requires further investigation. Preliminary speculation suggests that this capability may have special value in resolving certain types of real-world anomalies, especially those based on logical paradoxes and definitional contradictions. The object's remote, weak resonance with the 304 anomaly field showed a detectable transient increase in the later stages of testing. The specific correlation needs further investigation. Follow-up arrangements. 1. The observation period has been adjusted to limited activity observation. Subjects may move around in the observation area from B1 to B3, living, basic, training, and recreation areas, accompanied by designated researchers, but are prohibited from entering the core experimental area and high-risk containment area. 2. Launch the Adaptive Ability Development Training pilot. The focus is on refined guidance of emotions and intentions, preliminary control of the scope and precision of ability application, and practice of slight conceptual disturbances with harmless everyday objects. 3. Conduct safe distance indirect observation of the 304 anomaly field once a week and record resonance data. 4. Followed by a bunch of precautions and restrictive clauses. Lin Yi quickly finished scanning and looked up. Does that mean I don't have to be locked in this room all day anymore? I can go out for a walk now? Under supervision, in a designated area, Shen Mo emphasized. Moreover, you need to begin formal skills training. Not the previous observation and adaptation training, but a real attempt to understand, guide, and control your field. What kind of training? How to turn water into oil, or how to describe a square as round. Start with the simplest thing. Shen Mo pointed to the last appendix of the report. For example, try to make your field stable and continuous so that the handwriting of a pencil becomes slightly illegible. Not erase it, but make the handwriting itself blurred and uncertain. Lin Yi imagined the scene. Make the handwriting blurry? This ability didn't sound cool at all. It wasn't as exciting as stirring up definition conflicts during the previous test. test. But he also understood that the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau was testing him, attempting to standardize his capabilities.
From blurring definitions to making handwriting illegible, it was undoubtedly a huge downgrade and restriction.
But they needed data, controlled samples, and to bring him, this chaotic core, into a comprehensible framework.
All right, Linny put down the tablet. When do we start? This afternoon. You can rest first and get used to the limited activities. At 10 o'clock, I will take you to the lounge area. You can watch TV
for a while or browse some censored information on the internal network. Of course, you can't send messages or connect to the external network.
He could watch TV. He could go online, albeit a censored version.
This was incredibly good news for Linny, who had been imprisoned for so long. At 10 a.m., accompanied by Shinemo and a researcher named Chin Fan, a somewhat shy young man, Linny walked out of 307 for the first time and into the inner corridor of the observation area. The corridor was spacious and bright, with soft light blue walls and a gleaming floor. Occasionally, staff members in white coats or uniforms would hurry by, casting curious,
scrutinizing, or thoughtful glances at Linny.
Linny tried to appear natural, but his palms were still slightly sweaty.
Being observed by so many people didn't feel good. The lounge area is on level B2.
It's a small but well-equipped room with several sofas, a bookshelf mostly filled with scientific magazines and internal publications, a self-service beverage machine containing only water and a few energy drinks with ingredient labels, and a large-screen TV. The television was broadcasting the news. Linny sat down on the sofa, with Shinemo and Chen Fan sitting on chairs not far away, one on each side. They appeared casual, but their positions were just right to observe all of Linny's movements. The news reported on a newly discovered Class D spatial distortion anomaly in a certain area, which had been brought under control by the Special Operations Team of the Epidemic Prevention Bureau, with no casualties. The scene shifted to the progress of a reconstruction project in a city where a Class B mass hallucination incident had occurred several months earlier. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, and the world continued to turn in a tense calm. Linny watched for a while and found it uninteresting. He picked up the tablet next to him and connected to the internal network. The interface was very simple, with only a few icons. Internal announcements, knowledge base, a large number of documents require permissions, and leisure and entertainment, a few mindless single-player games and a batch of old movies. He opened the knowledge base and searched for keywords such as chaos, conceptual interference, and rule anomaly, but most of the results were permission-insufficient prompts. However, searching for braised pork brought up several paper abstracts about the controversy surrounding the efficiency of high-calorie foods and replenishing energy for superhumans. Linny pursed his lips, closed the knowledge base, and opened the movie list. The movies were all old, and most of them were either patriotic or science documentaries. He randomly clicked on a sci-fi movie with an acceptable title and started yawning after less than 10 minutes. Dr. Shin, he turned his head. Can we order takeout here?
Shinemo looked up from the documents in his hand. No. What about snacks? The vending machine only has water. I want a Coke.
Carbonated drinks and sugary snacks are not conducive to maintaining a stable physical condition during the observation period.
How about fruit? Apples? Bananas?
Shinemo glanced at him, then at Chen Fan, who looked slightly embarrassed, and finally nodded to Chen Fan. Go to the catering department and ask if they have any fresh fruit.
Request a portion.
Chen Fan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly got up and left. Linny smiled smugly, leaned back on the sofa, and continued watching the boring movie. In the movie, the protagonist was using a seemingly sophisticated theory to explain a supernatural phenomenon.
Linny couldn't help but mutter under his breath, nonsense, is that how you apply the law of conservation of energy? Did this screenwriter have a PE teacher?
The moment he finished speaking, the image on the television screen paused very slightly.
The pronunciation of a certain word in the protagonist's
impassioned speech was slightly distorted, almost imperceptibly, sounding a bit like a sudden crack in the throat, but then immediately returned to normal.
Shinemo suddenly raised his head, looked at the TV, then at Linny, his eyes sharp. Just now, did the TV freeze? Linny asked, feigning uncertainty. Shinemo didn't speak, but quickly made notes on his tablet. Linny's heart began to pound. Just now, had his field moved on its own again? Was it because he subconsciously criticized and denied the unscientific plot in the movie? Moreover, is the target of this impact television signal? Or rather, the content being broadcast on television?
This is far more indirect and abstract than making pothos leaves turn oily or causing chaos in the test chamber.
Is the scope of his ability expanding? Or is the way it works evolving?
Chen Fan returned with a plate of washed grapes and apples. Linny thanked him, picked up a grape, and popped it into his mouth. It was very sweet. He ate while pretending to continue watching the movie, but his mind was racing.
The afternoon skills training doesn't seem to be as simple as Shinemo said. And what is 304, who just glanced at him, thinking about now, deep in the observation area?
Linny chewed on grapes, watching the scientists on TV continue their nonsense, and suddenly felt that this first day of limited freedom might not be too boring. At least, he seems to have found a new form of entertainment that won't get him criticized criticized, using his stage to quietly correct those unreliable movies and TV series. Although this method of correction may be a bit unrefined. The grapes were sweet, but Lin Yi ate them somewhat absent-mindedly. He mechanically stuffed grapes into his mouth while stealing glances at Shin Mo out of the corner of his eye. Dr. Shin was engrossed in taking notes on her tablet, her expression so focused it seemed she was working on a surgical plan. Lin Yi was certain that the almost imperceptible lag in the television screen earlier hadn't escaped her notice. Dr. Shin, Lin Yi cleared his throat, deciding to take the initiative. I was just saying it casually. The TV freezing isn't my fault, is it? Maybe it's a signal problem, or maybe the TV is old? Shin Mo didn't even look up, his finger swiping across the screen. The audiovisual equipment in the lounge area was fully upgraded last week, using independent, internal fiber optic transmission, with a signal loss rate of less than 1 in a million. No similar reports were received from other areas during the same period. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. This woman spoke as if she were reciting parameters. Then, maybe I'm seeing things? Or maybe I'm just seeing things, he continued to struggle. Shin Mo finally raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses was calm and unwavering. Your vision test result is 5.2, with no astigmatism. Just now, your brainwaves showed synchronous abnormal fluctuations in the prefrontal cortex language processing area and the parietal visual association area, with the timing perfectly coinciding with the screen freeze. At the same time, the chaos level of your right-hand field showed a momentary increase of 0.7% at that instant. Although it quickly subsided, the waveform characteristics were similar to when you actively used your abilities before, only much weaker. Lin Yi, he silently popped a grape into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Fine, let the data speak for itself. In the territory of the Epidemic Prevention and Control Bureau, his little trick couldn't escape the instruments. So, Shin Mo put down the tablet, leaned forward slightly, and scrutinized him. Your ability seems to be able to produce some degree of extremely weak disturbance on information or concepts that you consider unreasonable or wrong. The object doesn't even need to be a physical entity. It can be the content carried by the images and sounds that are being played. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that this description didn't seem wrong. Maybe, but I really didn't mean to use my ability just now. It was just a subconscious remark. The triggering of abilities in an unconscious or low-conscious state usually means that the superpower has been deeply internalized and is more closely integrated with the subject's mental activities. Shin Mo made another note on the tablet. But at the same time, it also means potential instability and uncontrollability. We need to focus on observing this point during this afternoon's training. Lin Yi suddenly felt that the grapes in his mouth were no longer sweet. Dr. Shin, our training this afternoon, is it going to involve me criticizing TV dramas? I'm too good at that. I can criticize everything from the opening theme to the cast list. The training content will be more structured and measurable. Shin Mo put away his tablet and stood up. It's almost time. Researcher Chen Fan will take you to the training room. I need to finalize the plan with Director Chin before the training. After she left, Chen Fan, the shy young researcher, smiled somewhat awkwardly at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, shall we go? The training room is on the B3 floor. On the way, Lin Yi tried to get closer to Chen Fan. Researcher Chen, how long have you been with the Prevention and Control Bureau? It's been almost 2 years. Chen Fan pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and spoke softly. Specializing in cases like mine. Special cases? Not entirely. I mainly do anomalous field energy spectrum analysis before. It was because of your special situation that I was temporarily transferred here to assist Dr. Shen with monitoring and recording. Chen Fan answered politely, but his eyes revealed curiosity, and he would occasionally steal glances at Lin Yi. What do you think of my abilities? Lin Yi asked, wanting to hear the true thoughts of this seemingly young researcher. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then whispered, it's very special. The data pattern is unlike any other registered superpower, especially the chaos index and the regular perturbation waveform. It's almost like what? It's like a living, self-changing jumble of code. After saying that, Chen Fan probably felt that the description was not quite right, so he quickly added, I mean, from a data analysis perspective, it's very unique. It has a lot of research value. Lin Yi laughed. Garbled text? That's a much cuter description than real-world anomaly. The training room was simpler than Lin Yi had imagined. It was a room of about 50 square meters, with light gray sound-absorbing material on the walls and floor. In the center of the room was only a table and a chair. On the table were a few things, an ordinary pencil, a white paper, an apple, and a glass half filled with water. Apart from that, there was nothing there. Shin Mo soon came in, carrying a new tablet and several small sensor patches. The training goal for this afternoon is simple. Try to apply slight, observable perturbations at the conceptual level to the objects in front of you. She walked to the table and pointed to the items. Phase 1, a pencil and white paper. Try to let your field influence the writing the pencil leaves on the paper, making it blurred and unreadable, but don't erase or change the physical form of the writing. The goal is to last for 3 seconds, and the effect should be repeatable. Lin Yi looked at the pencil, then at the white paper, and scratched his head. How exactly do I do it? Do I need to concentrate on thinking, make it blurry? You can try any method you think might work. Shinemo gestured for him to sit down, then attached several sensor patches to his temples, the side of his neck, and his wrists. We will monitor your brainwaves, field activity, the microscopic state of the target object, and local spatial parameters simultaneously. Begin, relax, find that feeling in the final stage of the test, not forcibly controlling it, but letting your will permeate it. Linny sat in the chair, staring at the pencil and the white paper. He picked up the pencil and neatly wrote his name, Linny, on the notebook. He put down his pencil, rubbed his hands together, and then stared at the two words. Blurry, becoming unclear. He silently chanted in his mind, trying to summon that feeling of wanting to change something. The chaotic light in his right hand seemed to become slightly more active, but the paper and pen on the table remained unresponsive. I can't feel it, Linny said honestly. It's just like reading words normally. Don't just focus on the concept of vagueness, Shinemo prompted from the side. Think back to your emotional and mental state when your abilities were activated before. For example, in the test chamber, how did you think when faced with those logical dilemmas? I find them annoying, stupid, and inhumanly designed, Linny blurted out. Yes, that's the feeling. Annoyed, stupid, inhuman, these are all negative and judgmental perceptions. Try projecting this feeling of disagreement and something's not right onto the existing definition or rule that handwriting should be clear. Don't force it to change, but rather, question it and loosen it. Linny seemed to understand, but not quite. He looked at his name again. Linny. 2 characters, perfectly straight. Why must the handwriting be so clear? Who made that rule? What's wrong with being a little blurry? That kind of printed clarity is so rigid and boring. Wouldn't it be more interesting if it were blurred a little, like it's been soaked in water, or had rougher edges? The moment this thought arose in his mind, the chaotic light in his right hand rippled slightly. At the same time, the edges of the clear strokes of the 2 characters Linny on the paper flickered extremely subtly, almost like an illusion. It was like the slight ghosting that occurs when scanning a document with a poor quality scanner, but it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye and only lasted for less than half a second before returning to normal. Got it, Chen Fan exclaimed softly, pointing to the monitoring screen beside him. The curves on the screen showed subtle synchronous fluctuations. Shinemo quickly operated the tablet to zoom in on the details and compare the images. The reflected light path on the target object's surface shows an anomalous scattering of about 0.01 seconds, which is consistent with a slightly uncertain state of the microstructure. The field effect time is estimated to be 0.3 seconds, and the effect intensity is extremely weak, but it exists. She looked at Linny, a glint of light in her eyes. Very good. What did you just think of? I was thinking, why does the handwriting have to be so clear? A little blurriness is fine too, Linny said honestly. A slight tendency to negate and substitute for the existing clear definition, Shinemo noted. Continue, try to extend the duration of the effect, or shift the target to other items. For example, that apple, try to make it less like a standard apple. Linny looked at the rosy apple. A standard apple? Round, red, with a stem. How could it be made not so standard? He picked up the apple and examined it. It was too round, like a ball. Why did apples have to be so round? Couldn't they be a little flatter? Or a little square? Who said apples had to be round? Maybe the one Newton got hit with was a rather oddly shaped one. He was thinking about misfits, and at the same time, the thought that this rule is unreasonable resurfaced in his mind. The chaotic light in his right hand flickered slightly again. The apple seemed unchanged, but Linny felt that the feel of the apple in his hand became a little uncertain for a moment. It seemed that it was round, yet it also had a slight tendency to be not round, but it was just a feeling, without any actual change in shape. The monitoring data fluctuated again. The certainty index of the target object's micromorphology showed a momentary decrease of less than 0.5%. This further verifies that the mechanism of action is related to subjective cognitive judgment. It's effective, but the effect is weak and extremely unstable, Shinemo summarized. Keep practicing. This time, try it on that glass of water. Don't try to change its form, try to feel it. It doesn't necessarily have to be water. Linny looked at the glass of clear, transparent water. It couldn't be just water, could it? A beverage? Alcohol? Or something else? His mind wandered, sometimes thinking it tasted like Sprite, sometimes like beer, and even having the absurd thought that what if this stuff suddenly turns into juice? But this time, the light from his right hand merely rippled lazily, and the water in the glass remained completely still. Invalid? Chen Fan looked at the stable data. No, Shinemo stared at the screen. His field shows signs of activity, but its target doesn't seem to be locked onto the water itself. Instead, it's spreading to the conventional perception of the cup and the table. Look here, the molecular thermal motion on the tabletop shows extremely weak and irregular fluctuations. In an instant, exceeding the ambient noise. He's trying to deny the most basic perception that a table is a table and a cup is a cup, but it's too broad and lacks focus, so the effect is almost non-existent and difficult to sustain. sustain.
She looked at Linny. Your attention is too scattered.
You need a more specific and clear object of disagreement.
For example, it's not.
Water doesn't necessarily have to be water, but this glass of water looks boring and rigid here. It should have some bubbles or some color.
Linny tried to focus. He looked at the glass of water. Transparent, calm, it certainly seemed boring, and as it should in this drab training room. Why should it just stay there obediently? Add some bubbles, let it bubbling away, or change color, red or blue. How interesting that would be.
He concentrated, imagining the water turning into cola, brown and bubbly.
The light on the right hand seemed to brighten slightly.
The water in the glass remained clear, but above the water's surface, in the air close to the water's surface, a tiny, transparent bubble, no bigger than a grain of rice, appeared out of nowhere and vanished with a poof in less than a fraction of a second. They either emerge from the water or appear on the surface where air and water meet, as if the concept of that interface has been briefly and slightly disturbed, creating an extremely small uncertain area that should not exist.
The monitoring equipment emitted a slight beep. Chen Fan's eyes widened. A momentary anomaly appeared in the local interfacial tension data. Although it recovered quickly, it definitely exceeded the measurement error.
Shenmo quickly took notes, his breathing slightly rapid. The target of the action has shifted, but the effect is still working. From the negation of water, it has shifted to the disturbance of the boundary.
Definition of the water surface.
Linny, remember what you just felt. The point of action of your ability doesn't have to be the object itself, but rather the state, relationship, or definition of the object. Linny was also a little stunned. He had just thought the glass of water was too boring and imagined it turning into cola, but a bubble appeared on the surface?
Although it was so small as to be negligible, what did that mean?
This means that his field can subtly, unstably, and distort the original appearance or defined attributes of things through his dissatisfaction or playful ideas about how things should be.
This isn't about directly changing matter, it's about prying open a crack at the edge of a concept.
Over the next hour or so, Linny, guided by Shinemo, tried several more times. The success rate was very low. It was considered good if 1 or 2 out of 10 attempts produced a detectable, slight disturbance.
Moreover, each disturbance manifested differently. Once, the pencil's
shadow seemed to fade by 1/10,000th. Another time, the apple's shadow showed an almost imperceptible slight distortion under the light, and yet another time, the edge of the condensation ring left by the cup on the table appeared less round for a fleeting moment. The effects were so minor they were almost comical, but Shinemo and Chen Fan grew increasingly excited. Each tiny, seemingly meaningless success added a new, unconventional piece to the unprecedented model of Lin Yi's superpower. The mechanism of action is highly dependent on the subject's subjective cognition and emotional tendencies, especially deconstructive, negative, and playful thinking. The target of action is not limited to entities, but can cover abstract attributes, relationships, states, and even the definition itself. The effect manifests as a brief, low-intensity decrease in certainty or loosening of logic with a highly random specific form that is related to the subject's instantaneous thought content. It is difficult to control precisely and the results are difficult to predict, but there are indeed repeatable triggering patterns. Shinemo recorded these preliminary conclusions on the tablet, looking at Lin Yi, who was so tired that he was slumped in his chair, holding an apple and hesitating whether to take a bite. This person is like a walking, humanoid, uncontrollable reality eraser. Although he can only erase a little bit of pencil marks at present, who knows what he can erase in the future. The training session came to an end, and Shinemo told Lin Yi to rest for 10 minutes. Lin Yi picked up an apple without hesitation and started eating it, muttering to himself, "This training is even more tiring than physical training.
I feel like my brain has been emptied out. Dr. Shin, do you have any Coke? I need some sugar. No cola.
We have a special energy supplement, strawberry flavor."
Shinemo took out a bottle of nutritional drink from the cabinet next to him.
Lin Yi took it with a bitter face, took a sip, and frowned deeply. "This strawberry flavor is so fake, it tastes like melted plastic. The ingredient ratio has been precisely calculated, and it can quickly replenish your depleted mental energy and trace elements."
Shinemo remained unmoved.
Lin Yi pinched his nose and finished drinking, feeling a strange taste in his mouth.
He subconsciously complained, "Couldn't you make it at least as realistic as a real strawberry?
Even if it tasted like an expired strawberry, it would be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic light that had just subsided in his right hand flickered faintly without warning. The empty nutrient solution packet in his hand, with its bright red strawberry pattern printed on it, seemed to have dimmed slightly for a very brief moment, as if it had faded a little or been covered with a very light layer of gray.
Shinemo and Chen Fan both saw it. 3 people, 6 eyes, staring at the packaging bag. Lin Yi, Shinemo, Chen Fan. I really didn't mean to this.
Lin Yi chuckled dryly, placing the packaging bag on the table.
Maybe it's just the lighting?
Shinemo carefully picked up the packaging bag with tweezers, examined it closely under the light, and then scanned it with a portable scanner.
The red pigment area of the pattern showed a temporary shift.
In the reflectance spectrum of about 0.5 nanometers, lasting less than 0.1 seconds, which has now been recovered. It has 70% similarity similarity to the previously observed conceptual perturbation waveform. She put down the packaging bag, looked at Linny, and her probing gaze was almost tangible. Your dissatisfaction and concrete imagination, expired strawberries, regarding the taste not being like real strawberries triggered a slight negation of the implicit attribute that the packaging design should have vibrant colors. The effect acts on the abstract attribute of color representation in the printed design, although it is extremely weak and brief. But, she paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, this proves that your ability can be triggered based on very specific, subtle, and even cognitive biases unrelated to the main function of the target object. Moreover, the target can be extended to more indirect information carriers such as the visual representation of printed materials. Linny was confused, but he roughly understood what he meant. He could not only dislike the product itself, but also dislike the product's advertising image for not being realistic enough, and this dislike could make the advertising image feel guilty and dim slightly. This ability is becoming more and more useful. Just kidding, break time is over. Shinemo glanced at the time. Next, we'll try a different training approach. Instead of specifying concrete goals, we'll give you a situation and you need to try to respond or adapt to it using your field within that situation and see what happens. What's the situation? Linny had a bad feeling. Shinemo walked to the control panel in the room and operated it a few times. The lights in the training room dimmed slightly, turning into a soft, warm yellow. At the same time, from a hidden speaker in a corner of the room, came an extremely faint but continuous and regular ticking sound, like the ticking of a clock, but with a rhythm slightly slower than a heartbeat, making one feel inexplicably uneasy. This is a simple routine auditory stimulus scenario, Shinemo explained. We want to observe what spontaneous reactions your field will have in a continuous, regular, and somewhat monotonous order environment, or whether you can actively interfere with it. Linny sat in the chair, listening to the tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock sound. At first, it was fine, but after a dozen seconds, he began to feel annoyed. The sound wasn't loud, but it was penetrating and had a fixed rhythm, hitting his head with each beat. What's that sound? A broken clock, he couldn't help but ask. The sound is a simulated metronome, with the frequency adjusted to a range that easily triggers mild anxiety and distraction. Shenmo's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the monotonous ticking. Relax, feel it, or try ignoring it, or even change its effect on you. Linny tried to relax, but the ticking sound was relentless. He tried to count sheep, but he got flustered by the third one because the ticking kept disrupting his rhythm. He tried to think of something else, braised pork, Xiao's eyes lame jokes, Shinmo's expressionless face, but the ticking sound persisted stubbornly like background noise. The feeling of irritability is getting stronger. This sound is so monotonous, so predictable. It's unbearable to listen to. Why does it have to be this rhythmic? Can't it be faster? Can't it be slower? Or even change the tone, make it a ding-dong or a clang? Tick-tock, tick-tock, how annoying. The more he thought about it, the more his nameless anger rose. The chaotic light in his right hand seemed to follow his restless emotions, beginning to fluctuate irregularly and slightly, as if echoing some kind of silent complaint. Just as his frustration reached its peak, and he was about to blurt out, "Stop ticking." Tick-tock. The regular sound abruptly changed tone. The tone of the D was slightly lengthened and raised, almost imperceptibly, while the tone of the D was slightly lowered and shortened. The overall rhythm remained unchanged, but the pitch and duration underwent extremely subtle, irregular, and completely different changes from before. It's like a musician who plays strictly to the beat of a metronome, suddenly inspired, and very subtly, almost imperceptibly, improvises a tiny vibrato. The ticking sound continued, but it was no longer the same unchanging, precise, and cold sound it had been before. It began to have extremely subtle, random, and almost unpredictable fluctuations. Although it still maintained a general rhythm, each tick and each tap seemed to have its own tiny, unique personality. On the monitoring screen, Linny's field activity curve showed a clear, continuous, low amplitude but stable spike fluctuation, which, together with the changing ticking sound, formed a strange, asynchronous resonance pattern. Shenemo and Shenfan exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. He did not directly confront or interrupt this pattern. He didn't even explicitly target the sound itself. He simply used his irritability and disagreement, along with a more diffuse and essential tendency towards chaos, to permeate it. This made the originally absolutely regular and orderly tick-tock sound become less regular, less orderly, and take on a little human touch, or rather, Lin Yi's touch. He made the regular pattern become irregular, albeit to an extremely small degree. Shinemo quickly noted the first observation of active contextual immersion was successful. Under continuous and regular stimulation, the target, through its own emotional and cognitive feedback, irritability, perception of the sound as monotonous and dull, spontaneously diffused its chaotic field, generating non-directional, low-intensity randomization perturbations on the regular sound waves. The perturbation effect manifested as tiny random fluctuations in sound wave parameters. The overall regular framework was not disrupted, but the internal determinism decreased. This may simulate manipulate the microscopic mechanism by which it attracts and interferes with the absolute order of 304. Her voice trembled slightly as she recorded. This discovery was crucial. It might partially explain why Lin Yi's field had a special effect on anomalies like 304 that sought absolute definitions, because his very existence was a continuous, weak, but inescapable source of disturbance to absolute uncertainty. Just then, the ticking sound stopped without warning. It wasn't the kind of stop that comes when playback ends, but rather something that abruptly cut it off. Immediately afterwards, all the lights in the training room flickered simultaneously. It wasn't the kind of blackout that happens when the power goes out, but rather an extremely brief, drastic, and irregular change in brightness, so fast that it seemed like an illusion.
The next second, the chaotic light in Lin Yi's right palm suddenly throbbed and expanded violently without warning. Its brightness
instantly increased, and its color changed from a peaceful milky white chaos to a dark tone with an indescribable and unsettling feel.
Ugh!
Lin Yi groaned, clutching his right wrist abruptly, his face turning deathly pale. A cold, hollow feeling, imbued with a strong desire to explore and urge to analyze, pierced his consciousness like an invisible needle. It wasn't heard by the ears, nor seen by the eyes, but appeared directly in his perception. The feeling was exactly the same as that fleeting gaze from last night, but clearer and stronger. Moreover, this time it was mixed with an indescribable confusion and curiosity. It's as if an absolutely rational being suddenly encounters a puzzle that cannot be solved with existing formulas, a mixture of bewilderment and a strong urge to understand it.
Lin Yi. Shinemo noticed his abnormality immediately and looked at the monitoring screen, his expression changing drastically.
On the screen, the curve representing Lin Yi's field activity skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the safety threshold.
The chaos index rose sharply. Even more alarming, another auxiliary
curve, specifically monitoring that potential resonance with 304, which was originally almost a flat bottom line, suddenly raised its head and fluctuated violently, like a venomous snake awakened. There are abnormal fluctuations in the 304th game. The resonance index with L007 is rising sharply.
Chen Fan exclaimed. Shut down the sound source. Activate secondary shielding. Quickly! Shinemo shouted the order, rushing to the control panel and rapidly operating his fingers. The ticking sound disappeared instantly.
A soft blue light band lit up the walls and ceiling of the training room, emitting a low hum. This was an enhanced version of the ability suppression and isolation field. The light in Lin Yi's right hand seemed to be suppressed the moment the blue force field lit up. It struggled violently and contracted a few times before reluctantly dimming and returning to its usual slow flow, only the color seemed a little deeper than usual. That cold feeling of being watched and explored also receded like the tide, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yi gasped for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. In that instant, he felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown under a microscope, every thought, every emotion, scrutinized, analyzed, and attempted to be defined by that cold gaze.
How are you? Shinemo walked quickly to his side and checked his vital signs. It's alright.
Lin Yi's voice was a little hoarse. It feels like something looked at me, and it's very uncomfortable. Shenmo's expression was grave as he looked at the monitoring data. The resonance curve had fallen back, but it was still significantly higher than the previous baseline, and the fluctuations had not
completely subsided. Although Lin Yi's field activity had decreased, the base value of chaos seemed to have permanently increased by a few tenths of a percentage point compared to before training. Training is suspended. Chen Fan, report the abnormal situation immediately.
Lin Yi, you need to go back to your room to rest and undergo a thorough examination.
Shenmo's tone left no room for argument.
Lin Yi was helped to his feet by Chen Fan, his legs still a little weak. He looked in the direction from which the sound had come, then looked at his right palm, which had just calmed down. Was it because he had just disturbed the regular tick-tock sound, exhibiting a chaotic quality, that he attracted 304's attention more strongly? Like a flickering candle flame in the darkness, attracting a moth? No, that's not quite right. 304 didn't feel like a moth to him. It felt more like a meticulous scientist who had discovered an anomaly that was unclassifiable yet extremely interesting. He was escorted back to 307 by Shinemo and Chen Fan, one on each side. On the way, Shinemo remained silent, his brows furrowed, clearly deep in thought about what the unusual event just now meant. Back in the room, Shinemo gave Lin Yi a more thorough examination, confirming that he had no obvious physical injuries, only significant mental exhaustion.
She left him some calming medication, which Lin Yi
politely declined, saying, "All medicines have side effects. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep," instructed him to rest completely, and then hurriedly left, clearly to attend an emergency meeting. The room fell silent. Lin Yi lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his right hand unconsciously clenching and unclenching. The light in his palm was steady, as if the violent reaction just now was just an illusion, but he knew it wasn't.
304 looked over.
Not just a casual glance, but a more deliberate, interested gaze. And he himself, during training, inadvertently unlocked a deeper corner of his abilities. He could not only dislike specific things, but also use his chaos to pollute the rules and order themselves, even if it was just a little sound. sound. Regular auditory stimulation, Linny murmured to himself, recalling the irregular ticking sound and the subsequent strong reaction from 304. He suddenly felt that Xiaozai's metaphor of digging a hole might not be quite accurate. He was more like a drop of ink that had accidentally fallen into a clear glass of water. The glass wanted to remain clear, order, but this drop of ink was destined to spread, to diffuse, and to taint everything with a touch of uncertain gray, chaos. Now, the glass, 304, that was dedicated to clarifying, classifying, and labeling all water has noticed his unruly drop of ink. What will happen next? Is the glass trying to separate this drop of ink from its surroundings? Or is it trying to analyze it, incorporating it into its own clarification system? Or perhaps, Linny turned over and looked at the potted green ivy in the corner of the room. Or perhaps, his drop of ink could stir up that entire glass of too clear water and make it a little more lively? He wasn't sure if he was overthinking things, but the chaotic light in his palm, which seemed a little more lively than before, seemed to be telling a silent story. Meanwhile, deep within the observation zone, in a containment unit that was absolutely silent, heavily sealed off and monitored, at the center of that constantly distorting, collapsing, and reassembling light and shadow, within that cold, absolute consciousness that continually verifies and defines itself after observing the illogical and indescribable non-standard response of that particular faulty sample to regular stimuli, an unprecedented, extremely subtle, almost stuttered logical loop appeared within it for a fraction of a second, undetectable. Subsequently, more monitoring resources were silently allocated, and a more focused analysis process was initiated. Target, sample L007. Analysis of the project, the nature of its non-standard disturbances, the triggering mechanism, and the potential mutual exclusion/complementary possibilities with its own absolute definition process. Meanwhile, in the confidential conference room at the other end of the observation area, an emergency meeting about Linny and the abnormal training incident that had just occurred was filled with a somber, confused, and slightly imperceptible atmosphere of excitement and worry. Director Chin looked at the frozen, violently fluctuating resonance curve on the large screen and the instantaneous image of Linny's field activity surging, and slowly spoke. It seems that the connection between the key and the lock is much more sensitive, and also, much more dangerous, than we expected. And the key itself, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the experts present with their varied expressions, seems to be more unruly than we thought. We need to reassess the second phase of the logic corridor test and the next steps in our contact plan for 304. Linny spent most of the day resting in room 307. He said he was resting quietly, but he mostly just stared at the ceiling, occasionally exchanging a few words with Xiaozai on the other side of the wall. Xiaozai seemed to have heard about what was happening in the training room, but didn't ask for details. He just knocked on the wall and said, "You've been making quite a commotion? Looks like that order maniac is paying more attention to you." Linny retorted, "It's more than just caring. I feel like it wants to take me apart to see which screw is loose. It can't be broken apart." Xiaozai's response was confident. "It's a mess. How can you break it apart? Even if you break it apart, it'll still be a mess. That's what's giving them a headache." These words reassured Linny a little. Yes, he was an unreasonable mess, and it was inherently difficult to analyze and define him using the concept of order. But despite feeling relieved, the lingering, cold, sticky discomfort from being watched still clung to the corners of his consciousness like a spiderweb, occasionally sending shivers down his spine. The light in his right palm had completely calmed down, flowing even more docilely than usual, but Linny always felt that beneath that gentleness lay a satisfied, languid energy, as if he had just finished his antics. Shinemo came once during this period and underwent a more detailed examination, focusing on the stability of her brain and superpower core. All the data was normal, some even exceptionally good. However, her brow remained furrowed, and before leaving, she hesitated, finally saying only, "Rest well, don't overthink it. I'll let you know the results." Linny knew that the so-called result was definitely not as simple as just his medical report. The high-ranking officials and experts of the Prevention and Control Bureau were probably sitting around the conference table right now, arguing heatedly about the interaction data between him and 304 that had just been released. He guessed right. The atmosphere in the number 1 confidential meeting room on the 3rd underground floor of the observation area was indeed so heavy it could be squeezed out of you. The oval table was packed with people. Director Chin sat at the head of the table, while Shinemo sat to his left, slightly forward, with thick stacks of documents and a tablet spread out in front of her. Opposite her sat an elderly man with gray hair and a serious face. Zhou Lao, the chief consultant of the Special Phenomena Research Department of the Prevention and Control Bureau. On either side were project leaders, senior researchers, and 2 officers with many stars on their epaulets who had come temporarily from the headquarters. On the large screen at the front of the conference room, several sets of key data and images were displayed in split-screen format. The dramatic fluctuation curves of the field activity and chaos during Linny's training, the rare and targeted analytic wave enhancement spectrum of the 304 abnormal field at the same time point, and the potential resonance index curve between between the two, which suddenly rose and has now fallen back but whose baseline has clearly increased. The data is already very clear. Old Joe spoke first, his voice aged but carrying an undeniable authority. Target L007, its chaotic and anti-definition tendencies in the nature of its ability, and the absolute order and strong definition tendencies of the 304 anomaly have a fundamental and strong mutual attraction and repulsion. This relationship is far more complex and dangerous than our initial assumptions of a key and lock or its specific interference source. He pointed to the resonance curve. Look here. After L007 generates a non-standard perturbation to the regular stimulus, 304's response is not a simple rejection or repair, but rather the initiation of a higher-level analysis process. What does this mean? It means that 304 regards L007 as an abnormal data point worthy of in-depth analysis and understanding, and may even be a special entity that can supplement or challenge its own definition system. A middle-aged researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and interjected, "Does Professor Joe mean that L007 might have the value of a research sample or theoretical verification object for 304? This is absurd. 304 is just an anomalous field, a phenomenon, a thing, not a conscious researcher. But we cannot rule out the possibility that it possesses some kind of sense of consciousness or highly adaptive logical program," another female expert countered. From the residual data of the Dreamweaver incident to the Kant 001 experiment, and now to the orienting response induced by the L007 training, all indicate that 304's behavioral pattern has clear purpose, selectivity, and learning adaptability. It may not have self-awareness, but it has logical purpose. Director Cheen placed his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, "It's pointless to argue about whether 304 has consciousness now. The key question is this special interaction pattern between L007 and 304 beneficial or detrimental to our handling of the 304 hidden danger? Is the risk controllable? The risk is extremely high, and currently, it seems completely uncontrollable." Old Joe's tone was stern. L007's own abilities are extremely unstable, its mechanism of action is ambiguous, and its effects are random. Now, it has established such a sensitive resonance link with 304, like placing a flint next to a powder keg that might spontaneously combust at any moment. Today, just a minor disturbance during training attracted such strong attention from 304. If next time, L007 experiences a large-scale rampage when emotionally agitated or encounters external stimuli, what kind of reaction will 304 have? Will it lead to an escalation of 304's analysis or interaction behavior, or even a breach of containment? Or, worse, will it trigger some kind of unpredictable fusion or aberration between the two? His words caused many in the conference room to turn pale. If 304 breached containment, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the words fusion or aberration touched upon everyone's deepest fears. What kind of monster would be created if two anomalies of diametrically opposed natures, both touching upon the level of rules, were combined? "I agree with Elder Zhou's basic assessment of the risks." Shinemo suddenly spoke, his voice calm but attracting everyone's attention. "However, the existence of risks does not mean that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater and completely abandon L007, which currently appears to be the only variable that can have a specific impact on 304. She pulled up another set of data, a microscopic record of the successful perturbations during Ling Yi's training. Look, L007's ability, although manifested in a chaotic manner, is not entirely without a trace in its triggering mechanism. It highly depends on his subjective cognition and emotions, especially his negative and deconstructive thinking about established rules and standard states. Today, his perturbation of the regular sounds is essentially a slight contamination of the local order environment with a diffuse chaotic tendency. She paused, glancing around at everyone. This might just provide us with a new perspective. 304's pursuit of absolute definition and logical completeness is perhaps its biggest weakness or obsession. L007's chaos and anti-definition may not be able to defeat or fix 304 in the conventional way, but it may serve as a continuous, low-intensity interference source or softener to loosen 304's overly rigid and absolute definition structure, creating opportunities for other intervention methods, or at least preventing its definition process from evolving in a more dangerous direction. Does Dr. Shin mean to treat L007 as a humanoid, living rule eraser, or a definition diluent? A young researcher muttered. An uncontrollable eraser that might accidentally erase the wrong spot or smudge the whole sheet of paper, Old Joe said coldly. Shinemo, your idea is bold, but what is the basis for it? Apart from this tiny, insignificant disturbance to the sound today, what else can support your theory of interference? Source or softener? We can't even be sure that when L007 faces 304 again, its chaos will interfere with the other party, or will it be attracted and devoured by the other party's absolute order, or even become nourishment for the other other party to perfect its own definition system.
The meeting reached a stalemate. Radicals believed that Lin Yi was a high-risk destabilizing factor and that his isolation must be strengthened, and even his containment level should be reassessed. Pragmatists, represented by Shinemo and Director
Chin, believed that this particularity should be utilized and studied to a limited extent to find new ways to solve the 304 problem, while many others wavered between the two views, fearing the risks yet unable to give up the only possible hope. I propose, Director Chin broke the silence, that, until we obtain more reliable data and security guarantees, we suspend all experiments that could potentially stimulate interaction between L007 and 304, including the planned second phase of the logic corridor test. However, that adaptive capability development training can continue, with the goal adjusted to, in an absolutely safe environment free from external interference. Further clarify the triggering conditions and control thresholds of L007's own capabilities, and attempt to establish a basic guidance and control model. At the same time, we should strengthen the monitoring level of the 304's abnormal field, paying particular attention to any feedback it gives to information related to L007. What if 304's attention continues to increase, or even shows signs of proactive probing or attempting to make contact? An officer asked seriously. Activate the Level 3 alert plan. If necessary, implement the highest level of information isolation and physical shielding for Containment Unit 304.
At the same time, Director
Shin's gaze swept over everyone, his tone heavy. We need to prepare a final safety disposal plan for L007. This is not what we hope to see, but we must be prepared for the worst.
A hush fell over the conference room.
Everyone understood what the final safety measure meant.
It wasn't just a decision about Lin Yi's personal fate.
Just then, there was a gentle knock on the conference room door. An assistant researcher rushed in, leaned down and whispered a few words in Director Chin's ear, and handed him a newly printed urgent telegram. Director Chin took the telegram, glanced at it quickly, and his brows furrowed suddenly, his face turning extremely grim.
The meeting is adjourned.
He stood up, his voice slightly tense.
There's an emergency. 3 minutes ago, the Southwest Branch's Yunshan Observatory sent a top-priority distress signal.
An unstable spacefold they're monitoring, numbered C771, has experienced an
abnormal riot.
The intensity jumped from level C to the estimated level A in a short period of time. The observatory has lost contact, and there are signs of large-scale reality distortion in the surrounding area.
There have been reports of civilians being trapped.
This news was like a bomb dropped into water, instantly igniting the conference room.
C771? That anomaly that historical records show has a weak spatiotemporal connection to the Dreamweaver incident?
Old Joe suddenly stood up.
A-level riot? How could it be so fast?
Last week's report said it was a stable sea-level riot. The Yunshan area has more than 50,000 permanent residents.
Rescue and evacuation must be organized immediately.
Director Chin raised his hand to silence the clamor, speaking rapidly. The General Administration has ordered the Southwest Branch and surrounding special operations teams to intervene fully, but the actual rules in the riot area are extremely unstable. Conventional methods have limited effectiveness, and there is a risk of further deterioration. The General Administration has requested that our observation area, based on our research experience with anomalies like 304 and L007 that involve rule-level anomalies, provide emergency technical support and assess whether it is necessary, and how safely, to deploy special response resources.
His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, swept over Lin Yi's profile picture on the screen.
Special response resources.
Everyone understood the implied meaning.
Just moments ago, they were debating whether to lock up Lin Yi, this unstable factor, even more tightly.
Now, an A-level incident that
could cause massive casualties and involves the distortion of reality's rules urgently requires potentially effective special measures. The only thing they had that seemed capable of disrupting the rules and definitions was the young man in room 307 who was resting and had just disrupted the regular ticking sound, attracting the attention of room 304. Fate seems to always like to throw out the most ironic questions at times like these. Shinemo subconsciously gripped the tablet in her hand, her fingertips turning slightly white. She looked at Director Chin. Director Chin took a deep breath and made a decision. Immediately establish an emergency analysis team for the Yunshan incident, retrieve all historical data and real-time monitoring, residual information of C771, and assess the nature of the incident, the risk spread trend, and potential intervention points.
Shinemo, come with me. We need to talk to Lin Yi.
He paused, then added in a low voice. On the way to the conference room, notify the medical and security teams to make all necessary emergency preparations, including the preparation for activating the final safety response plan. The air in the conference room instantly plummeted to freezing point. A few minutes later, as Director Chin and Shinmo's footsteps echoed in the corridor outside room 307, Lin Yi was lying on the bed, listlessly counting a tiny stain on the ceiling that looked like a puppy or a cloud. He was still pondering the ticking sound in 304's gaze, wondering what his ability really was, a curse or some kind of bizarre talent. Then he heard footsteps outside the door, more hurried and heavier than usual.
It wasn't just Shin Mo.
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a strange premonition welled up in his heart.
He sat up and looked towards the door. The door slid open silently. Director Chin and Shin Mo stood at the door, their expressions more serious than ever before, even carrying a hint of resolve.
Lin Yi, Director Chin began, his voice steady, but Lin Yi detected a hint of tension. There is an emergency you need to know.
At the same time, there is a choice that may change your fate from now on, and you need to make it. Lin Yi looked at them, then glanced at the blurry figures of fully armed security personnel faintly visible behind them.
He slowly got off the bed, stood up, and unconsciously put his right hand behind his back. The chaotic light in his palm seemed to sense something and began to flow more slowly.
"What's going on?" he asked, his voice surprisingly calm.
"In one place, many people may be about to die."
Director Chin looked him straight in the eye and said, word by word, "And your ability may be the only thing that has a chance to save them. But if you go, you may also die, or become something else, or even cause worse consequences. The choice is yours. But time is running out." Lin Yi was stunned. He glanced at Director Chin, then at Shin Mo. Shin Mo nodded slightly to him, his eyes filled with complex emotions, concern, gravity, and even a hint of expectation. Many lives, his abilities, could lead to death, could trigger even worse consequences. These words kept popping into his head. He remembered the school's ridicule on the day of his awakening, the logistics team, the lipstick smeared on the teeth of the slit-mouthed woman, the headless horseman's ticket, Xiao Zizai's words about digging holes, the thrill of disrupting the definition in the test chamber, the irregular ticking sound, and the cold, probing gaze of 304. Finally, what came to his mind was the meager amount of braised pork that had been in that healthy meal, but which had indeed been there, 3 or 4 pieces. He licked his slightly dry lips. "That place," he asked, his voice a little hoarse, "does it have a cafeteria? Or, can I order takeout there?" Director Chin and Shin Mo both froze, their expressions frozen on their faces. Lin Yi looked at them and suddenly grinned, his smile carrying a familiar, carefree air. "Just kidding," he said, then took a deep breath, clenched his right hand behind his back, and then relaxed it. "Tell me in detail what happened." And then, he raised his head, the usual nonchalance and sarcastic urge in his eyes fading away, revealing a glimmer of light beneath, a light he himself hadn't even noticed, an uncertain yet eager light belonging to chaos itself. "Then, I'll see how this garbled coat of mine can be of any help." When Lin Yi sat in that all-black, unmarked van, he felt a bit like a prisoner being escorted. The car's interior was quite spacious, but the layout was extremely simple. Besides the driver's seat and the front passenger seat, there were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the back. Lin Yi and Shin Mo sat in the innermost row, opposite Director Chin and a middle-aged man whom Lin Yi had never seen before, who had been sitting with his arms crossed and eyes closed since getting into the car. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, with a lean build and a buzz cut. A faint scar ran diagonally from his brow bone to his cheekbone, but it didn't make him look fierce. Instead, it gave him a sense of weathered composure. He wore a dark uniform similar to Director Chin's, but without any insignia, except for an inconspicuous, oddly shaped silver badge pinned to his collar. The car started smoothly. The windows were specially designed. From the outside, it was completely dark, but from the inside, the rapidly receding street scene was clearly visible. They were leaving the observation area and heading towards the intercity highway. "Let me introduce you," Director Chin broke the slightly heavy silence in the carriage. "This is Xiao Feng, deputy leader of the Greyblade Special Operations Team of the Special Operations Bureau, one of the on-site commanders of the Yunshan incident, and also your temporary guardian and tactical assessor." Codename Greyblade? Sounds pretty formidable. Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at Xiao Feng a couple more times. Just then, the other man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over Lin Yi before nodding in greeting, then closing his eyes again without a word. Cool guy. Lin Yi thought to himself. Team leader Xiao is very experienced and has handled many challenging reality distortion incidents. He will be responsible for your safety on site, and will assess your performance and risks in a real-world environment, Director Chin continued, handing Lin Yi a thin but sturdy tablet. "This contains real-time briefings and historical data for C-771, namely the Yunshan Observatory and its surrounding area, as well as several most likely event evolution models that we have deduced based on the available information. Take a look while you can. We have an hour-and-a-half drive." Lin Yi took the tablet, the screen of which was already lit up, displaying the cover of the encrypted file, Yunshan Incident, Top Secret/Emergency. He clicked on it, and the first thing that caught his eye was a satellite image, marking Yunshan town and the surrounding mountainous area. An area located in a valley about 15 kilometers northeast of the town was highlighted in red, with the label C-771 Unstable Spacefold Insurgent next to it. From the image, the clouds above that area appeared to have an unnatural spiral-like distortion. Scroll down to find the file for C-771. Number, C-771. Classification, Unstable Spatial Folds/Local Weaknesses in Reality. First discovery, 5 years ago. Stability level
history, maintained at level D to C for most of the time, slight spatial distortion, observable physical constants drift. Related records, a weak but persistent statistical correlation was detected with the spatiotemporal ripples remaining from the SSS-001 Dreamweaver event. Anomaly description: the spatial structure of this area exhibits persistent, low-intensity folds and tremors, leading to randomness and minor instability in local physical rules, especially distance, scale, and optical paths. Common manifestations include ghostly illusions, visually distorted object sizes, and abnormal sound propagation. Historically, the highest activity level reached C+, but it has never exceeded the B-level threshold. Monitoring measures: established the Yunshan Observation Station, with 3 resident researchers and 2 security personnel, deploy a space stabilization anchor array, basic type, and conduct regular inspections. Next is the record of the outbreak. Starting at 2:17 p.m. today, the core reading of C771 spiked from a stable level C to the predicted level A within 7 minutes. All communications at the observatory were interrupted. The last thing transmitted back was a fragment of audio filled with interference noise, mixed with distorted screams and incomprehensible whispers, as well as a blurry photograph that seemed to show severe geometric distortion of the observatory building itself. Subsequently, reports began to flood in from the surrounding areas. A forest ranger went missing at the entrance to the valley. Multiple people in nearby villages claimed to have seen the mountains melting and the forests dancing. On a mountain road about 5 kilometers from the fold zone, 3 cars with 11 passengers went missing, and the last location showed that they seemed to have driven into a side road that should not exist. More troublesome, slight reality interference began to appear on the edge of Yunshan town. Clocks in some residents' homes stopped or spun wildly for no reason, electrical appliances malfunctioned, and a few people experienced brief collective deja vu or memory confusion. Preliminary assessments suggest that the riots in C771 caused a rapid expansion of its influence, and that the core area's reality structure may have suffered a severe collapse, forming a small-scale, high-intensity reality distortion zone where conventional physical laws may have partially failed, and there is a risk of trapping, engulfing, or distorting those who stray into the zone. Class A reality distortion. Lin Yi's scalp tingled. Although he had experienced something far more outrageous like 304, at least 304 was contained within a heavily guarded containment unit. This was in the wild, and it was still spreading, already affecting ordinary people. Why the sudden riots? Was there a trigger? He asked, looking up. Director Chin shook his head. The cause is unknown. The final routine data did not show any external stimuli or internal critical signs. It's like a tire that was just slightly leaking air suddenly exploded without warning. The expert group's initial speculation is that it may be related to its historical connection with the Dreamweaver, perhaps triggering some kind of deep, unknown chain reaction. It may also be indirectly affected by other similar or higher-level rule anomalies. As he said the last sentence, Director Chin gave Lin Yi a meaningful look. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Other anomalies of the same type or higher? Did he mean 304? Could it be that his interaction with 304, like the butterfly effect, had affected this fold connected to the Dreamweaver? This thought sent a chill down his spine. Don't overthink it. Xiaofeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse but steady. The causal chain isn't that simple and direct. Your priority isn't high enough to remotely detonate an A-level anomaly. Most likely, this thing has reached its critical point, or something else touched it. Lin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the phrase other things was still unsettling. What is our mission? How do we rescue people? What can I do? Lin Yi asked the most crucial question. He knew his abilities were unreliable, but since he had been dragged into this, there had to be a plan. Director Chin pulled up another document, a mission briefing. The special operations teams from the General Administration and the Southwest Branch have established a blockade on the perimeter, evacuated the surrounding population, and attempted to infiltrate from several relatively stable directions to search for the missing persons and establish outposts. However, the interference in the core distortion zone is too strong. Most conventional detection methods are ineffective, and a forced intrusion is extremely risky and could trigger unpredictable chain reactions. Your mission is to act as a special probe and potential stabilizer, following team leader Zhao's group to attempt to enter a relatively safe periphery. Shen Mo continued, his tone serious. What we need you to do first is perception. Use your field to sense the chaotic state of rules in that area. Your ability is special. You may be more sensitive to these incongruous and uncertain environments than instruments. This might help us locate points where the reality structure is relatively weak or abnormally concentrated, avoid the most dangerous areas, and even find the crevices where the missing persons might be trapped. Secondly, provided your own safety and the risks are controllable, Director Chin emphasized, you can try extremely mild, low-intensity interventions. Just like you do in training, use your field to slightly perturb or soften certain local, small-scale, overly extreme, or dangerous rule distortions. Note that it's mild and local. Large-scale, high
high-intensity use of capabilities is absolutely prohibited.
Your primary role is that of an observer and signal, not an attacker.
Team leader Shao will
monitor your condition throughout, and if any signs of loss of control appear, or if the environmental risks exceed the threshold, he will immediately evacuate you.
Lin Yi understood.
He was essentially a human alarm and eraser, the smallest kind at that. His main job was to sniff out the air and occasionally erase a few insignificant pencil marks. If there were large ink stains, he would have to rely on others.
So how exactly do I do it? Like during training, staring at something and mentally criticizing it? Lin Yi was a little unsure. The difference between criticizing a
pencil, apple, and water cup in the training room and mentally criticizing a melting mountain or a dancing forest in an A-level anomaly zone seemed a bit too great. Follow your intuition, but stay alert, Xiaofeng said again, his eyes still closed as if he were resting.
Your field is a part of you, and it reacts to the external environment. What you need to
do is perceive this reaction, understand what it points to, and then decide whether and how to respond to it. Remember, in those places, order is often a trap, and rules may be bait.
Trust your unruly instincts.
This was a bit of a mystery, but strangely it calmed Lin Yi down a bit.
Yes, he was indeed unruly, and that place was also unruly. In a way, he was one of them.
Once we arrive at the scene, follow Team Leader Zhao's instructions. Your communicator, locator, and life monitor have all undergone special
reinforcement and shielding, but they may still malfunction in the core of the distortion zone.
If you become separated or communication is interrupted, prioritize self-preservation, find a relatively stable spatial node to take shelter, and wait for rescue.
Your uniform
has built-in emergency positioning beacons and basic protective force fields, but don't rely on them too much, Director Qin concluded. Lin Yi nodded, then looked down at the data on his tablet, especially the map of Yunshan Town and the surrounding area, as well as
the last known locations of the missing persons.
11 vehicles, 3 forest rangers, 5 people at the observation station,
19 lives.
He clenched his right hand, and the light in his palm seemed to sense his emotions, warming slightly.
The hour-and-a-half drive passed quickly in silence as I flipped through documents. The car left the highway and entered a winding mountain road. The scenery outside
the window gradually changed from plains and hills to lush green forests, but the sky was gloomy, with low-hanging clouds, exuding an ominous and oppressive feeling. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a makeshift roadblock. The roadblock was guarded by fully armed soldiers and several people in control uniforms. In the distance, more vehicles, temporary tents, flashing instrument screens, and figures in various uniforms could be seen busily moving about. A tense and anxious atmosphere permeated the air.
This was already the outer edge of the lockdown zone.
Lin Yi could even feel a subtle, tingling sensation in the air, like being on the edge of a huge but invisible magnetic field. Director Qin and Xiaofeng got out of the car and quickly negotiated with the person in charge of the roadblock.
Shinemo then gave Lin Yi's equipment one last check and handed him a device resembling smart glasses with a single lens.
The lightweight tactical goggles integrate an augmented reality interface, basic data visualization, short-range encrypted communication, and hazardous spectrum indication.
They are already synchronized with the
monitoring chip inside your body and can display your basic physiological data and a brief overview of your field activity. However, once inside, the display may be incomplete or distorted and is for reference only. Lin Yi put them on, and several lines of simple green information immediately appeared on the upper right side of the lenses. Heart rate, 78, field activity, low/stable, chaos,
level, baseline.
In his field of vision, the distant mountains and forests were also overlaid with some faint outlines and color markings, indicating known safe paths and risk areas. Soon, Xiaofeng returned and opened the car door. Lin Yi, get out of the car.
Prepare to go in.
Director Qin and Dr. Shen will stay in the outer command center. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped out of the black car that had carried him all the way. The cold mountain wind, carrying the scent of earth and leaves, rushed towards him, but mixed in with it seemed to be an extremely faint, indescribable smell of rust, or perhaps the smell of mistake. He followed Xiaofeng through the roadblock and into a temporary assembly area further inside. 3 people were already waiting there. 2 men and 1 woman. All were dressed in the same dark combat uniform as Xiaofeng, but with slight differences in details. They were well equipped, had cold expressions, and exuded a distinct air of gunpowder and competence. Upon seeing Xiaofeng bring Lin Yi over, all 3 gazes fell upon Lin Yi, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible suspicion. Grey Blade Squad 7, temporarily assigned. Xiaofeng stated succinctly, is this the latest situation in the target area? The tallest, burly man with a scar on his face, Lin Yi silently nicknamed him Scarface Bro, immediately reported, Boss, the situation is not optimistic. Infiltration Team Number 3 attempted to enter from the Western Valley but lost contact 2 kilometers from the marker. Before losing contact, they reported severe spatial disorientation, with their compass and GPS malfunctioning. They visually observed that the trees ahead were softening and tangling like noodles. The emergency plan has been activated, but no response has been received yet. Team number 4 established an observation point on the eastern ridge and reported persistent visual distortion in the sky above the core area, suspected to be the formation of unnatural light and shadow structures, which have not yet spread. The meteorological team reported that the electromagnetic environment in the area continues to deteriorate, and there may be localized extreme weather brewing.
Xiao Feng's face was ashen as he looked at Linny. Did you hear that? This is where we're going.
If you regret it now, you can still get back to the car. Linny looked at the valley in the distance, shrouded in gloomy mist and exuding an ominous aura, and swallowed hard. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. His legs were even starting to tremble. But thinking of the 19 people who might still be trapped inside, their fates unknown, thinking of the complicated looks in Director Qin and Shinmo's eyes, thinking of the unruly light in his palm, he raised his right hand, looked at the chaotic light flowing steadily in his palm, and then clenched it.
Since I'm already here, he said, trying to sound relaxed. Besides, I'm quite curious about trees that soften and entwine like noodles, and I want to see what brand of noodles they are.
Scarface and the other two were visibly taken aback, their expressions strange.
Xiao Feng's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Follow me.
Xiao Feng stopped talking and turned to walk towards a marked path leading deep into the mountains.
Linny quickly followed, while the other three formed a guard formation, subtly protecting Linny in the middle. The group left the relatively safe assembly area and stepped into the mountain forest shrouded in a faintly unusual atmosphere. The further they went, the more pronounced the tingling foreign feeling became. The surrounding scenery
looked normal, but something always felt off. The rhythm of the leaves swaying seemed somewhat disjointed. The birdsong occasionally paused or changed pitch, and even their own footsteps sometimes sounded distant and sometimes near. The chaotic light in Linyi's right hand began to accelerate its flow at a slow but steady pace. The data displayed on the lens changed. The field activity from low/stable to low/active, and the value after chaos degree also began to show slight fluctuations.
You felt it?
Xiao Feng, who was walking ahead, asked without turning his head.
Linny nodded, looking around. The rules here are a bit lax, like an Uniron shirt, all wrinkled.
This analogy made the short-haired, sharp-eyed female team member next to him glance at him. Describe how you feel. Any details? Xiao Feng commanded.
Linny tried hard to grasp that vague feeling. It's like a sense of unease. It's as if the ground beneath my feet isn't always ground, and the trees beside me aren't always trees. Something's swaying, like a lens that's out of focus. And
he stopped and carefully sensed the more subtle tendency emanating from the light emanating from his right hand.
To our right,
roughly, that direction, he pointed to a patch of seemingly ordinary bushes to his side. The feeling of something there seems to be stronger.
It's a bit prickly.
Xiao Feng immediately raised his hand, and the team stopped. He whispered a few words into the communicator, seemingly verifying something. After a moment, he looked in the direction Linny was pointing, his expression grave.
That's a known point of slight distortion. Last week's monitoring showed an anomaly in spatial curvature.
Your intuition was correct.
He looked at Linny with a different meaning in his eyes. Keep monitoring and report any anomalies immediately.
The group continued forward, but slightly adjusted its direction to avoid the area Linny had pointed out.
Linny felt a little excited. It worked. His field really could be used as a detector.
But soon, an even stronger feeling came.
As they ventured deeper, the anomalies around them became increasingly apparent.
Sometimes, as they passed through an area, the temperature would suddenly drop or rise by a few degrees. Sometimes, even when walking on flat ground, they would experience a slight feeling of weightlessness or heaviness. The strangest time, when they passed a small clearing in the woods, everyone saw the shadows of the wildflowers in the clearing moving and deforming slowly and distorted on their own, as if they had a life of their own, without any obstruction. The chaotic light in Linyi's right hand had become as active as a small, restless nebula, slowly rotating, expanding, and contracting in his palm. On the lens, the field activity had changed to medium/active, and the chaos degree value was steadily increasing. He felt a peculiar excitement, not his own emotion, but rather the kind of excitement that his field seemed to have smelled a similar, chaotic aura.
That's the edge of the Noodle Forest area the Team 3 last reported before they lost contact, Scarface said in a low voice, pointing ahead. Everyone looked ahead and saw that the woods about 100 meters away seemed to be normal.
The trees were still tall and the branches and leaves were lush, but Lin Yi's right hand suddenly trembled.
The light in his palm fluctuated violently.
No, he blurted out, his voice tense without him even realizing it.
That isn't a tree. Or rather, not entirely. The concept of tree there is flowing. It's mixing, like a word that's been dissolved by water.
Xiao Feng immediately raised his fist, and everyone stopped and went on alert.
He looked at Lin Yi. Explain in detail. What are flow and mix?
Lin Yi's forehead was covered in a fine sweat as he concentrated all his energy on sensing the chaotic yet intense information emanating from the field in his right hand.
The rules? Definitions that make up this tree are becoming uncertain. The rigid definitions are softening, the clear ones are becoming blurry, and the fixed ones are flowing. The space inside is the same, direction, distance, size, are all shaking, like a bowl of porridge of various colors being stirred wildly.
His description description was absurd and bizarre, but Xiaofeng and the other team members' expressions became even more serious. They knew that this was likely the most direct, intuitive perception of the high-concentration reality distortion zone stemming from its chaotic essence. Can you sense any signs of life inside? Or a relatively stable gap? Xiaofeng asked in a deep voice. Lin Yi closed his eyes and fully activated his senses. The chaotic light in his palm seemed to extend invisible tentacles, cautiously probing towards the flowing goo. Chaos, disorder, a jumble of physical concepts and properties intertwined like spilled paint. But deep within this chaos, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed to a spot slightly to the left of Huhu. There's a small, slightly solid spot, like a piece of candy that hasn't completely dissolved in the paste. Inside, there seems to be a faint, very firm, very regular fluctuation, like a heartbeat, or a rhythmic tapping. Very faint, but it's still moving. Someone, they might still be alive. Xiaofeng's eyes sharpened, and he made a decisive decision. Target confirmed. Possible survivor location. Plan A, try to establish a temporary stable passage. Lin Yi, stay close to me. Try to use your field to gently soothe or push away those overly fluid rule disturbances along our path, creating a relatively stable passage for us. Remember, gently. Only clear the path. Don't try to change the entire area. Understand? Lin Yi nodded vigorously, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked at the seemingly normal but actually extremely dangerous noodle forest in front of him, and then at the chaotic light eager to try its luck in his palm. In the first real-world test, how do you use this unreliable chaos to carve out a path through an even more chaotic muddy mess? This mission is fucking unreliable. But as he licked his dry lips, the usual urge to complain in his eyes was replaced by a more primal impulse, a mixture of tension, excitement, and a sense of finally being able to put something to practical use. Understood, he said, raising his right hand slightly. The light in his palm seemed to sense his determination, contracting and concentrating, becoming more focused than ever before. Then, Xiaofeng took a deep breath and drew a uniquely shaped short blade with a dark blue sheen from his waist. The moment Xiaofeng finished speaking, he had already stepped into the edge of that seemingly normal forest area. Lin Yi followed closely behind, and the chaotic light in his right hand trembled violently the moment he stepped across an invisible boundary. The world has changed. No, it's not that it changed, but rather that it revealed its original form. The once upright trees now presented a bizarre state. They were indeed trees, with trunks, branches, and leaves, but all the lines had lost their inherent straightness and certainty. The trunks swayed slightly. At the edge of his vision, as if viewed through shimmering water, the outlines of the branches and leaves were sometimes clear, sometimes blurred into a hazy green shadow. What was most dizzying was that Lin Yi felt the distance between himself and the trees was constantly changing. He clearly saw that the tree was 10 meters away, took 3 steps, and it still seemed to be 10 meters away. He took 2 more steps, and it suddenly jumped in front of him, its branches and leaves almost brushing his face, startling him so much that he leaned back sharply, and the next moment, the tree retreated to its original position. My sense of direction was completely lost. Forward, backward, left, and right lost their meaning. The road beneath my feet was sometimes uphill, sometimes downhill, and sometimes it even felt like I was walking sideways. Gravity seemed to have become capricious, sometimes normal, sometimes slight, sometimes heavy. Follow my steps closely, only look at me, don't look around. Xiaofeng's voice came, unusually steady, like an anchor thrown into a stormy sea. He walked slowly, each step firm, and seemed to follow a certain rhythm, sometimes in a straight line, sometimes diagonally, sometimes pausing, completely ignoring the conventional path. Lin Yi forced himself to focus his gaze on Xiaofeng's back, trying to ignore the distorted and writhing sights around him and the shrill protests from his sense of direction. But the field in his right hand couldn't block out this information. Instead, it absorbed the surrounding chaos like a sponge. The chaotic light spun faster and faster, its color no longer a stable glimmer, but began to flicker and shift, reflecting the unstable colors of the surrounding environment, a bizarre spectrum indescribable, existing between existence and non-existence. Lin Yi felt his own thoughts being affected, some absurd ideas uncontrollably popping up. Why must trees grow upwards? Why must the ground be beneath our feet? If I define the left side as sweet and the right side as salty, concentrate. Xiaofeng's low shout was like a bucket of cold water poured over you. Feel the inclination of your field, but don't let it lead you astray. You are the user, not the user. Lin Yi jolted awake, shaking off those strange thoughts. He took a deep breath and tried to focus his attention on the light in his palm, actively guiding it instead of passively reacting. Clear the path, push away the excessive flow of rules and disturbances. He murmured the task, trying to infuse his intention. We need a path to follow, into that light. At first, there was no reaction. The chaotic light simply spun and shifted on its own. No, not a forceful command. Lin Yi recalled the feeling during training, and Xiaofeng's words, trust your unruly feeling. He changed his strategy, no longer trying to command or shape, but trying to resonate and negotiate, using an almost complaining instinct to gently poke the messy rules around him. He looked at an area ahead where the space was distorted so much that it seemed as if the images of several trees were superimposed and rubbed together.
together, and a thought instinctively popped into his mind. It's all tangled up like a ball of yarn. How are we supposed to get through? The instant this thought arose, the chaotic light in his right hand seemed to understand, separating an extremely fine, almost invisible wisp of light that gently drifted towards the chaotic area. Without forcibly colliding or attempting to straighten it out, the wisp of light, like a playful finger, gently tugged at a crucial, tangled node in that ball of yarn. Silently, the overlapping images in that area jerked, then, as if losing some kind of adhesive, slowly and loosely separated slightly, revealing a relatively stable gap barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Although the tree images on either side of the gap were still wriggling slightly, at least the spatial structure of the gap itself had temporarily stabilized. There's a chance, Lin Yi thought with delight. Let's go. Xiaofeng didn't hesitate at all, and squeezed into the gap first. Lin Yi and the other three quickly passed through in turn. The instant he passed through the gap, Lin Yi felt as if he had passed through a layer of viscous, cold jelly, and countless tiny, incomprehensible whispers seemed to brush past his ears. The chaotic light in his right hand suddenly brightened, dispelling the discomfort. Continue, give directions. Xiaofeng spoke succinctly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the increasingly chaotic scene ahead. The light here was strange. Despite the absence of a light source, some areas inexplicably glowed with a pale white or eerie green light, while areas that should have been illuminated were pitch black. Shadows crawled erratically on the ground, some even detaching from their bodies, like independent living things. Lin Yi steadied himself and extended his perception once more. This time, he was more experienced and no longer tried to forcefully clarify the chaos. Instead, he groped his way through the mud, searching for points that were relatively solid or loose. His field seemed to become a sonar navigating this quagmire of rules, feeding back various information about hardness and softness, thickness and thinness, and stability and fluidity. To the left front, roughly that angle, Lin Yi squinted, pointing to an area in front of him where the light and shadow were severely distorted, making it almost impossible to see any specific objects. That area is really blurry, like a spilled bucket of paint all mixed together. You can't walk there. To the right front, it's slightly better, although it's still swaying, but the swaying is rhythmic, like a jelly that hasn't been placed properly. You could shuffle over the edge? He tried his best to describe those mysterious feelings with his limited vocabulary. Xiaofeng seemed to understand what he meant, nodded, and led the way towards the edge of the shaking jelly area to the right. He walked with extreme caution, and as his feet landed, a faint light seemed to flash beneath his boots, like some kind of technique to stabilize himself and anchor himself to reality. Lin Yi followed, continuing to try and clear a path. He found an area where the ground seemed to undulate slightly, like ripples on water, and thought to himself, why can't the ground just be ground? Why is it trying to imitate the sea? The light filament extended and gently touched the junction of several fluctuating peaks and valleys. The amplitude of the fluctuations was visibly reduced, although it was still fluctuating. At least it wouldn't cause someone to lose their balance if they stepped on it. He then saw several vines hanging down from different directions, intertwined in midair into a tangled mess, or just spatial distortions that looked like vines, and muttered to himself, this knot is so tight, it would drive anyone with OCD crazy. The light filament drifted over, not trying to untangle the knots that were impossible to break, but instead applying a sliding force to a few key points of entanglement. Instantly, the tangled mess loosened somewhat, although still intertwined, it at least revealed gaps through which it could pass. And so, with Lin Yi's stumbling and unreliable navigation and fine-tuning, the team made a snail-like advance toward the candy lump, the possible location of survivors, that Lin Yi had previously sensed. The short, straight-line distance of a few hundred meters took them nearly 20 minutes to cover, winding and circuitous routes. The surrounding environment became increasingly bizarre. Sometimes they could hear their teammates speaking right next to them, yet the voices seemed to come from a distant place. Other times, they could clearly see their teammates beside them and reach out to touch them, only to find an insurmountable, distorted spatial membrane separating them. Lin Yi's field activity remained at a relatively high level of medium/active, and the chaos level reading continued to climb, with the numbers on his lenses constantly fluctuating and blurring, clearly indicating that the equipment was also beginning to be interfered with. Lin Yi felt mentally exhausted. This continuous process of perceiving chaos and trying to interact with it was extremely mentally taxing, much more tiring than physical labor. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Almost there, right ahead, that solid point. Lin Yi panted, pointing ahead. It looked like a relatively normal forest clearing, with even a flat, large rock on it. But to Lin Yi's perception, the clearing was like a fragile bubble floating in a chaotic ocean, its edges undulating slightly with the muddled boundary around it, as if it could be eroded and swallowed up at any moment. At the center of the bubble, beside the large rock, two figures were huddled together. Dressed in forest ranger uniforms, they sat back to back, motionless, their fate unknown. Target spotted. Two people, location confirmed. Scarface whispered immediately, raising his gun, a peculiar weapon with a bluish energy glowing from its muzzle, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Be vigilant. The surrounding environment is unstable and there may be unknown risks.
risks, Xiaofeng ordered, while simultaneously signaling to Lin Yi, try to sense the stability of that bubble and its internal structure.
Can we safely make contact?
Lin Yi focused his mind, directing his perception towards the bubble. In his perception of the field, the bubble seemed to be wrapped in a relatively dense, orderly thin film of rules. Although there were subtle chaotic fluctuations inside, it was like a paradise compared to the outside. The two forest rangers emanated weak but stable life fluctuations and a strong sense of regularity belonging to ordered reality. It was this sense of regularity, perhaps combined with the large rock, which had a special structure and might have a slight stabilizing effect, that supported this small bubble. The bubbles are still quite solid, but the edges are thinning. Inside, they seem to be still alive, but in a very weak state. That rock is a bit special. It seems to be able to fix things around it, Lin Yi reported, prepared to engage the rescue. Just as Xiaofeng was about to make a move, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, the regular thin film at the edge of the bubble, near the side where the ranger was huddled, began to fluctuate violently. Then, a thick, oil-like darkness seeped out from the mucus, quickly condensing and deforming at the edge of the bubble. The darkness had no fixed shape, its edges constantly writhed and stretched, emanating a cold, chaotic, and malevolent aura. It was like a living shadow, slowly flowing towards the two unconscious rangers inside the bubble. Its shadow stain, a derivative of the reality collapse point, capable of eroding ordered structures and devouring life information, the short-haired woman exclaimed, and two short blades gleaming with silver light instantly appeared in her hands. Fire! Drive it away! Xiaofeng commanded, and at the same time he charged out like a cheetah, his dark blue short blade drawing a cold arc as it slashed towards the spreading darkness. Scarface and another team member, a taciturn young man wearing tactical goggles, whom Lin Yi called Goggles Guy, fired their energy weapons simultaneously.
Blue energy beams shot into the darkness, stirring up a silent ripple.
The spread of darkness seemed to slow down, but it was not dispersed. Instead, as if enraged, it split off an even denser darkness, which wrapped around Xiaofeng like tentacles. Xiaofeng moved with lightning speed, his short blade flashing. Wherever the eerie blue blade light passed, the darkness was briefly sliced open, but quickly closed. Again, the darkness seemed not to be a physical entity, but rather a void or stain of some kind of rule, to which conventional physical attacks had limited effect. Its core lies deep within that chaos. If the connection isn't severed, it will keep regenerating, the short-haired woman said quickly, her figure nimbly circling the edge of darkness. Her silver blade would occasionally stab out, each time leaving a brief, shimmering silver mark on the darkness, slowing its spread, but it couldn't cure it completely. As the dark tentacles multiplied, the bubble's thin membrane, weakened by the darkness, emitted a mournful sound that only Lin Yi's field could perceive, and fine cracks began to appear at its edges.
The unconscious forest ranger was just inches away. Lin Yi's heart pounded. He knew he had to do something, use his field to intervene.
But faced with this erosion that was clearly at the level of rules,
would his rudimentary skills of pushing away the ball of yarn and soothing the jellied be of any use? What if he messed it up and popped the bubbles? Lin Yi!
Xiaofeng turned to look at him while dodging an attack from a dark tentacle, his eyes sharp as knives.
What's so annoying about this thing?
Lin Yi was taken aback, then a sudden inspiration struck him. Yes, this shadow stain is a byproduct of chaos, a pure, disordered erosion. What does it hate? It hates precisely what is its opposite: absolute, rigid order.
Absolute, rigid order, Lin Yi blurted out.
Almost simultaneously, the chaotic light in his right hand changed along with this clear and intense thought. It was no longer a gentle exploration, no longer a subtle prodding. This time, the chaotic light suddenly contracted inward, condensed, and became extremely bright and sharp, as if it had transformed into an invisible pen composed of pure logical spearheads.
Lin Yi didn't know exactly how to do it.
He relied entirely on instinct, and with an unquestionable, rigid attitude, he swiped across the darkness that was eroding the bubble and the even denser core that was faintly visible in the depths of the darkness.
It's not an attack, it's not a dispel, it's a definition.
In an extremely brutal, domineering, and unreasonable manner, it forcibly defined that chaotic darkness. Here, there should be light.
This light is pure white. This whiteness will dispel all disorderly darkness.
There were no dazzling special effects, but along the path Lin Yi had drawn, a small patch of the dense darkness vanished silently, like a pencil mark erased by an eraser. It wasn't scattered, but rather its very foundation was erased. The concept of darkness was briefly, forcibly, and partially covered or negated along that path. More importantly, with the appearance of that defined trajectory, the chaotic rules around it seemed to be anchored and repelled in
some way.
The spread of darkness suddenly stopped, and the connection with the chaotic area behind it was also interrupted for a moment.
Now,
Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he transformed into a streak of dark blue light. The short blade shone brightly, no longer cutting, but like a welding torch, it followed the brief, orderly trajectory that Lin Yi had drawn, and fiercely nailed it in, piercing straight into the blurry core deep in the darkness. The azure blade light overlapped and superimposed with the invisible, rule-based trajectory. A soft but piercing sound, like a red-hot iron block being dropped into water, rang out. The core core of that dense darkness trembled violently, then, like a punctured balloon, it rapidly shrank and faded, disappearing along with the tentacles that had spread out, amidst a few unwilling, faint hissing sounds.
The regular membrane at the edge of the bubble stopped whimpering, and although the crack did not heal immediately, it also stopped expanding.
Only Lin Yi's heavy breathing could be heard. That attack had almost drained most of his mental energy. At this moment, his face was pale, he was dizzy, and the chaotic light in his right hand had dimmed and scattered. The value of field activity on his lens instantly dropped to low/weak. Xiaofeng slowly sheathed his short blade, the eerie blue light on it fading away. He glanced at the dissipating darkness, then looked at Lin Yi, who was panting and leaning on his knees, his expression complex. "Well done," he said, his voice still calm, but Lin Yi seemed to detect an extremely subtle praise. "Target safe. Proceed with immediate rescue and evacuation." Xiaofeng gave the order without further delay. Scarface and Goggles rushed into the bubble to check on the two unconscious rangers and provide emergency treatment. Short-haired sister stood guard at the edge of the bubble, her silver blade gleaming coldly. Lin Yi caught his breath, straightened up, looked at the forest ranger who was being carefully lifted by his teammates, and then looked at the chaotic light in his palm that had begun to flow slowly again, but was obviously much dimmer. He was filled with mixed feelings. My first real-world application, the first time I actually used this ability to do something useful, although the process was thrilling, and I almost collapsed from exhaustion. But, it seems not bad? At least, the person was saved. He grinned, trying to laugh, but found he barely had the strength left to do so. Don't get too excited. Xiaofeng walked over to him and handed him an energy supplement. We've only just entered the door. The real trouble is yet to come. Lin Yi took the supplement and drank it all in one gulp. A warm current flowed into his body, slightly relieving his mental fatigue. He followed Xiaofeng's gaze and looked deeper into this noodle forest, where the distortion of space was even more bizarre and surreal, and the dilapidated outlines of buildings were vaguely visible. That should be the direction of the Yunshan Observatory. The ominous feeling in the air, the sense that reality itself was melting and screaming, grew even stronger. The break was over. Lin Yi clenched his fist, feeling the vitality slowly returning to his palm. The road ahead is long, and the muddy path is still deep, but at least they took the first step. The energy supplement, with a hint of minty coolness, slid down his throat, quickly transforming into a warm current that soothed the emptiness and stinging sensation caused by excessive mental exertion. Lin Yi took a few deep breaths of the air, still carrying the smell of rust and mistakes, forcing himself to concentrate. The two unconscious forest rangers were quickly examined and secured to portable stretchers. Their vital signs were weak but stable. They were mainly suffering from psychological trauma and mild dehydration, with no obvious external injuries. The large rock that helped them support the regular bubble was quickly scanned and marked by Xiaofeng using some kind of instrument. The rocks contained trace amounts of ordered crystals, possibly products of a stable, orderly past, naturally possessing the ability to anchor themselves to reality. They're incredibly lucky to have found this in this godforsaken place. Xiaofeng put away the instruments and looked at Lin Yi. How's the recovery going? Can we continue? Lin Yi flexed his fingers. Although the chaotic light in his palm was still not as active as it had been initially, its flow had returned to a steady level. It's alright, I can walk. It's just that my head is still a little buzzing, like the feeling after playing games all night. Your field consumes mental energy. Overdrawing it will damage cognition and even lead to confusion and self-awareness. From now on, try to use it sparingly and avoid intervention unless necessary, Xiaofeng warned seriously, then looked at the even more bizarre area ahead. The observation station is less than a kilometer ahead, but this kilometer is the core distortion zone with the highest concentration. Judging from the last transmitted data and the appearance of the shadow stain just now, the reality structure there may have partially collapsed, forming unstable fragments or crevices. Conventional spatial concepts may be completely ineffective there. He pulled up the map on his tactical goggles, but most of the map was flashing with gibberish indicating signal loss or data conflict. Only their current location and the approximate direction of the observation station were still barely discernible. Our objective is to reach the observation station, search for any surviving personnel, and attempt to recover or destroy core research data, assessing the current state of the fold and its potential for expansion. Xiaofeng assigned the tasks. Scarface, Eagle Eye, IP Sky, you two are responsible for carrying the wounded back the way you came and rendezvous with the support team, prioritizing the safety of the wounded. Night Owl, Short Hair Sister, you and I will continue forward with Lin Yi. Lin Yi, your task remains the same, prioritize sensing the environment, finding relatively safe paths and possible life signs. While ensuring your own safety, you may attempt to minimally sort out or guide overly dangerous turbulent rules. High-intensity defining actions are strictly prohibited again, understand? Understood. Lin Yi nodded. He knew that what happened just now could only be attributed to good luck and the urgency of the situation, and it couldn't be repeated. Without a word, Scarface and Hawkeye lifted the stretcher, saluted Xiaofeng, and quickly retreated along the relatively stable path that Lin Yi had trimmed for them, soon disappearing into the distorted shadows of the forest. Now, only Xiaofeng, Yi Xiao, and Lin Yi remain. Let's go, stay close. Xiaofeng took the lead and headed towards that even more indescribable area. Night Owl followed silently, like Lin Yi's shadow, maintaining a distance that was both able to provide support at any time and not to interfere with his perception. Upon entering this area, Lin Yi felt as if he had stepped from a murky shallow area into the depths of a raging whirlpool. The light was no longer distorted, but utterly meaningless. Sometimes it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Sometimes it was as bright as day, yet you couldn't see any light source. Sometimes an indescribable, nauseating burst of vibrant colors would suddenly explode before your eyes, as if someone had overturned an entire palette and splashed it into your optic nerve. The sounds were equally chaotic: deathly silence, shrill hisses, low murmurs, unintelligible echoes. All sorts of sounds alternated or overlapped without any pattern, sometimes deafening, sometimes barely audible. The most dangerous thing was the sense of space. Up, down, left, and right were completely upside down and confused. Lin Yi felt like he was walking on a vertical wall. At times, upside down at others, and his body was being stretched or squeezed by invisible forces. The texture of the ground beneath his feet changed in an instant. It could be solid soil, soft swamp, scalding sand, or nothingness. Several times he almost stepped into a spatial rift that led to an unknown place, only to be pulled back by Xiaofeng's quick reflexes or by Night Owl's silver blade inserted into the relatively sturdy regular structure next to him at the crucial moment. The chaotic light in Lin Yi's right hand became unusually calm amidst this frenzied flow of rules. It no longer spun or flickered violently, but flowed at an extremely slow, almost frozen pace, its color becoming unusually deep and restrained, as if silently absorbing, adapting, or rather, resonating with the boundless chaos around it. Lin Yi felt his consciousness also being affected. After the initial dizziness and discomfort subsided, a strange, almost icy clarity emerged. The spatial distortions, light and shadow warps, and inverted perceptions that would drive an ordinary person mad gradually shed their terrifying and absurd exterior in his field of perception, revealing a more essential, flowing pattern. It's not a visual pattern, but a kind of inclination or trend at the level of rules. In some places, the rules are frozen like stone, hard but fragile. In some places, they are flowing like water, intangible yet containing power. In some places, they are entangled like a tangled mess, full of danger. And in some places, huge holes or cracks appear, exuding a dangerous sense of emptiness. To the left, a huge, empty hole, you can't go in. Directly ahead, the flow is too fast, like a torrent, you'll be swept away if you go in. To the right, the patterns are relatively gentle, although a bit knotted, but you can try going around it. Lin Yi closed his eyes, relying entirely on his perception of the field and that strange clarity to guide him. He no longer used his eyes, because vision here would only be misleading. Xiaofeng and Night Owl completely trusted his guidance, and the three of them struggled through this insane labyrinth of rules. Their pace was slower than before, each step feeling like walking on thin ice. Lin Yi cautiously sensed the path, occasionally using extremely subtle, almost whispering thoughts to gently pluck at the overly sharp or dangerous threads of the rules, making them move aside or soften slightly. He dared not make any more large movements. He didn't want to experience that feeling of his spirit being instantly drained again, and so they moved forward at a snail's pace for about 10 minutes, probably covering only 200 or 300 meters in total. The chaos around them seemed to reach a peak, and then, things began to change. Those irregularly distorted, fragmented lights and shadows, and disordered sounds began to exhibit a certain repetitiveness, or rather, a certain vaguely discernible structure. Lin Yi saw a relatively calm area ahead. Although the regular patterns there were still chaotic, they no longer flowed wildly. Instead, they resembled frozen waves, presenting a strange, solidified, and constantly cyclical scene. The scene was fragmented and overlapping, as if multiple images from different times and angles had been forcibly blended together. He saw a section of broken corridor wall, with emergency lights flickering on and off. Under the light, a figure in a white lab coat had his back to him, seemingly operating some instrument. But the next moment, the figure was facing him, his face full of terror, his mouth open as if screaming silently. The background changed to a distorted laboratory interior, with test tubes and beakers floating and shattering in the air. These fragmented scenes played silently and in a loop, like a cassette tape of a horror video. "This is an echo of reality," Night Owl said in a low voice, his tone heavy. "In areas where the structure of reality has collapsed or distorted violently, strong information or emotions may be imprinted on the chaotic rules, forming this cyclical brand or echo. It is usually a replay of the scene at the most intense moment of the event, but it has lost its temporal significance, leaving only an empty image. It seems we're close to the core." Xiaofeng looked at the solidified area of reverberating echoes. "Go through it, but be careful not to be distracted by the information in the echoes. They may carry the primordial chaotic impact." Lin Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and focused his perception on finding the weak points or connections in the rules of this echo area. In his perception of the field, although these cyclical scenes were solidified, the rule structure supporting them was not monolithic. In some places, there were subtle breaks or overlaps, like editing points. Follow me, step on my footprints, and don't touch those places that look particularly clear or glaring. Linny said, taking the lead in stepping into the silent, terrifying videotape. Upon entering, Linny immediately sensed something different. It wasn't just the visual impact, there was also an invisible, lingering emotion filled with intense panic, despair, and chaos, trying to flood his consciousness like a cold tide. The chaotic light in his right hand rippled slightly, filtering and dissolving most of the emotional impact, but wisps of chills still seeped in, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He saw the researcher in the white coat repeatedly fall down, stand up, operate, and shout. He saw incomprehensible, crazy formulas and graffiti appearing and disappearing on the wall. He saw distorted waveforms and red warning characters flashing on the screen. He could even hear a high-frequency, silent shriek that seemed to pierce his eardrums, as if reality itself was wailing. He forced himself to ignore these things and focused all his attention on finding the gaps in the rules. He led Xiaofeng and Night Owl through the frozen, echoing images, sometimes sidestepping around a recurring, collapsing virtual wall, sometimes ducking to avoid the non-existent fragments of lamps falling from above, and sometimes walking quickly between two overlapping, intersecting researcher phantoms. The path wasn't long, but it was excruciating and exhausting. When Linny finally emerged from the other end of this reverberation zone and began to feel the relatively normal chaotic flow again, his back was soaked with cold sweat. However, the scene before him made him, Xiaofeng, and Night Owl behind him stop in their tracks, their pupils shrinking. They were standing in an open space. But this open space did not form naturally. It was as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly dug out a piece of land from the surrounding chaotic and distorted flow of rules. The edges of the open space were irregular, like a wound that had been violently torn open. The regular structure at the edge of the wound was still wriggling slightly, trying to heal, but it was repelled by some force and could not penetrate the open space even a little. The open space was about the size of a basketball court, with a flat surface that presented an unnatural, polished black rock texture. In the center of the open space stood a building. That was the main building of the Yunshan Observatory. But now, it is completely unrecognizable. The building structure is largely intact, but the materials exhibit a strange, semi-transparent quality, as if made of a mixture of glass and crystal, with subtle interplay of light and shadow within. The building's outline and lines are also distorted, presenting non-Euclidean geometric forms, with some walls concave inwards and some windows protruding outwards. The entire building looks like a work completed by a cubist painter in a nightmare, full of counterintuitive twists and misalignments. Most striking of all is the hazy, ever-changing glow that envelopes the entire building. The light isn't dazzling, yet it creates an extremely discordant feeling, as if a rainbow has been shattered and reassembled in the wrong order. Within the shifting light, countless fine, silver runes can be vaguely seen flashing by, forming a vast and complex energy barrier that envelopes the entire observatory. No, it's not just an energy barrier. The chaotic light in Linyi's right hand suddenly jolted the moment it touched that hazy glimmer. A strong, indescribable sense of resonance came over him, as if the chaos in his hand had encountered a being of the same origin but more orderly and more grand. Inside that barrier, at the entrance to the observation station, something seemed to be glowing. Xiaofeng immediately raised his tactical goggles and adjusted the focus. Night Owl also lowered his body slightly, drawing his silver blade half an inch from its sheath. Linny squinted and focused his attention on looking. Inside the twisted, semi-transparent door of the observation station, something was quietly floating. That was a card? The material appeared neither gold nor wood, with a faint, shimmering light flowing along its edges, mirroring the surrounding barrier. On the front of the card, an elegant, ancient script, seemingly radiant, with its own light, bore the inscription. The script did not belong to any known language, but strangely, the moment Linny, Xiaofeng, and Night Owl saw it, they immediately understood its meaning. Observation interrupted. Visitors are prohibited from entering. Alternatively, present an invitation letter. Below this line of text is a recessed, palm-sized, intricate heraldic design. At the center of the heraldry is an abstract eye symbol that appears to be composed of countless interwoven rays of light. An invitation? Night Owl frowned. Xiaofeng's expression was grave as his gaze slowly swept over the eerie barrier enveloping the observation station, and the eerily quiet, semi-transparent, twisted building within. It seems the thing inside doesn't welcome us in casually. Or, it's waiting for a specific person, or something. Linny looked at the floating card, then at the chaotic light slowly flowing in his palm, faintly resonating with the barrier's glimmer. An absurd yet strangely fitting thought popped into his head uncontrollably. He hesitated, then slowly raised his right hand. The chaotic light in the palm seemed to sense the presence of the card and the barrier, and its flow speed suddenly increased slightly. Xiaofeng and Night Owl's gazes instantly focused on his hand. No way. Linny looked at his unreliable ball of light, which represented chaos, and then at the obviously orderly barrier that required an invitation, and his lips twitched. I mean, this thing, could it be? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. At the heart of this collapsing reality reality and chaotic order, a barrier, clearly not belonging to this world and imbued with a powerful sense of order, demands an invitation. And he is an abnormal individual with the dormant number SSS304 within him, capable of causing the collapse of rules and controlling the power of chaos. Could this invitation have been sent to him? Xiaofeng gave Linny a deep look, then looked at the barrier in the card, and slowly exhaled. Try it, he said in a low voice. Approach slowly, and if anything seems wrong, back off immediately. Linny swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked at the light in his palm, then at the observatory so close by, exuding an ominous and mysterious aura, and at that access card that seemed to be waiting quietly. What kind of invitation is this, anyway? He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly walked towards the island of order surrounded by chaos, and the floating card. Linny walked slowly toward the barrier, each step taken with extreme caution. The smooth, black ground beneath his feet felt icy cold, with an unnatural smoothness, as if he were walking on a giant piece of black glass. Around him, turbulent currents of rules swirled wildly, but in this open space shrouded by the barrier, a deathly, unsettling calm prevailed. Only the soft sound of his boots hitting the ground and his own increasingly rapid heartbeat could be heard. As they drew closer, the resonance between the chaotic light of the right hand and the faint glow flowing through the barrier became increasingly clear. It wasn't a hostile collision, but rather a kind of vague, distant echo. It was as if two vibrations of different frequencies, under some peculiar conditions, produced faint harmonics. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters away from the barrier. The hazy, shifting light was close at hand, and the faintly visible silver runes seemed to be circulating faster. The barrier itself did not radiate any heat or energy, but an invisible, heavy pressure descended, not a physical oppression, but a kind of repulsion and scrutiny on a spiritual or rule-based level. Linny felt his very existence being scanned by something grand and cold. He stopped in front of the barrier, less than a meter from the flowing light membrane. Looking up, the translucent observation station building resembled a distorted model sealed within a giant crystal. The card with writing on it floated silently inside the door, about 2 or 3 meters from the outer wall of the barrier. What to do next? Reach out and touch it? Shout open sesame? Or? Linny looked at the chaotic light in his right hand, then at the barrier. He tentatively raised his right hand slowly, palm facing the flowing light membrane. The moment his palm touched the barrier, something unexpected happened. The chaotic light in his right hand seemed to be strongly stimulated, and suddenly surged. It was no longer in the slow, flowing state before, but suddenly became bright and active. The speed of the light flow accelerated sharply, and the color changed from deep and restrained to colorful and vibrant, like a blob of oil paint that had been thrown into clear water and instantly spread out. At the same time, the barrier before him shone brightly. The flowing silver runes suddenly became clear, the light became blinding, and the entire barrier emitted a deep hum, like countless gears meshing and turning. A stronger will, with a clear sense of examination and verification, locked onto him as if it were a tangible entity. Linny groaned, feeling as if countless cold needles were simultaneously piercing his mind, trying to rummage through his memories and probe his essence. The chaotic light in his right hand reacted by becoming even brighter, and an unruly, chaotic meaning that seemed to deny and dismantle all existing rules rose up on its own, resisting the cold scrutiny. The buzzing grew louder, the light from the barrier flickered rapidly and erratically, and the silver runes swirled and rearranged wildly, as if they were urgently calculating and analyzing something. Linny! Xiaofeng's low shout came from behind, tinged with wariness. I'm fine. Linny replied through gritted teeth, cold sweat already beating on his forehead. This direct confrontation on a mental level was even more exhausting than dispelling the shadow stains. Earlier, he felt as if he were standing at the confluence of two invisible torrents, one cold and orderly, the other chaotic and turbulent, and his fragile consciousness was caught in the middle. Just when he felt he was about to give up, the buzzing and blinding light of the barrier abruptly stopped without warning. The flickering light resumed its previous flow, and the silver runes vanished. The cold, scrutinizing gaze receded like a tide, as if it had never been there. Only the chaotic light in the right hand continued to flow actively, forming a stable, low-intensity resonance frequency with the barrier's shimmering light. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of Xiaofeng and Night Owl, and under Linyi's astonished gaze, the hazy light membrane that enveloped the entire observation station silently cracked open in front of him. It wasn't a collapse, nor a dissolution, but rather, like the most precise cut, the light membrane smoothly parted to both sides, revealing a regular rectangular entrance about 1.5 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. Inside the entrance was the small open space in front of the observatory, the twisted, semi-transparent door, and the card floating behind it. The entrance's edges were as smooth as a mirror, with a gentle shimmering light rippling across the cross-section, maintaining the opening's stability. Through the opening, everything inside was clearly visible, seemingly a completely isolated world from the turbulent, orderly flow outside. The door opened? Linny was somewhat stunned. Just like that? Aim, make a slight contact, and it opened? Wasn't this invitation verification mechanism a bit too hasty? Xiaofeng and Night Owl instantly moved to Linyi's sides, one on the left and one on the right, weapons in hand, vigilantly observing the entrance and its surroundings. Xiaofeng quickly scanned the entrance's edges and interior environment with his tactical goggles, data streaming rapidly across the lenses. The barrier's energy readings are stable, its structure is intact, and there is no energy leakage or regular disturbance at the opening. The internal space, preliminary scans show stable physical parameters, normal gravity, and light, a stark contrast to the external distortion zone. However, more detailed scans are affected by unknown interference. Xiaofeng spoke rapidly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lin Yi. What did you just feel? What did it do to you? Lin Yi rubbed his still throbbing temples, recalling the feeling from just now. It was like something was looking at me inside and out, very cold, very mechanical. Then the light in my hand seemed to repel me by itself, and then the door opened. He paused, then added, I felt like it seemed to confirm something, and then it identified me as a passable target. Identification? Night Owl frowned, looking at the floating card. Because of your field, and that thing inside you? Most likely. Xiaofeng nodded, his gaze shifting to the glowing card inside the entrance. That thing is probably the key or verification terminal. Lin Yi's field, or rather, his own abnormal nature, meets its access criteria. He looked at Lin Yi with a complex expression. It seems that the master here, or rather, the entity that set up this barrier, was waiting for you, or rather, for an abnormal individual like you. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Being invited by an unknown entity capable of creating such an order barrier and establishing a safe zone within the core of an A-level reality distortion was a very unpleasant feeling. So what do we do now? Go in? Lin Yi looked at the open entrance, which was eerily quiet inside. The mission objective is inside the observation station. Whether it's potential survivors or core data, we must try to obtain it, Xiaofeng said in a deep voice, making his decision. I'll go in with you. Night Owl, you stay outside the entrance, maintain communication, and pay attention to changes in the external environment. If the entrance closes, or if we lose contact for more than the scheduled time, execute contingency plan C7. Understood, Night Owl replied, immediately taking a few steps back, silver blade in hand, warily scanning the still chaotic currents of rules and the solidified echo zone around him. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Yi. Stay close to me and stay alert. Once inside, follow my instructions. Your field is the key, but it could also be a trigger. Don't activate it unless absolutely necessary. Understand? Understood. Lin Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Xiaofeng into the entrance where the light membrane had cracked. The moment you pass through the entrance, there's a peculiar sense of peeling off, as if you've passed through a thin film of water, and all the chaotic, unsettling disturbances and distorted perceptions of the outside world vanish instantly. In their place comes an almost dead stillness of normalcy. Gravity was normal, and the light came from several oddly shaped light fixtures on the ceiling, emitting a steady, cool white glow. The air was slightly cool, carrying a faint smell of dust and metal, and a very faint, indescribable, stale odor. The floor was made of some kind of dark gray synthetic material, and the walls were silver white, marked with some blurry signs and pipes. Everything seemed clean and orderly, even somewhat too clean and orderly, lacking human touch. However, this normality seems even more bizarre in the current context of the observatory. Outside is a Class A reality collapse zone, yet inside it's so normal? Moreover, the building's internal structure, which appears distorted and semi-transparent from the outside, seems to have returned to a normal architectural structure once inside. The chaotic light in Lin Yi's right hand did not completely subside after entering this place. Instead, it flowed at a more stable and restrained frequency, as if it was silently sensing something. Xiaofeng quickly surveyed his surroundings. It was a small foyer, with the twisted, semi-transparent door directly in front of him, now tightly shut. A control panel stood beside the door, but the screen was completely black. To the left, a corridor stretched into the depths, and to the right, a stairwell. The foyer was empty except for dust. There were no signs of a struggle, nor any bloodstains. The glowing card remained silently suspended in front of the closed door, its soft light revealing the clearly visible words. The two approached the card. This time, they could see it more clearly. The card was neither gold nor wood. Its surface was smooth, and the faint light flowing along its edges was of the same origin as the outer barrier. Below the text, in the center of the intricately recessed emblem, the eye symbol formed by interwoven light seemed to have turned slightly, looking at Lin Yi. No, not just seemingly. The chaotic light in Lin Yi's right hand flickered slightly the moment those eyes looked over, responding to the movement. Then, on the card, below that line of text, in the blank area, as if written by an invisible pen, new, equally luminous handwriting slowly emerged. Verification successful. Welcome, holder of chaos. Observations were interrupted due to unforeseen circumstances. Data is stored in the core dot. Retrieving the data, or initiating the final purification protocol, will come at a price: either peel away the fragments of the cocoon, or answer one question. After the new handwriting appeared, the card's light dimmed slightly, as if it had exhausted the power of writing. But below it, the recessed heraldic pattern, with its central eye symbol, lit up, silently watching Lin Yi. The holder of chaos. Xiaofeng repeated added in a low voice, his gaze falling on Lin Yi's hand. Does it refer to you, or the 304 within you? Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't know either. Fragments of the cocoon. What are they? And what is the final purification protocol? And what questions? What questions? Xiao Feng frowned. Clearly this information was beyond his expectations. Cocoon, this code name has never appeared in the General Administration's files. Peeling off fragments, sounds like it refers to the 304 inside your body? That price is unacceptable. He categorically denied it. As for answering the questions, the unknown risks are too great. This entity has set up such a barrier, leaving behind such information, its purpose is unclear, and the questions must be traps or tests. That data, Lin Yi looked at the tightly closed, twisted door. Behind the door lay the interior of the observation station, which might hold the cause of this incident, clues related to the Dreamweaver, and people who might still be alive. Let's try the normal entry first. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng walked to the twisted door and tried pushing and pulling it, then checked the control panel next to it. The door didn't budge, and the control panel didn't respond at all, as if it had frozen along with the entire building. He then took a palm-sized square device from his tactical belt and attached it to the door. The device's screen lit up, displaying complex waveforms and readings. The door's structure is abnormal, exhibiting high-dimensional coupling with the surrounding space, making it impossible to open using conventional physical methods. The energy reading is 0. It doesn't seem to be locked, it's more like conceptually closed. It cannot be opened unless specific conditions are met. The specific conditions are clearly what the card indicates: the cost. Either remove the 304 fragment from Lin Yi's body, which would be tantamount to taking Lin Yi's life, or at least taking away the source of his abilities, which is absolutely impossible, or answer a question. Lin Yi and Xiao Feng's gazes fell simultaneously on the card and the eye emblem on it that was watching them. Looks like there's no other choice, Lin Yi said with a wry smile. Conventional methods were ineffective, stripping 304 was impossible, and obtaining what was inside seemed to leave only answering questions. But this was clearly a calculated move. Who knew what questions they would ask? What if he answered incorrectly? Or what if the answer itself was flawed? Xiao Feng was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lin Yi with sharp eyes. Lin Yi, the decision is yours. You are the key, and also the one invited. This question is clearly aimed at you. Going in might yield crucial intelligence, or it might lead you into an unknown trap. If you don't go in, we can try to break the barrier from the outside or find other entrances, but the success rate is unknown, and it might cause uncontrollable consequences. What do you choose? The pressure fell on Lin Yi. He looked at the tightly closed door, then at the floating card in the glowing eye, and finally his gaze fell on the chaotic light in his palm that represented uncertainty and confusion, yet had guided him all the way here. Going in might be dangerous. Not going in might lead to mission failure, and the survivors, if any, and important data inside might be lost forever. He thought of the missing rangers, the researchers who might still be alive at the observation station, the crazy and chaotic world outside, and his own ability to be drawn into it against his will, yet seemingly destined to do so. Since we're already here. Lin Yi repeated what he had said before, but his tone was less playful and more decisive. He looked at the eye and took a deep breath. I choose to answer the question. Lin Yi's voice was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent hallway. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating card suddenly lit up with a soft yet undeniable light, especially the eye emblem in the center, whose light condensed as if it had truly transformed into a merciless eye staring at Lin Yi. A voice, not transmitted through the air, but directly and calmly resounded in Lin Yi and Xiao Feng's minds. The voice was neither male nor female, possessing a peculiar, unwavering quality, like speech synthesized by the most sophisticated instruments. Question: what is an anchor? The question was simple, only 4 words, but Lin Yi's heart sank suddenly. In the training sessions of the Bureau of Mysterious Prevention and Control, in the information occasionally revealed by Shen Mo and Director Qin, and in the fragmented files they came into contact with, this term appeared quite frequently, but it was often associated with the highest level of anomalies, the most profound research, and the most unsolvable mysteries. Reality stability anchor, information anchor, existence anchor, these concepts all point to the same core. In a world of chaotic rules and distorted reality, what can serve as a benchmark to define, measure, and even fix normal? But this question is clearly not about a technical definition. It's about what is an anchor, it's about essence, definition, and even philosophy. Xiao Feng frowned deeply, clearly realizing the difficulty of the problem. This was by no means a simple question and answer, it was more like a test, or a spying. Lin Yi's mind raced. Anchor? What was his anchor? Was it the 304 within his body? Was it this chaotic light? Was it his memories? Or his self-awareness as the individual Lin Yi? Or perhaps, something else entirely? He recalled Shen Mo saying that the essence of his ability might be negation and reconstruction, an absurd power that forcibly defines abnormality as normality amidst chaos. Is this the anchor? It seems somewhat related, but it also seems not. He recalled the voice that claimed to be an observer, leaving behind barriers and questions, demanding either a price or answers. What was the other party observing? Why did it interrupt
interrupt. And why was a definition of an anchor needed? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but time waits for no one. He could feel the gaze of that eye exerting some kind of invisible pressure, as if urging him on, or as if assessing him. If he answered incorrectly, or delayed too long, something bad might happen. Intuition, or rather, his unreliable, always criticized intuition about fields, was subtly pointing in a certain direction. It wasn't a complex theory, nor profound philosophy, but a simple, direct, and even somewhat laughable idea. He thought of the rangers trapped in the noodle forest, the people who might still be alive in the observation station, the collapsing reality outside that needed repair, and even the pencils and apples he had corrected in the training room. His anchor was perhaps never something lofty or grand. Linny raised his head to meet the glowing eye, and slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. An anchor is that awkward feeling in your heart that this shouldn't be even when the whole world is going crazy. It's the thought that you still want to find a way out in the chaotic current of rules. It's that you're clearly an F level, but you still insist on competing with an A level, recklessly. This answer was neither academic nor rigorous. It even carried his signature self-deprecating humor and sarcasm. Xiaofeng, standing to the side, seemed to twitch his lips almost imperceptibly, but the glowing eyes remained silent for a moment after Linny answered. Then, the light flickered slightly. Answer: history. Logical weighting evaluation is not a standard definition. Relevance test exists. Permit granted temporarily. The cold, detached voice rang out again. Immediately, the light from the floating card faded, and it gently drifted down, landing perfectly in Linny's outstretched hand. It felt cool to the touch, with a strange texture. At the same time, the twisted, semi-transparent door in front of them, which seemed to be welded to the space itself, slid silently inward, revealing a deep corridor behind it, with faint emergency lights flickering. There were no traps, no extra difficulties, just because of a seemingly absurd answer. Linny and Xiaofeng exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and seriousness in each other's eyes. The standards of this observer were indeed difficult to fathom. Stay alert, Xiaofeng whispered, stepping into the corridor first, blade in hand. Linny gripped the cold card in his hand and followed closely behind. The corridor, like the lobby, was exceptionally clean and tidy, but it was permeated with a strange, stronger odor, a mixture of ozone, some kind of chemical reagent, and a faint smell of rust. The emergency lights were dim, making the tightly closed laboratory doors on either side and the signs on the walls appear indistinct. The air was still, and there was no sound except for the faint echo of their footsteps. The chaotic light in his right hand slowed down its flow here, but Linny could sense that it seemed to be slightly pointing in a certain direction, towards the depths of the corridor, from which a faint, indescribable attraction emanated. This way, Linny whispered, leading the way by instinct. They proceeded cautiously down the corridor, passing several tightly closed doors labeled Data Analysis Room, Sample Storage Room, and Control Room. Xiaofeng tried to open them, but the doors were all locked, and seemed to be physically or energetically sealed from the inside. Forcibly breaking them open could trigger unknown risks. Finally, at the end of the corridor, there was a double, heavier metal door. There were no markings on the door, only a dimly lit groove resembling a card reader. Linny looked at the card in his hand, then at the groove. Could it be? He tentatively placed the faintly glowing card close to the groove. With a soft click, the recessed area glowed with a gentle green light. A click came from inside the heavy metal door as it slowly slid open to the sides. Behind the door was a space larger than he had imagined. It looked like the core area of the observatory, the main observation hall. In the center of the circular hall was a huge, now dim and cracked, hemispherical observation dome, below which were complex robotic arms and various instruments and equipment that Linny couldn't understand. Surrounding it were control consoles, display screens, mostly black, a few flickering with garbled text or static, and even more instruments. The hall was also very clean, with no obvious signs of fighting or vandalism, but all the equipment was either abnormally shut down or malfunctioning. The smell of rust and chemical reagents in the air was even stronger, mixed with a faint, sweet, fishy odor. In the center of the hall, beneath the huge, damaged observation device, there was light. It wasn't light, but a soft, pale blue, shimmering glow, like flowing water, emanating from a semi-transparent cube about 1 meter square. Inside the cube, dense streams of data could be vaguely seen rotating and rising and falling slowly like ribbons of light, with some kind of core of light seemingly sealed at its center. That must be the data core. But it wasn't just this glowing cube that attracted Linny and Xiaofeng's attention. Next to the cube, in a chair in front of the control panel, sat a person. She sat with her back to the door in a swivel chair with wheels, leaning slightly forward, facing one of the still-lit screens, which was full of distorted ripples. She wore a researcher's white lab coat, was slender, and had slightly messy long black hair casually tied back with a pencil. At least, from Linny's perception of the field, there was a clear, though faint, but stable life fluctuation, as well as a strong, orderly spiritual halo belonging to a rational individual. A survivor? Xiaofeng lowered his voice, gesturing for Linny to be careful, while he cautiously approached, observing the surroundings for any other threats. Linny held his breath, the chaotic light in his right hand flickering slightly, a mixture of anticipation
tension and unease. In this place, a survivor who seemed so normal was itself somewhat abnormal. Cough, cough, cough. Just when Xiaofeng was still 3 or 4 meters away from the woman, a weak cough sounded. The chair slowly turned. The woman turned around. She was young, looking no more than 25 or 26, with delicate features, but her face was deathly pale from blood loss. Her lips were cracked, her eyes were sunken, and her bloodshot eyes were filled with extreme exhaustion and a strange calm. On her white coat, near her abdomen, was a shocking patch of dried, blackened blood. In the center of the bloodstain, the broken stump of what appeared to be a sharp object still clung to, reflecting a cold light under the emergency lights. She was injured, and badly. You have finally arrived. She spoke, her voice hoarse and weak, yet carrying a sense of relief. Her gaze swept over Xiaofeng, who was fully armed and had a cold expression, and finally landed on Lin Yi, especially on the chaotic light in his right hand. Then, the corners of her mouth curved into a very faint, almost illusory arc. I knew it would be someone like you. She coughed a few more times, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, but she wiped it away with her sleeve without a care. Her eyes regained their clarity and focus, as if she were experiencing a final burst of energy before death. Time is running out. Listen to me. Xiaofeng had stopped, his gun slightly lowered, but his vigilance remained. Lin Yi took a few steps forward, crouched down, and came to her eye level. Who are you? What happened here? Where is the others? Lin Yi asked quickly. Yiran, Yunshan Observatory, Level 3 researcher. The woman, Yiran, took a breath, her speech quickening but clear. 7 days ago, C771 readings were abnormal, fluctuating. We thought it was a normal active period, but 3 days ago, it suddenly revolted. She had to catch her breath after every few words, and the wound on her abdomen rose and fell slightly with her breathing, oozing a little fresh blood. Spatial folds, torn apart, the reality membrane. Something is coming out, or rather, wanting to go back. Yiran's gaze fell on the glowing cube in the center of the hall. We activated the final protective protocol, the silence barrier, isolating the core area and sealing the observation data into the prism. She pointed to the glowing cube, then to herself, and gave a bitter smile. The price was energy overload, equipment backlash. Engineer Wang and Engineer Li were killed on the spot. I was far away and was hit by debris, but the barrier activated. That chaos outside is ripples caused by it trying to break through the barrier and erode reality. Yiran's gaze refocused on Lin Yi's face with an almost burning inquiry. You were able to come in, which means the barrier has recognized you, especially you. She looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. The light on you is very special, and the thing inside the folds are somewhat similar, but also different. You are chaos, but within your chaos, there is an anchor. Lin Yi was startled. She could sense 304? Do you know what's inside my body? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Yiran gently shook her head, her eyes somewhat unfocused, as if recalling something. I don't know the specifics, but I can feel that sense of disharmony of a high-ranking persona. Something similar was mentioned in the residual report of the Dreamweaver incident. Her breathing became more rapid and her face paled further. Listen, the data in the prism is crucial. It records all the anomalous readings before the fold's uprising, and some of the information it leaked might contain clues to containing it or even repairing the fold. She struggled to raise her hand and pointed to a palm-sized, silver metal device on her control panel, half-soaked in blood. The device appeared to be a portable storage device, with several broken cables still attached. The raw data and my analysis notes are inside. The password is the last 6 digits of my employee ID, reversed. She coughed up another mouthful of blood, her body began to tremble slightly, and her voice grew softer and softer. It is trying to redefine the reality around us, using its rules to cover our barrier. It won't last long. We must find a way, or activate the final purification protocol in the prism that will destroy everything here, including the data and the physical interface where it might exist. Final purification protocol, just like the one mentioned on the outer card. What's the price? To peel away the fragments of the cocoon? Lin Yi asked hurriedly. Yiran's eyes were already somewhat unfocused. She seemed to be using a lot of strength to hear Lin Yi's question clearly, and murmured, cocoon. No, that's an even more ancient legend. The purification protocol requires a rule conflict of the same level as the trigger source. Your light may be able to, but the price. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Activating that thing might require Lin Yi to pay an unbearable price, possibly even his own existence. Are there any others still alive? Xiaofeng asked in a deep voice. Yiran slowly, very slightly, shook her head. A tear slid down her dry eye, mingling with the blood on her face. It's all gone. Before my eyes, it was erased. The word smear sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Yiran's breath grew weaker and weaker, and her gaze began to dart around, but she still tried her best to look at Lin Yi with unwavering determination, at the chaotic light in his palm, as if it were the only glimmer of light in the endless darkness. Your light is different, she whispered almost inaudibly, chaotic, but not insane. Perhaps you can find another path. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. The hand that had been raised to point at the storage device fell limply to the blood blood-stained control panel. His eyes slowly closed. The last faint rise and fall of his chest also ceased. The look of relief and exhaustion on his face has been frozen in time. In the main observation hall, only the occasional faint electrical hum of the instruments, the pale blue light flowing through the core of the central prism, and the suppressed breathing of Linny and Xiaofeng remained. An observer who persevered to the very end, on a desolate island of despair, witnessed a possible turning point, left behind crucial information, and then died quietly. Linny squatted down, looking at Urant's pale and calm profile, at the glaring dark red stain on her white coat, and at the bloodstained storage device beside her, without moving for a long time. He had seen death before, in training footage, in mission briefings, but witnessing so closely, so firsthand, a person who had just been speaking, relaying messages, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, have their life extinguished completely before his very eyes. This was a first. There were no tragic last words, no earth-shattering sacrifices, only a quiet, weary, and regretful end. In this island of order surrounded by chaos, the passing of a tiny individual. Xiaofeng stepped forward, reached out, and gently closed Yirant's eyes, which were not completely closed. His movements were very light, carrying a professional yet respectful solemnity. She stayed until the very end, fulfilling her duty. Xiaofeng's voice remained steady, but seemed a degree lower. He carefully removed the bloodstained silver storage device, inspected it to confirm there was no physical damage, and then carefully put it away. His gaze then fell upon the glowing core of the prism in the center of the hall, and further away, beyond the damaged observation dome, a chaotic darkness isolated by a barrier, yet still capable of being felt to pulsate wildly. We've got the data, but the mission isn't over yet. Xiaofeng looked at Linny, his eyes as sharp as ever. We need to decide whether to leave with the data to find other solutions, or, he paused, then looked at the prism. Try to activate that final purification protocol and, here, completely eliminate the source of the riots on C-771. And, it. Linny slowly stood up, and the chaotic light in his right hand seemed to sense the fluctuation of his emotions, flickering slightly. The data Yiran protected with her life is in her hands. Outside, there is a rampant, potentially spreading, A-level reality distortion. And here, there is a button that could potentially solve the problem once and for all, but at an unknown cost. He looked at the data beams flowing through the prism, and it was as if he could see through the broken dome the crazy world outside, and those like Yiran who might still be struggling in the noodle forest or other crevice, waiting for rescue. The price. He repeated Yiran's unfinished words in a low voice, then remembered the words on the card outside. Peel away the fragments of the cocoon, or answer a question. He answered the questions, came in, got the data, met Yiran, and learned part of the truth. But now, another choice, with a new price to pay, is presented before us. The light in his palm flowed silently. What is it? Lin Yi's voice broke the silence in the deathly quiet hall. His gaze was fixed on Xiaofeng, then slowly shifted to the invisible madness beyond the damaged observation dome. Xiaofeng didn't answer immediately. He walked to the core of the prism and quickly manipulated a few fingers on a hidden control panel. The data light stream flowing inside the translucent cube paused slightly, then projected a magnified, clearer light screen. The screen no longer displayed abstract data streams, but a series of distorted, fragmented, and constantly fluctuating images and waveforms. The subject of the image is an existence that is difficult to describe accurately in words. It is not a physical entity, but rather a condensed, ever-changing region composed of countless irregular geometric shapes, shimmering paradoxical symbols, and lines of light and shadow with unclear meaning. It has no fixed form, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, its edges constantly rubbing, eroding, and assimilating violently with the surrounding normal space. At its core, there is a vaguely discernible, deeper point or crack that seems to lead to nothingness. The waveform graph beside it was jumping wildly, showing that parameters such as spatial curvature, information entropy, and real stability coefficient had long exceeded the dangerous threshold and were still soaring. Based on the last data fragments transmitted by Yiran and the real-time monitoring of Prism, Xiaofeng's voice was metallic and cold. The riot of the C-771 spacefold is not a natural phenomenon. It is a high-dimensional reality virus or rule singularity, with a strong tendency to self-regulate and suspected of having some kind of consciousness or instinct, trying to break through from the weak point of this fold into our reality and rewrite the rules around it into a form that conforms to its own logic. Rewrite reality? Linny gasped. You can understand it this way. It itself may not be malicious, just as water flows downhill and fire burns flammable materials. Its existence itself is radiating its rule field, attempting to assimilate everything around it and make it coordinate with it. But for our reality, which is based on another set of physical rules, this coordination is the most thorough destruction and distortion. The chaos outside is the bubble and residue produced by the collision and erosion of two rule systems. Xiaofeng pointed to the ever-changing, eerie existence on the light screen. What Yuran called smearing is very likely the complete capture and assimilation of individuals by its rule field, losing their original basis of existence, and being erased or reconstructed from this reality into an unknown form that conforms to its logic. Lin Linny recalled the lingering echoes of reality outside, the solidified fear and despair.
He remembered Yi Ran's final, calm yet weary gaze. Was this what she and the others had been fighting against, and ultimately what they had been consumed by?
The silent barrier has temporarily isolated its direct erosion, but it's like using a dam to contain a constantly rising, corrosive flood, Xiaofeng continued, pulling up the barrier's energy.
Readings.
The curve was slowly but steadily declining, with red warnings flashing at the edges indicating erosion. The barrier's energy is being continuously consumed and neutralized by its rule field. According to Prism's calculations, it can only last for 4 to 6 hours at most. At that time, the barrier will collapse, and its rule field will lose its last restraint, spreading exponentially.
From Yunshan as its core.
Conservatively estimated, within 24 hours, the entire Southwest Administrative Region will become an incomprehensible rule inferno, and the spread will accelerate.
A-level incidents can escalate into annihilation-level events, or even higher. Final Purification Protocol. Linny looked at the glowing prism.
By activating the protocol, Prism will transform itself, along with all the data and energy sealed within, and this core area, into a
one-time, targeted rule conflict bomb.
Xiaofeng's voice was flat, as if stating a cold physical formula. The core of the detonation is to create an extreme, localized rule collapse and explosion, using Prism's own order structure as a template to directly
annihilate its rule field.
Ideally, it can destroy its interface in this reality, i.e., that fold point, or even severely damage it itself, at least pushing it back to a higher dimension or disrupting its order, buying several decades for subsequent
processing.
The cost is that everything within a 500-meter radius, including this observatory, including the parts it has currently infiltrated, including us, will be completely pulverized and evaporated at the rule level, leaving no trace of matter or information. It's equivalent to exchanging a small, controlled reality suicide for the survival of a larger area of the external reality.
To perish together.
No,
to perish together with this contaminated area and a part of it. It requires a detonation source, a conflict of rules of the same level.
Linny recalled Yi Ran's words and looked at the chaotic light in his right hand. His field came from the chaotic power of 304, which was essentially a highly specialized and chaotic manifestation of rules. It was completely different from the ultimate order of the prism and from its alien rules, yet it could still trigger a violent conflict of rules. Theoretically, your field is an excellent catalyst for the explosion, and may even enhance the purification effect. Xiaofeng's gaze fell on Lin Yi's hand, without any coercion, only calm analysis.
But as Yi Ran said, the cost is unknown. Your field is deeply bound to your existence.
As the core of the explosion, participating in this scale of rule annihilation may cause you irreversible damage. At best, you may lose control of your abilities and suffer a mental breakdown. At worst,
your existence itself may be drawn into the conflict, and be partially or completely erased or reconstructed. Peeling off the fragments of the
cocoon may be a more gentle price, but we know nothing about the cocoon, and the consequences of peeling it off are equally unpredictable.
The choice was now before them.
They evacuated with the existing data, leaving Prism and this time bomb to potential, or non-existent, solutions.
But the barrier could only
hold for a few hours, and they might not have enough time to find and implement other solutions, at which point the disaster would spread. Alternatively, initiate a purification protocol. Use this observation station, the remains of Yi Ran and her colleagues, themselves, and Linny to bear unknown and enormous risks, to attempt a one-time, or at least a temporary, solution to this source.
Is there no other way?
Lin Yi's voice was dry. He wanted to save people, to solve the problem, but he never thought of throwing himself into it as well. He was still young, and his damned F-level life had only just begun to show some different scenery. He hadn't even properly tested what else his ability could do besides being a human-shaped rule eraser. Xiaofeng paused for a moment, then pulled up another set of data, which was the simulation results of various intervention schemes based on the existing parameters by Prism. Thousands of branches, the vast majority of which pointed to failure and catastrophic spread, with only a few pointing to the purification protocol, and the few with a relatively high success rate, only 37.2%, were all marked requires high-intensity rule conflict catalysis. The most probable option is for you to participate in the catalytic purification protocol, Xiaofeng stated bluntly. Other options have a success rate of no more
than 5%, and all require a longer preparation time. As for the barrier,
he glanced at the slowly but steadily declining energy curve. There's no time left. Lin Yi felt a suffocating pressure. He looked at the ever-changing it on the light screen, which was trying to erode everything, then at the bloodstained storage device in his hand, and finally his gaze fell on the soft yet firm blue light at the core of the prism. He recalled Yi Ran's last words, "Your light is different, chaotic, but not insane. Perhaps you can find another path between probability and logic, beyond the multiple-choice question of sacrifice and retreat. What is that non-existent path belonging to the chaotic but not crazy and the F level, a term for someone who makes sarcastic or critical remarks?" voice. His right hand, that chaotic light, seemed to sense the intense struggle within him and a faint yet stubborn refusal to succumb to the either/or dilemma. It began to flow faster, its colors shifting unpredictably. A voice, not from 304, not from any external existence, but from the deepest part of his heart, from the boy who gritted his teeth and didn't cry when he awakened his F-level superpower amidst the ridicule of the whole school, the weirdo whose first reaction to the slit-mouthed woman was to complain about the lipstick on his teeth, the troublemaker who defined an apple as a pear in the training room. Why should we have to choose? Why should we either run or die just because it comes? Why should my unreliable and messy abilities only be used as a fuse for a bomb, or as a piece of debris to be removed? An indescribable emotion, a mixture of anger, resentment, and a kind of almost shameless stubbornness, surged into Lin Yi's heart. This emotion was so intense that the chaotic light in his right hand suddenly became bright and blazing, no longer flowing steadily, but rising and leaping like restless flames. Lin Yi, control your field. Xiaofeng noticed the energy readings were surging abnormally and shouted sharply, but Lin Yi ignored it. He stared intently at the core of the prism, at the ever-changing it on the light screen. An absurd, daring idea, completely contrary to any action plan, sprouted like weeds in his wildly growing emotions and boiling chaotic light. Team leader Xiao, Lin Yi began, his voice trembling slightly with excitement and a kind of almost reckless exhilaration, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. You said, it is trying to use its rules to override our reality, right? Yes, so we must stop it. Then what if, Lin Yi interrupted him, a slightly twisted, crazed smile playing on his lips, we don't stop it from covering us, nor do we run away, but instead, he raised his right hand, and the restless, chaotic flame-like light burned fiercely in his palm. Or, should I use my rules to override its rules? Xiao Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say? Use my chaos, my rule-breaking, my complaints, to clash with its rules. Lin Yi spoke rapidly, his thoughts becoming unusually clear, or rather, unusually unconventional. Under extreme pressure and irrational impulse, Prism's purification protocol uses the ultimate order to collide and annihilate, a suicidal attack. But my field, it's not order, it is itself uncertainty, a turbulent current of possibilities. It's not good at building, but it's good at causing chaos, destroying established rules. He pointed to it on the screen. It wants to establish its own kingdom of rules? Fine. I won't confront it head-on. I won't replace it with my rules. I'll make things difficult for it. I'll go into its kingdom of rules and write 1 + 1 is equal to 3 everywhere, define its straight lines as curves, and declare that its gravity is directed to the left. I'll stir up the harmonious logic it's trying to establish into a complete mess. Let it fight itself. This idea is insane, dangerous, unprecedented, and completely contrary to any known theory of how to deal with anomalies. It's not about confrontation or purification. It's more like throwing a handful of irregularly shaped sand, mixed with all sorts of impurities, into a supersaturated solution that's crystallizing, trying to prevent it from forming orderly crystals and instead turn it into a useless, chaotic precipitate. Xiaofeng was stunned for a few seconds by this unconventional idea, but as an experienced deputy leader of the Grey Blade team, he quickly calmed down and his brain rapidly assessed the possibility and risks of this crazy plan. The data from Prism shows that its rule field is highly self-consistent and exclusive. Your field strength is far lower than its. If you rashly intrude, you are likely to be assimilated or swallowed up instantly. Your consciousness will be completely washed away and covered by its rules, which is worse than death. Xiaofeng pointed out the most fatal risk. So we need the Prism to help. Lin Yi stared intently at the glowing cube. The essence of the purification protocol is to create an extreme explosion of rule conflict, attracting its main attention and power to form a head-on confrontation, right? That's right. Then activate it, but not with my field as the detonator. Lin Yi spoke even faster. Activate the purification protocol, let it clash head-on with it. Create the biggest rule disturbance and noise. And in the moment when they fight, its rule field fluctuates, has gaps, or is drawn away due to the confrontation. He clenched his right fist, and a chaotic light spilled out from between his fingers. I use my field not to confront it head-on, but like a drop of water, a wisp of smoke, or an inaudible rant, I slip into the cracks or unnoticed corners of its rule field. Then, inside, with my minimal power, I create the greatest disharmony. I pollute its logic. I make it uncomfortable. I induce infighting and collapse within its own rule system. This requires extremely precise timing, an extraordinary perception of the fluctuations in its rule field, a highly penetrating and covert nature to your field, and sufficient mental resilience and luck to face its possible instinctive counterattacks after intrusion. Xiao Feng's voice remained calm, but something seemed to be ignited deep within his eyes. This plan was insane, but if there was even a sliver of a chance of success, its cost would be far less than mutual destruction, and the potential gains, not just repelling it, but perhaps even gaining a deeper understanding of its essence by polluting its rules, or at least creating a long-term destabilizing factor, would be unparalleled. Sensing fluctuations, my field excels at infiltration and concealment. Isn't it so excited right now because it smelled the
scent of its kin, chaos? As for mental resilience, Linny grinned, a smile containing tension and fear, but more so a kind of reckless, underdog spirit. I've gotten to where I am today as an F rank, and what I'm not good at in other areas is resilience and a positive outlook. As for luck, he glanced at Rant's quiet figure, then at the bloodstained memory in his hand. I think researcher Yi, and those people outside waiting for rescue, should share some with me. A brief silence fell over the hall. Only the faint hum of the prism's core and the almost inaudible groans of the outer barrier as it was eroded could be heard. Xiaofeng looked at the F-level in front of him, who was too young, with a childish face but eyes burning with an almost insane determination. He then looked at the approaching disaster countdown on the light screen and the purification protocol interface that represented the option of mutual destruction. Reason told him that the success rate of this plan might be even lower than 5%, and the risks were immeasurable. If any link went wrong, Linny would be doomed, and it might even trigger a worse chain reaction. But something else, something that transcended cold probability calculations, surged within him. It was the instinct to find a way out in countless desperate situations, a lack of complete trust in the rules themselves, and a faint, even unacknowledged, appreciation for the stubbornness and disruptive spirit in the eyes of this young man who proposed this crazy plan. Perhaps, to deal with this unreasonable rule monster, we need an even more unreasonable rule critic. Time ticked by second. The barrier's energy curve dipped another small notch. Xiaofeng slowly exhaled a long breath, as if he had made a momentous decision. He walked to the main control panel and rapidly typed on the keyboard, bringing up the final confirmation interface for the final purification protocol. It was a conspicuous, constantly flashing red button, next to which were detailed warning and countdown input boxes. I will activate the purification protocol, setting it to detonate in 5 minutes. This will attract its attention to the greatest extent and create the strongest window of rule disturbance. Xiaofeng's voice was calm and powerful, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. You need to adjust your field to its optimal state within these 5 minutes, and familiarize yourself with the surface fluctuation patterns of its rule field as much as possible through the auxiliary sensing interface of the prism. I will try my best to provide you with data and guidance, but the only one who can truly intrude and disrupt is yourself. 60 seconds before the detonation, I will give you a signal. At that time, the purification protocol will enter an irreversible phase, energy will begin to converge to an extreme, and the resistance against it will reach its peak. The gaps in noise in the rule field will be at their maximum, which is the best time for you to infiltrate, and it may be the only time. Once you successfully infiltrate, I will take Rant's data and your life monitoring information and evacuate to a relatively safe distance through the reserved emergency passage 10 seconds before the detonation, to observe the results. If you fail, Xiaofeng paused, looked at Lin Yi, his gaze as firm as a rock. The purification protocol will be completed as planned, at least severely damaging it. He didn't say what would happen if you failed, but the meaning was clear. Lin Yi nodded vigorously, feeling his mouth dry and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Strangely, mixed with that feeling of tension that seemed about to explode was an indescribable, almost thrilling excitement. Understood. His voice was a little hoarse, but very clear. Now, connect the prism auxiliary interface and prepare for sensing. Xiaofeng pointed to a device with soft sensory contacts extending from next to the prism. Lin Yi stepped forward and placed his right hand above the sensor area. The chaotic light in his palm seemed to have a life of its own, slowly extending wisps of light that came into contact with and intertwined with the sensor contacts. In an instant, a massive, chaotic but patterned flow of information, accompanied by its cold, alien, and oppressive rule-based aura, surged through the connection. Lin Yi groaned, his vision instantly flooded by countless fragmented, bizarre, and incomprehensible scenes and concepts. He felt as if he were standing on the edge of a world undergoing frantic reconstruction, witnessing the collapse and rebuilding of physical laws, and the breaking and distortion of logical chains. He saw its rules attempting to define straight lines as delicious, circles as sad, and the flow of time as chewable. He saw space being kneaded arbitrarily like clay, and causality tangled like a knotted ball of yarn. Chaos and disorder exist, yet deep within this chaos and disorder, there is a hidden, completely unfamiliar, and extremely unsettling internal logic. This is its world. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. He stopped trying to understand from a human perspective and instead opened up his field, using that chaotic, unruly, and complaining nature to feel, remember, and search for possible dissonances, possible vulnerabilities, and possible cracks that could allow his dirty water to seep in within that inner logic. 5 minutes, countdown begins. At the heart of this isolated island of order, surrounded by madness, a highly asymmetrical, rule-based infiltration and disruption operation, wagering the entire region and 2 individuals, is about to begin. Meanwhile, the other side of the bet, that tries to cover up reality, seems completely unaware of the little bug that is about to sneak into its backyard, bringing with it a chaotic aura. Or rather, they disdain it.